Every time this young man reached the 100th floor of the tower, for reasons unknown, the system immediately dragged him back to the starting floor. For 12 relentless years, he tirelessly slew every monster inside the tower. Now Kim Hyun-gu's power had reached a realm that was nearly impossible to measure. But everything still stood still, without the slightest change. As he lay there in helplessness, he suddenly received a notification that the log-out restriction had been lifted. Congratulations, you have been approved and may begin the next Tower Conquest Challenge. He sprang to his feet in joy, for he finally had a chance to leave this bizarre place. With a burning desire to return, he dashed straight from the 55th floor to the 99th floor. The strongest boss in the area could only freeze in place, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Before it could react, it took a fatal blow and collapsed on its own. After everything, the tower finally opened a gate. That meant a new record had just been set. The moment Jian Quan stepped out and gazed at the city that had changed after 12 long years. The observation staff quickly approached and confirmed that he had officially escaped the tutorial tower. The young man could not hide his joy and jumped up excitedly. However, when the list was checked again, the observation room staff were stunned because the name Jian Quan did not appear on the list for the 18th time. Instead, he was recorded as having cleared the tutorial tower for the first time. No one could understand what strange situation was unfolding. Hyun-gu, who returned from the first tutorial tower, was officially recognized as having escaped the tower after 12 years trapped inside. The VIP waiting room of the Guidance Center, Guildmaster Arang Lee Seo-jong, Guildmaster Sol Kim Sol, along with Guildmaster Gil Han Seo-kun, were all eagerly waiting for Hyun-gu to appear. 12 years had passed, and no one knew how far his strength had reached. Back to the present, Hyun-gu and Goi Bim Bim prepared to enter the promotion test with the rookie hunters, especially the matching outfits that every candidate was wearing. He wondered why everyone had their own outfit while he alone lacked one. Perhaps because he overslept, he had missed the distribution. The Guidance Center announced that the trainee hunters should leave the waiting room and move to the competition area. Hyun-gu once again felt confused, unable to understand what was going on. The venue was Mekong, a place specifically used for the promotion evaluation of the Seoul Center. The hunters and their juniors entered the examination area one after another. The supervisor was David, and a rank hunter assigned to monitor the test. In the first section, the candidates had to overcome various obstacles under the title of hunter. Among them was a maze challenge. The maze, true to its name, concealed countless unpredictable traps. While everyone focused intently preparing to begin, Hyun-gu walked up to ask David, "Hey, you with the glasses, earlier you said as long as we pass the gate by any means it counts, right?" David looked at him with weary eyes at that indescribably rustic demeanor. The person standing there yawning like that, was he even serious about the exam? Was that really the attitude of a rookie? After being warned, he calmly replied that if he wanted to manage someone, he should focus on the diligent ones in front. The man flushed with anger at such arrogance, as he had never seen a candidate behave so strangely. Hyun-gu proposed a bet that within 20 seconds he would clear the challenge, and if he won, the man had to pay 1 million won. David showed irritation when he was mocked that if he was afraid then there was no need to bet. With his pride pricked, the man raised the stake to 10 million won, nearly an entire month of salary. Seeing him place his hand against the wall, everyone could not understand what Jian Quan intended to do. But only a few seconds later, it already appeared neatly at the gate on the other side. Aside from shock, no one could find words to describe their feelings at that moment. After Hyun-gu's display, with confidence tinged with pride, he gladly received the full 10 million won into his hands. In other words, this was truly an easy way to earn money. According to revealed sources, besides Jian Quan, there were also several notable new faces. Among them, Lee Kang-hyun stood out. He always yearned to become the center of attention like a star. For that goal, he strove forward without regard for danger. As a level 4 swordsman and experienced trainer, he had claimed most of the victories in national swordsmanship tournaments. During his time in the tutorial tower, he was the strongest hunter in the night group. From the beginning, he drew attention and thus stepped onto a path of success. But then an incident occurred when he encountered Jian Guan. All the attention and support were seized by Hyun-gu after that recent performance. The press room at the evaluation site was in chaos because the sudden outburst happened too fast for them to record. They had hardly paid attention to someone wearing slippers who looked far too ordinary. The photos they managed to capture all focused on Lee Kang-hyun. In the waiting room, Jian Quan remained calm and nodded off to sleep. People buzzed with discussion about the incident that had just occurred in the test. They realized the media had called Hyun-gu a true master. Hearing that, Kang Hyun grew even more displeased and resolved to reclaim the spotlight. While the main character was still drowsy, the organizers announced a change in the order of events and that they would resume after 15 minutes. The training monsters were created from advanced technology combined with magic crystals. The objective was to see who could handle the most monsters within the allotted time. The media held their breath at the news that a hunter who had just left the tower could already use magic power. It seemed a new talented figure was gradually emerging. When time was up, Lee Kang-hyun had single-handedly defeated 78 monsters. This was also the highest achievement among all the candidates. According to evaluations, his combat senses were extremely sharp and he could also utilize magic power. This time, the Knight faction seemed to hold the advantage. Next to step up was Hunter number 34, Kim Jiang-gyuan. His test was a direct confrontation within a limit of 120 seconds. Unlike the others, he maintained a strangely calm demeanor, a state of composure as if nothing concerned him. His speed was so fast that no one could capture even a single image. In the blink of an eye, the entire swarm of monsters had been wiped out. Everyone wondered whether he was using magic power or not. As they observed the guild masters, they realized this strength did not come from magic power, but from his extraordinary speed. Hyun-gu simply closed in on the enemy and threw a straight punch at their faces. Right after that, he targeted another foe and repeated the action, so fast that the monsters looked as if they collapsed on their own. That speed far surpassed all imagination, a human moving without magic power, leaving everyone wondering what Hyun-gu had experienced inside the tower. They had heard rumors about Hyun-gu and thought they might be true, but witnessing it with their own eyes, he seemed to have become a true monster. The system announced that time was up. It was also the moment to total the number of monsters Hyun-gu had slain. Final results stopped precisely at 248. The entire hunting process was broadcast live, keeping the audience glued to their screen. Everyone was astonished and in awe, unable to believe it was real. Some even mistook the main character for an S-rank mage. Kang Hyun felt both envious and disappointed in himself. Even after thorough preparation and sacrificing everything, he still could not stand on equal footing with Hyun-gu. After the competition, the main character had a direct meeting with the deputy head of the information department of the Korean Hunter Association. There, he received a list of guilds that wished to meet him. Standing before him was Alice, a representative who came to congratulate Hyun-gu on his return after 12 years of absence. As she spoke, the main character appeared indifferent, only concerned about what he would eat afterward. Hyun-gu was the image of a powerful hero, yet carried a rare air of nonchalance. He wondered whether delivering these documents was truly part of the deputy head of information's duties. The young man began to suspect they had come here for another purpose. In truth, she wanted to see with her own eyes the person who had shaken the world and to bring a gift. Alice proposed a contract from her guild, including terms regarding benefits and obligations. The moment he read the first line, Hyun-gu froze for 5 seconds at the clause offering a one-time payment of 10 billion won. Hyun-gu said seriously that since when had the domestic currency devalued so much, was it even worse than Zimbabwe currency, despite the chaos caused by monsters. However, the economy remained stable, real estate prices even soaring sharply. Alice showed the main character the land prices in the area near where he lived. A plot of land once worth 3 million won had now skyrocketed to 3 billion won. He continued persuading him with attractive conditions, affirming that even with rising prices, a 10 billion won contract would still guarantee a prosperous life. If after the contract expired Hyun-gu wished to continue, Alice Guild was willing to pay double and extend the cooperation. Upon hearing the figure of 20 billion, Hyun-gu's eyes lit up, though he knew that in return he would have to share loot from dungeons. This division ratio actually gave the main character a considerable advantage. However, he still wondered whether signing contracts also fell within the duties of the deputy head of information. Hyun-gu remembered that when he worked at the association, recruiting hunters was prohibited. Therefore, he frankly refused, stating that he preferred operating independently rather than joining a guild. Though the money was tempting, he did not want to be bound. Hyun-gu understood clearly that no one would hand him 10 billion for nothing, and if he accepted it, countless troubles would surely follow. 5 days later, he had the chance to meet the 3 guild masters again. The main character was surprised that Seo Wan, once his peer, now looked like a middle-aged uncle. Meanwhile, Si-hein had become a mature and charming handsome man. Not only people, Seoul had also changed greatly compared to their high school days. The reunion made the main character extremely happy, to the point that he wanted to claim the entire sushi table for himself. Thanks to them, he learned that every action inside the tower had been broadcast on television. This left the young man utterly horrified when he realized the entire world had witnessed everything. Even the scene of him crossing a dungeon naked had not escaped the public eye. The act of disguising himself as a goblin to conquer a dungeon had also been exposed. But most famous was the scene of dancing strangely while subduing the boss, along with breaking through tower floors using nothing but powerful kicks. All of it matched exactly what he had experienced inside the tower. A guild master remarked that from the ranking competition he had thought he would become a monster, and after hearing he recount it himself, that belief was only strengthened. While inside the tower, Hyun-gu once saved a boy and took him as a disciple. His life was no different from a story straight out of a novel. The plot revolved around the protagonist being trapped, attaining some realization, then escaping outside. Although he had taught the boy wholeheartedly, the final outcome still left Hyun-gu uneasy. Perhaps what he imparted was merely how to use pure strength to defeat monsters, which made the main character feel guilty. In addition, his personality at that time had been quite terrible, so the more he thought about it, the more guilty he felt. Fortunately, he always wore a mask and hoped never to meet his disciple in real life. When checking the status board, Hyun-gu realized the line about the ability limit inside the tower had disappeared. The number 36 once tied to his age was also gone, while his true age of 24 remained unchanged, showing that he had not changed in appearance at all. Now, what Hyun-gu desired was to earn enough money to live as he pleased. However, when reviewing the system, he realized the line "cannot log out" still remained. Below it was a mission requiring the completion of at least 3 more dungeons. Suddenly, the main character received a notification that someone from Ares wanted to meet him. They asserted that even after being rejected, they would still try to persuade Hyun-gu at all costs. The security guard said the other party belonged to Ares' guild and hoped the main character would consider meeting them. Hyun-gu thought that if he did not settle it decisively once, they would continue to harass him. Therefore, he decided to meet them, and the one who came was Kang Byung-ho, the head of human resources of Ares. That man bluntly asked whether Hyun-gu could succeed without joining their guild. That man assured that upon joining Ares, he would no longer have to endure unnecessary hardships. Faced with this attitude, Hyun-gu felt they were subtly applying pressure. When the main character responded, the bald man angrily shouted, acting in a provocative manner. The head of human resources remained calm, once again asking Hyun-gu to consider the offer. Ares was notorious for abusing its power, looking down on others and monopolizing most of the dungeons in Korea. At present, Ares' guild exclusively controlled up to 66% of the dungeons. They held full control over D-rank dungeons for newcomers and A-rank dungeons containing many valuable items, then sold entry tickets for cash. Newcomers who wanted to gain experience or sustain their lives were forced to buy tickets or join Ares. They had no other choice besides those 2 paths. Kang Byung-ho warned that even though this was the association headquarters, Hyun-gu should not speak carelessly because their people were everywhere. That man emphasized that Hyun-gu should think very carefully about the proposal. To show off, the bald man threw a punch that shattered the table, boasting that he was an extremely powerful hunter. He was confident that all his stats had reached a rank and challenged Hyun-gu whether he had enough strength to defeat him. Hearing that, Hyun-gu found it so ridiculous he could barely hold back his laughter. Just seeing those guys standing there rambling was enough to make his eyes itch. He lifted a slipper, his tone slightly mocking yet still full of confidence as he declared that this alone was enough to call someone to bring coffins for them. It seemed a world-shaking battle was about to erupt, yet the bald man ended up taking the slipper straight to the face and was left dizzy. It was only a brief opening move, yet he had already slammed headfirst into the wall as if out of control. It looked like this time he might have to go greet his ancestors early. Only then did Kang Byung-ho truly gape in shock. Could this be the master who had been rumored for so long? He realized the male lead was far more formidable than he had initially expected. But in the end, he was still just a frog at the bottom of a well. The old man thought perhaps Jae-gyun now considered himself the strongest under heaven. That if he encountered a true master, would he still be able to endure? Kang Byung-ho believed the power and strength accumulated within the Ares Guild were enough to make Jan-gul bow his head. In his mind, the script should have unfolded that way. The reality before him seemed to deviate from his expectations. Without using any magic power, Hyun-gu still delivered such a heavy blow. The old man trembled, not daring to act rashly for the moment. Hyun-gu stepped closer and coldly asked if he knew what he hated most. It was being threatened by others. With a single decisive strike, Hyun-gu knocked his opponent down and made the whole group suffer a lesson they would never forget. After returning home, the young man calmly enjoyed his meal as if nothing had happened. However, his friend worriedly reminded him that Jan Gun was too tactless. Those Aries members were notorious for their aggressiveness. The troubles they caused were never small, so unless forced, no one wanted to get involved with them. They could suppress others so they could not join any guild, and in dungeons they would even neatly dispose of anyone who stood in their way. Because inside a dungeon, no one could control what would happen. Even so, Hyun-gu seemed unconcerned, only feeling that this world was too harsh. Si-hein then expressed his wish for the male lead to join his guild. But Hyun-gu firmly refused to join any guild because he still had his own goal to accomplish. In the Adren research room, Jian Quan had studied for 12 years yet still could not explain why he alone had been trapped in the tutorial tower. Resentment in Jian Quan's heart grew stronger by the day. He longed for an answer. Who had built that tower and imprisoned him for more than a decade? If he uncovered the secret and found the one behind it, he would surely make them pay a worthy price. The Aran research room was a C-rank dungeon, considered an ideal place for beginners to train. Yet Hyun-gu found it difficult to enter because Ares was monopolizing the dungeons, including Adren. This left Hyun-gu extremely indignant. He wondered where the government was there no anti-monopoly law, but then realized no one dared interfere with that perilous dungeon. If anyone died inside, everything would be deemed an accident. On the surface, Ares was a model enterprise. Aside from controlling the hunter world, their image in the media was quite positive. Hyun-gu had once considered sneaking into Adren, but Ares guards were always stationed there. Even so, he did not give up, determined to find another way to infiltrate. A bold path that few dared to choose was to confront Ares head-on. Even if he had to become their enemy, the male lead accepted it. After dealing with Kang Byung-ho, he had already been regarded as a rival. Hershin Woo, the head of the Ares branch in Korea and an S-rank hunter, was stunned when he saw the projected ability analysis of Jian Quan. Data was compiled from surveillance videos inside Jian Guan tutorial tower through a newly imported analysis system. Though still doubtful, they knew the greatest margin of error would only differ by about one level. Hershin Woo was both curious and excited by those results. If these figures were real, they had to recruit Jian Guan at all costs. However, the head of human resources reported that the plan to recruit Jian Quan had failed. Hearing that, Hershin Woo thought there was no need to forcefully win over someone like that. According to him, those recruited had to bring clear benefits to the guild, and with such stats, if exploited in dungeons or labyrinths, he would bring enormous achievements and profits. But what if he refused to stay in his place and set his sights on his seat? Turned out the branch chief feared the male lead like a beautiful apple that concealed danger. Hershin Woo came up with the idea of not recruiting Jian Quan, but instead finding a way to cause him some trouble. Suddenly someone rushed back to urgently report to Chief Joe about the situation at the Adren research room. The girl earnestly begged to enter the C-rank dungeon, but was stopped by the Ares checkpoint. They blocked her from hunting and coldly declared that those without ability or money should not expect to live easily. No matter how she pleaded, they still upheld the rules. At that moment, Hyun-gu appeared with a bewildered expression, making the guards think he was just looking for the restroom. Hyun-gu calmly replied that he was not looking for the restroom, but had business inside the dungeon. A gatekeeper scolded that even if you are crazy, you should know where to be crazy. Who are you? Hot-tempered by nature, the male lead flared up upon hearing that and no longer wanted to endure. Hyun-gu once again pulled out the legendary slipper, capable of taking on any master. I already tried to speak nicely. Do you not see how friendly I am? In the blink of an eye, Hyun-gu unleashed his strength and sent the guard flying back into the checkpoint. After striking so hard, he still pretended it was accidental, muttering, "Oh no. I should have restrained my strength a little." At the same time, Jiang Gun even mocked them and took the remaining guard new shoes. He even praised the shoes for looking as hard as iron, yet surprisingly light. Because he had overdone it, Hyun-gu worn-out slippers were badly damaged, yet he still brazenly stepped into Adren under the stunned gaze of the gatekeeper. He had thought that if no one caused trouble, nothing would happen. But once he regarded someone as an opponent, he would be determined to defeat him to the end. No one could understand why Jian Quan was so stubborn. At that moment, Jian Quan was instead excited about the new shoes on his feet. Earlier, Si-Hein had chatted and heard the male lead talk about how Hyun-gu stats had skyrocketed. Inside Adren, a group was still tirelessly hunting the boss in hopes of improving their ability. Suddenly they saw men quietly walking alone inside. He did not look like a true hunter. Facing the growling boss, Jian Quan remained unusually calm, holding a large syringe and speaking in a threatening tone. The new research material has arrived. Where should I start? The eyes, the heart, or the spine? Tell me which part you prefer and I will indulge you. 12 years ago, the male lead friends had known what Jian Guan had endured as a child. He had lived in an orphanage, as if under house arrest throughout his childhood. After his parents died in a traffic accident, his cousin heartlessly sent him to an orphanage and seized the entire family fortune. It was unclear whether Hyun-gu was once again disappointed in himself, as usual. Although he always claimed he was fine if he were restrained or oppressed, Hyun-gu would not argue but would instead unleash his overwhelming pressure on the other party. Therefore, when he encountered the boss, he acted entirely on instinct. In just a short moment, the enormous boss was dealt with. Those who witnessed it finally realized that Hyun-gu was the top phenomenon dominating the forum. In other words, he was the renowned expert everyone knew. That tracksuit and distinctive hairstyle were unmistakable. At the 5th basement level of the Korean branch of the Ares Guild, in the management room, Department Head Gyushin received the head of human resources. He discussed 2 rookies who had just left the guidance tower with a level capability rating. After reviewing the analysis chart, they could hardly believe their eyes and questioned its accuracy. Even so, they admitted that Hyun-gu was outstanding beyond the scope of genius, almost like a monster. Their objective was to handle Hyun-gu discreetly. They had also heard that the protagonist had stirred chaos in their exclusive dungeon, though their guard hunters had been active at the time. The incident made them lose face and left them irritated. Yushin believed that with such ability, inflicting moderate harm on Min would be extremely difficult. They planned to resolve it quietly to avoid disturbing the branch director, who was already troubled by the plan to penetrate the Chinese market. The Chinese Guild Pedo, established 2 years ago, currently holds 52% of the exclusive dungeons in the country. 4 years after leaving the tower, the guild master had led Pedo into becoming a formidable force with leadership as powerful as monsters. Even more astonishing, the guild master of Pedo is an S-level hunter, ranked 5th on the global leaderboard. However, his background remains a mystery. Yushin believed there was no need to worry too much about Kim Hyun-gu since they had to face Pedo and could not waste manpower. They wanted to dispatch a formally trained individual to deal with the protagonist cleanly. Meanwhile, Hyun-gu lounged with his legs crossed, marveling at the miraculous development of the modern world. The young man was amazed that with just a smartphone, he could capture a clear photo of Si-Hein. Si-Hein scratched his head awkwardly because the phone originally bought to contact Jiangyuan was now being clung to by the protagonist for 3 straight hours. Si-Hein announced that the Deep Forest Tribe dungeon in Seoul no longer seemed to have a boss. The boss had been eliminated several weeks ago, and its mechanism differed from the guidance tower. In the tower, a boss usually respawned after 1 day, similar to ordinary monsters. But in real dungeons, monsters appeared continuously without pause. However, a boss required a long period to regenerate after being defeated. Each dungeon had a different cycle, and the Deep Forest Tribe took about a month, leaving Hyun-gu unsettled. Even so, the boss had been slain nearly 4 weeks ago, meaning it would revive in only 2 or 3 more days. As for the swamp dungeon the protagonist mentioned, it was under the control of the RS Guild. Jiang always felt exhausted because even hunting a single monster was complicated. Si-Hein wondered when Hyun-gu would register his rank at the Hunter Association, while he calmly asked whether it was mandatory. However, registering would bring benefits such as limited support equipment and monetary rewards. During that, Hyun-gu became extremely excited about the money and eagerly asked about the income, prompting Si-Hein to explain that every 2 or 3 months they had to participate in real combat. Regarding payment, a B rank receives about 1.3 million won, and a rank gets 2.5 million won, and an S rank much more, with Si-Hein earning around 7 million won each month. After hearing this, Hyun-gu widened his eyes in astonishment and immediately urged his younger brother to register at once. At the energy measurement office of the Hunter Association, Hyun-gu and Si-Hein had arrived. The counter staff was stunned to realize he was the one who left the tower after 12 years, and the name currently mentioned everywhere. He thought achieving good results was nothing worth making a fuss about. With a calm expression, he confirmed the personal information and handed the device to him. It was the Explorer Eyes, displaying rank through a hologram and officially recognized. After testing, Hyun-gu was determined to be B rank. Based on his current reputation, he should have reached B+. He was startled when he heard Jian Guan say that he possessed magical luck. His shock made him unable to believe his eyes and simultaneously stirred the media into a frenzy. The breaking news spread immediately, and keywords related to the protagonist became trending searches. Aside from magical power, all his other skills had reached a rank. These data were released by the measurement staff. People discussed that few in the world could match Jian Guan. That meant he could claim the position of the #1 hunter. Thousands of envious gazes turned toward him, leaving the protagonist helpless. After only a few hours of testing, the information had spread everywhere. According to Hyun, Hyun-gu popularity made everyone pay special attention. Moreover, his destruction of the Ares dungeon caused many forces to monitor him closely. Hyun wondered whether his brother cared about any of this. The Ares Guild had likely gathered sufficient information and would certainly not let matters go after today's incident. Although his younger brother was worried, Hyun-gu remained indifferent. He even laughed loudly while looking at his phone. He seemed extremely fascinated by the peculiar character on the screen. It was the game's standby screen that always appeared whenever he moved toward a dungeon. The majestic posture and radiant aura effects were truly eye-catching, truly a hunter capable of anything. Hyun helplessly reminded him that the character was himself. Hearing that from delighted surprise, Jiang Nguyen quickly regained his composure. Wan and Xian are both busy, only you are free. Irene sighed at her rustic older brother, emphasizing that she was also a guild master. At present, she was only trying to arrange time to accompany him. After the management office of the Ares Guild received Hyun-gu measurement results, Yushin understood why the branch director wanted to deal with the protagonist. To confront Hyun-gu, they even summoned Zinshin. This was the hunter rumored to be on the verge of reaching S rank in China and strong enough to face Jian Guan. The protagonist entered Hyun Dungeon Deep Forest Tribe, where the boss was about to revive. Jian Guan eagerly awaited the moment of stepping inside. Suddenly, he encountered Park Gammon, the person in charge of support and transporting byproducts. Here, the byproducts from the boss had a market value of about 20 to 35 million, leaving Jiang Nguyen astonished since he did not yet know how to use them. Siu Hai told himself that the male lead's words made sense. Someone dressed as sloppily as a rogue soldier would hardly come up with any ideas. In dungeons, people often made use of scrap materials to craft weapons or defensive armor. Park Gammon suggested filming the male lead again and uploading it to YouTube. He did not hesitate at all to say it outright, and he immediately agreed to split the revenue from the views in half. At this moment, going deeper into the forest tribe would be no different from stepping into a tangled maze. Hyun appeared extremely serious and tense, while Hyun-gu still maintained a rather cocky attitude, all just to look good on camera and earn some extra income. The young man continuously threw out powerful punches and kicks, showing off all his strength to make the footage as impressive as possible. This inadvertently provoked the orc boss at the entrance of the Deep Forest Tribe's dungeon into a violent rage. With a single move, he cleared the way and even lured the boss out, truly the mark of an expert. The more he filmed, the more fired up the male lead became, casually showing off a bit of his strength. Along with his legendary pair of slippers, Hyun-gu rushed forward with a strike that left the boss stunned, then climbed onto its shoulder and swiftly slammed it to the ground. Park Gammon filmed while tears streamed down his face, witnessing such an unreal scene before his eyes for the first time. It truly was a video that could become a sensation. One silently observing the male lead's every move was Shinchin Gang, the man summoned by Gyushin. Even he had to admit that the rogue soldier was indeed a monster, as the rumor said. Male lead possessed no mana or special skill, relying solely on his overwhelming physical strength. But what Hyun-gu could not overcome was easy to guess. Shinchin Gang received news that tomorrow he would enter the dungeon managed by the Ares Guild. He was confident this was a good opportunity. At the entrance to the swamp ahead, the rogue soldier still stood there with a calm expression. Even so, a faint sense of unease arose within him. Opening his phone, he saw a message from Xian asking if he was heading to the dungeon. He reminded him not to forget what they had said about the Ares Guild yesterday. The young man did not understand why the girls were so worried. Hyun-gu calmly stepped inside, thinking that knowing about that guild would not change anything. Xian anxiously asked why he wanted to enter the dungeon controlled by Ares. He suspected he intended to provoke the Ares Guild. Without hiding anything, Hyun-gu calmly replied that he did intend to do so. The girl could only feel helpless, worrying would solve nothing. She had heard about the rogue soldier's power stats from Si. She had even watched the video of him fighting on YouTube. Even knowing Hyun-gu was very strong, she still did not want him to cause trouble with Ares, only hoping he would resolve it quickly. The swamp ahead was an ranked dungeon, and this was also where the Ares guild was waiting for the boss to respawn to begin their competition. Even after Seo Xian's warning, the male lead still maintained an indifferent attitude. He recalled the warning not to get involved with Ares, but he found that truly difficult to do. Hyun-gu believed the other's sword-waving tricks would change nothing. From the moment he stepped in, they had looked down on him, and when struck they were no different. Even when threatened, they dragged out Ares' name and became aggressive. From beginning to end, they were all cut from the same cloth. As expected, the leader charged forward, and everything repeated itself. He was struck by Hyun-gu and left stunned. The old slippers became even more tattered. Entering the dungeon alone, Hyun-gu encountered the gigantic swamp boss Mega Alligator. Remembering Seo Xian's words, its hide was extremely thick and durable, highly valuable. Even its teeth were the same. The male lead eagerly rushed in to attack, as if facing a delicacy. Fighting while singing, Hyun-gu handled it neatly and quickly skinned it. In just a moment, he grabbed both of its tails, leaving the boss completely helpless. The first time the boss revealed a frightened gaze as it was spun around repeatedly. Not only humans, even the boss grew dizzy from the spinning. It opened its eyes in pain, seemingly enraged. As the male lead prepared to deliver the finishing blow, he was stopped by a chain. Shinchin Gang suddenly launched a sneak attack from behind. Hyun-gu was momentarily confused about what had happened. The opponent used a magic chain. The male lead turned back with a puzzled look at what was going on. That man smugly introduced it as a precious item sent by Ares. Hyun-gu calmly asked in return, so Ares sent an assassin. That man laughed arrogantly, recalling how the male lead had spun the boss and even knocked it down with a single powerful blow. Shinchin Gang admitted Hyun-gu was strong, but believed he would still be restrained under Sigma Art. Hyun-gu tried to struggle, but the chain did not budge. Clearly this was no ordinary chain. Bound by it, one could not use mana. Its power even surpassed a ring. That man thought Hyun-gu was afraid, yet there was no such sign on his face. Hyun-gu even asked again with a blank expression. This strange calmness made the opponent uncomfortable. That man thought those who had faced him before were all the same. Once captured, they would pretend to be calm, and then look for a chance to escape. Hyun-gu merely replied indifferently, so that is how it is. That made the hunter nearly lose control. It seemed Hyun-gu was not only strong, but also very skilled at provoking others. That man charged forward using poison bombs and skills to take down the male lead. But Hyun-gu still kept an indifferent expression. The opponent was shocked when the attack had no effect. That man began to retreat, bewildered as to why. Then he gathered all his strength and rushed up again. He was sent flying by Hyun-gu's punch. Hyun-gu smiled and said, "If you want to capture me, you will have to bind my entire body tightly." With a body reduced to skin and bones like this, he still had more than enough strength to keep moving. At this point, the Shinchin Gang had no choice but to bitterly admit that Hyun-gu was a monster. Jiang merely sneered, saying that since everything had suddenly fallen apart like this, was he supposed to just stand there and take it? The young man delivered the most decisive kick he had ever thrown, using his legendary pair of slippers. The sound of impact rang out sharply. Hyun-gu coldly reminded that man that if he had come here with the intent to take a life, he should have prepared himself. Even the boss hesitated at this moment, standing frozen without daring to make another move. Ryan Kwan even sent his opponent flying into the air. Suddenly, the system issued a notification congratulating you for meeting the minimum requirements. The status panel was updated with new data, and the final piece of information would also be unlocked. Jian Quan stood stunned, still unable to comprehend what was happening. The management office of the 5th floor of Jude Ares, an official notice confirmed that On Kang had died. When they discovered it, the tree binding him had completely sunk into the swamp. Although no body was found, it was certain that he had been devoured by the monsters there. It was truly regrettable that the hunter On Kang had not only reached S rank, but also possessed 7 skills. No one dared believe that Hyun-gu, once considered ordinary, could defeat him. Still groggy, he jolted awake when he saw the notification panel was in temporary protection mode. Something seemed to have changed. Hyun-gu had thought he would receive information about the tower. But unexpectedly, everything had been frozen for more than 2 hours. All at once, he realized that he had just acquired a new skill. However, this skill was still incomplete at the moment. Seeing his older brother constantly losing his temper, Si-hai could only quietly step aside. Even though he thought it was just an ordinary skill, Hyun-gu still sensed a clear change within himself. If he received an invitation from the system, he believed he would uncover more secrets, including information about the tower. Suddenly, Hyun-gu was transported into a strange space as a protector. The woman in white introduced herself as Hyun-gu's assistant, named Avi. At that moment, he understood many things and finally learned why he had been imprisoned in the tower for 12 years. Hyun-gu stood dumbfounded waiting for an explanation, but Avi remained silent until he awkwardly asked if she intended to say anything. She simply replied with an innocent expression, asking what he wanted her to explain. That made him irritated, thinking she was teasing him after summoning him without clarifying her purpose. Even so, Avi's task was only to answer the questions that Hyun-gu directly asked. Only then did he grasp the issue and begin to focus on what he needed to ask. He wanted to know who had imprisoned him in the guide tower, but Avi could not disclose it because it was classified information beyond his authority. Looking back at the notification window, Hyun-gu realized everything was truly complicated. It seemed only those with higher authority could know who had locked him inside the tower. When he asked what the guide tower was, Avi replied that this too was information beyond the scope of someone with low authority. He stubbornly continued asking about the purpose of the tower creation and the origin of the monsters. However, all of it exceeded the limits of what she could provide. This made him feel as though he was being toyed with, receiving no satisfactory answers at all. So angry that he burst into laughter, he revealed a bitter smile. Seeing that, Avi grew slightly anxious and revealed that he was the protector. He responded with sarcasm, saying the information was truly valuable and thanking her mockingly. Hyun-gu tried to remain calm to ask more questions, but the result was no better. Avi explained that he was currently only a temporary protector, and once he became an official guardian. At that time, everything he wanted to know, even things he did not wish to know, would be revealed. The process to become an official guardian would last 5 days. In the place where Hyun-gu was living, there was a key hidden deep within, which would upgrade information authority if found. Upon obtaining it, he would officially become a true guardian. After learning these things, the main character skill was upgraded, and Avi sent the updated information. He was extremely curious about what the final outcome would be. Hyun-gu arranged to meet 4 friends to ask about Kravas and was told it was a dreadful catastrophe. RS Guild members were furious after hiring VIP Pro, yet still failing to deal with Jian Quan. This time, Gyushin was determined to corner Jiang Gun by spending a large sum to hire stronger hunters than before. Only after eliminating Hyun-gu could they fully focus on dealing with Padaza. They feared that if China intervened, the monstrous army would wipe out all their members. However, if the plan failed, the consequences would be beyond imagination, so much so that they dared not think about it. Ansel took out a ring worth 2 billion, the reward from the trip to the Mekong. Difference between a dungeon and a maze lay in the relics, and this ring was one of them. In a dungeon, one could collect special resources or receive gems and auxiliary items when defeating monsters. Meanwhile, treasures from a maze hoard displayed powerful effects right from the start. The ring had been enchanted, making its power far superior to ordinary items. As he carefully observed, the main character's skill activated, allowing him to examine the ring with a new ability. Even so, after looking at it repeatedly, it still seemed like just an ordinary skill, without any clear effect. After finishing his work, he prepared to enter the maze. If the ring was truly worth 2 billion, Hyun-gu was ready to order every dish in the restaurant. And of course, the one paying the bill would be Seo-hoon. Kravas was a phenomenon where the ground split apart, and monsters continuously emerged from it. China and Germany had once experienced this disaster, also known as Hellgate. Hyun-gu had thought everything was still normal, because Avi had not revealed anything. He wondered what would happen if Kravas appeared in Korea. Even if it could be contained, even the lowest level C would be enough to destroy an entire area. When Kravas occurred, their organizations along with several forces in Korea would join the battle. However, Ares would surely respond sluggishly, perhaps sending only a few people as a token gesture, which made Hyun-gu even more furious. He advised everyone to eat well and rest over the next few days because an upheaval was about to happen. Inside the tower existed a secret base, and they had received news that the 9th floor had awakened. Before long, an important position would be determined, and everyone was waiting to see what Jiang Guan could accomplish. Harsh reality unfolded when the Kravas phenomenon erupted at Jimbo International Airport. All residents within a 5-kilometer radius were ordered to evacuate urgently. The airport was forced to close, while the hunters from the association continued to fight. However, the monsters kept emerging endlessly from the Krava's fissure. The situation at this moment kept sliding in a worsening direction. The scene before their eyes tangled and suffocated. Waves of monsters surged forward to attack the soldiers and hunters. If this continued, the only outcome would be total collapse. The captain exerted himself to take down a few to ease the pressure, but compared to the numbers flooding in, it was insignificant. The situation was at a red alert. No matter how many were wiped out, they still poured toward Jimbo Airport, where the Krava's rift had appeared. Suddenly, a plus-rank monster named Giant Skeleton loomed into view. Even if everyone joined forces, it would still be difficult to stand against that creature. One by one, people were battered miserably by it. As it prepared to deliver the finishing blow to those who had fallen unconscious, he appeared just in time. Just by seeing the familiar black tracksuit, everyone knew who had arrived. Living up to the reputation of Hyun-gu, the moment he revealed himself, the plus monster shattered into pieces without retaining any form. The system sounded a new mission notification, requiring you to prove your strength by obtaining the key at the deepest point within Jimbo Airport. Countdown showed 22 minutes and 32 seconds remaining. It seemed he had no choice but to enter the airport, and while he focused intensely, everyone around could only gape in astonishment. They could not believe that Sir Kelatin had been defeated with a single blow. When everyone let their guard down, the monsters silently appeared right behind them. First, Hyun-gu intended to let the others handle this place themselves, but thinking it over felt somewhat too cruel, so he decided to step in and assist. Hyun-gu casually took the massive weapon of the giant skeleton as well. With a single decisive move, he leapt high and hurled that weapon toward the horde with astonishing force. With Hyun-gu holding the line, everyone felt reassured and believed they could hold out until reinforcements arrived. All eyes were fixed on him, yet he only told them not to gather around him and to handle the rest themselves. Then in an instant he vanished. Those remaining in the tower began to panic, unsure how to cope with the sea of monsters. Called the remainder. In truth, they were so numerous they could not be counted. Everyone was exhausted and nearly helpless before the relentless waves of attacks. The captain clenched his teeth and shouted that they were not allowed to fall here. If they fell, then those outside would have sacrificed in vain, so all of them had to unite and endure a little longer. Reinforcements would certainly arrive. Just as the monsters rampaged fiercely, Si-hein appeared in time. The entire team burst with relief because support had finally arrived. Lee Seo-jian and Han Seo-kun came along as well. They scanned around for Jian 1, and the captain informed them that he had entered the center of the tower. Hearing that, everyone decided to give it their all once more. Si-hein unleashed a blazing sky-rending slash. Lee Seo-jian released the power of lightning, quickly sweeping away the monster. Hyun-gu still believed that outside his subordinates could manage on their own. Beneath the abyss, countless monsters crawled up along the path, something even he had not anticipated. While calculating, he noticed a car teetering at the edge of the cliff. It looked like the perfect prop for Jian Quan's bold idea. But instead of being elegant, the scene turned utterly destructive. Once the car fell into his hands, its doors twisted out of shape, and it became a tool for Jian Quan to perform a bird-like glide. Hyun-gu told himself he would wipe out all of them in a single sweep. The monsters stared wide-eyed at Hyun-gu like he was a strange being descending from the sky. The moment he touched the ground was also when he sent the entire horde to judgment. To achieve the highest leap, one would need premium sneakers, yet today, wearing sandals, he still handled every challenge. In just a short while, he had cleared the battlefield. The place where he stood was the bottom of Krava's, and the final boss finally revealed itself. Hanging on its body was the key, the item that would certify him. It swaggered forward and became Jian Quan's final target. However, he somewhat underestimated the opponent. Its counterattack was stronger than expected. Hyun-gu was momentarily taken aback by that sudden turn of events. It had to be admitted that this monster was truly formidable. He rushed in to deliver a decisive strike, but its power blocked him. It even knocked him flying and sent him crashing face first to the ground. It was not only strong but far beyond Jian Quan's expectations. Moreover, it was completely different from the opponents he had encountered in the tower. Suddenly, he remembered that he still had a secret weapon. Right after that, he loudly provoked the boss and declared that he would end it. At this moment, Hyun-gu had no choice but to use the move he did not wish to repeat. He was still trapped in the tower. He had once read in a martial arts novel that if one reached the pinnacle of martial mastery, one could escape outside. At that time, Hyun-gu was extremely desperate. He tried every possible method and then began practicing punches and kicks. even though those martial moves sounded like things only seen on screen, from television dramas or web novels, but that was no longer important. He hoped that upon reaching the peak and completing his goal there would be a great change. At first Hyun-gu imitated the ridiculous stances he had once seen, yet all of it was meaningless. However, the ability points accumulated during the time trapped in the tower, after hundreds of trials had turned those seemingly useless motions into reality. Though he did not want to recall that dark period, at this critical moment he still had to reenact it. The 1-inch punch was launched straight at the boss by Jian Quan. After dealing with that monster, he glanced around and fortunately no one had witnessed it. Especially the embarrassing habit of shouting the move name loudly, he did not want anyone to hear it. The system announced that you had captured Red Demon Akko and proven yourself. You are invited to become an official guardian. When the remaining time ends you will receive the invitation. At this moment all the long-standing questions of Hyun-gu seemed about to be answered. Suddenly he discovered a camera hovering in the air closely following his every movement. At the Aries Association, they were still engaged in heated discussion about Hyun-gu. The documents they possessed were not internal reports, but official ability indices from the Hunter Association. The boss appeared furious because according to the footage Jan, one clearly did not stop at a rank. No magic power revealed, no special equipment, only simple sportswear. The director turned to ask whether the department head had gathered enough files. He replied that he had collected everything that could be found. According to the director, some matters could not be handled with overwhelming force at the moment, so he devised another plan. Prepare everything thoroughly, and once it is complete, the action will erupt immediately. The next morning, at the Korean branch of the Hunter Association, the association held a medal ceremony to honor the hunters who had prevented the Krava's crisis. Hyun-gu naturally attended that solemn event as well. Thanks to Hyun-gu's appearance, the livestream attracted hundreds of viewers. However, Jian's familiar worn outfit even caught the attention of the Minister of National Defense. He even wondered whether he should buy the young man a new set of clothes. Despite his good intentions, he was met with a blunt reply from Hyun-gu that it was not something he needed to worry about. That response only made the keyboard heroes feel even more satisfied. It was the first time the minister had encountered someone who dared to speak so brazenly, and he was furious. He even left immediately after receiving his award, without offering a single word of farewell. In the outskirts of Beijing, China, inside Patagon's castle, a young woman soaking in the water was intently watching a video about Jian Guan. He asked in surprise what that person's name was. The servant replied that it was Hyun-gu, the one who had recently left the guidance tower in Korea. After hearing that, she immediately wanted to investigate every detail about the main character, from his past to his present, without missing anything. This time, the forces of Pado Castle had taken over all the dungeons in the southern region. However, during the process they clashed with Ares Gui, and several of their members were subdued. If their cold master were to comment, what rank of member would allow themselves to be captured by such foolish Ares? Truly disgraceful. Anyone who could not return on their own had no place to remain here. Accelerate the takeover of all dungeon rights within the same territory. Not a single portion may be left behind. Elsewhere, Li Xiaoxian was still helpless before her famously poor English ability. Hyun-gu looked at his younger sister with an innocent gaze, completely unaware of what was happening. After the commotion with the minister at the award ceremony, a wave of articles about Jian erupted and became sensational headlines. Hyun-gu believed that whether it was 12 years ago or now, reporters behaved no differently. No matter how it was explained, Li Xiaoxian still found it unacceptable to receive the award and then leave like that. He even wore sportswear and slippers onto the stage, utterly lacking in formality. Hyun-gu simply thought he would never see them again, so there was no need to care about etiquette or attitude, which was also why he had lived on his own terms all these years. It was Hyun-gu himself who made Ares view him as an enemy, causing public opinion to surge. He had not left the tower long before gaining that many adversaries. It was unclear how Jian planned to proceed. Only Han Seo-won still believed that Jan-won was not the type to act without thinking. The system notified you to become an official guardian. When the countdown ends you will accept the invitation, 14 seconds remaining. At that crucial moment, Hyun-gu agreed to join as an official member. Upon meeting Avi again, he immediately asked how much his information authority had increased. She replied that thanks to handling the Red Demon Akko, the main character's authority had risen from the lowest rank to low rank. Another puzzling matter appeared once again. Jian asked irritably whether she was joking with him. Avi feared he might act recklessly, so she hurriedly explained that she was only repeating what she had been taught and hoped he would calm down. At this moment, Hyun-gu found it hard to restrain himself, who had taught her something like that. The main character was deeply disappointed. After struggling against such a powerful enemy, his rank had only risen slightly. Avi added that although he could now read more information, things would become even more difficult later on. You are officially a guardian, so I can clearly state the mission you must carry out. Complete those tasks and you will obtain what you desire. From now on, the main character must prevent the climbers, those who climb the tower. Although he had been inside the tower for a very long time, this was the first time Jaein Gyuwon had heard that term. However, Avi did not mention the guidance towers he had once known. The tower she spoke of consisted of a total of 12 floors, including Earth. The main character was currently protecting the 9th floor within Earth's 12-floor system. His mission was to block the climbers who sought to advance to the 9th floor. What Hyun-gu cared about most was who had placed him inside the tower from the very beginning. Unexpectedly, finding the answer proved so difficult, making him even more frustrated. The growing burden of tasks made everything more chaotic. Avi warned that if the climbers were not stopped, the 9th floor would be erased. At that time, Hyun-gu and the place where he lived would also cease to exist. Still angry, Hyun-gu raised his voice and made Avi tremble. Did she mean that no matter what he had to remain silent and endure? Girl quickly said she had not meant that. The main character's attitude hurt her to the point of tears. Avi was originally one of the system managers of the 9th floor. There was no need for him to be so harsh. He took a deep breath and explained that choosing him as guardian was ultimately for his own sake and benefit. Moreover, there were rewards. The more climbers he handled, the higher his achievements would be. Hyun-gu wanted to know what level of information authority he needed to reach in order to hear about the one who created the tower and the reason that man imprisoned him there. To access that information, the main character had to reach the highest authority. In other words, capturing climbers would help his rank continue to rise. He immediately asked how many of them were required to reach the maximum level. Avi replied that it depended on the level of the climber main captured. Simply put, if he defeated 5 high-level climbers, he might unlock the highest authority. The red goblin he had previously captured was only a low-level climber. At this point, Jaein had somewhat grasped the situation. The system announced that when a climber advanced, a mid-level alert would be triggered for low authority. The young man felt everything was so tangled that he could hardly endure the dull ache in his head. He focused solely on that single issue. Suddenly, he received a call from Lee Seo-john. His younger sister panicked and reported that something major had happened, telling him to turn on the news immediately. The broadcast declared it was shocking news that had set public opinion ablaze. Actor Jaein Gyuwon was accused of taking action against an Aries Duet member in the recent Cravash incident. After hearing that false rumor, Jaein Gyuwon merely let out a faint chuckle. At Han Seo-kun's house, Jan Kun received hundreds of incoming calls in succession. Emily was so worried she was nearly in tears, unable to understand who had pushed matters this far. You know that being trapped in the tower for 12 years, and then returning has made your name explode in fame. Just a few days ago, he had single-handedly dealt with Kravas and drawn the attention of many nations, yet now he was branded a murderer. Since the trouble with Aries, she had been restless and uneasy at all times. While his subordinates were worried sick, the male lead remained calm as if nothing had happened. He lay back leisurely and coldly said, "Do not worry about me. Worrying is useless." She was furious to the point of madness. Did he think this was still inside the tower? Seeing that reaction, Hyun-gu innocently asked, "Do you like me?" The question left her frozen for several seconds. She had to take deep breaths to endure this exasperating man. If he said one more word, she would let him taste a bit of lightning. Just a light joke had already made her this angry. If he spoke seriously, it would be even more chaotic. The moment he turned on his phone, he saw thousands of missed calls. It was the first time Han Seo-kun had been bombarded like this. The keyword Jaein and Gyuwon shot straight to the top of search trends, dragging his subordinates into the spotlight as well. Unlike everyone else, Hyun-gu was excited because it was his first time topping the trend. The press simultaneously published news about the suspect Jaein Gyuwon, questioning whether his colleagues shared the same tendency, along with Arisjol recounting the damage caused by a high-rank hunter. Thousands of headlines all revolved around the name Jaein and Gyuwon. All of them were facing a wave of public opinion, and in just 30 minutes they would step into a press conference. Hyun-gu asked Han Seo-kun to gather all the reporters. His subordinates were upset because he had prepared nothing yet hurried to hold a press conference. Even if that was his style, he could not just speak recklessly. Was he planning to cause chaos in the hall? Hyun-gu felt exasperated because in their eyes, he was no different from a fool. On the Aries side, they were pleased because everything was going according to plan. As soon as the news was released, most of last night's broadcasts revolved around this incident. Ongoing discussions showed that social media was fiercely debating about the rogue soldier. They believed that with the current public opinion, no matter how he appeared, it would be hard to turn the tide. That made the Aries Guild even more confident of victory. The goal now was to control the entire situation. They clung to Hyun-gu's so-called arrogant actions to seize the initiative. The faster his reputation rose, the more it could become a double-edged sword for the rogue soldier. The press conference was broadcast live, and the RS Guild had sent people to prevent any mishaps. At the Mo Dong Hall, Hyun-gu was the center of attention, yet sat in a controversial posture. As expected, heroes never follow the beaten path. Reporters bombarded him with questions. Were the circulating rumors true, Mr. Kim Hyun-gu? Why did he target Aries, and what was his view of this organization? He calmly replied that he was not familiar with press conference etiquette, so he would speak in his own way. He took out his phone and asked everyone to listen first before drawing conclusions. Honestly, I do not know why Aries acted that way. In the past, I declined their recruitment offer. I did not expect them to appear like that. Hyun-gu replayed the recording of the hunter hired to frame him. Every word rang clearly in the reporter's ears, accompanied by several sharp images. He calmly said everyone must have heard the information from Aries. It was about the incident at the swamp where Hunter Zin Cho on Kang died. I went there to hunt the boss. I did not expect to get entangled in this matter. The media reported it as if Aries was entirely the victim. The reporter immediately pressed further. So did Arizul falsely accuse Hunter Zangal? Can he guarantee the recording is real? In the 4-era altering voices is not difficult. Hyun-gu decided to clarify everything. Keeping it back was useless. If you think this is edited, I can provide additional evidence. This is the phone of the person who tried to harm me. Because it has a password, I have not been able to open it, but handing it to security experts or the police will surely clarify everything. In any case, I brought it so you can clearly see the intent of the assassin sent by Aries. I am just a rookie who left the tower. He rushed at me, so I had to defend myself. I fought only to preserve my own life. Unfortunately, in the midst of the fight, he suddenly encountered Mega Alligator. The dungeon boss ended everything in a way no one expected. Previously, Hyun-gu had admitted he was the one who caused that man's death. He explained that he said so because that death was partly related to him. If that man had not confronted me, he would not have left himself so exposed. Once heard Aries praised as a wonderful place, so I wanted to let it pass in silence, but they pushed the matter too far. After finishing his explanation, Jian Nguyen calmly left, ignoring the aftermath behind him. Immediately afterward, the media simultaneously reported that all accusations against the rogue soldier were fabricated by Aries. A single counterattack left the other side's leaders furious, yet unable to do anything. With one seemingly simple move, Hyun-gu turned the situation around. Seeing a chance to dissect Aries, the press eagerly dug deeper. This story was even more compelling than news about an ordinary hunter. Si-hein was stunned by the rogue soldier's incredibly refined handling. The male lead seemed to have foreseen every scenario that would unfold. Viewers watching live were surprised that he had even brought Zin Cho on Kang's phone. With his usual unruly demeanor, no one expected him to be so well prepared. However, Hyun-gu revealed that the smartphone was merely a fake. The device was not the assassin's, but the recording was entirely authentic. Everyone knew how cunning Aries Jun was, so to confront them one had to have a meticulous plan. Therefore, Hyun-gu had secretly recorded in advance and did not expect one day to use it. Lee Seo-zian worried that if the phone was thoroughly examined, flaws would be exposed. Hyun-gu affirmed that before it was handed to security, Aries would surely try to retrieve it, so he was not worried about being discovered. The Aries Jude headquarters was located in the United States, a massive corporation owning dungeons across the world. Among them, South Korea was the country where they held the largest dungeon market share. Now they only had to wait and see how they would show themselves, offer a deal or devise another scheme. Confronting Jan Gun meant heavy losses, while Jan Gun had nothing to lose. Hyun-gu wanted to take a walk alone and told Si-hein not to follow behind. The moment he arrived, he saw a group of people already waiting there. He had been curious about what would happen if he went out alone, and sure enough, the instant he appeared they blocked his path. The group said someone wanted to meet Jian Quan and demanded that he follow them immediately. Suddenly the young man let out a foolish laugh and asked why they were dressed like that, which faction they belonged to. It must be some big shot from Ares looking for me. The masked man replied that if he obediently followed him, everything would become clear. Jian Quan showed a defiant look, and if I refuse to go, what will you do, force me? After the Krava's incident, I became famous overnight, and knowing that you still dare to act recklessly, you must have some nerve. They had just raised their hands to act when a surge of force shot straight at them, startling everyone into stepping back. The main character even mocked them, telling them to go pull radishes by the roadside to relax, which infuriated the whole group. The entire group charged at Hyengu at once. Each of them used a different skill such as acceleration, extreme force concentration, or gravity enhancement. They surrounded him tightly, their blades all aimed at him. But all of them were stunned when the assault proved completely ineffective. The main character merely asked calmly if they were done performing. Without another word, he swept them all away. Completely overpowered, they had no choice but to surrender. Hyengu grabbed one by the collar and asked who was behind this. On the outskirts of Guangzhou in Gyeonggi province, there existed a secret basement belonging to a hunter faction that specialized in dark dealing. To build this place, they had poured in a considerable amount of money just to create a discreet operating space. Team 1's mission today was to bring a famous figure named Jan 1 here. In their assessment, Jian Quan had been appearing frequently on TV lately, so he was certainly not the timid type. Imagining him being escorted here by Team 1, their superiors would surely be pleased. Today in this basement, they could handle everything as they pleased. They had thought Team 1 would easily seize Jian Quan, yet the situation was completely reversed. Even the captain of Team 1 had to kneel and beg for mercy in front of him. Just from that bearing, they immediately guessed that this was Jian Guan. The main character leisurely walked into their secret base. He inwardly thought they were truly wealthy to dig out an entire underground hideout. When asked what his purpose was in coming here, Hyengu calmly declared that, "I am the one who will send you all to another world." In a room filled with torture devices, a girl from the Pedo Zut Guild was tightly bound and held hostage. Looking at her condition, it was hard to tell how much pressure they had put on her. Yushin did this solely to extract internal information and weaknesses from the opposing side. This girl was too steadfast. No matter the danger, she refused to utter a word. As a result, he went mad, ordering them to drag her away and threaten her with a fate worse than death. Several hunters expressed concern about the consequences if something bad happened to the girl. However, Gyushin roared that there was no need to care. Since she would not confess anyway, they might as well handle her as they wished. Just as they were about to finish her off, Hyengu appeared like a gust of wind. "It is me. You are looking for me, right?" Gyushin was both frightened and furious. "How did you get in here? Where is Team 1's captain?" Jian Quan smiled amiably and replied that the people sent to find me are probably lying by the roadside resting. Even gave him a choice: 1, take a beating; 2, sit down and talk properly. Suddenly a hunter rushed in from nowhere, intending to stab Hyengu. Before he could touch him, he flung him away. "Clearly I am the invited guest. Why are you so hot-tempered?" Judging from Jian Quan's display, Yushin concluded that he was definitely not merely a rank. Hunters in this basement were at least B+. The stronger ones had reached a plus, and there were even S-rank individuals deployed to confront Hyengu directly. Yet none of them could overwhelm the main character. He had single-handedly dealt with Kravas, which made him begin to doubt the monster ranking system. It was very possible that Giant Gold had reached S-rank or even higher. Even though Gyushin possessed S-rank abilities and full equipment, he still did not dare guarantee victory. Therefore he restrained himself and invited Jian Quan to calmly sit down and negotiate. Before fully grasping Hyengu's strength, he did not dare act rashly and chose to observe. Hyengu suddenly brought up the matter of compensation. He demanded they compensate him for the damage caused by Ares. "Sending people to deal with me was not enough. You were the ones who provoked this first. You even tried to use public opinion to pressure me. Do you think I will let it slide easily?" The main character demanded 10 billion won, along with several low-level dungeons they control. During this, Gyushin could not hold back and shouted that he thought he was qualified to set conditions. He replied that he was already being lenient. To Ares, that was just a small sum. Inwardly, Gyushin calculated that although 10 billion was large, they could manage it over time. But Hyengu also demanded the right to take over the low-level dungeons. As he hesitated to stall for time, the main character added another 5 billion to the demand. Realizing this was a rare opportunity, he gritted his teeth and negotiated. "Hunter Jian Guan, maintaining hostility with us brings no benefit. As long as you join Ares, anything you want we will support. He even persuaded that instead of being enemies, mutual cooperation would be more beneficial. Hyun-gu disliked beating around the bush and began to lose patience. He stated clearly that they were discussing compensation, yet he kept changing the subject. Why are you all exactly the same? You think you are impressive, and every time you open your mouth it is Ares this Ares that. Cannot even meet a simple demand, so how can you speak of accomplishing great things? Every word he spoke was bluntly directed at Gyushin. At this moment Jian Quan only wanted a decisive answer. Either accept my conditions, or someone will continue to pay the price. In the end, he could only reluctantly nod in agreement. Jian Quan returned home, dragging the still staggering girl behind him. 11 billion won along with 4 rights to take over low-level dungeons, and the girl were the compensation for Hyun-gu. Si-hein could not understand how the main character had managed to take her away from a powerful figure like Xian-yu. Hyun-gu brought the girl back both to keep her as a hostage and out of a bit of curiosity about her personal affairs. At this moment Si-hein had to leave for a trip because today was a special occasion for the bosses, so he needed to take action and subdue them all. Only by observing closely could one see that the tattoo evoked the sense of an empty beginning filled with hidden meaning. Everything seemed to stem from letting go of oneself. The mask formed from that statement bore a strange resemblance to the tattoo on her body. Could this merely be a coincidence? According to the system analysis, she was poisoned and possessed power at the B+ level. That meant she was not particularly remarkable, and in the main character memory there had never been any trace of her. Hyun-gu decided to wait for her to wake up and then ask clearly. Suddenly, a notification rang out that Climber had begun ascending to the 9th floor. Unwoo had only 5 days left to prepare. After being summoned, Avi informed Giant Gun that a new tower climber had appeared. Hyun-gu was curious who it was, and when that man had set foot there. According to the data, this climber was extremely troublesome. Before that man arrived, the Guardian had to urgently awaken magic power, otherwise the consequences would be unpredictable. This climber appeared to be high tier, but not entirely so, because if he were truly high level then magic power alone would not suffice. A high-level being could cause upheaval upon descent, and without magic power even a mid-tier would struggle to withstand it. It was still unclear where they would appear, and he also wondered whether Kravas would manifest again. However, Avi could not reveal whether Kravas would appear or not. It was possible that another form would emerge depending on the climber ability and achievements. Hearing those vague pieces of information, Hyun-gu flared up again and out of habit nearly flicked Avi on the forehead. Avi panicked and complained what kind of man did not know how to cherish a woman. She reproached him for always resorting to force when angry, asking if he had not been taught to yield to women. Hearing that, Jiang Golden grew quiet and said his parents had died in a traffic accident when he was young. He did not wish to dwell on that now, so there was no need for her to apologize. Only then did Avi realize that perhaps Hyun-gu was not as bad as she had thought. The Aurangzut High Rise Villa. Hyun-gu shouted in suspicion that this magic circle was just a scam. Seo Xian reassured him that he was about to feel magic power. What exactly was going on? Xian even eagerly suggested trying to break the 5 billion won formation. Wizards used magic to support one another. Never had anyone heard of a formation that would not activate like this. Si-hein was also present and wondered why it was already the 4th day and the cause had still not been found. He came to personally deliver a letter to Jian Guan. It was a letter from the Korean Hunter Association regarding the newly established committee. Younger ones were shocked to learn that their older brother had secretly founded an organization without anyone knowing. Not only that, he also possessed a dungeon and had many plans in mind. He named Jude as Guardian, meaning protector. Hyun-gu suddenly remembered the girl he had brought back the other day and wondered whether she had awakened. Yet she was still unconscious, making him worry whether there was a serious problem. In any case, she had already been taken for examination, so now the only option was to wait. Hyun-gu helplessly cried out that breaking things every day like this would not make magic power appear. Even now he had not felt anything. Seo Xian could only concede, and said it would be better to find someone who specialized in magical vein drilling. She was likely referring to Yasumi. It came to magical vein drilling skills, Yasumi was renowned for being unique. It was said that she could directly affect the bloodline of a hunter who had not awakened magic power to level them up, leaving Hyun-gu astonished by that strange method. However, to meet that woman one had to go to Japan, and that was quite troublesome. Just a slight mistake, Hyun-gu ruined the magic circle. Seo Xian became angry and blamed Si-hein, even though it was not his fault. In the mid-tier Mekong area of Suriname, Tokyo, Japan, that woman was Yasumi. Leader of Judy Zanami, was locked in a fierce battle. A man with a ponytail holding a sword stepped forward and said that even if it was luck, you had avoided my blade. I will let you know who I am, but how should I introduce myself? Those on the floors call me by many names, some say Climber, others call me Destroyer. Demon, some even regard me as a madman. But the most accurate title for me is Heavenly Demon. System notified through Gate D that Climber had reached the 9th floor, remaining time 0. Current location Sujinami, Tokyo, Japan. Upon receiving the urgent news, Hyun-gu immediately told Si-hein to get the car because there could be no further delay. The news broadcast issued an urgent warning about damage and casualties. Clearly Climber was causing severe upheaval. Si-hein did not understand why everything was so urgent, and why they had to go to Japan when earlier they said vein drilling was troublesome. Worse still, they did not even have passports. The situation grew increasingly chaotic. At the meeting room of the Japanese Hunter Association, Yasumi had just escaped the brink of death after news spread that she had fallen in battle against Heavenly Demon. Thanks to a special artifact, she was able to return. Heavenly Demon was so powerful that even she had to admit it. Global news of the death of Yasumi, the top-ranked S-class, left no hunter daring to come to support. If even she could not endure, then others would likely meet the same fate. With no reinforcements, the hunters entering the battlefield were pushed into a corner. Civilians suffered heavy losses, and they could not stand by any longer. On the screen appeared the image of Jian Quan confronting Heavenly Demon directly. At this moment he used Information Access Authority, but could not apply it to Climber. Looking at Heavenly Demon, Hyun-gu even joked that this concept was no different from an Eastern period drama. Unaware of Hyun-gu identity, that man stood there preparing to unleash a few basic sword strikes. Because he had dodged the first move, that man decided to proclaim himself Heavenly Demon. Despite the speed and strength of his sword, Hyun-gu still managed to evade. At first glance it seemed like an ordinary slash, but in truth it condensed energy before being swung. If struck by it, the consequences would be extremely severe. The best way was to not give Heavenly Demon the chance to swing his sword. Closing in would benefit Jian Quan more. At the same time, he could not widen the distance, and in just an instant he caused Heavenly Demon to stagger. From that moment on, that man truly acknowledged Hyun-gu as an opponent. Through all the floors before, that man had never met anyone capable of matching him. As soon as he got off the plane he rushed away, making Si-hein later see that he was already standing at the scene. Si-hein wondered whether he had known in advance when Kravas would appear. In the clash, Hyun-gu felt unusually exhilarated, and even he did not understand what skill it was. Heavenly Demon explained that those previous strikes were only Thunder Command Divine Art, and the sword used to slash was the Heavenly Demon Divine Sword. None of the skills he used came from the power of the system. His sword strikes were so fast that Hyun-gu was forced to dodge at all costs. In that brief instant, he realized he needed to step back to stay safe. The range had expanded, now he only needed to advance and attack to accumulate points. Tien-ma failed to guard in time, and continued to suffer further damage. Hyun-gu unleashed a domineering punch, filled with overwhelming force straight at his opponent. Unexpectedly, he still stood firm as if completely unharmed. He stepped closer and declared, "Let me repeat, you are not only interesting but also truly outstanding. Since embarking on the path of climbing the tower, I have never used it, but it seems now is the time to break that rule." Hyun-gu was the first to force him to use his secret power, so he needed to quickly close the distance. His titles Tien-ma or Thunder God stemmed from his ultimate technique, Heavenly Lightning Spirit God Sword. After Jiang Guan handled the exchange cleanly, this opponent was indeed like an extraordinary monster. Tien-ma admitted Hyun-gu was extremely sharp, as he had moved behind and grabbed his sleeve the moment he drew his sword. Even so, Tien-ma remained confident that the main character could not evade all of his attacks. Hyun-gu's body trembled violently as bolts of lightning spread throughout his body. The system announced that magic power had been activated at the first level. Magic power forcibly surged into his body, causing the energy within to rise. Hyun-gu let out a faint smile, wondering what exactly was happening. This was his personal ability, not a system skill, like what he had once read in martial arts novels. Those who bore the title Tien-ma all reached the pinnacle of martial arts, becoming symbols of demonic strength. Even after enduring the Heavenly Lightning Spirit God Sword, the main character still fought on resolutely. Found Jiang Guan even more intriguing when he declared he would not feel the slightest fear. Thien Ma replied that it was useless arrogance, because he could never defeat him. Though his power was still limited, his lightning current seemed to have struck Hyun-gu pressure points. While trapped in the tower, the main character had trained in countless martial arts, including techniques that were difficult to execute. In the martial world, those who comprehended that skill were revered as peerless masters. Lacking inner energy and knowledge of pressure points, Hyun-gu had previously been unable to learn this technique. He could only imitate what he read in novels, which was truly regrettable. But now Hyun-gu confidently declared that within 10 moves, his opponent would be defeated. During that, Thien Ma was startled, realizing Hyun-gu had learned the skill from him and was preparing to unleash it. Hyun-gu concentrated all his strength into a single point, and the entire battle was fully recorded. The system announced that climber Thien Ma had been successfully captured, while information authority efficiency had increased. In the city of Pido, Master was watching Jiang Guan's entire battle. This further strengthened her belief that he was her master. In the past, when she was nearly exhausted and in despair, it was Jiang Guan who appeared, defeated the monsters, and saved her. He was also the one who taught her martial arts, supported her, and gave her motivation. The remaining area was the eastern dungeon of Gui Ianza. If they seized it, all shares in China would belong to Petaza. Their current objective was to take control of this area within 1 month. This time, the queen decided to accompany her, so that when her master appeared, she would present him with a worthy position. Thinking about meeting her benefactor again, she could not help but feel nervous. Jiang Guan stepped out of the international airport. Countless cameras and reporters immediately turned toward him like a famous star. The main character face showed clear confusion, not understanding what was happening. Porters continuously asked about the technique he had used to confront Thien Ma. They also wondered why he had no magic power, yet had concealed his ability all this time. When asked whether he had prior knowledge of kravas in Japan, Jiang Guan asked everyone to remain silent so Si Hein could pose a question. Not knowing how to answer, Hyun-gu handed the matter to Si Hein and quickly left, leaving her in confusion. Upon returning home, Jiang Guan saw that the girl once rescued from Ares had awakened. She bowed her head in gratitude and expressed thanks for being saved. Her name was Hongjin, an officer of Pedro Jut, who had been captured by Ares when they seized a dungeon. Caught Hyun-gu's attention most was the familiar tattoo on her shoulder, the symbol of pedagogy. Hongjin explained that this symbol had been carved by Master Gui himself, representing supreme authority. During the process, that person had said that nothing could stand above her, except the heavens. Aside from that, everything else was beneath her authority. Hearing this, Hyun-gu suddenly grew flustered. His reaction made Hongjin extremely anxious. Hyun-gu did not want to recall the mistakes of the past. Hongjin's inadvertent words brought back memories of his time imprisoned in the tower, giving him a headache. It was a period when he believed that practicing martial arts would one day help him escape that place. At that time, the main character carried a sense of loneliness, believing he was born in darkness and destined to remain imprisoned, influenced by stories online. Now someone was trying to expose that past through the tattoo. After thinking for a while, Hyun-gu realized the one behind it must be that child from years ago. By sheer coincidence, he had saved someone who turned out to be a member of the organization belonging to that boy. Hyun-gu told Hongjin that when she returned to Pedro Gui, she should tell Master Gui not to search for him. A few days later, Hyun-gu took Hongjin back to China. On a program about hunter knowledge, Hyun-gu was invited as a guest. Watching television, the youngsters were utterly astonished to see their legendary brother appear. Hyun-gu declared that if there were no further issues, he wished to make an announcement. He planned to establish a new guild and called on anyone interested to submit an application to join. Even distributed flyers everywhere to gather manpower. If they supported this work, they would be allowed to use low-level dungeons. That would be the reward. After all, it was an invitation from Master, and you were the only one capable of handling so many tasks. While working, Si Hun asked why Jiang Guan needed to establish a guild when there were still many other matters to handle. Hyun-gu answered frankly that his sole purpose was simply to make money. As long as he monopolized the exploitation and management of dungeons, profits would naturally flow into his pocket. Si Hun was full of questions, not understanding why he still wanted to become richer. Perhaps hardship in the past had shaped that trait. After reviewing the profile of the young man with a ponytail, Jiang Guan immediately declared him rejected. That man protested indignantly, asking for the reason. He asserted that he was the strongest hunter among the low ranks and demanded reconsideration. Though appearing calm, Jiang Guan still bluntly replied that he had read the profile and found it unsuitable. Get out now, disappear. That man quietly left in humiliation. Outside, many people were still lining up for interviews, all of them whispering among themselves. Is that not the famous hunter who once conquered a C-rank dungeon? Even he was eliminated, then how high must the selection standards be? Hyun-gu had his own reason. In that applicant file, the lowest index being D rank was not a major issue. But the tendency clearly stated selfishness. Such a person could not be chosen. This time he used an entirely new skill. At first he had thought it useless, and had not held back in criticizing it. Avi excitedly announced, "Congratulations, you have conquered Heavenly Demon Climber. This time you were invited to upgrade a new skill." But what Hyun-gu cared about was information authority, which made him irritated with those meaningless rewards. "I will give you the option to upgrade your information authority. Your data collection ability will improve slightly. Let me see what this tendency is. Where exactly does the upgrade lie?" Even so, only through direct interviews could it be clearly seen. The information authority had indeed been significantly enhanced. The girl before him carried a socialist tendency. The young man was somewhat confused, unsure whether it was a strength or a weakness, and glanced at the two people beside her. One carried a sacrificial tendency, the other pursued peaceful friendship. Hyun-gu showed excitement. At last what he had been waiting for had appeared. He stood up and declared that the three people before him had been selected, making them overjoyed and repeatedly expressing gratitude. He only needed them to complete their tasks well, no unnecessary formalities, that was enough. As soon as they got in the car, the CEO curiously asked how he had conducted the interviews in only an hour and a half. He had chosen people who could bring profit to GUI, that was sufficient. So he only selected capable people for fun. Even without them it would not matter, difficult matters could be left to him. Suddenly Hyun-gu realized that no S-rank hunters had applied. Hyun helplessly explained that S-rank was very rare. There were only about 5,000 worldwide, and that was already an astonishing number. This quarter I am ranked 163. Suin Hyung stands at 175 while Seo Jian is 161. If one ranked above 200, they would be recognized and warmly welcomed wherever they went. Hyun-gu was stunned in thought. It turned out this person was not ordinary either. He asked further about the S-rank hunter rankings he had seen on YouTube, wondering why many names had disappeared. Because they had died, even powerful S-rank hunters could not escape death. They risked their lives seeking advancement and ET plus relics, so the number of casualties kept increasing. Every hunter had their own limit of power development. If upon leaving the tower they only reached C rank, their maximum strength would usually only extend to a rank. The normal limit was an increase of 3 ranks. To surpass that limit, they had to find an SD plus relic. Hyun-gu continued asking, so the labyrinth was no different from a graveyard for aging S-rank hunters. One could say so because some failed to find SD plus relics, while others possessed them by seizing them from others. Those ruthless individuals were called assassin hunters and would have their names erased from the ranking. Even S-rank hunters were no exception. The ones Ares sent to meet him were of this type as well. Hyun-gu inwardly thought they were nothing more than a scheming group of mediocre people. One of the 4 low-level dungeons just reclaimed from Ares stood out the most. Standing before this place, Hyun-gu took a deep satisfied breath. From now on it would be his own dungeon. He told Kim Si-hyun to go ahead, while he wanted to hunt boss Lee Sen to test earning potential. To gain high profits, one had to act swiftly. He stepped forward, opened the door, and entered inside. The moment he appeared, the 2 men inside burst into loud laughter upon recognizing Hyun-gu. Hyun-gu smiled back naturally. Calling someone by name upon first meeting, "Are you looking for trouble?" Thinking of what had happened before, they immediately fell into panic. "I am entering the dungeon now, it already belongs to me, there should be no problem." Transfer procedures were not yet complete, but Hyun-gu only smiled and calmly asked again, "Please come in, sir, it has been a long time since you returned to this place." While moving, he encountered a man bowing respectfully. "Welcome, Kim Hyun-gu. Who are you? Could you be from Ares as well?" "Indeed I was sent by Ares, but I am not directly affiliated with that organization. The Hunter Corporation Pandemonium, have you heard of it?" Pandemonium was a name that made anyone who knew it wear it. This was an organization gathering top 100 S-rank hunters. As long as the price was right, they would complete any assassination mission with absolute success. Gunslinger stood at position 72 in the S-rank ranking. Ibrahim Asio held position 86 in S-rank. Master Aslan ranked 91 in S-rank. Anya stood at position 52 in the S-rank ranking. Once targeted by these experts, no one could easily escape. Hyun-gu amusedly pointed at the girl before him, asking whether she was the rank 52 mage. The girl's face was filled with doubt, unable to understand why a hunter did not know her reputation. Hyun-gu continued teasing, saying that he asked because he did not know, making her even angrier. Successfully provoked, the female mage immediately flared with anger. All S-rank hunters above rank 50 will fall beneath my hand. Do not question why it is Anya of the Withering Curse. Immediately Anya activated Binding Magic. An invisible energy tightly constricted Hyun-gu body. Do you only know how to use this kind of magic? This is not the time to ask. You still do not understand the situation. Hyun-gu let out a soft sigh. Of course he understood clearly. I asked only to decide whether to deal with you. It is really hot today. After those words, Anya's expression instantly turned gloomy. All of them charged toward Hyun-gu at once to overwhelm him. In Xi'an, China, beneath the city lay the underground base of Gaisangui. This was considered the most important location of the organization, and the burly man before them was S-Raguli Dachin, S-rank hunter ranked 82. Compared to my expectations, this result is truly disappointing. Do not be too arrogant. If I fall here, my superior will appear immediately. Can you handle it alone? Matta slightly curled her lips into a meaningful smile. He wildly swung his weapon at her, yet he could not land a single hit. Though I regretted the opponent's skill, I had to quickly find Master, so I had no other choice. Master immediately activated Heavenly Thunder Divine Sword. Li Dachin was struck and sent flying. After the violent impact, he collapsed and could not stand up again. Master suddenly recalled the subordinate's message, that on that day that person had told her not to seek him out. Matta felt joy that Hangjin had met the master she longed for, and was moved knowing he was waiting for her as well. Do not seek me until you have upheld your vow. Perhaps that was the meaning of the message. Master, to meet him again, I must hold everything in my hands. Master, please wait for me. After the battle had just ended, Yangon brought back a small girl named Anya, who looked utterly exhausted. Seo Jian exclaimed in shock, "Did you bring her back just to repair the formation?" Looked at Anya with a cold gaze and asked if she could do it. She hurriedly replied that she could. "But if I finish it, will you spare my life? Since it is decided, begin at once." "Yes, I will start immediately." Seo Jian was still stunned that her brother had brought back a level 52 S-rank mage, as if he were carrying a shopping basket. A famous assassin reduced to such a state. Why did you bring a criminal here? Was it Ares who acted? He only spared her teammates and brought her back. Seo Jian remained astonished. Could it be that pandemonium had come for you? Did you defeat all of them? Wait, your ability clearly is not at a level that wins so easily. He also felt something was off. Yes, I also find your stats somewhat unusual. After all, that is merely data on paper. Thought that even Avi lacked the authority to explain. That girl will work diligently out of fear, do not worry. She is the type who will do anything to survive. He understood Anya's survival-driven nature through her status panel and her desperate plea. He carefully told Seo Jian that she could repair the formation even without a staff or special skill. Take his items, an S+ rank staff and an S+ rank brodo. I will return shortly, watch her carefully. Where are you going? If I received a gift, I must return the favor. He stopped by a convenience store and walked out with a bag full of goods. That is right, if something is received, it must be repaid. Wearing slippers and his familiar outfit, he strolled toward Ares. The moment he arrived, everyone shouted and assumed defensive stances. Leave at once, this place is restricted to Ares members only. He calmly asked if Ho Xinggu was here. From his bag, he pulled out a toy hammer and said he had come to deliver a gift. Surely no one will file a complaint against me for being hit by this. Sounds of impacts and panicked cries echoed without end. The Ares staff had no idea what was happening. With only a toy hammer, they were driven into misery. He remarked that their spirit was commendable for not fleeing and still trying to stop him. Have you prepared yourselves to ascend to heaven? After the chaos, they were forced to call the representative office. Branch Chief Hyun-gu is causing trouble with an inflatable hammer. The reports through the phone enraged the man in the representative office. This madman Kim Jae-kwan cannot be dealt with using money. If news spreads that he caused havoc with a hammer, Ares will lose face. Should I seek help from headquarters? No, if the situation at the Korean branch worsens, my capability will be questioned. Before he finished thinking, Jae-kwan kicked the door open and burst in laughing loudly. While the branch chief was still stunned, Jiang Gyuan spoke first. Long time no see, are you well? The moment he saw him, his face turned pale. He raised the hammer high, strike first and talk later. He was knocked down and slammed hard into the bookshelf behind him. We discussed compensation not long ago. Yet you continue to provoke me. Do you have a death wish? Branch chief stammered, unable to speak. Even pandemonium was not a match for him. With no other option, he went straight to the point. What compensation do you want? Jiang Guan smirked, prepare 20 billion in compensation. Branch chief gritted his teeth in silent curses, but reluctantly agreed to prepare it. Not stopping there, Jiang Guan placed the hammer on his head. I do not care how many people you send. Each time, prepare compensation money in advance. Now call emergency services for your subordinate. After speaking, he turned and left. The branch chief remained seated and roared in fury. Kim Jian Gul, I will never spare you. If even pandemonium failed, he would have to find another way to eliminate him. He could not seek help from headquarters, but he had already conceived a plan. He decided to invite Fai Long, the S-rank hunter ranked 500 from China. Immediately, news of him causing chaos with a hammer spread everywhere. 150 Ares hunters were hospitalized because of the incident. The online community buzzed with discussion and quickly guessed the culprit. Meanwhile, he leisurely read news about himself and wondered about the dungeon transfer. CEO Luang Thuong asked if he knew that 47 ambulances had arrived at the RS building and whether he had seen the news. If Ares sues you, you will be arrested immediately. Are you not worried? He sighed, believing it was merely self-defense against danger. Moreover, he only used a toy, so nothing was serious. Si Yun could only feel helpless at that explanation. Suddenly, he panicked when he realized it was time for class. If he arrived late, he would not receive payment. The lecture for newcomers in Japan had long been requested, but he had not accepted because it was troublesome. The teaching fee reached 50 million won, giving him immediate motivation. Climber notification: the tower climber has advanced to the 9th floor. Remaining time 4 hours 12 minutes 32 seconds. While he was struggling to carry the monster in his hands, a new notification appeared: another climber had emerged. Ironically, he was still tutoring at that moment, the student fidgeting non-stop until the assistant had to remind Jian Guan to focus. It is nothing serious. I will show everyone how to capture a monster with bare hands. Let us go. 1 hour later, Jiangan was called out by the system once again. He had just finished and another climber had already arrived. He had captured the heavenly demon, yet his access authority still had not increased. Avi spoke up to explain. Although it had not upgraded immediately, the authority points had already been accumulated. This time I will provide you with the climber data in advance. This climber is not alone, but accompanied by an entire group. Like the Kravas I encountered the first time. Not exactly. Low-level climbers like the Red Demon are assisted by monsters summoned by the Kravas system to help destroy the world. Therefore, the monsters accompanying a low-level climber cannot be considered true allies. Jian Guan asked further whether this climber was mid or high tier. Avi replied that it was mid-tier. Within the group there is one above mid-tier, stronger than the heavenly demon. If you defeat this climber, your authority will increase significantly. Avi encouraged him to boost his motivation. That skyscraper ahead is Arangui. How is the magic formation progressing? Opa, I told you not to open the door with your foot. Are you trying to break it? What are you here for? He replied that he only came to check on the progress. Anya was still shaken. The formation had nearly been fully restored, its effect stronger than before and lasting much longer. Is that so? Can you help me with one more thing? Your special skill is teleportation, correct? Integrated into the house magic formation. Anya reluctantly nodded, but Xiao Xian felt something was wrong. That skill is teleportation after all. If she had that ability, why not use it to escape? Anya sighed and said her magic power was insufficient to activate it herself. She had to rely on the energy source of the formation to use it, so even if she wanted to leave, she could do nothing. Suddenly, Jiangan received a notification that a climber had appeared on the 9th floor in Germany. He needed to get there immediately. The location was the central square of Berlin, Federal Republic of Germany. The man wielding wind was Master Schweizer Guy. Surrender, monster, and I will spare you a path to live. Spare my life, haha, such excessive confidence. Schweizer remained firm. Do you not see how numerous our forces are? No matter how strong you are, you cannot easily break through the firepower of these S-rank hunters. At the German Hunter Association, a man sat in contemplation while observing the entire situation. Your confidence comes from numbers. It sounds amusing, but fighting alongside allies is indeed an advantage. I am not alone either. The fault does not lie with you. At that moment another demon appeared, causing everyone to panic. I am your ancient fear, the ruler of every imagination when you gaze into the darkness. I represent a species that strips away courage. I lead the night parade of 100 demons, the one who brings chaos to the world. Then she summoned a ferocious beast that shot into the sky. Ian Gu casually shook his leg while searching for information about Germany and Korea. The average flight time between the two countries is about 11 hours and 10 minutes. He anxiously asked Anya how much longer until the formation was complete. She replied about 5 more hours. He urged her to hurry. After browsing the news, Xian learned that her brother had already known about the Kravas in Germany. Opa received a reinforcement request. The media are reporting it widely. Jan 1 read an article praising the Korean hero after the incident in Japan, calling for the Korean Association to provide support. He sighed in frustration at the reporter's exaggerated writing. Xian asked whether he would go to intercept the Kravas this time. She paused, thinking that Hyun-gu truly was someone who always devoted himself fully to responsibility. Jang Gun continued scrolling through the news and encountered many more articles. The most viewed news spoke of an arrogant challenge and a catastrophic situation. But with me, the rules are very simple. I will remain in this city for 24 hours. If anyone defeats me, I will stop conquering and withdraw. Whether you come alone or bring a group is up to you. If you cannot stop me, I will continue flattening this place. Crystal Bechko, the German branch chief, was suffering a severe headache. The countermeasure order had been issued, but it was estimated that around 2,000 people had already died. Disaster had not ceased, and the casualty count continued to rise. On the hunter side, 32 S ranks and 68 A ranks had fallen. The situation was even more severe than the incident in Japan. The International Association requested aid from the top 5 S-rank hunters, but none responded. Crystal angrily cursed them for caring only about money. Suddenly the assistant phone rang. "Hello, speak quickly if you have something to say, I am busy." "Is that true?" "Branch chief, reinforcements have arrived, a hunter from Korea." "Who is it?" "It is Hunter Hyun-gu, the one who defeated the heavenly demon during the Kravas incident in Japan. Thanks to Anya's teleportation ability, everything happened in the blink of an eye." Jiang Yuan had set foot in Germany. He landed smoothly. The magic tea truly proved its effect. With just a blink he arrived on German territory. He touched down right where the monsters were wreaking havoc. Still wearing his familiar divine sandals, he propelled himself straight into the air. His kick crashed straight into the demon's face. "If not you lot, then who else?" The young man immediately shifted his target to another, exclaiming in surprise, taken down in a single move. Hyun-gu unleashed a flurry of punches, relentlessly hammering the giant spider monster. When it was exhausted and collapsed to the ground, he gripped its fang tightly, demanding to know where that little girl was. The entire scene was broadcast live by Flycam. The audience erupted when Jiang Yuan appeared. "Oh my, this is breaking news. Hyun-gu is in Germany. What is happening? Has an ancient being truly descended? This is absolutely shocking." At this moment, Hyun-gu stepped forward to face the female opponent directly. He really came, truly like a living legend. "If the monster has been sitting here waiting for so long, then you are the first challenger." Hyun-gu curled his lips in a smile. "Is that you?" A little girl speaking with such maturity is truly strange. The girl retorted angrily, "Your tongue is quite sharp as well. Since you have appeared you should keep quiet. The city has been devastated like this, and you must take responsibility." The young man knew well how to provoke others. With just a few words he made her furious. "Are you arrogant or cowardly to dare speak such nonsense to me? Whether I am arrogant or cowardly has nothing to do with you." He truly lost control. First opponent should have been treated gently, but you have crossed the line of stupidity. Let us see how many steps you can endure within Dragon 5 steps. The most arrogant one before could only withstand 7 steps. Let us see how long you can hold on. Hyun-gu did not understand what she was saying at all and simply stood there blankly. She began to count 1 step then 2 steps. Jiang Yuan gradually sensed the surrounding air becoming unusual. This was magic power. Magic power spread outward, distorting even space itself. 3 steps, it seemed that very rhythm of her footsteps was the key. He had to stop her from continuing. 5 steps then 6 steps. Jiang Yuan decided to unleash all of his techniques. 7 steps. Magic power was nearly out of control. Not only was it not suppressed, it erupted even more violently. Hyun-gu's entire body felt as if it were about to tear apart. Even so, he could not stop. He immediately accelerated forward to regain momentum. He gave a slight praise, "Not bad, you surpassed the one at the previous floor." 8 steps, 9 steps, Hyun-gu unleashed his ultimate kicking technique. The kick swept past by a hair's breadth. The girl let out a cold laugh. "Congratulations, you almost managed to block my 9th step. But the final step you cannot stop." The 10th step activated a terrifying source of destruction. Hyun-gu felt the magic power within his body surging violently. Just a little more, and his body would be torn apart. The young man still gritted his teeth and endured to the end. "Not bad. Not only did you withstand the aftershock of 10 steps annihilation, you even reduced most of its destructive force. Very good, truly commendable. Thanks to you bearing it, the damage here has been greatly reduced. On the previous floor, I only took 5 steps and the entire city collapsed. Jiang she was merely a madwoman, yet he admitted she was even stronger than the heavenly demon. The pain was far too clear. What do you intend to do now? Even if you blocked my strike, you cannot defeat me. Will you kneel and beg or cling to your pride and await the end? Jiang tried to steady himself, stood up and pointed forward. I have only one choice, that is to defeat you. The girl froze for a few seconds, then burst into laughter. Excellent, you truly are far different from those fools. If so, I will also follow the proper rules and use my full power against you. I am the leader of the 100 Demons Night Parade. My supreme magic power is chaotic divine strength. Today I will open your eyes. The surrounding space suddenly changed, becoming far heavier. Jiang body writhed in pain once more. At that moment, the system announced that the eruption of inner power had been restrained, and his endurance level had increased. Jiang current endurance had reached S rank, so he was able to hold on. If his stats increased further, his resistance would grow higher. The external magic power poured into his body, was unlocked, and his magic rank also rose. Jiang clearly felt the change. Exactly like when facing the heavenly demon, he had to keep his mind clear. Think carefully, remember the battle with the heavenly demon. During his time in the tower, he had countless masters, as if stepping out from web novels, comics, animation, and films, to ordinary people that was mere fiction. To him, all of them were true teachers. The martial arts they passed down included Asura's ultimate technique that once suppressed demons in mythology. The young man recalled and applied them, step by step activating that source of power. The leader of the 100 Demons Night Parade stepped back in shock. What exactly was that? She intended to take another step, but her remaining foot was blocked. The girl grew furious. This man dares to hold me back. There were still 8 steps left. 10 steps annihilation was a repeating move. This was an advanced technique. There was no need to truly step, only to recreate the rhythm of the footsteps. Power from Jiang magic circle blocked the 3rd step. He used that strange technique to stop me. The might of 10 steps annihilation can no longer be unleashed. Do you think that alone is enough to stop me? The girl advanced to the 4th step. The pressure of space continued to press Jiang. You clearly feel the power of 10 steps annihilation, as if everything is pressing onto your body. You must bear all the pain until the end. At the 5th step she was blocked again, her face filled with astonishment, not understanding what was happening. At this moment, Jiang seemed to have adapted to everything. There was nothing particularly special. It was not much different from before. Girl was utterly astonished that even after unleashing half her strength, Jiang still stood firm without a scratch. It was Jiang's turn to display his power. A radiant magic flower bloomed into existence. The young man immediately activated his special weapon. The system announced that the demonic climber controlled by chaotic psychic force had been successfully captured. Please come to claim your reward. Remaining time 0h05. Jiang immediately returned to Avi's location. After the intense battle with the chaotic psychic force, he had clearly expended a great deal of energy. Thanks to this achievement, his information authority was raised from low to lower mid-level. Therefore, we invited you here to inform you of the new authority you have just obtained. The young man, still stunned and not yet fully recovered, stammered, that cannot be right. You were summoned right after capturing a climber. This is the first time, right? I was so happy that I wanted to share the news with you early. Unnoticed that this room seemed to have become more spacious than before. Avi explained that whenever a guardian dealt with a climber, the space here would change accordingly. With this lower mid-level authority, many new changes would be unlocked. One of them was the ability to decorate the system room as he wished. Simply imagine the interior and press the button, the scenery would transform. Jiang immediately followed the instructions. In the blink of an eye, the room turned into the 1st floor of the tower. With another press, a neat barracks-style room appeared, leaving Avi unable to hide her admiration. I thought even if you knew how to use it, it would be hard to accomplish. This is the first time I have seen a human living on the 9th floor. Do you normally only live in this room? Since I became aware, I have always been here. Jiang was surprised to learn that all her daily activities were confined to this small room. So even when you sleep, you stay here. Yes, whenever I am tired, I lie on this table to rest. Jiang fell silent, suddenly feeling that the girl was truly pitiful. He quickly returned to the main topic and asked, besides these things, is there anything else? Information, authority, and skill notification have been upgraded. A new skill called Entry and Exit has emerged. allowing the guardian to return here once per day even without being summoned. Oh, then I can freely ask more about the things I am still curious about. Your information authority has increased, therefore you may ask any question. The young man opened the status window, feeling that something about his information seemed unusual. Aside from capturing the chaotic psychic force and my abilities increasing, I feel that my actual strength far exceeds the displayed number. Can you explain? With lower mid-level authority, I can provide you with part of the information. Gu was full of excitement at finally learning something more. Quickly say it, what is it? Avi explained that the creator of the tower had restricted the stats to prevent abnormal power. In other words, the parameters were locked, so his displayed stats differed from reality. The young man stood there blankly, clearly still not understanding the issue. Can you explain it a bit more simply? Even though the system is locked, the guardian's body continues to develop and grow stronger over time. Gu crossed his arms, feeling both amused and confused. Is that all? Then how big is the difference between the information window and my true strength? Due to insufficient information authority, I cannot disclose further detail. Irritation surged. Gu pressed further irritably, but Avi could only reply that his current authority did not permit it. Gu grew angry. Then when will high-level climbers appear here? Is it not possible for me to increase my information authority faster? Avi replied awkwardly, if so, what would happen to the worlds that have been destroyed? Gordon Nin. The Gaisangui Manor in Shanghai, China, the flames blazed more fiercely with each passing minute. The man foaming at the mouth was none other than Haiyan-Vu Haiyan-Chin, ranked 17th among S-class. Parian interrogated him mercilessly. I thought you were a high-ranking figure in Gaisangui. Truly disappointing, Chun He-yang, prepare yourself. Yes, this is the video of cravats in Germany recorded by Gu. Everything is ready. After watching Gu's peak performance, Parian was extremely satisfied. Master always surpasses everything I ever imagined. Report the current situation of the entire GUI, including the newly occupied area. Yes, we have controlled 92% of the dungeons. This is the final area. The remaining 8% are those loyal to Pedo GUI. In fact, we have completed control of GUI worldwide. Aryang sighed and then smiled. It was finally time to fulfill the vow made long ago to Master. Master, when you leave the tower, I will certainly prepare a worthy position for you. It will undoubtedly be the highest position. I will have everything prepared. That moment had finally arrived. It was time to meet Master again. After returning, Jiangan received a great deal of documentation. Inside clearly stated the reward details, including the right to reside in Germany. Haiyan curiously picked it up and read it carefully. Aside from the bonus and items from the chaotic psychic force, everything was completely tax-free benefits, along with a car, a house in Germany, and a commendation from the GUI office. Hanseo-kun excitedly remarked that this reward far surpassed the one in Japan. What happened to the heavenly demon sword from before? Ji-hun said that Haiyan-gu had given him that sword, leaving Seo Ji-hun with nothing but regret that he did not receive it. Haiyan-gu explained that he already had a good magic coat. That was also the item Hang to receive. Ah, that is right. But Oppa did not mention the item from the chaotic psychic force. Then what was the reason for blocking Krava's? The CEO was also curious about this matter, and everyone wanted to know the answer. Haiyan-gu smiled brightly. In truth, there was nothing special. If I must say, my hobby is simply testing myself against powerful opponents. The younger ones all thought their older brother was speaking sincerely. Standing in the building and looking out, the guiding tower loomed before him. Jiangan quietly recalled everything. One day, the guiding tower suddenly appeared with monsters and forcibly summoned humans, and he was the first to be taken. 12 years he was imprisoned in the tower from floor 1 to floor 100. He destroyed it countless times. It was the time when his companions left the tower one after another, and he also restarted the first floor thousands of times. Now what he longed for most was to know why he had been kept inside the tower. The third Kravas, his information authority rose from the lowest level to lower mid-level, slow but still progressed. Seeing his older brother standing blankly, Kim Si-Hyun advised him to go home. Perhaps Oppa had quite a headache. Headache, do not worry, it is nothing serious. 10 days after eliminating the chaotic psychic force, Jiangan appeared on live television once again. Greetings everyone, I am Li Hejiang, the live host of the Hunter Exploration Program. This time the guest is none other than Hunter Haiyan-gu. Even during the live broadcast, he calmly sat scrolling through his phone. Haiyan-gu, at the previous press conference you made many impressive statements, did you not? What? Ah, that matter, I was only telling the truth. Ha ha ha. As expected of Hunter Hyun-gu, that is precisely your charm. Dear viewers, please direct your attention to the screen to take a look at his profile. After beating around the bush for a while, they finally reached the main point. Could you share a little about the special skills you possess? The young man showed clear boredom when pressed about his personal abilities. There is nothing special. I do not have any rare skills, just some martial arts I figured out myself while trapped in the tower. Though the answer was rather indifferent, the host grew even more excited. Then we will conclude the exchange here. Could you demonstrate the martial art you just mentioned for everyone to see? To make it more convincing, the program even invited martial arts experts to observe. Hyun-gu glanced toward backstage with interest, so it is those people. The two old masters began to display their moves and spoke at length that as long as one could sense the energy of heaven and earth to practice their Azure Dragon sword art, the skill would surely reach a profound realm. If one persevered for 10 years, the body would become like an unshakable weapon. Hearing that, Jayangan only found it amusing. Did these men think he was so easy to fool? Hyun-gu stomped hard on the floor, as if opposing those exaggerated claims. Perhaps the two of you misunderstand me. I will speak plainly. Recently, there seem to have been quite a few unpleasant rumors about me. I want to ask, if someone does not understand the essence of martial arts yet still insists on practicing, will they truly become stronger? The strong are strong because they themselves are strong. In other words, martial arts are not something that naturally turns a person into a powerhouse. Therefore today I will prove it to everyone. Hyun-gu casually picked up a sword. A faint red glow gradually spread around his body. Then he began performing a few basic movements. The old master standing beside him was startled. Was that stance not the very Azure Dragon breath lock he had just demonstrated? Hyun-gu flashed a bright smile. Watch carefully. This is how you properly wield a blade. Not long ago, he had read a similar move in an online novel about the heavenly dragon divine staff. Ever since finishing it, he had wanted to try applying it in real life. Right there on the set, when he activated the Azure Dragon Pierce, the effect erupted like surging water. Smoke billowed everywhere, making the entire crew cough violently. After the performance, he even subtly reminded the old master to go back and practice more. I am strong because I myself am strong. Any martial art is the same. Do not use me as proof for those hollow theories. Turning to the company, Hyun-gu was surprised by Anya's new appearance. The girl was still as reserved as before. You are back. Her changed face made no one recognize her. Is there any problem working at my place? Yes, it is fine. Is the workload sufficient? Hearing that, Anya hurriedly replied, yes, it is enough. Hyun-gu spoke frankly. I told you before, I hate opponents, but seeing that you still have value, I chose to help. I will treat you like a normal employee. Not satisfied, no, I am very happy. With a meaningful smile, Jayangan continued, remember that well. As long as you remain loyal and complete your tasks, there will be no problem. But if you disappear on your own, you surely understand the consequences. I was only saying that. If you need anything, just tell me. I was only joking earlier. After Jayangan left, Anya finally let out a weary sigh. In the blink of an eye, it had been 10 days since she became an accountant here. This life was actually not bad. The work was light, no need to stay up late, stable income, no longer hiding in the shadows. But was this truly what she wanted? Transfer procedures for Ares' Gui dungeon had been completed. At the same time, at Incheon Airport, the branch manager was already waiting. Are you truly planning to rely on Pedro Gui? Doing so is too risky. Jayangan has certainly secured the dungeon transfer rights. The money has also fallen into his hand. You know clearly that we have already lost. The manager gritted his teeth in admission. Not just lost, but utterly defeated. Holding exclusive control of the system to losing all power. In the end, falling into the position of those we once swallowed up. I will make him pay at any cost. Playing small tricks is useless. Rest assured, I will not let anyone escape easily. We are standing at the edge of a cliff. Exclusivity has ended. Even a few dozen more dungeons cannot save us. Gather everything possible, transfer rights, cash, shares, antiques, anything attractive enough, offer it all as long as he leaves. New York, this was the office of the founder of RSV, Matt and Brand. The Korean branch has transferred part of the dungeon to another GUI. According to the report I saw, Ho Seok-gu made a mistake. Matt and Brand tapped his fingers on the desk. Everyone makes mistakes, including me or you. What matters is fixing it. Only then call it a mistake when reporting to me. If it has not been remedied yet is still presented, then it should be called a failure. I apologize, no need to apologize. The one who failed is him. Ares GUI does not keep failures. You understand what I mean. Handle everything. Remember to do it cleanly. At the same time, reclaim all transferred dungeons and erase that loser name from the map. At this moment Hosoku was standing before Pedro Gui. They wanted to see with their own eyes the one who had caused so much trouble. So they summoned me to this palace. What should I do? I had acted against quite a few of them. They were originally opposed to Aries Gui, now forced to seek help. It is extremely dangerous, but if I can make Kim Hyun-gu disappear, no matter the cost, I will accept it. Hosoku took a deep breath and stepped inside. Someone was already waiting within. Hosyaku secretly gloated. This time Kim Hyun-gu is finished. The gatekeepers all wore the distinctive bullhorn masks of Pedo. Yoku stood silently observing. This place was indeed unusual. The mysterious leader of the organization called Parian belonged to the Pedo bloodline. As soon as he entered he was stunned. Before him was actually a little girl. That girl was Pedro Gilmutter. Greetings, young lady. I am the head of the Korean branch of RSV. I already know. I heard you are looking for Pedro Gui to ask us to deal with someone. Yes, that is correct. What is his name? Yoku suddenly faltered, his throat tightened. A feeling told him that speaking it would not end well. But he was already too deep to turn back. He lowered his head and spoke clearly. I wonder if you have heard. The hunter Kim Hyun-gu is the one who defeated the Mad Force Chaos God at Grava's Germany. If your side takes action to eliminate him, I am willing to transfer 20% of the Korean branch dungeons, along with 80 billion won. Arian sighed and stood up. So that is it. You want me to deal with Kim Hyun-gu. So you are telling me to take action against my master, truly throwing yourself into the fire. Arian became furious and gave him a warning strike on the spot. Sioku was dizzy, completely unable to understand what was happening. Clearly I came here to ask them to eliminate Kim Hyun-gu. Then why did the leader of Gui react so violently? Wait, she just mentioned the word master. Sioku hurriedly cried out, please wait, I understand Pedro Gui refuses, but did you say Kim Hyun-gu is your master? That is correct. May I ask where you two met? Inside the tower. Sioku immediately began calculating, so that was why she misunderstood Hyun-gu as her master. If so, there was still a chance to survive. He probed further, are you Korean? No, then Kim Jiang-gon may not be the person you are looking for. Why do you think so? You also know there are 158 towers on Earth. These towers are managed by different regions. The tower in Korea gathers only Koreans, while the 15 towers in America are divided by each state. Therefore, if you are Chinese, it would be difficult to meet hunter Kim Jan-gul, who was once imprisoned in the Korean tower. Is that all you wanted to say? Sioku nodded foolishly again and again. Immediately afterward a loud sound rang out. The young man received another warning strike. I gave you permission to stop. I tried to endure just to see what kind of person dared to harm my master. Yet after hearing those words, you dare say I mistook my own master. Sioku trembled violently. Parian grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up, then continued, that is right, you are not wrong. Each tower is managed by a different region. I understand your suspicion, but unfortunately, I once conquered the tutorial tower in Korea. At that time I was filled with resentment. I went to Korea following my father's instructions and was drawn into the tower, but fortunately I met my master, even though Sioku was still stubborn. But who can be sure your master is truly Hyun-gu? Mission grew even more furious. You have denied my master to the very end, knowing only one side and not the other, because when you deny my teacher you also deny me. Everything about me now has been shaped according to my master's will. From my clothing, my long hair cascading down my back, the mark on my back to the name Parian that I bear. And yet you dare to completely deny me. You are nothing but a worm. Do not even dream of a painless death. Tried to harm my master, and even denied the bond between teacher and disciple to save yourself. With my own hands, I will make you understand how heavy that sin truly is. Meanwhile, in Avi's room, how is this TV? It is more interesting than sitting blankly at the table. Avi was extremely excited. At first it felt unfamiliar, but the more she used it, the more she liked it. With just a press of a button, she could watch any movie she wanted. She shifted to a coaxing tone. Gordon, can you not make something like that, perhaps a game, something like a game? I've watched TV before, but can I not try playing a game at least once? Hey, can you not create it? Beside me, only the system and guardian exist. I do not have the authority to create anything else. Seeing the pitiful girl, Gordon snapped his fingers and instantly a PC along with gaming equipment appeared. Avi was so overjoyed she nearly cried. She threw her arms around Gordon, sobbing, thank you so much. Now I can do what I want. Suddenly the young man felt something was off. Wait, I am not even married yet. Why do I feel like I already have a daughter? Ah, there is something I want to tell you. I may be mistaken, but since I cannot predict it, I still wanted to inform you. No one knew what he had heard. When Gordon returned home, he simply stood there in a daze. No matter who called him, he did not respond. Recalling Avi's words, Grimber might exist on the ninth floor where Gordon was living. Though it was only speculation and not yet certain, before Gordon left the tower, Kravas had appeared 3 times. Normally, when a boss dies, Kravas disappears, yet 2 of the 3 gates still remained. Nothing could be confirmed, but it was enough to raise caution. According to the plan, in 3 days Gordon would go to Germany. The younger ones used sightseeing as an excuse to insist on going along. Speaking of the ruins in Germany, Sol optimistically believed that if mages used magic circles, the city would recover quickly. Structures that once took 10 years could be completed in 1, but the problem was the number of casualties. Hyun-gu wondered if any city had been completely destroyed when monsters appeared. If there are mages, there is no need to worry. Then why does everyone want to go to Germany? There are still many more beautiful places. That is true, but after you go to Germany to receive the reward, the auction will take place the next day. Hyun-gu found these strange events difficult to understand. The CEO said he would explain everything later. In short, the auction organized by the International Hunter Association will be held in Germany. Although Leipzig was devastated, the schedule remained unchanged and everyone was heading toward this event. And then what? Do not tell me everyone wants to teleport to attend the auction without taking a plane. Seeing them pretend to cough, clearly struck at the core, the young man readily agreed. Sioku beamed with joy. The International Hunter Association selects only refined items, so this trip will be worthwhile. Hyun-gu began to think about the Hunter Association. In your opinion, the association is evaluating Kravas based on its rank. If Avi's suspicion is correct that there are currently 2 climbers on the 9th floor. Climbers are not allowed to share information, so by checking each person the truth can be uncovered, though the process would be quite exhausting. Besides that, Hyun-gu still had matters to complete. He had to become stronger than all of them, and after the recent battle it could be affirmed that he had improved significantly. But those people were only mid-level climbers. What if high-level climbers appeared? It was clear he needed thorough preparation. 3 days passed faster than expected. A knock sounded signaling the start of the auction. The group was already present at the International Hunter Association in Germany. The assistant, a teammate of Hyun-gu, was burning the transfer papers of dungeon ownership and management, while Hyun-gu went to meet the owner of Pedagui. An hour had passed since Pedro Gui's call, and he still had not returned. Something must have happened. It seems he has been dealt with by Pedagui. I need to escape quickly as well. After destroying the evidence, I just need to gather the money and leave this place. Even if headquarters punishes someone, it will only target Hyun-gu. I am just an assistant, so I likely will not be dealt with. Just as he was about to open the door and leave, a sudden sword strike from behind severed his hand. Oh, I am sorry. I intended to finish it in 1 blow, but accidentally cut off your hand. Are you a knight? Oh, I knew it. Since you are a manager, it makes sense you recognized us. Assassin hunters under the Knight Order of Headquarters. The Knight Order consists of extremely powerful warriors who once ranked within the top 40 of the hunter ranking before being erased. The manager knew he could not escape and trembled as he asked why they had appeared. The question made the other side laugh. You are the one who understands best. Just 2 more strikes before he could beg. He vanished forever. A traitor to Ares, of course, must pay with his life. After finishing up, another person opened the door and walked in. Such trivial matters cost them no time at all. Hyun-gu dealt with yet. He is being held by Pedro Gui, so do we have to wait until he is released? Perhaps there is no need to wait, because right after he entered, magic power erupted within Pedagui's palace. Most likely he is already finished. Even if he is not dead, we will personally end him. Now go capture the one who received the dungeon transfer. Know that task belongs to number 4, 7, 9, and 10, 4 people against 1. Ah, the one who resolved the previous disaster. With that level of strength, mobilizing 4 people is reasonable. The red-haired knight nearly let a secret slip, but was immediately stopped. Watch your words, number 8. Do you not know our identities are confidential? You are far too sensitive. In any case, we have nothing else to do. It seems the hunt has begun. A great many people arrived early to attend the auction. The familiar legendary tracksuit once again. Hyun-gu felt embarrassed not knowing when Gordon would change out of it. He even innocently asked why everyone said that. Was he supposed to laugh? Hyun awkwardly said that wearing it in private space was fine, but wearing it in public felt strange. Gordon replied that he always wore sportswear everywhere. He found it youthful and stylish. Everything that needed covering was covered. What was there to be dissatisfied about? The younger brother fell silent since everyone was already used to that image. Indeed, he had worn this outfit when receiving his reward, yet no article mentioned it. Seo Jian was surprised that this auction did not feature any S+ grade item. After all, S+ grade treasures are extremely rare. Hyen-gu felt a slight jolt. In his pocket was an S+ grade chaotic psychic monster crystal. This time he received the data panel on the Mad Phantom Beast Force, an S-rank power crystal with no accompanying skills. According to Information Authority, Wei was born in the form of a tiny monster. Without anyone to help her, she survived by hunting and devouring creatures in the basement. In the end, she captured all the monsters and fused them to distill the strongest essence. Yangon stared intently at the skills and support section, but it was completely blank without a single line. The young man grumbled, unsure when he would be able to view this information panel in full. Even the number of usable weapons was pitifully small. Not only that, the traits section was also locked by Information Authority. Hyen-gu had no choice but to open other items to inspect. On the other side, the auction was still blazing hot. 1 billion had been offered. This guest bids 1 billion. Is there anyone higher? The Jade of Ayataga's ultimately belonged to guest number 32. Hyen-gu sat silently, without the slightest excitement as has had thought. Perhaps interpreting the item usefulness in his own way was not a problem. The auction continued. The next item was a slan spear with a starting price of 3 billion. Slan spear, S-rank with no additional skills, possessing attributes such as extreme speed, conversion, and shadow. According to Information Authority, this was a perfect replica of a slan, the one who once built an empire with nothing but a single window. Though it was a reproduction, its capabilities were still limited by Information Authority. The slan spent his entire life pursuing that window, applying the techniques he learned to create things aligned with his imperial ideology. He irritably complained that once again he was blocked by Information Authority and could not read the full details. Too frustrated, he decided to step outside for some air. When the auction is over, let me know. Outside, it was already pitch dark. The moment he stepped out, he saw several police officers shining flashlights. Then they were suddenly ambushed and knocked down. Hyen-gu instantly sensed something was wrong and fortunately avoided a surprise attack. What the hell is this? The group of hooded figures asked. You are Hyen-gu, right? Right now, the 4 knights will send you out of the game. All of them were among the global top 30 S-rank hunters. Suddenly appearing and bragging like that made Hyen-gu sick of it. He immediately responded with a straight punch to the opponent's face. Why are you always so long-winded? If you want to fight, then get to it. You never get tired of talking. Let me teach you loudmouths a lesson and put an end to this. The young man smiled arrogantly, sending a chill down the opponent's spine. Truly an ironic situation, like a joke. Elsewhere, an assistant reported to Aries Gui that Hossein Gui was still not dead. According to number 5 report, that was correct. Tell number 5 that if there is any more mistake, do not return. And what about the other target? He is currently being ambushed, likely engaged in combat. Is that all right? The opponent is a hunter who twice eliminated disasters. Are you doubting the strength of the Night Order? Group sent to deal with Hyen-gu included number 4, 7, 9, and 10. That is fine. After all, I do not believe those 4 are enough to defeat Kim Hyen-gu. This is merely a test to see whether he can withstand my relic. Just as expected, with only a few light moves, Hyen-gu had the 4 knights sprawled on the ground. In another place, a masked figure emitting purple aura silently observed the situation. How is the situation? 2 climbers have already been blocked. Who has ever climbed to the 9th floor? That would be the Heavenly Demon and the Mad Phantom Beast Force of 100 Ghosts Night Parade. Haha, just treat them as sacrifices for Grim Birdie, not worth worrying about. Who is the next climber? It seems there is still no decision. Is that so? An unexpected blocker has appeared, making the next act even more interesting. After yesterday's incident, Giant Guan brought back a large bag filled to the brim. When the CEO asked what it was, he replied that it was spoils of war. The younger one naively mentioned the auction yesterday. When the auction ended and we went outside, we saw you standing among a pile of fallen people and were terrified. Fortunately, the CCTV recorded the entire prior sequence. Do you know the background of those people? I was still interrogating them, but they took their own lives before revealing anything more. Moreover, why was the CCTV still able to record? I heard there was some kind of perception blinding magic. It is one thing that they self-destructed, but why did you strike so heavily? Hyen-gu awkwardly made an excuse that in battle it was hard to control his strength, but Kim Si-hyun looked at him with suspicion. From what I see, Hyung deliberately went all the way, did you not? Giant Guan was also surprised by the connection between the items and those people, so he wanted to experiment. Breaking a few things during the test was normal. Even with faces and perception-breaking magic, their identities could not be traced. Perhaps before becoming assassins they had erased all records. After asking, Si-hein turned away and demanded to buy souvenirs before returning home, unclear who they were for. As soon as he was seen off, Hyun-gu immediately opened the bag to check. Activate Information Authority skill. Asha Hassan of Belgrade S+ rank. The additional section is unclear. Skills include maximum acceleration and acceleration. Thanks to Information Authority, the truth gradually came to light. Baker F-173 S+ rank possessing maximum acceleration and acceleration. Information Authority restricted. A replica from a new window. Baker F-119, F-151, F-12, F-199, all the relics of those strangers bore similar markings. Baker were in fact impostors specialized in deception. Calling them labyrinth relics was not entirely accurate, because they also carried strange names and descriptions. Could these be relics created by humans? Hyun-gu analyzed carefully, perhaps so. There was no crafting information or related data at all. Clearly something abnormal existed. He recalled everything that happened the previous night. A group of strangers yesterday were not ordinary like the hunters he had met before. They clearly knew his location and prepared thoroughly to attack. If so, there were only two possibilities. Either they belonged to Ares Gui or were mercenaries, and aside from Ares Gui, he had no other enemy. But in the end, what exactly was this thing? Digging into the relic origin was useless. What mattered was who had ordered them. Be that after the hammer blow the other day, Hyun-gu had truly lost his sanity. This time I will not let it go. He went to the office making a scene demanding to see Hyun-gu. The staff turned pale with fright when reporting that the branch manager was absent. Hyun-gu grew even angrier. Everyone knew that. The empty office made it obvious. Where is he now? They were still trying to evade until Hyun-gu raised his fist, then hurriedly begged to speak. Branch manager once told me the destination, but he left 4 days ago. Exactly where, I only know that he went to Beijing, China. He went to meet Pedagui. Jiang-Yuan slightly curled his lips, unable to hide his surprise. At night at Si-hein house, Hyun-gu asked if he knew anything about Pedagui. Why are you asking? Pedagui has almost taken control of all the dungeons in China. Hearing that, Hyun-gu was stunned. But I heard before that they only occupied half, but recently it seems they have taken them all. It sounds simple, but in reality it is not easy. In China, being strong does not mean you can do whatever you want. Hyun-gu sighed. In the end they were still taken over, clearly through overwhelming power. In fact, Chinese law was not like that at first. Initially all dungeons were under state management. The transfer procedures were extremely complicated. Why did it change? It seems about 3 or 4 years ago the law was suddenly amended. There were rumors that the one behind the amendment was the owner of Pedagui. Coincidentally, right after the law changed, Pedro Gui appeared and expanded his influence. The owner of Pedro Gui had already been a major figure in China, but this story was still hard to believe. Jiang-Yuan paused for a few seconds. It seemed he and his student had never talked outside before. Thinking of the times he spoke with that girl, he wondered whether she knew his identity or not to dare act that way. Take this mosquito net. From today you are my disciple. You must understand and uphold proper etiquette. What the hell is going on? I need to climb up and regroup with my teammates to stay alive. This situation is really tense. Master, save me. I do not want to die. My heavens, who dares to attack me like this? You are the disciple I cherish most. I will never let you meet a miserable end. Go on, I have already passed down everything I could teach, and yet you still say you have learned nothing from me. You no longer need my guidance. You are no longer as timid as before. Do not force anyone to do what they do not want, and do not let anyone command you either. Remember that. In the moment before parting, Parian, the little disciple, cried until her face was drenched. Now set out, and when you step into the outside world, do not forget my words, that nothing stands above you. Only I am allowed to stand higher than you. Everyone else must remain beneath you. Thinking back, I really went overboard back then. Who says things like that to a little girl? I even thought they were wise words. Only now do I realize I was just rambling because I had nothing better to say. As a result, he cannot even remember what he said. Seeing his brother's face tense like a drawn bowstring, Si-hein guessed he was lost in random thoughts again. Jian Quan startled and asked, besides that, is there any other issue? Well, if it is not that matter, then there is indeed a rather special rumor. That place feels like a miniature kingdom. Beyond that I do not know much since I had no time to investigate the situation of foreign faction. After finishing his words, Hyun-gu stood up and prepared to depart for China. The destination he set his sights on was the capital, Beijing. At the Pedagui Palace in Beijing, China. Her feet were kept warm and comfortable. Parian still lay awake, unable to sleep. 4 years had passed, yet that memory remained as vivid as yesterday. Climbing the tower changed me. For the first time I understood that some things cannot be bought with money, and I realized how weak I truly was. In my most desperate moment, I met Master. Under the strict upbringing of my father, a politician, I grew up like a puppet without a voice of my own. Back then, to me, even emotions were things that could be exchanged with money. Unlike my father, who never saw me as his daughter, Master taught me how to stand firm in this vast world. Master was the one who pulled my life out of the darkness. At present in China, there is no longer any force strong enough to confront Pedo Gui. I will soon be able to welcome Master back. Just a little longer, please wait for me a bit more. At a hotel in Beijing, news reached the 2 knights serving as Hossein Gu's aides that numbers 4, 7, 9, and 10 had failed. The mission was reassigned to number 8 and 5. What, you want us to stop the one who defeated 4 knights? That sounds like a joke. Who would dare? Do not get worked up. How can I not when things are like this? I am surprised too, but it is not the end yet. The Knight Order must still put the mission first. Before dealing with Hossein Wu, staying in Beijing is not a problem. After hearing that number 8 showed interest, this approach sounds reasonable. But why are we asked to stop Haiyan Gu? Elsewhere, Aries Wui was still racking his brain analyzing him because he is too strong, almost without any opening. Truly baffling. At first, sending numbers 1 to 3 would have been enough. The Aries Knight Order consists of 10 people ranked by strength, but that does not mean the lower ranks are weak, since each possesses an enhancing relic, so battle outcomes are unpredictable. And yet he alone defeated 4 knights in a row. While number 8 and number 5 were still discussing avoiding Haiyan Gu, the ground suddenly shook violently. Number 8 was instantly flung away and slammed hard against the wall. You are the ones who attacked Myung, are you not? Who are you? Why are you people? Fine then, do not blame me. All because you touched Myung, the one Master personally dealt with, so now I can only send you after her. The next morning, in the training room on basement level 2 of Arangui, Xiao Xian was pleading earnestly. If Oppa does not want to go, then it is fine. I think so too, but everyone has a past they do not wish to recall. From the age of 10, Haiyan Gu lost his parents while they struggled to make ends meet. His dream once seemed distant until the tower appeared. If he joins this game and cannot leave the tower, then he will have to accept it. His disciple is causing a sensation across China. Every news report brings another shock. Stop overthinking, just capture Hossein Gu and withdraw immediately. That will settle it. Xiao Jian said worriedly, but Oppa can cross the border using a magic array like during the emergency in Europe before. And this time, is that not a legal entry? It is not a trip, just going to capture Hossein Gu. No, that is not the main point. What trouble are you planning to cause this time? Before she could finish, he stepped into the magic circle. Xiao Jian felt uneasy because although Haiyan Gu is now very capable on his own, she sensed this time would be different. Anya lamented in exhaustion, suddenly hearing that Gun had to go to Pedo Gui, so she had to work through the night. The blink of an eye, Haiyan Gu arrived, and at a glance he could see the immense scale of this place. Before the gate of Pedagui Palace in the outskirts of Beijing, reading the words on the castle that above you there is only the sky, Haiyan Gu instantly understood his disciple's intent and was furious. It was exactly what he once said, that nothing surpasses you, only one stands above you. You are like the sky while everything else lies beneath. Before he could recover, the guards had already blocked him. Where do you think you are going? State your identity at once. In an emergency, we cannot be careless. The young man charged forward again but was still stopped. He leapt up and flew straight onto the city wall. First smash these nuisances, then deal with Hossein Gu along the way. As soon as he rushed inside, the alarm rang loudly calling for troop mobilization. Haiyan Gu thought these people are somewhat unusual, yet clearly wearing masks like his. After dodging their barrage of attacks, he was stunned to realize even their combat techniques were copied from him. It is just that their execution is still a bit clumsy. From ideas to martial arts, everything bears the original imprint. Could it be his disciple taught them this way? Haiyan Gu laughed in delight and unleashed a few basic moves. That is not how. You have to use this move like this. An explosion rang out, sweeping the group of soldiers away. He thought to himself that adjusting the force to this level would keep casualties low. At that very moment, a familiar voice called out to Master. He turned around and met that gaze. Instinct and martial skill blended seamlessly in every stance. Above all, the proud look directed at him. Master, it is truly you, is it not? It has been a long time, my disciple. Haiyan Gu decided to bring the relic to Avi's room. Although it cannot be confirmed absolutely, this is clearly not an artifact. Artifacts are originally created on another floor. The system ranks them based on legends and records of victory, assigns additional skills, then places them into the labyrinth. Only after that is it recognized as an artifact, which made Hyun-gu continue questioning. If I bring an item and throw it to another floor, will it change in any way? This is very difficult to explain further to you, because all items carried along will be destroyed. To become a climber and climb the tower, one must first abandon all belongings. He took out a ring that shimmered with light. And what is this? At first I thought it was just an ordinary piece of jewelry. It might have been created by a climber. Hyun-gu paused, wondering whether Arisqui was connected to a climber. Avi once mentioned 2 climbers. Perhaps he could search for Aries Wui while also tracing the climber's trail. Glancing around the room, he changed the subject to Avi living far too messily. From food and books to the game console, everything was tossed around everywhere. He imagined it and pressed a button. Everything immediately returned to its original place. But before he could say anything, the game console disappeared. I will confiscate it until I return. Avi shouted loudly and hurriedly begged. Please do not, I will behave. I will clean everything up. Promise to throw away all the trash and tidy the room neatly. Give it back to me. Hyun-gu was delighted by his authority. Pedagogy in China, a man secretly observed before slipping in through the side entrance. He had come to rescue the 2 imprisoned knights and deal with Ho Zi-ak-ku. Before he could act, Parian appeared behind him. We caught a rat. You are also one of Aresquia's people. He panicked because he had not sensed Parian at all. She angrily said whether it was true or not did not matter. Must endure it, I need to vent some anger. An explosion rang out in the night, enough to guess that man's fate. Hyun-gu had not yet rested when he got a headache from the children sending distress signals. Soothing them was truly exhausting. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw 2 men blocking his path. What is this about? They laughed smugly when they saw Hyun-gu had finally returned. Looking at the clock, he remembered there was a filming session today, so Kim Si-hyun had gone out early. One of them sneered and said not to worry because when they came here, no one was around. Hyun-gu asked what they wanted, then coldly declared that whoever stepped forward would bear the consequences. The 3 shattered the glass door and rushed outside to confront each other. Rank 8 S-Class ICE user charged forward first. The other coordinated with him and launched a relentless assault. As soon as the sword was thrown, Hyun-gu calmly caught Tang. With a faint smile, he said, "Let me return it to you." He raised the sword to throw it back, but in the blink of an eye it vanished. Another man seized the chance to ambush him from behind. Hyun-gu activated Information Authority, and Sonic's window appeared. SSD plus level with superior speed and the skill return cycle. If released, it would instantly return to its owner according to Information Authority Data Faker F137. Only then did he understand why the sword had disappeared. A flurry of papers swirled before gathering into a sphere in midair. The one descending with the stack of books was Madosa Hunter, the top mage. He was displeased to see Hyun-gu still smiling. You can still laugh, why not? As expected of an arrogant man. Although he avoided the strike, Hyun-gu realized this one was far faster than the previous one. Even so, they were still slower than him. He had just forced him back when he was attacked again. Smoke and dust blanketed the surrounding. The ice user took advantage of the moment to strike from behind. The 2 coordinated to push Hyun-gu into a difficult position. He sensed they had not yet truly mastered their techniques. When they glanced around searching for him, Hyun-gu had already appeared right behind them. Surprised, this is position swap, saying that he unleashed the decisive blow. Position swap allows instant movement to another location. The previous strike missed, making Madosa Hunter sneer. Did you think I was unprepared? Keep laughing and see how long you can endure. In truth, Hyun-gu was slightly weakened from overusing mana, causing his blood flow to become unstable. The 2 attacked him simultaneously again. One shattered a magic window that blocked his movement. The other stuck close, preventing him from approaching the mage. The situation was critical. He had to stall for time because position swap had not yet recovered. Seeing Hyun-gu standing still, Madosa Hunter began to grow uneasy. He wondered whether it was a trap, then reassured himself that it could not be. If you do not dodge, I will finish you. An explosion rang out, and he thought everything was over. Hyun-gu appeared again completely unharmed. Got you now. Let me tell you something interesting. My base power is S+. He hurled him away, then closed in on Madosa Hunter. Want to try a thrill? If you have never experienced it, then today you will. The clash was brief, but the consequences were severe. Si-hein returned to find the house in ruins and was devastated. Hyun-gu even casually patted his shoulder and comforted him that it was not his fault. Who said it was your fault? It is just that I do not know when I will finish cleaning. Theo Jian stepped in and was stunned by the sight. Si-hein sighed and asked if he had come to mock them. At least this matter was resolved properly, right? It was said the government and the association would provide compensation. Fortunately, there were no casualties. That is true, but take a look at this. The video of the incident had climbed to top 1 trending in the apartment complex. After watching it, Seo Jian looked excited. The residents' reactions were not bad either. The important thing was that Hyun-gu wanted to avoid reporters, so he gave them Kim Si-hyun's number. He even redirected all the questions to Si-hyun, causing his phone to be flooded with 192 missed calls and 423 messages. The younger brother could only lament because he had just changed his number not long ago, while one was still full of energy saying not to worry. Hyung, where is your conscience? It seems Jian Quan intends to reuse the formation. He tossed Kim Si-hyun an item and told him to hold it, then left with Seo Jian. Si-hyun was stunned to discover that this item was a rare ST-grade artifact. I suddenly feel more motivated, just leave everything to me. Material things truly influence the mind. Jian Guan immediately walked toward the magic circle. He recalled the face of the one who had once tried to assassinate him. After countless pleas, he finally revealed the truth. First, the one behind the order to kill him was Merton, the master of Ares. Second, he had hidden the secret traces in the basement, and now Jian Guan had gathered sufficient evidence. The young man turned his head to look at Anya. Are you all right? Yes, I am fine. Then let us begin right in front of the Ares GUI headquarters. Saying that, he tossed the phone to Anya. Take it. Anya had yet to recover from her shock when Hyun-gu added, Seo Jian asked me to give it to you, keep it safe. Despite her exhaustion, Anya suddenly regained her composure and felt revitalized. Fully activated in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the location. He muttered, why is this place so dark and gloomy? Where is this place? Could Anya have betrayed him? At that moment Merton appeared. You are too slow. Pleased to meet you. Merton, oh, you know me. Hyun-gu smiled excitedly. It seems the information was useful. You sent people to assassinate me many times. How could I not know? Yet all of them failed. Knights were merely a facade. What matters is that I have already understood who you are. For example, the fact that you are the guardian of the 9th floor. Hyun-gu stared at him but could not check his authority information. Could he be a climber? Although he had suspected it before, the master of Ariskull being a climber was truly unusual. Hyun-gu shouted loudly, that makes it convenient. All troubles can be resolved at once. Truly the words of someone who once stopped 2 climbers. Do you know why I changed the teleportation position and brought you here? Because you are as confident as those 2. Wrong, because this place has already been set with traps. Hyun-gu thought to himself that this man was strange. Openly admitting there were traps only made others more wary. He threw a straight punch forward, but it was blocked by a barrier. This thing is completely different from ordinary magic. At that moment, Yangon was also flung away. He looked up in astonishment when he saw countless weapons floating in the air. Merton smiled, allow me to introduce myself. I am the seeker of truth and essence. To the weak I am like a god, to the strong I am no different from a demon. I grant the weak a power they could never attain, therefore others call me the destroyer. However, I have another title, the copycat faker. He launched the weapons toward Hyun-gu, forcing him to barely dodge in time. Unable to approach directly, he had no choice but to use position swap. With this barrier, excessive attacks would only drain his stamina. Therefore, Jiang Guan decided to go all out from the very beginning. He activated his power and executed Asura Blaze Spear, though it required a brief moment. At that exact moment, he rushed forward to challenge him. If you can, try to block this. Activate King Crushing Divine Kick. Hyun-gu unleashed another attack, yet his face remained cold. He continuously used the Divine Sandals to unleash relentless kicks. However, in the midst of his momentum, Merton stopped him. Not bad, in just a few seconds you released such a surge of magic power. Firmly pushed Hyun-gu back. After that, Hyun-gu could no longer restore his magic power. Merton coldly declared, it is useless. Your magic power has been frozen. I have observed you for a long time, always searching for the guardian of this floor. Through your battles with the Night Order, I discovered the truth. That most of your skills require mana consumption. Hyun-gu replied tiredly, you talk too much. Merton continued arrogantly, do you not realize your situation? You cannot use any skill. Hyun-gu laughed in response, are you not the same? That is right, I also cannot use mana. But I can still make use of my artifact. Yangon tried to check and realized his words were true. He could not even transform. At that moment, he attacked head-on and injured Hyun-gu. Do not resist, you are too confident in your endurance. All of my items are above S+ grade. Hyun-gu fell into confusion. What should he do? It seemed there was no way out. He tried to search for the source. There must be something sealing the mana. In the end, he finally discovered it. Although there was a barrier, it was not strong enough to stop him, so it was not worth worrying about. Jiang Yuan resolved to charge forward, but a powerful beam of light forced him back. Slippers were the only thing that helped him maintain his balance. With astonishing speed, Hyun-gu immediately gathered momentum and rushed up again. This morning, he had read many interesting things in Lightning Warrior Volume 51. He decided to try applying what he had learned. Even without mana, techniques could still be executed. Young man activated Heavenly Thunder Divine Kick and finally succeeded. However, when he approached the barrier, Merton stopped him again. Hyun-gu spun around and snatched the weapon from his hand. Merton Brent could not help but be astonished. Even though he had witnessed it before, he still had to admire it. You broke through my defense without mana. I did not expect you to reach this level. Therefore, I will show my respect and let you see my skill. This is the sword of the hero Asura. Do you know what is special about it? It can borrow skills from other weapons. Legend says that hero always fought alongside his comrade. If you use it, you can execute it like this. Activate acceleration, maximum acceleration, second acceleration, dual acceleration, extreme point, dual extreme, twist point, single strike, single extreme, double strike, power enhancement, explosion, fire blast, ultimate flame, combo, double combo, extreme poison, silver blade, shadow blade, divine blade. The moment he began to act, Hyun-gu could see his movements but could not dodge. The curse of this life had sealed his mana. Hyun-gu braced himself against a terrifying barrage of attacks. Merton continued to raise his weapon high, activating the ice system and aiming straight at Hyun-gu. The fire system unleashed Divine Spear of Solar Eclipse. The poison system fired out stars infused with scorching venom. Hyun-gu could not dodge in time and took a heavy blow. Now the opponent was preparing to finish him. This is the only weapon I have not copied, yet the original is in my hands. The greatsword Gigantomachia came crashing down, a farewell sent to Kim Hyun-gu. At the very moment the blade slashed straight down, a blinding burst of light erupted. When the light faded, Jiang Yuan appeared with a tattered coat, his body covered in wounds. Ho ho, still not down, just as expected. Your endurance far exceeds my calculation. Hyun-gu spoke up. Hey, let me ask you something. Merton replied disdainfully. You look like a lamb about to die. Fine, I will hear your last wish. Why are you so determined to kill me? Because eliminating you is the fastest way to destroy this floor. Why are you so stubborn about climbing the tower? Climb the tower because we want to reach the supreme throne. Is that reason still not enough? Then let it end here. Hyun-gu thought to himself, an S-class artifact plus that critical strike should not leave only a few scratches. Ha ha, what a damned power. What are you laughing at, going mad before dying? Fine, I will end it now. Even in danger, Hyun-gu mocked him. And what, do you think I stalled for nothing? You used an item, so now I will use my own ability. Merton turned pale. Damn, that is mana, but the mana seal is still in place. No, that is not Kim Hyun-gu's mana. Hyun-gu burst into loud laughter. Thank you for revealing information and letting me know your fighting style. Now goodbye, you detestable bastard. Thunderous explosion resounded, followed by a surge of flame. All that remained were endless curses. Damn it, that bastard. In the blink of an eye, Hyun-gu returned to Avi's room. His entire body ached as if it were falling apart. He had activated a device that prevented the opponent from tracing the coordinates. Merton seemed to go mad. I cannot trace his position. I must find him before he recovers. Suddenly, he noticed a strand of mana floating in the air. Teleportation connects two coordinates and crosses space. That strand of mana is the bridge. In theory, it should dissipate after the teleportation is complete. If it still exists, it means Jiang Yuan has hidden in another space. Thinking that, he felt proud of his own sharpness. Not everyone could see this, so he could track him down. Avi and Hyun-gu were currently on the first floor of the tutorial tower. Even after using mana to heal, Hyun-gu's injuries were still extremely severe. Avi sighed. If only there were a recovery potion or a regeneration artifact. Unfortunately, there was only a first aid kit. A tower climber who could copy artifacts and freeze mana. This situation was truly dire. Gordon could only hold out here for another 20 minutes. Do not worry, Jiang Yuan raised his head and said, it is done. Really, what training was it? Avi grew even more uneasy. Something about him was not right. Without even resting, Jiang Yuan wanted to continue. Should you not spend time thinking of a strategy? Jiang Gul patted him on the head to reassure him that he was fine. This time would be different. Jiang Yuan once again teleported to Merton's location. Kim Hyun-gu, welcome back. After hearing that, Hyun-gu only gave a foolish grin, leaving the opponent full of confusion. Sorry, it is quite funny that you came back without knowing a pit was already waiting. Merton roared angrily, you dare trick me. If you want to disappear quickly, you should have said so. I will grant your wish. Only Jiangyuan knew he had trained in countless disciplines within the tower, most inspired by novels, but the final art he honed was the two-die technique. It resembled a concept in martial arts fiction called soft technique. Because he could not fully comprehend it, he once abandoned it midway. The reason was that there were too many masters, yet no one to verify it. However, in the brief 6 hours inside the system room, he had unlocked the key point. Gu diligently practiced, exactly as described in the books. At the same time, he connected it to the battle with Heavenly Demon and the chaotic monstrous force. Those two opposing styles allowed him to grasp the principle of the two-die technique. At this moment, Jiangyuan stood motionless. Merton's eyes widened in shock, nearly falling over. He thought in confusion, he has not changed at all. The wounds are still there and he carries no artifact. But is this truly the same man I faced 6 hours ago? He had intended to toy with him before killing him, but now there was no chance. He had to deal with Gu immediately. Jiangyuan made a provoking gesture, raising one hand forward. You think one hand can block this, fool? The instant the blade swept over, Jiangyuan blocked it with just one hand. He even twisted his wrist, wrenching Merton's arm aside. He screamed loudly, irritating Gu. Clenching his fist, he unleashed Tyrant King back Extreme Fist, sending him flying. Missing the advantage, Jiangyuan followed with a Divine Palm strike and then another blow. Just like that, Merton felt as if he was being crushed into the ground. Yet he still forced himself up, hurling curses. No, that is another form of power. Gigantomatia can absorb strength from other weapons. Merton challenged him, do you think you can overcome this? Gu smiled with delight at his massive horde like a child. Merton felt his body could not withstand that force. Therefore he decided to pour everything into one final strike. Gu stood still. One hand was enough to hold the sword pressing down. Then he casually lifted it with one hand, leaving Merton stunned. No, that is my energy. Gu lunged close to his face in provocation. That is right, it is yours, I am returning it. Activating the first form of the two-die technique, Sacred Void Samsara. Merton could not believe the scene before his eyes. Everything seemed to be completely reversed. This was truly too unreasonable. Yang Gold decided to unleash the finishing blow, completely eliminating Merton from the game. System announced that you have defeated the hidden climber in New York, USA. The target faker Hasubun has been defeated. Information authority has been raised to low intermediate level. After the intense battle, Gu obtained a special badge. Even though it originally belonged to him, it still did not disappear. Hasubun's subspace ranked S++, maximum storage skill of 15 objects currently empty. The simple designation, objects could be placed into that space. This meant it could store almost anything. The sword was drawn inside. Storage count was 1 out of 15 with Gigantomatia. Gigantomatia ranked SD+, enhanced strength and collective resonance. Once belonged to the giant king of floor 3, one strike could split mountains and part clouds, but only fully unleashed with sufficient authority. Gu sighed, wishing he could stuff everything into it for convenience. It was time to leave, but his clothes were tattered, no phone, and he did not even know where he was. Just as he felt confused, someone reminded him it was almost time. At the morning meeting, everyone was shocked to see Jiangyuan standing right in the middle of the room. He even wore a meaningful smile that made the other party turn pale. He rushed forward and delivered a stunning blow to him. I am tired, so I will only deal with you lightly. Start by taking off all your clothes and hand over the phone. 3 days later at the headquarters of the Korean Hunter Association, porters crowded in asking whether Gu would reveal the culprit behind the assassination attempt at Kim Si-hyun's house. When Gu stepped onto the stage, the crowd immediately erupted, recording every single moment. He calmly said he would leave after saying what needed to be said. Everyone must know that someone broke into Kim Si-hyun's house to target me. Gu raised his phone, affirming he already knew who was behind it. He played the recording as evidence. The voice confirmed that Ma and Merton was the one who gave the order, leaving reporters stunned because he was the chairman of VRS. Gu smiled and said there were also surveillance cameras and many other pieces of evidence. He challenged Gui Aries to quickly provide an explanation. 3 days later on Gangzong Street, reporters surrounded Gu's house, asking about the disappearance of manager Aries. Gu appeared with his body wrapped in bandages. Li Xiaojong asked whether Earth was the 9th floor of the tower. And Xiao Kun sighed, saying it was hard to believe and surprising that Gu was the guardian protecting the floor from climbers. Gu leaned back and laughed, saying everyone could just consider it a basic understanding. Seeing that no one could believe it, he also felt awkward. admitted he had once been extremely shocked as well. But sooner or later they had to know the truth. Kim Si-hyun complained that he freely went everywhere handling rifts. Hyun-gu shot back asking what he meant by half asleep. Lee Seo-jong asked whether the previous trip was to deal with a climber. He shook his head saying he went to deal with Gui Aries. Han Seo-kun was surprised because Aries was still operating normally. Hyun-gu replied that he did not care. Because the chairman of Aries was a climber, he conveniently handled both matters, leaving the three wide-eyed. While explaining, the noise of reporters outside grew even louder. Hyun-gu irritably said he had to step outside for a moment even though he was still injured. He removed the bandages confidently, saying he had almost fully recovered. As soon as he stepped out, the reporters surged forward again. But the sound of a car engine startled everyone. A luxurious limousine stopped in front. Masked bodyguards cleared the way on a red carpet, and a girl bowed to Hyun-gu. Mission smiled and said, "Master, your disciple has arrived." Hyun-gu was confused why she had appeared. The three inside the house stared at the scene in bewilderment. Mission knelt down respectfully and called him master. She introduced the masked individuals as bodyguards prepared for him. Hyun-gu ordered them to leave, and in an instant they vanished. Han Seo-kun asked whether that was Mission, the leader of Gyulapaido. Kim Si-hyun explained that she ranked 5th in the world at S-class. Hyun-gu stared in shock as his disciple nodded repeatedly. He could not believe his disciple was among the top 5 in the world. He thought he had only taught a few performance moves with nothing special. Looking at her innocent expression, he was even more confused how she had become so strong. Mission slammed her head to the floor in apology, startling Hyun-gu. She said she was useless for failing to keep her promise. She even declared that no one was allowed to stand above her except Master, forcing Hyun-gu to shout for her to be quiet. Mission continued crying and apologizing, giving him an even worse headache. Helpless, he lightly tapped her head to calm her down. Contrary to expectations, she looked at him with sparkling eyes full of reverence. She coquettishly begged for forgiveness while Hyun-gu held his head and lamented his past. Kim Si-hyun hesitantly called out Mission's name, but she immediately released a terrifying aura when her name was called, making him break into a cold sweat. The other two stepped outside. Kim Si-hyun asked about the relationship between him and Mission. Hyun-gu rubbed her head, reminding her not to casually demand dealing with others. Kim Si-hyun was astonished to learn that the 5th ranked in the world was his disciple, and Hyun-gu only nodded. Reporters' voices rang out again, giving him a headache. Mission eagerly wanted to go out and handle it, but he shouted that she must not speak like that. She lowered her eyes and asked if she was not allowed to do that, and he asked what she thought. Hyun-gu's phone suddenly notified him of a new message. The corner of his lips curved into a meaningful smile. When he stood up, Kim Si-hyun asked where he was going. He replied he would head to Sungni Street. He smiled and said Aries had sent a response. A few minutes later, he arrived at a cafe where a man was waiting. Sitting down, he crossed his arms and said, "I am here. You want to speak with the person directly involved, do you not?" Hearing Hyun-gu say that, the vice president of Gui Aries Kagut was so frightened that his throat went dry. Even swallowing became difficult. Kagut held his forehead in exhaustion, silently cursing his fate. Why did he have to clean up this mess after the chairman vanished? The document he presented at the press conference even implied that number 6 had disappeared along with Chairman Gui. Perhaps this very person had overthrown Chairman Gui. Someone like that was clearly not an opponent he could face. Gui was in turmoil internally because of this. It had to be resolved quickly. After pondering for a long time, Kagut finally asked directly, "What do you want?" Hyun-gu replied calmly, "Should you not be the one telling me?" Lowering his voice in concession, Kagut said, "We will try to meet all of Hunter Kim demands." Hyun-gu immediately demanded the transfer of all dungeons and their withdrawal from Korea. Upon hearing that, Kagut slammed the table in fierce protest, claiming it was utterly unreasonable. Hyun-gu merely shrugged and asked, "What is unreasonable? If I demanded more, you would truly be in trouble." Hyun-gu smiled meaningfully and said, "You have done quite a few things behind my back. Thanks to your friends, I know everything." Kagut's silence only proved it true. Hyun-gu curled his lips and said, "I was only speaking casually." Did it strike a nerve? Knowing he held the advantage, Hyun-gu presented his final condition. "Out of consideration, I will take only 40% of the dungeons you own." After hearing it, Kagut understood that neither he nor Gui Aries would escape this time. The agreement concluded. Despite Kagut's splitting headache, Hyun-gu whistled as he walked out. Outside, Mission and the masked demon group knelt respectfully and asked whether Master had finished handling everything. Hyun-gu frowned and reminded them, "Did I not tell you not to bring them?" The masked figures vanished at once. Mission lowered her head in apology. Suddenly, Mission sensed something unusual. He reached out to touch Hyun-gu. He reminded her not to do that again next time and told her to go home. Seeing her hide her hand behind her back, he asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Mission simply smiled and said, "It is nothing." As Hyun-gu walked toward the car, Mission glanced back at the girl behind her. Inside the cafe, Kaga was still clutching his head in pain. Mission cast a glance at Hyun-gu, who was cheerfully standing beside the limousine. Her hand tightened, crushing the eavesdropping device into pieces. She silently ordered the masked unit to assemble. In an abandoned building, a desperate scream echoed. Kaga was engulfed by a black energy. He struggled and begged for his life. Power hurled him violently against the wall, leaving his face pale with pain. A white-robed figure wearing a demon mask approached and coldly said, "You are nothing." Kaga trembled and asked why the special unit of the Paido Association had appeared. The white-robed figure swung his sword and replied, "Do not blame me. You brought this upon yourself." Kaga panicked and claimed he was innocent. Yet the blade still descended without hesitation, causing him to collapse. The voice of the white-robed figure rang out steadily, "Remember this. We do not care what you have done, but if you anger that person once more, we will meet again, no matter where you hide." At that moment, Avi's voice sounded, scolding him for being selfish. She shivered and complained that it was very cold here. Hyun-gu scratched his head awkwardly, looked at his phone and asked, "Why did you not call me?" Avi replied, "I am restricted," making Hyun-gu ask in surprise, "Restricted how?" Wrapped in a blanket, Avi explained that when Guardian enters the system room, for the next 5 days I cannot call him. Hyun-gu leaned closer and asked whether any skill had leveled up this time. Avi told him to open the system panel. Hyun-gu opened his system panel. He glanced over the stats and said, "The speed has increased, but I already knew that. Anything else?" Avi happily informed him that the character personality display function had been upgraded. Hyun-gu recalled that skill and asked whether it was truly useful. Avi replied it used to be simple, but now it will be clearer and easier to understand. Hyun-gu eagerly asked more. Avi said if you want to upgrade other categories, the information authority must exceed average. Hearing that, Hyun-gu felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. He leaned back and sighed, "How can I increase it?" Avi comforted him, "Perhaps Gordon would know. Perhaps those who climb the tower can answer that question." Hyun-gu asked in surprise, "Why would they know?" Avi said, "There are people who reclimb the tower. They climb again after reaching the top, though I do not know the reason." Hyun-gu laughed and said since they have climbed before, they would know information about the tower, right? The name Faker appeared in his mind. Everything was for the highest position. Though he did not fully understand that man intention, next time he met a reclimer, he had to ask clearly. Just as he was about to leave, Avi hurriedly stopped him. "Guardian, wait." Her eyes lit up. She mimed pressing a controller and asked him to buy me a PlayStation. Hyun-gu's smile immediately froze. In the end, Avi obtained the game console she wanted, while Hyun-gu left with a much lighter wallet. A few days later in Hanam, Gyeonggi, looking at the construction site, Hyun-gu asked, "What is this?" Mission lowered her head and replied, "It is a villa exclusively for you, master." Hyun-gu was stunned and asked, "This is a house?" Kim Si-hyun quickly searched to see if such a place existed in Hanam. Seeing the result, he was shocked to realize it was land originally planned for a new city. Hyun-gu asked anxiously how much money was poured into this. Mission replied, "Compared to what I received from you, it is insignificant." Hyun-gu trembled inwardly and wondered how much exactly. Seeing her attitude, he felt confused. Why is she suddenly so good to me? Mission asked whether you would like to go inside and take a look. Hyun-gu nodded yet still wondered if she had other plans. She called him master. The system displayed personality extremely loyal. Target Hyun-gu, nothing suspicious. Hyun-gu stammered, "Disciple, could it be?" Seeing the affection in her eyes, he blurted out, "What is wrong with you?" leaving the other two stunned. Si-hyun regained her senses first and shouted, "Hyun, are you crazy?" Returning to the apartment, Hyun-gu scratched his head, recalling Si-hyun's reproach that he spoke strangely to children. He thought to himself, she is not a child anymore. Seeing Mission approach, Hyun-gu spoke up. "Hey disciple, are you not planning to return to China?" Hearing that, she lowered her head sadly and asked, "Am I bothering you?" Hyun-gu hurriedly waved his hands and said, "No, but you are the sect leader." Mission smiled brightly and said, "Where I belong is by your side." Hyun-gu said with a headache, "Fine, do not wander around, just focus on your work." She obediently agreed. When Mission left the room, Kim Si-hyun looked at him and asked, "Is there something between you and the Dragon Emperor?" Hyun-gu lazily asked, "What do you mean?" Si-hyun imitated Mission's emotional manner, making Hyun-gu say, "Just pretend you did not see anything." Si-hyun asked, "When do you plan to go to America?" Hyun-gu asked in surprise, "For what?" Hyun said, do you not watch the news? The International Hunter Association has sent an invitation. Hyun-gu asked in astonishment why so suddenly. Hyun replied probably because of the global S-rank list. Hyun-gu then remembered it was something that offered prize money upon registration. Hyun sighed and said, I do not understand why you remember it that way, but that is indeed the case. Hyun-gu whistled as he kept tossing money into the air, his face full of pride as he said, do we still need to go? I am rich now. Hyun crossed his arms and smiled. It is still better to go. After all, raising your rank on the world leaderboard is a great honor. It proves you are in the top 1% globally. Hearing that, Hyun-gu clicked his tongue softly. Then let us go. I have nothing better to do anyway. A few days later, Hyun-gu's group set foot in America. Looking at the massive facility before him, he could not help but marvel. The scale is truly enormous. Does all of this belong to the International Hunter Association? Mission replied respectfully, yes. Mission turned and proudly said, Master, I can also build a park this large. Hyun-gu waved his hand. There is no need for something that big. Suddenly Hyun noticed the person who had just arrived and greeted him. It has been a long time, Senator Liam. Senator Liam stepped forward to shake Hyun's hand, smiling warmly. Indeed, it has been a while. Hunter Hyun. Then he cheerfully called out, oh, Hunter Hyun-gu. Hyun immediately introduced them. Hyun, this is Senator Liam Low, a member of the Supreme Council. Mr. Liam smiled and said, just call me Liam. Liam took the initiative to shake Hyun-gu's hand, praising his outstanding performance. Hyun-gu replied casually, ah, really? Before he could say more, Liam brushed past him, walked up to Mission and raised his hand in greeting. It seems the Dragon Emperor is also here. He was met only with a cold stare. The emotionless gaze and silence made the atmosphere tense. Hyun quickly spoke to break the awkwardness, so the senator personally came to receive us. Liam smiled and replied, yes, I greatly admire Hunter Hyun-gu. First, Hunter Hyun-gu came here to be re-evaluated, correct? Hyun-gu chuckled lightly. Aside from that reason, I have no other purpose. Liam laughed heartily. Then please follow me. I will lead the way. The group entered a vast room. Liam introduced it as the assessment chamber reserved exclusively for S-class hunters. Hyun-gu looked around curiously. This place. Liam pointed at the platform holding a glowing 5-colored orb, explaining that once a hand was placed on it, the orb would compare data and rank the hunter. Hyun-gu looked bored and said, is it that simple? I thought there would be a more interesting test. Liam only smiled faintly. The simpler it is, the more effective. Hyun-gu glanced at the orb before him, then calmly placed his hand on its glowing surface. The orb immediately radiated light. Everyone outside held their breath awaiting the result. Suddenly, a notification panel appeared before Hyun-gu's eyes. After reading its contents, Hyun-gu frowned in confusion. What is this nonsense? After eliminating the monsters, Lee Seo-jong said happily, everyone did very well. The others responded comfortably, you worked hard as well, President. Wiping sweat, Lee Seo-jong muttered that recently the monsters seemed stronger. Not only that, they also seemed more intelligent than before. Thinking that, she laughed it off. I must be overthinking, then took out her phone to check the news. Seeing news related to the International Hunter Association, Lee Seo-jong suddenly felt uneasy. Hyun-gu Oppa went there. I wonder what he caused this time. Lee Seo-jong sighed and said, Hyun went as well, but having him there is no different from not having him. Recalling a few days earlier, Lee Seo-jong asked in surprise, you plan to postpone the labyrinth expedition for another 2 weeks. Hyun nodded while reading documents. Yes, Suka-gun also agreed, we can rest for a while. Lee Seo-jong smiled and asked, you intend to follow Hyun-gu Oppa, do you not? Hyun was startled at being exposed and awkwardly asked back, what about you, are you not going? Lee Seo-jong smiled and replied, not exactly, then stood up to end today's meeting. Suddenly Hyun spoke up, wait a moment, he trembled and awkwardly said softly, I have something to ask. Lee Seo-jong asked curiously, what is it? Looking into Lee Seo-jong's expectant eyes, Hyun stammered, what kind of gifts do girls usually like? Hearing that question, Lee Seo-jong was completely stunned, her eyes wide and mouth agape. Meanwhile at the Aries gooey side, Manga was in quite a miserable state. He sat amid towering piles of documents, nursing a headache as Ware's stock plummeted after Martin Brand's death and all his relics vanished. Kagat trembled, realizing the most serious problem was. Suddenly he sprang up, overturned the desk and roared, damn Hyun-gu, 40%, are you joking with me? At that moment the door to Kagat's room suddenly opened. Kagat frowned irritably. Did I not order that no one enter? But upon seeing the person before him, he froze. Marshal. Marshall, a senior council member of the International Hunter Association, smiled and said, "It has been a long time." Kagat hurried forward and asked, "What brings you here?" Marshall raised his hand and replied, "Ma and Brent is an acquaintance of mine." Hearing that, Kagat was astonished, so the two had a close relationship. Marshall looked around the room and said, "It seems the situation here is not very good." Kagat stammered an apology. Marshall reassured him not to worry, "I will help you," making Kagat ask in surprise, "Truly?" Marshall explained, "I am not helping you but helping Merton. What would happen if he returned and saw his organization weaken?" Marshall patted Kagat's shoulder and revealed a meaningful smile. "What I mean is, you only need to do exactly as I instruct." Returning to the main character Hyun-gu, he was still staring at the notification panel with a puzzled expression. On the screen appeared 4 clear words, "Cannot be determined." Hyun-gu shouted angrily, "What is going on? Why is it like this?" Behind him Liam was also deep in thought. Liam said worriedly, "This has never happened before." Kim Si-hyun stepped forward and suggested, "Let me try." The moment Kim Si-hyun placed his hand on it, the screen displayed the number 172. He darkened and said he had dropped in rank. Hyun-gu exclaimed in surprise, "How strange, the orb is not broken yet the result is like this." Liam said in confusion, "I have never seen this before." Only Mission remained calm and silent before speaking, "Truly a bunch of mediocre people." Mission declared loudly, "My master is an undeniable genius worthy of standing at the top." But before she could finish, she was stopped by Hyun-gu's shout. Veins bulged on his forehead. Hyun-gu looked at Liam irritably, "So I came all this way and gained nothing." Liam hurriedly reassured him, "Please calm down, the banquet will begin shortly." Hyun-gu asked curiously, "A banquet?" Liam explained that today was the anniversary of the International Hunter Association. There he could freely enjoy himself, all right. Seeing Hyun-gu fall silent, Liam sighed inwardly, hoping this would satisfy him. Not long after the banquet officially began, plates of food were quickly cleared away. Liam smiled as he watched Hyun-gu rub his stomach in satisfaction and say that he seemed to like the dishes very much, while Mission beside him diligently recorded her master's culinary preferences. Just as Liam was about to ask more, an impolite voice rang out, "Oh, look who is here." Hyun-gu and Liam both turned around. Only Mission remained absorbed in her notes and did not notice. The one who appeared was Tank, the third-ranked S-class hunter in the world. Liam said politely that he had no time to entertain him now. Tank sneered and replied that an old man like you thinks he can entertain me, causing murmurs among the surrounding crowd. Hyun-gu showed clear displeasure at Tank's arrogant attitude. He complained that the man's voice was too loud and hurt his ears. Kim Si-hyun immediately warned him not to get involved with him. Hyun-gu questioned the reason. Kim Si-hyun explained that Tank was notorious for cruelty, often abusing his power and committing many illegal acts yet never being convicted. Tank glanced at Hyun-gu with interest, saying he looked quite familiar. Was he not the one causing chaos everywhere just to stop a disaster? He stepped in front of Hyun-gu and provoked him, "You had better know your place." Tank tapped his finger on Hyun-gu's shoulder and threatened that he was very skilled at dealing with people like him. Hyun-gu smiled, gently brushed his hand away and replied, "The one who should say that is me." Being looked down upon, Tank grew furious, clenching his fist as he prepared to attack Hyun-gu. Liam panicked and tried to stop them. "Stop. If you fight here it will cause serious consequences." At that moment Hyun-gu swiftly bent down to evade Tank's strike. He revealed a sharp smile and replied, "The one who needs to behave is you." Hyun-gu swung his arm and unleashed a punch as powerful as a crashing hammer. The force of his fist shot straight at the opponent, sending him flying backward. His body slammed hard into the wall behind. Seeing the wall crack apart and dust billow everywhere, Hyun-gu licked his lips and scratched his head, muttering that he might have used a bit too much force. Tank quickly recovered, springing to his feet and shouting in fury. Seeing him rise so quickly, Kim Si-hyun was also surprised. Rumors said this was a rare genius, not someone easily knocked down. At that moment Tank picked up a massive broken slab of stone. He hurled it straight toward Hyun-gu with all his strength. Hyun-gu once again broke into an excited smile. He casually raised his hand and calmly shattered the stone block right in front of him. Suddenly Tank seized the moment, circling behind Hyun-gu and shouting loudly. He charged forward and delivered a heavy blow toward Kim. Impact forced Hyun-gu to slide back a distance. The violent scene sent many people fleeing in panic. Screams echoed everywhere. Senator Liam watched with a heart full of worry, seeing Hyun-gu seemingly pressured and wanting to intervene. This would only make martial influence grow stronger. Tank looked at the wreckage and arrogantly declared that someone like you was not worthy. Liam hurried forward to stop him. Before he could finish speaking, Hyun-goo's voice rang out in mockery, startling both Tank and Liam. Hyun-goo calmly stood up, brushed the dust off his pants and spoke lightly. It felt no different from a mosquito bite. Are you done yet? Now it is my turn. The moment he finished speaking, he appeared right in front of Tank, leaving him stunned. His fist was swung without hesitation. Direct blow sent Tank flying far away. Tank staggered as he crawled to his feet, muttering angrily. But Hyun-goo had already closed in behind him at some point, cracking his knuckles as he said, "Can you endure this? Consider it helping me test a new move." What followed was a relentless barrage of blows raining down on Tank, one strike after another amid groans, under the watchful eyes of Kim Si-hyun, Liam and Mission Film crew. Kim Si-hyun watched in silent admiration, enduring that many hits was impressive, while Liam broke into a cold sweat. In the end, Tank collapsed onto the floor, unable to stand. Hyun-goo placed his foot on him with confidence, wiping away sweat while maintaining a calm and captivating demeanor. Suddenly he remembered something. Wait, this guy is ranked 3rd in the world. Turned to Kim Si-hyun, Liam and Mission who were looking at him in admiration and asked, "So defeating him means I am ranked 3rd now, right?" Mo-shin's red eyes burned with determination. "I will climb to the very top to meet my master again, the one who stands first on the world ranking." The phone screen switched to news about Hyun-goo's victory. Lee Seo-jong held her phone reading the news with unease, hoping he would leave a mark strong enough. Shuwon was eating and asked if she was worried about Hyun-goo, then reassured her that he was very strong. Lee Seo-jong lowered her head and replied that it was true, but she feared things might go out of control. Shuwon also fell silent because that could happen. He recalled Hyun-goo's imposing figure from years ago. He once cleared out the rotten figures among the elite, hunting down opponents with ease. Shuwon laughed softly while eating as she thought of the past. He was someone everyone wanted by their side. Lee Seo-jong hesitantly asked if Oppa had heard anything from Kim Si-hyun. Shuwon asked in surprise why. She replied that she thought he already had a girlfriend. The scene shifted to Kim Si-hyun holding a red gift box with an awkward expression. The smile on his lips seemed immersed in sweet emotion. When someone called out, he startled and quickly hid the gift box in a large bag. Mr. Liam opened the door and walked in, kindly asking if he liked this place. From a distance, Kim Si-hyun observed the conversation. Liam apologized on behalf of yesterday's incident and received a reply that there was no need to be overly polite. The police carried Tank on a stretcher into an ambulance, while the crowd gossiped after the event that caused the party to be cancelled. The person mentioned most was still Hyun-goo. He looked bewildered at the whispers around him. Liam invited him to stay at a 5-star hotel for easier discussion. Liam suggested a private talk if Hyun-goo was not busy. He asked whether there was anything urgent. After that he turned to tell Mission that he would return. Stay here. In a fit of anger she slammed the door shut. The evening passed in a heavy atmosphere. The room grew awkward when only Kim Si-hyun and she remained. He awkwardly glanced at her, wanting to sit closer yet hesitating. He had once thought she was open-minded because she was always cheerful around Hyun-goo. He softly called out to Mission. When she turned back, he grew flustered and did not know what to say, wondering which subject she liked most. But in the end, he asked with curiosity how she had come to know Hyun-goo. Mission maintained a cold attitude. She said she would tell him, but with one condition. He nervously asked what the condition was. Blushing, she asked what master liked. Kim Si-hyun replied that after leaving the tower, Hyun-goo liked food the most. She then asked more about money. When she left, leaving him bewildered, he could only say he would return later. The door slammed shut, making Kim Si-hyun even more confused. He let out a helpless sigh. Meanwhile, Hyun-goo was sipping tea with Liam. Liam asked if the tea suited his taste. Hyun-goo replied it was fine and told him to get straight to the point. While enjoying the cookies, Liam laughed at that straightforwardness. Liam asked if he knew Marshall, another high-ranking member of the association. That man was backed by the government and ranked among the top hunters, also supported by those in the 1st, 3rd, and 6th positions. "We remain calm. We need a new card to balance things," he said as he clenched his hand. "I want you to stand on my side." Hyun-goo fell into deep thought. He returned to his room looking tired. He handed the bag of cookies to Kim Si-hyun, who asked in surprise why he had come back so early, and he simply nodded. Hyun-goo looked at the bag beside the chair and asked what it was. Kim Si-hyun casually said it was just a souvenir, but Hyun-goo still suspected it was a gift meant for someone. He blushed awkwardly, saying it was just an acquaintance, then quickly changed the subject to what he and Liam had discussed. He replied calmly that the old man told him he did not need to do anything at all. Hearing that, he was stunned, thinking Liam could be that humble. After all, he is the master of the world's rank 5 and once brought down Ares, a globally renowned guild. He himself is already a formidable weapon. Under Hyun-gu's puzzled gaze, he explained that rumors say he is on the same side as that man, and thanks to his reputation, even Marshall does not dare touch Liam. MC Hyun asked what that man had proposed, but Hyun-gu only replied vaguely that he did not really know. That man said so, and that was enough. Bong An laughed. He can use the teleportation gate at any time, and this has never been made public. He asked again in surprise. That man truly said it was fine. Hyun-gu nodded cheerfully. That is right. That man also invited him to attend the top 50 party in 2 weeks and allowed him to use the teleportation gate. Kim Si-hyun remarked that this was quite good. The scene shifts to Ares' headquarters. Marshall is discussing with Vice President Kaga whether the matter has been settled. It is all thanks to Marshall, hearing that he said in satisfaction that is good. Kaga wondered what that man intended to do and why he was helping him. Looking into Marshall's meaningful eyes, he realized the story about Merton was only a pretext. That is enough. Suspicion will turn into poison. I only need to protect what is within my reach. Seeing Kagut deep in thought, Marshall asked, "You seem to be thinking a lot." Kagut replied, apologizing that there is still much to handle. Marshall slipped his hand into his pocket, then spoke while eating, "Do not worry, I have something for you." Kagut opened his hand to receive the mysterious item and asked, "What is this?" Marshall smiled sinisterly. "Listen carefully. If you help me, you will have the authority to control the guild members." Outside the Washington statue, the night rain poured down in Sting's hospital room. He painfully sat up and cursed under his breath. A flash of lightning illuminated the room where Marshall stood. "You are finally awake." Sting called his name in panic. Marshall coldly approached the hospital bed, reminding him that he had warned him to be careful with Hyun-gu, which enraged Sting. The pain pierced through his indestructible body. He insisted that Hyun-gu had used a move similar to Mo Shin. No sooner had he finished speaking than a voice sounded asking if he used a move like mine. The two turned around in surprise. The one who appeared was Mo Shin, whom Tank once mentioned. He greeted them coldly, saying it has been a long time. Marshall asked, "If you are here, then that thing is finished." Mo Shin nodded in confirmation. Marshall smiled smugly. "Very good. Mo Shin is ready. Now it is our turn to act." 2 weeks passed, in front of a high-rise building bustling with people. Inside the room, Liam parted the curtains expectantly, but Hyun-gu still had not arrived. A voice sounded, "Are you still waiting for him?" Eden opened the door and walked in. "If he has not arrived, it means he does not care." The world's rank 4 master spoke. Riley, the world's rank 7 hunter, coldly remarked that normally people would leave a letter or message. Liam continued looking outside, believing Hyun-gu is different and has his own reason. Another voice announced that it is time. Liam told everyone to go. In the luxurious setting of the party, everyone wore elegant suits. Liam sipped his wine. Eden observed the group of high-ranking officials, noting they are as scheming as ever. Riley said indifferently that they are busy building connections. Liam chatted with a guest about the banquet hall that was destroyed 2 weeks ago, but restored thanks to mage hunters. Before he could finish speaking, Eden called Liam in alarm. "Look over there." A group appeared, among them Mo Shin. Riley was astonished. Why is he here when since entering the top 5 he has never appeared at the association? Liam felt uneasy, sensing something ominous. Mo Shin loudly asked whether all the hunters were present. A guest in a white suit replied. Mo Shin smiled mysteriously. "Then there is no need to wait any longer." He reached out and grabbed the face of the guest in the white suit. In an instant the other collapsed, leaving everyone stunned. Mo Shin remained cold. Tank was splattered with a few drops of blood. Liam panicked. The scene shifts to the high-rise building of the Erang Guild. Lee Seo-jong asked, "Why not carry this out elsewhere?" Hyun-gu asked the reason. She replied that he seems to have forgotten this place is her guild. He smiled, saying there is no one here. She explained that she had restricted access. Anya panicked and suggested moving to another location. If they change places, they will have to start over from the beginning. He turned back to look at her calmly. She replied, "So what?" at her dejected expression. Anya complained that she hates night shifts. Hyun-gu scratched his head and comforted her to relax and take it slow. Despite being exhausted, Anya still had to draw the magic circle. If she has to redo it, she will lose another 2 weeks to overtime. Lee Seo-jong suggested she draw in the morning at the workplace and promised to arrange other tasks, making Anya unexpectedly delighted. Right after that, I bowed my head to Hyun-gu, softly saying that I would do my utmost to satisfy you. Lee Seo-jong looked at him probing. "Hey, you accepted Liam's offer in the end, didn't you?" Hyun-gu calmly replied that if he could use magic circles to travel everywhere, it would be extremely convenient. Li Xiao Zhang said worriedly, I do not think that thing is meant for strolling around, should it not be used for climber missions. Haiyan Gu replied that since he was always busy having it would make traveling much easier. In his heart he understood clearly that if anyone were harmed because he arrived late, he would be tormented by guilt without end. When Haiyan Gu was about to ask Suko Anya how long it would take, there came frantic knocking from outside, along with panicked cries. "Me, is anyone there? Please save me." While everyone was still stunned, Li Xiao Zhang suddenly remembered, "All right, the man you captured. I forgot he is still locked in here." She hurried toward the door from which the pleas were coming. She hesitated before opening the door and told him to get out. The young man had barely poked his head out when he joyfully shouted that he could finally see the light. Immediately she panicked and slammed the door shut with a loud thud. Haiyan Gu froze and asked, "Why did you close the door?" She only smiled lightly and said it was because she was startled. Haiyan Gu slowly opened the door again and saw him collapsed on the floor, weakly begging, "I will tell everything, please save me, just let me see the light." Haiyan Gu suddenly thought that he had been imprisoned for less than a month, yet already could not withstand this pressure. He curled his lips into a cold smile and asked, "So you will truly confess everything?" The scene shifted to the banquet hosted by Lord Liam. The space before their eyes had fallen into utter chaos. Furniture lay shattered everywhere, many people lay motionless on the floor, cries for help rang out while hunters clashed with officials and guests. The atmosphere was suffocating with tension. Lord Liam shouted for anyone who could still move to hurry and run this way. S-rank masters along with special items. Names ranked in the world top 50 fell one after another in less than 5 minutes. Liam thought to himself that everything was happening too fast. Right behind him, Tank glared with fury and growled that he had warned him already. Then he lunged to attack Liam. At that moment, Eden swung his sword to block Tank's strike, knocking him backward. This madman, meanwhile Riley, also cast a spell to confront that brutal man. He shouted loudly for Liam to run quickly. At the same time, Eden was struck by a heavy blow and fell. Liam cried out in panic, Why are you doing this?" Mo Shin still struck at many people with composure before replying coldly, "Because this is necessary for the ending of this world." Liam trembled and asked, "What are you talking about?" Just then Haiyan Gu and his disciples stepped in and were stunned by the scene before them. "What is going on here?" His eyes flashed with anger, fixed straight on Mo Shin. He exclaimed in bewilderment, "How could this place be destroyed like this?" Walked toward Liam with a faint smile and asked, "Why did you not tell me in advance?" Liam trembled and choked as he called out to him. Another voice rang out, "Are you that man? The one who defeated Tin?" Haiyan Gu asked coldly, "Who are you?" The man in the hat replied that he was Mo Shin. Haiyan Gu turned to ask the girl who he was. The disciple smiled and said, "He is the leader of S-rank master." He laughed and said, "The name sounds truly strange." Mo Shin said resentfully, "You arrived at just the right time. I have been wanting to take you down." Haiyan Gu frowned and replied, "Have we met before?" Mo Shin stammered in reply, "No. I only need to surpass you to ascend the tower." Haiyan Gu froze and asked, "What did you say?" Mo Shin launched a flurry of attacks. Haiyan Gu asked in confusion to climb the tower. He smirked and asked, "Are you a climber?" The system immediately displayed the authority information. Name Zin Chun Gu, 33 years old, male, condition excellent. Stats include Strength 5, Agility 55, Endurance 5, Stamina 55, HP 55 and Luck. Special skill Memory Reconstruction, along with a unique piece of equipment. According to the data collected, he is not yet a Grimber. Mo Shin said arrogantly that he is not currently a Grimber. But before long, I will become a true climber. I must leave this place to reach the ultimate goal. Therefore you must fall right here. His fist brushed past Haiyan Gu's face. Haiyan Gu gritted his teeth and cursed this madman. He was struck and sent tumbling through the air. He growled in anger, "Damn it, has he already caught up to me?" Mo Shin said coldly, "I heard you also know martial arts. Then why not test which of us is superior?" Haiyan Gu continued to be forced back. Powerful blows sent him flying far away. The disciple rushed forward in panic, calling Master. Just as she was about to charge in, a burly man blocked her. He laughed mockingly, "Come here and play with me." Girl stared at him with icy eyes. Haiyan Gu struggled to his feet and counterattacked, but his strength seemed insufficient to overpower his opponent. He shouted angrily, "You said you are not a climber. This pressure is no different from a true climber. Damn it then, I will go all out from the start." Mo Shin curled his lips into a smile. "If you run away now, it will be utterly humiliating." Haiyan Gu smiled confidently as he felt the mana around him surge. 2 weeks of research were not in vain. The move Tula Fire Dance Strike is powerful but takes time to cast. If he can restrain the opponent, the outcome will be completely different. Even using just one step of the 10 steps absolute kill to temporarily increase the mana around his body is enough. I am guided by the sacred flow of mana. He shouted loudly Tula Fire Dance Strike. Mo Shin lightly created a pulling force to neutralize it and looked on with smugness. Hyun-gu thought to himself that strike should have knocked him down. Mo Shin said indifferently to someone like you. You truly make me a little disappointed. Hyun-gu was pressed back repeatedly, his moves chaotic like a drunken man. Mo Shin sneered and said your way of moving looks like it is mocking the martial path. Hyun-gu flushed red, so what did it touch your food in any way? Mo Shin spoke with utter contempt. Your martial technique does not have a single truly proper point. Your mana only circulates within your body, merely flowing out without any structured application. That is already your limit. I have trained for 100 years. Do not delude yourself into thinking you can surpass me. Hyun-gu curled his lips in a sneer. 100 years, then you are no longer an ordinary human. The system displayed the opponent's information. Skills, access rights, name Zin Chun-gu, 33 years old, male, status stable. Stats, strength 5+, speed 55, endurance 5, stamina 55, HP 55, luck. Perhaps reaching the world top would be difficult for them. Perhaps it all stemmed from that special skill, the only skill that allowed power to be generated from equipment memory. Mo Shin raised his voice confidently. Correct, I am still human like everyone else, but my ability allows me to train without time limits. Thanks to that I have mastered all martial arts and temporarily escaped ordinary constraints. Hyun-gu muttered irritably, how annoying. Mo Shin gave a faint smile. You have lived in illusion for too long. I will show you the true essence of martial art. True martial arts means defeating the opponent. Mo Shin unleashed consecutive strikes such as Azure Dragon Kick, Chain Kick, Bloodwind Fist, and many other ultimate moves. He carried dense killing intent as he stared straight at Hyun-gu. Your endurance is truly not bad. Hyun-gu thought to himself, he is too strong. If it were someone else they would have fallen long ago. Should he use the fast move like before? But if so, then his next target would be someone else. Mo Shin looked on coldly, while Hyun-gu continued calculating in silence. If he does not use that skill it will be hard to hold on. This body cannot endure anymore. The system notified that you have withstood the entire, extremely powerful attack. Endurance increased. Mo Shin calmly said, I admit you are not weak. But this ends here. Hyun-gu activated stealth, causing Mo Shin to frown as he disappeared. Hyun-gu suddenly appeared behind him, smiling lightly, surprised. Mo Shin immediately launched a fierce counterattack. Witness my Chenma fist technique. This time Mo Shin was countered, and angrily cursed loudly, bastard. He did not understand what had just happened. His raging mana source vanished, clearly not used to increase strength. There must be another reason. Hyun-gu said angrily, now I will return everything you have done. He unleashed Azure Dragon Kick, Chain Kick, and even the ultimate Radiant Aurora. Mo Shin was astonished. How could this be? Hyun-gu sneered, did you think I truly lost? I have observed everything of yours. I poured mana into my eyes to clearly see how you utilized it. Learning was not too difficult because your usage is very intricate and follows clear patterns. Thought the price to pay is not small, but if he did not do that there would be no chance. Mo Shin spoke irritably, that cannot happen. Learning just by watching, Hyun-gu thought that question was reasonable. There is always a large gap between observation and practice. With the experience accumulated before, combined with an enormous amount of mana and a sturdy body, he has surpassed the seemingly impossible limit. He smiled confidently, now see what I have learned. In the ruins, the two stood facing each other. Liam thought to himself that this was an extremely serious situation. The other hunters were helpless, and mission was only level 5. It was difficult to resist two higher-level enemies at once. Hank stood there laughing loudly in provocation. So Mission is just a weak little girl. Mission replied coldly, get lost. He sneered, then what are you going to do? Watch that guy show off. Mission said confidently, I want to witness my master, but perhaps it is no longer necessary. If I let you live, you will hinder him, so I will deal with you right here. He was stunned. What? She easily defeated one man, making Tank horrified. How could this be? Thought to himself, I underestimated her. Mission said in a cold voice, your turn. The one who caused too many sins must pay the price. Tank growled threateningly but was quickly overwhelmed by Hyun-gu. He still tried to hurl insults at Hyun-gu. Despicable, you are getting stronger and stronger. Is that talent? This is beyond the ability of an ordinary person. Even a genius would find it hard to achieve. Only those who have reached the pinnacle of martial arts can do it, so Musinta will counterattack with full force. A stream of light surrounded him, forcing Hyun-gu to step back. After the fierce clash, strong winds rose. Hyun-gu had to brace himself to remain standing. When he looked up, he was astonished by the sight before his eyes. Hyun-gu continuously overwhelmed Mu Sing, causing him to decide to release all his power and transform into a monstrous form because he carried demon blood. Hyun-gu stood up, his voice mocking, "I have never seen such a strange climber." Insulted, Mo Shin became enraged. "You will not be able to do anything to me anymore." Hyun-gu merely smiled lightly. "Is that so?" A red energy radiated from his body. He leisurely stepped forward and said, "I can do the same." Hyun-gu wiped his nose, then laughed. "You are not the only one who possesses martial skill." He lowered his voice. "I still remember the martial art of the heavenly demon. Though I won back then, I did not fully understand. Now I have grasped its principle." He said slowly, "It feels like the power of the thunder god." After speaking, he immediately replicated that skill. Countless bolts of lightning appeared around him. The battle entered the second round. On Mission's side, her power erupted fiercely. She quickly overwhelmed and defeated her opponent. The opponent was still unconvinced, hurling insults, but Mission paid no attention. He angrily roared, "Why is my skill so far inferior to yours?" Before he finished speaking, Mission delivered a straight kick that left him dizzy. Finally, Tank collapsed and lost consciousness. Mission casually touched her cheek, slowly mocking that it was truly foolish. This was not a matter of skill but an issue of martial arts. After dealing with that person, she looked outside through the gap that had been blasted open earlier. With a face full of expectation, she softly called out to Master. At that moment, the confrontation between Hyun-gu and Mo Shin was entering an extremely tense state. Hyun-gu continuously pressed his opponent without pause. Despite the fierce attacks, Mo Shin still stood firm as before, their strength seemingly not much different. Two massive forces collided, creating a violent shockwave that sent both of them flying backward. Hyun-gu struggled to push himself up. Excessive mana consumption left his body exhausted as if about to collapse. On Mo Shin's side, he was secretly calculating, inwardly worried that if this dragged on he would struggle to claim victory. Hyun-gu weakly raised his hand. The remaining spiritual power was negligible. He thought the situation was bad. The consumption was too terrifying. He was about to run out of strength. In contrast, Mo Shin showed no signs of weakening. The two silently stared at each other for a long time. Hyun-gu finally made a decision. On the other side, Mo Shin was no less determined, his expression stern as if fully prepared. After that thought, both of them immediately charged into battle again, their gazes clashing with challenge, neither willing to waste more time. Just as Hyun-gu was about to unleash an attack, he suddenly halted. Mo Shin unleashed his power, forming a round mass of pitch-black spiritual energy with a terrifying pressure that even Hyun-gu had to be wary of. He hurriedly stepped back to evade, exclaiming in shock that it was a death spirit. Beneath his feet, that black energy spread continuously, encircling him. Mo Shin calmly maintained the dark sphere of power floating above his head. He gave a faint smile and said, "It seemed you understood this thing well." Sweat poured down Hyun-gu's forehead, but he still pointed and demanded what he was doing. That was no longer martial arts. Who would compress all mana into a single mass like that? Was it not just like what he had done earlier? Mo Shin coldly replied that it did not matter. He would use any method to defeat him. A deep dark void appeared before his chest, from which a stream of dark energy surged out. Realizing the moment was right, Mo Shin immediately acted. He executed the ultimate technique, demonic god annihilation. The violent wave of dark power shot straight toward Hyun-gu. Mo Shin was confident that with this move, victory was already in his grasp. Yet right after that he was stunned, his eyes widened in shock at the sudden turn of events, wondering what was happening. That terrifying surge of demonic power was blocked by Hyun-gu thunder, leaving Mo Shin crying out in disbelief. Hyun-gu smiled calmly, step by step neutralizing the entire source of that magic. Mo Shin was still shaken, stammering as he asked if his death spirit had been stopped by thunder. Hyun-gu replied smugly that he had to thank him for the lesson earlier. Now he returned it, he had improved it, telling him to try and withstand it. Caught off guard, Mo Shin could only utter a few hesitant sounds. Hyun-gu continued to activate Thunder God Reincarnate combined with Thunder Force, creating a soul-shaking might. He poured all his strength into launching that attack straight at his opponent. The entire sky flared brightly. A thunderous explosion immediately shook the space. When the shockwave faded, Mo Shin's figure was gone. A few minutes later, Hyun-gu appeared with a cold demeanor, both hands tucked into his pockets. The system immediately displayed a notification that he had defeated the heavenly martial artist on the reserve climber list named Mo Shin, followed by an update of his ranking and information access rights upgraded from low to medium. Data access rights were now confirmed at the medium level. The notification stated that he would be invited into the system after 3 days 3 hours 8 minutes 12 seconds. Hyun-gu gasped for breath from having consumed too much mana in the battle. He quickly dropped to sit on the ground when an item appeared right before him. With sweat covering his face, he fell into deep thought. Finally, he reached out to pick up the item and wondered what it was. The system continued explaining about the incomplete origin of the heavenly martial artist, the missing skills, the process by which Mo Shin became a climber through limited authority, and had to wager labyrinth power to climb the tower, the labyrinth stone gauge currently at 0%. Holding the item in his hand, Hyun-gu pondered what the reserve list and labyrinth stone were when he suddenly heard Master being called. Lifting his head, he saw Mission hurriedly running toward him. Hyun-gu gave a slight relieved smile. After that, he relaxed his body and lay down in exhaustion. Even so, in the end, he was still the victor. The space grew quiet. Mission stood silently watching Master rest on the ground. At the same time, at another secret base, a mysterious person was preparing to report Mo Shin's death to the designer. Tower Master showed disbelief upon hearing that both the anonymous climber and the reserve had failed. That man merely nodded in confirmation. The designer lightly stroked his chin with interest. It was indeed noteworthy. His eyes gradually turned cold. He continued that he had once considered the role of crisis. No creature could evolve easily. Did you realize the ecosystem on the floors was becoming too stable? Only when calamity struck would they struggle to survive and gradually grow from it. The mysterious person asked whether he was the variable for the gamers. The designer nodded, saying it was very possible. He asked whether he had ever encountered a high-rank climber. That man answered that he had never. One on the reserve list had nearly defeated him, but ultimately fell before becoming an official climber. The mysterious person hesitantly speculated that Gordon would never meet a high-rank climber because the ancient gods were hiding on the 8th floor. The designer agreed. Turning to Hyun-gu, he was still lying down resting. A satisfied smile rested on his lips, even though somewhere someone predicted he would eventually lose his life. One day later at the We Guardian office, everyone was buzzing about the latest news. The whole world was shaken. Someone excitedly asked what had happened at the top 50 party. Hong Jin frowned and said she heard it was almost a massacre. But the crowd only cared about the battle clips and marveled at the guild leader demeanor. Praise filled the comments continuously, leaving Hong Jin with nothing more to say. At the party of the top 50 hunters, 33 out of 42 present had died. 4 of the 9 survivors could no longer continue their profession due to severe injuries. Hong Jin scrolled through her phone reading the news. The nations had not yet reached a conclusion and would thoroughly investigate the one behind it. People still cheered and praised Hyun-gu as a champion. Hong Jin sighed, realizing no one cared about the consequences. Suddenly, a voice mentioned media manipulation, startling her. Anya looked at the computer screen, explaining that when most of the top 50 were eliminated, they needed to create a symbol to divert public opinion. Hong Jin agreed and said if the guild leader knew, he might not stay silent. Anya advised that it was best not to reveal it. In America, Lee Seo-jong anxiously asked about his injury condition. Hyun-gu's body was wrapped tightly in bandages like a rice cake roll, one arm fixed in a cast. He still teased with a smile while she gently said it was merely courtesy. She continued, saying that although the mages had treated him, his condition remained the same, so it was understandable that Si-hein was worried. While Hyun-gu only cared about the outcome and let out a faint snort, at least he was still the winner. Lee Seo let out a soft sigh, as if there were still many troubling matters on her mind. After speaking, she hurried out of the room and promised to return once the procedures were finished. He weakly waved in response, all right. When Lee Seo-jong left, the pain made him frown slightly. He raised his hand wrapped in bandages like a mummy and stared at it before sighing. This after effect is truly not light. Calling the battle, he thought it was fortunate the consequences were not too severe. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have lost control of their energy long ago. He lay stretched out on the bed, lost in thought. Oh, embarrassing, I acted on instinct and did not fully grasp all the techniques I used. Perhaps I need to read more books or learn from someone. Suddenly remembering something, he jolted. Ah, maybe that thing will be useful. He took out the item he had once picked up and asked, do you know how to use this? It was something he obtained after 2 days in the ARB space. Avi, his assistant, spoke up. Ah, is this not the origin of Heavenly Martial owned by Mo Shin? He pointed at the system panel and continued, Labyrinth Stone, that is right, I want to know how to complete it. Let me check. Avi tapped her fingers as if calculating, countless screens appearing before her eyes. After a while, she opened her eyes and said, I found a clue. She then slowly explained, Guardian, you need to enter the labyrinth dungeon. I am not sure whether the labyrinth stone is the mana of a monster or something else, but a climber must clear the dungeon to reach the next floor. The answer certainly lies there. He nodded in agreement, all right. Suddenly he realized something and asked, right, do I have a new skill? Avi pointed at him and replied, yes, open your status window. Quickly opened it, name Hyan-gu, Guardian floor 91, 24 years old, male, condition very good, strength 5, agility 5+, endurance 55, stamina 5, willpower A+, luck B. Skills include intermediate information authority and psychological access. He let out a sigh of relief at the increased stats and wondered whether psychology was a new skill and how to use it. Avi explained, twice a day you can read other people's thoughts as long as you have access to their information. He frowned and thought, it seems I cannot use this skill on climbers, but something is better than nothing. Avi excitedly said that his system notification was nearly complete. It could now report the time and location of climbers. At this moment, the table was cluttered with discs and game console. Glancing at them, Avi suddenly remembered, there is something else I want to say. Seeing her gaze, he teased, do you want a game console? Avi blushed and replied, I do not always just play games, although it is true that I like playing. He asked, then what is it? Avi became serious. This is what I just discovered. To be precise, it is only a speculation. At that moment in the hospital, Mission kept calling him master in her heart, causing him, with his new skill, to spit out the water he was drinking. Mission anxiously stood up and asked, Master, are you all right? He replied, I am fine, I just choked a little. On the outside, Mission bowed obediently, but inside different thoughts arose. Is Master truly all right? His body has not fully recovered. Does Gypto have any specialists? Could an ancient artifact be used? If Master is injured, then I can touch him. Reading those thoughts, he flushed red and turned away. I just saw something I should not have seen. Mission asked again, where is Asio Jun? Did she go to handle the procedures? She heard Master was about to be discharged and left using a magic circle. Mission looked up at him worriedly. Master, are you truly all right? There are many people gathered below. You must feel uncomfortable. Kim Hyen looked out the window at the crowd. Ah, are those reporters? Mission coldly said. As long as Master gives the order, I will handle them all. He hurriedly put on his slippers and walked down, slowly saying, there is no need to do that, no matter what they will follow, it is better to hold a press conference. He walked downstairs and the reporters immediately surrounded him for interviews. Hunter Hyen-gu, Mr. Kim Hyen. They pushed and squeezed, making him uncomfortable. He tried to calm them. Please everyone calm down. But someone took the opportunity to ask about the party incident. Because he was too exhausted, he shouted loudly and waved his hand. All of you step aside, let me pass. In the chaos, his elbow accidentally brushed against the chest of a nearby reporter. He irritably said, move aside, make way for me. Someone nearby secretly took photos with ill intent. He thought Hyen-gu was truly rude, and that man was the reporter John. John looked at him with a cunning gaze, thinking he must show him the power of the media. After a moment, the atmosphere grew silent. He indifferently said, since I am not in good health, your questions. Before he could finish, someone interrupted by calling out to him. John relentlessly attacked. There are rumors that you used the massacre at the party to kill the hunters you hated. Is that true? Malicious question left everyone stunned. He put his hands in his pockets and said uncomfortably, I have not said anything, but John pressed on, then can that be considered confirmation? He did not answer and only revealed a meaningful smile. That made John think he had achieved his goal, but he suddenly shouted, hey, get lost. John was confused. What he mockingly replied, you are standing so close, and still did not hear. At that moment someone leaned close to his ear and whispered, the internet, where is their internet? He softly replied, yes. He emphasized, I already said, within 30 seconds if that man does not leave then there will be no interview today. John ground his teeth in anger. What? Mission, standing at a distance, could not endure the scene either. She immediately ordered her subordinate, deal with him, understood. Mission stood far away observing, ensuring his safety. A short while later at another building. News of his interview quickly reached the front page. John's rude question silenced the press conference, and he politely asked John to leave, which caused the host to repeat in astonishment, very polite. Kim Si-hyun was utterly shocked after reading it. Hyun being polite, truly hard to believe, it seems he has changed. His voice sounded, Kim Si-hyun, you are back. Kim Si-hyun happily replied, hello, how are you? I am fine now. He leaned his hand on the sofa and went straight to the point. By the way, I am about to enter a dungeon. Kim Si-hyun asked in surprise, you are going into a dungeon. Recently you have not fought for money. Are you looking for an ancient artifact? He leaned back and replied, no, I need to confirm a few things. He suggested, I want to borrow your GUI to go with me. Kim Si-hyun was surprised. What, why not use your GUI? He explained that he did not have a map. Without it would be very difficult to clear the dungeon. Hearing that, Kim Si-hyun nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Without a map we will not find rest points in areas with many monsters. We might even get lost. We can depart next week. Mission sat beside him. He smiled, patted her head and said, "Great, inform me of the location one day in advance." Mission sat silently with her face flushed red. He looked up at her, asking tentatively. Suddenly he remembered Hanarin, his second disciple. His gaze carried a trace of worry as he wondered. "Wonder if that child is all right." The memory continued. The image of Hanarin standing beside him appeared when they were trapped in the tower. He once tried to play the role of a teacher and then disappear, but it failed. After that he abandoned the anonymous life, and Hanarin took the initiative to ask to become his disciple, placing her hand on her chest seriously and saying, "Please accept me as your disciple." In another setting, the two faced challenges. Because she was at a rebellious age, he did not teach her real martial arts, but due to her strong desire to become stronger, he still trained her. The rebellious age referred to children with grand ambitions who believe they have hidden power. Turning to the present, he patted Kim Si-hyun on the shoulder and said, "No news is also good news. Perhaps the girl is still fine." Kim Si-hyun held his phone thoughtfully. It seemed his mind was drifting somewhere again. Suddenly Kim Si-hyun's device displayed a notification. He looked down. It was news of a new article. Reporter John went missing after being demoted. Kim Si-hyun thought, was he not the suspicious one last time? John's image appeared in his mind. Kim Si-hyun wondered, has he truly disappeared? Glancing over, Kim Si-hyun saw him patting the girl's head. He thought that action did not seem like his usual style. The girl looked as if she greatly enjoyed the warmth from his hand, shy yet happy, incredibly adorable. After reading the article, Kim Si-hyun fell into thought, her face darkening with the fear that she might be the next to disappear. She did not know what she was thinking, only that Jun shrank slightly and clutched his phone tightly, the space sinking into heavy silence. For a brief moment, Kim Si-hyun told herself that perhaps she should not get involved with him. Elsewhere at the Ares headquarters in Korea, the towering building rose straight into the sky with countless floors of offices stacked one upon another. Truly an enormous scale, a voice sounded as Kagut Hyun-gu had just appeared. Inside a small office of Ares, a young man in a neat suit stood frozen. Hearing the announcement, he let out a long breath. Kagut loosened his tie, his mind reeling because time was running out. He could not allow 40% of the dungeons to fall into Hyun-gu's hands. The unease made Kagut think of Marcin, then he pushed the thought away. He understood that he could not rely on Marcin at this moment. Images of hunters and the incident that had once shaken the entire world surfaced in Kagut's mind. Those who caused that matter belonged to Marcin's faction. The image of Mark Sun standing under countless scrutinizing gazes flashed through Kagut's thoughts. Whether he was involved or not, the shadow of suspicion still weighed heavily on his shoulder. Then he thought of Liam, who after that upheaval had seized no small amount of political power. Sound pulled Kagut out of his thoughts. He turned around. Hyun-gu leisurely opened the door and stepped in, smiling as he said it had been a long time. Compared to Kagut's formal attire, he looked so plain that one might think he had just risen from the bottom of society. The two sat facing each other. Hyun-gu spoke, "I want to hear your answer." Kagut took a deep breath to calculate, telling himself he had to persuade him to minimize the losses. He spoke up, "Wait." Hyun-gu ignored him, raising a hand with a faint smile and saying he did not want to beat around the bush. Kagut replied seriously, "If that is the case then let us speak plainly." Hyun-gu pointed at Kagut, declaring that from now on the answer could only be yes or no. Provoked, Kagut sprang up and slammed the table, shouting loudly. In contrast, Hyun-gu remained relaxed with his legs crossed, smiling as he said 40% was a reasonable number, that alone would make everything as if it had never happened. Hot blood surged up and Kagut ground his teeth in anger. Suddenly an unfamiliar voice cried out for help. It was not from the two of them. It turned out Hyun-gu had played a recording. The voice inside trembled as it begged to confess everything, only hoping to see a glimmer of light. From the device came desperate pleas not to lock me up anymore. Do not leave me in that dark storage. I do not want to go back. After listening, Hyun-gu looked at Kagut and asked, "You recognize that voice?" Kagut was stunned as the image of the young man labeled number 6 appeared in his mind. Hyun-gu set the device on the table and coldly told him to think carefully because there was no way back. Then he offered another piece of advice. He raised his voice in warning that if he refused then, Ares would suffer even more severe consequences. Those words made Kagut tremble, sweat pouring down as his entire body fell into silence. Hyun-gu continued, "I will ask one last time. He slammed his hand on the table and asked, "Do you want to see the outcome?" Kagut felt chills as he listened, unable to utter a word. Kagut placed his hand on his knee to steady himself, then replied briefly no. In Hanam, sunlight flooded into the vast villa. The young lady stood by the glass window looking outside, her expression calm. Mission's subordinate knelt to report that they had swept away the opposing forces. He added that all the surrounding dungeons now belonged to them. The young lady turned back, nodding in satisfaction and saying well done. The subordinate silently gazed at Mission's radiant smile, recalling that a few months ago she had never shown emotion. Now Mission radiated joy and happiness, like an entirely different person. The young lady asked whether the journalist had been dealt with. From a dark corner, a horned man stepped out. Batman lowered his head and apologized because a third force had intervened. Mission immediately asked who it was. From the remaining traces it seemed he had been cornered, but when they arrived at the scene the target had already disappeared. Mission's eyes turned sharp and cold, demanding that they investigate the one behind it. The subordinate stepped forward and handed her a device to look at. Seeing the strange symbol on the screen, Mission asked what it was. The subordinate replied that this was the only clue, a symbol drawn on the table. He said it was as if the other party had deliberately left the trace. Mission rested her hand and pondered, then ordered a search. The young lady waved her hand, and the horned man bowed to receive the order. She then permitted the subordinate to withdraw. He hesitated and asked how long she would leave her position. The young lady brushed her hair calmly and replied that when Master went to China they would follow, temporarily entrusting him with management, leaving him stunned. The subordinate's face flushed with emotion, wondering if he was truly trusted. He bowed his head and vowed to give his all. Mission secretly felt pleased as she thought of Master. At the lakeside, Kim Si-hyun asked why he was not at the Parian house preparing. Hyun-gu replied that he felt more comfortable here. Kim Si-hyun asked about the negotiation with Ares. He leaned back in his chair and said everything went smoothly, and in 2 weeks the matter would end. Before that there were still a few things to handle. Kagut admitted that the 40% rate was almost impossible to surpass given how things had become. He thought he had no choice but to follow Marshall's words and place it into the dungeon. Lying there scrolling through his phone, he had once thought the other side would hesitate. He did not expect that man was also involved with Marshall. He curled his lips into a smile as he held the phone, thinking that if he only stood outside and watched then it would be quite impolite. In the rank dungeon in Yeojangbu, the hidden gate emitted a gloomy aura. My footsteps echoed as 2 skeletons moved in a strange manner. They still moved flexibly, forcing Seok Hyun, who was hiding, to cover his mouth and hold his breath as they passed. That person was Seok Hyun from the QRS control room. He told himself that thanks to his concealment skill he was not too worried about the monsters, he only feared the feeling of loneliness. Seok Hyun held the black orb, thinking that if he completed the mission under Kagut's orders he might be promoted. He knelt down and dug into the ground, recalling the instruction that he only needed to bury it in the sand. As he was doing so, a strange foot appeared before him, startling him. Looking up, Seok Hyun saw a man standing there. The man smiled in a friendly manner and greeted him. Kagut leaned against the door, his face pale with shock as if caught in a nightmare, his heart in turmoil, unable to understand what was happening. In the middle of the room, a voice full of interest rang out, "You are a little late." Hyun-gu had been waiting, sitting arrogantly on the back of the secretary who was crying from brutal torment. Beside him stood Mission with her hand on her hip. Hyun-gu waved and smiled, saying 6 hours had passed, while the secretary weakly cried for help. Kagut bit his lip tightly, sweat beading as his mind spun with fear. Hyun-gu chuckled and said, "Since you are here let us talk for a bit," causing Kagut to step back searching for help. Backing toward the door, Kagut bumped into a large body blocking him from behind. Turning around, he was horrified to see YYK, along with 2 masked figures dressed head to toe. At some point Hyun-gu had already closed in, leaning near his ear and saying, "You will not escape," the tone making Kagut go weak. A heavy thud resounded along with a scream of pain tearing through the air. Kagut rolled on the floor, howling in agony that shook the entire room, to the point that Hyun-gu had to cover his ears and say it was too noisy. He sighed and said he would strike more lightly, so stop screaming. Hearing that, Kagut immediately fell silent and hurriedly covered his mouth, trembling. Hyun-gu smiled in satisfaction and gently lifted his chin as if teasing. He pretended to lament that this scene made people misunderstand him as the villain, while the secretary lying on the ground looked at him with resentment. Looking at him, Kagut wondered how that man knew everything. Hyun-gu read that thought and asked, "Are you wondering about that?" Hyun-gu looked at the one kneeling before him with eyes tinged with a hint of pity. He mocked that everyone began begging for mercy once they knew they were out of options, making the person beside him nod in agreement. Somewhere he picked up a stone the size of a hand and asked whether he should reveal the reason. The stone flew straight toward Kaga, leaving him dizzy. Hyun-gu said none of you are any different. Hyun-gu continued to hold the stone, lightly turning it in his hand and smiling as he demanded that he confess everything if he did not want things to get worse, while Kaga clutched his head and sobbed trembling. Hyun-gu's hand blazed fiercely, his fury spreading in all directions. Kaga clearly sensed the danger and trembled as he lifted his head. Hyun-gu threatened what would happen if he smashed the stone down, then let out a soft laugh as he raised it to shoulder height with a calculating look. Unable to endure the pressure, Kaga finally pleaded. Time suddenly reversed back to the past. At that moment, Gui Aries Kaga was holding a small sphere in his hand, ordered to bury it inside the dungeon occupied by Hyun-gu. In the silent room, Kaga spoke with a white-haired man, whose manner of address revealed immense authority. Kaga repeatedly asked about the mysterious object in the hand of the man standing by the window gazing at the stars. The man turned around, revealing a sinister smile as he replied that it was a detonator. Kaga froze and listened intently as Marshall continued explaining. Surely he knew what a monster wave was. Looking down at the table, Kaga replied in a low voice that in the early days of the tower's appearance, it was a dreadful catastrophe, and humanity's knowledge of it remained extremely limited. At that time, only a handful of hunters managed the tower, and newspapers constantly reported on the situation. Naturally, there were still dungeons that had yet to be conquered. If the monsters inside a dungeon were not eliminated before the deadline, they would break out and bring disaster everywhere. Those creatures would pour out in pursuit of humans, creating the phenomenon known as a monster wave. Beneath the pale moonlight, Marshall nodded in satisfaction, praising Kaga for understanding this so clearly. He declared his intention to create a new monster wave, causing Kaga to stare anxiously at the marble in his hand. Marshall extended his hand and laid out his deep scheme. Afterward, Hyun-gu would be condemned by the entire world for poor management, and they would reclaim the dungeon. A perfect plan. Marshall's calculating gaze turned to Kaga. If everything went smoothly, I will guide you in setting everything right. Turning to the present, Kaga knelt before him and recounted everything. After hearing the story, Mission showed doubt at its strangeness. She stepped closer to Kaga, revealing her slender back marked with a skull, and questioned why Marshall had followed that plan when at the time he and her master had no connection. The more she spoke, the darker her aura spread, her cold eyes fixed on Kaga. Unless you are lying. Kaga shrank back, his face pale, stammering that he had once doubted that as well. Hyun-gu rested his chin in thought, so Marshall had only pretended to help him, while secretly preparing another plan behind the scenes. He held his forehead in confusion, unable to believe it. Could that man truly be willing to sacrifice everything just to achieve his goal? Meanwhile, in Washington, a bottle of wine and a chessboard arranged like a battlefield sat upon the table. Marshall held 2 explosive marbles in his hand, letting out a soft sigh at the unexpected outcome. As he sipped red wine, he gloomily reflected on Mo Shin's failure, the key link in the plan to destroy the 9th floor. In the dark room, light cast across Marshall's face, cutting through his sharp gaze and making his scheming expression even clearer. Perhaps I misjudged the situation. Marshall sank into thought as the image of Earth appeared amid the universe. When he first set foot on the main floor, he had believed it would be easy to destroy. The image of the globe gradually shattering symbolized his disappointment. After meeting Hasbao Mon, he believed the step-by-step plan to destroy the world was ready, for low-level climbers lacked the strength to accomplish it alone. Everything had proceeded smoothly, with only the final step left to complete. Through VRS, he could monopolize every dungeon in the world. A meticulously arranged plan, each move clearly calculated. With his own power, he had subdued Mo Shin and many other hunters. If the detonator were placed in Gui Aries' dungeon and Mo Shin's rampage occurred at the right moment, the 9th floor would collapse. On the chessboard, Marshall's piece surged forward as if heralding victory. Yet ever since the guardian Hyun-gu left the tower and opened the gate, everything had changed. If he merely sat still and waited, those climbing to the higher floors would soon uncover the truth. Even Hasbao, the piece representing him on the board, had been defeated. Even so, what he left behind still remained, though the assistant was rather cunning but not truly intelligent, and Marshall had once believed controlling him would suffice. Hyun-gu's appearance had destroyed all the potential pieces Marshall possessed and shattered his plan. When Mo Shin was defeated by the Guardian, Marshall ground his teeth in fury and crushed the wine glass in his hand. It was meaningless to vent anger on the glass. With a cold expression, he glanced at his wine-stained hand and let out a quiet snort. Wiping his hand with a cloth, he looked at the chessboard and reassured himself that he still had a backup plan. Marshall intended to use the secret organizations he had built over time as expendable pawns. After finding Mo Shin, he had always kept a close watch, fearing the plan would collapse if he grew careless. After observing him, he realized Mo Shin had developed on his own and become extraordinarily powerful. And the result was, before Marshall, rows of containers filled with explosive marbles were neatly arranged, prompting him to exclaim in satisfaction that it was marvelous. While he was immersed in joy, a voice suddenly rang out in mockery. Marshall failed to notice anything amiss and responded cheerfully. Before he could finish speaking, he startled and turned around to see Hyun-gu standing there at some unknown time. Marshall cried out in astonishment, while Hyun-gu merely smiled arrogantly and let out a soft remark. He stepped forward and reminded him that his deductions were always accurate, causing Marshall to retreat in fear. Those deductions gradually became clear. The Guardian likely understood the entire truth. The man named Maxon might very well be a climber hiding on the 9th floor. Time returned to the moment Abe discussed matters in the warm living room. She said she had searched online and found no evidence of Marshall's existence before the first rift appeared. With a serious expression, she analyzed that he had suddenly appeared and become entangled in many dark conspiracies, while also maintaining a secret connection with Mo Shin. He continued that how could Mo Shin, neither a guardian nor a climber, know the truth of this world without someone revealing. Hearing this, Hyun-gu fell into contemplation, and Avi nervously said it was only her speculation. Though she appeared excited, she still said that if he did not believe it, then do not seek that man out. Another voice suddenly reminded that his body had not fully recovered. Back in the room with Marshall, Hyun-gu let out a soft laugh and tilted his neck to stretch, saying he had waited for this moment for a long time. Marshall anxiously looked at the prepared explosive marbles, while Hyun-gu coldly remarked that it was unfortunate all the evidence was gathered here. Marshall's voice trembled as he asked how Hyun-gu had entered this place, but he only smiled without answering, as the system immediately displayed authority information. Above Marshall's head appeared the red words "cannot be verified," making him even more alarmed as he realized Hyun-gu was beyond his expectations. Without hesitation, Hyun-gu gathered his inner strength and charged straight at Marshall to attack. The room burst into dazzling light, accompanied by Hyun-gu's commanding shout urging his opponent to flee at once. Struck by Hyun-gu, Yoon Ryong cried out in pain and was sent flying into the air. Before he could react, Hyun-gu appeared behind him, wearing a cold smile as he delivered another blow that left Yoon Ryong unable to defend himself. Hyun-gu's strike came down with overwhelming force. Yoon Ryong crashed heavily to the ground, landing with a painful impact. In his anger, he turned and cursed Hyun-gu. Before he could finish, Hyun-gu struck Ryong's face again, causing him to cry out in pain. Hyun-gu emanated killing intent as he coldly called out Marshall's name. He smiled with confidence, declaring he would end everything swiftly. Marshall turned halfway toward Hyun-gu, his eyes filled with fury. Suddenly, the corner of Marshall's lips curled into a cryptic smile. He shouted loudly for his opponent to stop. As Hyun-gu prepared to deliver the decisive blow, his body was suddenly held fast in midair. His descending leg halted strangely. Hyun-gu exclaimed in shock that his body could not move. Before he could understand what was happening, Marshall had risen with killing intent on his face and made a subtle gesture. Immediately afterward, Hyun-gu fell heavily. Marshall stared intently at Hyun-gu with cold eyes. He roared in fury and launched a kick toward Hyun-gu. Even after being forced down, Hyun-gu remained motionless in his original posture. He stared in disbelief, wondering what was happening as his body stiffened like stone. Marshall stepped closer to Hyun-gu and said with contempt that it was foolish to invade his territory without any preparation. Sun immediately transformed into a tome and said coldly, "Do you think everyone will obediently stand still to be defeated by you?" Suddenly, countless brilliant rays of light shot straight toward Marshall's body all at once. He let out a cold laugh and said, "I had intended to hand you over to someone else to deal with, but it seems I must step in personally. First, let me introduce myself. I am the voice representing all Unryangsa." As soon as he finished speaking, Marshall changed into a different outfit, the aura around his body blazing brilliantly. Jiang spread his arms and laughed in a low voice. "This is the forbidden zone I have painstakingly built over many years. No matter how strong you are, as long as you are within this area, you cannot defeat me." Hearing that, Hyun-gu felt a chill and thought, "This is bad. Could it be that he can only use his power within this area?" Marshall smiled in confirmation. That is right, making Hyungu even more certain that defeating this guardian was absolutely crucial. Yoon Ryong-sa was nearly invincible within this range but would weaken significantly if he stepped outside. Moreover, the area was limited to a radius of 200 meters, yet he had willingly entered. Suddenly Yoon Ryong-sa forced Hyungu back against the steps and asked, "Do you have anything else to say in your defense?" Hyungu calmly replied, "I have only one question to ask." Yoon Ryong-sa frowned in confusion. "Oh." Hyungu turned to Ma-sun and asked how many creamers there were at the moment. Hearing that, Ma-sun revealed a baffled smile and thought, how ridiculous could it be that he is that desperate? Ma-sun replied, "You are at the end of the road and still concerned about that. Sorry, but I cannot answer. Because new climbers are always appearing, even at this very moment." Hearing Marshall say that, Hyungu frowned in irritation and thought, so he does not know clearly either. Then he continued, "Then I have one last question. What do you know about those who reclimb the tower?" Marshall pondered for a moment before answering. "They are those who once fell from the constellations, lost their power and were cast down. They climb the tower to reclaim what they lost. Simply put, they are fallen gods." Hyungu was briefly stunned and repeated with doubt, "Former gods." Ma-sun impatiently cut in, "The conversation ends here. That much kindness is more than enough for someone on the verge of his end." As soon as he finished speaking, Hyungu erupted with fierce power. He let out a faint laugh and said, "Am I right?" Seeing Hyungu suddenly stand up, Marshall cried out in horror, "How can you still move?" Marzan stepped back and stammered, "That is impossible within this restricted zone. How?" While Marshall frantically flipped through his book, Hyungu said coldly, "I have already seen through all your tricks." Hyungu slowly approached with a cold smile. "That Yoon Ryong name of yours is nothing but mana manipulation." He roared in fury and unleashed waves of magical power to force his opponent to stand still and hold his breath. He even ordered him to end his own life, but it was all ineffective. Hyungu remained calm as if completely unharmed. The moment that surge of magical power touched him, it was repelled from his body. Witnessing that scene, Ma-sun turned pale with fear. Looking at his own hand, Hyungu thought that the battle with Mu-sing had truly been useful. Although he did not know what this move was called, it easily purified the foreign mana that invaded. When blocking the Tula Rainfire strike earlier, he had used this method. He simply still lacked experience. Immediately after, Hyungu shot up high and shouted with force, "Now it is my turn." He unleashed Asura Rainfire and struck straight toward Marshall, creating a thunderous explosion that shook the very space. After launching the attack, Hyungu smiled faintly. It was nothing that formidable. Suddenly Hyungu halted and let out a surprised exclamation. "Strange, I cannot sense any sign at all." Before him was only chaotic ruin. There was no sign of Marshall at all. Perhaps he had escaped. Marshall coughed and panted, slumped in a chair with his body covered in wounds. He muttered that if he had not teleported in time he would have been finished. The injuries were quite severe but not beyond endurance. Sitting in a room with two Han Engia bodyguards standing beside him, Marshall thought of Plan B. The underground organization that originated in Mexico had now quietly spread across Europe. As long as he still controlled that organization, he would have a chance to start over. Ma-sun smiled calculatingly when he suddenly heard a voice call out, "You are here." Ma-sun turned toward the sound and said with a smile, "Long time no see." Footsteps echoed as they gradually approached Marshall. A purple-haired girl appeared, followed by a male bodyguard escorting her. That girl was Hanarin. She smiled as she looked at Yoon Ryong-sa. Brilliant dawn shone upon every rooftop, reflecting through the glass of skyscrapers. At the center stood the prominent headquarters of the Global Hunter Association. Senator Liam held his phone, looked at the 33-second recording and asked softly, "What is this?" Hyungu shrugged leisurely and told him to calmly listen to the whole thing first. Liam hesitated before complying, his eyes fixed on the content with clear worry. In the recording, a familiar voice mentioned Mo Shin's failure, causing the senator's face to turn pale, sweat beading from shock. The recording continued with a threat to destroy the 9th floor. Liam turned in alarm and asked, "Whose voice is this?" Faced with his confusion, Hyungu merely smiled faintly, a hint of pride in his eyes. When the voice claimed to be Yoon Ryong-sa, the one once defeated by Hyungu's disciple, Liam grew even more bewildered. Wanting to confirm his guess, he asked again, "This is real?" Hyungu nodded slightly in response. Knowing the situation clearly, Liam leaned on the desk and thought. The information about Marshall was indeed shocking, but after careful consideration, he came up with an idea. With this evidence, I can surpass the Maxon faction within the association. He intended to hand the recording to his subordinates. Though Marshall was adept at navigating politics, this evidence was enough to shake him. Holding a great advantage in his hand, Liam turned back to ask Hyun-gu, since you gave me this, there must be some condition. Hyun-gu smiled and replied, I only hope you adjust the media slightly and tone down a few details, speak more vaguely. Even the powerful Liam was stunned. The media, Hyun-gu said calmly, that is right, I do not want to be surrounded by the press anymore. Leaning back in his chair, Hyun-gu said this condition benefits both sides, you achieve your goal and I gain peace. Liam agreed but noted that if it was released anonymously it would be covered up. Once he reached the highest position the situation would be different. Hyun-gu nodded in agreement. With his goal achieved, Hyun-gu stood up to leave when Liam hurriedly called out, wait. He requested to ask a few more things, causing Hyun-gu to pause slightly and look at him. Liam mentioned the large mana explosion at Marshall's mansion that morning, which was now nothing but ruins. He asked directly, have you taken care of Marshall? Hyun-gu scratched his head thoughtfully, unsure how to answer appropriately. In the end he said, not yet, it is simply not the time, one day Marshall will have to face defeat. He explained that he had searched everywhere with mission but found no trace. He was certain that man had escaped. Remembering that climbers usually disappeared when finished yet there was no notification, Hyun-gu clicked his tongue in annoyance. Blaming himself for getting too deep into politics, he muttered that he still had to hunt that rat down to the end. Once begun it could not be abandoned. With a polite smile, Hyun-gu asked Liam to assist in tracking down MAS. Before he could finish speaking, a blue-purple light suddenly appeared and obscured his vision, making his eyes widen. Switching to Hanarin, Hyun-gu's second disciple, she stepped over the bodies scattered on the ground with a meaningful smile. Approaching Yoon Ryong-sa who was sitting and clutching his chest wound, Hanarin asked if he looked tired. He replied that there were still a few matters to handle, causing her slight suspicion. He went straight to the point, declaring that Hyun-gu was the obstacle, leaving Hanarin stunned when she realized it was her master's name. Realizing the malicious intent aimed at her master, she narrowed her cold eyes at him and feigned innocence as she asked, oh, is that so? Thinking she was on his side, Yoon Ryong-sa complained that Hyun-gu had delayed the secret plan. Hanarin slowly ascended the stairs and replied indifferently, what a pity. Unaware that Hanarin was loyal to Hyun-gu, he spoke with confidence that with her as his right hand the organization had grown strong and his ambition to rule the world was within reach, yet that plan had never been meant for him. Suddenly Hanarin denied his words, saying that was not the case, leaving Yoon Ryong-sa confused, sweating, and unable to understand what was happening. A dry sound rang out, a blade pierced through his chest from behind the chair, his eyes widening in horror as he realized he had suffered a fatal blow. Hanarin slowly emerged from behind the chair with a chilling smile, while Yoon Ryong-sa writhed in agony, veins bulging as he cried out in despair. A life filled with ambition yet misplaced trust, Hanarin stepped forward and said mockingly, I truly pity your foolishness. Unable to believe what was happening, Yoon Ryong-sa glared at her in hatred, his body weakening from blood loss, only faint sounds escaping his mouth. He darted his eyes around in search of a sliver of hope, unwilling to die meaninglessly like this. Like a hawk scanning its prey, he looked down at his subordinates and raised his hand for help. What are you all standing there for? He loudly ordered them to capture Hanarin, yet his command received no response. Subordinates stood motionless like statues, as if they had turned their backs on him and chosen to stand with Hanarin. Witnessing the betrayal of all, Yoon Ryong-sa could only grind his teeth in hatred, while Hanarin mockingly asked, are you that surprised? Though stabbed, he still clutched her collar and demanded, why do you dare betray me? And she coldly replied, that is simply your fate. Ignoring his despair, she gently brushed his hand aside and asked in return, what are you talking about? The proud aura, Hanarin placed a hand on her hip, pointed at him and said, perhaps you do not even understand what betrayal means. Do you think we were on the same side? Inside the magnificent building, Hanarin's sharp voice echoed, I once received your support, but I never intended to serve you. Dissatisfaction was clear on her face as she rebuked him that he must bear the consequences of his actions, for she had never trusted a man without self-respect. She released her pent-up anger and declared that she had built the organization from nothing and would never hand Illuminati over to someone like him. Hanarin coldly announced, you have deceived yourself. The leader of Illuminati was chosen long ago. Beneath the sunlight streaming through the glass window, she spread her arms to embrace the light and reminded him that this organization had been created as a gift for that person. Hearing this, Yoon Ryong-sa was shocked, while Hanarin slowly drew her sword and asked whether she should tell him the reason he had to die. As the sword was pulled out forcefully, blood gushed forth, causing Yoon Ryong-sa to cough up blood in pain. Holding the blood-stained sword, she spoke sternly, "You are not the master of Illuminati and you dared harm my master. Do you think I would stand by and watch?" Yoon Ryong-sa collapsed motionless, unclear whether he had lost consciousness or was plotting an escape. Hana-rin ordered him dealt with and the chair discarded, but his hands suddenly twitched in an unnatural manner. His body dissolved due to the gleamed true form, vanishing without a trace, leaving Hana-rin astonished. Witnessing this, she thought of Night Parade of 100 ghosts and heavenly demon, concluding that he was connected to them. Touching the two-horned skull on her shoulder, Hana-rin murmured, "Master, no matter what battle you must face." Closing her eyes with a smile, she vowed to give everything to help Hyun-gu at any cost. The scene shifted to Hyun-gu. The system panel displayed a notification that he had found and eliminated climber Yoon Ryong-sa in Mexico. Avi pointed at the screen and affirmed, "There is no doubt, Yoon Ryong-sa is dead." Hyun-gu still found it hard to believe and asked again for confirmation, and Avi explained that his information authority had been upgraded. Still not fully understanding, he rested his chin on his hand in thought, unsure of what had happened. He guessed that the earlier strike from him had taken effect, but the timing was too strange, perhaps someone else had finished him off. After pondering for a while, he let it go and leaned back to relax. As long as the enemy had been eliminated, that was enough. To be certain, he asked Avi if any other climber was hiding, and she replied that there was likely none. Receiving the answer he wanted, he decided to leave, saying that he still had a few matters to handle. He smiled mischievously and leaned close to Avi, asking if she wanted a few more game discs. His words made her blush as she denied it, saying it was not like that. Though she denied it verbally, she still pulled Hyun-gu's hand forward, leaving him bewildered as he followed. Avi pointed at a modern device on the screen and expressed her desire to own it, surprising Hyun-gu. Sensing his hesitation, she looked at him with sparkling eyes and said that the device would make her work more efficient. Unable to refuse that gaze, he reluctantly agreed. Ending the conversation, he stepped through the iron gate in three-striped sandal, the gate slowly opening. Outside, Mission respectfully welcomed him. Hyun-gu asked about the situation and was told that everyone was ready. The two entered a white car, and as it started, Hyun-gu softly said, "All right." He ruffled Pedro Gila's hair, making her blush, then ordered them to depart for the labyrinth dungeon. Mission anxiously asked whether the plan would work if everyone was not prepared, but Hyun-gu believed that he alone was enough. His words made Mission shyly cover her face, misunderstanding his meaning, while he had only been referring to strength. Hearing that, she awkwardly held her cheeks, while Hyun-gu remained focused on reading information on his phone. On the screen were breaking news about the death of Yoon Ryong-sa and conspiracies related to massacre. After reading it, Hyun-gu let out a cold laugh. In less than half a day, everything had been neatly resolved. Satisfied with Liam's work, he put his phone into his pocket, no longer worried. When he held the piece of cloth, the system displayed a new mission related to the origin of Actron and the Labyrinth Stone. A small, ugly goblin charged straight at Hyun-gu without hesitation. With just a single kick, he easily defeated it. The force in his punch left white smoke lingering. He showed boredom toward such weak foes. He was not concerned about strong enemies but annoyed by their numbers as they wasted time. Thinking they had eliminated all the goblins, Mission reported that many more were still approaching. With his hand still in his pocket, he smiled eagerly and said there was no need for help. He extended his hand, the movement so fast it seemed like an illusion. Red energy flared around him, as if magical power were gathering. In the blink of an eye, he had dashed past the goblins. A sinister smile appeared on his lips like that of a predator. The skilled Tyrant Extermination Fist was unleashed with terrifying force, blasting the enemies in all directions. Goblins were sent flying like fledgling birds learning to fly, astonishing their comrades from afar. Han Seo could not hide his admiration, while Lee Seo also admitted that extraordinary power. Kim Si-hyun pondered deeply, realizing that even if they combined forces they would struggle to achieve such a result. Despite his sloppy appearance in shorts and three-striped sandals, his strength made Kim Si-hyun completely respectful. An excited voice called Kim Si-hyun's name, causing him to turn around. Park Ga-moon returned to the battlefield, happily thanking them for being allowed to follow as support. He live-streamed the battle, attracting a massive audience and giving Hyun-gu the nickname Brother We Sin. Kim Si-hyun was astonished at the enormous number of likes, realizing that Hyun-gu was incredibly famous. While watching the livestream, Hyun-gu called him over, leaving Kim Si-hyun surprised since they were only on the 14th floor. However, the system announced the mission completion. The Labyrinth Stone level had reached 100%. Hyun-gu gripped the piece of cloth tightly, realizing that simply defeating monsters increased the progress, easier than he had thought. After completing the mission, he asked with concern whether everyone was fine, surprising them. Worried about him, Lee-in asked whether the two of them would be all right without a map, and Hyun-gu turned to look at his disciple waiting for an answer. Since there was no way to avoid it, Hyun-gu called out firmly, "Hey, disciple." The girl pouted and replied softly, "Yes, master." No longer teasing mission, he simply laughed it off. Never mind, hearing that she let out a quiet sigh of relief and answered, "Yes, master." Boy spoke faster than he could think. Su Fong volunteered to lead the way, saying, "Let me go with you too. I read maps very well, small in stature but quite sharp." Hyun-gu did not care much. "I do not mind, but leaving at this hour, are you not afraid of losing your pay?" He did not care about a few coins. What he aimed for was likes. The boy said excitedly as long as he earned money through live streaming it was enough, then boldly declared, "All right, follow me." At the same time at Naren's castle, a bucket of cold water was thrown straight onto John's face, jolting him awake from unconsciousness. The moment he opened his eyes, he found himself tightly bound to a freezing iron chair. John cried out in panic, "Why are you doing this?" "What have I done?" The orange-haired man sneered. "Who knows? Perhaps you accidentally angered our master." A familiar reason from action films. From the closed prison door, Hanarin slowly appeared. The subordinate recognized her and respectfully turned his head. Without beating around the bush, Hanarin crossed her arms, her eyes blazing as she asked directly, "Was it you who made things difficult for my master? Do not think of escaping." Hearing that, John turned pale, sweat pouring down. He still vaguely did not understand who she was talking about, master. Trembled more and more, stammering, "You mean Hyun-gu." A belated flash of quick wit finally surfaced. Without replying, Hanarin stepped toward the control panel, wearing a polite smile that concealed danger. She pressed the red button. A surge of electricity ran through the chair, making John convulse in pain. She coldly asked, "Do you understand now?" John cried and begged her to stop. "I truly know nothing." Hanarin replied indifferently, "Not knowing does not mean you are innocent." In truth, she already knew everything. She was merely letting him taste a basic lesson in physics. With a stern expression, she made it clear that the article about my master was controlled extremely tightly. At that, John seemed to realize something, but it was too late, for he was not the protagonist to be saved. His gaze stopped at the small logo on Hanarin's collar, the familiar symbol bringing memories flooding back. Earlier at the office while pouring water, John had remarked to a colleague that something about this was very strange. The other person asked what was strange. John replied all information about Hyun-gu was too perfect, as if building a heroic image. "Are you jealous?" The employee casually said he was the one who defeated Mausen, the man who caused the tragedy, but John still felt as if a layer of mist surrounded that name. He raised a series of questions why there were no negative rumors at all. Before he finished, he was reminded not to dig too deep. While speaking passionately, he was cut off. John was confused. The other only advised him to follow the crowd. Positive stories about Hyun-gu attracted more than scandal. The young man patted his shoulder, warning him not to try to be different, or he would invite disaster. John still did not understand, and even grabbed his hand, intending to ask more but froze. On the back of the man's neck, a familiar eye tattoo was revealed. He asked in surprise, "Have you always had that?" Afraid of being exposed, the man hurriedly covered it and said he had just gotten it recently. Back to the present, Hanarin crossed her arms and smiled sharply, asking, "Do you remember now?" Those words were only to let him realize his mistake in time. John trembled violently, tears falling as he saw her hand move closer. He could not believe the information control network was that tight. She grabbed him and applied another lesson in electricity, coldly saying that was the duty of a protector. His screams echoed through the dark room. When he fell completely silent, the scene shifted to Hyun-gu. The system notified that the maze stone level had reached 100% and he could use Archon power once. Looking at the displayed reward, he smiled in satisfaction. Holding the great blade in his hand, he decisively chose to use the origin of Actron and the sword of the heavenly demon. Hyun-gu said to Mission, "I have to go to a few places. Take care of handling the dungeon for me." She asked where he intended to go. He only vaguely said he needed to meet a few people, then confirmed the choice on the system. The moment he pressed confirm, he was transported to a strange land beneath an ancient star-filled night sky. Observing the surroundings, he looked at his hand and marveled that it was more detailed than imagined. Perhaps equipment could be brought along. Sweeping his gaze around, he suddenly saw a figure ahead. It was unclear when he had appeared. It seemed he had just brushed past him. Turning to look carefully, he was stunned, not knowing how to react. familiar back with long hair tied high of an ancient-styled man, holding a sword identical to his. When that person turned around, that face could not be mistaken. It was the heavenly demon he had been searching for. On the 8th floor, the dragon used its remaining strength to spread its not yet torn wings and fly up, enduring the wound on its head. It closed its eyes tightly in pain, but still forced itself to ask, "Is that all?" On the hat of the Monkey King, a few strands of fur trembled lightly. The Monkey King sat cross-legged in midair and sneered, "I thought you were stronger." He scratched his head and laughed proudly. The dragon growled, asking, "Who are you? How can a half-human, half-beast possess such power?" Wukong leapt onto a rock and replied, "Do not judge by appearances." The Monkey King raised his hand, creating a swirling band of light in the air, then smiled, "I will show you how special I am." The band of light condensed into a staff. He said, "Look carefully, I am not an ordinary existence." He spun the staff and introduced himself, "I am the one who once wreaked havoc in heaven, the Monkey King Wukong." Ian-gu stood behind, observing the heavenly demon. Suddenly, the heavenly demon turned sharply and asked, "How did you get here?" Ian-gu stood there blankly. He forced a smile, thinking, did he recognize me? He believed the Archon ability allowed him to return to the past to learn martial arts from its master, something already confirmed. But the heavenly demon calmly asked, "How did you enter this dimension of reincarnation?" Ian-gu asked in surprise, "What is the dimension of reincarnation?" The heavenly demon replied, "Have you also died?" He immediately objected, "I am not dead." The heavenly demon said indifferently, "If you are not dead, you cannot enter here." Ian-gu irritably demanded, "Let me go back." The heavenly demon turned his back and walked away. He thought irritably that man was ignoring him. He took a deep breath, telling himself to calm down and analyze. He used the Axion ability to return to the past to meet the heavenly demon. Logically, the two should not know each other. Yet he recognized him. Remembering the system once signaled that the source effect was reduced, he wondered what had happened. He told himself he came here to learn martial arts. The one who could teach stood before him, so he cupped his hands and said, "Please impart a few moves to me." The heavenly demon coldly asked, "Are you joking?" Then he turned away, leaving him standing stunned. Still followed and pleaded, "Teach me." The heavenly demon replied, "Do not linger around me." He snapped, demanding to be taught. The heavenly demon bluntly told him to leave. He angrily bit his lip and let out a faint self-mocking laugh, trying to remain calm. He understood that no one would easily pass on their own skill. Thinking that, he pouted, gave a pleading smile, and asked, "Could you let me see a few basic moves?" The heavenly demon still coldly told him to leave this place. The words left him stunned before he shot back, "What did you say?" The heavenly demon turned back to repeat his words and mocked, "You used to boast." During that, Ian-gu immediately shouted. He clenched his fist. A ring of red mana flared behind him, then challenged, "Do you want to test me?" The heavenly demon remained calm, commenting, "Your mana source is still as chaotic as before, but seems slightly better." Seeing that indifferent attitude, Ian-gu irritably said, "You are quite confident. Losing one more time would not matter, right?" Thenma let out a soft, mocking laugh. He slowly walked down each step and replied leisurely, "No, that will not happen again." His hand lightly rested on the sword hilt as he said coldly, "That you were never capable of defeating him." Ian-gu showed a confident smile, dashed forward with a straight punch toward Thenma, and shouted to see whether he could do it. The impact forced the opponent to step back half a step. Right after that, Thenma easily blocked the punch with just one hand. He rotated his other wrist and calmly said that he was now far faster than before. With a light push from the hand that was blocking, Ian-gu was flung backward. He slammed onto the ground, dust billowing thickly into the air. The collision cracked the surrounding wall. Ian-gu clutched his stomach and panted, thinking that he could not even see that man's movement clearly. Thenma told himself that his speed had increased and his strength had long surpassed before, then waved his hand provocatively and asked whether he wanted to try again. Swift as lightning, Ian-gu charged forward once more. Yet his attack was again stopped with a single hand. The next strike from his other hand was also neatly evaded, as if it were nothing. Thenma took the opportunity to seize that arm as well. Ian-gu bent forward under the pressure. He gritted his teeth and drove strength into his legs to counterattack. As he kicked and shouted why that man had changed so much, Thenma had already released him and stepped back to evade. Ian-gu thought angrily that he had once been able to overpower him. As if reading that thought, Thenma said he had been restricted before. That was obvious, leaving him startled as he asked what restriction. He explained that during their last fight he had merely been a bound climber. Ian-gu clutched his stomach in shock and asked what he meant. Thenma continued that he could not use his full strength because it had been sealed. "How much do you understand about climbers and their ranking system, especially those who guard the 9th floor?" Hyun-gu guessed perhaps it was based on personal strength. Thin Ma shook his head and said wrong. Everything is based on achievements, whether saving the world or destroying it. There is no black or white, no good or evil. The tower only records accomplishments and assigns gamer ranks. Hyun-gu rubbed his shoulder and asked whether upon reaching intermediate rank his power would be limited. Thin Ma curled his lips slightly and said he was not too foolish to grasp it so quickly. He looked up at the sky and said his combat ability rivaled top climbers, yet inside the tower he was suppressed for lacking achievements. That was exactly like their battle before. As soon as he finished speaking, he gently drew his sword from its sheath. He said, enough talk, you want to learn martial arts. He would show you since he was free. Hyun-gu warily thought the situation had turned too quickly. Thin Ma raised his sword and added that the condition was if you were capable of defeating him. Hyun-gu raised his hand and replied firmly, of course. He had thought that man had changed his mind. He laughed and clenched his fists, saying he could not learn martial arts if he killed him, so he would push him into a difficult position. Thin Ma calmly said to unleash everything because if you fell here you would not truly die, making Hyun-gu ask what he meant. He lifted his sword and replied that you needed more experience to grow. Saying that, Thin Ma swung his sword so fast that only a streak of light flashed past Hyun-gu's body, leaving a red wound. Hyun-gu could only mutter what had just happened. Before he could fully comprehend it, he felt the second slash, and his final thought flickered that this was the first time he had fallen. The scene shifted to the night sky before the apartment building. Kim Si-hyun asked about Hyun-gu disappearing after the encounter with Thin Ma. Mission irritably confirmed that it was true. The room held only 2 people, yet a heavy atmosphere enveloped it. Kim Si-hyun thought that although he was unusual, it would have been better if he had told him in advance. Mission looked like an abandoned puppy. Her silent gaze made Kim Si-hyun snap and ask what she was looking at. Kim Si-hyun turned away sadly, thinking that whenever Hyun-gu was absent she was like this. It was better to stay away. Suddenly 2 figures wearing horned skull masks appeared on the ceiling, startling him. Once discovered, both immediately withdrew in the blink of an eye. Kim Si-hyun inwardly lamented how many times he had shed tears. Even his home was not peaceful. He told himself he had to return immediately after fixing the house, his eyes cold. Mission glanced at the tightly tied brown bag placed on the chair. From inside came a sound only she could hear. A voice said it knew she could hear it. A mysterious golden light spread around the bag, making Mission wary. He found it strange that seemingly only she could hear that sound. It did not resemble magic yet was full of suspicion. If it were not her master's belonging she would have dealt with it. Then the voice sounded again saying she could possess greater power. The voice whispered, little girl, do you not yearn for power? Mission wondered in confusion who it was as she stared at the mysterious bag. Inside, a girl covered her mouth and giggled amid the golden light, saying she need not be overly wary because it could do nothing without her consent. She sat with legs crossed in the hazy space of the bag amid golden light and rippling waves, introducing herself as the master of monstrous strength and madness. In another forest, the night sky was filled with bright stars. Suddenly something shot downward so fast that the naked eye could hardly follow. A foot touched the ground, creating a long sliding sound across the grass. Hyun-gu threw a punch toward Thin Ma, but it was calmly blocked. He immediately swung his arm around to grab the opponent's shoulder. Using all his strength, he forced that man to bend forward and drove his knee upward to counterattack. Though it happened in a blink, Thin Ma still managed to block the strike. He regained the initiative, twisting his knee and sending Hyun-gu spinning in midair with a cry of pain. Thin Ma tilted his head and drew his sword, saying he had already mentioned that his moves were too basic, the blade flashing with a cold gleam. While his body was still suspended, Hyun-gu had to endure another sharp slash. He fell heavily to the ground, the wound on his abdomen staining the grass red. He coughed violently and sprang up in fury as the wound gradually closed, his mouth still cursing him. Hyun-gu pointed and shouted that he had said he would teach martial arts, and that here he could not die, yet he had knocked him down countless times. Thin Ma calmly replied about 99 times, hearing that Hyun-gu roared and corrected it to 100 times. He closed his eyes and smiled lightly, saying he was quite satisfied with that number. Then he asked why he did not counterattack, the disdainful attitude making Hyun-gu clench his fists angrily and tell him not to look down on him. Thin Ma continued asking whether he still wanted to fight, causing his fist to pause. He reminded him that at present he could not defeat him, and that truth left Hyun-gu silent. Looking at the expression and the piling failure count above the opponent's head, Hyun-gu had to admit it. Thin Ma was now truly at a superior level. He suddenly recalled the 100 Ghosts Night Parade and affirmed to himself that that person was absolutely not the type to abandon the martial path. Hyun-gu once again remembered the figure of Ha Soo-bun and believed that even when driven to the brink, he would not fall so easily. He remembered the life and death battle with the demons and told himself that even if that man had obvious weaknesses and possessed no special skill, those three images shattered like fragments of glass in his mind, and at last Hyun-gu admitted in his heart that he would hardly be able to surpass him. Turning to reality, Hyun-gu collapsed heavily to the ground. But immediately after, he sprang back to his feet. His eyes blazing, he shook his head. Do not jump to conclusions so quickly. He pointed straight at Thien Ma. Winning once does not mean you will win forever. Thien Ma shook his head in disdain, more empty words. Hyun-gu took a ready stance, his face filled with determination. We will know soon enough. He closed his eyes to steady his mind. In his heart, he reminded himself to focus, beads of sweat continuously rolling down his cheeks. Kept urging himself to focus on a single point. In his mind, a surging current rose and suddenly flooded the image of his opponent. The sound of flowing water echoed in his head, ripples spreading as he shouted that his only target was Thien Ma. Returning to reality, he shot forward at astonishing speed straight toward Thien Ma. Thien Ma coldly muttered "troublesome" and drew his sword to meet the attack. A tearing sound split the air as the blade swept across Hyun-gu's abdomen. Fragments burst out, yet his body instantly restored itself as before. Witnessing that sight, Thien Ma was momentarily stunned. He was different from before. The moment he fell, he immediately rushed up again. Thien Ma swung his sword repeatedly, slashing down at Hyun-gu. The attacks poured down without pause. More than 100 strikes, they increased to 200, 300, 500, even 700 times. Pouring all his strength into the assault, Thien Ma was still met with Hyun-gu's firm counter. Do not think you can defeat me that way. With that kind of MP increase, you cannot maintain your movements for long. Hyun-gu mocked that he was not only foolish, but had not even mastered Taejeon. That is not true martial arts. It is laughable to flaunt it before me. He clenched his fists and declared that no matter how many times he fell, nothing would stop him from advancing. A flood of memories of being bullied in the past surged back. The lonely days of struggling against hardship appeared vividly. Once the target of gossip, he still persevered in training to enter the tower. The brutal battles had forged the man he was today. His eyes crimson, Hyun-gu roared that he would never give up. The sky seemed to fall silent for a moment. At the mountain peak in the night, an explosion suddenly rang out. Then another shockwave erupted, created by Hyun-gu himself. It unleashed successive strikes crashing down upon the ground. Thien Ma thought to himself that he was even more insane than he had imagined. Amid the silent space and dense forest beneath the starry sky, Thien Ma understood that this was a simulated space. Place where the defeated temporarily resided waiting for a chance to continue climbing the tower. Here the concept of death did not exist. The notion of life and death was completely erased. Only the master was allowed to enter, yet somehow he had appeared. Hearing words from the one who had once defeated him was absurd. Thien Ma pondered whether he was mad to have accepted that request. It had even come with a half-joking condition. From the beginning, he had never intended to teach martial arts. He had only treated it as amusement. At first, Thien Ma still used his swordsmanship to overwhelm Hyun-gu and felt satisfied each time he made him fall. Yet in Hyun-gu's eyes, there was always pride mixed with astonishment that caught Thien Ma's attention. No matter how many times he was defeated, he never submitted and only grew more eager to fight, making Thien Ma uncomfortable. From then on, Thien Ma began to pour all his strength into this battle. By the 200th time, he took pleasure in seeing Hyun-gu unable to withstand even a single strike. Then the number rose to 400. Each time he dominated, Thien Ma mocked that he could not endure even a few seconds. The surrounding boulders also cracked and shattered. By the 700th time, breaking Hyun-gu's strongest move gave him a sense of satisfaction. The 1000th time, Hyun-gu once again fell before the blade. All his martial forms shattered. Thien Ma was certain that this time he would not be able to rise again when every effort had been denied. Yet Hyun-gu still stood up. That persistence astonished Thien Ma as after thousands of failures, he still continued. His sword-gripping hand tightened, determined not to stop. A restless feeling swelled within his chest. He could not even withstand a few of my basic moves. And why do I feel such unease? Those blazing eyes kept haunting him. Hyun-gu still looked at him with unwavering resolve. After more than 2,000 victories over his opponent, Thien Ma finally realized what that feeling was. It was the emotion that had once appeared long ago when he had just become a climber. Small yet distinct, it was a premonition of danger. Could it be because he had never given up? Even as he pondered, Thien Ma continued to fight. Yet Hyun-gu also forced him into disadvantage many times. Surroundings trembled, Thien Ma ground his teeth. Do not make me laugh. I will crush you so you can never stand again. However, lost in thought, he struck too early and exposed an opening, telling himself he had been too hasty. Seizing that moment, Hyun-gu immediately unleashed a powerful punch. Blow struck Thien Ma's face and sent him reeling back. Hyun-gu laughed and said it was exactly the 2995th time. I told you already. Thien Ma frowned in anger after that setback. Shifting down to the Crimson Hell, Ngo Kong was sitting and waiting. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind. Are you finished already? Ngo Kong stood up and asked Lam Su why he had arrived so late. Lam Su calmly replied that he should stop complaining. Ngo Kong irritably said that if anyone were in his position they would be upset. It had been 3 months since he defeated that lizard. As he spoke, he pointed toward its corpse behind him. Ngo Kong continued, if you are here then you must have completed the mission, right? Lam Su nodded in confirmation. Ngo Kong asked in surprise, what about the others? Where are Bok Chuang and Dai Feng? As soon as he finished speaking, the other two appeared as well, apologizing for being a little late. Lam Su turned to ask whether they had finished cleaning up. Both replied that the west and the east had been handled properly. Ngo Kong shook his head and laughed softly. How ridiculous that those who once stepped onto the throne needed 5 months just to wipe out one region. Lam Su and the other two showed displeasure. You are recognized as superior for your glorious feats, while we are only known as the 3 demon kings of Satodon. Legends tell of the 3 demon kings of Satodon, beings capable of devouring hundreds of thousands of soldiers in a single strike. One crushed legendary beasts with his tusks, while his massive trunk coiled and strangled everything. And the other erased an entire kingdom. Those feats elevated them to high-level climbers. After hearing this, Ngo Kong merely smiled. It seems you are making excuses. Suddenly the ground shook violently as a colossal tower rose from beneath the earth. The towering structure piercing the sky left Ngo Kong utterly astonished. He leaped down and said, all right, prepare the plan before we begin climbing the tower. Lam Su looked down and sighed. Is that not what we always do? Ngo Kong opened a swirling purple portal and said he would head south. Lam Su would take the north, Bok Chuang the east and Dai Feng the west. Before leaving, Ngo Kong reminded everyone to finish the mission within 2 months because he had important matters to attend to, then vanished into space. The scene shifted to a high-rise apartment. In the room, the phone on the table rang. It was a call from the administrator, Captain Ma. Kim Si-hyun picked up the phone. Just as she said hello, the voice on the other end announced it was an emergency. He asked where Hunter Hyun-gu was at the moment. Kim Si-hyun anxiously asked what had happened. The caller announced a disaster-level alert. Within 3 hours, a catastrophe would strike Korea, and they needed Hyun-gu's assistance. Shin had been resting her head on the table when suddenly she jolted awake with a bewildered look in her eyes. Gaze shifted toward the sword displayed inside the glass case. The scene returned to where Hyun-gu and Thien Ma were still locked in fierce combat. Day after day in that endless space, 2 men continued to confront one another without pause. Time was measured by the number of defeats. Battles seemed to have no end. Neither yielded, both continuously unleashed attacks. Flurry of bare-handed strikes rained down upon each other. Hyun-gu launched a kick at Thien Ma, but abruptly changed its trajectory into another strike. He threw a powerful punch and laughed confidently. That was merely a feint. The battle continued without rest. Thien Ma chuckled softly, thinking that Madman had likely failed for the 5,000th time. Hyun-gu still smiled arrogantly. No one told you to face a madman like me. Thien Ma inwardly marveled. What exactly was he to fight to such an extent? Hyun-gu poured strength into his blazing red fist and charged toward Thien Ma. Thien Ma thought that he had defeated Hyun-gu 5,000 times. Could anyone endure that many defeats and still continue fighting without cease? He should have fallen into despair long ago, especially when I used the ultimate skill Thunder God from the 3,002nd time. After being knocked down, Hyun-gu lay on the ground yet still reached out to grab Thien Ma's collar. That action caught Thien Ma off guard. Looking into Hyun-gu's steadfast eyes, Thien Ma felt astonished, while Hyun-gu arrogantly declared that this time I have caught you again. Thien Ma smiled faintly, seized Hyun-gu's hand and said he truly was a madman. Hyun-gu maintained his resolute expression and replied with a challenging note of thanks. The battle resumed once more. Thien Ma sensed a long-absent feeling of danger. The sensation at present left him utterly astonished. He recalled his journey climbing the tower from a beggar to the pinnacle, having met countless individuals. Yet he had never encountered anyone like Hyun-gu to compare. It was the embodiment of an unyielding will. From wandering swordsmen to those who proclaimed themselves the strongest in the world, all had fallen before Thien Ma, for he had shattered every technique they constructed. But Hyun-gu was different. Even knowing there was no chance, he returned to challenge him time after time. Hyun-gu's determined gaze made Thien Ma realize he knew nothing of surrender. Thus Thien Ma was astonished by this man, one who possessed a will far beyond limits. The battles continued without end. Hyun-gu made his move. Thien Ma recognized it as a displacement technique, yet it had only reached the level of imitation. He easily evaded that attack. You need 3 steps to execute that movement technique. Hyun-gu suddenly grasped the key point. He continued attacking with new techniques to defeat Thien Ma. However, he was still struck back fiercely. Thien Ma said that martial arts was not about showmanship, but about understanding its essence. That was not the way to use a technique properly. Thien Ma reminded him to focus on 3 fundamental elements. The ultimate skill Thunder God was entirely different. Copying it with the eyes alone was not enough to attain true power. Mid the clash, Thien Ma explained that lightning must naturally merge within the flow of mana. That marked Hyun-gu's 8,002nd defeat. The battle persisted. Thien Ma taught that when mana bore the nature of thunder, it would become the foundation of every technique. Even so, Hyun-gu still failed for the 8,423rd time. After each defeat, Hyun-gu reflected once more. He wondered how many times he had failed, yet he no longer cared. Each step forward was different from before. He realized this was the true power of martial arts, and continued fighting despite his failure. Thien Ma continued guiding. Now break the mold you have created. From now on, your technique and energy will move together in every strike. The 11,002nd defeat. Thien Ma stood at the peak, observing Hyun-gu from above. The 14,000th defeat. Thien Ma said that when mana flowed through all the meridians, it would naturally generate thunder along with countless other techniques. It was used to sustain an extremely powerful Thunder God technique, requiring only precise control of an adequate amount of mana. Hyun-gu still held an astonishingly steady gaze, an almost complete composure. The heavenly demon observed indifferently, saying the tea was already the final stage. You have grasped the form of the Thunder God ultimate technique and even dismantled it with your own hands. What remains is to forge your own martial path. Hyun-gu clenched his fists, recalling the past when he once blurted out what absurd things that person was talking about. What he had seen before turned out to be mere illusions. His martial arts had stagnated because he could not find the answer to the knot in his heart. Now everything was clear, despite countless stumbles. Hyun-gu's eyes still shone with understanding. The two charged at each other once more, bolts of lightning flashing brilliantly. The scene shifted to the operations center of the International Hunter Association in the United States. The gray-haired girl reported briefly that the civilian evacuation coordinated by the police was in utter chaos. Mr. Liam stepped forward and asked how much time we had left. The person behind him replied quickly, an estimated 10 minutes. Rewinding 31 hours earlier, when the first disaster was confirmed in the United States, everyone remained rather calm because they believed Hunter Hyun-gu was there. Yet only a few hours later, 2 more hotspots appeared in Thailand and Mexico. Finally, South Korea was also confirmed to have a disaster. Liam looked at the map dotted with glaring red points. There was only one Hyun-gu but 4 critical locations. How are those countries faring? The gray-haired young man cautiously reported that Thailand and Mexico had mobilized most guilds domestically and internationally, along with many S-rank hunters. They also had Jaeli and the majority of guilds preparing to respond. Liam closed his eyes in worry and said, "That is right, we must prioritize our own nation first." Though worried about South Korea, which also had a disaster and was Hyun-gu's homeland, everyone still believed he would handle it well. They could not contact him, but surely he was still fighting for humanity, unless he had already left this world. Back at Hyun-gu's house, Kim Si-hyun anxiously said he is not here. It feels as if he has vanished from the face of the earth. Kristen, Begel, and Lee Seo-jong were all uneasy. They believed this matter had to be kept secret to avoid chaos, but it had been a month since he disappeared. They could not wait forever without knowing his return date. Kim Si-hyun declared firmly that we must face the disaster ourselves. He turned to Hyun-gu's disciple and asked Mission, "What do you intend to do?" Mission merely looked at the 3 of them silently with icy eyes. Hyun-gu, the 14,242nd fall. The 14,242nd failure. That number kept increasing, because he was determined not to let the heavenly demon strike a final blow even once more. A halo of light suddenly enveloped Hyun-gu. The heavenly demon was briefly astonished. He had not expected him to reach that realm. It was no longer merely an enormous flow of mana gathering. The concept of self-reflection faintly manifested within the black wings behind him, along with the notion of a fundamental boundary. All of it converged within that dense black sphere. And I, the one once honored as the thunder god, was once again forced back before the black inferno. Despite countless collapses, the two killing intents still clashed. The heavenly demon spoke coldly. "Why do you not strike and finish me?" Hyun-gu stammered in reply. What kind of disciple would lay hands on his master? Hyun-gu burst into laughter. The heavenly demon roared in anger, saying, "You dare mock me? When have I ever accepted you as a disciple?" He continued laughing carefree. The heavenly demon said coldly, "If you are done, then leave. I do not have time to rest just because you are disturbing me." Hyun-gu chuckled foolishly. "Even if you did not drive me away, I would still leave." He walked away slowly while teasing, "Thank you, truly an irritable master." The heavenly demon gave a faint laugh in response. "Reckless brat, a disciple like that is not so bad." Scene shifted to the city of Montana in the United States. In the training camp, Riley shouted tensely that it had appeared. Firepower opened up. The sky trembled with explosions. Hunters held their breath as they watched the sea of flame. Riley, with a steady gaze, said that was quite an over-enthusiastic greeting. The one bearing the name Wukong laughed calculatingly. "I originally intended to use my clones to wipe out everything. Now I have changed my mind." Riley reported through communication that, as predicted, that method was ineffective against the disaster. "Everyone take your positions. Execute Plan B." Wukong laughed arrogantly. "It seems I must deal with you personally. First, clean up the weaklings." He shouted loudly to summon the Ruyi staff. At the same time in Thailand, another disaster plunged the entire city into flame. Ai Fu shot out from the ruins. That man remarked casually that this place was still too primitive. Voice rang out, "Oh my, who are you?" Dai Feng asked blankly, "What?" Hyun-gu stepped closer and said, "You have seen me and still dare approach. Dai Fu, you have turned this place into ruin. Have you lost your mind?" Dai Feng growled, "That man will spare you for now. After I grow bored, I will deal with you last." He spewed fire, smoke billowed, and concealed Hyun-gu's figure. Hyun-gu joked lightly, "What is this ridiculous name talking about? You are Clipper, are you not?" Dai Feng roared within the sea of fire. "Impossible." Hyun-gu flicked his finger gently. "A notification sounded that you have defeated Dai Fu, one of the demon kings of Sada Jong in Bangkok, Thailand. You also eliminated Crimber Dai Fu the Void Bird. Information authority has increased to intermediate level." Hyun-gu was stunned. "Thailand, why am I here?" Gyeongbuk, South Korea, Seoul had become a wasteland. Kagon was buried and missing. The man in blue robes said arrogantly, "Just lie there and watch. You think those few blows are enough to shake me?" Mission threw a thunderous punch at him. That man laughed smugly. "You are interesting, unlike the others. I am already bored. Look at this." Mission struggled to block but failed. A cry of pain escaped her. Hyun-gu hurried to find Avi and asked, "You said Climber is appearing everywhere and wreaking havoc." Avi widened her eyes and confirmed, "Yes, this has been happening for some time." Hyunwoo asked, "Can 4 climbers appear at the same time?" Previously, the night parade of 100 demons also brought countless subordinates. Avi shook her head. "That is impossible unless it is an extremely rare coincidence." Hyun-gu continued asking, "Then what is the current situation?" Avi replied gravely that it is highly likely they have a leader. "I told you before it might be Slumber. He can bring others along depending on their achievements. Among the 4 there must be one leader." Hyun-gu leaned closer and asked, "So that one leads the other 3 climbers?" Avi answered that it is possible if he is of high rank. Their strength rivals that of a true disaster. Hyun-gu pondered that he intended to ask why he appeared in Thailand, but now that no longer mattered. He asked, "If I defeat the leader, will the others disappear?" Avi said she thought so. He asked again where he is now. She pointed at the map and replied, "Likely here, in the United States." He pondered silently. Perhaps defeating the leader would cause the rest to scatter on their own, but a notification rang out. A climber had reached the 9th floor, remaining time 000, location Montana. Then another announcement followed. A climber had reached the 9th floor, remaining time 000, location Mexico City. And yet another signal sounded. A climber had reached the 9th floor, remaining time 000 in Gyeonggi, South Korea. If I go to America, what will happen to the people in Korea? Even if Mission is there, she is not strong enough to face a Kimber. What should I do now? A flash of light sparked in his mind. He imagined Yoon Ryong Sa being attacked. Battle unfolded in a distant place. Mission shouted in frustration. "Damn it!" Hyun heard a voice. "Hyun-gu Oppa, which cafe are you at?" Mission was bewildered. What was I just thinking about? I once told myself I had to protect Korea, yet I unconsciously relied on him. From the beginning, this was not his fault. It was all because I was too weak. Damn it, I cannot fall here, it hurts so much. All of my martial arts techniques are completely useless. All this confidence was inherited from my master. Master once said that imperial martial arts is the ultimate power. If it cannot stand against others, then the only one to blame is my own immaturity, she thought. I never considered myself strong. The strongest person in the world is only master. Anyone weaker is merely ordinary. That very thought has made me weaker and weaker. I always looked up at strength without moving forward, never thinking I had to try harder. Lam Su gave a cold smile and said harshly, perhaps it should end here. You should feel honored. I will let you witness the feat of slaughtering hundreds of thousands of soldiers. A roar resounded through space. Lam Su unleashed his full power, making Mission widen her eyes in shock. Suddenly a voice echoed, it seems you need help, do you not? Mission froze, suddenly realizing this was the same voice she had heard before. The voice continued, allow me to assist you. The only thing you need to do is accept my power. Mission frowned and shouted, I refuse. Master taught me that no power comes without a price. The powerful voice rang out, so you refuse because you fear the price to be paid. Very well then, a beam of light suddenly enveloped Mission before she could react. She screamed, what is happening to me? The mysterious voice sounded close by. This time there will be no price, feel my power. I am the ruler of all demons, standing at the head of the night parade of 100 demons. The power of the air to the night parade of 100 demons. That force poured into the girl body and became brimming with vitality, revealing a confident smile before sealing Lam Su's mouth. Lam Su roared, panic filling his mind. Why can I not open my mouth? What exactly is this stream of mana surrounding this plate? Mission curled her lips in disdain. Who do you think you are? Everything is already too late. I will absorb all of this mana, step by step. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. Lam Su trembled and stammered, I cannot control my body. The mysterious voice spoke calmly, how ridiculous. You keep boasting about your achievement. Pitiful Mission paused and asked, what did you just say? As she took the 6th step, the cold voice echoed, if my achievements were widely known, someone like you would easily see the difference. Whether people know or not, you have no chance of defeating me. You know why? Because I am just like you. Do you think you are the only climber whose achievements were forgotten? As she took the 7th step, she said confidently, if all of my achievements were made public, I would introduce myself with an entirely different title. 8th step, the 9th step, I would no longer be called the heir to the night parade of 100 demons. The 10th step, an unparalleled beauty radiated overwhelming majesty. Instead, I would be hailed as the lord of all monsters. In the ruined and devastated city of Messi, Bok Chuang stood frozen, his face filled with discomfort as he wondered, why can I not move? Suddenly a voice sounded beside his ear. Is this not a bit too ostentatious? He asked coldly, you are that voice, what have you done to me? Hanarin widened her eyes then laughed, it is just a small experiment. Recently I have acquired many useful skills, it is quite interesting. Bok Chuang gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. Hanarin replied calmly, I do not wish to hear such words from someone who destroyed an entire city, but it does not matter. Even so, I still have to thank you. Thanks to you I have eliminated those who needed to be dealt with, and at the same time obtained a perfect test subject. Bok Chuang roared furiously, what kind of person are you? He smiled proudly, that is not something you need to concern yourself with right now. Now back to the main issue, the one ranked 4th on the world leaderboard, Darkwing. This is merely an experiment to test the loyalty of your soul, understand. In the hospital, Seo Jian lay unconscious after the battle and was receiving treatment. After a while, Seo Jian gradually regained consciousness, and Seo Kagun asked worriedly, Seo Jian, you are awake. Seo Kagun was startled, Seo Kagun Opa. She painfully sat up and asked in confusion, is this a hospital, what happened? Seo Kagun replied thoughtfully, I am not sure either, but I heard the climber who appeared in Korea has been dealt with. They also said that Hyun carried us here on his back. Seo Jian cried out in shock, what? She angrily made a phone call to scold him, while Seo Kagun laughed, just leave him be. He must have his own reason. Elsewhere, Hyun Gu was irritated after letting his opponent fall. He punched the wall hard, frowning in frustration, damn it. The only thing I could do at that time was run away. He suddenly spotted someone standing atop the Imperial Palace Tower. Two stared at each other with wary eyes. Hyun Gu hesitated and asked, who are you? The raging sea of flames blazing fiercely. In Montana, Italy, Tun and Go Kong sat in the silent night, his expression contemplative. Is something out there? I only need about 300 auxiliary bodies to sweep clean the 9th floor, because our current strength has only reached the level of a lower Kimber. Yet in just a moment, half of the clones vanished. I guessed right, Hyun Gu laughed. You are the original body, right? Ngo Kong jerked and turned around, immediately taking a full blow that sent him flying. Ngo Kong roared in anger and charged to counterattack. Take this move of mine. Ngo Kong pressed down with force, pinning Hyengu against the wall, still unwilling to let go. Just you wait. Rui staff expand. The staff instantly grew larger, forcing Hyengu to turn pale and flee. Jumped to the opposite building to catch his breath. Ngo Kong grinned. You are quite interesting, state your name. Hyengu replied innocently, me. I am just a zoo employee. My job is to take care of animals that look like humans. Ngo Kong burst into laughter. There must be something wrong with your head. Hyengu laughed loudly. It is my first time capturing a monkey, so I am quite excited. The system rang out. You have defeated one crimper in Jeonjo, South Korea. Successfully eliminated Lam Su. Announcement. Another crimper has been defeated in Mexico City. Bok Chuong has fallen. He silently thought he did not know why those crimpers had disappeared, but now was the time to test the results of his training. Ngo Kong roared as he activated his divine power. The Rui staff split apart, then merged again. Rui staff shrink. Hyengu looked at Ngo Kong with fervent eyes. Full of confidence, Ngo Kong shouted, "Enlarge, Rui. Watch this." He brought down a strike. The blow made the entire city tremble violently. Flames erupted everywhere. Ngo Kong said disdainfully, "You enter battle with nothing in your hands." Before he finished speaking, from the ruins, Hyengu grabbed Ngo Kong by the leg, causing him to cry out in shock. Hyengu tightened his grip on his opponent's ankle, then spun like a whirlwind and smashed him into the ground. Hyengu curled his lips. "I am not that easy to burn to ashes." Ngo Kong ground his teeth in fury. Hyengu remained calm. "Is that all a high-rank climber can do, just empty talk? I will start again." Ngo Kong sprang up resentfully. He stubbornly swung his staff to attack Hyengu. Hyengu did not flinch at all, making him curse in frustration. His mind was in chaos. Where did this guy come from? I have climbed the tower for so long and never faced such danger. With the illustrious reputation of Tun and Ngo Kong, everything should have been easier. Hyengu smiled meaningfully. Why so silent, scared already? That kind of power should not exist on the 9th floor. Ngo Kong snapped. Whatever I say is useless. Even if using this skill on the 9th floor is somewhat wasteful, I will let you witness it. Open achievements, break the seal. Closely at the power of the one who once wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace. The true power of the Monkey King. A dazzling radiance enveloped Ngo Kong. Ngo Kong roared and threw a punch. On the ground, Hyengu let out a faint mocking laugh. "Hey friend, how about we make peace?" Ngo Kong flared up. "What?" Hyengu said coldly. "That kind of skill, I can do it too." All the agents fixed their eyes on the sky where Hyengu was fighting. Liam watched every exchange intently. Battle was intense. Ngo Kong continuously unleashed his familiar ultimate techniques, while Hyengu maintained a confident and combative demeanor. Losing his composure, Ngo Kong gathered his strength and unleashed a fatal strike. Hyengu laughed arrogantly. "What do you think you can do to me?" Those words only made Ngo Kong burn with rage. He gritted his teeth and stared. "Just wait, you are truly too arrogant." Hyengu said calmly, "If you only focus on those lightning bolts, then how will you dodge my real attack?" Ngo Kong was blasted into the air. He frowned, trembling with anger. Hyengu said coldly, "It is too late now. Look carefully, this is Firestorm Halberd." Ngo Kong shouted in distress. "This mana fluctuation is too strong. I cannot withstand it. Damn it." His mind echoed, "Impossible. How could I lose to a resident of this floor?" Hyengu laughed loudly. "Compared to a monkey, you are not bad." Ngo Kong howled, "How dare you look down on me? No one may insult the Monkey King." "Fine, even if I can no longer climb the tower, I will drag you down with me." Ngo Kong emitted killing intent as he stared at Hyengu. Hyengu burst into delighted laughter. "How interesting." Ngo Kong shouted, "This will be your end. I will defeat you." Hyengu carefully observed every movement. He sneered. Ngo Kong was furious. "This is your end." 18/9 thunderclaps, boom. Thousands of streets shook violently, but Hyengu's figure had already vanished. Ngo Kong was bewildered. Has he been defeated? The sea of fire continued to spread. Hyengu stepped out calmly. The radiance around him astonished Ngo Kong. Impossible. Hyengu thought to himself, the secret of restoration lies not outside but within. The limit is not pouring out everything you have. It is precise balance and calculating the exact focal point to completely master it and then absorb it. Look at me, the ultimate killing strike. He absorbed all its power and brought it down instantly. The entire street was left in ruins. A notification rang out. You have eliminated a Kimber at Billing 5, Montana, United States. Your information authority has been upgraded from intermediate to upper intermediate. Your current information authority is upper intermediate. You have successfully defeated the American Monkey King Kimber. Information authority has been accumulated. Your information authority has advanced from intermediate to upper intermediate. The current authority level is upper intermediate. Hyun-gu smiled in deep satisfaction. His limbs were intact, mana circulated steadily, good. He had planned to take down a few creepers without suffering much damage. In the past, after every battle he needed 2 or 3 days of rest to recover. Training with the heavenly demon had clearly produced remarkable results. He praised himself with confident pride. Excellent notification, Rui staff level 55. Additional skills include unbinding and reaction information authority. This was the weapon once used by the American Monkey King. It was taken from the Heavenly Palace when he caused chaos to seek a weapon for himself. Originally it was only the sea-stabilizing divine needle, but it evolved into a divine armament. No auto city allows it to extend and shrink almost infinitely at the user's will. When certain conditions are met, it temporarily awakens into the true Rui staff. At that time, all stats increase, and the user can borrow power from the true form of the American Monkey King. Hyun-gu gripped the Rui staff and laughed loudly. He would read the notification later. For now he needed to find a place where he could contact everyone. He walked down the road with a light heart. After walking a short distance, he suddenly realized the International Hunter Association building was nearby. He shouted, "Extend Rui staff." The staff carried him straight up toward the tall building. 2 gleaming skyscrapers stood side by side. This was the headquarters of the World Hunter Union. He spoke up. "Thank you for lending it to me. I will try it on." Hyun-gu smiled, one hand in his pocket, while the other adjusted his new sports outfit with a black jacket and black pants marked by 2 white rings on his right arm and right leg. Hyun-gu looked delighted, continuously praising the outfit. "This design is quite good." The senator standing beside him was still in shock. Senator Liam was still stunned when recalling the battle between him and Wukong, and even after that fight he remained unharmed. The senator was astonished to see Hyun-gu appear in the sky standing on a staff, and even more shocked to learn he was also a tower climber. Hyun-gu asked, "So all the tower climbers disappeared and South Korea did not suffer much damage, right?" The senator replied awkwardly, "Yes, less than other nations." The senator continued, "But I have one question." Hyun-gu waited curiously. A status posted 9 minutes ago appeared on the phone. Hyun-gu has prevented the natural disaster. Click here to watch the official clip. Although not fully confirmed, we believe the disaster has been stopped. I witnessed it firsthand and recorded it. Conclusion: Korean brand, postscript. Except for Mexico, we still do not know who prevented the disaster. MC Hyun finished reading the social media status and turned to call out Hyun. Hyun-gu was lying on Mission's lap holding his phone, her face flushed red as she froze in embarrassment. He had come to the hospital to visit Seo Jian and check the situation. It was clear Mission was flustered by unfamiliar emotions that made her cheeks burn red. Si Hyun ignored Mission and asked, "You said you were teleported to Thailand, so how did you get there?" Hyun-gu replied calmly, "That I ran and swam." Kim Si Hyun was stunned. "What, you swam?" Hyun-gu answered evenly, "I completed a triathlon except for cycling." "No, you have lost your mind." Clearly Kim Si Hyun still could not believe it, his eyes filled with doubt. A girl in patient clothing approached the door, lively sounds echoing behind her. "Hyun, you said you trained with the heavenly demon, right? With a sword?" "Yes." The beautiful Lee Seo-jong walked forward carrying an IV bag toward where her friends were talking. Pushing a 4-wheeled IV stand, she reached the door and spoke, "May I come in?" Lee Seo-jong looked into the room, saw Kim Si Hyun standing there and exclaimed in surprise. Hearing Si Hyun's words, she let out a weary sigh, unsure how to respond. She recalled the past and loudly called Kim Si Hyun's name. "Why did you leave on your own yesterday? I was so worried." As she spoke, she struck his chest hard, and he simply lowered his head and apologized. Kim Si Hyun lowered his gaze slightly and said in disappointment, "I was only angry at myself for being too weak." "Is it because of Chinsa? He is considered very strong and also a tower climber," Lee Seo-jong asked worriedly. Kim Si Hyun shook his head, "Not only Chinsa." Kim Si Hyun stood there recalling the image of Mission, with sharp horns on her head. And also Mission, the skull tattoo with long horns and sharp fangs made him shiver for a moment, yet he was deeply amazed by the way she moved. "Before, I only denied the truth and told myself Hyun would fall down the rankings. But after those experiences my thoughts have changed." Kim Si Hyun helplessly remembered Hyun-gu's composed figure. Kim Si Hyun looked at his own hands. "I must protect what is important." He clenched his fists with determination. so I must become stronger. Because of that, Seo Jong felt somewhat reassured. He lightly poked Si Hyun and teased, I think you are too tense, he replied awkwardly, not exactly. Returning to the present, she still noticed the lingering sadness on Si Hyun's face, but she believed that after everything, he would soon take action. She admired his progress in the room. Kim Si Hyun sat opposite the sofa where Hyun Gu was lying on Mission's lap. The image of the heavenly demon clad entirely in black robes, holding a great blade appeared in Kim Si Hyun's mind. Only when you defeat me, Kim Si Hyun wondered whether the heavenly demon had taught him properly. Hyun Gu spoke, you cannot walk properly for now, right? I will help you with a few things. Kim Si Hyun smiled, thank you Hyun. At the same time Lee Seo Jong exclaimed, Si Hyun, they said you can be discharged tomorrow, really, that is great. How much stronger have you become after returning from the imaginary space? How have your stats changed? Kim Si Hyun asked. Hyun Gu rubbed his head and sat up, who knows, I have not even checked the status board, Mission blushed while watching him. The status window appeared, name Hyun Gu, Guardian of Floor 9, age 118, gender male, condition excellent, strength S+, skill S+, endurance SS, blood S+, mana S+, luck B. Hyun Gu told himself it had not changed much. He seemed to realize something and shouted in panic, what is going on? His hand pressed a button and a red light flared up. The room transformed completely. A TV, speakers, and furniture appeared before Hyun Gu and Avi. She cried out in delight. He smiled and asked, satisfied. Avi answered excitedly. Yes, the room expanded thanks to the increased authority. I can make a game room. My dream has come true. Hyun Gu teased, you look happier than when I defeated the tower climber. Avi replied shyly, of course not. Hyun Gu's face was filled with pride and satisfaction. He asked seriously, but why am I 118 years old? Avi answered, after you returned from the imaginary space, I think I know the reason. Status board calculated the time spent in the imaginary space, even though only 1 month had passed in the outside world. That is the time difference between the tower and that space. She explained that 1 day here equaled 1 year inside there. Hyun Gu asked again, really? Avi smiled and said it was a reasonable explanation. He stood stunned. He had spent 100 years there, so he was already 118 years old. He dropped into a seat and pondered. The tutorial tower had been the same. Right, I am not an old man, he tried to reassure himself. Avi suddenly remembered and exclaimed, all right, did you find anything in the tutorial tower? I want to tell you about the creator of the tutorial tower, he exclaimed in surprise. The one who created the tutorial tower is the creator, Avi affirmed. Hyun Gu asked in shock, really? Then who is the creator? Avi replied, that is exactly what I want to say. Hyun Gu placed his hand on Avi's head and asked, is that all? Avi said awkwardly that she had tried to gather all information from the Guardian. He withdrew his hand and said, it is fine, it is my fault for expecting too much. Avi's expression shifted from surprise to anger at Hyun Gu's words. She slammed the table and shouted, 5 days, startling Hyun Gu. Hyun Gu looked at Avi blankly. She replied, no, give me 7 days, I believe I will find the location of the creator. Her hands clenched tightly as she declared firmly, I cannot guarantee absolutely, but please trust me. All right, I trust you, Hyun Gu smiled. Condition female, 21 years old, condition good. Hyun Gu asked about the essence that Jayaki Ayazio mentioned. He held a small brown pouch. The disciple replied, yes, master. Hyun Gu closely observed Mission lowering her head, the one chosen as the successor, it could be called that. It seemed that the power of several tower conquerors was still stuck at the 9th floor, one in South Korea and one in Mexico. He recalled Avi's words and pondered. The source of power Avi sensed in Korea was very likely Hiyaki Agyo. And what about Mexico? A successor had also appeared there. The system panel displayed a notification that you had found and defeated a tower climber hiding in Mexico City. The sword King Gran had been defeated, and Markin had also perished there. He pieced everything together and realized it all seemed connected to that man's death. His gaze shifted to his disciple sitting timidly, with an anxious expression. She lowered her head and thought that her master would surely be angry because she had used her power without permission. Hyun-woo let out a soft laugh and gently patted her hair. Varyong spoke in a soothing tone, come now, disciple, making her widen her eyes in astonishment at such unexpected treatment. He praised her, without you many people might not have survived, well done. He looked up at her teacher. A radiant smile bloomed on her lips, her cheeks flushed as her worries gradually faded. She softly said, thank you, master. The headquarters of the World Hunter Association, blue and white skyscrapers rose into the sky. Sorry, Liam in a gray suit clasped his hands on the table and anxiously asked if he could repeat that once more. Man stroked his pure white mustache, smiling as he slowly said it seemed he still did not understand what I meant. Rui Bang of Montana, the plump middle-aged man in a suit sat with his legs crossed, introducing himself as Senator Aitlikbos of Montana. According to the press, his activities and the way he treated the people showed that the senator lacked both skill and connection, standing out only because of his abundant wealth. People said he liked collecting rare statues, but I do not think he wants Rui Bang. Liam at the head of the table tried to persuade him. Hunter Hyun-gu prevented the disaster in Montana. Aichlechpot frowned and interrupted. Are you saying our association did not contribute to disaster relief? Not letting Liam continue, he requested a private meeting with Hunter Hyun-gu, stroking his beard and closing his eyes as he said, I will handle the rest myself. It was the senator's cold sweat that was truly concerning. Suddenly the wooden door burst open. It is so amusing that you left me out, the arrogant voice rang out, making Liam jump to his feet and call his name. He shuffled forward in slippers and demanded that the man repeat himself. Hyun-gu leaned down with a smile and asked Aichlechpot what he intended to do with my Rui Bang. The man flinched in shock when he realized he was Hunter Hyun-gu, then tried to regain his composure to confirm. He scrutinized the man, remembering that he had left the association when he was still learning to speak, because he believed it was necessary for them. Thinking of that, he recalled the earlier conversation, cheerfully handing the weapon to Liam and understanding the hidden meaning behind it. Liam braced his hands on the table and introduced, this is Aichlechpot, Senator of Montana. Before the man could finish, Hyun-gu raised a hand to stop him. I have heard enough of what people say about you. To be frank, although I was the one who stopped the disaster, you also suffered losses to handle the aftermath. Hyun-gu replied gently, prompting the man to ask if he agreed to hand over Rui Bang. The man curled his lips in mockery and praised him for being so sensible. The man asked, what if I refuse? Hyun-gu calmly answered, then I would not be sitting here. Liam wearily covered his face, thinking things had become complicated again. Hyun-gu still wore a gentle smile on his lips. A few seconds later, a scream echoed throughout the building. Furious shouts rang out, do you know who I am? The man sat sprawled on the floor, one hand clutching his aching head, the other pointing at him as he shouted. Do you think you can remain safe after doing that to me? He looked at the man calmly. Before he could finish threatening that he would no longer be able to be a hunter, the man received another blow that cut his words short. The heavy strike knocked him unconscious, dust drifting around his head. He casually put his hand in his pocket and said he had enough money to no longer need to be a hunter. Liam stood there unsure how to handle it. Seeing Liam worried, he reassured him that I will not take his life. Then when Liam asked how he intended to resolve it, he merely smiled. Hyun-gu gave a meaningful smile and said not to worry, just return Rui Bang to me. The next morning in the underground parking lot, a neatly dressed man in a suit carried a stack of documents toward a car. As soon as he sat inside, the blonde-haired man immediately asked what that old man had said. Evan recounted that the man wanted to spread unfavorable news about Hyun-gu to the media, and if there was none then they should fabricate it. The order had been given in a fit of rage. The other man laughed with interest and said he really is amusing. Have you come up with a plan yet? The brown-haired middle-aged man asked seriously whether they should deal with Aichlechpot. The other replied curiously that was a quick decision. You have followed him for 10 years. Evan said sadly he had gained nothing from him. Evan weighed the pros and cons, especially when comparing it to what I have here. He glanced over and smiled knowingly, all for the boss. A purple-haired girl appeared with her back turned, a deer-head pauldron on her left shoulder. Sharp-thorned purple roses surrounded her, the symbol of the Illumitu organization. In Hanam, among mountains and trees, Kim Si-hyun looked at the fragment in his hand and asked if this was the origin of Actron. Hyun-gu gently explained that it was an IEP. If placed on the heavenly demon sword the system panel would open. He clenched the fragment and smiled in thanks. Suddenly he turned to the right as if sensing something. Anya was sitting beside him drawing a magic circle, prompting him to call out softly. She looked haggard with dark circles and a pale face. Kim Si-hyun reminded her not to go to Mexico on her own because that place was still recovering. Hyun-gu looked at his disciple and said he needed to check a few things. Avi had mentioned the successors and now they were no longer so rare. Being stared at intently, Mission widened her eyes and tilted her head at her master. The issue was that their appearance could not be predicted. Tower climbers had the mission to conquer. The image of a gray tower appeared with a sword-wielding monster climbing upward and a shield-bearer descending, a guardian blocking the path. Each side had its own role. But successors were different. They appeared among gates that opened along with all kinds of bizarre creatures. Each carried a different objective. Some used magic arrays to carry out their intentions. A successor who protected his floor was considered a guardian, like the long-haired man wearing a wide-brimmed hat with a robust bill. Others chose to climb the tower. Some lay reading books leisurely or simply did nothing. Some were muscular with stern gazes, even using their power to alter the order of the world. Even so, that was not necessarily bad. Those thoughts were like wisps of smoke drifting from the bag in his hand. He said that he believed in you. Mission imagined that gentle gaze directed at her. Those words were like an arrow piercing straight through her heart. She went limp and sank down overwhelmed with emotion. He turned away and told her to wait until I returned. She blushed and softly replied yes. He asked Si Hyun whether he would enter. Kim Si Hyun clenched his fist with determination and answered yes. Purple light surrounded him as Kim Si Hyun sent a message to the heavenly demon. Before leaving, he pointed and said he was using the martial arts that man had taught, and it was extremely useful. He appeared in another place, dust and rubble scattered beneath his feet. He cast his gaze around the surrounding. In Mexico City, everywhere was filled with collapsed bricks and mages were rebuilding the city. He rubbed his forehead and searched everywhere, then wondered if he could find no trace. Then how would he track down the successor? Suddenly a man in a black suit appeared beside him, startling him into turning to look. He bowed politely and said he had been waiting for him for a long time. Hyun-gu slipped his hands into his pockets, confused about what was happening. The eye-shaped badge on his suit glowed. He slowly asked for permission to escort him to meet the boss. The system sounded a question as Kim Si Hyun held the sword. Do you wish to activate the Actron origin for this weapon? Yes or no? Kim Si Hyun looked at the blade in his hand with astonishment and curiosity, softly uttering. Looking at the simply toned house around him, Kim Si Hyun sighed, thinking he had only recently rebuilt his apartment building, and now he was living in these circumstances. He recalled the earlier warning and reached out to touch the line of text floating before him. Hyun had once warned him not to recklessly provoke this person because that man's temperament was extremely unpleasant. If even Hyun said so, then that person was likely even more formidable than him. The moment his fingertip touched the line of text, a surge of blue light suddenly shot straight into Kim Si Hyun, causing him to freeze in shock. When the light faded, the surroundings began to change. The familiar room vanished, replaced by towering rock formations, making Kim Si Hyun panic as he darted his eyes around. Before he could understand where he was, all he saw was a dense forest spreading in every direction. A sudden sound rang out behind him, making Kim Si Hyun widen his eyes in alarm, his heart pounding violently. Who are you? The mysterious man dressed in black sitting before him was none other than Thien Ma. Thien Ma silently observed the young man standing before him. Kim Si Hyun swallowed nervously, inwardly confirming that it truly was Thien Ma. He hesitated, unsure whether he should mention that Hyun had introduced him here. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he told himself he could not rely on Hyun anymore. He had come here to step out of that shadow, so he had to state his true reason. He turned fully to face him, cupping his hands respectfully toward Thien Ma. I came here because I wish to learn martial arts from you. Thien Ma showed displeasure. Where did trash like you crawl out from? He stood up, his voice dropping low. I will say this one last time. Cold gaze stared sharply, and Kim Si Hyun hurriedly spoke up. Please wait. Though frightened, he maintained his posture. Do not tell me you have something to do with Hyun-gu. An uneasy premonition stirred within him. Thien Ma clenched his fist and slammed it into the tree trunk before him, the sound resounding as if tearing the air apart. Flames of fury flared around him. He had just awakened from a long slumber only to be disturbed. Kim Si Hyun stepped back in terror. He silently apologized to Hyun because he might not be able to deliver the message as planned. Thien Ma coldly uttered a single word, get lost. Kim Si Hyun asked again in disbelief. Thien Ma turned his back and walked away, his voice filled with contempt. No matter what, you will never be able to learn it. Those words left Kim Si Hyun standing there in stunned silence. Images of the past suddenly flooded his mind. He pleaded earnestly, at least give me a chance. With a hand over his chest, he looked at Thien Ma sincerely. I need to grow stronger because there is something important I must protect. He continued firmly. If you keep refusing, then I will follow you until you agree. Thien Ma ground his teeth. Just by the way you act, I can tell you are that madman's friend. Since you want to learn, let me show you how I once treated him. Kim Si Hyun took a deep breath then. Defeat me? The moment Thien Ma finished speaking, he dashed forward like lightning. If you can do that, I will pass down my martial arts to you. A loud explosion erupted, dust and smoke billowing through the air. Kim Si Hyun collapsed instantly. A system notification appeared, his first failure. In another place filled with strange rocks, Hyun-gu looked at the person before him in astonishment. The boss, David, bowed his head in confirmation. Hyun-gu curled his lips. What if I refuse? David calmly replied that in that case he would return to receive new instructions. Hyun-gu asked who that boss was, and David only advised him to meet in person. Hyun-gu understood that the other party would not reveal anything further. He confidently thought that at present David was not capable of causing him trouble. More importantly, that boss was likely the person Avi had once mentioned. Lead the way. Before the intricately carved gate, Hyun-gu could not help but feel surprised. David pointed toward the elevator and said that was the way up to the main headquarters. Stepping inside, Hyun-gu thought to himself that they even used real diamonds to decorate this place. The elevator gleamed with transparent glass walls, offering a full view outside, truly extravagant. The elevator doors slowly opened. Before Kim Hyun-gu stood 2 rows of people lining the path, leaving him astonished. Hyun-gu widened his eyes in confusion and muttered, "What the hell is this?" A calm voice rang out, "I have been waiting for you for a long time." The one who spoke was none other than the striking purple-haired girl, Hannah Rin. Hannah Rin smiled gently at Hyun-gu and called out, "Master." Hyun-gu instinctively paused for a brief moment. He remembered that he had 2 disciples, one was Mission and the other was her. Memories of the past surged back. "We are finished." Hyun-gu pulled up his mask and directed his gaze toward the source of that sound. "With our current strength, we cannot leave this tower, but who knows, perhaps we will grow stronger if we kill people instead of demons." A man holding a sword pointed it at Hanarin as he spoke an apology. Hanarin glared at him in fury, condemning him as a traitor. At that moment a mysterious masked figure appeared. It was Hyun-gu. He threw a one-handed punch that sent the 2 men flying, leaving Hanarin utterly astonished. Hanarin looked at him with eyes full of admiration. That girl was Hannah Rin. In truth, the relationship between me and her was rather special, more like comrades than master and disciple. Returning to the present, Hyun-gu raised his head thoughtfully. After all, he had trained her just like Mission. First, she was not truly a companion, but over time together in the tower she gradually became the one fighting by my side. The 2 of us once walked while laughing together, then she left after a year and a half beside me. Hanarin smiled as purple light surrounded her, saying she would prepare everything her master needed before departing. "So you were the one who defeated Marshall?" Hyun-gu sat on the throne holding a glass of water as he asked. Hanarin smiled and replied that she should have dealt with him before he could touch Master, but at that time she was not strong enough. "But why did you build this underground castle?" Hyun-gu continued to question. Hanarin replied that it was Master's idea. Hyun-gu was surprised and unconsciously pointed at himself. Hanarin excitedly said she had prepared everything he desired. First were 14 plots of land in America. She had also built private villas in many European countries, prepared casinos and enough money for him to spend for a lifetime. Hyun-gu took a sip of water and asked in surprise when he had ever requested such thing. Immediately after, memories suddenly flooded his mind. Images of the past appeared. Hanarin asked what Master wanted to do after leaving the tower while he was lying back comfortably. Hyun-gu cheerfully replied that he had many things he wanted to accomplish. He said he wanted to sleep all day, live leisurely like a billionaire, travel everywhere and enjoy a luxurious life, even own an underground castle and try his luck in Las Vegas. Remembering that, Hyun-gu froze, spat out all the water and thought could it be that she had turned those casual remarks into reality. Hanarin hurriedly offered a handkerchief toward Hyun-gu with concern. Hyun-gu took the handkerchief and activated mind reading. Hanarin clasped her hands excitedly, saying she had prepared everything for Master, her reverent words echoing continuously as Hyun-gu thought she had gone too far. Hanarin beamed brightly and kept repeating the word Master, making Hyun-gu break into a cold sweat. The system panel displayed Hanarin's information. 24 years old, female, status excited. Her stats in strength, speed, endurance, vitality, mana and luck all outstanding. Personality, absolute loyalty. Hyun-gu noticed her parameters were quite similar to Mission. In mentioning becoming a successor, Hyun-gu asked whether she had obtained that title thanks to the book after defeating Mason and what her future direction was. He continued to ask how she intended to use her current power. The issue was whether this girl would become a guardian or continue as a climber. Hyun-gu pondered that although she was psychologically influenced and found it difficult to defy him, he still could not fully trust the system if she continued climbing the tower. He needed to consider further. Hanarin replied that her power was for Master and would only be used for him. Hyun-gu nodded in agreement. Continued to ask whether she was the one who had defeated that player. Hanarin confirmed that it was so. She explained that she had used both her original skill combined with her new power, because the ability she had just obtained had not yet fully unleashed its potential. Ayangu smiled meaningfully. She must have struggled a great deal to take him down for the entire city to be thrown into such chaos. Hanarin also laughed and replied that it was not that difficult, master. Only dealt with him slowly on purpose. That answer made Hyengu momentarily startled. Is that so? Hanarin continued, you once said that if you had enough money you would buy the whole city simply because it suited your taste. Now we already have more than enough for that. He spoke as casually as if discussing snack, saying that now they could reshape this city however master liked. Faced with that excitement, Hyengu suddenly felt a little uneasy. He thought to himself that she was even more formidable than Mission at the beginning, truly not someone to be taken lightly. At this moment, a distinct bump had appeared on Hanarin's head. Ayangu asked why she had only come to find him now. Hanarin cut him off saying she wanted to appear once she held in her hands what he desired. He then asked whether the fact that he was not involved in the bad rumors was because of her, and she calmly replied that everything was under her control. Ayangu looked at her as if she were a strange creature, just as he had thought. Her reasoning was truly far from normal. He wondered why all his disciples were so unusual, while he believed himself quite ordinary, then suddenly thought perhaps birds of a feather flocked together. After that, Hyengu turned to leave, saying the matter was settled so he would return. Hanarin asked wistfully about the things she had prepared for him. Hyengu only wished to withdraw smoothly, so he said he would look at them later. Hanarin softly replied, I understand. She offered to see him off. Hyengu agreed outwardly, but inwardly was surprised that she did not cling to him as he had expected. In another place, Hyengu wondered why she was still following him. Hanarin said the place she belonged was by Master's side, forever as one family. He asked what about her organization. Hanarin replied that she had trained them well enough to operate on their own without her. That scene reminded him of Mission. It felt as though he had experienced it before, but never mind, bringing her along would not hurt. Ayangu instructed that tonight she had to stay close because they needed to stand exactly at the center of the magic circle. Hanarin happily agreed at once. As he walked he thought Anya said she had upgraded the circle. Now even without her it could be activated with mana, truly convenient. At that moment in Hanam a voice called out, hey, can you hear me? From the other end of the communication through the ruby, the voice asked, do not tell me you are pretending not to hear. Mission replied that she was considering. Thinking about the condition that had been offered, she remembered Master allowed her to keep the crystal, but she could not decide carelessly. No one knew what trick the other side might use, so Mission asked again what the specific proposal was. It turned out the other side was the night parade of 100 demons. She complained that Mission was deliberately making her irritated. The first condition was to share all senses. The second was that if they encountered the demon lord she had to hand over control of her body. She had to relinquish control in that state. What contract allowed hesitation? The unpleasant joke made the night parade of 100 demons furious. Mission calmly said it seemed the clause was written that way, making the other side shout to stop talking nonsense. Mariang emphasized that it was better to be cautious. For example, if they shared senses, would she not be able to inspect my body at any time? The night parade of 100 demons grew even more irritated, asserting that once the contract was signed the terms were absolute. Mission remained half doubtful, because in truth those conditions were not entirely disadvantageous to her. Suddenly a flash of light flickered in midair. Mission jolted to her feet and called out Master. She was overjoyed as if welcoming a long-absent family member home. Before she could finish speaking, she was blocked by an invisible force. She stammered Master and realized he was leading another girl with him. Two of them were even linking arms, which left Mission deeply shocked. Ayangu asked if she had been waiting for him. Mission's voice trembled as she asked who the girl beside him was. He wondered why she was holding his arm. Hanarin innocently said Master told her to. She explained that she had to stay close to him. Ayangu replied he did not remember saying that, while Mission seemed about to smoke with anger and told her to stay away from Master. Ayangu quickly spoke up saying that was enough. Since everyone was here he would make introductions. He said this was the first disciple Mission, and that was the second disciple Hanarin, making Mission tremble as she asked if it was true. Hanarin asked so she was his disciple, while Mission grew even more flustered and called out Master. Hanarin calmly asked why she was reacting so fiercely. Mission stammered not knowing how to answer. She admitted she had no idea Master had another disciple. Hanarin immediately recognized that weakness of Mission. She leaned against Hyun-gu's shoulder even though he brushed her away, then said she only wanted to express her joy at meeting Master again after so long apart. Mission completely fell into a state of extreme confusion. Her mind seemed to drift into an endless void. That feeling lingered as she could not return to reality. In the end, Mission decided to call upon the power of Hyakki Agio, making the night parade of 100 demons ask in surprise what was happening. She declared she accepted the proposal, leaving the other side stunned and asking why she suddenly changed her mind. Mission replied that sooner or later she would have to use that power anyway. A short while later in Avi's room, Hyun-gu could only stand speechless before the scene in front of him. The room was messy everywhere. Avi innocently asked if he had found it already. Immediately afterward she startled at Hyun-gu's gaze, then hurriedly said she had found it. He meant the creator, right? Hyun-gu asked where the information was. Avi nearly collapsed under that pressure. He said regrettably she could not determine the current location because the data was locked due to lacking access rights. However, she found another clue that immediately piqued Hyun-gu's interest. Avi joked about a premium package, then corrected herself that she had located an artifact. Perhaps it would lead them to the creator's place. When Lee Seo-jong was about to open the door, fierce arguing could be heard inside. Just hearing it made her break into a sweat, inwardly conflicted because the documents were still inside, but she truly did not want to step in. Lee Seo-jong crossed her arms and called to him. Hyun-gu responded curtly. She asked what those two were doing. Before them was a heated confrontation between Mission and Hanarin. The girl insisted she was the first disciple, while Hyun-gu calmly said it was just a bit of quarreling. Hanarin raised her brow and replied, "So what?" then threw out a taunt. As soon as she finished speaking, the two lunged at each other, causing the surroundings to shake. The loud noise echoing everywhere left Lee Seo-jong astonished. When Mission launched a kick from above, Hanarin swiftly used the book in her hand to block it neatly. Mission was stunned by that defense, then shouted to stop, but Hanarin only gave a half smile that made her even more annoyed. Without warning, Hanarin suddenly struck Mission in the eye. The unexpected blow made her cry out in pain and hastily cover her eye. Seo-jong asked why he was not stopping them. Hyun-gu only smiled and said they would not listen. She froze, then hurriedly urged him to do something before things went out of control. While unleashing a rapid series of attacks, Mission demanded where she had come from. Hanarin blocked them and replied that she was the one most suited to master. Seeing everything go too far, Hyun-gu finally spoke up to stop them. Mission rushed forward, declaring master was hers. Hanarin also charged and shouted back. Unable to endure it any longer, Hyun-gu jumped down and knocked each of them on the head, once then shouted loudly for them to stop immediately. Hanarin rubbed her head and asked again that master had allowed them to argue. He looked at the shattered railing, then raised his voice asking if this was what they called quarreling. After finishing his words, Hyun-gu glanced down at the patch of ground that the two had trampled into a deep pit. He sighed helplessly to himself, "Good heavens, those two are like water and fire." After thinking it through, Hyun-gu pointed at the house and said sternly, "Go inside and reflect on yourselves until I return." Mission immediately replied yes, while Hanarin said in annoyance, "Fine." As she passed by, Lee Seo-jong could not suppress her curiosity. She hurriedly asked, "But who is that girl?" Her aura does not lose to an imperial dragon even under the identity of a successor. Hyun-gu calmly answered, "She is my second disciple," causing Lee Seo-jong to exclaim in shock, "What?" Thinking she had not heard clearly, Hyun-gu repeated, "She is indeed my second disciple." Overwhelmed by this harsh truth, Lee Seo-jong could only shed tears and cry out inwardly, "He even has another disciple. If another troublemaker appears, I will not be able to endure it." Trembling at the chaotic scene and those two troublesome people, she wearily thought she could not even stop them if they fought. At that moment Hanarin crossed her arms proudly and spoke. "What is it?" Mission immediately demanded. "What do you want?" Lee Seo-jong silently cried for help. "Hyun-gu, where are you?" At the same time, he kept picking at his ear because of an itchy sensation, as if someone was mentioning him. He asked what is wrong. Hyun-gu casually replied, "My ear is itchy." After finishing, he flashed a bright smile and asked, "So where is the artifact that can lead to the creator?" Avi frowned seriously and answered, "It is on floor 835. He asked in surprise, "Where on earth is floor 835? She replied that she had only recently learned about it as well. Avi continued explaining that from floor 1 to floor 9 they all share similar structures. Basically, civilizations exist on each. but their scale and characteristics differ. She opened a virtual space to illustrate. For example, Floor 8 is formed from multi-dimensional space, while Floor 1 and Floor 3 also have civilizations but on a smaller scale. Hyun-gu crossed his arms as if he understood and wiped sweat as he said, "Ah, I roughly get it," though in truth he understood nothing. He immediately brushed the thought aside and smiled at Avi. "That is not important, right? Can I go to Floor 8? She replied that he could go there at any time. However, Avi added that he needed to rely on artifacts to find the path. Then she quickly summoned a list including the blind man compass, the silver time hand, the giant heart, the giant eye, and the giant tooth. Hyun-gu asked in astonishment, 5 items. Avi broke into a light sweat and reassured him, but he will find them very quickly. While reviewing the file in her hand, she continued, the locations of 2 items have been clearly identified. The other 3 all belong to one person. Saying that, she showed the document to him. Seeing it, Hyun-gu revealed a subtle smile. He quickly stood up and said firmly, "All right, I will return later." At that moment, his gaze unconsciously paused on the file beside him. Hyun-gu muttered, "It probably will not take long." Meanwhile, Mission curiously asked, "What is that on your shoulder?" Hanarin replied proudly, "Are you talking about this mask?" He let out a faint laugh and lightly flicked it. "This is a gift from my master." Hearing that, Mission immediately stood up and demanded, "What? Impossible, master always kept it very carefully." Hanarin exclaimed softly, "Oh." And she smiled and asked, "Have you never received a gift?" Mission retorted loudly, "Master taught me martial arts." Hanarin narrowed her eyes and said, "Really? Wonderful. It seems you can continue learning forever and always remain a disciple." Mission clenched her fists and warned angrily, "I will deal with you." Just as the two were about to clash again, a voice rang out in reproach, "I told you both to reflect. Why are you arguing again?" Seeing Hyun-gu, they called out in unison, "Master." He frowned and blamed himself. "I should not have brought Hanarin along. I thought they would get along because they are so alike, but I was wrong." After thinking, he cleared his throat and said, "In any case, I have a mission to assign to you," leaving both of them astonished. Mission glanced at Hanarin and respectfully said, "Please give your order, Master." Hanarin also asked, "What do I need to do, Master?" Hyun-gu immediately assigned, Mission go to Hong Kong to retrieve the blind man compass. Hanarin go to Mexico to find the artifact named Silver Time Hand. Hearing this, Hanarin smiled and asked, "Do you have any other instructions?" He replied, "No, but bring them back here and avoid causing trouble." Understood. She answered firmly, "I will do so." At the same time in Montana, an old man roared in anger, "How can this be?" He shouted so loudly that he nearly dropped his phone. "I said any price is fine." The person on the other end replied awkwardly that no amount would work. Hearing that, 8lechpot furiously shouted, "What? The director of the largest television network in America says it is impossible." The other side softly said, "I am very sorry." He continued, "I sincerely advise you not to get involved with him." Upon hearing that, he slammed the phone to the floor and cursed, "Damn it." Then he covered his face and muttered, "It is all fabricated. Why can no one handle that wretched hunter? Why?" The secretary spoke up, "Senator, there is a visitor." 8lechpot asked in surprise, "What did you say?" "I have no appointment today." He replied, "Ah, I forgot to inform you. This is not a scheduled guest." The secretary smiled sinisterly and said, "It is a unilateral notice." He frowned in irritation. What is this man talking about? As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion rang out, accompanied by flying debris and dust. The wall was blasted open with a large hole, causing 8lechpot to scream in fear. "What is this?" A person stepped in and said irritably, "Be quiet, my ears are about to burst." Seeing clearly who it was, he gaped in terror. It was none other than Hyun-gu, appearing with an arrogant bearing. He shattered a large section of the wall and looked directly at 8lechpot, senator of Montana, causing him to panic and point while shouting, "What do you think you are doing? How dare you wreck my house?" Hyun-gu calmly replied, "What am I doing?" He leisurely said, "According to my investigation, you only engage in filthy dealing, such as using money to bribe and manipulate auction results," making 8lechpot stiffen as sweat poured down. He shouted, "What nonsense are you saying? I will sue you for trespassing." Before he could finish, Hyun-gu continued, including the official newspapers of the Hunter Circle. 8lechpot stepped back in fear. Hyun-gu mocked, "The Western news channels and press companies, Owen Central." He glanced at the documents and smirked, "Damn, I am too lazy to read all of this," then asked, "Over the past week you have only called these people?" After saying that, Hyun-gu threw the stack of papers onto the table before him and asked, "Manipulating the media is quite interesting, is it not?" 8lechpot trembled and asked, "How do you know?" Hyun-gu merely smiled in response. He turned to the secretary and shouted, "Do not tell me you are the one who did this to Evan." Secretary smiled meaningfully and said slowly, "You should have treated me well from the beginning." Pot, flushed with anger, overturned the table and pointed while shouting, "Traitor." The secretary bent down to hand the documents to Hyun-gu and said, "This is the list of gangs he hired to harm you." Hyun-gu said calmly, "Let me see. You even hired several more gangs to attack me, planning to imitate the Ares gang." Pot stood frozen and could only utter yes. Fear enveloped Pot. His face turned pale and his eyes welled with tears, despair filling his heart. "I am finished." Hyun-gu called out, "Hey. Actually, I intended to release all of these documents everywhere," making him turn deathly pale, but doing so would be too cruel. Hyun-gu sat down at the same level as Pot and proposed, "Then let us negotiate a little." He said gently, "I heard you have been frantically collecting artifacts." "Correct." Then looked at the display cabinet and continued, "Hand over your entire giant collection gathered over 10 years and I will keep this matter secret." He smiled brightly. "Well, is this not a peaceful solution?" The scene shifted to a magnificent Gothic villa, sunlight streaming through stained glass creating a dazzling illusion. Choi In, famed in the press as a master refiner, always believed he would bow to no one. Yet when he appeared he forced a smile, sweat pouring like rain, hands clasped together. Bowing to Mission, he asked softly, "May I ask why the Imperial Dragon Lady has come here?" Mission looked straight at him and clearly stated her demand, hand over the blind man compass. Before Choyin could respond, Mission slammed the table and shouted there, startling him. Though smiling, Choyin was pale as a sheet. He hurriedly said, "Understood. We will prepare it at once. Please grant 3 days." Mission immediately interrupted, 3 hours. Choyin stammered yes. Mission arrogantly crossed her legs on the chair and said calmly, "Bring it to me within 3 hours." Choyin tried to explain, "But the artifact is at the villa on the island. We cannot." The space suddenly blazed with fierce flames. Mission sprouted a pair of demonic horns, her face darkened with killing intent. Witnessing that scene, Choyin did not dare hesitate and hurriedly said he would retrieve it at once. Mission leaned back in her chair and coldly ordered toward the rear, "Number 1, follow him and assist." The attendant immediately bowed his head and replied, "Understood." Hanarin's figure flashed through Mission's mind. She proudly declared, "Do not worry, master. Within 3 hours I will bring it back." Mission choked with anger and told herself that no matter what, she had to bring that item back before that girl, whatever the cost. At this moment the compass was already in AV's hand. The blind man's compass, rank 5, no enhancement, search skill, insufficient information authority. A man who could not see the light yet understood everything had crafted it for his companion. This tool could determine any location the user desired, but after the tower floor was destroyed, its power declined and its accuracy was no longer as before. Unable to hide her surprise, Avigny probed, "So master gathered them all in just 2 days? I thought it would take a whole week." Hyun-gu lay stretched out on the chair, and leisurely replied that everything had gone quite smoothly. He was secretly pleased that Hanarin had brought hers in less than an hour, Mission as well. Mission shot Hanarin a glance, her eyes blazing with jealousy. Hyun-gu turned to Avi and asked, "Having these items is good, right?" Avi nodded, "Now we just need to merge them." Hyun-gu was amazed by Avi's ability and curiously asked if she could recreate artifacts again. While operating the machinery, Avi explained that if from the beginning they were originally one, then it was possible. The room sank into darkness, only the mystical blue glow from the system devices shining out. She placed the compass into the machine, a beep sounded signaling activation. Avi focused and performed many additional steps. Hyun-gu could only stare wide-eyed as he watched. Avi activated focus mode, ignoring everything around her. The compass that had been motionless suddenly began to vibrate and operate. It spun continuously, emitting sparkling rays of light. The dazzling light shot straight into his eyes, forcing Hyun-gu to raise his hand to shield them. After the final operations, the compass appeared with a new appearance. A heart shape attached to 2 large and small gears along with a turquoise human symbol. The system announced, "The blind man's compass, complete form, rank 55, pathfinding skill, tracking, danger detection, information authority unlocked. It can locate any place and warn of surrounding risks." Hyun-gu excitedly held up the compass and exclaimed, "Its appearance and description have both changed." Avi lifted her chin confidently. This is the true power of the compass. She could not hide her pride. Hyun-gu admired it and asked, "So now I can go to the 8th floor above 35, right?" Avi sat on the floor and replied, "If Master uses his power in the labyrinth, the compass will guide the way." He said in satisfaction, "Very good." The scene shifted deep into the labyrinth. Hyun-gu, wearing his familiar sandals, set foot there. He let out a long yawn, skulls and armored corpses scattered everywhere, the scene filled with gloom. Looking at the compass, he saw a thin thread-like beam of light pointing the way. He licked his lips, impatiently wondering how much deeper he had to go. Muttering as darkness enveloped him, he did not know how many days had passed. His provisions had run out. He halted. No, forget about eating, the problem is. He remembered that before leaving, he had told his 2 disciples to stay and guard the place in case something happened. Hanarin eagerly asked to go along. Hearing that, Mission immediately glared and shouted back. Hanarin placed a hand on her cheek and provocatively said that the first disciple was strong enough to protect it. There was no need for anyone else. Mission refused to lose and mocked that only she could assist Master. The 2 argued fiercely. Hanarin sneered and said that if someone had to guard, she should be a watchdog. Mission widened her eyes and threatened. In the distance, Kim Hyun-gu could only remain silent. Returning to the present, Hyun-gu thought that those 2 might be arguing so intensely that they were shaking the entire city. A goblin suddenly lunged over, interrupting his thoughts, screaming loudly. In just a moment, a swarm of goblins surrounded him. He threw several powerful punches, sending them flying hundreds of meters away. Wiping his sweat, he thought it was fortunate that they only changed the way they addressed each other after he told them to stop arguing. Their nature remained the same. The goblins lay motionless at his feet. Hyun-gu lifted one to examine it and slowly remarked that the monsters seemed to be getting weaker. A sly smile flickered across his lips. Clenching the compass, he followed the guiding light and said he was close to reaching the exit of the labyrinth. Dawn light shone upon the apartment complex. A clear voice rang out in greeting. The other side responded gently. Hunter Lee Seo-jong carried 2 cups of coffee and hurriedly said to Anya that she had planned to see him off before he entered the labyrinth. Anya calmly replied that he had already left. Lee Seo-jong disappointedly handed 1 cup to Anya and complained that she had told him to contact her before leaving and asked if she wanted to drink it. Realizing something was unusual, she widened her eyes at Anya and asked in confusion. Anya avoided her gaze and twirled the straw in her hand. Lee Seo-jong noticed the sword placed beside her. Anya hesitantly said, "I want to ask you something." Lee Seo-jong encouraged her to ask. Anya slowly spoke. "May I know when Hunter Kim Si-hyun will return?" The question left Lee Seo-jong stunned, her eyes wide as she looked at her friend because it was too hard to answer. On the 8th floor above 53 of the Atlant Empire, cries of pain echoed everywhere, the battlefield in chaos. An axe swept through the air, its blade stained red. The old man holding the axe glanced down and laughed smugly, calling himself Breda, a tower climber. Beneath him soldiers lay scattered. Only Willows, sword master and lord of Atlant, still struggled to stand firm. Willows helplessly thought that Breda was truly the strongest monster he had ever faced. He turned back to encourage the 1st Cavalry not to give up. A few tried to sit up. Willows shouted, "If we fall, the Empire will." Before he could finish, a slash created a violent shockwave. Earth and stone erupted and left him stunned. The soldiers struck by the blow could only writhe in agony, all of them coughing blood. Willows was horrified by that sight. Breda laughed harshly and said, "I am not bored yet." The old man laughed madly and declared he would show them the achievement of the last survivor of Breda Gotti, then swung his axe down. A streak of light suddenly flashed across the sky. Breda roared, calling himself the demon of gluttony when a voice cut in large Ruyi staff. He was about to slaughter the soldiers. A colossal metal pillar crashed down to the ground. Breda's shrill scream echoed. Willows held his sword and muttered in confusion, "What is happening?" A young man in sportswear breathed heavily. It was Hyun-gu. He looked up to where the staff had struck and muttered that he had not expected the exit to be above. He looked at the system in confusion because the notification said he had just defeated a tower climber of the Atlant Empire. Willows and the soldiers could only gape. Hyun-gu retrieved the staff and excitedly said he had to continue on his way. The Ruyi golden cudgel rested neatly in his hand. Avi looked at the compass with interest. It seemed they had arrived. Someone called his name. Hyun-gu turned in confusion. Willows approached in astonishment and asked who he was. Behind him, a soldier clutching his injured arm. Elsewhere, the sound of weapons clashing rang out sharply. Kim Si-hyun was drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth as he endured. He was struck so hard that he was flung far away, a groan escaping him. A figure approached, an irritated voice saying, "You have died 1,000 times already." Tien-ma looked down at him with contemptuous eyes. Kim Si-hyun's mouth bled, yet he still glared with fury. He trembled as he used the wooden sword to push himself up. He remembered how the previous falls had forged his resolve. In a land where one cannot die, he constantly trained to become stronger. Kim Si-hyun felt a heavy weight in his heart, recalling Hyun's advice to endure and swing his sword until he surpassed his opponent. But how many times had he already failed? The excitement on his face faded, leaving only exhaustion and despair. A torrent of questions drilled into his mind. Why did he need this sword? Why did he have to become stronger? Kneeling to support his worn-out body, he softly admitted that he no longer knew. Ma frowned coldly and said he had fallen 1,000 times yet still could not even touch him. Hearing that, Kim Si-hyun lifted his head with sorrowful eyes. Ma bluntly concluded that he did not have a single chance. Then he added another harsh remark, "Go back." Kim Si-hyun's face darkened as his eyes filled with disappointment. Suddenly remembered the glorious days when, even exhausted, he risked his life to save his comrades from danger. He remembered standing up to encourage others, giving them courage. Thinking of those moments, Kim Si-hyun punched himself in the face as if to awaken himself. In his mind, he screamed at himself to wake up. Ma was briefly stunned as he witnessed that strange action. Kim Si-hyun raised his hand to wipe away the blood flowing from his nose, breathing heavily. He stood up, wiped the blood clean, and stared straight at Ma with iron resolve. "I will not leave until I learn martial arts from you." Ma snapped irritably, "Are you insane? You are no different from that man." If Kim Si-hyun still wanted to continue, Ma was willing to respond. The two quickly took their stances, the wind around them surging violently. Ma provoked him, "Come and try again." Elsewhere, Lee Seo-jong leisurely sipped her iced Americano. She brushed her hair back and asked Anya how dungeon management was going. Anya felt slightly embarrassed but replied that everything was progressing well and thanked her for the support. Anya smiled happily and said that although they had fewer personnel than dungeons, thanks to the new coordination method they had reduced risks and gained much experience. Lee Seo-jong pointed to the left side of the building and asked what that construction was. She remembered that place used to be a newly built villa, but now it had become a towering building. Anya explained that the building on the left belonged to the Royal Guild Korean branch, and she briefly thought of Mariam. After a slight hesitation, Anya said the building on the right was owned by a newly established guild. She was also surprised at how they could construct something on such a scale. Lee Seo-jong looked up at the ceiling and nodded thoughtfully. Even between two powerful guilds like that, a new force still emerged. Suddenly she murmured as if realizing something. She recalled the fierce clash between Hyun-gu's two disciples, Mission and Hanarin. After a tense exchange, Hanarin stormed off angrily. Lee Seo-jong broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be? Noticing her unusual expression, Anya asked what was wrong. Lee Seo-jong quickly waved it off, saying it was just a random thought. On the 8th floor appeared a magnificent white palace. Golden light shimmered all around, and the staircase was intricately carved. A gentle maid invited him to follow this way. Hyun-gu followed behind, glancing around with playful curiosity. He remembered meeting Willows when he praised that the Orb of Truth was a national treasure. Because he had protected the empire, it would be presented to the king, making Hyun-gu full of anticipation. Thinking back, he felt fortunate that locating the artifact had gone rather smoothly. Two maids opened the grand doors and announced the hero Hyun-gu's arrival. Inside, the old king sat majestically upon the throne, with Willows bowing respectfully beside him. Enro showed clear tension on his face. Upon seeing Hyun-gu, the king exclaimed that he was the one who had quelled the threat to the empire and offered his greetings. He said he had summoned him here along with Lord Swinlows. Hyun-gu looked up as unease rose within him. Facing such majesty, Hyun-gu wondered awkwardly whether he needed to follow any formalities. In the end, he merely smiled lightly in response. King smiled outwardly but inwardly assessed his lack of decorum. He softened his tone and first expressed his gratitude. He declared that a week-long banquet would be held to celebrate the feat of protecting the empire. To Hyun-gu, those words were like passing wind because his mind was occupied with Mission and Hanarin. He replied politely. Hyun-gu said he had another request. The king nodded and said he had heard that he wanted the Orb of Truth. Then he lowered his voice and said regrettably that he could not hand over that item. The atmosphere in the room immediately became tense. Understanding the implication, Hyun-gu gritted his teeth and questioned him with indignation. The king remained calm and said his contribution was immense, but the orb was a symbol of protection for the empire, and the royal guards opposed it. Sweet Lord Squiddy avoided Hyun-gu's gaze. He added that if he handled another trouble of the kingdom, things would be different. Hearing that, Hyun-gu was bewildered by the absurdity and protested. His mind was in turmoil because he had no time for this. He glared at the king in anger and thought he had to return quickly. Seeing Willows shut his eyes tightly in tension, Hyun-gu grew even more suspicious because the atmosphere was far too unusual. He immediately activated the system to use a skill. After reading the displayed content, Hyun-gu widened his eyes in shock. Right after, he slammed his fist down onto the floor, causing the stone tiles to crack. System notification revealed that assigning the young man to deal with the Eastern Manji tribe was not his true intention. If he survived and returned, he would be granted the authority to decide the Empire's fate, but if he refused, he would be framed using the Orb of Truth. Knowing that scheme, Hyungu glared at the king with fury and shouted that this old man had truly gone mad. In this world, there existed mythical creatures chosen by the heavenly realm who lived for hundreds of years. They stored sacred energy within their body and possessed intelligence no less than, even far beyond, that of humans. In the dark night, a soft furred tail appeared, and its owner murmured softly. It was the nine-tailed fox who had lived for over 1,800 years, now staring intently at the teleportation gate. The fox named Kumiho felt both nervous and anxious before the gate and said this was already the 9th floor. She believed that if she seized the throne she would achieve her goal, then reached out to touch the gate. The gate reacted violently, bolts of electricity shooting out and startling Kumiho into stepping back. She quickly withdrew her hand, horrified by the immense amount of mana. Looking at her trembling hands from the pain, she muttered that this had not happened just once. Swallowing hard to steady herself, Kumiho told herself it was all for the throne. With that, she resolutely rushed through the teleportation gate. On the other side, explosions and shouts echoed through the night. Mission and Hanarin were engaged in a fierce battle, one using magic, the other specializing in close combat, their words clashing without end. Kumiho stood in the middle watching the scene, as if enjoying tea. She felt dizzy because she had just reached a new floor and already encountered a daunting trial. Hanarin laughed loudly and declared that she would capture the climber, telling the other to step aside. Mission angrily retorted, "Do not dream. Do you think I do not know you want to curry favor with Master?" The two disciples charged at each other again, dust and smoke filling the air. Kumiho covered her face and struggled to stay steady. Let go, she panicked and thought this place was beyond her strength, and she had to leave immediately. Turning to flee, Kumiho tripped over her own feet and cried out. The sound of her fall made the two girls who were grappling stop and turned to look. Seeing their gazes, Kumiho's face turned pale as she trembled. The two disciples noticed the 9 tails and exchanged calculating glances. Both of them immediately rushed toward Kumiho, shoving each other while shouting that she belonged to them. Kumiho cried as she fled desperately. At the palace, Hyungu exclaimed in astonishment. Even after being called a mad old man, the king maintained his smile, plunging the room into silence. A few seconds later, he stammered in anger, "How dare you?" Hyungu calmly asked where he had spoken wrongly. King trembled with rage. Hyungu calmly said there were 3 reasons that made him ridiculous, then restrained himself to preserve decorum. Regaining his composure, he said first he had dealt with the climber who threatened the empire and the entire continent. He looked at the king with a cold smile, "Yet you still want to use me. Did you forget that I can read thoughts?" King still argued that it was unreasonable. Hyungu stepped up the stairs near the throne and continued gently, "That second, he kept me here only to speak of meaningless rewards." A blade suddenly blocked his path, preventing him from taking another step forward. Seeing Swinlow step out to shield him, the king still tried to justify himself. At middle-age status was the most precious thing. Hyungu calmly replied that perhaps for someone of his standing that truly was a worthy reward. He reached out to touch the blade and gently lowered it. Immediately after, Hyungu crushed the sword in his hand and smiled with disdain, saying that, "I do not belong here, fool." Willows broke into a cold sweat at the sight of the broken weapon. Hyungu lowered his voice and concluded, "And finally." The king trembled in fear and hurriedly pulled Willows to stand in front of him. Willows tried to remain calm and warned Hyungu that they were deeply grateful for his help, but hoped he would end this disrespectful attitude, though his heart was filled with fear. Hyungu clicked his tongue and shook his head, thinking that perhaps because they were conversing the man had misunderstood a few things. A black sphere suddenly appeared behind Hyungu, surrounded by hundreds of powerful crackling bolts of lightning. Looking straight into the king's eyes, Hyungu coldly asked whether he thought he was in any position to negotiate with him. A while later, beneath the gentle moonlight, Hyungu held a crystal orb in his hand, gazing at it intently and admiring its sparkling brilliance. System displayed information. This is a level 55 Orb of Truth, bonus 0 information access skill. Cooldown remaining 28 days 11 hours 23 minutes 31 seconds. A secret relic created by a mage who discovered the truth about the system and sought to interfere. The item allows the user to know anything they desire in exchange for mana, but the cooldown depends on the depth of the information. After observing carefully, Hyungu glanced back in boredom. Was Willow's? Hyun-gu gently said that he had told him there was no need to see him off. Willows silently lowered his head, not daring to meet his gaze. Hyun-gu calmly asked whether he was still following him. Willows awkwardly denied it with a sigh. Willows bowed 90 degrees in apology for offending him, calling him their hero. Hyun-gu scratched his head awkwardly and said there was no need to apologize. Hyun-gu turned and walked away with both hands in his pockets and did not forget to say goodbye, that he would leave immediately, take care of your health. Tossed Willows a military supply pack and told him to take it, leaving Willows staring at him in confusion. Hyun-gu laughed heartily, pointed at the pack and said that this thing is very tasty. Holding the magical artifact in his hand, Hyun-gu ordered the Ruyi staff to enlarge. The golden cudgel instantly extended into the sky, forcing Swinlows to raise his hand to shield his eyes. The staff shrank back down. Swinlows looked up at the moon and hesitantly said that such power was astonishing. Then he lowered his head to look at the pack in confusion, wondering what it was. Printed on the packaging were the words military MRE. It turned out to be military rations. Elsewhere, the heavenly demon coldly asked whether he knew about this. Hyun-gu had greatly surprised him. The heavenly demon lowered his voice and continued speaking as he pressed his blade against Kim Si-hyun's neck, while Kim Si-hyun lay exhausted and motionless on the ground. The heavenly demon said in boredom that from the moment Kim Si-hyun entered here and went through countless failures, what had he learned? Continued ruthlessly that Kim Si-hyun's progress was nearly non-existent. Kim Si-hyun struggled up at once in response. He softly asked that even so it meant he was still improving, right, causing the heavenly demon to frown slightly in thought. Kim Si-hyun propped himself up with his staff, drenched in sweat yet forcing a smile as he asked whether if he died hundreds of thousands more times he could reach that person's level. Hearing that, the heavenly demon smiled with interest. He stepped forward and coldly said that martial arts did not suit Kim Si-hyun. No matter how well he endured, he was still just a fool, but do not worry. He raised his voice and continued that in this world there were a few martial arts perfectly suited for someone like him. Kim Si-hyun's eyes lit up, and he gladly agreed. The heavenly demon lifted his sword and said that he would not teach martial arts but instead. He assumed a serious fighting stance and declared that he would impart a skill. Then the heavenly demon lowered his voice, looked straight at Kim Si-hyun and said that before he began climbing the tower and bore the name Heavenly Demon, he once met a person. A fool, yet that very trait had made him strong. Mist spread around the heavenly demon and a colossal shadow appeared behind him. He solemnly said he would teach the first move of the heavenly radiant sword. In the dark cave, hurried footsteps and ragged breathing echoed. Luminous crystal clusters surrounded them. A male mage casting light turned back and warned that they were coming. Prepare yourselves. Behind him was a girl in sportswear trying to catch her breath. The male mage anxiously told her that the white bone was a terrifying opponent. Even he at rank S32 had to be cautious. He urged everyone to hold their ground with all their strength. Otherwise they would not survive. Just as he finished speaking, the girl suddenly stopped, as if realizing something. She placed a hand on his shoulder and hesitantly said that something was wrong. The male mage impatiently asked what. He pointed ahead in confusion and said that she did not know whether monsters had expressions, but no matter how she looked. They were terrified. The white bone spirits ran while dropping their belongings, all of them screaming as they rushed forward. Could monsters truly display such emotion? The male mage stared at them in shock with sweat beading on his brow. Thinking of that, he frantically turned back and warned that something even more terrifying than the white bone was chasing behind them. Everyone must retreat quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, a streak of light flashed past and split a white bone spirit in two. The male mage stood frozen in horror. At that moment, his mind was stretched to its limit when a voice rang out ordering the Ruyi staff to enlarge. Instantly, a gigantic object shot through the air like a whirlwind. The male mage and the girl hurriedly lowered their heads and raised their hands to shield themselves. The male mage looked up in confusion and asked what that was. A man burst into laughter. The girl exclaimed in shock that it was a human. Retracting the Ruyi staff, the man calmly said, "So it is." He jumped up in delight and shouted that he had finally returned to the 9th floor. Beneath his feet, a trembling white bone spirit cowered, and that person was Hyun-gu. The sun gradually rose higher. The first rays of light slipped through the leaves and gently cast a golden glow over the villa. Hyun-gu licked his lips lightly and said it was hard to believe he had been gone for 2 weeks, while Mission and Hanarin stood side by side with competitive gazes. Suddenly remembering something, Hyun-gu turned to ask Mission about the gift she intended to give. Mission, startled, then respectfully replied, "Please accept it, master." A radiant orb appeared. The system announced that it was a vessel containing the divine power of the nine-tailed fox with many support skills and regenerative abilities. As long as the orb did not shatter, the owner would possess half of the fox's immortal power. Hyun-gu asked in surprise what she meant. His gaze fell on the bound Kumiho in front. She whimpered weakly. Hyun-gu wondered whether this was a climber. As if understanding his thoughts, Hanarin and Mission competed to claim credit, each insisting she had captured her. Hyun-gu sighed in exasperation and asked how they had captured her. The two immediately argued like bristling cats, neither willing to yield. Hyun-gu rubbed his forehead helplessly and called Miriam to explain clearly. Hearing that, Mission shot Hanarin a smug glance and respectfully replied, "Yes, master." After that, the group entered the villa to rest. Hyun-gu lay back on a chair relaxing while checking his phone and asked whether the World Hunter Association had asked them to capture her. Mission softly confirmed that it was so, though on the way they had caused a bit of damage. Before she could finish, Hyun-gu's expression turned serious as he raised his phone to show them the breaking news about the chaos in Malaysia caused by the Imperial Dragon. The two girls awkwardly looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Hyun-gu let it pass for now and turned to Kumiho to ask why they were still keeping her alive, then coldly ordered that she be dealt with immediately. At that moment, Kumiho struggled and finally managed to remove the gag from her mouth. She burst into tears and begged for her life. She said she had lost all her power and could do nothing without the sacred orb, causing Hyun-gu to be slightly surprised. Lowering her head with tears falling, she choked that she was now only a weak fox with a trace of minor magic. Hyun-gu tightened his grip on the orb in his hand and realized her words seemed sincere. The system announced that the nine-tailed fox had nearly lost all her power after losing the orb. Moved, Hyun-gu turned to ask his two disciples whether they should spare her this time. Both nodded in agreement. Hanarin closed her eyes wearily and complained that Miriam had interfered when she was about to strike the fox. Mission angrily retorted that Hanarin was the one who had interfered first. The two continued to argue noisily. Hyun-gu sighed helplessly and told them to stop. Suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. Hyun-gu suspiciously asked whether they did not kill her because they wanted to be the first to do so. Struck at the heart, both blushed and turned away, not daring to look at each other. He quietly guessed that the two people before him were certainly no ordinary figures. Clearly they were special existences, yet the way they behaved was like children squabbling. Thinking so, he crouched down in front of Kumiho and gently called her Phil if that was what she preferred, making Kumiho tremble as she replied, "Yes, I am here." He lowered his voice coldly. "If you want to be safe, then tell me everything you know about the tower." The nine-tailed fox stammered that she did not know what he wanted to hear. Seeing her hesitate, he clenched his hand into a fist and held it out as a warning, causing Kumiho to panic and wave her hands, saying, "It is not that I do not want to tell you." After sobbing for a while, Kumiho finally agreed to recount everything from beginning to end. 2 hours passed on the rooftop. Only he and the nine-tailed fox remained, while the two disciples had been sent away for constantly competing with each other. After finishing, she softly said that was all she knew. Pondered the useful information she had revealed alongside what he already understood. He continued asking, "So the purpose of climbing the tower is to obtain an achievement?" Kumiho nodded and confirmed that whoever reached the top would be acknowledged by the master and could attain anything they desired. He questioned what exactly the achievement was. Kumiho simply explained that it allowed him to possess any power he longed for. Hearing that, he thought that if a villain reached the top of the tower, the consequences would be unimaginable. He muttered that it was truly cunning, overcoming countless trials just to exchange them for power. Kumiho added that the achievement was not merely power, but more like an omnipotent wish. She asked if he knew about the weak goblin species. He replied that it was the lowest-level monster. The nine-tailed fox continued that if a goblin received the achievement and became a sword god, then it would gain abilities equal to a sword god. More than that, obtaining someone's achievement meant seizing everything that belonged to that person. From power, memories, habits to their entire past and relationships. At that point, the goblin would not only bear the sword god's strength, but would truly become the sword god. He briefly lost focus, thinking that if he could take the heavenly demon's achievement without enduring hardship, it would be a dream come true. At that moment, Kumiho's voice grew smaller and cautious. She looked at him with pleading, sparkling eyes and said, "I have told you everything, you will spare me. I have done nothing wrong." He burst into loud laughter and said, "Let me think about it," leaving the nine-tailed fox stunned as she cried out, "What?" His voice carried a hint of teasing as he asked whether he should give her a quiet ending. She hurriedly shook her head and said that was not a good idea. After some negotiation, he agreed to let her go. She joyfully exclaimed that being alive was wonderful. Night fell, shrouding the room in darkness. Manhwa sat still like a solitary shadow in the silent space. He curled his lips and asked the person opposite him if that man was certain. The man in black, hidden within the shadows, replied that he might soon learn the truth. In the heavy atmosphere, Manhwa's low laughter echoed with keen interest. The man in black slammed the table and stood up, saying if this continues then that one, even if not a tower climber, might still reach the top, and then everything would be beyond control. Realizing he had overreacted, he lowered his head in silence to avoid the gaze. He quickly sat down and apologized. Manhwa glanced at him, then gave a faint smile and said that made sense. Manhwa coldly said he wanted to see how far that anomaly could go. Hyun-gu's image appearing clearly in his mind. One conqueror facing another conqueror. Elsewhere, Avi lifted the orb she had just subdued, its mystical light reflecting on her face as she confirmed it was indeed the orb of truth. She said that once the cooldown ended they would know its owner, then handed it back to he, who hesitated as if wanting to say something. He asked if that was the case, why not simply ask the orb who had dragged him into the tower. Avi suddenly realized that was indeed a simpler way. He smiled and gently stroked the orb, saying he already had a plan to negotiate with that person. System panel appeared listing items that could be retained. He thought for a moment, then asked whether it was possible to spare a tower climber. Avi asked in surprise why he would ask that. He replied that they could not defeat her because they kept fighting among themselves. Avi munched on cake while thinking, and said that after her authority increased she could sense mana on the 9th floor and knew a tower climber had appeared before. He asked in surprise if she knew that person had already been spared. Avi awkwardly checked the system again and explained that at first the mana was immense, but after the battle it had diminished to a level difficult to sense. Ate ice cream and said she was only low level and had no orb, so keeping her would not matter. Avi still suggested placing a mark on her in case something happened. He asked in surprise a mark. Avi nodded and said that many 9th floor relics combined would create the effect. He guessed that mark was a relic. Avi cheerfully confirmed it was like a special kind of shackle. He said about 5 relics were needed to create it. He tilted his head back and lamented once again. She swiftly handed over a tablet and said someone had recently possessed those relics. He showed him the screen. He ate ice cream while watching attentively. He let out a soft snort as he pondered. An article appeared stating that Senator Pot had attended a relic auction before returning to work. Another report said Senator Aitlech Pot had just been discharged from the hospital after a gas explosion incident while he was absent. The heavenly demon leaned back against the trunk of an ancient tree in contemplation. He looked at the other party and said, finally useful. Kim Si-hyun, drenched in sweat, humbly said it was all thanks to Master. The heavenly demon turned away coldly and said he had never had such a weak disciple, and now there was nothing more to teach. Despite the harsh words, Kim Si-hyun understood his master was cold outside but warm within, so he smiled as he watched him leave. His master's back gradually faded beneath the silver moonlight, black hair swaying in the wind. He clasped his hands and bowed in gratitude to his master for everything. After speaking, he focused his mind and summoned energy to surround his body. Without waiting for a response, Kim Si-hyun used a teleportation technique and vanished. The heavenly demon turned back and saw only a flash of light before it faded. He chuckled softly to himself. He thought with satisfaction that the second one was more polite than the first. Elsewhere, a flash of light appeared, and Kim Si-hyun emerged beside a small stream. After teleporting, he opened his eyes and observed the surrounding. Suddenly beneath his feet lay 2 people motionless on the ground, startling him. Ahead stood a tall red monster advancing. It looked at Kim Si-hyun with interest and said another one who came seeking death, the tower climber known as the Dreaming Demon. Kim Si-hyun exclaimed he had just left and yet encountered this situation immediately. Without hesitation, the red monster leaped and lunged toward Kim Si-hyun with an excited laugh. When the illusory dream demon personally ended its life, the creature let out a resounding howl, the sound shaking the very fabric of space. Si-hyun anxiously scanned the surrounding, suddenly recalling that he had just returned from an illusory dimension and was completely unarmed. Suddenly, a brilliant ray of light burst up from the ground, shining straight into his eyes. When he lowered his gaze slightly, he froze in shock at the sight of a greatsword embedded deep into the stone floor right beside him. With no time to hesitate, he immediately seized the hilt and raised the blade upright, pointing it forward. In that instant, the image of his once stern teacher vividly surfaced in his mind. Every word his teacher had spoken still echoed in his ears. He had once said that he was inherently foolish, Yet it was that very foolishness that had forged extraordinary strength. His teacher's steady voice recounted that from the moment he was born, he lacked any talent for swordsmanship and was cast aside by his clan, never taught martial arts. Yet he refused to yield. Though lacking innate talent, he trained tirelessly. In truth, he knew only a single move and repeated it for more than 50 years. It was the only technique he had learned before being abandoned by his clan. Hearing that, his heart sank, memories flashing past like a fast-forwarded reel before abruptly halting and pulling him back to the present. Kim Si-hyun took a deep breath, steadying his emotions. He tightened his grip on the hilt, swung in a decisive arc, and shouted heavenly radiant sword. The first slash blazed with light, startling the dream demon into gaping in shock. Kim Si-hyun's voice thundered, super strike. The blade cleaved straight down at his opponent. Just as his master had told him, the man once cast out by his entire clan had become a legendary master of the single strike blade through that one move alone. The sword attack just now was that very ultimate technique, a transcendent strike capable of deciding victory or defeat. Kim Si-hyun's system immediately issued a notification. You have defeated a tower climber in Venice, Italy. You have slain the dream demon Gu Gui. Information authority has accumulated and is now at upper mid-level. Elsewhere, Hyun Gu received a similar notification, his eyes widening as he stared at the system screen and exclaimed in astonishment. Hyun Gu scratched his head and sighed. I went through so much trouble to find a way to Italy, and it has already been dealt with. He stood there blankly, wondering if it was not his disciple who had done it. If not, who could have been a step ahead of him like that? Suddenly, a noisy commotion erupted behind him. The crowd jostled and begged the people in front for answers. The chaos cut through his thoughts, making him curiously turn around. A cheer suddenly rose from the crowd. Hunter Kim Si-hyun, he started and blurted out, "Hey, is that Si-hyun?" Hyun Woo jumped up excitedly. Why are there so many people? What a nuisance. Surrounded tightly by the crowd around Kim Si-hyun, Hyun Gu had no choice but to leap high and surge through the sea of people. He landed right in front of Si-hyun. Si-hyun looked up at the figure who had just called his name. He widened his eyes in astonishment. Hyun. In the blink of an eye, Hyun Gu was standing before him, anxiously asking, Kim Si-hyun, when did you appear? Before he could finish speaking, the sight before him left Hyun Gu stunned into silence. Did this? Hyun Gu asked softly. Kim Si-hyun scratched his head shyly and nodded lightly in admission. After their reunion, the two returned to the villa to rest. Hyun Gu had countless questions to ask. They talked throughout the day. By evening, he broke the silence in a low voice. So after 10,000 deaths, he stopped and taught you martial arts. Kim Si-hyun lifted his cup and took a sip of coffee, smiling faintly. I cannot remember the last time I drank coffee, he replied. The time he showed me leniency was probably more than the times he struck at me. Hearing that, Hyun Gu was stunned and blurted out indignantly. Kim Si-hyun tilted his head and asked, what is it? Hyun Gu tightened his grip on the water bottle and ground out. That man only ever tried to take me down. Anger surged fiercely within him. He complained irritably. That man is playing favorites. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Kim Si-hyun laughed it off and changed the subject. It has been a long time since we met. Are you not curious about anything else? Hyun Gu shot him a resentful sideways glance. No, what happened between you and him is already as clear as day. He secretly thought that next time he would definitely press for a proper explanation. Suddenly remembering something, Hyun Gu wiped his hands and asked, wait, did you pass on my message? How did he react? He gave a soft affirmative sound. Kim Si-hyun awkwardly looked away, cleared his throat softly, and scratched his head. He recalled his master's displeased expression at that time. Si-hyun recounted awkwardly, he told you to take care of yourself. Hyun Gu's face had initially been full of anticipation, but in an instant the excitement vanished, replaced by a surge of anger. He angrily gripped his sword, spat out a few harsh words, then summoned the system. A screen appeared asking whether to use the origin of the evil god and the demon summoning sword. Seeing him lose his temper excessively, Kim Si-hyun hurriedly added, but it seems he actually quite liked that. I guess he was just shy. During that, the image of the heavenly demon surfaced in Hyun Gu's mind, and he shuddered, muttering, that man. Thinking of the heavenly demon blushing while saying that, he felt goosebumps rise. What kind of absurdity is this? He was the Spring Emperor after all. Brushing aside those stray thoughts, Hyun Gu calmed down, leaned back on the sofa and said, enough, let us stop talking about such nonsense. Kim Si-hyun slowly sipped his coffee. He smiled as he looked toward the person lying sprawled on the couch. After lying there for a while, Hyun Gu also found himself chuckling. The silence was broken when Si-hyun spoke. Ah, there is something else. Yeon, I have a question. He turned to Kumiho and asked, what about her? Yeon replied coldly, that tower climber. Kumiho shed tears and begged for mercy, but no one paid attention. Kim Si-hyun merely replied calmly, "Yes, I saw." Noticing something unusual, Kim Si-hyun stepped closer and raised his voice. "A tower climber. Why has she not been dealt with? Very dangerous." Kumiho cried out in panic for forgiveness. Hyun-woo even teased, "How about trying some braised fox?" Kumiho was furious but remained silent. Kim Si-hyun was taken aback by the excessive joke. The space suddenly fell silent. Kim Si-hyun asked cautiously, "Why did you capture a tower climber?" Hyun-gu replied casually, "I just want to raise a fox as a pet." Si-hyun looked at him suspiciously. Seeing that, Hyun-gu quickly explained, "Just kidding. She is an important source of information. We are keeping her to extract intelligence." Kim Si-hyun was still uneasy. "But if you leave her like this, will she not escape?" Hyun-gu gave a faint smile. "She has already lost all her power." In the corner of the room, Kumiho leaned against the wall in exhaustion, quietly lamenting her numb legs. After some thought, Hyun-gu added, "I do not intend to keep her forever either." Kim Si-hyun asked in surprise, "Then what are you planning?" Just then, a loud noise rang out. The door was suddenly flung open. Mission and Hanarin pushed their way in, each wanting to speak first. "I am back, master." Hyun-gu cheerfully replied, "Yes, you are back." Kim Si-hyun widened his eyes in astonishment. He looked at the two girls and asked, "Who is the one on the left?" Hyun-gu smiled and explained, "You have not met her, right? That is Hanarin, my second disciple." Hearing her name, Hanarin startled. Kim Si-hyun gaped, "You have two disciples." Elsewhere under the heavy rain, an ancient hall gradually emerged in a hazy outline. Inside, the faint silhouette of a mysterious young man stood silently. He extended his hand, letting the cold raindrops fall into his palm. The rain poured endlessly. He clenched his soaked fist, his resolute gaze fixed into the distance. Sensing someone approach from behind, he asked softly, "What is it?" The man in black stepped closer and spoke gently, "We never forbade you from using your achievement here." Xian Uchai raised his head and replied, "Am I not worthy of attaining the Azure Dragon achievement through legitimate tower climbing?" Faced with such arrogance, the man in black merely advised, "You should descend to the 9th floor. There is an unusual individual there who needs you to deal with him." Xian Uchai asked in a low voice, "Must it be resolved right now?" His voice blended with the patter of rain. The man in black replied, "If you complete it, he will grant you another achievement." Hearing that, Xian Uchai turned around in surprise. The corner of his lips curved slightly upward, "Truly." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand high. As if summoning heavenly thunder, bolts of lightning descended from the sky, converging into his palm. His voice rang out in the silent night, "Tell him that I will return soon." Moonlight bathed his face, revealing every feature of the man once called a reclusive ascetic but now transformed into one burdened with karma. He smiled confidently. Elsewhere, as dawn broke, a shrill scream echoed through the villa. "This nine-tailed fox." Looking at her sleeping so soundly, Hyun-gu could not help but remark, "She looks quite comfortable." Suddenly recalling something, he reached out to search her body, muttering, "Earlier I marked her and she was quite displeased." After searching for a while, the necklace finally came into view. Hyun-gu briefly thought, "Has this nine-tailed fox grown used to it?" The necklace was a seal of ownership created through the combined efforts of Mission, Hanarin, and Avi. At that moment, a lock-shaped mark appeared on the back of his hand. The system announced, "High-level seal of ownership." The accompanying skills include suppression, control, mind reading, and information authority. This is a seal created by an emperor to control matters related to trust. One sealed will lose bodily autonomy, all actions resting in the hands of the caster. That person can manipulate or comprehend the other party's thoughts. He stared intently at the mark, thinking to himself, "Control of trust. It sounds no different from binding a slave." Unconsciously glancing toward the nine-tailed fox, he felt a flicker of confusion, but realizing this was also a benefit for someone using it like him, he decided to test it, and at that very moment the mind-reading skill was suddenly activated. He vaguely sensed the stream of thoughts from the Kumiho before him, hearing only a pleasant feeling spreading through it. "Truly wonderful, so warm, this is real, a perfect sleep." She stretched lightly, savoring the sensation as if her body had just been reborn. She let out a satisfied sigh, feeling utterly content with life before turning over to continue sleeping. Hyun-gu silently watched without understanding what she had climbed the tower for. It seemed that other climbers fought to their limits, while she was satisfied even without achieving any accomplishments or reward. He drowsily pondered the reason this nine-tailed fox had joined the climb, then decided he would ask another time, not today. Suddenly, a series of beeping sounds rang out from the door, shattering the quiet atmosphere and making Hyun-gu turn around in surprise. Lee Seo-jong leisurely opened the door, her eyes widening slightly when she saw Hyun-gu, softly saying, "Oh, it is you." You are here already, did you not say you would go out today? Hyun-gu gently replied that he had intended to leave, but what was she doing here? She shyly answered that of course she came to study spells, no magic. At that moment Lee Seo-jong noticed the figure ahead and cheerfully greeted her. Good morning, Miss Kumiho. Awakened by the noise, the nine-tailed fox opened her eyes wide and looked around the room. When she recognized the familiar face, she immediately became fully alert. In an instant, her body shifted back into the form of a young girl, joyfully exclaiming, "Hello, Miss Seo-jong." The two happily embraced and chatted, Lee Seo-jong softly saying that she had come to visit again today. Kumiho enthusiastically nodded in agreement. Two sat down on the sofa to discuss, setting aside yesterday's lesson on the 5 sections to move on to studying the rules of Thien Dia Lam, starting from the basic foundation, and Lee Seo-jong listened attentively to Kumiho's explanation, leaving Hyun-gu helplessly sighing as they were completely immersed in their own world. Perhaps influenced by Hyun learning martial arts, Lee Seo-jong had also begun learning magic from Kumiho. He did not understand what they were discussing, as he had no grasp of what they were saying. But with Lee Seo-jong quick and sharp comprehension, it seemed she would progress very well. Just then, the system displayed a new notification. The orb of truth cooldown has ended, ready for the next use. Hyun-gu let out a satisfied chuckle. Finally it is done. Cheerfully said to begin, and immediately a brilliant stream of light appeared. Avi sat upright, her eyes lighting up when she saw Hyun-gu step in, exclaiming that he had arrived. He asked in surprise if she was not playing today. Avi gently replied that today was important, so she had focused on gathering information. Hearing that, Hyun-gu showed interest, saying that was reliable. Avi seriously asked where the orb was, and he gladly handed it over, saying here it is. Taking the orb from his hand, Avi placed it on the pedestal and said that they should begin. Avi fixed her gaze on the orb, her eyes drawn into the swirling patterns within, her fingertips lightly gliding over the polished surface as her lips softly recited mysterious incantation. Hyun-gu was astonished, thinking to himself that he had never heard that language before. Perhaps she had learned it during her search. Suddenly, a blinding ray burst from the orb, forcing Hyun-gu to raise his hand to shield his eye. The system announced that the hidden power of the artifact had been unlocked. The effect of the orb increased by 500%. The recovery speed also doubled, making him exclaim in shock, "What is going on?" Avi wiped her sweat tiredly and explained that this was the true way to use the orb of truth. When the correct embedded language was spoken, its effectiveness would be maximized. Hyun-gu curiously asked if she had discovered additional access to information. Avi nodded that most of the locked data had been opened, and the remaining parts could also be deciphered. Hyun-gu laughed, saying that it was no different from the internet, and at that moment the system announced that from now on anything the orb heard would be treated as a question, requiring an answer. The two stared at each other in astonishment, speechless. Hyun-gu felt a hint of unease, staring intently at the orb. Avi covered her mouth in horror, not daring to make a single sound. The orb suddenly shone brilliantly, revealing an image of Hyun-gu's future within it. From inside came a voice filled with fury, "Who has imprisoned me in this tower of trial?" Hyun-gu angrily clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on the orb. After a moment, the image gradually faded. The orb returned to its original state, polished and gleaming as before. Hyun-gu and Avi continued staring at each other in shock. Hyun-gu angrily slammed his hand against the orb, shouting in frustration why it would not work. Avi hurriedly stopped him, saying he could not do that, but he argued that machines needed to be hit to run, and Avi helplessly explained that this was not a machine. After a heated argument, Hyun-gu intended to throw the orb, but Avi held him back. He furiously shouted that he had given everything to obtain it, yet it ignored him. "Who exactly imprisoned me? Answer me." Suddenly, a strange stream of light spread throughout the space. Hyun-gu froze as he looked around the room, blurting out in astonishment. The entire room was enveloped in an eerie purple glow. Not understanding what was happening, he spoke in confusion. Realizing that Avi was no longer there, Hyun-gu hurriedly scanned around in search of her. Suddenly, a hoarse voice echoed that they could not speak for long. Hyun-gu suspiciously searched for the source when a dark shadow slowly appeared before him. Doubt rose within him, was that a human or something strange? Hyun-gu spoke up, asking who you are and what this place is. Dark Shadow calmly replied that he was the creator. Hyun-gu was stunned before he could react when the other cut him off, saying that he could not explain in detail and would only convey the necessary information. Find the tower that was created and come to meet me at the source of Actron. Then I will reveal the entire truth that you are questioning, the deep voice echoed. Hyun-gu angrily shouted, "Why not say it right here?" That voice echoed again, calling his name. Hyun-gu, cold and clear in the darkness. He stiffened as if frozen upon hearing the declaration that it was he who had imprisoned him in the tower. "Come find me, the guardian." With those words, the dark shadow gradually vanished. Hyun-gu called out in panic, but to no avail. Afraid that he would disappear, he rushed forward trying to hold him back, loudly calling out "Guardian." But there was nothing but empty space. He whispered the 3 words "Guardian." Strange light abruptly went out. The room returned to normal. Avi anxiously asked if he was all right. Hyun-gu suspiciously grabbed her hand and called her name, causing Avi to reflexively seize his collar out of habit. He asked in surprise what she was trying to do. Avi startled and quickly let go. She awkwardly explained that he had suddenly fainted, which frightened her. Hyun-gu scratched his head in surprise, asking if he had lost consciousness. Avi recounted that he had suddenly collapsed onto the table, making Hyun-gu fall into thought, realizing that perhaps only his consciousness had been pulled there. He brooded over the creator words, wondering what truth he had referred to. Looking at the mysterious purple orb before him, Hyun-gu hesitated, unsure whether he should continue using it. The system displayed a cooldown lasting thousands of years, making him unable to hold back a frustrated complaint. Seeing his expression darken, Avi curiously asked whether he had found the answer. Hyun-gu sighed, saying that he still had many things to do. After that, he sat upright on the sofa, continuing to ponder the new issue that had arisen. Hyun-gu clenched his hand, telling himself that the immediate goal was now clear. No matter what, he must find the one who imprisoned him. That was the top priority. A surge of momentum rose within him. He smiled with determination, silently affirming that whatever the truth was, that man would have to pay. Hyun-gu asked Avi whether she could find the tower created by the creator. Avi replied that it was currently locked, but she would try to find a way. He gently patted her head and asked her to inform him immediately when there was useful information. After saying that, Hyun-gu turned and left, not forgetting to say goodbye, when suddenly Avi loudly called out "Guardian." He asked in surprise whether she had found a clue. Avi flusteredly replied that it was not important at the moment. Then she hurriedly urged him to leave quickly. Master Hyun-gu widened his eyes in confusion, unable to make sense of anything. Avi hurriedly explained that someone had ascended the throne by conquering the tower. That man belonged to the group of invaders and was gradually approaching the 9th floor. Normally, those who were trained to become ascetics or reclusive hermits, or those who followed the orthodox path of a mage, were all required to abide by nature and restrain from killing. At that moment, Xian Uchai hovered in midair above the heart of the city, letting the cool breeze sweep through his hair. Even so, there were those like him who disregarded morality. Xian Uchai muttered that he had descended here, yet still did not know who that freak was. He let out a soft sigh and curled his lips. It seemed there was no avoiding it. As soon as he finished speaking, Xian Uchai activated the skill Black Cloud. The sky instantly darkened and covered the entire city of Han. He said in a low voice that although it consumed some energy, he still had to wipe them out. Before long, rain poured down in torrents. The entire city sank into a heavy and gloomy atmosphere. The citizens scrambled for shelter, not expecting such an unpleasant rain to strike at this moment. Suddenly, a brilliant streak of light tore across the sky. It struck down violently like thunder, creating a ground-shaking explosion with thick smoke and flames that made the crowd scream. Everyone turned pale and cried out about what was happening, whether there was a fire, pleading for help. Flames spread everywhere. People hurriedly fled in search of safety, urging one another to call the fire department at once. Xian Uchai smiled in satisfaction. He was the one who abandoned harsh training to climb the tower, using all kinds of heretical dark arts to become a dark monk. The name Xian Uchai was always associated with calamity for the people. Not long after, people anxiously asked one another whether they had seen the video on YouTube and the news as well. Everyone updated the news in shock. It was truly insane. Few girls worriedly wondered where the hunters were and why they had not appeared. On their phones appeared a threatening livestream from Xian Uchai. He curled his lips and declared that he would give them 1 hour. He told them not to make things more miserable and to come find him, addressing the freak. After speaking, he even waved his hand as if stylishly closing the threatening performance. Immediately after, the screen displayed a notification, a beep. The livestream had ended. The online community erupted. Some cursed and questioned whether it was real or just special effects. Others insisted it was happening near their homes. Some said it was already on the news. The situation seemed extremely tense. The news reported that the Hunter Association seemed to have been destroyed early on, The account of Princess Luna anxiously asked what should be done. Though they were only typing on keyboards, everyone felt as tense as if heading to battle. Someone mentioned that Hyun-gu should have handled this, and wondered whether the top experts were about to make their move. At the command center, the atmosphere was equally heavy. They stated that they had received information about Hunter Hyun-gu from Kim Si-hyun. Someone hurriedly asked what he had said. A subordinate reported that he was on his way. Hearing this, the senator felt somewhat relieved. Liam thought to himself that without hunters, the International Council could not resolve anything. He wondered why they were so powerless. He turned back and softly said that sometimes he wondered. Looking at the screen, Liam said in a low voice that this world should have been erased long ago. Their current lives might not exist if not for Hyun-gu straining himself to sustain it. Suddenly a voice called out, addressing the chairman. Liam quickly shook his head and said to forget what he had just said. He had spoken out of line. He only meant that the appearance of monsters and Hyun-gu stopping them were both remarkable. Looking at the screen, the senator fell into thought again, and softly stated that he placed his full trust in Hunter Hyun-gu. Meanwhile, Xian Uche yawned in boredom. He calmly sat amid the sea of fire, swinging his leg and wondering why 1 hour felt so long. Only 10 minutes had passed, and he already felt extremely bored. He curled his lips schemingly. Perhaps he should end everything right now. Suddenly something caught his attention. In front of Xian Uche, a powerful vortex appeared. He wondered what was rushing toward him at such terrifying speed. Xian Uche let out a soft laugh. Staff shot toward him at high speed. Xian Uche said with interest that the figure had finally revealed himself. He stated that Hyun-gu was the freak. At the same time, Hyun-gu appeared in sportswear and slippers with an overwhelming aura. He raised his hand to shield himself from the rain and smiled meaningfully. Immediately after, Hyun-gu stomped hard on the staff as a foothold and propelled himself upward. He shot straight toward Xian Uche. As he charged in, Hyun-gu loudly told him to stop showing off so carelessly. When his punch was about to land, Xian Uche merely curled his lips disdainfully and lightly tilted his body to dodge. Hyun-gu's attack brushed past as smoothly as flowing water. Xian Uche calmly said that he was a mage who could ride the clouds and tread the wind. It was called Severance Demon Magic. Hyun-gu immediately grabbed the staff to maintain his balance in midair. He laughed as if finding the situation amusing. Then Hyun-gu drew out his weapon. Dazzling light burst forth. A massive great blade many times larger than his body appeared. Xian Uche's eyes widened. That size could not be avoided with Severance Demon Magic alone. Not giving his opponent time to react, Hyun-gu sneered and rushed forward, throwing out a few taunts. The enormous great blade swiftly came crashing down, causing space itself to tremble violently. Afterward, thick dust and smoke billowed everywhere. The surrounding scene was nearly reduced to ruin. Hyun-gu stepped down in his slippers into a remaining puddle. He looked around the wreckage and wondered if it was over, where that man had gone. Suddenly Xian Uche's voice echoed, saying that with such strength he now understood why Hyun-gu was called a freak. He calmly walked forward and repeated that now he understood the reason Hyun-gu bore that title. Xian Uche curled his lips in a contemptuous smile. Hyun-gu asked in surprise what he meant. Xian Uche stared straight at him and questioned where that power came from. He rambled on as if speaking to himself that this was an interesting topic. Killing immediately would be wasteful, so he would let him live and deal with him slowly. When he descended, he had not expected much, yet this was quite surprising. Hyun-gu intended to interrupt, but had no chance. After listening for a while, Hyun-gu's irritation became visible. He shouted and demanded whether he had finished rambling, saying he was asking him. Xian Uche leisurely replied not to be so impatient. He had heard that every freak had a weakness. Hyun-gu irritably thought that this man spoke very strangely, truly a tower climber. In response, he only received an emotionless smile. Xian Uche retorted that Hyun-gu's tongue was quite sharp. Hyun-gu angrily asked what he had just said. He coldly said that from the beginning he knew Xian Uche was merely a failure. Xian Uche still forced a stiff smile, clenched his trembling hand, and said that Hyun-gu knew nothing yet dared to judge. Losing patience, Xian Uche pointed straight at him and shouted, asking what he had just uttered. Seeing that attitude, Hyun-gu also paused for a brief moment. Xian Uche said arrogantly that the lawbreaker should know whether he had already crossed the line. Not giving him time to respond, he mocked that seeing him speak gently made him think he was easy to bully, asking whether he had never read the classics. Hyun-gu scratched his head in confusion, not understanding what he meant. He confidently replied that he did not care about that nonsense. Upon hearing this, Xian Uche sneered that he was truly mediocre. Hyun-gu refused to be overshadowed, continuously displaying his resolve, calmly saying he had struggled to survive since childhood and never attended school, leaving Jeon-gu stunned as he asked about his parents. Hyun-gu answered evenly that his parents had passed away long ago, causing Jeon-gu to fall silent for a moment. Without another word, Hyun-gu ignited his fighting spirit and warned in a low voice that the opponent had chosen the wrong target. The strike unleashed a powerful shockwave, sending rocks and debris flying in all directions. Zeon Uchai was knocked away but quickly rose to his feet, coldly admitting that since becoming a Taoist, this was the first time he had met an opponent who intrigued him. He clenched his teeth and fists in fury, vowing not to let Hyun-gu fall easily. Unshaken, Hyun-gu charged forward bravely, declaring that the one who destroyed the city would not be allowed a painless end. The fierce blow slammed Zeon Uchai to the ground. He shut his eyes in pain yet still gripped his weapon tightly. Zeon Uchai rose to counterattack. Hyun-gu swiftly turned and dodged. The two clashed fiercely, neither willing to give ground. Their attacks collided with each other and created a blinding explosion in midair. Suddenly Zeon Uchai's figure turned hazy and darted away at astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, 4 Zeon Uchai surrounded Hyun-gu, leaving him stunned as if his vision blurred. Hyun-gu silently pondered in his mind. Was there not only one person who possessed this ability? Seizing the moment, the Zeon Uchai clones attacked at once, startling Hyun-gu into shouting. Immediately afterward, he was blasted high into the air. Amid the empty sky, Hyun-gu heard a strange voice of a Taoist. When he turned back, he realized he had fallen into a mysterious formation, where the voice spoke about chanting spells with willpower. A green chain swiftly bound Hyun-gu tightly. It was the 5-path restraining wheel technique that left him unable to break free. He glared furiously at Zeon Uchai and shouted for him to release him. Zeon Uchai suddenly asked about dragons while stroking his 2 pets, a royal golden dragon and a water dragon king. He delightedly declared the fusion of the lightning dragon and the water dragon. After that, he shouted his command while Hyun-gu writhed in pain within the tense formation. Before he could steady himself, Hyun-gu screamed in agony. A heaven-shaking explosion erupted, followed by countless bolts of powerful lightning. Thinking it was over, Zeon Uchai brushed back his hair and remarked that dealing with this lawbreaker had consumed too much of his strength. Immediately after, his eyes widened in disbelief at the impossible sight. Hyun-gu remained unharmed, rising into the air and calmly saying that thunder could not bind him. His eyes blazed as he pointed straight at Zeon Uchai and called his name. Hyun-gu unleashed a divine-powered kick, sending Zeon Uchai flying dozens of meters away and filling him with terror. Another earth-shaking explosion burst forth, illuminating the entire sky. Hyun-gu landed lightly with wings spread wide behind him. Zeon Uchai clone swung its chain viciously and rushed forward, threatening to take his life. Hyun-gu calmly asked whether he could change the size of his clone. Suddenly, a red lightning bolt struck down from the sky, while the clone charged ahead unaware. Smoke and dust filled the air as rocks scattered, and lightning continued to crash down. From above, Hyun-gu calmly controlled the thunder and scorned them as mere clones. Zeon Uchai realized the terrifying strength of his opponent and could only cry out in fear. Hyun-gu suddenly circled behind to ambush him and asked whether the old trick was still effective. In an instant, Zeon Uchai was struck by Hyun-gu's attack. He was hurled up to the 9th heaven, screaming in panic. In a frenzy, Zeon Uchai refused to believe he was being cornered and decided to unleash a supreme technique he had never used before. Hyun-gu placed his hands on his hips and looked up, laughing as he thought he might have struck a little too hard. But his smile suddenly faded as he froze in shock. Watching the sparse raindrops fall, Hyun-gu grew uneasy. The rain quickly extinguished the remaining flames, making him suspicious of what was about to happen. A sense of foreboding rose within him. Hyun-gu wielded the Rui staff and resolved to end the battle swiftly. Suddenly he lifted his head and stared straight at the sky. Seeing countless Zeon Uchai illusions, Hyun-gu deduced that he was trying to evade. Zeon Uchai revealed a sinister smile. He spoke in a bizarre voice about an emugi giant serpent. A heavy pressure weighed down on Hyun-gu, leaving him uncomfortable and confused. A voice echoed that the emugi had transformed into a dragon, prompting Hyun-gu to resolve to stop it. Zeon Uchai recounted thousands of years of cultivation, while Hyun-gu grew irritated by the countless clones. He raised his hand to the sky and cast a spell that had accumulated power for 10,000 years. Hyun-gu continued, using the Rui staff enlargement skill. Zeon Uchai laughed smugly and declared that the magic had gathered divine power for 35,000 years. Hyun-gu was horrified by the scene before him. A vortex of lightning struck him, causing Hyun-gu to cry out in pain. As he fell freely, he realized the only option left was to counterattack. Hyun-gu suddenly noticed something strange as the distance kept increasing. Realized it was not that thing falling, but that he himself was falling. Looking at the gloomy sky, Hyun-gu believed that creature had transformed into a blue dragon. Xian Uche displayed a satisfied smile. He transformed into a bizarre form with sharp claws, blue dragon Xian Uche. Hyun-gu continued plunging straight toward the ground. Staff spun rapidly in midair. Hyun-gu landed gently with the composed bearing of a true protagonist. Xian Uche charged ferociously, forcing Hyun-gu to immediately assume a defensive stance. He frowned and focused intensely, admitting the opponent's speed was too fast. Their attacks collided and emitted a surge of powerful light. Faced with the terrifying strength, Hyun-gu was shocked to find himself at a disadvantage. Xian Uche smugly seized his hand and declared that Hyun-gu could not defeat him, making him cry out in pain. Though sweat poured down, Hyun-gu still sneered and doubted that mere fusion could allow him to become a dragon. Without letting him speak further, Xian Uche unleashed a fatal strike and sent Hyun-gu flying up to the clouds. In the sky, Hyun-gu felt dizzy and spat out a mouthful of blood. Not stopping there, Xian Uche struck again from behind with overwhelming force. Hyun-gu let his body fall, with no way left to turn the situation around. He landed with terrifying force, the shockwave spreading out and making the ground and scattered rocks around him tremble violently. Hyun-gu let out an irritated grunt filled with frustration. Anger flared up, he swung a blow toward that detestable Xian Uche, but the opponent casually sidestepped as if it were nothing. Seizing the moment Hyun-gu was off balance, Xian-gu drove a punch straight into his chest, causing him to convulse in pain. For Xian Uche's arrogant expression, Hyun-gu was furious yet powerless. He thought to himself that he could not even touch him, a man who revealed not the slightest opening, even though he had pushed his Thunder God technique to its peak. Hyun-gu stepped back several paces to create distance, realizing that constant close combat was not a wise strategy. Seeing that he was growing exhausted, Xian Uche arrogantly said, 32 times already, I could have taken you down with those blows alone. He continued in a taunting tone, I told you I would not end this easily. Above Xian Uche's head, 2 turquoise vortexes of energy flared violently. He leisurely boasted about the Azure Dragon achievement, the one who could command rain and wind, thunder and lightning, and even the sky itself. As he struggled against the dark current, Hyun-gu replied, can you create something like that as well? At once, a flash of lightning split across the heavy gray sky. Those currents of electricity struck straight down on Hyun-gu, making him cry out in shock. Observing closely, he calmly realized that every drop of rain concealed a bolt of lightning within, and they were even stronger than before. He told himself he could not let this rain touch him, immediately channeling his inner power to spin his staff like a shield, trying to dispel the influence of the lightning rain. Xian Uche curled his lips at the sight, seemingly delighted by the desperate struggle for survival. Mocked, do you think that tiny umbrella can withstand heavenly power? A bolt of lightning shot toward Hyun-gu at once, forcing a groan of pain from him. Hyun-gu gritted his teeth bitterly, his body so weak he could not move, his throat numb and unable to utter a word to activate a skill. Hyun-gu simply sat cross-legged, calmly watching Hyun-gu writhe in agony with clear enjoyment. He sneered, you look no different from a defeated man gasping for breath. Hyun-gu could only tremble on the ground. Seeing that he was still conscious, he slowly said, surprising, a mere mercenary enduring the Azure Dragon's lightning. Hyun-gu froze, a mercenary. Not giving him a chance to respond, Xian Uche continued, to thank you for helping me test my new power, I will let you witness a source of strength you can never reach in your lifetime. Hyun-gu widened his eyes at the scene before him. Xian Uche unleashed the Azure Dragon awakening, and at once a majestic blue dragon manifested. An overwhelming pressure spread throughout the space. Standing before that terrifying assault, Hyun-gu forced himself up, gripping his weapon tightly. He took a deep breath, preparing to unleash all his remaining inner power. The staff in his hand suddenly emitted a dazzling light. A voice echoed beside his ear in scorn, how foolish. Hyun-gu looked up in astonishment. The surroundings suddenly turned into a barren land filled with swirling dust. He looked around in confusion, wondering where he was and where Xian and the dragon had gone. Checking his body, he was stunned to find all his wounds gone. Have I already died? Seeing that bewildered expression, the Monkey King cleared his throat. Wukong leisurely balanced on his slender tail and asked, did you truly let that snake defeat you? He continued, why are you staring at me like that? Hyun-gu pointed straight at the Monkey King, saying that was the monkey from before. Wukong flew into a rage and declared himself the great sage equal to heaven. Hyun-gu asked where this was and what had happened to him. The Monkey King replied that this was the memorial world inside the Ruyi staff, which only made him more confused. Wukong casually said it was slightly different from ordinary imagination, but did not clearly explain how it was different. Hyun-gu pressed him, so you do not understand it either, do you? The Monkey King angrily insisted that he knew and was demanded to explain. Wukong jumped up and shouted that this was merely the world within your mind when you entered my space. Hyun-gu thought the explanation was truly hard to grasp. He sat down and directly asked what exactly had happened. The Monkey King replied that the situation was like this. He explained that outside you were about to be struck by that snake's fatal blow, while here only your consciousness was accelerated. Hyun-gu reasoned that time flowed differently in the two places. He scratched his head awkwardly and asked, "So you called me here to lend me your power?" The Monkey King answered bluntly, "Not at all." Wukong admitted that he had been sitting there eating and drinking while watching the battle, and seeing you defeated by someone weaker was quite amusing. "So I called you in just to mock you." During that, Hyun-gu flared up, "What did you say?" He shouted back, and Wukong calmly asked if you truly expected me to help. He repeated his earlier sarcasm about a little monkey and a beast keeper, leaving Hyun-gu no choice but to avoid the topic. The Monkey King continued his attack. "After those words, you still want to borrow my power. Where did that arrogance from earlier go?" Then he softened his tone. "Actually, I can lend you my power if you kneel and beg. Perhaps I might be moved." He smugly added that that snake could not endure a single strike from me. Hyun-gu stroked his chin and pondered. He nodded and said fine. The Monkey King beamed, thinking everything was going his way. But Hyun-gu then said, "I do not need your help," startling Wukong. Hyun-gu reminded him that you once lost to me. What use is borrowing power from someone who was defeated? Monkey King angrily denied it, while Hyun-gu pressed on that you were defeated without even having the chance to fight back. Wukong argued that his title of Great Sage equal to heaven had been countered, but Hyun-gu only laughed and said the fact that you were defeated did not change. He added that no one borrows power from someone weaker than themselves, making Wukong grind his teeth in fury. Wukong asserted that he was fully capable of taking down that snake with his own strength. Hyun-gu immediately challenged him, "Then show me, so I can know whether I can defeat him or not." The Monkey King hesitated for a moment. He slumped down to calculate, while Hyun-gu impatiently asked whether he would lend it or not. Wukong wrestled fiercely within himself. Hyun-gu smiled calmly, and after a while Wukong irritably cursed him as insidious, and he replied with obvious delight. Outside, Xian Uchai waited like a villain, awaiting the hero's transformation to finish. He muttered that the Azure Dragon achievement was truly impressive, worthy of being obtained after defeating that man. Suddenly he stiffened, standing frozen for several seconds. Looking toward the Azure Dragon, he wondered if something was wrong. A streak of light tore through the gray sky, and Xian Uchai cried out in shock. In an instant, the blue dragon collapsed. Xian Uchai stood stunned, unable to believe that my Azure Dragon. Following that powerful surge of lightning, he exclaimed, "What is happening?" Familiar gaze flared to life. Hyun-gu appeared in imposing fashion in the form of the Monkey King. He bared his teeth in an excited grin, greeting the opponent as if it had been a long time. At the critical moment, Kim Hyun-gu was pulled into the Ruyi staff space by Wukong, while he sat observing beside the beam of light. Wukong let out a faint snort. He complained that he found Hyun-gu interesting and intended to form a mutually beneficial contract, yet the plan had failed. Lying back with one leg propped up, Wukong kept cursing Hyun-gu as a reckless man who knew no fear. Thinking of that, he burst into mad laughter, yet it was precisely that boldness that made me choose him. Recalling what Hyun-gu had done before, he wondered whether you were the one who would break the rules. Wukong's eyes grew resolute, thinking that if Hyun-gu truly was the rule breaker then. Wukong merely glanced around, his gaze sweeping in every direction. Then he concluded that this place was far too strange for someone who had died, as if it were an unfinished space created when the tower climbing journey was interrupted. There was no proof, no subordinates, nothing to support him, yet perhaps he truly managed to do it. At that moment, Hyun-gu appeared outside in the extremely imposing Great Sage equal to heaven outfit, smiling arrogantly and saying, "Long time no see, fake Taoist." He even gave a smug and provocative smile toward his opponent. Xian Uchai witnessed the scene and asked in astonishment what that outfit was. As soon as he finished speaking, Xian Uchai immediately unleashed a horizontal slash that swept past Hyun-gu. Clad in the radiant armor, Hyun-gu smiled confidently and said, "What is it? You think I will charge in again?" Xian Uchai ground his teeth in fury, muttering in disbelief. Right after that, he slipped into the cloud layer to carry out his scheme. Hyun-gu could only scratch his head helplessly, but thanks to Wukong's previous reminder, he decided to rise above the clouds. The Azure Dragon achievement looked terrifying, but in truth it was not as dreadful as it appeared. Perhaps the secret lay above the clouds. Guided by Wukong, Hyun-gu quickly discovered the traces of the formation Xian Uchai was using. He cried out in delight, found it. Xian Uchai immediately hurled insults at the person before him. Without hesitation, Hyun-gu instantly drew the Rui staff. Decisive strike shattered Xian Uchai's magic circle. He screamed in despair, "This is impossible." Even so, Xian Uchai arrogantly shouted, "You think breaking that circle is enough to defeat me?" Hyun-gu calmly replied, "Yes, I think so." After saying that, Hyun-gu launched continuous counterattacks, reclaiming the losses he had once suffered. This time was completely different from before. He was no longer hindered by lightning during combat. System displayed information, golden armor, rank 55, defensive effect. This was the treasured armor the great sage equal to heaven seized from the Dragon King after wreaking havoc in the Dragon Palace. Though access was restricted, its power remained intact. Hyun-gu excitedly thought to himself, so this is the power of equipping a high-grade item. Xian Uchai was beaten dizzy, growling and cursing in rage. While he was still stunned, Hyun-gu descended from above with a powerful blow, striking while declaring that the most effective way to teach a deceitful man was to discipline him with a staff. The immense force created a thunderous explosion. Two faced each other in tension, neither willing to yield, yet Xian Uchai had already fallen into a disadvantage. Hyun-gu mocked, "Why is your hand trembling as you hold the sword?" leaving his opponent so furious he could not speak. He continued to sneer, "You call this swordsmanship?" In truth, his sword technique was not bad, it was even very fast. Hyun-gu let out a scornful laugh and said those attacks were nothing, for he had fought a master swordsman for more than a century. He recounted that when he tried to attack he was countered, when he sought to counter he was cut down, and by the time he realized it everything had sunk into darkness. Therefore this swordsmanship could not trouble him. Compared to the heavenly demon, this was nothing. Xian Uchai remained silent, and Hyun-gu continued his verbal assault. "I have already held back, otherwise you would have fallen hundreds of times." Xian Uchai's body trembled, lowering his head and bitterly uttering, "Damn." Resting the Rui staff on his shoulder, Hyun-gu kept ridiculing him, asking where the earlier arrogance had gone. Unable to endure any longer, Xian Uchai erupted in fury with a massive explosion, forcing Hyun-gu to dodge in surprise. He summoned the power of the Azure Dragon, creating storm and lightning, screaming madly that he would destroy everything. Hyun-gu looked up at the sky, slightly worried. "It is raining again." His fingers transformed into dragon claws, pointing at the sky and drawing down black lightning along with a violent storm. That was the power of the Azure Dragon. Hyun-gu's body was engulfed by lightning, submerged in blinding white light. Even so, he remained calm, even smiling with confidence. Xian Uchai burst into laughter, believing Hyun-gu could not evade this attack. But before the Azure Dragon form was completed, Hyun-gu used the Rui staff to shatter everything. After finishing, he asked smugly, "You thought that I would scream like you? You summoned the Azure Dragon, thank you for that. Because now I have a new skill." After saying so, Hyun-gu used Dragon Duel to counterattack. Xian Uchai was completely overwhelmed, shocked that he could not move, sensing the surrounding mana surging upward. Hyun-gu quickly ended the battle by shouting, "Black Dragon deploy." Unable to resist, Xian Uchai could only stand there and cry out in despair. The Black Dragon rushed forward in an instant and swallowed him whole. Xian Uchai's body completely vanished, bringing his life to an end. The sky gradually brightened again after the fierce battle. The system announced, "You have defeated the conqueror from the top of the tower and eliminated the dark hermit Xian Uchai. Your information authority has increased to upper intermediate level." Battle concluded, and the special outfit gradually disappeared. At the same time, his body slowly returned to normal, and Hyun-gu wearily collapsed to the ground. He sighed and remarked that the time to use that power had ended. With his face drenched in sweat, Hyun-gu breathed in relief upon realizing he had obtained an item. He looked up at the sky, where dark clouds still drifted as if heralding the end of the world. He received an Azure Dragon Orb and excitedly thought he should check the item before exhaustion set in, then opened the information authority. However, the displayed information left him utterly astonished. The system only described it as a stone containing the essence of the Azure Dragon, the Eastern god capable of controlling wind, rain, and lightning, but most of the information was hidden due to insufficient authority. Hyun-gu gritted his teeth helplessly and wondered about Avi, yet at that moment he could not even move. He looked at the Azure Dragon Orb with regret in his eyes. Without further thought, he spread his arms and lay down to rest, optimistically believing someone would come to rescue him. 3 days later, Hanarin finally came to pick him up and cheerfully asked if they would return home immediately, but Hyun-gu asked about mission. Hanarin still smiled brightly and replied that she was busy. Earlier she had cleverly sent Mariang away because of unpleasant rumors about Master in Asia. Hyun-gu understood and remembered that he should also visit the guild he had founded to show more concern. After that, the two quickly got into the car and headed back. Hanarin wore a satisfied and triumphant smile. She silently encouraged herself that she had finally gained a chance to be alone with Master. Filled with joy because no one would interrupt today, she decided to cherish this precious time. Looking at the road ahead, she smiled meaningfully, recalling that she had told the driver to go slowly to have more time to talk. Hanarin covered her face dreamily, thinking something special might happen, but suddenly Hyun-gu said he needed to return to a place for a moment. His words left her stunned in shock, while Hyun-gu coldly told her to remain in the car because he would return in just a few minutes. Anna Rinder left at once. Before she could finish her sentence, he had already logged in and vanished without a trace. She sat blankly in the car, both confused and so embarrassed she wished the ground would swallow her. Hanarin ground her teeth in anger, clenching her fists, while the driver casually asked whether they could depart as usual. Refusing to give up, she told the driver not to head straight there, but to leisurely circle around this area a few times, and he obediently followed her instruction. Tossing her hair back, Hanarin continued to daydream that her date with Master would surely be incredibly sweet. On the other side, Hyun-gu quickly took out the Azure Dragon orb. He handed it to Avi and anxiously asked if she had discovered anything. Avi rotated the orb for a while, then shook her head, saying that if it exceeded her authority she might sense a trace of a clue, but this thing was completely empty. I cannot find any similar sign. Avi released her hand. Hyun-gu took the orb back with disappointment and admitted that perhaps it was unavoidable. He continued asking about other matters, especially the tower built by the creator, and upon hearing that, Avi seemed to recall something. It is possible that the tower lies on higher floors, a structure placed far above. Avi brought out a screen, placed it in front of them, and said she needed further research to be certain. It seemed the creator had built another tower beside the trial tower, but she still did not grasp its purpose. Lying stretched out on the sofa, Hyun-gu slowly said that was why he had to go up to the higher floors, then suddenly remembered to ask whether she was about to complete her research. Avi replied that the remaining issue was determining the exact location. Avi's face was tense. She frowned and admitted she knew it was on the upper floors but did not know precisely which one. Hearing that, Hyun-gu was left speechless. Feeling underestimated, Avi raised 2 fingers to bargain, saying that if given a little more time, about 2 or 3 weeks, she would find it, and Hyun-gu agreed not to make things difficult. He pondered that he had to find that tower and then reach the demonic origin, muttering that the creator was truly not easy to deal with. Suddenly his eyes widened as if remembering something important, and he shouted for them to wait. He pointed out that he had obtained the Azure Dragon achievement, so could he use the demonic origin from there? Avi confirmed that he could, and he decided to stop by the guild office before heading straight to the Mekong. In the car, seeing him return, Hanarin smiled brightly and asked whether Master had come back. Hyun-gu looked around and asked why they had not arrived yet. He even felt a strange scent of roses in the car. Hanarin hurriedly said it was because of traffic, so it took a little longer. She happily rested her head on his shoulder in deep satisfaction. With 24 years of being single behind him, Hyun-gu simply thought to himself that the girl beside him must be very happy. 30 minutes later the car stopped and he quickly stepped out. Hanarin excitedly hooked her arm around his, while Hyun-gu innocently thought she liked riding in cars, unaware that she had made the driver circle for a full hour instead of the usual 15 minutes. At last they arrived at the office, and everything temporarily settled down. Hanarin eagerly opened the door. Hyun-gu announced that he had arrived. Before Anya's eyes appeared a scene that startled her in shock. Beside her was Kim Si-hyun with lipstick marks still smeared across his face. The two of them were playfully embracing like a pair of kittens in the room. Hyun-gu froze in astonishment at the sight, whereas Hanarin looked extremely delighted. He awkwardly apologized and intended to return after 5 minutes, but suddenly paused and told them to wait. The interrogation began. He asked how long the two had known each other, causing Kim Si-hyun and Anya to tremble as they sat on the sofa. He said everything had started before he went to the International Hunters Association, which meant it had been quite a long time. Anya had once comforted him during the incident involving Mr. Sa, and she was Anya, while he was Guild Master Kim Si-hyun. Hyun-gu listened attentively as his junior recounted the turbulent love story. He thought to himself, how had it become so serious? It felt like interrogating criminals, then turned to ask why the two of them were so frightened. They had not committed any wrongdoing, hiding their relationship was not a problem. He added to Anya, which only made her more flustered. In the past, Anya had been a hired assassin, while Kim Si-hyun was his close younger brother. Now she was no longer an opponent. Upon hearing that, Anya emotionally called out to the guild master. Hyun-gu awkwardly brought up what had just happened, saying that in the office they should be a bit more discreet, making them blush deeply. He quickly explained that he was not forbidding them, it was just that if he happened to witness such a scene again, it would be somewhat awkward. Anya cheerfully handed over a stack of papers saying there was an invitation for him. He asked in surprise what kind of invitation it was. Holding the letter in his hand, he read that it was an invitation to become the exclusive model for Addis Training Apparel, the global sports brand he was wearing. He awkwardly asked whether they truly wanted him as a model. Anya replied that the offer was very attractive. He promised to pay 15% of the profit from the products he promoted. Upon hearing that, Hanarin immediately grabbed Master's hand in excitement. She excitedly explained that the advertising profits of a major multinational corporation were unimaginably large, far exceeding dungeon earnings, and 15% was a rare opportunity. She held his hand and repeatedly urged that he absolutely had to accept. Before she could finish, Anya and Kim Si-hyun also joined in persuading him to agree, and in the end he accepted. A few days later, Hyun-gu stood on stage delivering a speech at the product launch event. He concluded that regarding the current situation, the Seoul Guild had no further announcements, while Lee Seo-jong listened intently to the speech again. She happily turned to look at him with bright eyes. She teased that he was working too hard. Hyun-gu closed his eyes and asked where the hardship was. Lee Seo-jong regretfully said she had arrived late. He immediately comforted her by saying she had also contributed. After the Guardian Guild defeated Ares and reclaimed most of the dungeons that had been monopolized, the Korean Hunters Association began to develop vigorously. Hunters who previously did not qualify to enter dungeons could now pay reasonable fees, and many small guilds appeared in Korea for the first time. When the monopoly ended, the hunter industry gradually changed, and Kim Si-hyun, Lee Seo-jeon and Han Suk-won quickly reformed dungeon management according to the Guardian model. Looking at the schedule, Hyun-gu smiled and thought that without dirty competition the profits would remain stable under the current management. While speaking, he suddenly paused as if remembering something. His gaze stopped on the black fluff on Lee Seo-jong, and he asked whether that was the fox and what it was eating. She slowly explained that it was cat food, but it seemed to like it, even though foxes were related to dogs. She laughed and said it looked adorable. Hyun-gu replied that it was cute but asked how she could bring it here. Lee Seo-jong honestly said that recently the fox had taught her a few spells, so she brought it to the Erang Guild training room. He worriedly asked whether that was safe because it was both fast and dangerous. Isel Rong winked and pointed to the small cage at his feet, telling him not to worry. She had locked it inside and he had not even noticed. She added that if anyone saw it they would only think its fur was unusual, leaving him sweating after hearing that. Hyun-gu muttered that it carried half-human blood after all. Was it appropriate to treat it like that? Then quickly said he was only talking to himself. At Zuyuido, the photographer continuously adjusted the camera and asked him to look toward the lens. They suggested he pose a bit more wildly and were very satisfied when he complied. After thanking them, Hyun-gu frowned and wondered what was going on. Two photographers were extremely attentive, inviting him to drink water, have snacks, and constantly praising how wonderful he was. He drank water while remaining suspicious, wondering how with his peculiar personality he had been hired so easily, though nothing displeased him except for one thing. After the break, he continued posing as if waiting for someone, hearing the praise and thinking perhaps he should learn more about modeling. In the distance, someone was watching him with affectionate eyes. The photographer asked him to fold his arms and smile as if just waking up. Though he thought sports advertisements should be more dynamic, he still did it for the pay. Hanarin and Mission stood posing side by side. Though they disliked each other, they still had to cooperate in their poses. On the surface, both appeared friendly, but their eyes shone brightly as if silently competing. In the studio, the shoot proceeded smoothly, and the photographer continuously praised everyone for doing well. Even came before Hyun-gu and praised him for performing excellently today, and he modestly said he was only doing the work he was paid for. Hyun-gu held the hoodie and asked whether he could put it back on because changing clothes was troublesome. and the photographer nodded, saying that outfit was only for today's shoot, so there was no problem. After saying that, Hyun-gu calmly slipped his hands into his pockets and turned to leave. Then I will take my leave first. Remember to rest well, until we meet again. Photographer watched his departing figure and silently reassessed him. They say he is a terrible person, but that does not seem true. Meanwhile, Hyun-gu felt completely satisfied after finishing his task. Yet in just a moment, his expression suddenly turned weary and drained of vitality. As he passed by his two female disciples, Hyun-gu sensed the tension in the air. My Ryong smugly said, "Hey Sudi, this car only seats 3, take another one." But Hanarin was already seated and calmly replied, "Then what is this seat for?" "That seat is for you, be quiet and go back at once." The argument echoed continuously, yet the car eventually rolled forward. Sitting in the car and gazing out the window, Hyun-gu fell into thought. Tomorrow I will enter the Mekong to search for the origin of the demon, and at the same time test the Azure Dragon achievement. After getting in the car, Hanarin and Mission sat facing each other, their gazes sparking with hostility so thick that Hyun-gu decided not to bring them along. At that moment in the photographer's office, countless stunning pictures covered the wall. He excitedly reviewed each photograph with fascination. Leaning back in his chair and taking a sip of coffee, he marveled. The shots this time are truly outstanding. The photographer had no idea that a shadow had appeared behind him. The shadow silently tightened its grip on the object in its hand. The majestic greatsword slowly advanced. At the same time, deep within the labyrinth on floor 14, the roars of demonic beasts echoed endlessly. Hyun-gu shouted loudly and enlarged the Ruyi staff. The staff instantly expanded and slammed down upon the beast. He spun his body and unleashed a series of flamboyant strikes. Hyun-gu wore a self-satisfied smile, but Wukong immediately poured cold water on him. "Your staff technique is terrible." Hyun-gu widened his eyes at the staff and asked, "You have been silent all this time. Why are you lecturing me now?" Wukong replied, "Because we signed a contract. If you want to use my skills properly, you must master the Ruyi staff." Hearing that, Hyun-gu hesitated. "You want me to learn staff martial arts? This will take quite some time." Observing him through the large screen, Wukong continued, "I am not asking you to learn everything, just grasp the basics." Hyun-gu asked, "Will that really be effective in battle? Perhaps it does not require too much." Wukong explained, "Perhaps you do not understand clearly. Do you know the principle of borrowing another's achievement?" Hyun-gu replied, "The principle of borrowing achievement." Wukong lifted his head thoughtfully. "Tower climbers do not easily lend their achievements. If the borrower does not meet the standard, they will not be able to use it later." Hyun-gu still did not understand. "What do you mean?" Hearing that, Wukong curled his lips in disdain. Wukong shouted so loudly that he felt his ears ring, "You fool! If you want to use my achievement, you must know how to wield a staff, and right now you do not have the capability." Wukong continued loudly, "0 multiplied by 100 is still 0. If you do not meet the standard, then my staff art in your hands is useless." Hyun-gu irritably lifted the Ruyi staff to cover his ears. "What a noisy monkey." Wukong roared in anger, "Monkey, do you want to die?" Yet Hyun-gu arrogantly replied, "You are a loser I defeated. Are you finished?" The Ruyi staff was set down on the ground with a sharp sound. Exhausted from the torment to his ears, Hyun-gu relented. "Fine, you win, you are the greatest," Wukong snorted proudly. "You should have said that from the start." Hyun-gu glared and thought to himself, he is not wrong. The staff technique of the great sage is on a completely different level. I do not even dare to dream of it. Calculated, moreover, this is not ordinary staff art but the Ruyi staff technique. I might as well give it a try. Finally, Hyun-gu descended to underground floor 15 and asked the Ruyi staff, "Can you always talk to me?" Wukong replied, "Only since we formed the contract." Hyun-gu was puzzled, "But I did not see that in the contract." Wukong answered, "That is basic. Every contract has special conditions." Hyun-gu asked again, "Then why do you sometimes not speak to me?" Wukong folded his arms and casually replied, "Because I do not want to be bothered by you." Those words darkened Hyun-gu's face as he gripped the Ruyi staff tightly. "What did you just say?" At that moment, the roar of a gigantic beast thundered, making Hyun-gu appear small. Not just one but countless giant beasts appeared. Hyun-gu confirmed, "I have to fight them using only the Ruyi staff without martial skills." "Correct." Wukong replied casually, "Just advance, I will guide you later." Hyun-gu spun the Ruyi staff in his hand. He struck a powerful pose and said eagerly, "Then let us begin." At the Henan Palace, my Ryong sat majestically on the throne. She stroked the throne and recalled Hyun-gu's reminder not to spend extravagantly. Thus the throne here was smaller than usual. Besides, the throne of an imperial dragon being this shabby is truly irritating. At that moment, a subordinate bowed respectfully and called out Mission. He delivered a carefully sealed stack of documents. Mission received them, her face flushing slightly, and gently ordered everyone to leave. She slowly peeled off the seal from the file. Seeing what was inside, Mission became extremely excited, so adorable. She had just lifted her head when she frowned. Do not talk to me. Night parade of 100 ghosts watched through the mirror with interest. Your reaction is a bit excessive. You allowed me to speak normally. Mission hurriedly explained, this time is not like the usual situation. During that night parade of 100 ghosts scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. He understood and said, since you are embarrassed, I will stay silent. Mission steadied her emotions and continued reviewing the file. Inside were photographs of Hyun-gu from today's shoot. After looking through them, she swayed in delight from sheer excitement. Mission gazed at the photos and imagined countless romantic scenes, Hyun-gu looking at her passionately and holding her hand. With her vivid imagination, she even envisioned herself sleeping beside Hyun-gu. Then a scene of sharing an umbrella in the rain like in romantic film. Mission hugged the photo tightly to her chest, repeatedly calling Master. She immersed herself in her own happiness. Suddenly Mission's eyes stopped with vigilance. She asked the person who had just entered, who is there? It turned out to be Hanarin. Oh my, I was wondering if you were here. Hanarin smiled and stepped in. Behind her stood figures in black clothing at attention. Mission was slightly startled. All the masked warriors stood motionless. She angrily prepared to act. Did you use a skill? What do you mean? Hanarin calmly said, wait, I did not come to fight. If I wanted to fight, I would have brought all my subordinates. Mission proudly replied, even if you brought them all, you would not be my opponent. Hanarin cheerfully continued, I was only joking. I came because there is something to discuss. My Ryung impatiently asked, what do you want to say? Hanarin replied, it concerns the photographs you are holding. Hanarin raised a file identical to the one Mission held. Inside were also photographs of Hyun-gu. Mission cried out in alarm that Hanarin calmly said, do not misunderstand, I am not like you. Hanarin stated frankly, I also made a request to the photographer. If they had given me photos like the ones you hold, I would not have come here, but they refused because they were threatened that revealing them would bring danger. Hanarin held up a photo, her cold gaze fixed on the other party. You must have guessed why I came. Mission gradually regained her composure and asked, could it be? Hanarin slowly stepped up each stair. That is right. Numerous other photos of Hyun-gu appeared in Hanarin's hand. She moved close to Mission and asked, do you not want these photos? Leaving Mission stunned. Wukong folded his arms and sat before the screen, intently reviewing the battle. His face suddenly twisted in irritation as the sounds of impact rang out repeatedly. Boom. On the screen, Hyun-gu wielded the staff with skill and precision. The staff in his hand swept across, causing a series of opponents to stagger. Even in victory, Hyun-gu appeared full of presence, holding his staff as he overwhelmed his opponents on the screen. Wukong remarked seriously, this man truly handles a staff quite well. He recalled the times he had advised Hyun-gu not to rely too heavily on brute strength, back when he had still been rather clumsy. Yet once he grasped the secret of controlling the staff's reach, he applied it with exceptional precision. He also skillfully used footwork to maintain a safe distance from the monster. Distance was the key factor, because staff techniques contained countless variations to consider in combat. It was a flexible weapon, effective in both close combat and long range. Wukong continued analyzing that when used at long range, the staff could extend its attack radius like a spear. When closing in, its power was no less than that of a sharp sword. Simply by changing the grip, the staff could produce many different effects. To reach the highest realm and unleash its full potential, one had to devote time to rigorous training. At this point Wukong paused, but that man. The image of Hyun-gu swinging the staff against a beast surfaced vividly again. He controlled it smoothly, as though he had long been accustomed to it. Wukong could not help but marvel, though I only gave a few basic pointers. He still mastered the staff almost perfectly according to his will. He had to admit, could this be what people called talent? In a dark and silent space, Hyun-gu stretched, relaxing his body after a long and exhausting training session. He licked his lips, sweat rolling down his cheek, telling himself that he truly had aptitude. If not for the life and death battle with the heavenly demon, it might have taken 100 years to reach this level. He recalled his clash with Xian Ucha, believing that it was through direct confrontation that he comprehended it. After enduring so much pain, he had gained enlightenment. Every step on the battlefield carried the weight of life and death. Not only did he learn how to move or respond to attacks, he also absorbed deeper insights. The essence accumulated over 100 years was the most precious thing he had obtained. Thinking that, Hyun-gu grew even more excited despite once being driven into a desperate corner. Therefore, mastering a few fundamental foundations was enough. At his feet lay a heap of defeated monsters, and he regarded it as lightly as a casual stroll. He proudly thought that he learned everything quickly. Even Wukong had to admit it was genius. Through the screen, Hyen-gu asked Wukong if he wanted to test anything else. This was more than enough. He held the item in his hand with eyes full of interest. The system displayed information about the incomplete Actron source, level 5+, adjustment 0, skill 0, secret authority regarding Actron, the martial god of the 9th floor who once pursued his master and reached the top of the tower. With spiritual power as support, he was trained by grandmasters and attained the title of martial god. However, as merely a tower climber, his skills had to rely on the labyrinth's power accumulated through the floors. Labyrinth stone 72%. After reading, Hyen-gu remarked that the information was clearer without authority restrictions, and decided to rename the demonic source to Actron. Carrying the Ruyi staff over his shoulder, Hyen-gu walked into the night and wondered if perhaps he would no longer need to use it from now on. This was enough. From within the staff, Wukong spoke, asking if you intended to apply it to the Azure Dragon achievement. Hyen-gu only smiled meaningfully. Inside the staff, Wukong pondered in silence. Hyen-gu tilted his head slightly, waiting to hear him continue. Next, I think. Tried to use Actron on the Azure Dragon sphere, but the system reported that it could not be applied to this achievement. Hyen-gu sighed and said, "See, no matter how hard you try, you still cannot clearly perceive the Azure Dragon achievement." He gave a faint smile and said it felt as though he was bound. In any case, he still had to fill the labyrinth stone. At that moment, a voice called out Guild Master. Hyen-gu frowned and turned around, causing Anya to feel slightly worried. "Perhaps I should return tomorrow." He said it was fine, just speak if there was something. Anya handed over a file, informing him that there was another invitation. He asked in surprise another one. Anya smiled and said this time it was even better. He asked curiously, was it a 5-star fashion contract? Behind him, Hanarin and Mission looked on expectantly. Anya explained that the company's proposed image suited him well, and they planned to launch many more products. Hyen-gu considered it and found it rather appealing. But then he leaned back on the sofa and firmly refused, leaving Anya surprised as she asked why. He calmly said he had many other ways to earn money, and Hanarin immediately stepped forward. He gave a mischievous smile and called out Master. Stroking her hair and smiling brightly, she said taking advertisement photos was not a bad thing. Hyen-gu showed a weary expression again. Hanarin placed a hand on his shoulder to reassure him that she was not forcing him, but the benefits this time were very good. Still shook his head indifferently. Hanarin said they would share 25% of the profits, even higher than Addis, but he replied that he did not lack money. She reminded him of his own words that when there was an opportunity, one should earn as much money as possible. She opened the contract and suggested this was an investment opportunity worth considering. Hyen-gu pursed his lips in silence, while Mission standing beside them also seemed uneasy. Hanarin turned to ask Mission for her opinion, and she answered hesitantly. Her face flushed red with embarrassment. Gathering her courage, Mission said it would be better if he accepted the advertisement. Hyen-gu looked at the two girls suspiciously. Both of you agree, how strange. He suddenly remembered something and paused. Two of them had never gotten along, yet lately they no longer argued and had even grown closer than before. Hyen-gu asked suspiciously, "Is it that you two?" Before he could finish speaking, the system displayed a notification that you had been invited and would be summoned when the countdown ended. 0 days 4 minutes 59 seconds remaining. Hyen-gu revealed a helpless expression. He glanced around at the pile of clutter scattered across the floor. Avi was asleep at the desk, drool trailing down. He complained that he had already cleaned up, so why did the room now look like a battlefield? Avi wiped her mouth and explained that she had been busy researching day and night lately and forgot to tidy up. Hyen-gu asked where the pile of food came from. Avi replied it was taken from the command cabinet. As long as it had been produced before, it could be recreated infinitely. Sitting down on the sofa, he asked if she had found anything yet. Avi said although it was not complete, she was certain that the tower built by the creator was located on the 12th floor. Two looked at each other seriously. Hyen-gu asked if the 12th floor was the top floor. Avi continued that according to her research, there had only been a single tower there from the very beginning. Hyen-gu wondered. Avi said when he reached the 12th floor, he would see it immediately. He asked how to get there, whether he needed to use that blind man's compass like before, which caused Avi to freeze slightly. Seeing that, he asked again, was the compass unusable? Avi replied it would probably still work. Hyen-gu continued asking then, what was the problem? Avi calmly said the obstacle lay in time. He stated that for a watcher to reach the 8th floor took about 2 to 3 weeks, but she was not certain whether other floors were similar. Hyun-gu deduced that the distance between floors differed. Avi nodded and said it could take several months or even years, making him find it hard to believe. If it took that long, it would cause serious trouble. Hearing that, Avi looked up at him. Hyun-gu thought that he was the watcher protecting this floor if he left for too long. The 9th floor would lack protection, even though Mission and Hanarin were still strong enough to handle high-level tower climbers. But he was still worried that another invader like before might appear. His hands were still trembling from fear that had yet to fade. Pressure from that moment remained etched in his memory. Even alone, he was not strong enough to deal with him. On the 9th floor, he could not leave everything solely to the two of them. Seeing Hyun-gu restless with worry, Avi quietly observed every change in his expression. She suddenly came up with an idea and suggested checking the exact required time frame or finding another path to reach it. Hearing that, he eagerly asked if she truly could do it. But Avi frankly poured cold water on him, saying no matter how hard she tried, she would hardly find the answer. He angrily slammed the objects around him, blaming the creator for not leaving a proper way to make contact, startling Avi in fright. His anger flared violently like a legendary flame, his mouth continuously cursing. Suddenly his eyes flashed, as if he had remembered something important. Avi asked in surprise what happened. He stammered and mentioned a name. Then he sprang up like a man out of control, exclaiming that there was someone he could ask. He excitedly said there was someone who understood this tower better than anyone. That moment a pizza was delivered with Sun Wukong image printed on its surface. Sun Wukong sat casually on a tree branch and asked what exactly he wanted to know. He looked up with hope and asked how long it would take to go from the 9th floor to the 12th floor. Sun Wukong asked back what he needed it for, making he lose his temper and shout if he was pretending not to hear, and Sun Wukong replied that he was not that idle. The harsh truth was that he truly had nothing to do. Struck at his weak point, Sun Wukong jumped down and said he would only reveal a little information. He immediately asked what he meant. Sun Wukong slowly asked if he knew nothing about the tower. He irritably replied that he was not someone who knew everything. Sun Wukong slightly frowned and said there was a limit. He curiously stepped closer and asked what limit. Sun Wukong stressed whether he heard clearly, and he answered that he did. Sun Wukong put on a smug look and said that at the highest floor of the tower. His lips moved as if he were saying something. He frowned because he could not hear a single word. He realized in shock that Sun Wukong had surely said something important, yet his ears failed to receive it. Sun Wukong paid no attention and stepped forward, signaling him to come closer. He even used his staff to draw a few symbols on the ground. But in his eyes those strokes seemed to vanish. He ground his teeth in anger as he saw him write but could not read it. Touching his head helplessly, he muttered that it was as if his eyes deliberately avoided that information. He continued complaining irritably that perhaps he could not know anything at all. Sun Wukong chuckled slyly and said he could still reveal a few simple things as long as they were not too important. He waited eagerly, but Sun Wukong remained slow, making he angry and feel as if he was being mocked. Too furious, he rushed forward intending to teach that monkey a lesson. All their actions were secretly observed by the designer. Eavesdropping on the conversation, he smiled and said he understood. He realized that he had surpassed Xian Uchai and taken the achievement, truly an unusual variable. He let out a faint laugh, showing interest. Spreading his arms excitedly, he said it was fascinating that an experimental product had surpassed even the one who completed that experiment. He praised it as a wonderful result, while the mysterious person beside him broke into a sweat. That person boldly asked whether he would let him be. The designer slowly replied that he had exceeded expectations. He was curious to see how many more achievements he could accumulate. Therefore, he decided to grant more time. Turning to his side, he anxiously asked again how long it would take. He almost knelt down to plead, while Sun Wukong calmly said he had repeated it many times. The number 500 days was emphasized, leaving he stunned and pale. He cried out in horror that it was more than a year, while reaching the 8th floor had taken less than a month, and Sun Wukong nodded in confirmation. Sun Wukong added that if he carried out additional tasks then. He deliberately trailed off and said he did not need to take the test, making he ask further in irritation. Sun Wukong explained that tower climbers had to complete missions while he did not. He understood that it meant clearing the entire floor, and the main mission was. He raised his face and waited for the answer, but then realized the information was blocked again. Sun Wukong laughed and said each floor had its own mission. He impatiently asked if there was a faster way because he could not leave the 9th floor for too long. He clenched his hands, his eyes filled with determination. He said he still had things he needed to protect. Seeing that, Sun Wukong softened slightly. He turned away and said that thinking carefully there was still a way. He immediately grabbed him and asked what it was. Seeing him anxious, Sun Wukong smiled mischievously. He asked whether he knew about storm clouds. Back in Tronho district, he was on the phone. Anarin and Mission stood beside him waiting eagerly. Anya asked about the chairman photo shoot. He firmly refused, saying he was not interested, making the two girls saddened. After hanging up, he ate cake while searching for information about storm clouds on his phone. Looking at the image of the blue sky on the screen, he thought that with it, he could reach the 12th floor in only 5 days. At that time, Sun Wukong had only said it was speculation. Even so, he was determined to obtain the storm clouds and meet that creator, and at that thought, his eyes were filled with resolve. He turned back and enthusiastically called the two girls. But seeing their gloomy expressions, he paused and wondered what was happening. After thinking for a moment, he realized it was because he had just refused the photo invitation. He immediately called Anya back. The two girls stood straight and listened curiously. He asked to have the documents sent via email. Anya asked in surprise what documents. He mentioned the exclusive modeling contract, making Hanarin and Mission cheerful again. He glanced over and saw Mission radiant with happiness. He called the two of them, and they answered in unison, Master. He said he needed to find an ancient artifact and asked whether they could help. Mission bowed calmly and replied that whatever Master wanted she would find. Anarin confidently declared she would find it even if she had to search everywhere. He nodded in satisfaction and said in that case. At that moment, the system emitted another new notification signal. The screen displayed a tower climber who had just reached floor 9 in New Delhi, India, with 1 hour 4 minutes 8 seconds and 12 ticks remaining. Hyun-gu irritably shouted at the system again, "Why do you keep disturbing me like this? These weaklings are truly troublesome." Mission behind him softly said that she would handle the one who dared to disturb her master, and it seemed her words also affected the system. After venting all his anger, Hyun-gu revealed a calculating smile, "Then I will take action." Outside at that moment it was pitch dark, a heavy atmosphere blanketing everything. Cries of the little demons echoed endlessly as they were annihilated. The one responsible for it all was Orabat, a tower climber who was swinging his weapon, sweeping away everything in his path. He arrogantly declared that anyone who dared to block his way was foolish. He was the 72nd demon of Solomon, a prince of hell. Orabat looked toward the light ahead and said with satisfaction that he had finally reached floor 9. He would quickly clear this place and advance to the next floor. With the power to see the future, he was confident nothing could hinder him. He laughed loudly, believing he would never be ambushed or fall into a disadvantage. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light illuminated the entire sky. A small house appeared, shimmering within the radiance. The surrounding scenery became beautiful under the warm sunlight. Hyun-gu was reclining comfortably on a chair, holding an iPad and cheerfully greeting him, "So you have finally arrived." Orabat was stunned, unable to recognize who the person before him was. He immediately pointed his weapon at Hyun-gu and coldly demanded, "Who are you?" Hyun-gu replied confidently that he should know exactly who he was. Orabat inwardly thought that he was truly insane. Even so, he did not care, merely treating it as an amusing diversion. Orabat unleashed an attack toward Hyun-gu, creating a violent explosion. Hyun-gu paused his iPad in surprise. Orabat laughed wickedly, revealing his terrifying teeth, and contemptuously said that a strange guardian like him was nothing to fear. Insulted, Hyun-gu widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, "What?" Immediately afterward, Hyun-gu rushed before Orabat at lightning speed like a god, his cold voice resounding, "Are you mocking me?" This threw Orabat into extreme panic. Next, Hyun-gu unleashed a blinding stream of light that enveloped the surrounding space. A terrifying power sent Orabat flying far away. He was completely overwhelmed, unable to react to the attack. Orabat was bewildered, wondering what had just happened, while Hyun-gu smiled victoriously, another weakling. Orabat struggled to his feet and hurriedly activated his ability to see the future to turn the situation around. His eyes widened as information from the future appeared before him. Images of the battle between him and Hyun-gu manifested clearly in every detail. But the outcome was always the same. Orabat was defeated by Hyun-gu every time. He could not believe it, why every possibility led to his own defeat. Hyun-gu closed his eyes, calmly stating that the situation had changed. He displayed a sharp smile and asked the other party, "Then who is the fool?" Back at the office, Hyun-gu continued reading interesting news related to himself. He attentively scrolled through his phone with visible enjoyment. Suddenly from outside came the anxious cries of two girls calling, "Master, Master." Hanarin and Mission competed to carry an item into the room, joyfully announcing that they had found it. Hyun-gu praised the achievements of his two disciples, satisfied and saying they had done very well. A notification panel appeared, level 8 Jisindesung necklace along with information privileges. This was an item of King Sada, renowned for wisdom and the ability to move mountains. The necklace crafted by Jisindesung could transform into a pipe at the user's will, burn infinite tobacco and alter flavors to suit preferences. Hyun-gu held the necklace in his hand. He appeared extremely excited. Afterward he told his disciples that he would return soon. Hanarin curiously asked where he was going, while Mission bowed her head and answered yes. Hyun-gu calmly replied that it would not take long, then combined the two items in his hands. The system asked whether to use the source of Actron on the Jisindesung necklace, and he immediately chose to agree. Seeing Hanarin astonished, Mission secretly felt proud, thinking that she still did not fully understand her master's ability. Suddenly an image appeared of Mission with a flushed face, softly calling Master. The one standing beside her was Hyun-gu. She looked into his eyes gently. He returned that gaze. In the silent space, the two gradually moved closer to each other. Their faces flushed, the distance between them narrowing. At this point, someone could not continue watching and threw the phone aside. It was Lee Seo-jong, sweating and exclaiming in shock what on earth was this. During her free time before meeting Kim Si-hyun, she had accidentally read a novel about a secret relationship between master and disciple. Innocently thinking it was merely a romance story, she was startled to realize it was fan fiction, and the characters were all familiar people. She bit her lip curiously. What shocked her most was, Lee Seo-jong picked up the phone again with curiosity. She touched the screen, telling herself she wanted to know what happened next. After all, it was only fiction. Just then the office door suddenly opened. A male voice called out that he had arrived, causing Lee Seo-jong to startle and throw the phone straight toward the door. Fortunately, Kim Si-hyun quickly dodged, the phone embedding into the wall and leaving cracks around it. Kim Si-hyun anxiously asked whether he had done something wrong. In another place, Hyun-gu had already set foot at the location he needed to find. Surrounding him were lush green forests and an unusually silent space. He muttered that there was nothing here. He suspected he had come to the wrong place, so he opened the system to check again. The system asked whether to exit the Jai-san necklace. Hyun-gu hesitated as he observed his surroundings, wondering whether Jai-san D-sung was nearby. He decided to create noise and explosions to search, then let us try. Hyun-gu began moving continuously throughout the vast forest as if he were mad. He ground his teeth in anger. How infuriating. Looking down, he saw only endless mountains and forests. He complained irritably that it was all mountains. Suddenly Hyun-gu's eyes widened in astonishment. He discovered a cave hidden among dense trees. Perhaps that was the place. Having confirmed the location, Hyun-gu immediately descended powerfully. He carefully observed the area before him. Without hesitation, Hyun-gu rushed straight inside. In just a short moment, he had advanced deep into the cave. Finally, Hyun-gu landed safely right at the cave entrance. Cold sweat poured down his back, his eyes darting around warily. Hyun-gu suddenly froze at the scene before him. He immediately strode inside without hesitation. Rays of light streamed through and illuminated Hyun-gu's face. Before him stood a gigantic ancient tree, wrapped in countless vines. Hyun-gu had not even spoken in surprise when a male voice rang out asking who he was. Following the sound, he stepped closer. In front of him was a man leisurely smoking a cigar. His appearance matched the data once displayed by the system, causing Hyun-gu to blurt out, "You are Jai-san Yu." He looked at the man and called out, "Great sage Jai-san." Jai-san D-sung remained lying there enjoying the smoke without even opening his eyes, only asking who knew that information and who he was. Hyun-gu frankly patted his chest and said he came to retrieve the cloud somersault entrusted by the Monkey King. The other merely responded indifferently that he understood. Seeing that cold attitude, Hyun-gu did not know what else to say. He thought irritably that if he understood then he should answer clearly, then impatiently repeated his purpose. Jai-san emphasized that he had heard it already, leaving Hyun-gu to suppress his anger and force a smile. Seeing him so calm, Hyun-gu lost control and shouted. Only then did Jai-san raise his head and ask if he had come for the cloud somersault. He deliberately dragged out his words, further aggravating Hyun-gu. Jai-san even leisurely took another puff of his cigar. Only then did he turn to ask about the Monkey King, wanting to know how his senior brother was now. He said that after falling by his own hand, his senior brother had entered the Rui staff and formed a contract with someone else. Jai-san looked up at the sky and sighed, scolding his senior brother for being foolish enough to transfer his soul into an object. and climbed the tower alone while the other brothers had all given up. He asked where the Rui staff was. Hyun-gu replied that he had not brought it. He explained that when using the origin of the demon he could not carry other relics, truly regrettable. Hyun-gu wondered why he said his senior brother was the only one climbing the tower. Jae-san only smiled lightly and said it was just that. Jae-san slowly asked if he knew the 7 great sages. Hyun-gu repeated in surprise since it was his first time hearing of them. The 7 great sages were the demons who had sworn brotherhood with the Monkey King. They possessed power enough to shake the heavenly court, truly formidable existences. Yet now none of them continued climbing the tower. Except for the great sage he had just called a fool. Hyun-gu asked what the others were doing. Jae-san calmly replied of course. He simply lived contentedly in this small space without worries, leaving him speechless. Hyun-gu pressed further, then why not continue climbing the tower? Jae-san spoke in a low tone because they had realized a cruel truth. He said no matter how hard they tried, they could not reclaim the achievements once taken from them. More importantly, we are originally. At that point Jae-san abruptly stopped and said he had spoken too much. He yawned and said it was not convenient to say more since his senior brother had suffered the same fate, making Hyun-gu grind his teeth in frustration at their constant evasiveness. He sighed and asked if he had satisfied his curiosity yet. Now hand over the cloud somersault to me. Jae-san raised an eyebrow and replied that it was not certain he could take it away. Hyun-gu was stunned and asked what that meant. He explained it was not that he did not want to give it. Cloud somersault was still here, but that achievement could not be handed over directly, because within the tower only power personally attained could be used. Unless the highest being intervened, no one could easily transfer an achievement to another. Jae-san clarified that each achievement carried the unique imprint of its owner. Leon Uchai could use the Azure Dragon achievement, but that did not mean he could easily attain it himself. Jae-san gave a faint smile and said it was not entirely hopeless. He pointed at Hyun-gu and said that if he wanted to possess it, he had to do exactly what his senior brother had done. Hearing that, Hyun-gu could not help but be astonished. The Dark Guild, Hanarin and Mission sat facing each other before a large map. Hanarin excitedly asked what she intended to do. Thought to herself that she wanted to build something in Mexico City, but recently too many young troublemakers had caused chaos, only wasting time. If they could all be eliminated it would be good, but doing so would bring more trouble. However, if it were the girl who held all of China in her hand, the situation would be completely different. And she could turn that city into a place that contained only what Master desired. While Hanarin was calculating, Mission suddenly spoke halfway. Then she folded her arms and firmly declared she would build what she wanted on half of the land. Hanarin nodded slightly in agreement. Two quickly divided the area on the map, deciding to split it reasonably according to the terrain. They fantasized endlessly. Mission wanted to build a 10-story arena while Hanarin planned to construct a floating pool high above. Returning to Hyun-gu, Jae-san explained that he had misunderstood. To obtain the cloud somersault he must follow the same procedure as his senior brother. Hyun-gu scratched his head and asked what exactly he had to do. The answer was to learn the cloud somersault technique. He listened in confusion, not understanding. Jae-san repeated that he must grasp that technique to control the cloud somersault. It could not simply be taken away. Hyun-gu clenched his fists and silently blamed that great sage for only telling him to bring it back without mentioning the need to learn. He asked urgently how to use that technique. Jae-san replied that he did not know either. He raised his muscular arm and laughed, saying he was only good at strength and knew nothing else. Hyun-gu pointed at himself to confirm that he had to figure it out alone, and the answer was yes. After that confirmation, he grew even more irritated. He cursed under his breath in frustration. Jae-san calmly said that even if he knew he could not help, because without recreating the exact process of attaining the achievement everything was meaningless. He further revealed that his senior brother had found the method on his own, without anyone's assistance. Hearing that, Hyun-gu regained his composure and concluded that he had to find the method himself. Jae-san nodded in affirmation that he needed to undergo the same arduous training process as his senior brother to be recognized for that achievement. Hyun-gu crossed his arms over his chest, sat down heavily on the ground, muttering with determination, "Damn, since he had come this far he had to follow it through." Jae-san lay down to reassure him, "Try your best, I will rest first." Suddenly he remembered something and added, "One more thing." Jae-san raised his hand and pointed to the sky. "The target is still that cloud up there, good luck." Hyun-gu lifted his head to look in that direction, clouds. He watched for a while then frowned. The sky was thick with clouds. Staring at them for too long made his eyes dizzy. Sky was clear with white clouds and golden sunlight, mountains stretching endlessly. Suddenly an explosion rang out along with Hyun-gu's irritated shout, "Damn." Hyun-gu opened his status panel. After checking all the stats and seeing his age was now 121, he thought irritably, compared to 118 at the beginning, it had been 3 years. Hyun-gu gritted his teeth in discomfort, unwilling in his heart. Of course from the start he knew this would not be simple. It had taken him 100 years to comprehend the holy light art of the heavenly demon. Moreover, the head balancing technique was completely unfamiliar to him. First, he tried to imitate the operation of the 5 senses that Seo Jian had learned, but the effect was insignificant. After that, Hyun-gu tried stepping onto the clouds, but the moment he touched them, after transforming into a thunder god then, even though he carefully tried to place his foot onto the clouds, the result was still not as expected. His body fell straight to the ground, frustrated that he could not stand firmly on the clouds. He also tried using magic power to bind the clouds but still failed. Even when increasing the density of the clouds with magic power, the result was no better. After all that, what Hyun-gu gained was, he learned how to step on air through his own experience. Hyun-gu tried to leap up, stepping a few times in the air, but the moment his foot touched the cloud, his whole body fell straight to the ground. He struggled to crawl out of the pit of dirt and stone. Rubbing his aching head, he thought irritably, "Damn, I have to go ask that great sage." Then he calmed himself, slapped his thigh. No, if he wanted to make it his own he had to do it himself. Looking up at the sky, he vaguely thought he had tried everything, but it seemed he could only drift along with the clouds. Hyun-gu clenched his resolve. His whole body surged with energy again. There must be a way to achieve it. On the other side, the great sage Daesun was sitting, leisurely smoking his pipe while admiring the scenery of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, Hyun-gu kept jumping. Then he fell back to the ground in pain. Crawling out of the pit, he cursed under his breath, "How annoying." Then he continued leaping into the sky again, continuing to train the cloud's somersault technique. Great sage Daesun exhaled a long stream of smoke. Watching Hyun-gu try, he thought that man had failed repeatedly, probably the 5th or 6th time, but compared to the first time, clearly now he handled the fall much better. Thinking that, he lay back on the stone lazily muttering, "Success or failure has nothing to do with me anymore. Since that day I have already let go." Even so, Jae-san was still distracted by the movements from Hyun-gu. Watching him fail repeatedly, he wondered why senior brother had placed expectations on this person, even guiding him to where to obtain the achievement. Suddenly Hyun-gu took off his shirt, revealing his firm 8-pack abs. But only the shirt. Shortly after, even his pants and sandals were thrown aside, making Jae-san widen his eye. The great sage Daesun thought in confusion, "What is this? Is he stripping everything off? Has he gone mad?" Hyun-gu was left wearing only short pants, raising his hand and lifting his leg as he soared into the sky to try again. Once high up, he slowly placed his foot onto the cloud, smiling with excitement. If it went smoothly, then it could be done. He recalled details from the novel. Though he did not remember all the martial arts, the prominent scenes remained deeply engraved. One of them was the advice the master gave to the main character: "When you make your body lighter, you will meet me again." Therefore, Hyun-gu guessed the key was to make the body lighter, reaching a state of weightlessness. This scene had stayed in his mind. From that, he realized the clouds in this space had extremely light physical force. He decided to try. If he could not ride them in his current state, then he had to make himself lighter. Using the heavenly demon martial arts to reduce his body weight, he would feel the clouds with his own feet. That was true weightlessness. Previous air-stepping technique was incorrect. Now he understood. He began stepping onto the clouds. 5 to 10 seconds passed. Then another 10 to 15 seconds. Continuing 20 to 40 seconds. Overcoming the hollow sensation, he maintained 40 to 80 seconds stepping on the clouds. Great sage Daesun was also astonished upon seeing it. Earlier you only drifted with the clouds, now you are truly walking on them. Finally Hyun-gu felt relief, calmly striding across the large cloud. Suddenly the clouds gathered together. He was delighted. They are gathering. Finally succeeded, then he lay back on the cloud to rest. Seeing him come down, Jae-san brought his clothes over, smiling, "Put your clothes back on." Only then did he realize he was almost naked. Hyun-gu licked his lips, laughing inwardly. He thought taking off clothes would make him lighter, yet it turned out like this. Suddenly his eyes widened. Looking at his age on the status panel, 131, he was stunned. Had he aged another 10 years? He stood frozen, mouth agape. That meant he had been in this state for 10 years. Jae-san saw this and asked, "You do not look well, are you all right?" Hyun-gu pulled on his shirt and replied vaguely, "I am fine. By the way, where is the cloud somersault technique?" Jae-san handed out a ring and said, "Here." This is the cloud somersault technique of the great sage equal to heaven, S++ rank. It can appear and be released. Hyungu wondered, why did it turn into a ring? The great sage Dai-sun laughed, I do not know either. After you came down it shrank into this on its own. Hyungu put on the ring and shouted, appear. Immediately a cloud shot out from the ring and flew into the sky. He looked at the cloud and continued, release. Right after that the cloud shrank and went back into the ring. Seeing Hyungu testing the somersault cloud, the great sage Dai-shan smiled and asked, oh, are you planning to leave now? Hyungu turned his head, gave a faint smile and replied, yes, that is correct. The great sage Dai-shan held his pipe and said in a low voice, please pass a few words to my senior brother for me. Hyungu asked in surprise, what message? Elsewhere, Mission and Hanarin were still fiercely competing with each other. As Hanarin launched an attack, she shouted, do you think that thing can satisfy Master? Mission immediately counterattacked and replied confidently, I believe my method is far better than yours. Suddenly a noise rang out, both of them startled and turned around to see Hyungu had just appeared. Overjoyed, the two of them called out in unison, Master, Master. A loud bang suddenly echoed. Hyungu raised his head and asked in surprise, what is going on, why is it so noisy? Looking at the chaotic scene before him, Hyungu widened his eyes in shock. What on earth is happening here? Lowering his voice in irritation, Hyungu gritted his teeth and said, my disciples, no, you too. Hanarin and Mission immediately smiled brightly and answered, yes, Master. But Hyungu could not hold back and shouted, what are all these things? After settling the situation with the two disciples, Hyungu returned the somersault cloud to Wukong. Wukong immediately cried out in shock, what? Do not tell me you have already learned this technique. Hyungu looked at Wukong in confusion, hands in his pockets as he replied, so what? The Monkey King grew even more astonished, I mean why did you do that? Hyungu angrily pointed straight at Wukong and shouted, you told me to bring it back. Wukong answered awkwardly, but why did you go and learn it? After saying that, the two stared at each other wide-eyed in shock, unable to speak. Wukong panicked and stammered, did my junior brother not tell you how to bring it back? Hyungu forced a smile and replied, he told me I had to do exactly what you did to achieve it. Thinking it over, Hyungu continued, you mean there was another way to bring it back? Wukong pressed his lips together slightly and nodded in confirmation. Having been played badly, Hyungu stood frozen, muttering that man's name helplessly. Unable to contain his anger, Hyungu erupted like blazing fire. Seeing that scene, Wukong suddenly recalled how his junior brother once refused to listen to him. Wukong kept explaining, junior brother, if you do not like looking at that cloud, there is still another way to keep it. But at that time he paid no attention, and the great sage Dai-shan only lazily smoked his pipe and replied perfunctorily. After thinking for a moment, Hyungu said, even if there is another way, I still need to learn the technique to ride the somersault cloud, right? Inwardly he felt satisfied because through practice he had learned a great deal. Wukong merely clicked his tongue and turned away, no need. Those words nearly drove Hyungu mad again. Wukong explained further, did I not say before, the wish will allow me to share my power. Hyungu suddenly understood, you mean you can share the achievement with me? Wukong nodded, that is right, that is how you can ride my somersault cloud. Hearing that, Hyungu clenched his fists and blurted out in fury. After venting all his frustration, Hyungu finally let out a relieved sigh. Gaining his composure, he looked at the somersault cloud and asked, what should we do with this now? Wukong replied, it needs to be upgraded. Hyungu asked curiously through Mekong. Wukong laughed, how could we use the somersault cloud in such a cramped space? We need to take a separate path, this time in another location. There were two people, one practicing with a spear while the other watched silently. When the spear tip touched the ground, Bang Lin asked coldly, why have you come to me? The mysterious man with his face hidden beneath a hat replied, I have something to tell you. Bang Lin continued, is it from that person? The mysterious man answered, no. Bang Lin pondered for a moment. He set down the spear and calmly sat cross-legged. Immediately the surroundings changed from an arena into a spacious study. A cup of tea appeared in Bang Lin's hand. He gave a faint, meaningful smile. Witnessing that scene, the mysterious man said in astonishment, the supreme heavenly art has indeed been mastered proficiently. Bang Lin smiled and replied, even if they were the last ones, it has been quite a while since I climbed the tower. Taking an elegant sip of tea, Bang Lin asked, so what is the reason for your visit? The mysterious man answered coldly, there is a matter that requires you to act. Bang Lin chuckled lightly, sounds interesting, what is it? Looking at the other party, Bang Lin remarked, I have never seen you behave so improperly before. So what exactly is the matter that needs my involvement? The mysterious man quickly replied, eliminate the aberrant one on the 9th floor. Bang Lin frowned and asked which aberrant one. The other confirmed that man. After thinking for a moment, Bang Lin said in surprise, I did not expect Xian Uchai to truly fail. The mysterious man explained, you knew about that. He was completely defeated by that aberrant one. Bang Lin closed his eyes, savoring the fragrance of the tea before saying, the desire to become a god ultimately still fell into the hands of a warrior. Suddenly Bang Lin set down the teacup. Said coldly, I refuse. Returning to Hyengu and Wukong, Hyengu asked curiously, a separate path. Wukong nodded, that is right. There is a route only conquerors can use. If we take that path, we can reach the 12th floor in just one day. Hyengu wondered, but earlier you said it would take 5 days. Wukong glanced at him and replied, that was when I lent you my achievement. Now it is no longer necessary, we can advance continuously without rest. Hyengu excitedly clenched his fist, just one day. First I intended to train the disciples before going up there in case of unforeseen events, but it seems unnecessary now. Suddenly Hyengu remembered something and turned to ask, wait, you said only conquerors can use that path, can I use it? Wukong jumped down to the ground and replied cheerfully, right now you can as well because you already have the pass. Hyengu asked in surprise, a pass. Wukong nodded, that is right, it is what appeared after you defeated Xian Uchai. Hyengu thought for a moment and said, could it be the Azure Dragon achievement? Wukong explained, exactly, it is an achievement obtained only by becoming a conqueror, and it is also proof of your qualification. After saying that, Wukong eagerly suggested, then shall we set off now? Hyengu shook his head, no, first I need to complete the maze stone. Hearing that, Wukong merely sighed in boredom. However, Hyengu was full of confidence, clenching his fist as he said, but it will not take long. I want to meet that man again as soon as possible. Turning to the conversation between Bang Lin and the mysterious man, he asked, why do you refuse? Bang Lin stood up and replied indifferently, because I do not want to waste effort on something that does not come from that person's order. After that, Bang Lin returned to the arena and continued practicing with his spear, no longer paying attention to the mysterious man. The mysterious man pondered for a long time. Then he spoke, if you complete this task, I will grant you a great achievement. That offer made Bang Lin pause. Turned his head and asked with interest, are you serious? A calculating smile slowly appeared on Bang Lin's lips. Leaving behind the words, do not forget your promise, he immediately vanished. The mysterious man muttered, even though the Lord warned not to act rashly against that aberrant one, I must eliminate him. The martial art he created and personally imprinted with his own mark was once considered peerless at its peak. Yet in truth, his achievement was far from as brilliant as the rumors claim. On this tower there are countless people who call themselves supreme, because this is a place where those who have surpassed ordinary limits gather. However, despite training in martial arts for a long time, his achievement was still far inferior to Xian Uchai. Even so, he was the one who walked in the shadows and received an achievement directly from the Lord. I was the one who told him to interfere in this matter, so now there is no reason to feel uneasy anymore. 3 days passed, standing before the vast sea of sand. Hyengu spoke up asking if this was really the place. Ngo Kong laughed and replied to try shaking the blind man's compass. Hyengu gently shook the compass and asked again, you mean doing it like this is correct? Suddenly, the eye carved on the surface of the compass lit up. From it shot a pillar of light straight up into the sky. Following the guiding beam, Hyengu asked if he only needed to head in that direction. Ngo Kong nodded lightly to confirm that was right. After that, Ngo Kong reminded Hyengu that when flying up he should hold tightly to the Azure Dragon achievement. Only then would he see the path. Hyengu cheerfully stepped onto the Kandao van and said, let us go. As he spoke, he took out the Azure Dragon bead and held it in his hand. In his heart, Hyengu felt a trace of concern, though he still tried to appear calm. He recalled the moment of parting with his 2 clingy female disciples, reassuring himself that he had given careful instructions, so they were surely fine. Moreover, this trip would probably not even take 5 days. The Kandao van continued circling along the guiding pillar of light. Suddenly, the Azure Dragon bead in Hyengu's hand blazed brightly. Hyengu's figure immediately vanished into midair. He muttered in confusion, what is happening? Right after that, Hyengu appeared inside a gigantic tunnel. He anxiously asked where this was when Ngo Kong's voice rang out saying, you made it in. This is the path I mentioned. Taking this route will reach the 12th floor faster. Hearing that, Hyengu felt full of confidence. Standing on the Kandao van with the Azure Dragon bead in hand, he said, then let us set off. At the Guardian Guild at this moment, an argument broke out. I am sorry we cannot accept your proposal. Why not? Blue-haired man earnestly said nowhere else offers such good conditions. Anya reviewed the contract and replied that it was indeed attractive, but the guild master had never said he would take on additional modeling contracts. The blue-haired man cautiously asked if there was any way to persuade him. Anya shook her head and said, "Sorry, I cannot change the guild master's decision." Hearing that he hurriedly suggested could she at least let Hunter Hyun-gu look over these materials, Anya sighed and agreed, "Fine, I will pass them along." The blue-haired man repeatedly expressed his thanks. "I am counting on you." Anya smiled in response and said goodbye. After he left, Anya sighed and took out her phone to check the news. She realized that most of the top 10 trending keywords were related to Hyun-gu, and could not help but remark that the guild master was truly exploding in popularity. Even the Adidas products endorsed by the guild master were causing a sensation. 3 consecutive days, they dominated the hourly search ranking. Even though the factory increased production, there was still not enough stock to sell. Many imitation versions of the outfit he wore in battle appeared. The guild master's image value kept rising. Thinking of that, Anya only felt a headache, sighing that if they did not temporarily stop accepting invitations, they would be bothered all day long. Looking at the towering stack of documents before her, Anya almost wanted to cry out how she was supposed to handle all this. She did not want to work overtime. Sitting on the Kandao van, Hyun-gu crossed his arms and asked, "Have we still not arrived? I thought it had been more than a day." Ngo Kong replied that it was probably not even a full day yet. Hyun-gu frowned and said, "Why is this trip even more boring than when I was with Su De Vuong?" Ngo Kong reassured him that they were almost there and told him to look. Suddenly the Kandao van came to an abrupt halt, startling Hyun-gu. In front of them stood a gigantic gate. Hyun-gu asked if this was it. Ngo Kong replied that it was and told him to bring the Azure Dragon achievement close to the iron gate. Hyun-gu did as told, moving the Azure Dragon bead close to the gate. Immediately the iron gate trembled and swung wide open. Light and the space within revealed themselves before his eye. Hyun-gu widened his eyes in astonishment. That was right, this was the 12th floor. He flew closer to the tower to observe more carefully, and then spoke. "These patterns are truly strange. They look both bizarre and mysterious." Then Hyun-gu pulled out his staff and clicked his tongue, saying that if there was any problem with the tower he would deal with it regardless. He gathered strength and thrust the staff fiercely into the tower, causing the wall to crack. Ngo Kong asked in alarm what he was doing. Hyun-gu tied the Actron origin pouch to the staff, and explained that when activating this origin he could not hold another artifact, so he had to attach it here. After finishing, he clenched his hand and said, "It is done." The system immediately displayed a notification asking if he wanted to use the Actron origin on the Tower of Fan Up. Hyun-gu did not hesitate and chose yes, then said he would be back soon. Ngo Kong nodded lightly. The underground training center of the Arang Guild, Kumiho slowly explained that in this situation, she only needed to use the 5 elements to form the Tao. Lee Seo-jong rotated the 5 elements while asking if this was correct. Kumiho happily confirmed that it was exactly right. Smiling at Lee Seo-jong, Kumiho said that if she could do that she could apply it in many ways. Lee Seo-jong curiously asked for an example. Inwardly she thought this tower climbing outfit was truly comfortable. Kumiho continued that although there were many ways to apply it, humans usually used it to suppress and to open the heavenly eye. Lee Seo-jong asked in surprise what the heavenly eye in suppression meant. Kumiho fully explained that suppressing mana meant when the 5 elements were formed they would increase mana. Reversing it would restrain that mana. Heavenly eye was a technique that helped foresee the future. Because one could not clearly see the future with mana alone, people used it for divination. Kumiho suggested that they try it. Lee Seo-jong exclaimed excitedly that she wanted to see it right away. Kumiho immediately clasped her hands and chanted an incantation. From the 5 elements, a sphere of light appeared. The magic inside began to shine. Lee Seo-jong stared in astonishment. Kumiho said that since the heavenly eye had been activated, they only needed to wait, and the sphere would reveal the coming fate. The light within the sphere gradually solidified. Both of them stared intently and then anxiously said, "Great misfortune." Returning to Hyun-gu, the tower at this moment crumbled into dust and disappeared. "What on earth is going on?" Hyun-gu shouted in shock. The fragments of the tower were assembling into a ship in midair. When the ship was fully formed, it appeared. Hyun-gu looked at the door on the ship and wondered if he was meant to step inside. Quickly entered the interior of the ship. Inside were countless floating spheres of landscapes everywhere, leaving him astonished. Hyun-gu curiously wondered, landscapes. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind saying, "Welcome to Noah, SR." Hyun-gu froze and turned around asking the creator. The white-haired man smiled and said, "You arrived here faster than I expected." Hyun-gu stammered and asked whether Noah's Ark was the vessel that preserved human civilization before the Great Flood. The man nodded to confirm that was correct. He spread his arms and introduced that the place where you stand is the interior of Noah's Ark, where all towers converge. "Let me introduce myself. I am the creator and master of this place, Noah, also the one who summoned you here." Hyun-gu fell silent for a moment, and then said, "So you are the creator?" Noah calmly replied that he was. Hyun-gu continued asking whether he also created the guiding tower. Noah admitted that he did. Hyun-gu angrily demanded, "So you imprisoned me for 12 years. Noah scratched his head and quietly admitted that it was him. Hearing that, Hyun-gu ground his teeth and said he had finally found him, causing Noah to break into a sweat as he asked what he intended to do. Hyun-gu clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his hands bulging with anger. He swung his arm, preparing to strike. His cold gaze fixed on Noah as he shouted that Noah was the one who had locked him inside the tower. Inside Noah's Ark, a fierce conflict immediately erupted. Seeing Hyun-gu charge over in fury, Noah hastily raised his hand to block and cried out in alarm, "Hey, we are not enemies, Hyun-gu, listen to me." But as Hyun-gu kept throwing punches, Noah shouted in panic, "Why are you doing this?" Hyun-gu unleashed a barrage of kicks and roared, "You truly dare to ask me that?" Hyun-gu's blows shattered Noah's 5-element defense. After that, he grabbed the man tightly by the collar. He gave a cold smile and said, "Relax, I do not intend to take your life but accept this greeting." After being relentlessly taught a lesson, a large bump swelled on Noah's head as he sobbed and complained, "This is outright violence. Why did you suddenly attack?" Hyun-gu curled his lips and replied, "You brought this on yourself." Even with his bruised face, Noah tried to argue, but he cut him off. "I already told you, it is all because of you." After venting his anger, Hyun-gu crossed his arms and calmly said, "Fine. Now speak, reveal the truth you intended to hide." Noah responded while crying, "You are truly shameless." Hearing that, Hyun-gu flared up, "You are the one without shame," leaving Noah bewildered as he asked, "What did you just say?" Recalling everything he had gone through, Hyun-gu said in fury, "You set me up in the tower, in a place where monsters kept reviving, while my senses gradually weakened over time. Yet you dare call me shameless." Hyun-gu clenched his fist coldly and threatened, "Do you want another beating?" Noah trembled as he replied, "Everything had its reason." Hyun-gu raised his hand in warning, "Speak quickly, before I continue teaching you another lesson." Noah asked, "What do you want to know first?" Hyun-gu answered, "Start with why you locked me in the tower." Noah sighed, "I knew you would ask that." After thinking for a moment, Noah pointed at Hyun-gu and smiled to explain, "I must briefly talk about the overall situation of the tower, because you are the most resilient person I have ever met." Hearing that ridiculous reason, Hyun-gu froze and asked, "What are you talking about? What nonsense is this?" Noah smiled calmly, "I need to clarify this matter further. Within the tower, each floor has its own traits, and the 9th floor where you were has the ability of regression. The regression point is activated when it is destroyed by a tower climber. At present, that process has repeated 21 times. Hyun-gu was stunned. Noah continued, "That is right. You are in the 21st regression, though you no longer remember." Closing his eyes in recollection, Noah said with satisfaction, "It was your actions in the past that made me choose you." Hyun-gu cried out in shock, "What?" Noah began to recount the 6th regression of the 9th floor. "At that time, you were only an ordinary hunter. You were even more disadvantaged than others, because you did not possess a unique ability. Yet you still achieved success. You defeated a tower climber, leaving me utterly astonished. More importantly, you changed the fate of the 9th floor, making Hyun-gu ask in surprise, "I changed its fate?" Noah explained, "The tower was originally created to test climbers, so each floor has its own difficulty. The 9th floor was never meant to withstand those above mid-level. In short, it was born to be destroyed, but you prevented that. After witnessing it, I placed complete trust in you." Hyun-gu asked, "What do you believe in?" Noah smiled, "I believe you can change the tower." Hyun-gu asked with a bitter smile, "So that is why you locked me up?" Noah nodded, "Exactly, it was because of your actions." Hyun-gu asked in dissatisfaction, "What did I do?" Noah pondered and recounted. It happened across many regressions, but the most memorable was the 12th. At that time, you lost an arm in battle against a tower climber. You also lost all your comrades, which drove you to resolve to destroy the world. You used nuclear weapons and activated an ancient artifact that produced a weakening effect, reducing every stronghold to ashes. Noah continued reminiscing enthusiastically. The 14th and 16th regressions were also unforgettable, too exhausting, Hyun-gu raised his hand to stop him. I do not quite understand, stop here. Noah looked straight at Hyun-gu seriously. I locked you here to make you stronger, because willpower alone is not enough to change the tower. Hyun-gu asked, but the monsters in the tutorial tower have level limits. Do I still need to grow stronger? Noah replied, of course. Tower evaluates strength through achievements and enhances them. You know that? Hyun-gu nodded. Yes, Noah said. And the tutorial tower is the only place to gain achievements quickly. Hyun-gu was astonished. What? You mean leaving the tower will halt progress? Noah shook his head. No, it is just that inside the tower you will develop faster. Think of this place as a double experience zone. Hyun-gu asked again, then what does it mean to change the tower? Noah replied, I will explain simply. Right now, the tower is being used for the wrong purpose. Noah raised his hand and said, originally it was created by the power of 5 people. Hyun-gu wondered, 5 people. The first was the designer, who drew the blueprint and structure of the tower. The second was the engineer, who built the central operating system. Third was the regulator, who developed the operational model. The fourth was the creator, who combined the systems to form the tower. And finally, the administrator, the one who perfected its operation. Their power created the place where you now live. After hearing this, Hyun-gu pondered and asked, did one of them betray the others? Noah nodded in praise. You are sharp. The regulator, the engineer, and the designer betrayed us. And that is when the trouble began. They seized the administrator's power and hunted me down, the creator. I exhausted all my strength to escape, and perhaps the administrator also managed to flee. After eliminating the 2 of us, each of them used the tower to serve their own greed. Hyun-gu asked again, their own greed. Noah frowned in displeasure and replied, yes, exactly that. Suddenly Noah fell into silent contemplation. Hyun-gu asked, what is wrong? Noah sighed anxiously, this is not good. Hyun-gu asked curiously, what happened? Noah spoke in a low voice, a conqueror is approaching the 9th floor. That person is Bang Lin. He looked around and muttered, strange, I cannot sense his presence. He deliberately concealed his aura. Below, people curiously filmed and whispered, who is that person? Is he a hunter? A disguised officer used a loudspeaker to demand, come down here immediately. But Bang Lin ignored it, lost in thought. Perhaps I simply cannot detect him. He murmured that he intended to deal with the anomaly and leave, but it seemed he had no other choice. After saying that, Bang Lin swung the spear in his hand. Instantly countless ice spikes shot out. All the curious onlookers and the old priest were frozen. The entire area sank into a layer of frigid ice. After that, Bang Lin swung his spear once more. Immediately the ice shattered, and those who had been sealed vanished along with it. Bang Lin laughed madly, I will sweep this place clean to force him to appear. At this moment at the Arang Guild, Kumiho and Lee Seo-jong were watching the news. At 7 in the evening local time, a disaster struck Italy. After causing immense damage, the disaster is now heading toward Florence. Hearing the news, Kumiho broke into a cold sweat and warned, it would be best not to face him. Lee Seo-jong asked anxiously, how terrifying is he? Kumiho replied with a chill, just meeting his gaze would cause us to lose everything in an instant, leaving Lee Seo-jong speechless. In her heart she thought in turmoil, although the 9-tailed fox is not as strong as Thien Ma Heihiaki Azio, for a tower climber to speak like that is truly frightening. At this moment, Kumiho sat reviewing the news report, her heart heavy because the size of that block of ice was nothing like anything natural on Earth. Normally, such a colossal scale could only be formed by magical power, or at least bear traces of supernatural strength. I have never witnessed anything similar before. The more she observed, the more Kumiho felt a chill run down her spine. Was that gigantic block of ice truly created by nature alone, or had that man's power reached such a terrifying level? In Florence, the voice of the ice spirit echoed coldly, you are the inheritors, are you not? He looked at Mission and Hanarin, their bodies covered in battle scars. Though badly wounded, they still tried to endure. He continued, I once encountered a few like you while climbing the tower. Mission and Hanarin lifted their heads to look at the icy creature. It stood arrogantly atop the massive ice block like a frigid god. Mission ground her teeth in fury, a single question echoing in her mind, who exactly is this monster? Recalling the moment earlier, the 2 of them had charged forward together. Mission swung her leg intending to strike first when the ice spirit reacted instantly, sweeping his spear to create icy spikes in counterattack. Hanarin intended to step in to assist, but he was horrified to see her spellbook frozen. In the end, both of them were overwhelmed and collapsed miserably. The ice spirit stroked his chin in amusement, looking at them as he remarked, quite surprising that the 9th floor has 2 inheritors as strong as you. He gave a faint mocking smile. Unfortunately, though I would like to test myself, I have no time for that. tightened his grip on the spear, his voice sinister. "Let us end this quickly." At that moment, a shout rang out from the night parade of 100 demons. Little girl, look down. Shin hastily lowered her head in panic. Sharp ice spikes shot upward relentlessly like a storm. He quickly leaped and spun to evade by a hair's breadth. But before she could recover, she cried out in alarm as he disappeared. The ice spirit had already appeared directly above. Without hesitation, he brought the spear down straight toward Mission. Elsewhere, upon learning that someone had reached the 9th floor, Hyen-gu immediately rode the somersault cloud back. On the way, he anxiously asked how much longer. Wukong reassured him that they were almost there. Hyen-gu's heart burned with anxiety, blaming himself for not being present. He should never have let his disciple face danger alone. When they saw the gate of the 9th floor, Wukong reminded him to use the Azure Dragon achievement. Hyen-gu replied, "Understood." He pressed the item against the gate, and it immediately opened, bringing both of them back to the 9th floor. Wukong observed and said, "This is the extreme north. It will take about 10 minutes to arrive." The somersault cloud sped forward swiftly, carrying Hyen-gu back to Florence, where the ice spirit was wreaking havoc. The moment he arrived, the sight before him left Hyen-gu stunned. Anarin lay motionless from her injuries, while Mission was being choked and held suspended in the air. Mission struggled weakly. She called out with difficulty, "Master." Hyen-gu gritted his teeth in fury. He rushed forward and delivered a powerful kick to the ice spirit. The ice spirit laughed with interest when he saw him appear. Mission had already fainted. Hyen-gu quickly caught her. The ice spirit stepped forward to provoke him. "So you are the one?" Hyen-gu turned to look at him with eyes as cold as ice. The ice spirit strolled forward leisurely, his voice filled with curiosity. "Earlier I could not sense you, yet now you appear suddenly. Perhaps the miserable state of those two is also because of you." Hyen-gu asked Wukong in a low voice if he could take them away, and received an affirmative reply. He nodded and summoned the somersault cloud. Gently placing the two of them upon it, he sent them away from the battlefield. Ice Spirit laughed in amusement. "So it is the somersault cloud, not a bad item." Hyen-gu clenched his fists, veins bulging clearly. A fierce red aura spread throughout the space. The Ice Spirit laughed loudly. Such dense magical aura. Few within the tower possess this power. Then his gaze turned serious. "With only that you defeated Xian Ucha. He was not that weak." Hyen-gu replied coldly, "Just wait and see." The Ice Spirit exclaimed in shock. The sky changed color, dark clouds gathered as red lightning struck down. Hyen-gu merged with Wukong's power, his eyes blazing. "That is not all of me." Seeing the surge of power erupt, the Ice Spirit's expression changed instantly, his eyes filled with astonishment. Hyen-gu smiled confidently, his voice brimming with challenge. "If you are surprised already, then it is too soon," and he charged forward wrapped in a crimson energy. Ice Spirit had no time to think, and immediately readied his weapon. Blue light flared up, forming a barrier before him. Fortune did not seem to favor him. His body was blasted backward by the powerful counterattack. Light from the strike illuminated the gloomy sky. Thinking he had the upper hand, the Ice Spirit laughed smugly, "Just as I thought." But as the smoke gradually cleared, a red light appeared once more. Hyen-gu stood there unharmed, behind him a pair of blazing red wings, both majestic and terrifying. Giving his opponent no time to react, he rushed forward at a horrifying speed, and delivered a powerful punch to the Ice Spirit's chest, pouring all his strength into that blow, sending him flying far away. Hyen-gu shouted loudly, "Rui staff enlarge." The staff immediately expanded and shot toward the opponent. The Ice Spirit hurriedly dodged, staring at his weapon in shock. The battle continued with no end in sight. Hyen-gu gave chase, shouting loudly and not letting him escape. He unleashed relentless attacks without pause. The Ice Spirit retaliated fiercely as well, creating a tense stalemate. Hyen-gu's power was overwhelmingly dominant, forcing his opponent to exert all his strength to defend. Hyen-gu stepped forward, gripping the Rui staff tightly in his hand, a faint smile on his lips as he said it was not for decoration. Therefore no one could predict his next move. That man asked in confusion, "Aunt, is that so?" But in an instant, Ice Spirit could not withstand the pressure, launching a fierce counterattack that sent Hyen-gu flying far away, roaring in provocation. Hyen-gu absolutely refused to let himself fall into a disadvantage. He immediately rose to his feet, a cold smile on his face, his entire body radiating a strange energy hidden deep within. Realized something was restraining his pride, preventing it from igniting completely. Could it be that the Mandala Enlightenment ring had been frozen? He thought to himself, anxiety surging in his heart. In that state, Ice Spirit seemed to uncover a great secret. "I understand now why Xian Uche failed." Seeing Hyen-gu enraged, Ice Spirit spoke slowly. "The one who can push me back like that deserves to know my name." I am the clan leader of the Northern Sea Ice Hall, a legend who can resist the flow of time, nearly immortal. Hearing that, Hyungu could not help but feel irritated. This is insane. Could even thunder fail to shatter that block of ice? As he spoke, that man stepped closer, calmly continuing, I have existed for 10,000 years. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Noah sat on the ship with a worried expression, even though he knew that boy had once defeated Xian Ucha. Suddenly, Azure Dragon appeared, angrily shouting, why do we have to face an unknown legendary entity like this again? Moreover, he possesses the achievement of a conqueror. Noah pondered, I used all my strength to seal him inside the tower, so now I cannot offer support. Even so, the relic I gave him before he left, although it cannot resolve everything, will at least be useful in a crisis. Returning to the battle, Hyungu roared, Holy Light Art. Seeing that, Ice Spirit sneered, do you think that thunder alone can break this block of ice? How ridiculous. Hyungu fumed inwardly. Fortunately, the thunder summoned from the great sage equal to heaven achievement was not frozen. Thanks to that, he could move. Although the golden headband supported his light art, his body was still injured. You've displayed enough skills, so let us end everything here, Ice Spirit said coldly. Immediately after, that man shot forward like an arrow splitting the wind, aiming straight at Hyungu. Unable to move flexibly, he had no choice but to use his sword to block. Facing that terrifying power, he cursed inwardly, damn it, my body is frozen to the bone, moving is so difficult. Breaking free from his thoughts, he shouted, Heavenly Dome. A surge of energy erupted, forming a wall between the two sides. He continued to shout, enlarge, Rui. Then he asked, hey, what exactly is his achievement? The staff replied, how would I know? Hyungu flared up, you knew Xian Achima achievement. The staff answered, that wretched snake came before me, leaving him only able to sigh in frustration. The conversation was cut short when Ice Spirit suddenly launched a sneak attack from behind. That man mocked, how long do you think those little distractions can hold out? Hyungu was completely caught off guard. Unable to react in time, he took the attack head-on. Blow made him stagger, though in pain he still refused to submit. He struggled to his feet, seeing that Ice Spirit laughed contemptuously, quite stubborn. Hyungu clutched his stomach and muttered, bastard. That man leisurely approached with a mocking tone. You speak boldly, but it seems you are very afraid. Despite his weakened state, Hyungu still replied, is that so, but I can still continue fighting. Ice Spirit closed his eyes and said calmly, then let us see if you can withstand the next strike. As soon as he finished speaking, that man raised his hand to the sky, countless sharp shards of ice rising from the ground. They shot toward Hyungu, as if to tear apart the space around him. Ice Spirit lunged like a beast, eyes filled with destructive desire, saying with interest, got you. However, he was surprised to see one of Hyungu's shoulders, where the armor was gradually being frozen. He thought to himself, his armor is freezing solid. At that moment, Hyungu saw the ice spear thrusting toward him. Unable to stand still, he shouted, now I will finish you. Then he roared, heavenly light. Blinding radiance burst forth, forcefully knocking away Ice Spirit attack, causing that man to cry out in shock. Hyungu gripped the spear tightly in his hand. His eyes were filled with determination. Ice Spirit muttered in astonishment, how is this possible? Facing power beyond control, Ice Spirit fell silent. Hyungu mocked, what is wrong? Without your spear you cannot attack. If you do not want to end here, then use all your strength to stop me. Hyungu gathered all his power into his fist and charged straight at his opponent. Determination and fury were evident in every step he took. His punch blazed brightly, as if tearing apart the surrounding space. The brilliant light spread, engulfing the entire battlefield. Within the dense mist, Hyungu's face showed clear astonishment. It seemed he had seen something unbelievable before his eyes. Gradually, within the mist emerged the figure of a mysterious man in a fedora, surrounded by a flock of crows, his voice deep and muffled like an old radio. I did not want to reveal myself like this. As the mist slowly dissipated, that person's identity became clear. It was Ice Spirit, the manifestation of heavenly light power, and also the great trial Hyungu was forced to overcome. That man said coldly, all of this is because you forced me. Ice Spirit gaze was as sharp as an icicle, directed straight at Hyungu. Hyungu felt the immense power flowing through his opponent's veins, yet he remained composed, his eyes firm as he loudly asked, is that your second achievement? Ice Spirit swung the ice staff and calmly replied, yes, this is the achievement of the Heavenly Calamity Emperor. Immediately the flock of crows surged forward under an invisible command. Like a pack of starving beasts fighting over prey, they attacked relentlessly, forcing Hyungu to struggle to defend. By his ear echoed a cold, mocking voice. At first I was quite surprised, but with this second achievement, We'll have no more chances, his body gradually becoming paralyzed by the spreading ice. Without sparing another glance, Ice Spirit turned his back proudly and said, I will be leaving first. Stay and become food for the crows, but before he could depart, that man sensed something unusual behind him. Indeed, nothing in this world is easy to predict, especially amid a frenzy of crows. In his earlier struggling state, Hyun-gu suddenly revealed a mocking smile and said calmly, Thank you for revealing that information. Regaining his confident demeanor, he realized all his previous calculations had merely been psychological tactics. Spiritual power surged like a torrent enveloping his entire body, his hand clenched tight. Immediately countless chains appeared, shooting rapidly toward Ice Spirit. They tightly bound his wrists, leaving him utterly shocked, then continued to constrict his other arm. His ankles and entire body were shackled by chains. Ice Spirit stammered in horror. Hyun-gu leisurely walked forward with a faint smile. Surprised, try feeling my chains, it might cure your delusion. Suddenly behind Ice Spirit, a deep black hole appeared. The chains extending from it dragged him back, pulling him inside with terrifying force. Ice Spirit turned to glare at Hyun-gu with hatred, roaring, You despicable wretch. Hyun-gu laughed, Obviously I was provoking you, farewell. Immediately, the black hole and chains generated a powerful suction that devoured his opponent. That man desperately stretched out his hand in resistance. No. In the blink of an eye, a flash of light burst from the black hole, and then everything vanished. Before Hyun-gu now, there was no longer any trace of Ice Spirit. The air gradually grew stifling. The thick layers of clouds that tried to block out the sun slowly dissolved. The flock of crows formed from Ice Spirits melted under the heat. Water dripped down and turned into countless tiny raindrops falling everywhere. In Hyun-gu's hand, he tightly clenched an item. He lowered his head to look at it. His expression gradually softened as if a burden had been lifted. The armor covering Hyun-gu's body slowly vanished. His body went limp without a trace of strength. He dropped to the ground and looked up, cursing under his breath in irritation. He muttered that borrowing another's achievement truly left his muscles aching, speaking as he looked at the information panel displayed before his eyes. A glaring red line of text appeared, catching his attention. Hyun-gu softly read the remaining time as 119 hours 59 minutes 32 seconds. He calculated that the Ice Spirit would be released in about 5 more days. Recalling earlier, thanks to the relic Noah gave him, he had fought more easily and obtained data about the Ice Spirit. Even so, confronting him head-on still left his entire body sore. Hyun-gu sighed, telling himself he could manage somewhat against that 10,000-year Ice Spirit, but defeating the Heavenly Calamity Emperor was beyond his strength. He tightened his grip on the item in his hand, clicking his tongue to steady himself. At least he had learned the other party's identity, which counted as completing the original objective. Hyun-gu looked up at the sky, silently agreeing with the saying that knowing oneself and knowing the enemy makes 100 battles hard to lose. At Florence National Hospital, Mission lay motionless on the hospital bed. She slowly opened her eyes, her crimson-pink pupils gradually becoming clear. Suddenly Mission sprang up and shouted. The man wearing a beetle mask knelt beside her and respectfully asked if she had awakened. Her voice still trembled slightly as she asked what had happened. He bowed his head and replied, Yes, Lady Mission. After hearing him recount the entire event, she ordered that it was enough and told him to withdraw. He respectfully answered yes and left. When the hospital room was left with only herself, she finally spoke and asked what had happened to that tower climber. In a distant place, the chaotic force citadel looked at her through the screen, crossed his arms and said he sensed her master had appeared and fought him. But what happened afterward was unclear. Mission frowned and asked if he did not know either. He thought for a moment and replied that he saw that man's magic power surge during the battle. But while speaking he suddenly stopped, making Mission irritably ask, but what? Chaotic Force Citadel continued from that moment. The Conqueror's magic power disappeared, not erased but likely transferred elsewhere. It would be best for her to ask her master for clarity. Mission tightly gripped the blanket in her hand. She recalled the moment of her strike. It had not caused him the slightest harm. Mission bit her lip and lowered her head, unable to restrain her negative emotions. Her hands trembled repeatedly. She told herself there was no need to be disappointed, because from the beginning he had been an opponent beyond her reach. Suddenly a strange voice echoed by her ear as if calling to her. You want to become stronger? That question made Mission freeze. In another place, Hanarin slowly opened her eye. Is it raining? She sprang up and exclaimed in surprise. Looking down at her hand, Hanarin muttered that she had clearly been fighting. She remembered that when her magic power had been frozen, she had to endure the full force of the attack, and the direct thrust from the spear had caused her to lose consciousness. Am I already dead? She asked herself in confusion. But I have not even confessed to Master yet, she lamented. Truly someone who loves another might not let go even into the next life. She thought she would regret many things left undone before dying. Who would have thought the only thing that pained her was not being able to confess to him? Hanarin imagined a happy future with Hyun-gu and sighed, am I really finished? Above, that book seemed unable to bear her melancholy and spoke, do not worry, you are not dead. Hanarin jolted and cried out, an ancient book, could it be Amazon? Wrong, I am not that one, the book replied. Hanarin asked in astonishment, then who are you? The book slowly declared, I am the command book. The command book, Hanarin repeated. It calmly said, that is correct. I once granted Marshall the power of command. And is son not your master? She asked. The book laughed, that name, master. He was merely someone who begged me for power. It arrogantly said my true ability is far from as ordinary as his. Hanarin did not care much who controlled it, she only worried about herself. She looked up and asked, am I dead? The book replied, no, you are inside my inner world. It explained more simply that this was like a dream, and outside her body was still lying on the hospital bed. Hanarin asked then, why have you appeared? The book said, I have been observing you because you are more useful than the previous ones. Unfortunately, your ability to comprehend power is still too weak. That is why I have appeared to personally train you, it stated clearly. Before Hanarin's astonished expression, it continued, if you have even a fraction of the potential to become the librarian of the ancient tome. On the Noah ship, our male lead was still aching all over. Noah looked at him and remarked, it seems you have not fully recovered. By the way, I heard that Conqueror is a legendary figure. Hyun-gu scratched his head and asked, what is a legendary figure? Noah explained they are beings born from fairy tales or myths, possessing innate intelligence. Hyun-gu asked, does that mean he is very strong? At least he far surpasses those I have met. Hearing Noah continuously praise the opponent's strength, Hyun-gu frowned and said, if so, you must have a way to handle him. That is why you called me here after the battle. Noah took a sip of water and nodded, that is right. Hyun-gu immediately asked, what is the method? Noah immediately pointed at him and said, you. He smiled and said, you only need to possess an achievement equal to what he is using. Hyun-gu asked, do you mean using my achievement to face him? Noah cheerfully replied that at present you are at a disadvantage. He asked, is it because my achievement is not strong enough? Noah explained that there is a large gap in rank between the two of you. If compared to a game, it is the difference between rare grade and unique grade, leaning more toward talent than experience. Hyun-gu crossed his arms and muttered that those favored with talent are truly detestable. Noah lowered his head and sneered what was someone saying. Hyun-gu grimaced and asked what. Noah brushed it aside and continued anyway. If you want to defeat the Conqueror, you must have an achievement of the same level as them. Hyun-gu mocked, do you think that is simple? Noah calmly replied, but your Azure Dragon achievement is not ordinary. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange blue light suddenly emitted from his pocket, drawing attention. He took out an object resembling a stone slab and asked in surprise, why is it here? Noah replied, I have allowed you to keep it. At that moment, the system continuously displayed a series of notifications sent to the host. Stone in Hyun-gu's hand shone with an increasingly brilliant blue light. Inside appeared the Azure Dragon coil. The system updated the adjustable grade Azure Dragon achievement along with a hidden skill. The Information Authority stated that among the 4 divine beasts, the Azure Dragon is the most exalted, the sacred creature guarding the east, controlling clouds, rain, wind, and thunder. The final message he received was that the Azure Dragon had climbed the tower. Hyun-gu looked at the achievement stats and asked doubtfully, can I really use it? Noah smiled proudly, of course, because I am the one who created it. Hyun-gu exclaimed in shock, you created this? With Noah's harmless uncle-like appearance, it was hard to believe. Noah asked in surprise, why are you shocked? I built this tower so naturally. I also created the equipment that stores achievement. A magic seal appeared on Noah's hand. He said, I will release it now. Immediately, a series of other green seals appeared before Hyun-gu's eye. He could not help exclaiming in astonishment. Those seals acted upon the stone, causing it to tremble. The layer surrounding the Azure Dragon gradually cracked. Hyun-gu asked, I understand, I must use an achievement to fight him, but what about elemental compatibility? After all, attributes inherently counter one another, like fire having difficulty defeating water. While that man belongs to the ice element, and he carries the light element. Noah mocked, but you have no other choice besides the Azure Dragon. Noah infused his spiritual power into the Azure Dragon, then handed it back to Hyun-gu. Feeling the abundant spiritual power, he asked, what did you just do? Noah smiled and replied, I have prepared it for you to receive the achievement. Hyun-gu stared blankly at the stone, containing the Azure Dragon in his hand. Noah's words echoed by his ear, the rest depends on you. Asked, so what should I do next? You need to be acknowledged by the being inside. Noah reminded him to fight until it is forced to submit to him. Hearing that, Hyun-gu could not help letting out an irritated sound. Inside the stone, a scene of a gloomy sky with dark clouds, relentless rain, and constant thunder and lightning began to replay. Noah nodded slightly and said that he had finally entered. At present, Than Long exists only as consciousness, therefore there are 3 methods to obtain the achievement. Noah murmured while observing the image within the stone. Each method consumes different amounts of time and grants different levels of power. Time he can spare for him is only 3 days. Whether he can accomplish it or not is what troubles Noah the most. On the other side, the storm and thunder seemed endless. Hyun-gu looked up at the sky in worry. Before him stood Than Long, the opponent he had to subdue. The blue dragon stared intently and roared in a hoarse voice, "Are you the one from last time?" Hyun-gu repeated in surprise, "The hateful one. Did you not clash with the one who used my achievement before?" Only after Than Long reminded him did he understand its meaning. Than Long continued, "That day I saw you, and you used the achievement of that monkey." Suddenly, the Rui staff in Hyun-gu's hand spoke up, scolding Than Long ahead, "Do not speak nonsense, I am not a monkey, I am the great sage equal to heaven." Than Long looked toward the source of the voice and said, "So he is here as well?" The great sage shouted back, "Yes, it is me." Than Long gave a cold and mocking laugh. "Were you not born in the form of a monkey?" The great sage shouted helplessly, "I told you I am not a monkey." Seeing the two arguing as if they had known each other before, Hyun-gu asked, "Do you two know each other?" Than Long replied, "We do, but we have never been on good terms." Hot-tempered monkey shouted loudly, "It is all because of you, you hateful snake." Than Long calmly answered, "You should have listened to the Jade Emperor." Lim Hyun-gu rubbed the back of his head, frowning in irritation. "It really gives one a headache." Hyun-gu suddenly remembered something and asked Than Long, "But can you not control this rain? I cannot see you clearly." Than Long replied in a low voice, "It needs to be dealt with." Hyun-gu said, "Are we not about to fight?" Yet it seemed the conversation was still not over. Than Long looked at him and said, "I do not know why only my consciousness remains, but it seems you came here to seize my achievement." Than Long asked, "So how will you choose?" Hyun-gu did not understand. It explained that there are 3 ways to obtain the achievement. "First, do you wish to possess it in the same way I once did?" Hyun-gu replied that he was not sure he could do it because time was short. Than Long then mentioned the other 2 methods. Than Long's massive body coiled before him, asking whether he wished to forcibly seize the achievement or gain its recognition. Hyun-gu asked about the difference. Than Long flew around him and explained, "Forcibly seizing means defeating me to take the achievement, and you will only receive half of the power." Hyun-gu continued to ask about recognition. "You must be acknowledged by me to possess the achievement, and the degree of power you can draw will depend on yourself." Hyun-gu laughed and made his choice. "Of course I choose recognition. Quickly tell me what I must do now." Than Long glanced at him and said, "It is very simple, just fight me. But there will be no assistance from outside. You must rely solely on your own strength." "So that means I cannot use external sacrifices?" Hyun-gu asked. Than Long immediately confirmed that is correct. Hyun-gu showed no worry. He smiled and threw down the Rui staff. Answered eagerly, "Then let us begin." Hyun-gu's face was filled with confidence. "I only need to defeat you, right?" Than Long flew closer and clicked his tongue. "That is true, but in your current state it will not be easy." Hyun-gu did not believe it. "Are you not equal to the great sage equal to heaven?" Than Long replied disdainfully, "I am still stronger than him." The great sage who had been silent also heard this and angrily shouted, "Do not speak nonsense." Hyun-gu ignored it, placing his hands on his hips and said, "But I once defeated him." Than Long replied, "Was that not inside the tower?" Than Long continued, shocking him, "It is a pity, you never truly defeated that monkey and the power I sense from you is not even half of his true strength." Hyun-gu was stunned and asked again, "Is that true?" The great sage immediately replied, "I told you. At that time I had not used my full strength." Than Long affirmed, "In any case I do not think you can defeat me because I still retain my complete power." After a brief pause, Than Long continued, "Then begin," which surprised Hyun-gu slightly. Instantly, Than Long released a massive surge of spiritual power. His eyes filled with killing intent. "Endure my attacks for 5 minutes." Hyun-gu asked in surprise, "Is that all?" Than Long replied, "That is right, time will start when you move." Hyun-gu smiled confidently, "It seems not too difficult, do not go back on your word." Than Long looked at him deeply and said, "You are truly confident, nothing will change." Then it roared to signal the start. Immediately, Hyun-gu smiled with determination. He leaped forward straight toward his opponent. Once, a blazing red spiritual force appeared behind him and lifted him into the air. It was the Holy Light Radiance Arc. In another space, Thien Quang was tightly bound by chains from all directions. Even though he tried to freeze them, used force to break them, yet unfortunately the chains did not move at all. He cursed angrily, "Damn it, what exactly are these chains?" Thien Quang thought to himself that no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape. They even prevented him from properly using his skills. Behind Thien Quang, an object resembling a rock appeared. On it displayed his remaining time. Thien Quang's face twisted as he growled like a beast, "I must escape from here." Elsewhere, Noah watched the orb reflecting Hyun-gu battle and thought that everything was more difficult than expected. Blue lightning illuminated the sky. Noah pondered, "I thought Than Long achievement had not reached maximum power, but it seems to have reached 90%, even nearly touching the absolute limit. Normally, the achievement compression device I created can only contain at most 50% of the power. Could it be that they have successfully upgraded it?" Noah looked at the orb and thought that if so, this would be a rare opportunity. If most of the achievement exists in this space, then he may obtain power far beyond before. The scene returned to the battle. Than Long's relentless attacks left Hyun-gu unable to react. Than Long shouted, "You cannot reclaim the holy light you used earlier." Hyun-gu replied angrily, "Is this not unfair?" Than Long asked calmly, "Where did I cheat?" Hyun-gu shouted, "I am talking about this lightning." Than Long replied sternly, "Do you think I easily grasped your weakness?" Hyun-gu looked up and thought that he was on a completely different level compared to Xian Ucha. Just moments ago, he could still endure a few attacks. But a single bolt of Than Long lightning was enough to make him feel as if he were blasted out of the world. More importantly, he could not see the path of the lightning, which made Hyun-gu extremely frustrated. Than Long smiled, "It is impressive that you have endured until now. Others would fall with a single move." He asked Hyun-gu whether he intended to give up. He knelt on the ground and shouted in anger. Than Long said with satisfaction, "Then let us begin again." Waves of thunder and lightning struck down again, as Hyun-gu continued to resist. Observe carefully and find where they originate. He poured all his strength into dodging the continuous attacks. At that moment a voice rang out, "Hey snakehead." Wukong was watching the battle. Than Long exclaimed in surprise, "What is that?" Wukong sat watching through the illusion and asked, "What are you thinking? Why reveal your achievement to him?" Meanwhile, Hyun-gu continued to dodge the violent lightning. He thought he could not see them. Than Long replied to Wukong, "Are you curious about that?" Wukong sat there frowning, snorting coldly as he said, "Of course. How could someone like you be so heartless as to do such a thing?" Azure Dragon paused slightly upon sensing someone nearby. Wukong asked in surprise, "What is it?" Azure Dragon continued, "Until now you are the only one I have seen trying to reclaim the achievement for him." Wukong was stunned and asked, "So what?" Azure Dragon replied, "Someone like you lending him the achievement. You must have seen something in him, correct? That is why I also wish to make a wager on the potential you are placing your trust in." On the ground, Hyun-gu looked up at Azure Dragon coiling amidst the rolling dark clouds. He ground his teeth and cursed under his breath. "How am I supposed to deal with that dragon now?" Thunder roared violently around Azure Dragon. As he ran while dodging the strikes crashing down, he thought that if he flew into the air he would surely be struck down by lightning, and if he hovered while dodging he would not last more than a few seconds, let alone longer. At last he narrowly escaped a dangerous bolt of lightning. "I wonder if it is just my imagination. It seems their speed has slowed." He continued to evade, astonished himself that he could do it. Though it had only slowed slightly, there was clearly a change. "Perhaps I have caught their rhythm." Azure Dragon also noticed something unusual. He actually avoided that bolt of lightning. Wait, he could even clearly see the trajectory and each step of Hyun-gu's evasion. Hyun-gu rejoiced, "Now I understand its pattern, then it is no longer so frightening." But while he was still rejoicing, suddenly countless bolts of lightning struck down at once. They came simultaneously, forcing him to dash aside to evade. He muttered a curse, "What kind of nonsense is this?" Azure Dragon laughed loudly from above, "This is the complete technique." Hyun-gu asked in confusion, "Complete?" Azure Dragon replied, "Did you think dodging a few bolts would be enough for my acknowledgement?" Hyun-gu looked up and shouted, "Then you should have said so earlier." Azure Dragon said coldly, "At first you claimed you could not last 30 seconds. Hyun-gu thought to himself that now he understood why the great sage was irritated with this dragon. Azure Dragon coiled and said, "If you dislike it you may give up." Hyun-gu shouted back, "Stop talking nonsense and begin." Immediately waves of relentless attacks poured down, this time directed straight at Hyun-gu. He did not miss a single strike and endured them head-on. Time passed 2 minutes and 28 seconds. Azure Dragon mocked, continue. This is already the 132nd time. Hyungu dropped to one knee and muttered, damn it. He understood that those recent bolts were truly difficult to avoid. If he kept running in circles to dodge, it would only make things harder for himself. His body was not yet fully adapted, so that method was even more disadvantageous. And the only option left was to face it head-on. Immediately after, he charged straight through the curtain of lightning, and realized that each time he pierced through like that, he felt his body change slightly once more. Hyungu continuously dodged and deflected lightning aside, causing even Azure Dragon to be astonished. His face glowed with excitement. At last he did it. Azure Dragon stared intently and asked, did you repel the lightning? More precisely, you diverted its course. A total of 580 evasions and 305 counters. Azure Dragon was astonished. Though this place allowed unlimited recovery, his comprehension was truly remarkable. I knew he was not ordinary. Being able to stand before me after once losing his life proves he belongs to another level. Before me stands a small yet extraordinary human. Even so, that power was not the result of long accumulated knowledge. Perhaps it was the fruit of grueling training. But even that was not enough to explain such abundant magical power. Hyungu looked up and smiled in satisfaction, while Azure Dragon pondered deeply where that source of power truly came from. Azure Dragon continued to intensify the pressure upon Hyungu. Then he suddenly realized something. I understand now. He looked down as waves of lightning continued to crash upon Hyungu. Yet he still stood firm without retreating. In Hyungu's steadfast gaze, Azure Dragon saw something different. There was not the slightest fear or resentment, only absolute focus. Clearly he was pouring all his strength into the decisive moment. That look radiated an unyielding will. And Hyungu continued to evade each wave of Azure Dragon's attacks. It seemed he had grasped the rhythm of battle. The lightning remained fierce, yet he stood proudly against the pressure. Suddenly the sky brightened and the storm of lightning ceased. What is happening? Before he could understand, Azure Dragon laughed loudly. Excellent. I did not expect you to endure the full 300 seconds. You have passed, Hyungu asked in confusion. Past what? Azure Dragon replied, are you asking for more? He asked, so there is no reward like an artifact or a system notification. Azure Dragon said in surprise, do you mean you cannot use the achievement? When the lightning storm stopped, you already received my reward. Hyungu looked up, but I feel nothing at all. Azure Dragon continued, you have only accumulated the power of the achievement. You do not yet have the ability to control it. Hyungu recalled Wukong's words that if the borrower's level was too low, he would not be able to wield the achievement. Indeed, the great sage had mentioned this. That is why I had to train the Ruyi staff like a madman. In the end, everything returns to the starting point. Azure Dragon reminded him that even if you understand this power, you will still need a long time to fully master it. Hyungu smiled, then from now on. Suddenly Azure Dragon's eyes blazed as he drew close and said, I will help you use that power better. Hyungu was startled and cursed inwardly. Elsewhere, the ice spirit was bound by violet glowing chains, carrying a magical aura of confinement. The countdown ticked down and the chains began to fade. The ice spirit curled his lips. The moment is near. If I am currently trapped by that man, I will soon escape this place. Should I crush his power and finish him quickly or slowly torment him? The countdown shows 2 years remaining. When only 2 seconds remained, all the chains vanished and Noah was free. Noah harbored hatred in his heart, wondering whether to strike immediately or if there was another way. Meanwhile, on Hyungu's side, he was smiling with excitement. He waved at the ice spirit, knowing he had been freed, and asked how was the vacation. Before the ice spirit could reply, Hyungu continued speaking. What is wrong? You have finished resting yet still are not clear-headed. Ice spirit replied, it seems you have no intention of running away. Hyungu curled his lips and asked back, do you think I would run? As soon as he finished speaking, Ice Spirit released his power, a blue radiance enveloping his body, his hand gripping the blade tightly. You had better retreat. Otherwise, I will chase you to the ends of hell. After saying that, that man immediately donned armor along with a conical mask. Witnessing that scene, Hyungu burst out laughing. Why do you not worry about yourself first? Ice Spirit asked in surprise, what did you say? I do not know how much you have improved in the past 5 days, but do you truly think you can defeat me? Hyungu unleashed the magic of Sun Wukong that he had comprehended. After absorbing the power, he replied with proud confidence. Do you think this is all of my strength? The violent surge of energy exploded, leaving Ice Spirit dizzy. Ice Spirit was so stunned that he could not react in time. Before that fierce torrent of power, that man could only stand frozen in shock. Gu charged forward and launched a sudden move. I told you already, I only fight when I am certain of victory. Ice Spirit hurriedly raised his blade to block, but the situation was clearly unfavorable. Overwhelming pressure forced that man back, grinding his teeth in silent curses. Gu continued to wield his magic. He enlarged the Rui staff and brought it down upon Ice Spirit, making his opponent tremble at such power. Relentless blows drove that man completely into a passive position. Seeing that, Gu thought to himself, to be honest, I am still a little worried. I have learned Azure Dragon magic, knowing I lack talent, so I chose to utilize power instead of pursuing complex techniques. He was satisfied with that choice, thinking that the magical strength Azure Dragon mentioned posed no great limitation to him. However, the crystal ice carried an opposing nature, and in terms of compatibility it still concerned him. Returning to reality, Gu swung the Rui staff mockingly. What do you think now? Even the chilling aura cannot pierce through me. Ice Spirit exclaimed in shock. How did you obtain the Azure Dragon achievement? That man recalled that only 5 days ago Gu had still been a weakling within the system. Moreover, without permission, only Xian Uch was qualified to use the Azure Dragon achievement. How could this be? While lost in thought, Gu mocked, are you meditating in the middle of battle? Immediately after, he struck with his palm, sending Ice Spirit flying and forcing him to his knee. Gu laughed loudly. See, you should not turn yourself into such a joke. Noah, standing outside, witnessed the terrifying scene and blurted out in shock, fool. A powerful kick like a bolt of lightning slammed into Ice Spirit body. The tremendous impact caused the ground to cave in into a massive crater. Ice Spirit continuously endured heavy strikes. That man kept being overwhelmed by Gu's relentless chain of attacks. As his strength waned, Gu laughed loudly, raising the Rui staff high and absorbing lightning from the sky. Ice Spirit knelt on the ground, gritting his teeth and saying, I have decided. I will defeat you. That man shoved Gu far away. Then enormous wings sprouted from his back, astonishing Gu. Transforming again, but whatever form you take does not matter, you need further evolution to defeat me. Ice Spirit poured power into the spear, turning it into a sharp, icy weapon. Gu was surprised. The spear has frozen, yet it can still be used. But do not worry, my Rui staff will shatter it. Ice Spirit stood firm. My essence surpasses that monkey. I am not as weak as him. Immediately after, that man swung the ice spear to counterattack. Spear tip shot straight toward Gu. He dodged one strike, but Ice Spirit immediately continued the assault. A barrage of chain techniques relentlessly targeted Gu. Gu harnessed lightning power, summoning thunder to gather into the Rui staff. In the sky, a flock of black crows filled the air. Gu roared in anger, hateful birds. In his mind, a thought echoed, the duration of the Azure Dragon achievement is nearly over. I must finish this quickly. Ice Spear tip once again aimed directly at Gu. He blocked the strike right before his abdomen. Ice Spirit shouted loudly, at last I have caught you. This time, before he could finish speaking, Gu shattered the offensive stance. He broke the ice spear and hurled Ice Spirit far away. In Gu's eyes, a different kind of majesty gradually appeared. The image of Azure Dragon appeared and said, using 5 fingers is only temporary, you must use your entire body at any time. Gu asked, what should I do? Azure Dragon shouted, make use of the momentum. Following the guidance, Gu fully utilized his achievement. He combined the power of Azure Dragon with the lightning granted by the Jade Emperor. He suddenly realized that, when he could wield lightning with his entire body, at that time your movement speed will far exceed ordinary limits. All power merged, he unleashed everything to defeat Ice Spirit, shattering his equipment and bringing him down. After exhausting his energy, Gu panted, truly tiring. When Ice Spirit was defeated, a notification appeared. You have defeated the Conqueror from the end point of the Infinite Tower. Information Authority has been upgraded from Intermediate to Advanced. You now possess Advanced Information Authority. Gu exclaimed in joy, my Information Authority has reached advanced level. He was so moved he nearly choked up, recalling how everyone once kept information hidden and how he had struggled immensely to reach this day. Everything he had experienced was deeply engraved in his mind. Gu happily thought, should I go to Avi Place to celebrate? Let us go. But he could not move, he could not log into the system. What is happening? Time passed. 5 days later in Seoul. Kim Si-hyun drove Gu and said, Seo Jian and Seo 1 are already there. Gu sighed, all right. He was still lost in thought. 5 days had passed, yet he still could not log into the system room. Moreover, even though he had reached advanced authority, the Information Authority was still not fully complete. He did not know what had happened to Avi. He guessed Noah might know something, but due to the influence of lightning power, he could not complete the Arcan origin scale. He intended to ask his disciples for help, but while he was thinking, two female disciples kicked the door open and shouted, "Master." Hyun-gu, who was lying on the bed resting, also sprang up. Mission said, "This is a very good herb for your health." Hanarin added, "Master, we should go to a larger hospital." Hyun-gu immediately spoke to reassure them, "Hey you two, I am fine, so stop." The two disciples regained their composure, their worried gazes fixed on Hyun-gu. His stern expression gradually softened. He reached out and ruffled the heads of his foolish disciples. "Get some rest." The two disciples bowed their heads and obeyed, making him wonder why they were so well behaved. No matter what, he had to quickly fill the gauge and figure everything out when he met Noah. On the way out of the hospital, Hyun-gu asked Kim Si-hyun, "After the meal, let us go to Mekong." Kim Si-hyun replied, "But you just recovered." The scene shifted to the inside of a ship. When Hyun-gu stepped in, a voice rang out, "You have arrived." Noah smiled in welcome. Hyun-gu sensed that something had changed. Noah said, "I merely took the chance to rearrange a few things. Have a seat." Hyun-gu was still not used to this change. Noah asked, "Is there something troubling you?" Hyun-gu took out Bang Lin's mask. "First, take a look at this. Its form has not changed like the Azure Dragon achievement. Could it be that this cannot be used?" Noah replied, "Its form is not the issue. It seems this achievement does not suit you." As they sat discussing, Hyun-gu asked, "What do you mean?" Noah explained, "This achievement requires you to be proficient in magic, and to possess more than 1,000 years of age." Hyun-gu crossed his arms and said, "Enough." Hyun-gu continued, "There is one more thing." Noah smiled and asked, "What is it?" Hyun-gu said, "I cannot log into the system room." Noah asked in surprise, "Log in?" Hyun-gu nodded, "That is right, it is Avi's room." He wondered if that man truly did not know. Noah looked at him with a serious expression. After thinking for a moment, Noah said, "Let me explain this matter more clearly to you." Inside the system room, Noah seriously discussed with Hyun-gu. Noah spoke, "So until now, you have still been gathering information through the girl named Yip in the system room." Hyun-gu replied, "That is right." Noah said thoughtfully, "Let me recall." Hyun-gu asked, "What are you recalling?" Noah affirmed, "I have never built such a place." Hyun-gu was astonished. "What?" Noah said sternly, "That means the system room is a space that does not exist. No, you are not the only guardian in the system, correct?" Hyun-gu replied, "I know." Noah opened the system label and froze. "What is this?" Hyun-gu asked in alarm, "Is there a problem?" Noah said, "If you become a guardian, you will possess the search skill." Hyun-gu replied, "But I have never received that skill." Noah said coldly, "That is why I question it. A space and a skill that only you have and even I do not know about. It seems someone created it after I completed the tower. Those three controlled the tower, so they did not need to create this additional space. Though it is only speculation, perhaps the girl named Avi is the administrator. Together with the colleague who disappeared, they once created my search window." Hyun-gu stared at Noah in shock. "Avi is an administrator." "My imagination," they once argued, the guardian said, "before leaving, create a game console for me, not for entertainment but for your information privileges. But that is the latest model. If I have it, I will have more motivation to work. Give it back." Hyun-gu came back to his senses. Noah startled and said, "That was only my thought." Hyun-gu thought he could ask her directly, then said, "So is there any way to enter the system room?" Noah replied, "I think I can locate it." Hyun-gu asked, "How long will it take?" Noah said, "I am not sure, but it will not be long." Hyun-gu let out a breath of relief. "Great, now finish this matter. Continue the part you did not finish because the conqueror Kia-sen appeared." Noah replied seriously, "Very well." It was like this during a mission. Tamma asked Uriel, "Why did you do that?" Uriel knelt silently, giving no answer. Tamma shouted angrily, "I ask you, why did you act that way?" Uriel replied, "Because I decided he cannot be allowed to live." Tamma said through gritted teeth, "He cannot live." Uriel replied, "That is right." Tamma sighed, "I understand your thought." Uriel asked in surprise what Tamma said, "Are we not pursuing different goals?" Uriel asked seriously, "What do you mean?" Tamma replied, "Do not think I do not know. What we desire is different, even the one at the lower floor of the tower," leaving Uriel confused. Tamma gave a faint smile. "Do as you wish." Uriel asked in astonishment, "Truly?" Tamma said, "I will not stop you, so try to defeat him." Uriel hesitated and asked, "You truly permit it?" Tamma smiled, "That is right, but there is a condition. Within 1 month, kill him." Uriel asked in confusion, "Why 1 month?" Tamma replied, "If given time and you still defeat him, then he is nothing special. But if he overcomes every trial and manages to find his way to me, then that will be the most perfect banquet." Hyun-gu asked thoughtfully, "So in the end, the tower has had its original purpose changed, becoming a place to test the abilities of those who climb it, so they are forced to advance." Am I right? Noah replied coldly. Some climb for their own goals, so not everyone is forced. Hyengu added, but most of them crave to obtain achievements. Noah said more precisely they want to seize achievements. Hyengu pondered, destroying the place they once lived just to climb the tower, that is madness. Noah said tensely, from the beginning they were not normal, they will do anything to achieve their aims. Therefore, I want to make a proposal to you. You want to cooperate with me to defeat those at the top of the tower. At the small villa in the Chin district, Hyengu sat relaxing in the quiet room and wondered why it was so deserted today. No, in fact there was still one person here. He looked over helplessly. She must be sleeping soundly. Having once lived in the form of a fox, yet now she had grown accustomed to her human identity for quite a long time. But even after turning human, she still slept in the same posture. He walked closer and teased, "Hey, wake up." Girl jolted awake in panic. "When did you arrive?" Hyengu replied, "I just arrived a few minutes ago. I want to ask why you climbed the tower." She widened her eyes in surprise. She asked loudly, "Why are you suddenly asking that?" then said, "Fine, I will tell you. Reason I climbed the tower is because the place I once lived has vanished." Hyengu was astonished. That place vanished. Kumiho said in a low voice, "That is right. Someone took away the achievement of my world and said it would be returned if I climbed the tower." Hyengu laughed and said, "That sounds like loan sharks." Kumiho replied, "I had no other choice." In any case, Hyengu thought, could this matter also be forbidden? Hyengu asked, "If you stop climbing the tower now it would be fine, right?" Kumiho asked in surprise, "Really?" Hyengu replied, "Everything is stable now. As long as I have a place to live with my achievement, that is enough." Hyengu thought, the important thing is that she is being confined. Hyengu smiled and said, "Anyway, thank you for sharing." Kumiho replied cheerfully, "It is nothing. By the way, may I ask you a favor?" Hyengu widened his eyes and asked, "You need my help?" Kumiho looked at him pleadingly. "That is right, I want to take some food from the cabin." Hyengu replied coldly, "Then feel free to take it and use it." Kumiho stammered awkwardly, "Well, please wait for me a moment. Here, take a look at this." Hyengu stared blankly at it. What is written there? The line clearly stated that she could only be given it once per day. Kumiho pleaded, "I beg you, Jian told me not to take food on my own, otherwise she will tell you." Hyengu thought to himself, am I really that scary? Hyengu said indifferently, "Just eat it all." Kumiho widened her eyes, "Really eat it all?" He replied a little awkwardly, "If it runs out, tell me and I will buy more." Kumiho happily thanked him repeatedly. Hyengu stood there stunned, thinking she looked like a child being handed candy. He turned around and said, "I will go first then." Kumiho cheerfully replied, "Yes, goodbye." Elsewhere, Hyengu stepped into the flesh forest. There he came across two figures arguing in secret. He called out, "Hey, you two." Tun and Go Kong angrily pointed and scolded. "It was because of you that pine tree was destroyed, you damned snakehead." Snakehead sighed, "I did nothing." And Go Kong continued cursing, "You hateful thing." Snakehead trembled and said, "It will recover anyway." And Go Kong glared and growled, "Then shall I try breaking your horns?" And Go Kong delivered a kick that made Snakehead stagger and shouted, "Get lost." Hyengu watched their quarrel wide-eyed. Hyengu felt exasperated, thinking he had kept them here to learn from Azure Dragon, yet it seemed they could not stand each other. He shouted, "Stop it!" and Go Kong ground his teeth and asked, "What are you doing here?" Hyengu replied coolly, "I have something to ask." Snakehead asked blankly, "What is it?" Hyengu slowly asked, "You too. Why are you so determined to climb the tower? Are you climbing to defeat the one at the top of the tower?" Both of them answered in unison, "That is right." Snakehead laughed loudly, "That is why only my consciousness remains here. As for this monkey, I do not know." And Go Kong gritted his teeth, "Who are you calling that?" Snakehead burst into laughter and said, "What about you?" Two continued bickering, making Hyengu's head ache even more. And Go Kong turned and asked, "Why are you asking that?" Hyengu replied calmly, "Just curious." He recalled the invitation to join forces to defeat the one at the top, thinking at least these two could help somewhat. As Noah had said, unless the tower changes its rules, those who climb must keep moving forward. Therefore, the core principles must be altered first. The first step is to find the place where the tower exists. Noah said they must negotiate with the regulator first. Hyengu asked in surprise the regulator. Noah answered in a low voice, "That is right. She maintains the balance of the tower and is currently in the basement level. If she can be dealt with, we will surely gain some advantage." Hyengu asked worriedly then, "How do I get down to the basement?" The two beasts were surprised. Underground, and Go Kong frowned, "Why do you want to go there?" Hyengu replied, "I need to meet the regulator." Go Kong was stunned, "So she is your target?" Hyengu asked, "Do you know anything about her?" And Go Kong scratched his head and said, "Even though I was captured, I still know a little because I once climbed the tower. You will probably surpass the regulator soon." Hyun-gu was surprised. He had thought they were very strong. Gokong pondered, but meeting her is not easy. You will have to overcome quite a few obstacles. First, the basement is a sub-level not on the normal route, so you cannot go by the old path. Hyun-gu thought, then how do I get there? And Gokong shrugged, I do not know. Hyun-gu said irritably, you acted like you knew everything. And Gokong replied, I only climbed up and never went down to the basement. Hyun-gu gave a cold laugh, how ridiculous. And Gokong added, you should also beware of the remaining corpses. It is said that is where the consciousness of those who fell while climbing gathers. Only the outer shells remain. Hyun-gu asked, when they fail do they not go to the imaginary space? And Gokong explained that is only a place to store consciousness. The weak will dissipate, while only those strong enough can reach that space. Others may be kept beneath the basement. Hyun-gu asked curiously why it is divided like that. Gokong said impatiently, I only heard it from others and am not sure. Hyun-gu silently cursed, what an annoying fellow. Hyun-gu continued, do I have to return to the first floor to go down to the basement, and how long will it take? And Gokong replied, if using somersault cloud it will take about 10 days. Hyun-gu scratched his head, thinking he needed to ask Noah about the next step, then turned and said, I will go first. At the villa in the small bamboo grove, notification appeared, origin of Ville Creek incomplete level 5 adjustment, 0 skills, 0 labyrinth stone 0%. He held the snake head orb and felt truly irritated. He did not know how it was before, but because he had used it too much now, filling the labyrinth stone was extremely difficult. Time would not wait, was there any other way? While he was deep in thought, he heard footsteps. The door gently opened, drawing his attention. Hyun-gu startled and turned around. I told you to leave already. Chaotic Force Demon confidently walked into the room. She smiled and said, long time no see. Hyun-gu sighed and addressed her title. She smiled and asked, are you on guard against me? There is no need to be so tense. Hyun-gu grabbed her horn in irritation. This is your real body, right? She cried out in pain. Wait, I am not your enemy. Hyun-gu growled, how can I trust you? She grimaced, I am not lying. My horn is really about to break. If you snap it, then what I intend to give you will be gone. Hyun-gu asked coldly, are you threatening me? She shouted, it is about to break now. Do you know how painful that feels? I already said there is no need to be on guard. Hyun-gu replied, how can I trust you? Chaotic Force Demon shouted, I have already explained. He said sternly, what if you stab me in the back? She reassured him, I am the leader of the 100 Demons Night Parade, so I will not betray you. Hyun-gu said, then explain. She said irritably, why is that brat following you? Hyun-gu asked, why are you occupying Mission's body? She replied, she is cultivating in the inner world. Hyun-gu was surprised, cultivating. She said that is right, and during that time she entrusted me with her body. Hyun-gu asked, then what is your purpose? She shrugged, nothing. I simply felt our wavelengths are compatible. Hyun-gu asked, wavelengths. She explained, the girl's soul can develop in compatibility with mine. In other words, we can discuss that later. That is only my personal wish. So for now I do not wish to say more. Hyun-gu hesitated whether to expel her. But it seemed she had no intention of harming Mission. He seriously asked, why did she suddenly start training? I only suggested it because she was disappointed after losing to the Ice Spirit. She might be challenging her subordinates to obtain the 100 Demons Night Parade achievement. Hyun-gu thought to himself, Mission also wants to gain an achievement. If she becomes stronger, then that is good. From now on, those who climb the tower will continue to move forward, so her becoming stronger is also necessary. Her earnest gaze turned toward Hyun-gu as she softly said she needed his help with something, prompting him to ask in surprise, you need my help? He smiled meaningfully, this is something I know this body itself has produced. Even though Mission's soul is within the inner world, this body still belongs to her. Therefore, the impulses of this body have not changed at all. Hyun-gu awkwardly told her to get straight to the point. The girl laughed and said there was nothing difficult to say. I just want you to stay by my side tonight. Hyun-gu stood frozen, completely taken aback. He blurted out in shock, what did you say? On the ship, his gloomy expression drew Noah's attention and he asked about it, but he coldly told him it was none of his concern. In any case, is there really no way to reach that place immediately? Noah asked in surprise. Immediately. Hyun-gu explained that he needed the origin of Village Creek and had to eliminate the monster to make it possible. Noah let out a light sigh and said it was truly inconvenient. Hyun-gu nodded gloomily. Noah sighed, in that case I will craft another artifact for you, but it will take time. Hyun-gu asked how long it would take. Noah replied about 2 to 3 weeks. He simply said that was fine. Turning to the main matter, Noah watched him attentively, waiting for him to continue. Hyun-gu asked what the fastest way to reach the basement was. Noah looked at him in surprise. Hyun-gu said that if another tower climber appeared it would be troublesome. He needed to handle everything as quickly as possible. Noah said in a low voice that there was actually a way, making Hyun-gu ask curiously what it was. Noah slowly explained that they needed to find the item of the regulator. Hyun-gu asked in astonishment, the regulator's item. Noah nodded, similar to how you came here through my tower. To reach the regulator you also need a similar item. Hyun-gu asked how to obtain it. Noah said let me try to search for it. After checking the system for a while, Noah said that no matter how he tried he could not find it. Hyun-gu frowned in irritation. So we have to use that path again. Noah replied that it was not necessary. I am not certain but perhaps we can use that thing. Hyun-gu asked uneasily what he meant. Noah said there was a secret passage from the time the tower was built, and it might be possible to use it. Hyun-gu asked again to confirm. He said seriously that as long as he reached there it would be done. Noah hesitated, causing him to ask if there was a problem. Noah thought for a moment and said not now. There is an artifact that can send you there. Try activating this orb. The system announced the creator's teleportation device, not yet upgraded, allowing movement within designed space, with a cooldown of 24 hours, reducible by infusing mana, current status ready for use. Hyun-gu asked seriously, so there should be no problem. Noah replied that using the artifact was fine, but he feared the teleportation might weaken in power. Its range was limited. You can only reach places I created. If that location is damaged even slightly, you might not return. At that time you would fall into imaginary space. Hyun-gu frowned and asked if it was like the consciousness of a tower climber. Noah said no, it was different. It is a spatial region beyond the tower wall. If you fall into it you will wander endlessly with no escape unless a miracle occurs. Hyun-gu sighed and asked why such a place was created. Noah said it was made by the one who once expelled him. At present there are two choices. Use this device to find the secret path or follow the route intended for tower climbers. Hyun-gu asked if they used the device how long it would take. Noah said if they found the hidden space from the first floor it would be quick. Hyun-gu pondered, so it was a choice between safety and speed. The faster it was the greater the risk. He sighed, it seemed there was no other option. In the real world, at the Dark Guild office, a notification sounded that the connection had been severed. Then everyone left. The mysterious book asked Hanarin whether she had made her decision. Hanarin said awkwardly that she had not yet. The book angrily remarked that she was truly strange. It said what was there to think about. Others would surely have chosen to sell their soul already. Hanarin closed the book and asked in surprise if that was true. The book affirmed it with certainty. Criticized that although she was superior to that person, her leadership ability was still lacking. Hanarin said thoughtfully that she was still learning. The book asked in surprise why. She recalled her master's words about the truth of the world and realized she needed to train her leadership skill. The book asked what else. Hanarin said she heard that girl was currently training. That meant her master was alone at present. She imagined meeting her master again with a gentle smile. She came back to her senses, realizing that rival was too outstanding so it was hard to approach, and she could not drive her away because they were evenly matched. But now it was different. She smiled inwardly thinking she had a better chance. The book scolded her for being crazy. Hanarin laughed and said it was not yet time to study. The book asked in surprise. She said she still had something to do after resting. The book asked whether it was more important than becoming stronger. A thought flashed through her mind. She replied firmly that it was more important. The book could only sigh. It asked if she could leave at any time would she go train. The scene shifted to a small villa. Hyun-gu handed the girl the village creek item. She accepted it and thanked him. He asked why she needed it. She replied it was for training, which surprised him. He smiled and said it was so that that child could achieve her accomplishment. Then she corrected herself and asked whether he trusted her. Hyun-gu said doubtfully only a little. She replied that was why she brought that child here. He recalled the scene of his disciple pleading, then thought she seemed worried because she was being threatened. The girl smiled and said she owed him an apology, which surprised him. She explained about what happened before, that at that time that girl had been very angry with her. She did not understand where she had gone wrong. Hyun-gu asked whether Mission knew about the conversation. She replied that since she was the owner of this body she knew, then said she had finished her task. Hyun-gu asked if she was about to leave. She confirmed and reminded him to be careful. He asked in surprise why she was being so kind. She said she was not worried about him but about that girl's reaction if he disappeared, leaving him stunned. He smiled and told him to send her greetings to Amugi, meaning the green serpent. Hyun-gu asked in surprise. He realized she was referring to Than Long. He asked Than Long and received a question in return that caught him off guard. Hyun-gu was suspicious. Than Long laughed and said he simply found it interesting. Hyun-gu asked whether he knew the chaos god. Than Long burst into laughter and asked in return. Than Long asked seriously whether that man had lost his achievement, causing Hyun-gu to feel puzzled. Than Long laughed loudly and said, why not ask her directly for clarity? Hyun-gu spoke in confusion, no, I will deal with that later. By the way, do you want me to send the cloud's somersault through teleportation device A? Wukong continued, that is right. Then I can indirectly guide you through my achievement at the place where the cloud somersault is. Hyun-gu asked doubtfully, what if it falls into a virtual space? Wukong sighed. At that time Asura was still alive, so I was at ease. Hearing that, Hyun-gu could only sigh inwardly. The teleportation space gradually formed. Hyun-gu exclaimed in surprise, it is teleportation. Wukong said seriously, listen, my achievement is currently converging, so you can control the cloud somersault more easily. Covered by Wukong's power, Hyun-gu felt controlling the cloud's somersault become effortless. He focused his mind to teleport to the tower climbing location. Finally, the path leading up the tower appeared. In this space, countless corpses lay scattered everywhere. The green-haired girl rummaged through the pile of bodies, muttering, where is it? She picked up each item to check, then shook her head, not this, not that either. I found it, she cried out in joy. She said confidently, my preparation is complete, only one final step remains. Elsewhere, Mission was fighting a ferocious beast. Her power had increased significantly, continuously bringing down the monster. The beast became even more ferocious. She grew even fiercer, throwing powerful punches straight at it. A series of surrounding monsters were knocked flying away. She laughed with excitement, but was suddenly attacked by a giant monster. The blow sent her flying backward. The beast glared at her, making her collapse onto the ground in shock. A voice echoed, how pitiful. Mission startled and turned back. It was Chaos Strength Mad God, the one borrowing her body. Mission shouted angrily, why did you do that? Chaos Strength Mad God said with amusement, the power born from anger is truly astonishing. Mission fumed, stop evading, answer me why you did that. Chaos Strength Mad God replied calmly, child, although I apologized, I do not think I was wrong. Mission blushed in shock. Continued, because we share one body, I was only helping you. In Mission's heart a thought echoed, I must bring back Master's painting and reclaim what belongs to him. Today I will definitely hang it up. Chaos Strength Mad God looked at her with cold eyes. Why do you think about that master every night? Pitiful, Mission said in confusion, that is my master, do you hear me? Chaos Strength Mad God smirked, but do you not like him? Mission retorted, he is still my master. Chaos Strength Mad God pressed, do you not love him? Mission choked out, master. Chaos Strength Mad God continued teasing, that is why you call his name every night. Mission shouted angrily, shut up. Chaos Strength Mad God widened its eyes and said, child, I know you are embarrassed, but being like this will only make you suffer more. Mission burst into tears. Chaos Strength Mad God said in a low voice, I will not interfere anymore. If so, my ultimate technique will also become useless. Mission asked in surprise, ultimate technique. Chaos Strength Mad God explained, it is a move that is guaranteed to succeed on the opposite sex, but looking at you now it would be hard to use. Mission angrily told it to stop talking nonsense. Chaos Strength Mad God asked confidently, child, how long do you think I have lived? Mission was puzzled, why ask that? It replied proudly, I have countless experiences with men. Mission showed disdain, do you think I would believe such absurd words? Chaos Strength Mad God smiled confidently, I only need one step. Just one step is enough for you to capture your master's heart. Child, do you doubt me? Guarantee that in this world there is no woman more proficient in the art of seduction than me. Mission asked in surprise, a woman who understands how to charm others. Chaos Strength Mad God replied confidently, from the pure monks. The rulers all have once succumbed to me. Mission exclaimed excitedly, so beautiful it could topple a city. Chaos Strength Mad God said proudly, even if your master seems hard to move, in the end no man can resist the charm of a woman. Just do exactly as I say, I guarantee he will collapse right before your eyes. Mission's eyes widened as she watched. The madman curled his lips slightly, saying that this encounter had long been arranged by fate. Mission let out a cold laugh in response, fate. Even so, I believe it is merely the effect of magic. That man immediately moved to deal with his opponent, magic. To be precise, it was the role of a magic trick. I can completely help you create that fated reunion. Seeing you hesitate like this, perhaps there is no need. Mission raised her voice, that is right, I do not need that. The lunatic lowered his voice, but first, take the achievement of the night parade of 100 demons into your hands. After that, I will pass on this supreme technique to you. On the lowest floor of the tower, a man appeared. He roared and declared, "I am the master of the first floor in Gayet land." He demanded resentfully, "Just who are you?" Before he could even speak, Hyun-gu struck with a palm, sending him sprawling to the ground. He exclaimed in surprise, "I did not expect him to be so weak." Wukong frowned and said, "He is only a gatekeeper. Hurry and find the key." Hyun-gu searched and quickly found it. He spoke up, "I see it." He raised the key and asked, "Is it this?" Avi's voice echoed in his mind. "Look carefully at the door, you will see a small slot." Hyun-gu observed closely and inserted the key. The lock turned and the door slowly opened. The moment he stepped inside, he froze at the sight of bodies lying motionless all over the floor. He turned back and said, "Let us go in together." In the library, Hanarin rummaged through the pile of books until she nearly burst into tears. The red book spoke, "This place truly astonishes people." Hanarin paused and asked, "Astonishes in what way?" The book replied, "Have you not already reached stage 3? Seeing her dejected, it asked if it was because of that person. Hanarin was startled. "Who?" The book answered, "Your master. Master said he would return in a few days." She let out a soft sigh. "I did not expect him to be away from home. Is this not a rare opportunity, while that little girl is absent?" The book lamented inwardly. Ever since she reached stage 3, she has become increasingly irritable. This is not good at all. If she does not soon become the librarian of the ancient tome, the source of power here will. The book asked cautiously, "Are you planning to seduce your own master?" Hanarin widened her eyes. "If so, then there is a way. What are you implying?" Book explained, "It is the control technique you are learning. Simply put, when you reach the final stage and become the librarian of the ancient tome." The girl's eyes sparkled. "Then I can manipulate my master's heart as I wish." Hanarin frowned, joking like that is not funny. He shouted, "You are telling me to make my master a joke." The book hurriedly denied, "That is not it." Hanarin angrily asked again, "Then what exactly is it?" The book thought to itself, how could she be so furious? Before that storm of emotions, even a hero would falter. "What I mean is this." Book quickly changed direction. "That little girl is the one you should use the control technique on." Hanarin asked again, "That little girl?" The book replied, "Yes." Hanarin pondered silently. "That does make sense," she murmured. "It sounds rather interesting." The book rejoiced, "Right. But to do that I must learn every type of control. Normally that is the case." Seeing her indifferent, the book added, "If you reach stage 5, you will certainly be able to control that little girl." Hanarin nodded. "Fine, control has a total of 5 stages." She circulated her power, split it into 2 and then merged it again, and stage 3 it. Suddenly a turquoise circle appeared. The book was split in 2 in an instant. She could apply the power of control even to inanimate objects. All at once Hyun-gu's sandal appeared, shooting forward. Hyun-gu unleashed a strike. The blow made the monster stagger. "Let that be a lesson to you," Hyun-gu grumbled. "This place reeks terribly. Where is that damned controller hiding?" The Monkey King replied, "In a place like this it will not be easy to find him." "There is no such thing as if only," Hyun-gu continued to complain. "Had I known it would be like this, I would have investigated more thoroughly." The monster suddenly let out a howl. Hyun-gu stomped down hard, leaving the wolf dazed. "Damn it, if this drags on it will not end well." He sprang up and shot forward, hovering in midair. Hyun-gu told himself there must be something special. Perhaps a ruined castle. Inside, zombies wandered about. Hyun-gu realized what he was looking for was likely inside. The Monkey King spoke up in warning, "Be careful." Seeing him absent-minded, the Monkey King said, "I already warned you, that bunch. They are not ordinary zombies." At that very moment the ground shook violently. One of them shot straight toward him, aiming at Hyun-gu. His gaze instantly turned sharp. "Since you have come, then fight." Hyun-gu rushed forward to meet it. Collision produced a heavy sound. 3 monsters lunged at him at the same time. He unleashed a move that sent them flying in all directions. Bones shattered everywhere. Around Hyun-gu there was only empty space. He looked at a zombie and said, "I know they are not like the ordinary kind, but I did not expect their strength to be so great. Even though they are merely empty shells without any achievements, they are still the bodies of those who once climbed the tower." Watching through the screen, the Monkey King clicked his tongue. "In any case, they are not your opponents." Hyun-gu asked confidently, "Really?" Took them down one by one. His face shone with excitement. His kicks flowed in a seamless and graceful sequence. Hyun-gu thought to himself, "Thanks to being trained by Qing-long, my senses have reached their peak. To me, this lot is nothing." He noticed something strange. Although his body had followed his instinct, there was still a slight stiffness. "Hold my hand tightly, and do not let go too soon." Kim Hyun expressed his agreement. Even so, that was already wrong enough. Fan Long stood watching and remarked that even though they had once climbed the tower, in essence they were still just undead corpses. My Hao Vuong replied that they were merely empty shells retaining muscular strength. Your fragrance leaves people utterly intoxicated. Hyun Gu turned pale and collapsed, asking what kind of scent this was that it had grown even more intense than before. The adjuster spoke up, wondering why it was so noisy outside. He stood behind Hyun Gu and realized that a guest had arrived. Hyun Gu was stunned and blurted out. Fan Long grew flustered. My Hao Vuong responded that this situation was truly awkward. The adjuster brushed her hair aside and shyly said that perhaps you had been flustered by her beauty. Hyun Gu asked suspiciously whether she was being serious, then was questioned in return about his reason for coming here. Without beating around the bush, Hyun Gu asked about her identity. She admitted it and he wondered why she was in this state. The adjuster calmly said that this was her most perfect form, something a mere ordinary being could hardly comprehend. In any case, thank you for coming to me on your own, just when I needed a test subject, Hyun Gu asked in surprise. She said the experiment was nearly complete but there were no living creatures here. Hyun Gu asked what her purpose was. She said that since you had asked, she would explain clearly, because you were about to become her test subject. I can modify everything within my grasp, control it, and create different forms of existence. The adjuster declared her own title. Hyun Gu let out a cold laugh, saying her current appearance was unworthy of such a title. The adjuster fell silent for a few seconds. She said there was no need to say more, and pulled out her own leg. Hyun Gu panicked and asked if she had just destroyed her own body. The adjuster did not answer and lunged forward to attack. The sudden strike startled Hyun Gu. He quickly regained his composure, threw a powerful punch, and demanded that she stop those bizarre actions. The adjuster was struck at a weak point and let out a cry. She was completely overwhelmed. Even Hyun Gu found it hard to believe what was happening. He did not think things would be so easy. He suspected that she was merely pretending to be weak. My Hao Vuong was also surprised by this situation. Hyun Gu thought everything was too simple. But my Hao Vuong said the noteworthy part was the body that had just been knocked down. Hyun Gu asked what the problem was. A strange light emanated from the damaged part of the body. My Hao Vuong was about to speak when the ground suddenly trembled. That body transformed into the terrifying shape of a giant spider. Hyun Gu exclaimed in shock that there was yet another monster. Wukong stood before this sight in astonishment. Fan Long was no less surprised. The Ant Queen looked at them and remarked that they were not ordinary people. Hyun Gu replied calmly that no ordinary person would come to this place. He continued to mock her, wondering how someone like her had become an adjuster, while deliberately provoking her to probe further. Fan Long cried out in alarm and told them to look above. Hyun Gu raised his head in confusion. A sudden blow descended, forcing him to retreat to evade it. His foot froze over, and he realized in horror that his leg had been encased in ice. Wukong warned that another attack was coming. Hyun Gu immediately looked up. A barrage of strikes shot down unexpectedly. A massive shockwave stirred up a thick cloud of dust. Hyun Gu transformed, used his staff to block and shouted in irritation. He swung the staff and commanded it to expand inside. The staff struck straight toward the Ant Queen, but she swiftly dodged. Wukong anxiously said that she had just created something unbelievable. Fan Long asked in return. Wukong explained that he sensed a familiar energy within that body, like the power of Haku, along with the magic of the Bull King. There was even the aura of the snake-headed foe. She had exploited the fallen tower climbers, developed their abilities, and then applied them to herself. Fan Long repeated in astonishment that she had used their achievements for herself. The Ant Queen burst into laughter, praising them for seeing through the issue. Fan Long continued observing and said it did not stop there. Even if it was only a portion of their power, she could still wield all the results developed from those people. Wukong recalled and was certain that the previous strike belonged to the snake-headed foe. Hyun Gu thought for a moment and said that if so, that ice power might belong to the ice spirit. The Ant Queen sneered and declared her identity again in a contemptuous tone. She leaped onto a stone pillar and continued speaking. I am the one who has fused all those who have fallen. Hyun Gu and the other two stood silently watching as she proclaimed that she possessed their power. I am the Ant Queen. Hyun Gu retorted that she was nothing more than a chaotic amalgamation. She angrily questioned him and asserted that she also possessed an unshakable will, unaffected by his provocation. Hyun Gu mocked that someone with a firm will would not act so impulsively, leaving her stunned. The Ant Queen said in a trembling voice that the earlier actions had been caused by the adjuster, not herself. She furiously declared that she was now the master of the achievements of those who had fallen and could control that power. She even intended to turn her opponent body into a part of herself. Hyun-gu showed a look of boredom. Than Long warned him to be careful because she possessed countless abilities. Hyun-gu asked how many. Than Long replied that there were at least hundreds. Hyun-gu asked in astonishment whether she had any weakness. Before Than Long could observe carefully, Wukong shoved him aside and told him to dodge immediately. Hyun-gu turned to look at the Ant Queen. He stood atop the stone pillar, releasing a surge of pressure toward him. Hyun-gu immediately swung the Ruyi staff to sweep away the strange aura, wondering if it was the source of the spreading poison. Wukong's expression changed as he shouted for him to be careful around him. Hyun-gu startled and looked up to ask what was happening. A barrage of fireballs suddenly rained down from above. Amid the surging current, countless shadows closed in, forcing Hyun-gu to struggle to defend himself and let out a choked cry. Sweeping his gaze around, he shuddered at the lightning, the icy aura, and the bizarre curse techniques. Suddenly, the jade pendant in his hand flashed with an unusual light. A violent burst of radiance erupted, dragging thick dust and smoke along with it. Hyun-gu manifested, pointed the staff forward and shouted, "Try taking this." The staff grew enormous, smashing the stone pillar and knocking the Ant Queen from her position. In the blink of an eye he was behind her, revealing a meaningful smile and calling out softly. The Ant Queen turned her head in shock, coldly saying that a sneak attack was useless because her back could block any strike. 4 arms suddenly appeared behind Hyun-gu, making the opponent cry out in alarm. He clenched his fists tightly and replied that he had thought she possessed firmer resolve than that. "Why waver so quickly?" Hyunwoo said with an unfathomable smile. He unleashed the skill Nulip Ian Fish, causing space to tremble and dust to swirl everywhere. Haze gradually dispersed to reveal the scene. The Ant Queen lay sprawled on the ground, unable to react in time. She struggled to her feet, muttering furious curses. Hyun-gu rushed forward with a cold smile, declaring that the battle should end. Countless wounds crisscrossed her body clearly, yet they swiftly healed as if they had never existed. He was stunned, thinking that her body had already regenerated on its own. Suddenly a bolt of lightning split the sky and struck down. Current shot straight down. Hyun-gu hurriedly raised his staff to block. He leaned aside, channeling his strength as he directed the staff toward the opponent. The fierce swing came crashing straight onto the Ant Queen's head. A blinding white barrier suddenly appeared before his eyes. Hyun-gu stared in astonishment, wondering what invisible wall this was, while elsewhere a change was unfolding. A woman appeared, dark liquid stains still clinging to her clothes. Luke Lone then stood behind her with arms crossed, silently calculating. He said he had thought she had improved, but bearing the will of the entire demon race was still too much. The girl's hair floated wildly upward. She turned back with blazing red eyes, Luke Lone then coldly saying she had lost control, and he was forced to put her to sleep once more. Bidu buried her face against her knees, softly asking if she had failed again. Bok Kui Dahan stood before her with a smile, reminding her that she had just completed her 1000th attempt. Pedro fell silent for a moment before asking how far she had progressed. Bok Kui Dahan replied that she had been fine until she defeated the blood demon, but after absorbing it she lost control. Bidu Lai Nha nodded, admitting she understood that achievement. It was that very achievement that allowed her to absorb the power of countless demons. To control and command them properly, she had to master that power. The wielder was forced to continually confront Bok Kui Dahan. An ordinary person would inevitably go mad, unable to endure such a source of power. Yet this child had absorbed 70% of the power after only 1,000 attempts, while Luke Lone then had spent hundreds of years training an entire army. From the beginning it was known she had potential, but reaching this level truly proved she possessed special qualities. On another battlefield, as Hyun-gu fought the beast form of the Ant Queen, the strange wall appeared again to block his path. He reached out to touch it and muttered, unable to understand where this bizarre wall had come from. Wukong observed and guessed it might be HQ's territorial fortress, though invisible to the naked eye. Judging by the energy he sensed it was indeed that, but it seemed rendered transparent by blending with another's achievement. Kim Hyun cursed angrily. Wukong continued that the territorial fortress was not the urgent threat. Look at the opponent's body. Its regenerative ability was terrifying, those achievements brimming with vitality as the damaged parts quickly reconnected into a new structure. Kim Hyun ruffled his hair and sighed that everything was truly arduous, yet he had not lost hope. He tightened his grip on the staff in his hand. That meant he only needed to destroy it continuously until it could no longer recover. The Ant Queen said she would normally defend at maximum, but there were exceptions. Hyun-gu cut her off and told her to stop making excuses. She opened her mouth and declared that this time she would show him her true form. Then she suddenly bit into her own body. The onlookers were all stunned, mouths agape. They could not believe she was devouring her own body. The Ant Queen continued her bizarre act right before the three of them, until a gigantic eye suddenly snapped open. Pupil was crimson. Her body shrank into a sphere as she roared about crushing her opponent. She shot her ant legs toward Hyun-gu like rain. Thousands of sharp spikes continuously stabbed down in every direction. The ground shattered, thick dust billowed and blanketed the space. Hyun-gu twisted aside, narrowly dodging the attack. Seizing the chance, he closed in and brought the staff crashing down onto the opponent's crown. Hyun-gu poured all his strength into the blow. He stomped hard on the ground and executed the move Supreme Ruler's demonic mystic kick. A deep explosion resounded everywhere. The Ant Queen lay curled up on the ground. Sweat dripping, Hyun-gu watched intently to see if the strike had worked. From within the dust, countless strange branches suddenly rose. Sharp iron legs sprang up in a surprise assault, forcing him to continuously parry. The Ant Queen had not fallen at all, her body regenerating into a grotesque form as she roared in challenge. Hyun-gu calmly smiled and asked where her constancy had gone, while thinking that without giving it his all he could not unleash the decisive blow, so he would have to crush her into countless pieces. He once again swung the staff toward the Ant Queen. As he struck, he shouted to see if she could still withstand this blow. The Ant Queen's body burst apart. Countless fragments scattered, yet in a brief instant they gathered again to restore her original form. Hyun-gu ground his teeth in furious curses. He immediately turned and fled, frustration choking his chest. Hyun-gu silently watched the Ant Queen's astonishing regeneration speed, unable to hide his helplessness. Fortunately, despite possessing countless achievements, her strength had not yet reached an untouchable level. A barrage of ice spheres shot rapidly toward Hyun-gu. Calmly destroyed them one by one. Immediately after, fireballs continued to surge toward him. Hyun-gu repeated the familiar sequence of movements. After several exchanges, Hyun-gu realized Ada's attack pattern was overly simple. Was she truly the one manipulating everything? He gritted his teeth and endured. Could her regenerative ability truly be that absurdly powerful? How infuriating. After a prolonged clash, the Ant Queen remained unscathed, coldly watching Hyun-gu while he was nearing exhaustion. Long warned from outside that dragging this out would only drain stamina, and it was time to end it. Hyun-gu irritably replied that he already knew. You two stop standing around and quickly find Addie's weakness. Ngo-kong stroked his chin thoughtfully, suggesting she might have no flaws at all. Fan Long added that she was nearly at the saint level. Seeing his companions so composed, Hyun-gu shouted in irritation, were they supposed to just die here like this? Ngo-kong tilted his head in thought, yet something strange seemed to be emanating from her body. Ngo-kong slowly analyzed that the achievements might be supplying power to that massive body, yet something still felt abnormal. While being chased, Hyun-gu hurriedly cut in, yet straight to the point. I believe there is another source of energy nourishing those achievements. Fan Long nodded in agreement, so you noticed it as well, Snake Head. Fan Long mocked him, and Ngo-kong retorted that it was observation rather than trickery, and the two continued to trade barbs endlessly. The two argued noisily and ignored Hyun-gu. He helplessly said that if they had time to argue they should hurry and find the energy source for him. While running, Hyun-gu suddenly halted, startled by a strange sound and looked up. Before him loomed an enormous fireball of unbelievable size. It was about to crash down upon his position, damn it. Hyun-gu instantly leapt aside to evade. Observing through the device, Fan Long detected something unusual. Wait, something is very strange, Hyun-gu anxiously asked if they had found it. Fan Long replied that by concentrating intensely, he sensed the power of another achievement emanating from the direction of the pillar. Only then did Hyun-gu realize that in the distance, a mysterious pillar was still standing tall. The other pillars had collapsed, yet this one remained, making him start to think. He murmured as if an idea had just surfaced. Hyun-gu suddenly dashed away from his position. His target was precisely that suspicious pillar. The Ant Queen widened her eyes in shock. Had that bastard discovered it? She launched her sharp legs in pursuit, roaring that she would never let him reach it. Hyun-gu curled his lips into a confident smile. Seeing you try so hard to stop me, there must be something hidden there. The Ant Queen was furious beyond measure at his audacity. Hyun-gu continued to provoke her. What now? Did you think I would not notice? He delivered a kick that shattered the suspicious pillar. The pillar burst apart and revealed what was inside. Purple stone shimmering with a mysterious light. Fan Long shouted that it was the source of her power. Hyun-gu happily grasped the stone tightly in his hand. The Ant Queen rushed forward in panic, screaming for him not to touch it. Hyun-gu had seized the origin stone. At last it was in his grasp. The purple stone in his palm emitted a dazzling radiance, gradually cracked and then shattered into fragments. Elsewhere, Pedro Gui was still fighting. She battled against the procession of 100 night demons. The mad god of chaos stood outside observing and contemplating. An ordinary person would have fallen long ago, but this girl was different. Pedro trembled and breathed heavily. Though nearly unconscious, she still clung to a faint thread of awareness. In Pedro's mind echoed a single thought: leave, I want to give up. Thought of surrender repeated over and over, even as her hands continued to fight by instinct. There were still too many things she needed to resolve. Returning to Hyun-gu, after losing the stone, the Ant Queen felt changes in her body and was horrified beyond belief. She roared in fury, how could a mere mortal dare to seize my achievements? I will not spare you. The Ant Queen continued attacking, while Than Long and Ngo Kong worried that the stone was her true form and urged Hyun-gu to hurry. Hyun-gu gritted his teeth and replied that he understood. While dodging and counterattacking, he calculated in his mind. The time borrowed from that power was running out. If he fell here, then everything would end. Therefore he had to finish this. The sky suddenly changed color as thick clouds surged and covered the heavens. The Ant Queen asked in shock what was happening to those clouds. Two majestic horns grew from Hyun-gu's head. And it here he pointed toward the sky. The clouds gathered in response. They converged toward Hyun-gu's fingertip. The Ant Queen screamed in panic, "Bastard, what have you done?" She continued, launching her legs in a furious assault. The target was Kim Hyung-woo. He ignored everything and quietly closed his eyes. A fleeting memory surfaced, who said, "My technique is only meant to create simple lightning. That was merely a misunderstanding. Do not confuse it with the true magic I created. First guide the lightning energy into the sky." Kim Hyun breathed steadily to focus. Once the energy has been successfully transmitted, control the space. Imagine dropping drops of black ink into a clear lake. Do not force perfection, it is enough to touch the desired space and let dark clouds cover it. At last the released bolt of lightning resounded everywhere. In that instant, Kim Hyun clearly felt that he had just opened his eyes. This is the true ultimate technique I created, the genuine lightning radiance tree. On Pedogwi's side, she was gasping for breath. Numb fingertips trembled incessantly, completely beyond control. The thought of giving up still lingered in Pedo's mind. She told herself perhaps she should surrender to that longing at this point and still not finish. Compared to before, she had improved by leaps and bounds, but her current resources seemed to have reached their limit. Bidu looked up at the sky, then down at her own hands. What if she gave up now? Could it be that even this was not allowed? At that moment, the space suddenly turned pure white. A voice echoed and pulled her from the pit of negativity. "Disciple, why do you live like a soulless doll and so easily let go of what you long for, my disciple?" Bidu raised her head in shock. Before her stood Master Hyun-gu. Dressed in white robes and wearing a mask, Hyun-gu stood atop a high pillar looking down and asking why she did not believe in herself. Was it because her parents had restrained her like a pet, or because she had grown used to living in silent endurance all those years? If so, then forget everything. From now on, cast aside your old life. Erase it all, including your own name. Whether outside lies wealth or poverty, it does not matter. And begin an entirely new journey here. Hyun-gu descended before her. Stop being your parents' shadow and live by your own decision. He stroked her head. Without a name, it would be hard to call you, so I will give you a new title. Ria, from now on you will bear the name Mission. That is your new name. Hyun-gu smiled. Mission bowed her head, tears rolled down her cheeks, yet her lips still curved into a smile. "Master, you always save me from the abyss." Mission gathered a radiant source of energy in her palm. The mad demonic force widened his eyes. "Do not tell me that girl. Is she accumulating all the demons' longing?" Hyun-gu's lightning radiance tree struck down upon the Ant Queen, causing her to convulse like a small creature hit by a bolt of electricity midair. The Ant Queen crashed to the ground, the currents surrounding her body preventing the cracks from closing. She screamed in agony, her cry tearing through the air. Hyun-gu crossed his arms and watched with interest. He had not expected the lightning move to be so effective. Till now, he had only fought one-on-one, so he never had the chance to test an area skill. The effect exceeded expectations. A large portion of the Ant Queen's body was blasted open, yet she still shrieked in pain. Hyun-gu flew closer. "It seems you no longer have the ability to regenerate." Seeing him approach, she cried out in panic. "Do not come near me." Irritated by the noise, he shoved the staff into her mouth. "Stop screaming, taste this." The Ant Queen had no strength left to resist. Hyun-gu sneered, "You are the first to become a special skewer." Ordered the staff, "Grow larger, Rui." The staff expanded, causing her body to stretch tight before shattering into pieces. The Ant Queen's cries gradually faded away. A Body exploded, the game panel immediately appeared signaling the end. Notification: you have defeated the Conqueror from the bottom of the tower in the underground area. You have defeated the Regulator, accumulated enough achievements to unlock Advanced Information Authority, and officially obtained this right. Hyungu changed his outfit, then stood up with a sigh, truly exhausting. Glowing stone suddenly appeared beside him. He reached out and touched it. What is this? Information panel updated. The stone is an unanalyzed SS plus storage key of the Regulator, an entry skill along with information authority created by Gorak to maintain the balance of the tower and the world. The missing authority has been collected in fragments, so when using the power deficiencies still appear. A private space only for her, others can stay at most 30 minutes. Cooldown 24 hours from activation, and can be checked when the skill is activated. Remaining time to use the key is 22 hours 49 minutes 31 seconds. Hyungu pursed his lips. What is this? Give me more data. Due to missing authority, the information is incomplete, but the gaps likely point to a secret area serving experiments. As the creator's key, it is certainly not simple inside. It cannot be activated yet due to the long cooldown. In the end, nothing concrete is known. Hyun happily put the stone into his pocket. Better bring it back and ask Noah first. He took out the ring and shouted, "Somersault cloud." A white cloud immediately surged forth. Hyun stepped onto the cloud, then looked around in confusion. Where is the exit? Azure Dragon spoke up. I remember it was south. Oh really? Or maybe west or east. Hyungu snapped. Just say all 4 directions at once. Seeing Azure Dragon ramble, Wukong kicked him aside. Just ride the somersault cloud along the wall and you will find it. It might even be faster than when you tracked down the Regulator. Hyungu nodded. That sounds reasonable. Back to Mariang, she was still controlling the night parade of 100 demons. A voice echoed in praise. Perfect. It is hard to believe you grasped control of the 100 demons so quickly. Truly astonishing. She opened a gate and said, things here are done, let us leave, you can use this way. Mission did not step in yet and hesitated, as if wanting to ask something more. The mad demonic force grew curious. Is something the matter? Mission twisted her fingers together. She spoke timidly. Are you not going to pass on your ultimate technique to me? Mad demonic force raised an eyebrow. Ultimate technique. Mission blushed and was about to run off. I will go first, but the mad demonic force hurriedly held her back. Wait a moment, I will speak. Do not rush, it is not that I do not want to teach. So what type of ultimate technique do you want to know? Mission was bewildered. What do you mean by type? The mad demonic force pointed. I have lived this long, do you think I have only one move? This is more complicated than you think. Tactics must depend on the opponent's personality, status, and relationship, for example like this. With every word her eyes shone brighter, as if a new horizon had opened before her. So then blah blah. After a while of exchange both were delighted. The mad demonic force emphasized that ultimate techniques must be flexible according to circumstances. Sometimes transform into a charming figure, at other times act innocent and pure. The basic explanation is done, now choose for yourself. Mission hesitated and asked if there were any suggestions. The mad demonic force thought for a moment, then said, regarding your master I propose 2 methods. First is persistent gentle approach to make him move. For example, pretend there is a bit of food on your lips so Hyungu reaches out to wipe it away. Disciple there is something on your mouth, and the key remains perseverance. Marian was curious like a child. Perseverance, yes. Just repeat like that and it will create a spark between the two of you. Mission tilted her head and asked, how do we know when the spark appears? The mad demonic force sighed from having to explain too much. Anyway, I will speak of the second method. That is to win quickly in one move, though somewhat risky, but if successful then your master will certainly. At this point the mad demonic force suddenly paused, cutting off his own fanciful train of thought. She gently pinched Mission's cheeks, speaking sternly that without studying the right method it would be difficult to succeed, so she would explain it in the simplest way possible. Choose between slow but steady or fast yet full of risks. The mad brute force pointed straight at her and asked which path she wanted. Mission's face flushed bright red, her lips trembling slightly. She lowered her head and muttered softly, I want. Amid the poetic scenery with interwoven blossoms covering everything, warm spring light spreading over the lush green grass, the two relaxed together, the young man resting his head on the girl's lap in a gentle sunny afternoon. In that tender atmosphere, Hyungu looked at her with affectionate eyes, the two silently gazing at each other. Mission returned that gaze, her cheeks rosy beneath the warm spring sunlight. Gently reached out to touch her cheek, then grew flustered before that emotion-filled gaze. Mission widened her eyes, her cheeks red like ripe fruit, a trace of surprise flashing across her face. She slowly leaned down, softly closing her eyes, as if preparing to step into the next moment. The story temporarily closed with more than 40,000 views and hundreds of praising comments, many readers even calling it a masterpiece and promising to follow it to the end. While scrolling through the comments with a smug smile, Kumiho was visibly excited, and Lee Seo-jong beside her shyly turned away. As if unable to believe her eyes, Lee Seo-jong held the phone and read it again, her face burning red. Right at the scene where the young couple was about to share a romantic moment. Her heart felt as though it were bursting, both embarrassed and delighted. She could only scream inwardly. As a loyal follower, she thought that even without reading she could guess the development, though the feeling still did not seem entirely real. Remembering Mission's usual cold demeanor, she muttered that such emotions were actually very normal. Even so, that storyline still conquered her, making her admit the author wrote in a very captivating way. Lost in thought, she heard that they had arrived. Lee Seo-jong startled, her face still red, replying softly. After a long journey, they reached their destination, closed the car door and stepped down with relief. Before them stood a massive structure, its gate carved with a horned skull. Kumiho recognized it as the place housing the teleportation circle. Lee Seo-jong quietly confirmed and inwardly admired the scale of the Terran A Guild. Kumiho enthusiastically brought up yesterday's topic of the 6 combination method, and Lee Seo-jong readily agreed. While the atmosphere was still peaceful, Lee Seo-jong suddenly noticed something unusual ahead. The grand gate opened, 2 rows of soldiers wearing horned masks stood at attention, leaving the 2 girls astonished. Kumiho remarked they looked exactly alike, while Lee Seo-jong recognized them as masked warriors. Soldiers bowed silently. Lee Seo-jong guessed they were Mission's direct subordinates and asked about the location of the magic circle. Between the 2 rows of soldiers, Kumiho confidently suggested they split up to search. Lee Seo-jong agreed. The architectural complex carried an ancient charm, the wood painted in refined orange-yellow tones creating an old-fashioned feeling. Passing through a corridor, Lee Seo-jong heard a strange sound coming from a nearby room. She pushed the door open and asked what was happening. Inside, the intermittent sounds continued without noticing her. Witnessing that scene, she was stunned, the person inside still softly calling out master. In another place shrouded in pitch darkness, that was the entrance to the first floor. A figure with a head full of eyes and a red body appeared. Sutendoji wondered if this was the first floor. On the ground lay a motionless creature. He curiously observed it. He stepped on that creature, wondering if it was a floor guard, the other's face revealing weakness. The eye at the back of his head signaled that he was not alone, surprising him. Within the mist, Hyen-gu had been standing there at some unknown time. With both hands in his pockets, he challenged Sutendoji. Sutendoji foolishly asked if he was a guard. Hyen-gu merely shook his head, mocking that the guard was lying right before him. Sutendoji stared intently and remarked that he was truly bold. He clenched his fist with excitement, repeatedly saying how interesting it was. In contrast, Hyen-gu only found it troublesome. Before Sutendoji could finish speaking, Hyen-gu had already struck down, leaving him dazed. He continued with a powerful kick that cracked the ground. A voice commented that he was cruel. Hyen-gu responded casually. In another room, a girl was practicing with an embarrassed expression. Mission blushed and wondered whether this posture was correct and if it needed further adjustment. She awkwardly tried again, leaving Lee Seo-jong standing outside astonished. Mission turned to observe behind her, murmuring adjustments. Lee Seo-jong could not understand what was happening, wondering if she had read too many stories. While she was thinking, Mission noticed her and stammered in embarrassment. Suddenly Mission transformed into another form with long horns and platinum hair. Asking if she had seen everything, Lee Seo-jong panicked and denied it. That answer made Mission angry. A large tiger appeared behind her, causing Lee Seo-jong to scream. However, Mission said she would not harm her because she was her master's colleague. Since she had seen everything, she needed to erase that memory. Lee Seo-jong asked in panic what she intended to do to her memory. The tiger let out a low growl. Mission reassured her that it only needed to touch her lightly once. Lee Seo-jong hurriedly insisted she had seen nothing at all. Mission still kept her intention. She lowered her voice and said, "I." Tiger lunged forward amid Lee Seo-jong's scream. Mission repeated that she would only take the memory. In her frightened state with eyes tightly shut, she heard a voice asking what was going on. The tiger stopped. That voice hesitated about what would happen if the memory were erased, making Lee Seo-jong even more confused. Taking a deep breath, Mission returned to her original form. She turned away saying she would no longer erase the memory. Lee Seo-jong asked again in relief. But Mission set a condition, causing her to worry once more. He pointed straight at her and requested, "Please help me." Elsewhere, Hanarin was leisurely walking. That place was filled with books. Glass cabinets also displayed countless volumes. Hanarin stopped in the middle of the room and ordered to begin. Hundreds of books immediately fell around her. When she found the one she needed, she ordered them to stop. The books hovered in midair at that command. He told them to return to their places. All of them flew back. They neatly arranged themselves again. Only one book remained outside. It fell onto Hanarin's head, making her cry out. After that, many more books fell down. The entire room became chaotic, books piling up as high as mountains. Hanarin ordered them to disappear. The books soared up high again. Hanarin casually grabbed a talking book and lightly remarked that perhaps the fourth stage was still quite challenging, but you were one of the rare few who had grasped the power of spatial control so quickly. He frowned, gripping both edges of the book as if about to tear it apart, making the command book cry out in panic. Irritated, she shouted, "Why have you not disappeared yet?" The book replied in annoyance, "What are you talking about?" Losing patience, Hanarin growled why these books did not vanish on their own. The command book hurriedly exclaimed, "Wait, it is just a misunderstanding." She pressed on about what was really going on. The book quickly explained that it needed to confirm the level of strength when they fell. "Please do not tear me apart." After a brief moment of thought, Hanarin spared it and tossed it aside, saying she had used this power before meeting it, but was it truly that useful? The book muttered, "Of course." Calming down after narrowly escaping destruction, the command book spoke seriously that before going further, your ability to dominate space was still incomplete. That was what needed to be perfected in order to advance to the next level. Half believing and half doubting, Hanarin continued to ask what the next stage you mentioned was. The book suddenly exuded an air of wisdom true to its title, explaining that once you controlled your presence within space, you could manipulate everything that existed inside it. Hearing that, Hanarin curled her lips with interest and replied if that was the case. Thinking of mission, she said excitedly that dealing with that girl was only a matter of time. At the headquarters of the Guardian Guild, modern skyscrapers stretched up to greet the early sunlight, signaling a busy workday ahead. Inside a room, a slender hand placed a stack of tied documents on the desk and asked where the guildmaster was. Anya leaned against the pile of papers, her face tense from the many approvals still pending. Kim Si-hyun showed understanding and guessed that he was probably causing trouble somewhere again. He asked Anya whether the stack included the mid-year accounting report. She replied briskly that it did. Anya handed the file to him, and in that brief instant Kim Si-hyun's hand lightly brushed against hers. The two of them unconsciously looked at each other, their hearts skipping a beat. In their hearts they could only cry out, "Oh my." Sweet moment passed, replaced by embarrassment. Anya softly thanked him because thanks to him everything was less exhausting. Kim Si-hyun scratched his head and smiled, saying it was nothing and hoped to finish soon so they could go on a date. Hearing his straightforward confession, Anya was even more moved. Her shimmering eyes softly called his name. Seizing the chance, Kim Si-hyun stepped closer. Both of them closed their eyes, the distance narrowed, their lips seemed to be waiting to meet. Suddenly the door burst open. Hanseo Kagun and Lee Seo-jong strode in cheerfully, one laughing that they came to help, the other carrying snacks saying they happened to pass by. Seeing Anya and Kim Si-hyun hurriedly turn their backs, they sighed and teased, "So are you happy now?" Elsewhere, like a boat drifting through space, two people conversed. One asked, "Have you returned already? After so many battles you must be exhausted." The other did not deny it and only said it would be best to end everything soon. On the table they exchanged a piece of metal. The other hinted that first there was this. The remaining one praised that it was indeed the adjuster's key. "You truly did it." Turned out Noah and Hyun-gu were talking. Hyun-gu rested his chin in boredom and asked whether that girl was truly the adjuster. Noah did not understand and asked what he meant. Recalling the one-eyed monster that once attacked him, Hyun-gu remarked that although she bore the achievement of a tower climber, she looked miserable and somewhat unstable. Noah calmly asked what developing achievements meant, so in the end the adjuster had done that. Noah's memory appeared the image of the adjuster, with a graceful yet terrifying figure. He continued that she yearned to create an omnipotent achievement to stand above all, but that was not power born from herself. Even with special methods the body could hardly avoid the consequences. Hyun-gu tilted his head seriously and wondered why anyone connected to the tower was so strange, then brushed it aside and asked what this key could actually help with. Noah remained calm and replied, "Perhaps you should enter its vault first, and I will explain more clearly." Hyun-gu asked in surprise, "Really?" Noah gently said the cooldown time was almost over, so just try it. Hyun-gu stared at the key in his hand and agreed since he was also curious about that storage. Suddenly a deep blue light appeared before their eyes. It was the information panel about the key fragment Hyun-gu was holding. SS plus rank, adjustment level undetermined. The enter skill had no cooldown so it could be used immediately. Confidently, Hyun-gu curled his lips and read the command to enter. The information panel immediately faded and disappeared following the command. Key opened a gate floating above his head. Radiant light enveloped his entire body. In an instant, he was transported elsewhere and was stunned the moment he arrived. His eyes were filled with astonishment. His body seemed frozen. Before him was a bizarre scene with countless intricately carved statues down to the finest detail, bearing lifelike expressions like an unmoving army. It took a long while before he managed to utter 3 simple words, "What is this?" At the training center of the Arang Guild, many activities were taking place energetically. Kumiho smiled brightly and said, "It is done, well done." On the floor, Lee Seo-jong stretched and complained of exhaustion. Kumiho still kindly encouraged her that she had done excellently. Lee Seo-jong handed Kumiho a blue package. Kumiho excitedly boasted that even with system support my stats were rising quickly. While Kumiho kept thanking her happily, Lee Seo-jong calmly opened her own information panel. Clearly stated Lee Seo-jong, 28 years old, female, strength A, dexterity S+, endurance A+, stamina S+, mana S+, luck B. Skills included fragmentation, sterilization, crushing magic, focus, limited enhancement, awakened magic armor, magic circle, high-speed interference, rapid magic memorization along with stamina S+, and mana S++. Taking a sip of water to rest briefly, she said in confusion that last time her mana was only S+, yet, after just 2 weeks it had reached S++. She remembered information that skill limits were usually determined in the tower, so once outside growth would slow down. So what was this unbelievable advancement? Breaking the pensive atmosphere, Kumiho softly reminded, "Was it not time for us to leave now?" Lee Seo-jong replied, slightly surprised, "We still have time." Kumiho said, "But you intend to ask the master about that, do you not?" Remembering her promise to help mission, Lee Seo-jong let out a soft sigh. She joked that perhaps it would be better to forget everything that had happened, leaving Kumiho puzzled. On the other side, Hyun-gu punched a statue straight in the face and was surprised that it seemed to exist outside as well. Rubbing his hand from using too much force, he muttered that he did not know what this thing was for. Suddenly another detail caught his eye and drew his attention. The more closely he looked, the more stunned he became. Recognizing the familiar smiling face, he blurted out, "Heavenly Demon." A voice rang out commenting that this was the corpse of a tower climber. Regardless, Hyun-gu carefully observed the heavenly demon statue and pondered. Looking at the statue's hand gripping a sword, the voice continued that though it appeared difficult on the outside, I could sense the remnants of achievement lingering within that body. The voice urged him that it was not over yet, keep going. Taking a few more steps, he encountered other familiar faces and could not hide his astonishment. Hyun-gu exclaimed, "H letter 1 Yu Vuong and Xian Ucha." Even the 10,000-year ice spirit appeared here. Observing from outside, Dai Hao Vuong and Thong Fong Dai Than remarked that perhaps all who died in the tower gathered here. Jia Ma Vuong and Fuck Hai Dai Than agreed because their corpses were here as well. It turned out they had secretly guided Hyun-gu. Hearing that, he immediately asked where your corpse was. The old one replied, "Just look up." Directly above him was a colossal statue carved in a powerful diving pose. He was speechless while Jia Ma Vuong remarked that this place gathered every corpse regardless of race. At that moment, the key issued a notification that the time had ended. It returned Hyun-gu to the seat opposite Noah. He asked if he had finished looking. He answered briefly yes. Hyun-gu added, "But inside there were only the corpses of tower climbers, so how was it useful to me?" Noah closed his eyes calmly and said it had no use for now, but what if they became your allies? Hyun-gu widened his eyes and asked, "What do you mean?" A green gem appeared in Noah's palm. Hyun-gu asked cautiously in confusion, "What was this?" Noah replied that it was the item that would help you accomplish that. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Really?" Without needing to hear more, he was already so excited that his eyes shone brightly, asking eagerly, "What do I have to do?" Noah smiled and said, "First, you must persuade them to stand on your side." Hearing that, Hyun-gu felt something was off. His earlier enthusiasm cooled completely. He stammered awkwardly. He muttered, "Persuade them how by defeating them." Noah said, "Helplessly defeat them, I was thinking of talking with them." Hyun-gu grimaced and waved his hand asking was there any other way. Noah replied coldly there was not. Sweat poured off him like rain. Hyun-gu firmly asserted that nothing would go smoothly. After a few seconds of consideration, he spoke to Noah. "All right, tell me what needs to be done to revive the tower climbers." Noah recalled the matter and slowly replied. The method itself was not overly complicated. It required linking a human soul to the gem, Noah explained in detail. First, they had to be persuaded to enter the imaginary space, then their consciousness would be guided into the gem, and finally they would enter the key vault to complete the process. Noah smiled gently and reminded him, the most important thing was persuasion, remember that. Hearing this, Hyun-gu gave an awkward smile as if struck by an unexpected blow, muttering the word persuasion. Thinking of the renowned figures within the tower, he could not help but break into a cold sweat. Hyun-gu showed a doubtful expression. He wondered whether it was truly feasible. Then suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. Hyun-gu slammed the table and shouted yeah, startling Not. He pointed upward and said, "It is enough to revive Thien Long and Ngo Kong. They have been with me for a long time, so they will be easier to persuade. Besides, their bodies are already in the storage vault." Not asked in surprise, but would that be all right for you? Hyun-gu looked puzzled. What problem would I have? Not explained the connection between him and Ngo Kong. You formed a contract with the Dai Than, correct? If he is revived, he will return to his original master. That would mean you can no longer use the achievements of the Dai Than. Hyun-gu remembered Than Long and stammered. What about Than Long then? The image of Than Long crying appeared in his mind. Not asked, he already handed all his achievements to you, did he not? Not confirmed that if revived, he would have no achievements left, so it would be difficult for him to be of help. Hearing that, he crossed his arms in dissatisfaction. Not continued, but if you return the achievements you received, it would be different. He shook his head indifferently. I still need Than Long's strength, so that would be difficult. He lowered his head onto the table and sighed in frustration. He had thought removing the regulator would solve everything, yet more trouble had arisen. Not smiled and said that to change the tower, fighting the regulator was unavoidable. Consider it a prerequisite. He clicked his tongue again. Still burying his face in the table, he gritted his teeth and muttered about how to persuade those stubborn figures. Not reassured him not to worry too much. I believe there is still a way to persuade them beyond those two. Hearing that, he fell into deep thought. Hyun-gu sprang up and asked about Avi, wondering if the system room had been found. Not waved his hand, not yet, but I have traced a clue. Sorry, give me a little more time. Not took out a sphere and said that more importantly, he had completed the item Hyun-gu requested. The sphere was an unidentified grade teleportation device. Its skill was free teleportation. The device was crafted by the owner of the ship Not and the creator of the tower. It allowed travel from the ship to the 9th floor, had a cooldown of 12 hours, which could be reduced by up to 15% if additional mana was supplied, and it was currently ready for use. Hyun-gu looked at the item and smiled, so I no longer need to fight monsters to get here. Not replied cheerfully that was correct, now you could come directly. He lifted the device and smiled brightly. At least this issue had been resolved. He thought that with Not help he would soon find Avi, he just needed to wait a little longer. A vast and luxurious building, though night had fallen, the lights still shone brilliantly. A finger pointed at the screen, tapping the rank up section and saying that it was exactly as he had predicted. If I am revived, you will no longer be able to use my achievements. Than Long also spoke, the same applies to me. On the screen, Hyun-gu lay lazily and replied that he understood. He stretched out comfortably on the sofa. But do you truly not know that your bodies are on the ship? Ngo Kong and Than Long confirmed it. Stroking his finger, Ngo Kong joked that there was one way. Hyun-gu asked in surprise what it was. Ngo Kong recalled the moment he stood upon the Kandao van and said, "Do you remember the Kandao van? You must possess my achievements just as when you conquered it." He angrily jumped up, shouted for him to be silent, then waved his hand and sent the phone flying away. Than Long looked at the screen and said there was still another way. He asked curiously if it was true. Than Long replied yes, but... Back at the house, Lee Seo-jong and Kumiho entered and greeted him happily. "Brother, we are back, master." They asked whether he had finished his work. He leaned casually against the sofa, crossed his legs and replied yeah, it was acceptable. Lee Seo-jong smiled and sat down, saying that was great. Hyun-gu asked if she wanted to say something. She frowned slightly and said that since 2 weeks ago her stats had suddenly increased sharply. She wondered if he knew what had happened. He answered that he did not know, perhaps it was simply time for them to rise. She added that such rapid growth in a short period felt strange. He suggested that she ask Si-hyun. She replied that she already had. But he also did not know, his own stats had suddenly risen as well. Hyun-gu rested his chin on his hand in thought. He recalled a battle and wondered whether defeating the regulator had caused some fluctuation, yet the timing did not align. Seeing his pensive expression, Lee Seo-jong also grew worried and fell silent. After a while she softly called out to him, Hyun-gu responded immediately, asking what was wrong. She hesitated. After a moment of hesitation, she asked whether he had an ideal type. Hearing that, he was startled and asked what she meant. The two stared at each other intently, and the atmosphere became awkward. Hyun-gu felt flustered, unsure what to say. He asked what was going on. Lee Seo-jong pouted and demanded to know whether he did or not. He still looked confused and could not utter a word. Just as he was about to ask whether she liked him, Lee Seo-jong released a frightening aura and shouted that he dared to say such words. He asked if she was interviewing him. She hurriedly denied it was not like that. He remained puzzled and asked why she had brought it up. Lee Seo-jong lost patience, stepped closer and threatened him to answer quickly. As he pondered his ideal type, he suddenly heard a voice saying that of course the 7 fairies were the most beautiful. Ngokong crossed his arms and added that especially the 7th fairy. Than Long snorted and called him that monkey, questioning whether he should think of the 7 fairies in such a way. Ngokong mocked him not to act innocent. Than Long replied that he was one of the 2 then, not tainted by the mortal world like him. Ngokong continued that it was that Tyne knew who sought him out. Hearing that, Than Long snorted coldly and asked whether he dared to treat the daughter of Ngok Hong that way. Ngokong laughed teasingly, saying that Blue Dragon, was it not true your achievements were deceived away by a woman? Than Long grew furious and demanded what he meant. Ngokong kept provoking him, saying he had even heard that Than Long once agreed to sacrifice a young maiden. Than Long cursed him, and the two began arguing fiercely, leaving he speechless. Hyun-gu suddenly remembered something and cried out. Seeing he was about to speak, Lee Seo-jong happily asked whether he had it. He handed his phone to her to look at. After reading it, she was shocked. Sweat poured down her face, her eyes widened in disbelief, and she shouted what was that. On a spaceship. A glowing blue stone rested on the table. A voice rang out, wondering whether Hyun-gu had decided whom to save. Not spoke up and added that incidentally. He looked up at the floating magic circle with 3 triangles pointing in 3 directions and strange characters above it. Not rose from his chair and carefully observed the object before him. Then he slowly stepped closer. Not extended his hand and drew additional lines onto the magic circle. A new circle appeared at the center of the formation. Blue light flashed and a screen emerged. Not exclaimed in surprise why she had not met Hyun-gu. The owner of the system room once said that when the time was right I would seek him out, so do not mention me. Back at Hyun-gu house, Kwai-luk Lone then said that brat, what are you worried about? My ultimate technique has never failed. Hearing that, Michio tilted her head slightly and replied that she was not worried at all, she was simply being a bit more cautious. The madman continued to probe, are you afraid? Mission frowned in confusion. What are you talking about? He went on, you fear things will stray from your wishes and your relationship with your master will crack, do you not? Hearing that, Mission fell silent as if tacitly admitting. Suddenly he suggested, then lend me your body for a while. Mission immediately asked what for. He said he wanted to approach the male lead. I will make your master fall for me within 10 hours with my ultimate technique. Michio blushed and jolted upright. What? 2 sides began to argue. I guarantee he will not be able to resist. Stop it. Just then a noise sounded outside. Mission took a deep breath to calm herself and said, let her come in. The wooden door slowly creaked open. Lee Seo-jong stepped in, holding a phone in her hand. I have found it. She showed the screen to Mission. Here. After looking, Mission was stunned, her eyes wide as she stammered, this is the type he likes. Elsewhere in a dark room a voice echoed, what did you say? The tower floor has been sealed. The mysterious figure bowed his head to report, specifically floors 12 and 13 have suddenly been completely locked. Tam Ma fell silent, propping his hand against his chin in thought. He asked why it had happened. Subordinate replied, we have not yet determined the reason. But as you know, the only one who can seal a tower floor is. Hearing that, Tam Ma seemed to understand, the corner of his lips curling up. Is it her? The one he thought of was Avi. The other agreed, perhaps. Tam Ma lightly tapped the chair and said, I thought I had eliminated her, yet she still lingers around. I did not expect her to join forces with that strange man. How interesting, the other asked anxiously. What do you mean? Tam Ma replied calmly, have I not said it before? That abnormal one comes here. As he spoke, he raised his hand, black energy gathering. An explosion rang out from that source of power. Tam Ma said calmly, I only need to wait. The other looked at the marks on the wall in worry, not daring to speak. Tam Ma continued to release energy, his voice full of irritation, I am nothing at all. He laughed again, it seems this time there are quite a few clinging around him. I will help you only once. After saying that he emitted a powerful purple light, the other was astonished. Do you truly intend to do that? Tam Ma snapped his fingers, she must have guessed you would descend the tower, so she sealed it to buy time. White light appeared in his hand, then I will change the location. Turning to the male lead's house, today has truly been a busy day, handle the important matter first. Hyun-gu looked ahead and asked Than Long, what is the method you mentioned? Than Long replied, it is to learn all of our achievements at the same time. Hyun-gu shot an annoyed glance but still answered, I am listening. Than Long continued, there is magic that allows that without consuming too much time. Than Long spoke about creating a magic circle to manipulate time and space. Hyun-gu was surprised, time and space. Than Long explained it was magic that surpasses limits by separating consciousness to train simultaneously. Hyun-gu imagined his body being split apart and turned pale. Than Long read his thoughts and said it was not the body but the mind. For example, if your mind splits into 5, your body will train 5 achievements at once. That image excited him far more than his initial imagination. He exclaimed it sounded amazing. Than Long reminded him that this magic has a major drawback. He immediately asked what it was. Wukong cut in, idiot, think about it. Splitting the mind lets you train more but brain will have to work extremely hard. He froze before understanding. Wukong gave an example, carrying 1 boulder is easy but carrying 5 at once will exhaust you. It takes you 10 years to learn 1 skill, imagine learning 5 at the same time. Than Long also agreed, what he said was not wrong. Training in an imagined space does not tire the body, but the mind is different, you have experienced it before. He grew serious, so the key is the mind's endurance. Than Long replied exactly. Wukong added, right now you can train at most 2 achievements. He was surprised only that. Wukong crossed his arms and said there was no other way because this time was different from before. The two moved closer. Wukong laughed and said this session was to collect their achievement. He could only fall silent and accept it. He sighed and agreed, I understand, it certainly will not be simple. Wukong asked if what happened earlier was true. He did not understand and asked again. About that ideal type, he remembered and replied. Wukong mocked, ideals are only imagination. Hyun-gu asked irritably. Than Long added, considering her age she is still very young. Wukong said age does not matter. Seeing the two going back and forth, he quickly asked what they were talking about. Wukong mentioned the picture he had shown the girl earlier. The girl in the photo looked very youthful and different. Knowing they had seen that part, he explained, I only did that so she would leave me alone. Wukong asked again, leave you alone. He hurriedly explained that if he had not said that she would have kept clinging to him. He frowned and added, it was just an image from a game I once played. Wukong nodded in understanding. He turned and quietly asked, was he telling the truth? Than Long replied, even so then. Do you not think that girl resembles his disciple? Wukong realized it was true. It was Li Xiaojang and Mission. Hyun-gu said wearily, it is not so, stop speculating, I am going to sleep. The other two continued discussing. Elsewhere the madman spoke, I know your master is not ordinary. His taste is truly strange, Mission asked worriedly, does that mean everything I learned is useless? He laughed loudly, I have never known failure. Then he gave an order through the screen, prepare the things I requested. Mission stared intently at the listed items. The more she heard the more shocked she became. Sweat broke out, unbelievable, she screamed. 3 days later, in a luxurious wooden room, Li Xiaojang sipped tea while scrolling through her phone. On the screen was a dialogue where she blushed in embarrassment, yet still mustered the courage to speak to Hyun-gu. He stepped closer after hearing her confession. Reading to this point, Li Xiaojang paused. She narrowed her eyes in thought. Thinking of Mission's shy expression, she wondered why this story felt so similar to reality. Could it be that she truly has feelings for Hyun-gu? He continued thinking, perhaps he showed the picture just to get rid of me, but if I return empty-handed to that man then. Remembering the madman's furious expression, goosebumps rose on her skin. She did not know how she would be treated. But then she brushed it aside and continued drinking tea. In any case, she had already done as requested. Inside an overwhelmingly, he Vishal Anus skyscraper. Hyun-gu crossed his arms and called out in surprise, disciple. The girl curved her lips into a faint smile and replied, yes, master. For him was an entire row of premium liquor. His eyes widened as he said, what is going on? The girl gently said it was for preparation. He was still stunned. I know that, but Hyun-gu kept his arms crossed, silently observing the black-haired girl with twin buns before him. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his gaze full of vigilance directed at her. Doubt arose in his heart, but why is it like this? His eyes stopped on the outfit she was wearing. From the blouse and skirt to every small accessory, even the meticulously styled hairstyle. He suddenly recalled the character design from a previous game and froze. Truly wanted to ask directly why she was dressed like that. The mad brute force standing outside merely smiled in satisfaction, believing this transformation suited the male lead Tate. Looking at her like a little kitten, he secretly wondered if she liked cosplay, but why choose this moment? Though the wine had been poured, Hyun-Gu's mind was still spinning. What exactly was happening? Mission raised her glass, interrupting his thoughts. Master. Hearing the call, he flinched slightly. Rhea. He respectfully offered the glass toward him. Please accept it, making him even more surprised. What is this about? While he was still stunned, she continued to urge him. Please take it. He stammered, wait, but she still firmly extended the glass. Her eyes shimmered with anticipation, causing his heart to waver slightly. The mad brute force watched the scene and could only sigh. I knew it would turn out like this. It asked Mission, Kid, why are you forcing him to drink? She quietly replied, I am only following instructions. Looking through the screen, the mad brute force was left speechless at her innocence. It explained that if a few glasses of wine could solve everything, it would not have needed to go to such lengths to devise a plan. She gasped. What? The mad brute force asked again. Do you understand the purpose of this meeting? It reminded her that this was to make him slightly drunk and shorten the distance. She even imagined Hyun-Gu blushing and confessing his feeling. The mad brute force said one glass would not be enough, leaving Mission stunned. He fell into deep thought. Hyun-Gu was bewildered, not understanding what was wrong with her. He looked at the glass again. Aside from that cosplay outfit, offering a drink was not strange since both were adults. He even imagined the two of them clinking glasses happily. Perhaps she just wanted to relieve stress after a tiring time. He glanced back at the glass once more. The ice cubes clinked against each other. This liquor looked quite strong. He suddenly looked at Mission, making her flinch slightly. Might as well drink it quickly and be done with it. He tilted his head back and drained it in one gulp. Then he frowned like a child tasting something unfamiliar. This liquor is really harsh. The mad brute force immediately grew excited. The timing is right, kid. It signaled Mission to continue. Pour him another glass. She hesitated for a moment, her mind in turmoil, not knowing what to say. Then she held her forehead helplessly. Do not say nonsense. What should I do now? The mad brute force worried that if it intervened it would make her master suspicious. It seemed unavoidable. It reminded Mission that it was time to choose. She asked in surprise. Choose. The mad brute force presented two options. Choose one. First, stop here. The second option is that you also drink. If you are not sure you can make him drunk, then let yourself get drunk first. Mission kept staring at Hyun-Gu, thinking that as long as she could create a chance to speak honestly, it would be enough. She bit her lip worriedly. What if something went wrong? The mad brute force dismissed it. This is a rare opportunity. Do you intend to miss it? Hyun-Gu spoke. Disciple, if you just want to relax then. She suddenly stood up and called out, Master. Her whole body seemed filled with determination. Can you wait for me 5 minutes? 3 minutes, is that fine? He asked in slight surprise. Why? Even so, he still nodded in agreement. She softly said thank you and left. Suddenly the system appeared, making him pause. A notification sounded. You have received an invitation. When the countdown ends you will be transferred. Time remaining 29 seconds. Before he could react, he was teleported by the system. Surrounding scenery gradually faded away. A white-haired young girl appeared before his eyes. Avi sat behind a desk smiling. You have arrived. Hyun-Gu could not help but be surprised when he saw her sitting there smiling brightly at him. He reflexively tapped her lightly on the head. He held her head and cried out, Why did you suddenly hit me? He awkwardly replied, Because you looked too suspicious. She widened her eyes. Suspicious of what? He hesitated. What if this is a trap? She retorted in annoyance. Do you think I would do that? Avi showed her displeasure openly. Why resort to hitting first without reason? Hyun-Gu quickly used the head pat skill, making her calm down. He smiled. I have many things I want to tell you. She also smiled. I do too. There are too many things that have never been confessed. He asked, Is there anything you have not said? Avi shook her head. First, let us discuss the main matter. She cleared her throat softly, then seriously introduced herself. Perhaps you have heard about me from the creator, but I want to say it myself again. Hyun-Gu listened attentively as she presented her duty to monitor parallel worlds and maintain balance, while also managing the tower floors. She confidently affirmed, I am the one who manages this place. At the same time, on the first floor, Ngayat Lan was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. A sudden tremor startled him. Before Ngayat Lan, a strange object appeared. He realized it was a tool for communicating with the upper floor. A line of text appeared on it. The content stated that from now on the challenge on the first floor would be removed. Tower climbers would begin their trial directly from the 9th floor. Behind Ngayat Lan, the monster had awakened. He roared violently and unleashed a terrifying source of power. Where is that bastard? The question left Ngayat Lan bewildered, not understanding who he was referring to. Guy at Lan probed whether it was the black-haired human man. He nodded in confirmation and impatiently asked where that man had gone. Nguyen Lan pointed upward and said he had left this place, perhaps heading higher up. The other party widened his eyes in surprise. She affirmed that was correct. It seemed he was on a higher floor within this tower. Gu crossed his arms and looked at Avi, asking whether only when his information access reached a higher level would she then know her true identity. She calmly replied that was correct. He asked in confusion whether she had ever self-destructed and why she would do such a thing. Avi said she would explain the reason later. First, she needed him to understand the current situation. The scene shifted to a luxurious and magnificent building. Mission reappeared with an indescribable awkwardness. She squeezed her eyes shut and shouted that Master her heart was finally ready. But when she slowly opened her eyes, he was no longer in front of her. She softly called out Master twice. Wine bottles were scattered across the floor and on the white sofa, mixed with faint, weary sighs. Another sigh escaped. Mission hugged the wine bottle tightly, her face flushed and her eyes half closed. She curled her legs on the chair, still holding the bottle beside her, her slurred voice muttering that she must truly be drunk. Night Parade of 100 Demons looked at Marion helplessly, reminding her whether she intended to stop drinking. She lowered her head, frowning as she stared at the bottle before her, silently thinking that Master had left. A subordinate stepped in and bowed. Mission continued drinking without even glancing over and coldly asked what it was. He reported that a tower climber had just been discovered. Mission slowly turned and asked if that was true. That man confirmed and said the exact location was unclear, but most likely around the Seoul area. Mission curled her lips and repeated, "Is that so?" The subordinate respectfully replied yes. She slammed the wine bottle onto the table and softly said that sounded interesting. Her expression instantly turned icy and filled with killing intent. The timing was perfect as her irritation surged, her eyes blazing red. She decided to find the tower climber. In Avi's room, Gu asked, slightly puzzled, whether she had sealed the floor. Avi looked up and confirmed that was correct. He added that when his access level increased, she had restored the administrator's memory. Thanks to that, she could grasp the situation inside the tower and knew the tower climbers were striving to defeat the Guardians, her hands continuously operating numerous information panels. Avi was worried that the 9th floor collapsing was only a matter of time. Therefore, she had no choice but to lock the floors, making communication difficult. Hyunwoo nodded in understanding. He seriously asked how long it would take for everything to return to normal. Avi estimated about 1 to 2 months. Gu asked whether she did not have an exact figure. Avi replied that she had done everything within her power to achieve this result, her tone slightly displeased. She explained that after exhausting all her strength to escape the 3 creators who once wanted to erase her, she had to limit her own memories to preserve a bit of power. Therefore, her strength was not complete, like a power-saving mode. Gu let out a soft sigh and said that in any case the focus still lay on this issue. He said when the seals on the floors disappeared, the invaders would arrive, so preparations were needed in advance. Avi agreed and emphasized that the people on the 9th floor had to be protected. Gu asked why it was so special. Avi hesitated and clenched her hands because the invaders could not descend. But the tower climbers would continue to ascend. Those words surprised Gu. She added that the number of tower climbers would gradually increase. He wondered why that was so. Avi explained that the tower's structure had just been altered. The designer had stripped her authority and taken full control. He linked the 1st floor and the 9th floor. Light from above shone down like a deep well. A violent crash rang out. A blue monster was stomped to the ground by a dark red foot with claws. The red demon with bulging eyes, tall horns, white hair and beard and sharp teeth roared that he would make that man pay. A strange sound suddenly rang out and caught his attention. Pale green streams of aura emanated from his muscular body. A surge of golden energy suddenly shot forward. He was startled and wondered what kind of power was growing brighter and seemed to overwhelm even him. He panicked and asked who you were as Mission appeared before him. Behind her, a torrent of golden-orange energy churned. She calmly told him to endure a little longer. The demon asked in confusion what she was saying. Mission clenched her fist, energy gathering around it because only then would her anger subside. He shouted and rushed forward, launching an attack at that demon. Returning to the conversation, Gu concluded that the current situation was extremely dangerous. Avi confirmed that once the floors were connected, they could head straight to the 9th floor, causing him concern. He imagined the city in ruins. One tower climber was enough to cause great harm, let alone a whole group. He silently cursed and thought only one person could handle it. The image of Hanarin training flashed through his mind. Mission possessed the achievements of the legendary god of chaos. See, Hyung was currently being guided by the heavenly demon. Along with the nine-tailed fox, Hyun-gu asked how many tower climbers appeared each day. Avi estimated around 8 to 10, and in the first days possibly more. He anxiously asked what about the first day. Avi replied that all those climbing would arrive at once, causing him to curse aloud. Avi said that him defeating the regulator was already a good thing. Otherwise, the bodies managed by her might have been manipulated once again. Avi explained that normally defeated tower climbers would be resurrected by the system in cycles. Hyun-gu was astonished upon hearing that. He recalled the heavenly demon once asking why he was inside an imaginary space. Only now did he understand that it was merely waiting for the appropriate time. A panic cry rang out. Stop! Mission coldly ordered the opponent to stand up. He lifted her leg high and said it was not over yet. A blade-sharp wave of energy shot forward. The demon used all his strength to evade. He laughed loudly, thinking he had escaped that strike. But right after that, Mission appeared behind him, grabbed his head and smiled, saying at least you should dodge a few times to make it interesting. Demon was stunned by that speed, then only his miserable scream remained. He collapsed motionless. A voice rang out asking whether it was over. Night parade of 100 demons teased that the little one had sobered up. Mission coldly told him not to start a conversation. He pouted in annoyance. Night parade of 100 demons complained that no one had angered her that much. Mission loudly demanded whether he truly still dared to ask that question. Botch QU letter 1 EF7 D letter 1 EA1 Han gently said that he had made Master worry to the point of retreating. How could he not be pleased? Mission widened her eyes in shock and asked what he meant. Botch QU letter 1 EF7 D letter 1 EA1 Han continued that he had always been indifferent to her. Mariang recalled the times Hyun Yu treated her coldly and could not deny it. Mission flushed red and retorted loudly, so what? In any case, he has already left. Botch QU letter 1 EF7 D letter 1 EA1 Han slowly said the important point lies here, making Mission ask again in surprise. In the past, he merely ignored her, though Mariang tried to approach and offered money and precious artifacts. Hyun-gu still coldly refused. But this time, he took the initiative to avoid her. Botch QU letter 1 EF7 D letter 1 EA1 Han explained. Botch QU letter 1 EF7 D letter 1 EA1 Han analyzed that when a man acts differently from before, there must be a reason, making Mission gradually understand. He has begun to care about her. That conclusion left Mission flustered yet filled her heart with joy. She wondered whether Master had truly started paying attention to her. The demon lying motionless on the ground was still alive, observing Mission and questioning her strange behavior. He intended to seize the chance to escape, but before he could act, Mission stepped on his hand, making him cry out. She smiled faintly and said that Master had begun to care about her. With both hands pressed to her cheeks, she revealed a blissful smile. At the same time, she repeatedly stomped on the monster's body, causing it to let out miserable screams. At the house, a voice rang out asking whether he intended to use space and time creation to achieve accomplishment. Hyun-gu replied that he had no other choice. The voice continued to warn that doing so he would leave this place for about a month. Hyun-gu lay on the bed, intently looking at his phone, and answered that he already knew. Hyun-gu scrolled through the contacts to continue searching. That was why from now on he had to prepare. He affirmed that he needed to arrange protective measures for the 9th floor, speaking while focusing on the screen. At the International Hunter Association, Liam Lowe greeted Hyun-gu after a long time. Liam cheerfully asked about his health and why Hyun-gu had called him. Liam was startled to hear Hyun-gu say that many disasters were about to occur. Hyun-gu seriously mentioned the need to discuss defensive measures. Liam confirmed that information was accurate. Hyun-gu was surprised to learn Liam also knew the situation. Liam said he had been planning to contact him for the same purpose. Liam revealed that the association had developed a new item capable of predicting disasters in detail. The image of a staff with a multicolored orb appearing mysteriously. When activated for testing, the device detected 7 different radar signals. Among them, one disaster would occur within 8 hours, leaving everyone extremely worried. Liam added that thanks to the strong development of hunters worldwide, the current situation had become more promising. Hyun-gu recalled Lee Seo-jong's appearance 2 weeks ago and realized his power index had increased significantly. He asked whether this had happened globally. He believed this was also beneficial since they needed more combat forces, at the same time promising to send troops for support. Liam thanked him and said the reward would be discussed later. Hyun-gu agreed. The call ended. Hyun-gu turned off the phone. He looked at the phone screen and decided to contact someone else. At the Guardian Guild, Kumiho was surprised that Hyun-gu had summoned everyone early in the morning. Kim Si-hyun crossed her arms and asked about the purpose of the meeting, while Anya kept typing on the keyboard and guessed that the guild master had another new plan. The meeting room door opened. Hyun-gu walked in with a smile, greeting everyone and receiving their response. Kim Si-hyun looked at him and asked what he planned to do next. Mission suddenly appeared there. He smiled brightly, making everyone around her confused. Kim Si-hyun whispered to Hyun-gu asking whether his disciple had any problem. He also did not know. Hyun-gu spoke up saying he had something important to announce to everyone, while Mission still kept her smile. He said that he needed to leave to train for a period of time. Hyun-gu asked everyone to protect this place while he was absent, causing Kim Si-hyun and Anya to be so shocked they could not speak. In a space filled with books, a floating book emitted a voice requesting her to return. Hanarin appeared among the books flying in disorder. Even mythical creatures appeared here. Dragons would need centuries to achieve this accomplishment, yet she completed it in a short time, astonishing everyone. This was truly a rare talent. Hanarin sighed in exhaustion and sat down to rest. The commanding book flew closer and praised that she had reached half of the 4th rank. Hanarin looked at the book and said that was no longer important now. She admitted she did not feel as happy as expected. Hanarin said she was at a disadvantage and wanted to settle everything with her rival, wondering whether it was due to jealousy and the other's talent. She turned to the commanding book and asked what the next step should be. The book suggested they go outside for a while then return, surprising Hanarin. It explained that she needed to prepare for the next level and should also rest. Hanarin agreed with a gentle smile. She said she would find her rival before continuing. Elsewhere, 2 voices sounded on a ship floating in space, confirming that the protection of the 9th floor was complete. Hyun-gu believed that even if he was absent for a month, with Kim Si-hyun and Anya, there would be no major problem. The other 2 complained helplessly about the guild master's decision. On the ship, Noah thought that using space and time creation for training might split Hyun-gu's mind, which was quite dangerous. He asked whether that method would help him grow stronger quickly. Noah confirmed it. He asked about the item used to persuade the tower climbers. Noah said it was ready. Noah handed Hyun-gu a rolled parchment. It was the peace contract established by the owner of the ship and also the creator of the tower, binding the parties to comply with its terms and limiting harmful actions. Any violation would be enforced according to the contract. He smiled in satisfaction while holding the contract, believing everything was ready. Noah looked at him and guessed that he had decided to revive someone. He laughed and replied that he had chosen a trustworthy ally. In a vast and open space, he used a piece of wood to draw strange symbols on the grass and finished them. He braced himself and observed the circle of symbols he had just created before his eye. He wondered if the time extended beyond a month how it should be handled. A voice sounded saying that if done well he could control the time inside and extend the training duration similar to a mental and time chamber. He stepped into the center of the symbol circle with determination. Standing in the middle of the circle, he said it was time to begin. Long reminded him to control the energy precisely to activate space and time. First, concentrate the energy into the palm of his hand. Then use that energy to activate the talisman and continue the process. Everything was complete after following Than Long's instructions. Hyun-gu slowly opened his eyes. He was astonished to see someone before him with an appearance identical to his own. Hyun-gu exclaimed that it had succeeded, Rhea, and Than Long immediately responded. He was still in disbelief. Why did it look so much like him? Suddenly, the one bearing the same appearance slowly opened his eye. 2 looked at each other, then spoke in unison. The feeling is truly strange. Than Long and Wukong stood at a distance observing, saying the preparation stage to receive the achievement had been completed. Now all that remained was the choice. The 2 of you choose one door and comprehend our achievement. After both minds finish learning, merge back into the main body, then the training will end. Chose this door, and the other chose the other one. The 2 of them stepped toward their chosen doors and stood before them. They looked at each other and smiled, wishing one another luck. You as well. At that moment a stream of purple blood aura enveloped Hanarin's body. She softly said, Master, please wait for me. Hanarin propped her chin up eagerly, saying she would soon be by his side. After that, mysterious magic enveloped the entire space. Transported Hanarin to another place, where the outside was covered by a swarm of pitch-black bats. Hanarin inwardly gasped, wondering what this was. The ferocious bats slammed into the glass door, leaving smeared stains behind. At last, the door could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered into pieces. The swarm gradually revealed their faces with sharp fangs, letting out horrifying screeches. Faced with the danger, Hanarin merely smiled calmly and declared that they should be crushed. Instantly, the entire swarm was annihilated, leaving scattered red streaks as they let out miserable cries. Red liquid fell like rain. However, their structure looked extremely strange. Immediately, a red dragon was summoned before Hanarin. Meanwhile, Hyangu was still sunk deep in a dazed state. He kept his eyes tightly shut, ignoring the bizarre sounds echoing around him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a surge of blue energy light erupting fiercely. Hyangu said in delight that he had found it, then curled his lips into a calculating smile. Beneath the gray sky, the wind howled as the monsters roared in pain. They glared, releasing overwhelming killing intent. One by one, they gathered into a pack, bearing sharp fangs as if craving battle. Facing them, Hyangu sneered calmly, calling them truly troublesome. He ground his teeth and cursed in irritation. Damn it! As soon as the words left his mouth, Hyangu threw a straight punch into the horde. He shouted, asking how they dared hide in the shadows. Dealing with them by senses alone was already difficult enough. Hyangu grumbled about that damned azure dragon, asking if he was forcing him to train in such a harsh environment again. Looking at the ferocious monsters, he calculated inwardly that it was time to wipe them all out. After speaking, Hyangu cracked his knuckles in preparation for battle. His eyes flared with momentum as he said in a low voice that they should first take this punch. Within the illusion, the Monkey King leisurely conversed with Than Long, as if he had realized something. Wukong asked Than Long what he had done. Than Long replied that he had merely adjusted time slightly. The Monkey King showed surprise, asking if it was truly possible. Than Long nodded in confirmation. However, he spoke sternly that he did not wish to use this method, making Wukong curiously ask for the reason. Than Long explained that the origin of space and time was linked to a part of Hyangu's consciousness. Therefore, when subjected to additional pressure, Hyangu's consciousness would also be affected. That could lead to serious consequences, even causing his consciousness to shatter. Monkey King asked clearly about the increased time. Than Long answered that 1 day equaled 10 days and could be increased further. Hearing that, Wukong realized it would create even more pressure. Monkey King muttered softly that 10 days still seemed far too little. However, Than Long affirmed that everything would be fine. Because Hyangu was not starting from zero, he already had a rich foundation of experience. That would certainly help greatly, making Than Long somewhat reassured. Even so, he admitted that comprehending too quickly might result in quality not reaching perfection. At the same time, Hyangu continuously launched palm strikes toward the demon. He persistently used simple movement. Though simple, they inflicted enormous damage. Hyangu relentlessly overwhelmed his opponents. Faced with his agility, the monsters could only stare in astonishment. He swiftly counterattacked, delivering fatal blows before they could react. Each strike created powerful explosions. Hyangu calmly looked at the thick cloud of dust ahead. Thousands of fierce eyes were directed at him. Hyangu wondered whether he had taken down about 100 yet. He realized his energy was gradually running dry. Even so, he still charged forward fiercely, determined to eliminate them all. He gritted his teeth, wishing for a bit more energy to continue. Hyangu's eyes flashed with a strong blue light as the monster's red fluid gushed out. Suddenly, his strike fell into empty air as the monsters had vanished. Hyangu was brought into the illusion. Than Long spoke to congratulate him. Hearing the familiar voice, he turned around. Than Long announced that he had achieved the destructive killing achievement, astonishing Hyangu. Than Long affirmed that the Than Long achievement was composed of many parts. Image of the world tree appeared. Than Long explained that it was combined from hundreds of high-level achievements. Among them, destructive killing was the basic foundation of the Than Long achievement. After hearing this, Hyangu scratched his head and lamented that the road ahead was still long. He asked about the Monkey King. Than Long replied that he was in a place with a similar copy. Hyangu pondered with concern, unsure whether he was proceeding smoothly. And he cast aside his worry, trusting in the Monkey King's strength, and asked what the next step was. Than Long calmly answered that the next trial was the endurance achievement, an important element of his power. To obtain enlightenment armor, one must undergo meditation. It is a grueling journey that demands perseverance. Hyangu frowned and asked what enlightenment armor was since it sounded abstract. Was there any more concrete hint? Than Long slowly replied that with enlightenment, the core lies in personal comprehension. Sensing his words were somewhat lofty, he clicked his tongue and said he would give 1 or 2 more hints when appropriate. Hyangu waved his hand and said, "Fine, I will go then." He suddenly realized there was nowhere to go, and as soon as he reached the door, he stopped. In Manhattan, New York, dense fog blanketed everything as a chilling sound echoed. The monster nicknamed Baby Shark sneered that it was as easy as flipping a hand. 3 prey still clutched tightly in his grasp. His body was massive like a bodybuilder, so large it seemed capable of withstanding a storm. Below, Yasumi sat amid the chaotic battlefield and thought that even though their side had increased stats and many S ranks were fighting, she looked up at the ferocious monster, never expecting to be defeated in such a way. The monstrous shark growled that she would be the next meal. Yasumi widened her eyes and shouted in anger. At that moment, a figure rushed in and drew a sword, its blade shining brilliantly. As he swung the sword, he shouted for it to get lost. The monstrous shark was struck and let out a piercing sound. The blade still bore traces of the previous battle. Yasumi was stunned to realize that the one who acted was him. He glared fixedly at the monster. Baby Shark hissed softly in pain, panted and shouted furiously, his face twisted with rage. Thenma coldly replied that it was foolish. Hearing that, the monstrous shark roared in fury. But before he could react, he was blasted away once more. He cried out in pain. Thenma leisurely sheathed his sword and disdainfully uttered a remark. Yasumi asked in astonishment who he truly was. Thenma tilted his head and replied that he was Thenma. Thanlong clicked his tongue in praise, saying he was quite capable. Hao Vuong nodded and said that for an ordinary person to reach such a realm was admirable. If he continued, he could touch immortality. Thanlong asked why his sworn brother had refused reincarnation, mentioning Dai San made Ngo Kong grow weary. Hao Vuong and Thenma lay back and replied that perhaps he found it troublesome. Thanlong could only sigh. Ngo Kong laughed and said that at least they had found the right person. Then his expression changed, as he said that matter was not important now. Outside, clouds shrouded the mountains. Ngo Kong said today was the 99th day. Haiyan Gu had reached the entrance of Mang Jai Peak. How was his progress? Thanlong updated that he was still improving steadily. Hao Vuong felt delighted upon hearing that. Thanlong reminded that he was about to face the achievement of forbearance. This was the hardest achievement to attain, and Haiyan Gu was cultivating amid the white snow. Thanlong believed that old knowledge would not help in attaining this achievement. Haiyan Gu calmly circulated his power, forming a stream of green energy in his palm. Rays of formidable light radiated around him. Ignoring the freezing cold, he sat in the snow striving to reach a new realm. After a while, he opened his eyes and looked at his hand. Seeing the sphere of energy, he exclaimed that he had fused the light attribute into magic. He believed he now had the foundation to move toward the achievement of forbearance. Looking at the door, he recalled Thanlong saying that enlightenment armor was subjective and had no fixed answer. He asked why that was only said now. Thanlong vaguely replied that the rest had to be understood on his own. Haiyan Gu grew even more doubtful whether this exercise was truly useful. Thanlong turned away and said that if he believed so then it would be useful, which made him more irritated. Seeing him agitated, he suggested that the meaning of enlightenment was what truly mattered. Even thinking that way, Haiyan Gu still felt confused, scratching his head in self-reproach. He decided to stop overthinking and grasped the door. Stepping into the illusion realm, Thanlong thought to himself that he should just use that stone. 10 days passed, he stood alone in a barren desert and wondered what meaning this pursuit held. 43 days later, he moved to cultivate beneath a waterfall. 75 days in, he meditated in a dark forest, wondering if this was Thanlong's achievement. Doubts kept arising as 86 cold days passed. 102 scorching days also went by. He wondered whether everything was meaningless. Closing his eyes, he admitted that he still understood nothing. 205 days, he sat atop a high mountain. 240 days, he crossed a region of thorny trees. 300 days, he cultivated on a sweltering plateau. 308 days, he continued under the pouring rain. 510 days, he faced the silent darkness. After a long time, he returned and wearily pulled open the spatial door. Seeing the scene before him, he stood still for several seconds. Outside was a biting snowstorm. He murmured that this was the very place of his initial training. In the modern city, a voice in a yellow taxi announced that they were about to arrive. Inside the car, Li Xiaozhang wondered what she had been summoned for. On her phone appeared news of a global surge in disasters. The association and Haiyan Gu's teammates were fighting. She felt everything was connected. The car stopped before a tall building. The driver said they had arrived. Li Xiaozhang hurried toward the strategy room of the Guardian Guild. She was about to knock when she heard urging voices from inside. She stood bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Opening the door and stepping in, she asked why it was so noisy. Inside, Kumiho was angrily criticizing Thenma. She loudly declared that how could an ordinary person dare to look down on a nine-tailed fox like her. Ma replied calmly. After all, she was only a mid-tier tower climber. The moment she heard that, Kumiho immediately flared up, so furious she could barely contain herself. She shouted angrily, "You bastard, get out of here," and shamelessly mocked that it was merely an internal matter, yet they dared to raise their voices, leaving Lee Seo-jong wondering who Kumiho really was. On the other side, Mission spoke up. "I thought I had already made myself clear enough." Lee Seo-jong turned her head to see Mission questioning Hanarin, telling her to go to India. Hanarin replied coldly, "I cannot hear you clearly, and besides, why should I listen to a brat like you?" Mission answered bluntly, "Because you are under my management." Hanarin curled her lips in disdain, muttering, "What kind of ridiculous reason is that?" Mission lifted her chin proudly, saying she was Master's first disciple and had once shared a special intimate relationship with him, making Hanarin widen her eyes in shock and snap, "What did you just say?" Mission continued to provoke her. "Could it be that while you were absent I simply stood still?" Hanarin exploded in rage, unable to accept it, and blurted out that it was impossible. Seeing the chaos like a marketplace, Lee Seo-jong awkwardly called out, "Anya, where are you?" Before she could finish speaking, she witnessed Kim Si-hyun embracing Anya affectionately and asking if she was all right, while Anya clung to him and complained softly. At that moment, Lee Seo-jong could only stand there speechless before that group. In her heart, she silently blamed Hyun-gu. Why did he form such a troublesome team before leaving? The room at that time was as chaotic as a rush-hour waiting hall. A while later in Guardian's strategy room, Lee Seo-jong admitted that she had not fully grasped the current situation. She calmly asked if handling the magic circle in Hanam was very difficult. "I will assist." Anya leaned against Kim Si-hyun and softly said, "Thank you." Lee Seo-jong looked at her with pity. "If only you had said it earlier." Upon hearing that, Anya's eyes reddened, but the situation was different now. At that moment, Lee Seo-jong suddenly understood the problem. So that is how it is. In another corner, Kumiho and Ma were still confronting each other like fire and water. On the other side, Mission and Hanarin also refused to yield. Lee Seo-jong could only sigh and say, "I understand now." Hanarin said angrily that if not for Master's words, things would have been different. Before she could finish, Mission interrupted smugly, "No matter what, you still arrived too late." Hearing that, Hanarin snapped, "What do you mean?" while Mission giggled. Amid that chaotic scene, Lee Seo-jong could only force a smile and say, "It seems that side is even more complicated." Suddenly, a disturbing image flashed through her mind. She could not believe that Mission and Hyunwoo would truly do such a thing. Thinking that, Lee Seo-jong hurriedly shook her head and told herself she had read too many fantasy stories. Kim Si-hyun beside her simply watched in silence. After that, he stepped forward to Ma, respectfully greeted Master, and expressed surprise that she had appeared again. Kim Si-hyun extended his hand to invite Ma to sit and rest for a while, and he silently followed behind. Suddenly, he saw Kumiho sleeping so soundly that a trace of drool lingered at the corner of her mouth, and could not help clearing his throat softly. She curled her body up like an adorable little cat. Sensing a stranger's presence, Kumiho drowsily opened her eyes and woke up. She rubbed her eyes and happily asked, "Who is it?" Kim Si-hyun turned to introduce her to Ma, but before he could finish, Ma coldly remarked, "What kind of breed is that hybrid?" making Kumiho bristle at being called that. She angrily shouted, "Who are you to say that? Leave this place at once." Ma sneered, "Oh, so the hybrid can speak." Kumiho trembled with rage and retorted, "What did you just say?" While Kim Si-hyun, standing between them, could only think awkwardly that he had not expected them to quarrel so fiercely. Both Kim Si-hyun and Lee Seo-jong held their heads and silently hoped Hyun-gu would return soon. Meanwhile, Hyun-gu returned to the first gate and began a new loop, his heart filled with irritation. Facing the freezing snowstorm, he helplessly shouted again and collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion, wondering how many times it had been like this. After a while, Hyun-gu raised his head and looked up at the sky, and he shouted loudly toward the snake head. Then Hyun-gu decided to move toward the door leading to where the snake head was stationed. Seeing him return, Than Long asked in surprise, "Have you come to rest?" Then it widened its eyes in shock and cried out. At that time, Hyun-gu looked gloomy, his hair standing on end and his skin darkened by the cold. He angrily questioned whether you truly achieved that accomplishment in that way. Seeing him angry, Than Long cautiously replied, "Why are you angry? It is only that you have not yet comprehended it yourself." Unable to hold back any longer, he shouted, "Give me a hint," but Than Long only shook its head and said there was no such thing. Hyun-gu choked with anger, unable to accept that harsh truth. Than Long calmly explained that realizing it on your own was entirely different from being shown by someone else. It added that it had already seen through the root of it, and thus had nothing left to teach him. Hearing those flowery yet impractical words, Hyun-gu irritably wondered whether he should teach that man a lesson. He said loudly, "We have no time left. Is not the result the most important thing?" Hearing that, Than Long fell silent for a moment and did not respond. After a while it slowly said, "A pig sees only pig, a Buddha sees only Buddha." Hyun-gu heard it and understood nothing, standing there in confusion. Than Long repeated, "A pig sees only pigs, a Buddha sees only Buddha," then softly called Hyun-gu's name. It gently asked, "What do you see in your own eye?" The question left Hyun-gu frozen in place. He looked at his own reflection in Than Long's eyes. After that, Hyun-gu stepped forward. He headed toward the door to leave the illusion without another word. At that moment Hao Vuong spoke up, saying, "Although you claim there is nothing to teach, in truth you have said quite a lot." Than Long tilted its head and replied that was not a hint but merely a question. It added that in any case Hyun-gu would find the answer himself, while he resolutely sat amid the snowstorm. Hearing that, Ngu Kong softly clicked his tongue in admiration and said, "Very good." Hao Vuong then said seriously that our side seemed to be facing some danger. At the same time, waves of cold wind carrying snow continued to surge toward Hyun-gu. He relaxed his body, sat cross-legged, formed a hand seal before his abdomen, and kept his back straight to cultivate. In his mind echoed Than Long's question, "Hyun-gu, what do you see in your own eyes?" Despite the bone-piercing cold, Hyun-gu was determined to find the answer. He tightly closed his eyes and questioned what he truly saw. Thinking about the snake head, Hyun-gu began to analyze every detail. First, he asked himself why he wanted to become like Than Long. Then he recalled his previous battles and the destruction achievement he had attained in the beginning. Along with the endurance achievement he was trying to grasp at present, he realized that the future would require even more trials and training. If he only focused on obtaining Than Long's achievement to become stronger, he understood that he would lose himself. His thoughts continued to flow, so what was it that he truly had to face? It was himself. At that moment, Hyun-gu suddenly opened his eyes as if he had found the answer. It turned out that what he had been seeking all along was his true self. At the same time, the image of Hyun-gu was clearly reflected within his own mind. The illusion gradually shattered into pieces. Hyun-gu smiled in satisfaction. Azure Dragon spoke in congratulations, "You have reached the achievement of endurance." He continued, "Now comes the final part of the training." Hyun-gu asked blankly, "What do you mean?" Seeing that he did not understand, Azure Dragon briefly explained that the purpose of the endurance achievement was to help a person examine himself. It leaned more toward inner reflection rather than physical training. Then he asked Hyun-gu, "At the beginning you strove to learn techniques because you wanted to keep up with me, correct?" Heavenly Dragon continued, "Now that you have attained reflective enlightenment, you simultaneously hold both enlightenment and cultivation." Hearing that, Hyun-gu asked again, "So it depends on my thoughts." Suddenly a voice rang out, interrupting the conversation with a light cough. The Monkey King stepped forward with a solemn expression, apologizing for the interruption. Then Sun Wukong added, "Hyun-gu has changed somewhat but not to a worrying extent." Monkey King scratched his head awkwardly and continued, "However, the situation seems to have gone beyond control." Hyun-gu stiffened and asked, "What happened? Could it be that he is about to lose his life?" Wukong replied, "No. Hyun-gu's clone defeated the Bull Demon King after a fierce battle." Wukong recounted the event. At that time, the Hyun-gu on our side revealed a calculating smile. The Monkey King continued, "He transformed into a demon, his eyes blazing with killing intent, completely losing his humanity." Hyun-gu placed his hands on his hips and asked irritably, "What exactly is going on?" Wukong scratched his cheek awkwardly and replied, "What I mean is." He broke into a sweat, glanced aside and pondered in silence. He explained further, "Near the end I sensed something unusual about you, and in the end you turned into a demon." The Monkey King clutched his aching head. "No wonder I kept wondering why you could comprehend my achievements so quickly." Hyun-gu asked with doubt, "Is there a problem?" Azure Dragon suddenly spoke in praise. "I think you are truly very compatible with him, almost flawless beyond reproach." Hyun-gu wondered, "So even race can change?" Azure Dragon replied, "It can be regarded as a form of natural evolution." Added, "Because he has now become a demon," Wukong said softly, "I hope that is not the truth." Azure Dragon reproached the monkey, "You should have stopped him." The Monkey King retorted loudly, "Everything happened too suddenly, how could I react in time?" Hyun-gu quickly raised his hand to mediate, calming both of them before asking worriedly, "This is not the time to argue. If my will had not collapsed, then meditation would not have solved it either, correct?" Hearing Hyun-gu say that both were astonished, Azure Dragon cautiously asked, "Did something happen?" It suddenly formed a conjecture and said that perhaps the problem lay in your personality. Azure Dragon believed that if your reason harmonized with a demonic nature, then you yourself must possess a certain degree of cunning. It continued, although it has not fully manifested yet. Wukong nodded in agreement. Faced with their calm attitude, Hyungu angrily urged, enough, tell me how to resolve this. Azure Dragon pondered for a moment before replying that there was still one solution. Turned to ask Wukong, where is that demon Hyungu now? He thought for a moment and answered, the last time I saw him he was fighting the fish demon king. The Monkey King believed that he would soon reappear. Azure Dragon said in a low voice, I understand. Then it turned to Hyungu and said, if so you must go to him. Eliminate him. Hearing this, Hyungu was utterly shocked, his eyes widening in disbelief. Elsewhere, a man in a black cloak was floating in midair. He lowered his head to observe below for a moment. Then he slowly lifted one leg. The moment he set his foot down, a burst of white light suddenly flared up, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Everything settled. He muttered that he had not expected Ada to isolate the world for so long. The mysterious man continued, perhaps she has also recovered part of her energy. He stood leisurely atop the protective crystal layer, telling himself that there was no need to hurry. As he walked, he thought to himself that even if that creator were still alive, most of the power had diminished and prolonged resistance would be difficult. Thinking of Hyungu, he continued to mutter that in such a short time that man could not accomplish anything significant. Suddenly, the man in black looked up. Before he could finish speaking, a man carrying a massive axe complained, when will we go down there? A sharp-headed figure said lazily that he was hungry and wanted to eat something. The remaining blonde-haired man also spoke, I want to finish this quickly. The man in black looked up at them and muttered that it was a pity he could not bring along the 4 heavenly kings. But these 3 were sufficient to deal with that man. He told himself he only needed to wait a little longer. As soon as he finished speaking, cracks suddenly appeared in the invisible glass beneath his feet. At the same time, in a house amid the desolate mountain, Li Xiaojong looked at the notification on her phone and let out a heavy sigh. She read the message about the appearance of tower climbers on the 35th day, along with information that hunters worldwide had significantly increased their stats, while abnormal natural disasters had continued for 35 days, prompting the International Hunter Association to search for the cause. She sighed again in despair, saying that perhaps we will not survive. As she spoke, Li Xiaojong buried her face in the pillow and dropped her phone, repeating that if the situation continued we would truly die. Then she looked down at the magic circles on the floor and said in astonishment that she could not believe the 2 were still trying to complete them despite receiving so much support. Li Xiaojong sighed wearily, lamenting that there was no time left to rest. Just as she finished speaking, the phone rang again with a call from the International Hunter Association. Li Xiaojong trembled as she picked up and pleaded, please stop, do not call me anymore. Meanwhile, Hyungu asked sternly, if I eliminate him then will my achievement also disappear? Azure Dragon immediately explained that this would not happen. It added, when you kill him only that personality will vanish, even if the clone's consciousness is erased across space and time. Achievement will still belong to you, because you attained it legitimately. However, even if he is dealt with, there remains another problem to face. If you kill him, the amount of memories and information he holds will flow into you, and because he cultivated excessively, that mass is enormous. If you cannot endure it, your mind will collapse. Hearing that, Hyungu covered his face and ground his teeth in anger, uttering a frustrated curse. He spoke up to ask about his clone. Where is he? Hyungu's eyes blazed with fierce determination. At this moment, atop Mount Mangjai, the fish demon king pondered briefly before asking coldly, you there? Who are you? Clearly human, yet why do I sense demonic energy from you? Hyungu smiled faintly and replied, there is no need to trouble yourself remembering my name. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately drove a kick into the opponent's abdomen, making him cry out in pain. Bull Demon King roared furiously, you dare. Hyungu said nothing more, only revealing a meaningful smile. While he was still standing there smiling, someone suddenly appeared and loudly questioned why you are acting this way. The person slowly approached step by step. Hyungu immediately turned his head and asked loudly, why are you here? Hyungu raised a hand to rub his head, his voice filled with irritation as he said he had come here only because of that troublesome bastard. Right after that, he bluntly cursed his own separated clone as a detestable bastard. Elsewhere, someone swung a sword and severed something, making the opponent scream in agony. Ma coldly mocked that such weak skills were laughable. The massive monster shouted back that he could not miss this rare opportunity. He lifted his sword high and coldly declared he would end everything right now. Suddenly a faint laugh rang out. That sound made Ma grind his teeth in fury. The moment he turned around, he saw Kumiho standing right behind him. Without a word of warning, Ma immediately swung his sword. The blade pointed straight at Kumiho, without hesitation. He did not flinch at all and even smiled teasingly, saying, "Are you going to strike even an ally? Is that truly so?" Ma's face darkened as he declared he would take her life. Kumiho cheerfully replied that because of their master he would find that difficult. The mention of their master made Ma recall Hyun-gu's meaningful smile when he said he would save him and proposed an alliance. Thinking of that contract only made him angrier. Just as that thought ended, a gust of wind suddenly rose, startling Ma slightly. Kumiho also widened her eyes in shock. Both of them immediately looked up. A figure appeared in the air, hovering above. That man suddenly let out a laugh, and he arrogantly called out loudly, "Hey you lot." In Hawaii City, the town was reduced to ruins. Amid that scene, a voice clicked its tongue in admiration, truly beautiful. The conqueror sat leisurely atop the rubble, glancing around before remarking that such shattered scenery possessed a strange beauty. He sighed in complaint, wondering why it felt so unbearably dull. He muttered to himself that without that achievement it would not have been so easy. Suddenly, a streak of light shot toward his back. Sensing danger closing in, the conqueror instantly spun around. At the same time, he swiftly raised his weapon in defense. The attack struck the heavenly thunder hammer, producing a blinding flash. He slowly lifted his head and asked with curiosity what was going on. Two girls appeared above. They looked down in annoyance and snorted coldly for having arrived late. Those two were none other than Hanarin and Mission, disciples of Hyun-gu. At the peak of Mangyong, Hyun-gu stepped closer to his clone, sneering as he asked why he looked so miserable. The clone gritted his teeth and irritably asked if he had come here to eliminate him. Hyun-gu laughed with delight and replied that he had guessed correctly. He raised his voice and said the great sage kept insisting he deal with him immediately. Seeing him like this proved the old man was not exaggerating. Wukong could only shake his head at such chatter. He casually shrugged and said there was no need to say more. Faced with that arrogant attitude, the clone clenched his fists, veins bulging, forcing himself to say that he did not understand. He looked up and stared at Hyun-gu, questioning why he had to be destroyed when what they needed was strength. Hyun-gu sneered and told him to stop rambling. He did not want to exist alongside such a wretched personality. The clone laughed mockingly, as if he were so noble. Then he lowered his voice, his sharp gaze fixed on Hyun-gu, assuming I still live. "Then the one who falls will be you," he roared in fury. Hyun-gu laughed loudly, asking if he thought he could defeat him. He had trained as well. Clone replied that of course, he had trained at the same level as him. "But when you sat in quiet meditation, I risked my life fighting to climb to the peak of Mangyong," he continued angrily. They traded words back and forth. "Do you think I only sat still? Of course life must be active." Though different in nature, their stubbornness was exactly the same. Hyun-gu snorted softly and said he had guessed correctly. "You need to take a few blows to come to your senses," saying that he assumed a ready stance. The clone also prepared himself, laughing loudly as he challenged whether he could defeat him. Without another word, both charged forward. The direct clash erupted at once. Light flashed in midair as the two sides collided violently. Elsewhere, the Monkey King shifted uneasily, asking if it was fine not to help. He was worried because Hyun-gu had attained an achievement. Than Long said they could only support from outside. Deeper interference would cause consequences. That he hesitated and said they should stop here. The Monkey King angrily asked if he was being scolded. Than Long stroked his chin in thought and asked if he feared Hyun-gu would fail. Wukong stammered in admission. Seeing that anxious gaze, Than Long softened his tone and reassured him there was no need to worry too much. "What you know at this moment is already enough." Back at the peak of Mangjung, the battle had not cooled. The air was taut as a drawn bowstring, sparks scattering everywhere. Suddenly Hyun-gu threw a straight punch at his opponent. Clone deftly blocked the strike in an instant. Hyun-gu widened his eyes in shock. The clone spun and delivered a roundhouse kick. Hyun-gu hurriedly thought he had to block, raising his hand to defend against the kick. But the clone seemed to foresee it, lunging forward with a headbutt that rang out with a harsh impact. Hyun-gu was knocked several meters away. The clone did not relent and immediately pressed in. He poured all his strength into a heavy blow aimed at Hyun-gu's face. Hyun-gu hastily raised his hands to guard. However, the force was so great that he was left dizzy, letting out a faint groan. After the collision, a violent explosion resounded. The clone laughed smugly and said he had told him he could not defeat him. Iengu painfully pushed himself up with a low groan. Not giving him time to breathe, he continued attacking in a storm-like barrage. Just as he closed in, he suddenly vanished. Iengu froze and stepped back searching. A deep voice rang above asking where he was looking. From above, he drew his leg back and gathered strength before slamming down arrogantly. You have never tasted your own move before, have you? The clone sneered and told him to try and feel it. The move Supreme Divine Demonic Kick was unleashed, causing Iengu's eyes to widen in horror. The attack exploded violently, shaking the surrounding space. Thick clouds of dust and smoke blanketed the area before slowly dispersing. Clone stood stunned by the sight unfolding before his eyes. Iengu remained completely unharmed after the strike, letting out a soft murmur. He curled his lips in disdain and asked in a hoarse voice, "Did you use Holy Light Spirit to block my attack?" After speaking, the clone mimicked him and summoned a similar power. He boasted proudly that he had mastered that technique just as well. Iengu thought irritably, though that man looked like him, he was far more violent and unstable. Clone continued provoking him, saying that despite sharing the same origin, their bodies were different. He smugly asked if he wanted to hear some advice, making Iengu curse inwardly. He glared and asked again, "This is your last chance to survive." Surging energy coursed through his body, filling him with confidence. As if ready to crush everything, Iengu shivered slightly and asked, "Have you turned into a demon?" Clone burst into sinister laughter, his eyes flashing with killing intent. "I will finish you quickly." Iengu refused to yield and retorted that he was delusional, while the other sneered in response. He declared he would defeat Iengu before he could unleash his power, then charged forward madly. As the attack closed in, the corner of Iengu's lips lifted into a cold smile. From the sky, a massive bolt of lightning struck down precisely at the clone position. He screamed in agony, horrified by the sudden turn of events. Iengu laughed coldly in triumph, revealing that the opponent had been deceived from the start. He calmly mocked the enemy, while watching him bound tightly by lightning. He should not have let his guard down. As soon as the words fell, he leapt into the air preparing to attack. Clone shouted desperately in despair. Before he could use a skill, a blazing beam tore through the sky and plunged into the mouth of the massive well. Inside the well, a transparent crystal wall suddenly formed like glass. A shattering sound rang out as the man in black poured all his strength into breaking the defense. Crystal fragments scattered everywhere. He scanned the surroundings and muttered. He looked down into the depths of the well, considering whether to jump after them. At the peak of Mount Mangjung, faint groans echoed softly. Iengu clone struggled to steady his breathing, gasping heavily. He clenched his teeth in fury. Furious roar resounded, his eyes filled with resentment. Iengu stood above with a mocking smile, teasing that he was struggling and should focus on achieving accomplishment. He smirked and added that if he had golden armor, he would not be so miserable. The clone weakly argued that they had trained the same way, and Iengu nodded in acknowledgement. However, he smugly pointed out that the quality of their achievements was entirely different. The clone forced himself upright and asked what that meant. Iengu calmly explained. His Azure Dragon achievement was complete, while that man Great Sage was incomplete. He said gently that what he held was merely a sword hilt. How could a sword hilt contend against a true blade? Calling his original purpose, Iengu suggested ending everything peacefully. He offered a condition: if the other submitted, he would spare his life. Clone, lying on the ground, let out a derisive laugh. He shouted angrily, "Do not even think of looking down on me." His savage instinct surged, and he roared that he would rather suffer than accept pity. Iengu sighed in annoyance. Though they shared the same face, the opponent personality was unbearable. No longer willing to compromise, he stepped forward and coldly declared, "Since you refuse kindness, then face the consequences." Iengu lunged like a fierce tiger. Clone burst into contemptuous laughter. His body suddenly transformed, swelling as his clothes tore apart. Iengu halted midair in shock. A savage roar echoed as he completed the transformation. He took on the form of a gigantic gorilla. Iengu looked up and exclaimed in surprise. He mocked and asked if he had truly turned into a monkey, causing the other to roar furiously. Clone clenched his fist with tremendous force. He charged to attack. Iengu swiftly dodged and realized his strength had increased. Iengu's fighting spirit ignited as he clenched his hand. He asserted that it was still not enough and dashed straight toward the monster. The punch he unleashed carried terrifying power. It sent the gorilla flying far away, a groan echoing through the space. He collapsed helplessly onto the ground, emitting a pained sound. Iengu's voice rang out mockingly, calling him a monkey. He stood with hands on his hips atop the cliff behind his opponent. With a resolute expression, he declared that he did not have much time. "Let us finish this quickly," the gorilla roared in reply. He stretched out his hand intending to grab Hyun-gu, and he irritably called the opponent a monkey. He said that meeting him brought no joy at all, while the other opened his mouth in rage. Hyun-gu sneered and said it would be best not to meet again. The sky suddenly darkened, black clouds gathered with resounding thunder. A bolt of lightning aimed straight at the gorilla head, causing him to panic and flee. Flashlightning kick was unleashed, brilliant light engulfed the space. The scene shifted to a frigid snowy mountain. The heavy clash between a blade and ice rang out. The northern hell overlord calmly observed. The opponent ahead struggled to launch an attack. He spoke in praise, remarking that the opponent's swordsmanship was not bad. Thenma thought inwardly that his strike had caused no damage at all. He irritably realized that the opponent remained completely unharmed. Seeing the opponent gradually exhausting himself, the Frost Lord mocked disdainfully, "Is that all you have?" Thenma narrowed his eyes at him without blinking, his gaze sharp and cold as if it could pierce through his opponent. The Ice Sovereign let out a mocking laugh. "If I had known you only had this little bit of skill, I would have let that monster live a while longer. It seems she has far more tricks than you." Kumiho collapsed to the ground in exhaustion after the fierce battle just now. No longer patient, the monster spoke impatiently. "Then let us end everything here." He slashed his blade straight toward Kumiho, his hoarse voice echoing. "Let us start with the one who is unconscious." Kumiho lay sprawled on the ground in a daze, completely unaware of the impending disaster. A piercing sound rang out, the clash of metal against metal making the space tremble. The monster blade was blocked by Thenma's sword. He let out an indifferent sound. He said disdainfully, "Do you have any other moves to show?" While Thenma struggled to withstand the crushing force pressing down. Thenma exhausted his life force, energy erupted violently. A streak of blazing lightning shot forward. He lowered his center of gravity, stepped back to hold his defensive stance, preparing to counterattack. A sword slash carrying arcs of lightning tore through the air. The sword tip aimed straight at the enemy before him. At the same time, from the sky above, a dazzling streak of light split the heavens and shot down directly at the Ice Sovereign. After unleashing that strike, Thenma panted heavily, staggering as he tried to steady his breathing. Thinking he had defeated his opponent, he did not expect the attack to cause no harm at all. Thenma gritted his teeth and stared at the monster before him. He still stood there proudly, his body without a single scratch, his eyes full of mockery, not bad at all. The Ice Sovereign slowly uttered the words "truly interesting," then rushed forward like the wind, launching a relentless assault on Thenma. Unable to withstand the pressure, Thenma dropped to his knees, blood spilling from the corner of his lips, his body trembling violently. Seeing his opponent weaken, the Ice Sovereign laughed in delight. "HMPH, you should feel honor. At least you have entertained me for a while." He continued coldly, "So I will send you on your way." At that moment, Ngo Kong suddenly appeared, shouting enough, then shot toward the monster. Without hesitation, he delivered a kick straight to the Ice Sovereign face, making him stagger back in dizziness. Thenma clutched his stomach in pain and looked up. Ngo Kong sternly admonished, "Are you acting recklessly just for that empty title?" After saying that, Ngo Kong gently landed on the ground. The golden circlet on his head emitted a shimmering light. The handsome Monkey King tilted his head, his voice icy. "Do you enjoy bullying the weak?" In another place, near the villa area at the edge of the forest, Enya breathed heavily, while Li Xiaojong, trapped within the seal, complained, "At this rate I cannot endure much longer." Li Xiaojong slowly stood up and suggested, "It is done anyway, let us rest for a bit." Anya nodded weakly in agreement, "All right." At the city gate, the guards were startled when a dark figure suddenly appeared. Everyone immediately drew their swords. Someone shouted loudly, "Who goes there?" The sound echoed everywhere. A faint blue-skinned creature stepped out of the shadows, opened its mouth and roared, "I am starving." Guards turned pale, stepping back as they could not tell what was approaching. A sky-piercing scream rang out, startling Anya and Li Xiaojong. "What is happening?" The city gate creaked and slowly opened. A mysterious man in black calmly appeared, approached the two of them and spoke in a low voice. "You companions of Hyun-gu, outside the monsters are crazily attacking the guards." The two girls huddled together in fear. Anya mustered all her courage to step forward and shield Li Xiaojong. The man in black spoke in a low, threatening tone. "Pressed on, where is Hyun-gu now?" Throughout the city of Hawaii there was only ruin left, the skyscrapers now reduced to heaps of wreckage. Inside a shattered high-rise, Mission and the Punisher fought fiercely. The two charged at each other without mercy. A hammer struck down hard onto the ground. Mission spun gracefully in midair, narrowly dodging the attack. The two silently observed even the smallest movements of each other. Seizing the perfect moment, Mission dove down as fast as lightning. The Punisher looked up in alarm. Damn it, I have to dodge. Suddenly a chant rang out, stay still. His body instantly stiffened, his eyes widening in shock. Under Hanarin control spell, it was as if he was bound by invisible chains, standing frozen and unable to move. He gritted his teeth in fury. That girl is interfering again. Hanarin held a spellbook in her hand, smiling confidently at her opponent. Without hesitation, Mission delivered a thunderous kick to his head, mocking him as she spoke. You are too slow. The sudden kick knocked him flat onto his back. Punisher groaned in pain. He was hurled away, crashing hard into the opposite wall. The Punisher curled up and sat slumped in a corner. Mission said proudly, I thought a Punisher would be different. Who would have thought you are only this much? You are no better than the others. She looked at him with a cold gaze. His whole body aching, he roared, do you think this is over? A strange aura radiated from his body. His breathing grew rapid, sweat drenched him. His body began to distort and swell. His deep voice echoed, let me show you my true power. A strange light flashed. Hanarin let out a soft exclamation, while Mission frowned, what is that form? His muscles bulged and transformed, turning into a grotesque giant frog. He tightened his grip on his massive weapon and roared, how dare you look down on me, Hoa then? Are you not afraid of paying the price? He shouted and smashed his hammer into the ground, creating spreading tremors. Yet that blow harmed no one. Mission laughed softly in disdain. You look truly ridiculous. Hanarin added, it seems she was not wrong at all. The Punisher gritted his teeth. Do you think those tricks just now can defeat me? Come on, try it, stake your lives and see if you can do anything to me. He arrogantly raised his weapon in challenge. If you wish, I will oblige. Hanarin calmly opened her spellbook and chanted, stay still. His whole body was bound again, stiff and unable to move. The Punisher cried out in horror. Seizing that chance, Mission summoned her power and approached with a mocking smile. I told you already. You are too slow. After saying that, she rushed forward like a predator. He only had time to let out a startled cry. The two girls looked at each other with triumphant eyes. The Punisher was shocked by their overwhelming strength, his eyes wide in disbelief. How can humans be like this? He was unwilling as he was suppressed in his current form. Mission said calmly, my master is about to arrive, so let us end this here. The Punisher still refused to accept reality, screaming madly, how can this be? The two immediately activated the incomplete triple destruction steps, a dazzling stream of light flashing forth and engulfing the opponent ahead. Another development, in a mountain region blanketed in freezing snow. The battle between Wukong and the monster remained taut as a drawn bowstring, the creature roaring to the heavens in agony. He collapsed to his knees in exhaustion, gasping heavily, while Wukong laughed in triumph, saying, now do you feel the cold? Why are you so sluggish? The Frost Lord roared furiously, his voice filled with rage. He vented his anger on Wukong, saying you are nothing at all, which made the Monkey King burst into delighted laughter at that irritation. Wukong curled his lips in disdain, saying, are you still bitter about the past? Just because of the little joke I played on you in hell? Those words drove the Frost Lord into extreme fury, and he snarled, you call that a joke? The flames of hatred in his heart flared violently. He said you overturned my hell twice. Wukong grew bored and changed the subject, saying let us forget that tedious old matter. The handsome Monkey King continued in a stern voice, saying I have no time to dwell on the past anymore. After speaking, Wukong tilted his head and smiled brightly, gently saying then you should disappear. That smile left others baffled by his strange calmness. The Frost Lord shouted in anger, asking do you dare to look down on me? His fury erupted, cold energy rising from his hand as his icy gaze fixed on his opponent. Am I still the same as before? He roared in madness, his entire body tensing as he unleashed his hidden power. Faced with that sight, Wukong showed a trace of surprise before remarking that it was hard to believe you could become so Vishal, Inus. So you have attained the ice-fire heavenly body. Handsome Monkey King added that the heat is not too intense, it only feels mildly warm. The Frost Lord ground his teeth and growled softly, saying you bastard, stop pretending you are completely unaffected. He roared arrogantly, saying you cannot even touch my achievement. Do you truly think you can defeat me? Today you will fall miserably by my hand. He continued boasting of his superior strength, causing Wukong to yawn in boredom and interrupt, saying yes, yes, I understand. Wukong reached into his pocket searching for something, saying in case you keep rambling I brought along an interesting item. The handsome Monkey King cheerfully took out a sphere, proudly saying this is the achievement of Blake Monarch. How is it? Do you like it? Frost Lord stared at the sphere in his hand in shock, and could not help saying how did you obtain that? Wukong replied calmly that it is none of your concern. In any case, your end is already decided. The handsome Monkey King lowered his voice and continued. At that moment, a mysterious mist spread from the sphere. From the sky, dozens of birds gathered and circled around the sphere, as if drawn to it. Wukong lifted his head proudly and said, "Now, I will try the gift my disciple gave me." Elsewhere inside the castle, the scene was extremely brutal. Clashes echoed everywhere as a low voice rang out, "You all." "Is it enough?" The man in black spoke calmly with a threat. Li Xiaojong trembled as she tightly held the unconscious Anya in her arms. She looked suspiciously at the man in black before her, wondering who these creatures really were. Li Xiaojong looked around in terror. All the defensive circles had been completely destroyed. Even mission subordinates could not turn the situation around. That zombie-like monster even absorbed every attack. Li Xiaojong helplessly clutched the trembling Anya, with no way left to resist them. The man in black spoke coldly, saying, "I will ask you one last time." Li Xiaojong froze and looked up at him. His eyes were sharp, his icy voice rang out, asking where Haiyan-gu is. Li Xiaojong trembled in fear, and did not dare to utter a word. She resolutely shook her head, saying, "I will never reveal it to someone like you." She stared straight at him and angrily cursed, "You monster." He coldly observed Li Xiaojong for a moment, before saying, "It seems I cannot hold back anymore." His hand extended outward. The surrounding space darkened as a strange light spread in all directions. The man in black spoke in a frigid tone, saying, "Then there is no need to be gentle with you." Immediately, a surge of black aura spread violently. It shot toward Li Xiaojong. She clutched Anya tightly and screamed in despair. Suddenly a voice rang out, cutting through the critical moment, saying, "You bastard," and immediately a bolt of lightning struck down. The lightning shattered the attack of the man in black. He was startled and turned toward the source of the sound. Haiyan-gu appeared filled with fury, and shouted, "Who dares to cause trouble here?" He stood with hands on his hips and looked at the man in black, coldly warning that you are seeking death. A gray mist covered everything like a vast funeral shroud. The atmosphere became extremely tense as the man in black turned to Haiyan-gu and provoked him, saying, "We finally meet, Haiyan-gu. I have waited long for this moment." Not letting him finish, Haiyan-gu's face darkened as he replied disdainfully, "Shut up, bastard." Haiyan-gu raised his head to face him, killing intent spreading as he shouted, "Do you think I came here to chat with you?" The man in black did not even look at him, his voice rising as he roared that you are indeed as arrogant as rumor. He continued coldly, saying, "I will show you your own inferiority." The man in black sneered, saying, "Besides me and this ghoul, 2 other conquerors are on their way to wipe out those worms." He added that fighting alone is no different from courting defeat. Haiyan-gu clasped his hands behind his back and calmly replied that all this talk only hides your weakness and your need to rely on companions. Haiyan-gu curled his lips in contempt and continued that you know that very well. He pointed toward the sky where a colossal dragon silhouette flickered among dark clouds, his eyes cold and voice filled with disdain as he said, "Do you think there is anything I do not know?" The man in black was utterly shocked by that sight and lifted his head in the direction Haiyan-gu pointed. Jade-green dragon with gem-like shimmering scales coiled through the clouds, its body undulating gracefully like silk, leaving him stunned as he exclaimed that this energy could it be the azure dragon. The dragon looked down majestically and spoke. "Since you imprisoned me until now, this is the first time we have met again. It has been a long time." The man in black could not believe his eyes and cried out in shock that it is impossible. Haiyan-gu laughed excitedly and said, "Do you think I have no allies?" Then he calmly addressed him by his title, Ngu Thiet Ki. Upon hearing those 3 words, the man in black body trembled. He thought to himself that it was unbelievable he knew his identity. Perhaps he heard it from the administrator. Stepping back, the man in black believed he needed to summon the other conquerors here. He looked at his palm and suddenly discovered something unusual. The man in black panicked as he realized the relic connecting him to his companions had shattered. While he was confused, Haiyan-gu stood calmly with hands on hips and mocked him, saying, "Why are you so distracted?" Haiyan-gu's face showed provocation as he curled his lips and asked, "Is something wrong?" He suddenly remembered that this man's companions were being overwhelmed by mission and Hanarin. Seizing the opportunity, he continued to provoke, saying, "Things do not seem to be going your way." The man in black clenched the shattered relic in his hand and said angrily, "It seems you have prepared very thoroughly." Dropped the fragments to the ground and lowered his voice, saying, "But it does not matter, I alone am enough to defeat you." The man in black immediately ordered the ghoul beside him to deal with that azure dragon. The lazy monster looked up at the sky and evaluated calmly. It trembled as it said, "That giant windworm looks truly frightening." The ghoul opened its mouth, its sharp teeth layered like blades, and sneered that it looks delicious. Then it shot into the sky, intending to attack the azure dragon, shouting while flying thanks for the meal. Hyun-gu fell silent for a moment before stepping in, preparing to confront him head-on. A beam of light appeared, twisting together like a white cloud as it slowly advanced toward Lee Seo-jong. Witnessing the horrifying scene, Lee Seo-jong held Anya and trembled as she cried out. At that moment, Hyun-gu's voice echoed, telling the two of them to leave this place as far as possible. Lee Seo-rong could only blurt out a single name, Hyun-gu. Lee Seo-jong gave a slight nod, placing his complete trust in and relying on the teammate behind him. In an instant, a streak of white smoke shot across, leaving a faint trail in midair. Now only the two of them stood facing each other. The man in black said in a low voice, "All the outsiders have already left." He slowly removed his hood and continued, "Then I will show you my true appearance." Hyun-gu cried out in shock, "What the hell is going on?" When the hood was pulled back, a golden mask with long fangs was revealed. He spoke arrogantly, "Allow me to introduce myself." The radiant golden face resounded. "I am the one who created this world and all its laws of operation, the truth behind every creation." Hyun-gu could not be bothered to listen to another word of lies. He clenched his fists and lowered his stance, ready to attack. He shouted loudly, "Hey, stop spouting nonsense." As soon as he finished speaking, he drove a straight punch into the stomach of that self-proclaimed figure. The blow sent him staggering back a full meter. He did not fall easily, bracing a hand on the ground to stand up before roaring, "You arrogant fool." Hyun-gu let out a laugh, arrogant. The man in black staggered as he looked up at him. Hyun-gu's eyes turned completely white, his fist poised to strike. He curled his lips and said, "Let us see whether this arrogant one can tear you apart." With that, he threw a straight punch at his face, then followed with several more blows that left the other reeling and begging. The man in black screamed, "Stop at once." Hyun-gu shouted back, "If it were you, would you stop?" His fist continued to rain down. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light tore through the tense air. Hyun-gu's next punch somehow caused his opponent's face to turn into solid wood. He halted and muttered, "What is this?" then immediately scanned his surroundings. He was stunned. It is a tree. The flash of light had obscured his vision, and before him now stood a massive bear trunk shielding the man in black. He raised a hand to cover his mouth, his voice dripping with mockery. "You dare speak such wild words before the Almighty." He screamed that he would crush your limbs. The surrounding trees seemed to respond as they lunged forward all at once. Hyun-gu did not retreat in the slightest. He gave a cold laugh, "You want to break me down." Then he leisurely raised his hand. One hand pointed straight at the sky as he cast a spell, instantly restraining the trunks charging at breakneck speed. He declared arrogantly, "Sleep peacefully." That man stood frozen, not daring to move. Hyun-gu grabbed his collar and lifted him up as if he weighed nothing. He smiled close to his face, tightening his grip on the collar, and said, "Let us switch places for a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, he delivered a fierce kick, forcing him to remain rooted to the spot. Hearing that, he trembled all over, barely able to stand, while Hyun-gu slowly loosened his grip. In stark contrast to the calm exterior, this place was a life-and-death confrontation. An explosion rang out, dust swirling through the air. The man in black slumped against the wall, a large section shattered behind him. He coughed violently. Gathering what little strength remained, he glared hatefully at Hyun-gu, "You bastard." Then he muttered softly, "Your strength is indeed impressive." Hyun-gu only replied with a curt sound. The man in black continued, but immediately behind Hyun-gu, tree trunks shot up from the ground like rockets. Hearing the strange noise, he instantly spun around. The branches coordinated tightly, weaving into a wooden cage that sealed Hyun-gu inside. He let out a soft exclamation. Looking up at the tightening wood, he asked calmly, "Planning to lock me up?" He laughed as if it meant nothing, then immediately channeled a spell and shouted, "Radiant tree." Green light from his mana flooded the space. He smiled confidently and said, "I will crush you before you can react." His voice rang out coldly, too late already. Hyun-gu heard it and turned to probe. The man in black continued, "Let me finish the introduction, you interrupted." Hyun-gu stood stiffly, unable to move. Inside his hand, pale pink lotus petals gradually formed, shining brilliantly. He went on, "I have comprehended every truth of the whole, of all creations that exist in this world." Behind him, a Buddha statue emerged, radiating light in the night. He said he had trained himself to reach the strongest version. The scene grew clearer. He wore white robes. Behind him stood 3 colossal Buddha statues. Then the name resounded, the Creator. He fixed his opponent with a piercing glare. At that sight, Hyun-gu's face paled for a moment. He could only curse, "Damn it." Creator calmly raised the lotus before the 3 statues. Facing that imposing presence, Hyun-gu spoke, "You should have summoned them earlier, then you would not have taken so many blows." Hearing that, the creator sneered. After just a few moves, you are already so confident. Floating in midair, he said slowly, I am the one who created all things, so I do not specialize in combat, yet I still fight for every entity born of me. Then he cast a spell, forming a lotus in his palm. Every entity I create possesses power at the subjugator level or higher. As soon as he finished speaking, the petals rose and released a formidable force. 3 petals successively touched the foreheads of the 3 statues, instantly forming a brilliant crimson halo. He added, that means from this moment, you will face 3 subjugators at once. The 3 statues opened their glowing eyes, their limbs moved, and they grasped massive weapons. The creator declared proudly once more, you will fight all 3 subjugators at the same time. Lo Hyungu was somewhat wary, but still responded loudly. Sounds impressive, so it is just a gang up. Creator looked at him with disdain. I want to see how long you can keep talking tough when the end draws near. He curled his lips, whatever, before my great achievement you will not last long. Hyungu wondered to himself, what great achievement. Beneath the gray sky, the lotus by his ear, the creator said calmly, now the power of the second heavenly scripture of Buddha. Let us see how it tastes. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 colossal Buddha statues charged forward at once, causing Hyungu to flinch for a brief moment. From afar, Than Long saw a violent explosion erupt among the buildings. It thought to itself, it seems he is in a difficult situation. Than Long wondered if perhaps he needed help, then glanced at the hungry ghost and asked, are you planning to stop me? Whale-like monster replied at once, of course. He glared with killing intent, because if I devour you, I will be full for quite a while. Than Long said disdainfully, you are just a useless, oversized, hungry ghost, but I remember having seen you somewhere before. Looking at the massive creature before it, it asked, are you the black whale? The hungry ghost laughed with delight. Oh, you know of my achievement, not everyone is aware of that. Than Long gently shook his head, and said that he had witnessed that scene many times in the purgatory chamber. He continued that the memory remained vivid, when a black whale swallowed countless corpses whole. The hungry ghost revealed a sinister smile and teased, laughing that he still remembered. He bared his sharp teeth and replied with delight that the achievement was astonishing, that he could devour small beings like him in an instant. The monstrous whale opened its enormous mouth wide, drool spilling in hunger as it roared that it was starving. The hungry ghost screamed while charging forward, declaring that he would swallow his opponent immediately. Faced with that wretched appearance, Than Long coldly mocked that it would be better if he learned to shut his mouth. 2 horns on Than Long's head flashed with powerful bolts of lightning. The lightning struck the hungry ghost's body, making him cry out in pain, and Than Long remarked with disgust that the opponent's breath was truly unpleasant. Suddenly, the monstrous whale twisted its body and grinned wickedly, asking whether he intended a sneak attack, then sneering that it had failed. The flesh on his back abruptly twisted into a strange shape. The hungry ghost bared his teeth proudly and declared that the previous blow had caused no harm. He confidently explained that the black whale's regenerative ability was nearly limitless, making Than Long realize that the earlier strike had not been enough. Than Long roared and asserted that the second strike would be different, then unleashed a thunderous punch straight down. At that moment, the opponent began to tremble in fear and stammered for him to wait. Than Long calmly asked whether the second blow was still not enough, and if so, try the 100 Lotus Rapid Strike. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of lightning bolts poured down, causing the opponent to groan in relentless agony. Floating in the air, Than Long casually remarked that the combination of a hungry ghost and a black whale was indeed interesting. Seeing that the opponent was still struggling, Than Long pondered whether the true weakness had yet to be revealed. The monstrous whale cried out in shock, asking how he knew, and Than Long calmly replied that it was obvious. It curled its lips and revealed that few understood the terrifying achievement of the black whale. The hungry ghost asked anxiously what he truly meant. Than Long casually boasted that long ago he had already slain countless black whales. His cold gaze turned toward his opponent, exuding an aura that could not be underestimated. Looking at the dying figure, Than Long coldly declared that he would see how long he could endure. The monstrous whale groaned in pain and despair. A powerful bolt of lightning struck down, making the hungry ghost's scream echo through space. At the same time, on another battlefield, heavy gasps rang out. Hyungu struggled to steady his breathing. His master still stood firm after the battle, and arrogantly remarked that it was hard to believe he could endure that long. He hovered in the air, looking down and acknowledging that Hyungu was truly a monster. Creator admitted that his vitality was formidable, which made Hyungu curse in anger. However, he showed pity and reminded him that he was only human, and his stamina would eventually run out. that moment, the three Buddha statues closed their eyes and gathered energy, rendering all words meaningless. Following the creator's command, the second Heaven Buddha Sutra was unleashed, striking straight toward Hyun-gu. Hyun-gu calmly concluded that the longer it dragged on, the slimmer his chance of victory. He stepped forward in his familiar sandals and confidently said that he had found a way. As he rushed forward, Hyun-gu shouted that he would take down the leader first. Locking onto his target, Hyun-gu firmly declared, "I will defeat you quickly." The creator maintained his arrogance and admitted that the strategy was not wrong. He coldly challenged whether Hyun-gu could truly accomplish it. Three massive statues moved at once, preparing to attack. Hyun-gu shouted angrily at being blocked. He delivered a kick with his sandals and yelled for them to move aside. Kick carried a powerful streak of lightning and shot straight toward the enemy. It was the lightning speed kick. The creator witnessed the scene and could not hide his astonishment. With blazing momentum, Hyun-gu charged forward at terrifying speed, demanding an end to this cruel game. Suddenly Hyun-gu halted. He sensed that something was wrong. Looking around in confusion, he realized that the side effects of overusing his power had appeared. Seeing this, the creator mocked that his plan had fallen apart. Immediately afterward, he launched a strike that sent Hyun-gu flying high. Two gigantic vines bound his limbs tightly, leaving him unable to move. The creator sneered that now he would answer the earlier challenge. He instantly summoned a sharp weapon. Strained, Hyun-gu roared in fury. At that very moment, a familiar voice rang out as the Rui staff flew toward them. The staff easily shattered the attack, leaving Hyun-gu stunned. That voice continued its familiar teasing. My Hao Vuong appeared at the perfect moment, drawing all attention and jokingly asking whether he looked impressive. Hyun-gu replied with sarcasm, and Tun and Go Kong laughed apologetically, saying he was not yet used to the gifted item. The creator asked in shock how the Dai Than could come here, and Go Kong responded disdainfully that the subordinate he had sent was rather troublesome. My Hao Vuong added that the one who called himself the ruler of Backhand Dire and Guk had strong defenses but had already been defeated. Hearing that, the creator grew furious and cut off Ngo Kong's words. He glared and demanded to know whom he had defeated. My Hao Vuong replied in a teasing tone, asking whether he still did not understand. Ngo Kong drew out a weapon from Backhand Dire and Guk and told him to look carefully. Holding the blazing red staff, My Hao Vuong asked whether the opponent recognized it. The creator was stunned when he realized it was the scepter of the ruler of Backhand Dire and Guk. Before he could recover, another voice echoed from afar. The massive figure of the monstrous whale appeared, covering the entire sky. Crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact that shook mountains and forests. The creator was horrified, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Looking at the body lying by the river, he was stunned to recognize the hungry ghost. Fan Long soared majestically through the air and spoke in a commanding voice. The tide of battle had turned. Now he stood high above looking down at the creator. Now it is your turn to be punished for daring to insult the gods. He roared in fury, how dare those useless wretches call me a sinner? Fan Long replied coldly, then what should someone who steals the achievements of others and dreams of imitating the gods be called? Hearing that, Hyun-gu frowned and asked, do you mean which one is real and which one is fake? Ngo Kong said indifferently, why ask me, making him retort irritably, what would you even know? Ignoring the pointless words, he tightened his body and spoke, now my brothers and I are already standing here. The giant vines around them had been completely torn apart. Hyun-gu brushed his hands confidently and declared, you have no way out. Seeing the three of them calmly standing shoulder to shoulder, the creator still sneered, with just 2 reinforcements you already grow arrogant. His eyes flared violently as he shouted at the arrogant figures before him. Then he began to gather power and said, then let me show you true power. A dazzling radiance erupted as the faint image of 1,000 armed Buddha appeared. Hyun-gu covered his eyes in annoyance and shouted, what trick are you playing now to blind us like this? After a moment the creator spoke, looked carefully. Hyun-gu immediately focused his gaze. At that time he was floating in midair, his face full of confidence. I have summoned both the Northern Heavenly King and the Southern Heavenly King. Besides the 3 original Buddha statues, 2 more statues appeared, standing abreast with wrathful expression. He continued, now the 4 great Heavenly Kings have all assembled. You have no path of retreat left. Their eyes shone brilliantly with authority. Hyun-gu hesitated briefly before speaking, hey you 2 masters. He explained that he had endured too many blows, and his stamina was depleted. After cracking his knuckles, he curled his lips and said so. Please do me a favor, his face clearly showing calculation. Hyun-gu said bluntly, clear the way for this exhausted disciple. As he spoke, he pointed toward the massive statues ahead. and he added that he would settle everything in a single sweep. Fanlong laughed and said, "You truly know how to calculate." The handsome Monkey King also asked, "So you want us to open the show first?" Without making things difficult, they agreed at once, "Fine if you ask." The two of them shouted loudly and launched attacks straight at the enemy. Seeing them join forces like that, the creator gnashed his teeth in rage and roared, "You worms." He shouted, "Advance." The statues immediately rushed forward to counterattack. And Gokong shot forward like the wind and shouted, "Enlarge." Ruyi staff in the handsome Monkey King hand instantly transformed into a colossal pillar. The staff swept straight into the Buddha statue before him, and it spun around and delivered another strike. Suddenly the handsome Monkey King sensed something unusual. One statue took out a pipa and calmly began to play. The melody resonated across the sky. The sound pierced straight into the mind, making Ngo Kong groan softly in discomfort. Seeing that scene, Than Long mocked, "Quite a performance." Then he unleashed a powerful strike to relieve Ngo Kong. Facing the statues, Than Long said in a low voice, "If that is the case, I must show you what true power is," his eyes blazing fiercely. Bolt after bolt of mighty lightning crashed down like the wrath of the heavens, illuminating the entire space. The Buddha statues were shaken to the point of staggering. Watching from behind, Hyengu cheered excitedly, "Well done." He spoke sternly, "Now it is my turn to end this." As soon as he finished speaking, Hyengu dashed toward the 1,000-armed statue at lightning speed. The creator roared angrily, "You bastards." He ordered an immediate attack, the statue eyes flashing with killing intent. After that it summoned a series of gigantic weapons. All of them aimed straight at Hyengu. From behind, Than Long reminded, "You have no more chances." Immediately after that, he executed the move Lightning G. A violent bolt of lightning struck down, clearing a path for Hyengu. Than Long shouted, "Advance." Hyengu replied, "Thanks." Witnessing that scene, the creator was stunned, unable to believe the four great heavenly kings had fallen so quickly. He ground his teeth and hissed in fury. And hundreds of other statues poured in, linking together into a mighty army. Seeing the massive formation charging in, Hyengu was briefly surprised. Ngo Kong tightened his grip on the staff and asked, "Are you trying to use numbers to bully the few?" The handsome Monkey King smirked with interest, "But we can do the same." Instantly countless clones appeared. They rushed at the statues and engaged in fierce combat. Ngo Kong shouted, "The path is open. Quickly deal with him." Hyengu immediately accelerated forward. At this moment the creator truly fell into panic. Hyengu blinked and closed in, grabbing his collar, leaving him only time to let out a choked sound. Without hesitation, Hyengu shouted, "End it." Behind him appeared the phantom of powerful arms radiating heavy pressure. At the same time, a deep blue barrier enveloped the surrounding. The creator broke into a cold sweat, his face pale. Without another word, Hyengu executed Asura Nulip Yingfish, a fierce beam of light crashing straight down. The creator screamed in terror, "No." The next instant the space blazed with brilliant light. Taking the full force of the attack, he spat out blood and was blasted backward, still crying that it was impossible. Unwilling to accept it, he muttered, "How could someone like you surpass me?" After crashing heavily onto the ground with a great shock, Hyengu was already standing before him. He mocked coldly, "The so-called supreme being is only this much." The creator roared angrily, "You arrogant one." Then he looked up at the sky as if for the last time. Facing Hyengu, he wondered, "Could it be that I truly cannot win?" Lying motionless on the ground, he said softly, "I was only curious. I did not know whether you could defeat it or not." Hearing that, Hyengu frowned and asked, "Defeat who?" Dang Sang Tao weakly replied that he was on a higher floor above. At the top of that tower, just as he finished speaking, Dang Sang Tao's body dissolved into a faint wisp of smoke. Before he could understand what had happened, a sharp notification sound suddenly rang out. System abruptly appeared with an information panel announcing that you have defeated the controller of the tower. Information authority has been upgraded from high level to supreme level and is now at the highest rank. He scratched his head in irritation and muttered that before he could ask anything, that man had already disappeared. He spoke irritably as he strode quickly toward the place where the flower had appeared. Holding the lotus in his hand, he frowned and wondered what else it concealed. The system immediately displayed an introduction to Kalpa Lotus with sections on rank, adjustment, skills, and authority. This was the lotus of the Supreme Brahma that bloomed after countless tribulations, and each petal bore his achievements. After reading it, he still doubted whether his authority was truly the highest. After thinking for a while, he suddenly lay flat on the floor, exhaled heavily, and said, "Whatever." He closed his eyes and softly said, "Better sleep first." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. Before long, a week had passed at a massive high-rise building. At this moment, he was sitting before a large crowd of reporters at a press conference. Felt slightly uneasy appearing publicly after so long, clicked his tongue softly and said, "Let us begin. This is a hospital next door, so please keep quiet." The reporters shouted the name of Hunter Hyun-gu in unison. One raised his hand and asked whether he had watched the battle video with over 100 million views on YouTube and how he felt about it. He merely replied that he found nothing special. Another reporter continued that the video was causing intense debate, questioned the strange creatures like Than Long fighting alongside him, and the great sage as well. They believed those two men should take responsibility for the city's destruction. There were even rumors that he colluded with the conquerors. They also suspected he was behind every scheme, causing him to let out an irritated sound. He raised his hand high and shouted that, "I already told you to keep your voices down. Why is it so noisy?" In anger, he slammed the table and split it in two. Seeing that scene, everyone fell silent and dared not speak further. He lowered his voice and warned that he knew they wanted shocking exclusive. He clenched his fists and added that protecting the earth was exhausting enough. He declared to the arguing crowd that if they did not want trouble, they should not cross the line. His sharp gaze swept over them. Then he calmly said, "That is all I have to say." Turning his back and waving, he said, "I am leaving. That is enough." When he left, the reporters were all stunned into silence. Some even teared up, thinking this was truly the strangest press conference they had ever seen. Outside on the street, a luxurious car sped forward. Inside the car, footage of Hyun-gu played on a tablet, making someone cheer excitedly. It was none other than Hanarin hugging the device to her chest and praising her master's dashing presence. He blushed and murmured that the press conference was over, so he must be alone now. She was delighted inside because this was a rare opportunity. Hanarin thought that little brat had fallen into the trap and returned to Bao Long Castle. At the same time, Nishae-ung wondered if there were enough people. Lee Seo-jong and Han Seok were attending the dungeon meeting of the Hack AM Guild. Kim Si-hyun and Anya were invited to a restaurant. She held 2 tickets and smiled brightly, asking what they planned to do next. Everything was unfolding exactly as planned, making Hanarin smile schemingly. She secretly cursed that woman for daring to show off in front of her. Thinking that, Hanarin grew angrier, believing that woman intended to make a move on Master, while she herself was the one who devised the plan. After arranging everything, Hanarin murmured that today she would do more than what that woman had ever done to Master. At the same time, he suddenly broke into a cold sweat from a chilling sensation. He wondered in confusion whether it was because of the nonsense from earlier and stopped walking to think. Was everything truly fine? Remembering the somewhat tense relationship between those two people, he looked at the nameplate Kumiho on the left and Thien Ma on the right. He muttered that since they argued all day, perhaps separating them would bring peace. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of an argument came from a nearby room. He turned abruptly in surprise and asked what is going on. He thought of the cat and dog-like battles between those two. Sighing wearily, he muttered, "Causing trouble again." Grabbed the doorknob and shouted that this is a crowded hospital, so why are you making such noise? If you want to compete, then go outside, saying that he rushed in. The scene before his eyes made him widen his eyes in astonishment. It turned out that Thien Ma and Kumiho were sharing an unexpected kiss. The two were even struggling with each other, making him wonder what they were doing. Seeing Hyun-gu, Kumiho smiled brightly and called out, "Master." Still holding Thien Ma, she gently greeted him. Quickly turned his face away and muttered that perhaps those two should be locked in a private room instead of a hospital. Thien Ma immediately explained that it was not as he thought. He said it was only because he saved that fox that now she kept clinging to him. Miho teased coyly, asking if he was embarrassed. Thien Ma shouted, "Do not call my name." She laughed and said, "I know you like it," making him shiver and quickly slip away. Outside he exhaled and said, "Truly frightening." Then he told himself to stop worrying about others and focus on his own matters. This moment at Hyun-gu's house, before his eyes was a mess like a battlefield, making him sigh helplessly. He asked Avi if she always made such a mess. She smiled awkwardly and said she was about to clean up. He asked again whether she had completed her task before going out to play. Avi sulked and replied that she was not irresponsible. She affirmed that there had still been no movement from above. Avi added that she was searching for the cause but needed more time, and that she worked very diligently. He said, "All right then, report the new information." Avi muttered that she was not lying at all. She changed the topic, saying his information authority was already at maximum, so exchanges would no longer be restricted. He replied, "Perhaps so." He stepped closer to Avi and said seriously, "That was good. I have a few things to ask you." Placing his hand on her shoulder, he called Avi. She immediately replied yes. He earnestly requested that she tell everything she knew about the designer. Baolong Castle shone magnificently under the sunset. Inside, Mission sat with her legs crossed in a queenly manner. She lifted her head high and looked down at the trembling servant kneeling below. A dense dark aura surrounded them as Mission spoke to question him, making the subordinate tremble even more. Michio halted for a moment, forcing down his anger, his icy gaze like a blade piercing the subordinate as he asked in a low voice, "Was the report about someone attacking Master false?" Sensing the killing intent in that question, the subordinate panicked and repeatedly knocked his head on the ground, trembling as he confessed, "I deserve to die." He pressed his face to the floor, sweat pouring endlessly as he feared that if Michio grew angry again he would not survive, then hurriedly recounted everything, saying that a long purple-haired woman had suddenly barged in. He recalled that encounter. The purple-haired woman took out a strange book and said, "At exactly noon tomorrow use Hyun-gu as bait to lure your guild leader back to Violent Dragon Castle." She even ordered him to find a reasonable excuse. Right after that purple energy coiled around him, his eyes turning vacant as if controlled, and he answered mechanically, "Yes, I understand." After hearing the entire story, Mission slammed his hand against the armrest, veins bulging in fury as the subordinate lowered his head even further. His anger flared like fire fed by wind. Mission clenched his fist, his gaze sharp as a fiend as he ground out the words, "Bastard." In a hospital room tinted with dreamy pink hues, Hanarin stepped in brightly with a happy expression, calling out cheerfully, "Master." Seeing Hyun-gu deep in thought, she softly asked if the test results were not good, and he, sitting on the hospital bed, looked up and replied that was not the case. He glanced aside irritably, and added that something was simply bothering him. Hyun-gu recalled his conversation with Avi. She had cautiously asked whether he knew about the designer, and he immediately answered yes. Avi then said blankly that she knew nothing, leaving Hyun-gu stunned as he asked, "What?" In the messy room, Hyunwoo repeatedly confirmed, "Truly nothing at all." Avi honestly answered yes, and when he asked again if it was absolutely nothing, she still nodded. At that moment Hyun-gu could only stand frozen, his mind completely blank. After a while, he bent down and picked up the book from the floor. Without another word, Hyun-gu vented his anger on the book, and Avi cried out in alarm, "Wait, I truly do not know. What should we do now?" She hurriedly grabbed his hand to stop him and explained that when they built that tower, that man had never shown himself. She pleaded that she would investigate him first, begging him not to ruin the legend of Zelda. Turning to the present, Hyun-gu let out a weary sigh, wondering what use the highest authority was if it could not help at all. Suddenly remembering something, he looked up and asked Hanarin why she had come, and she stammered in reply. After thinking for a moment, she continued that she had a few things to ask, and Hyun-gu looked at her in confusion. Hanarin opened the book in her hand and slowly said that he could. Waves of purple light spread around her. Hanarin smiled meaningfully at Hyun-gu and asked if he could answer her a question. Hyun-gu felt something surrounding him and thought to himself that she was reading his mind. He frowned inwardly, telling himself that he was already annoyed and that was enough. Yet in an instant he changed his attitude, thinking it was rather interesting, then played along and asked what she was curious about. Hanarin secretly smiled in satisfaction seeing it work, then asked directly how things had progressed between him and Mission. Hyun-gu blinked in confusion and asked what progress. She turned away to hide her blushing cheeks and murmured that she meant intimate contact. He repeated in surprise, "Intimate contact," and Hanarin waited attentively for his answer. Hyun-gu thought for a moment and replied that they had never done anything like that, and Hanarin exclaimed in shock that it was true. She widened her eyes and asked again to be certain, "Truly," and he nodded, "Yes, truly." Anger rose in her when she remembered what Mission had once said, inwardly blaming that man for deceiving her. It turned out to be pure fabrication. In the blink of an eye her expression changed, a calculating smile forming as she thought that was even better, she would seize this chance. Regaining her composure, Hanarin continued and asked if that is so. She bent down to his eye level, cheeks flushed and eyes shimmering as she asked what he thought of her. Gently lifting Hyun-gu's chin, she sweetly asked whether he wanted to go further with her, the air once again filled with dreamy pink hues. Unexpectedly Hyun-gu grasped her hand and thoughtfully said to let him think first. While she was still lost in her fantasy, he continued talking about progress, and Hanarin did not notice anything unusual. He smiled with narrowed eyes and asked back what she thought, causing her to quickly pull her hand away. Hanarin stood stunned as if turned to stone, stammering and asking what he had said. Finally understanding, she stepped back with a flushed face and cried out that Master was not affected. Hyun-gu answered brightly, "Oh that." He calmly said that he had already dispelled it, and her confidence shifted into panic. He even teased that she always had only one expression so it was dull, and that just now she looked much more lively. Hyun-gu laughed and thanked her for helping him feel relieved, while Hanarin could only let out a faint embarrassed sound. Immediately afterward she dashed out of the room, crying out as she ran. As soon as the door closed, Hyun-gu burst into hearty laughter, not expecting to release his stress like that. After laughing for a while, he took a deep breath and felt his mood improve. He stood up and wondered whether he should finish the remaining matters. In a place shrouded in darkness, a massive ship floated in the void. In a spacious room aboard the ship, Noah looked at the person before him in surprise and asked why he seemed so cheerful. Hyun-gu sat before him in high spirits and replied with a smile that something pleasant had happened. Noah smiled and said that was fortunate, because what he was about to say might give him a headache, and Hyun-gu asked what it was. Both became serious. Noah clasped his hands on the table and began, first of all. He looked straight at Hyun-gu and said that the next designer was even more troublesome than Brahma. Noah analyzed that man himself was very strong and also had 4 subjugators under his command, whose power could not be underestimated. He judged that with his current level it would be quite difficult, and Hyun-gu scratched his head and complained. Noah then said there was still good news, causing Hyun-gu to look up curiously. He took out a lotus and placed it on the table, speaking of the lotus that he had brought. The two looked at it as Noah slowly stated that he had found a way to use it. An information panel appeared. Tribulation lotus belonged to Brahma, blooming after calamities. Each petal was one of his achievements. Hyun-gu frowned and muttered what tribulations and suffering meant. He raised his voice and asked Noah if that meant more training again, and the old man merely smiled. Noah frankly replied yes, making Hyun-gu slam the table in irritation. He recalled the grueling training sessions and lamented, but Noah insisted there was no other way. Their gazes returned to the glowing lotus. Noah said there was a great achievement within it, and Hyun-gu asked again. He remembered that Brahma had mentioned that great achievement in their previous battle. Still not understanding, he asked what was special about it, and Noah said he would explain simply. He likened it to a precious gem, whose brilliance overshadowed everything around it. Noah said it was an achievement far beyond what he knew. Explained that although Brahma defeat had been false, the great achievement within the lotus was real, and Hyun-gu pretended to nod despite understanding little. Noah concluded that to possess it one must make the effort, and Hyun-gu sighed and asked whether that meant exhausting training, and Noah nodded. Then Noah said that was the usual way, leaving Hyun-gu even more puzzled. He asked what if it was not the usual way, and Noah smiled as if he had been waiting for that question. He said it was very simple and pushed the lotus toward him. Noah said that he only needed to absorb this great achievement, and it would be done. Elsewhere in the darkness, purple energy drifted as a voice sounded thoughtfully. Brahma rested his chin on his hand, pondering what to do this time. Another voice interrupted and asked how long he intended to mutter, and Brahma started and apologized for thinking. He looked ahead and said that everyone was busy, so they should go straight to the main matter. Brahma pressed his palms together before his chest, his gaze sweeping around those seated at the round table before he slowly continued. I have summoned you here because there is an important matter to discuss. The corner of his lips curled upward with hidden meaning, his eyes revealing unfathomable depth. Brahma softly called, 4 saints. As soon as Tam Ma finished speaking, the people around the table erupted in murmurs, repeatedly questioning why he had suddenly proposed that. What happened? Tam Ma let out a laugh and replied leisurely, wait, I still have something to say. The engineer has been defeated by a human on the 9th floor, Tam Ma calmly announced, causing every face to darken at once. Bak Ho Enhan widened his eyes in shock. The engineer who bore Brahma achievement actually lost to a human. He was 4th heaven white. The woman in a hanfu covered her mouth with a fan and anxiously asked if it was true. She was 4th heaven scarlet. The man wearing a hat that covered half his face sighed regretfully. It is hard to believe that was 4th heaven Emoto. Cold snort sounded. What is so surprising? Demon shot Emoto an irritated look. 4th heaven demon propped his leg on the table, swinging it smugly before sneering. I knew that man who borrowed Brahma achievement would not last long. Emoto curled his lips in response. It sounds like you are talking about yourself. Demon immediately flared up and growled. What do you mean? Emoto did not even look at him, coldly mocking. You are no different. Climbing the tower and seizing your own sister achievement, Demon issued a warning. Demon sprang to his feet, his face twisted with hostility. Say one more word and I will shut you up. Emoto replied calmly, I will make you withdraw your hand first. The two glared at each other, sparks flying, the atmosphere thick enough to suffocate. A round of applause rang out. Emoto and Demon halted, warily looking toward the source of the sound. Tamma laughed in delight. I did not expect to witness such close brotherhood. I am very pleased. As a reward I will finish what I left unsaid. His voice lowered. Emoto and Demon immediately fell silent. Demon sat down, still displeased as he asked, what exactly are you trying to say? Why keep being so mysterious? He pressed further, is that matter more important than the engineer death? Tamma smiled and placed his hand on the table saying this is like a gift. A flash of light appeared. 4 blue-white gems manifested between his hands, then he released them and said I give them to you. As the colors of each gem gradually became clear, Tamma continued each of you will receive a great achievement. The 4 fourth heavens stared at the gems without blinking. Tamma emphasized that because I want you to grow stronger, their quality is all at the highest level. White asked in a low voice, then what price must we pay? He looked straight at Tamma. Do you want us to deal with that human on the 9th floor? Tamma shook his head. I already said this is a gift. Gifts require no exchange. White snapped. You think we would believe that? Tamma replied calmly, if you want to know the reason. There is nothing significant about it, he said lightly, leaving the others confused as they asked what. Tamma smiled mysteriously. No matter how you use it, in the end it will only contribute to my feast. He narrowed his eyes in amusement and added, because this entire tower is about to become my banquet table. So feel free to use that gift as you wish. During that, the 4 fourth heavens broke out in cold sweat. Tamma licked his lips, his greedy eyes blazing. All of it is merely preparation for the finest delicacy. On Noah's ship, Hyengu asked blankly, what do you mean? He looked at the lotus radiating powerful energy, and asked you will separate the achievement from the flower, and turn it into a form I can absorb, right? Hyengu stared at the lotus in astonishment. That can be done. Noah replied calmly it was not possible before but now it is. He turned to the blade with satisfaction. The spoils you brought back are quite useful. Noah examined the gleaming blade and said using one item as fuel is enough. Hyengu was stunned and asked only one. He raised the blade and smiled. Then can I give the remaining items to others? Noah nodded. It is up to you. Hyengu told him not to use the Guandao and the Black Scripture achievement because someone needed them. Noah agreed. Noah stood up and walked toward the spoils saying the process will take about 2 weeks. You should rest. Hyengu thanked him and said goodbye. Noah reminded him to bring Daithan next time. Hyengu asked in surprise Daithan. Noah smiled and said although I am not certain, perhaps I will give him an enormous gift. At the same time, a mountain peak flashed with mysterious purple light in the night. In a private room, the 4 gems on the table glowed. Emoto asked in a deep voice, is it true? He asked sternly, what do you think he is planning? The other replied, I can only guess part of it perhaps. Demon clicked his tongue in boredom, you are overthinking it. Someone looked at him in surprise and asked what. Demon said irritably he called it a gift so just use it. Emoto shouted fool, at least we must know how dangerous it is. Demon laughed and asked do you think it is dangerous? He reached toward the 4 gems and said then let me take all 4. The remaining 3 fourth heavens immediately glared at him in vigilance. Blades slammed down onto the table, blocking Demon hand. Just as he startled and stepped back, he was stopped. Scarlet, her eyes icy, tightened her grip on the fan and rushed forward. Demon let out a mocking laugh, look at that. Before him, the 3 fourth heavens were ready to strike. Demon said disdainfully, I knew you could not hide your greed. Scarlet charged forward in fury. Demon raised his hand to wave her off saying do not overdo it, I was only joking. He picked up the dark red gem and said you can continue considering it. As for me, I will use it right now. Demon shot into the air, leaving behind a faint trail of smoke. Emoto sheathed his sword again and coldly remarked truly a wretched man. He turned and asked what were you about to say earlier. The other held the blue gem and replied this is only my speculation. He chose the moment right after the engineer died to gift the achievements, and even mentioned a future feast. Everything seems related to that human on the 9th floor. Scarlet suddenly understood and hesitantly asked, could it be? He looked at the blue gem and affirmed yes, although he said the 2 matters are unrelated. In truth, he has already regarded that human as the main course of his feast. Thinking of Tamma's sinister smile, he could not help but shudder. He tightened his grip on the gem and said this gift is merely a tool to prepare for that feast. Clenching the gem, he murmured perhaps. His gaze turned cold. We are all being used and are also part of that feast. Next morning the sun rose again, heralding a new day. At home, Hyengu frowned and wondered whether he should give them gifts. In front of him, Ngo Kong and Than Long were arguing fiercely. Hyengu let out a weary sigh. They were quarreling again over their idol. Wukong grabbed Azure Dragon and shouted loudly, "When you ascended, where were your eyes looking? You damned dragon, when it comes to Pentacle Jinan is number one." Azure Dragon broke free, glared angrily and snorted, "Your taste is as terrible as your stinking monkey nature. Everyone knows Sua is the most outstanding genius of Pentacle." Two gods immediately clashed, leaving Hyun-gu standing there speechless as he watched. He raised a hand to his forehead and sighed in exasperation. "I truly do not want to get involved with them at all." At that moment the system panel appeared. Hyun-gu looked up in confusion. "System notified, you have received an invitation. When the status timer reaches 0, the invitation will automatically activate and summon you to the designated location. Remaining time 0 days 0 hours 0 minutes 5 seconds. Hyun-gu exclaimed in surprise, "What so sudden?" Before he could react, the system had already teleported him elsewhere. Hyun-gu called out in confusion, "Avi, why are you?" He looked ahead and tilted his head in puzzlement. The scene before his eyes left him stunned. "What is happening?" Hyun-gu pointed forward and stammered, "What are you doing here?" "Noah, you can enter the system room," Hyun-gu asked in astonishment when he saw Noah smile and wave. "It has been a week since we last met." Noah Anton explained that because there was an important matter to discuss with the administrator, he had asked Avi to grant access to the room. Hyun-gu asked curiously, "An important matter?" Noah nodded in confirmation. "That is right. It is related to the great sage's gift we mentioned before." He turned to Avi with a signal and said that could wait. There was something more urgent to ask for help with. Avi understood and nodded. Hyun-gu asked in surprise what it was. Noah asked in a low voice, "Do you remember the tower you saw on the 12th floor when you came to see me?" Hyun-gu replied, "Ah, that terrifying tower." Noah said, "I hope you can help me retrieve something inside that tower." Hyun-gu asked blankly, "Retrieve what?" Noah explained that at the very top there was a monolithic stone called the monolith, the only object capable of containing Brahma's achievement. The demons inside are difficult to deal with, but if it is you, then you will certainly handle them. Noah calmly added that you do not need to climb the tower. You only need to break the outer wall at the rooftop and enter. Hyun-gu scratched his head and forced a smile. "Lately everything has gone too smoothly and made me suspicious. As expected, I was not wrong." He slipped his hands into his pockets and reluctantly agreed. "I will make a trip and return." Noah smiled happily in thanks. Suddenly Noah asked, "How did you handle the achievement you took last time?" Hyun-gu tilted his head and recalled, "Ah, the Guandao and the black whale." Hyun-gu gazed into the distance and replied that he had given them to someone else. He said in a bored tone, but it seemed they had thought a great deal about them. On the other side, Azure Dragon was intently observing the black whale. Wukong lay sprawled on the sofa playing a game. He had just been dancing along to Pentacle earlier. "Why so serious now? If you want to use it, then just use it." Azure Dragon closed his eyes in contemplation. Azure Dragon hesitated and said he still had concerns but had made his decision. Wukong stopped and looked over. Azure Dragon solemnly declared, "I will not use this achievement." Wukong tossed his phone aside and laughed with delight. "I understand your decision." Azure Dragon asked, "It seems you think the same." Wukong replied casually, "That is right. In the past I once used the achievement of the Plague Monarch." Monkey King added, "After absorbing it, I became considerably stronger but felt extremely uncomfortable, as if forced to wear clothes that did not fit." Wukong stared at the ceiling thoughtfully. "Although the three of us defeated Brahma together, if I had to fight alone against an equal opponent, that would be a weakness." The Monkey King continued, "Therefore, if you are not confident in fully utilizing the power, then you should not use it from the start." Clenching his fist, Wukong sighed, "It cannot be helped since my achievement is not yet complete." Azure Dragon shot him a mocking glance and called him a stinking monkey. Wukong immediately fell silent. The two heard a noise and turned their heads. Wukong sat up and called out in a hip-hop style, "Yo, Hyun-gu." Hyun-gu walked past without a word. Wukong asked where he was going. He replied that there was something to handle first. Hyun-gu waved and said he was in a hurry and asked him to watch the house, causing Wukong to grind his teeth in annoyance. Hyun-gu closed the door and left, leaving Wukong bewildered. After thinking carefully, Azure Dragon realized something was off and frowned as he asked. Wukong stroked his chin and replied that when using someone else's achievement, few could wield it as proficiently as Hyun-gu. Azure Dragon nodded in agreement. That was also what had always puzzled him. Hyun-gu's ability had far surpassed ordinary imitation of techniques. Wukong rested his chin on his hand and pondered. The ability to turn another's achievement into one's own is truly astonishing. The Monkey King said thoughtfully, "It sounds unbelievable, but if it is true." Meanwhile, a woman was secretly observing them through a screen. Wukong continued, perhaps he is even stronger than the tower itself. Astaroth smiled mysteriously. At a manor, Hyun-gu hesitated and said he came to see whether everyone liked the gift he had given. Forced a smile, perhaps that person was still busy and had not tried it yet. The heavenly demon barked at him to be quiet while the Kumiho clung beside him. The heavenly demon said coldly that this achievement was very difficult to use, but he was gradually adapting. The Kumiho still held him tightly. Hyun-gu remarked in surprise that he suited it better than he had expected, but Azure Dragon did not like it. The heavenly demon replied calmly that using another's achievement always brought discomfort. He admitted in a low voice that he was still too weak and had no choice but to accept it, the image of the Lord of the Northern Hell appearing in his mind. He reminded Hyun-gu not to forget the agreement between them. Hyun-gu smiled and replied, of course. Hyun-gu added that after dealing with the designer at the top of the tower, he would help revive the Holy Sword achievement. The heavenly demon emphasized that it was a mutual agreement, not a favor. Hyun-gu responded perfunctorily. He stood up and said in a low voice, "You never liked using another's achievement, yet this time you accepted it." Hyun-gu smiled encouragingly. "Once you defeat the designer, you can have whichever achievement you want." Hyun-gu tightened his grip on the bottle in his hand. He said firmly that he would also complete his own mission. At the frigid tower, Hyun-gu rode the somersault cloud and complained that the trip was truly boring. He lifted his head and murmured softly. Before him stood the tower of the 12th floor. He quietly realized he had arrived very quickly. Hyun-gu observed and recalled Noah's words. He only needed to break the outer wall at the rooftop. He declared enthusiastically that he would go straight through. Hyun-gu shot up to the top of the tower and halted just before touching it. He clicked his tongue in satisfaction. In the blink of an eye he had arrived. Clenching his fist, Hyun-gu resolutely prepared to act. He threw a punch at the wall, sending dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Witnessing that violent reaction, Hyun-gu exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder the aftershock was so powerful. It turned out that behind the wall was another layer of metal that blocked his punch. Hyun-gu swung his fist with interest, releasing a powerful bolt of lightning from his palm. He poured his strength into each punch. Explosions rang out accompanied by flashing arcs of electricity. Hyun-gu said calmly that the ancients once taught. Knocking on a door requires force, yet the iron wall still did not deform. He continued swinging his fist and went on. Hyun-gu shouted loudly, "As long as you strike hard enough, you can open the entrance." After a while, he stood silently with a contemplative expression. Before him, a round pit gradually appeared. He let out a soft breath of relief. As expected, the words of the ancients were never wrong. He immediately stepped inside. As long as he obtained that item before encountering the monsters, it would be fine. Suddenly, an unusual sensation rose from his foot. He lowered his head to look. It seemed he had stepped on something. Beneath his foot lay a corpse. He widened his eyes in shock. Wait, what is this? A demon? Was it truly dead? An arrogant voice suddenly rang out behind him. Who are you? The voice turned sharp. How dare you brazenly barge into this place like this? Demon frowned in displeasure at him. This place is the territory I struggled greatly to see. Even so, beneath his feet spread a mottled aura of gloom, like the shadows of an entire horde of demons closing in. Hyun-gu calmly shot back, "And who are you? You do not look like the demons around here at all." Looking at his clenched hand, Hyun-gu suddenly realized, wait, is that a monolith stone in your hand? Demon curled his lips and replied, "Do you need this stone?" "Sorry, but it belongs to me." Hearing that, Hyun-gu strode forward, the floor beneath him cracking. Hyun-gu shot forward like an arrow, leaving the bow, one hand clenched tightly into a fist. He grabbed the hand holding the stone, catching Demon off guard, then coldly said, "Be quiet." He swung his fist, a thrilled smile blooming as he said, "Hand it over to me now." Hyun-gu's punch slammed straight into Demon's chest, sending him flying backward. From above, Hyun-gu crashed down like a waterfall, driving his opponent straight into the ground. Dust and smoke blanketed the aftermath of the violent collision. Amid the haze, Hyun-gu said calmly, "We do not even know each other, why waste so many words?" He opened his palm, revealing the gleaming stone, and stared at it intently. Perhaps this was the monolith Noah was searching for. Monolith stone, rank unknown, customization no, skills unidentified, access rights to information. Floor 12 is the domain of the highest-ranking demon guarding the treasure at the top of the tower, and anyone who touches the stone will have to pay the price. Therefore, the monolith is also called the jewel manipulated by demons, and that title does not end there. Holding the treasure in his hand, Hyun-gu slipped his other hand into his pocket and casually said, "All done, time to leave." Demon did not let him leave so easily. His voice rang out from behind, making Hyun-gu pause. Hey. He continued, a blazing golden aura erupting around his body. Your skills are not bad. Hyun-gu spun around, eyes wide. What is this violent surge of energy? Demon revealed his massive frame, bulging muscles covered in a heavy gray hue. His long red hair billowed like raging flames. He stepped forward, resting a gigantic broadsword on his shoulder. With a faint sneer he mocked, I thought the demons here were not even enough to warm me up. Your punch only helped me stretch a little. Seeing that ferocious appearance, Hyun-gu thought to himself his look had changed. It seemed he was no ordinary opponent. Demon continued, his eyes flashing fiercely. Fine, consider it a reward for that punch. I will return the favor properly. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately took a stance to strike. Hyun-gu exclaimed in shock, what? Demon swung the massive blade, its edge slicing through the air straight toward Hyun-gu with terrifying force. Thanks to his quick reflexes, he leapt into the air, completely evading the vicious strike. The ground where he had just stood instantly split apart. A deep crater appeared, leaving him stunned. Is not the floor here made of the same material as the sturdy outer wall? How many blows did it take me to break that wall? Yet with a single move, he shattered a floor even harder than the wall. Despite his huge build, his speed and agility were still astonishing. Clearly a high-ranking conqueror. Demon looked up and saw Hyun-gu dodge. He gave a scornful chuckle. Oh, you dodged, not bad. It seems this trip was not in vain. Then I can test my great achievement on you. Hearing that, Hyun-gu frowned. He possesses that as well. Conqueror appearing out of nowhere and even possessing a rare great achievement. Hyun-gu spoke, his voice laced with doubt and challenge. Wait. You are from the 4 heavenly tiers, a lackey of the designer, right? At those words, Demon's expression twisted as he roared, you dare call me a lackey? Then he suddenly froze, realizing that was not the key point. How do you know that? Hyun-gu remained silent but was certain his guess was correct. Demon's tone turned arrogant. Come to think of it, your fighting is decent but far too suspicious. He laughed sinisterly, his voice threatening, merely defeating you might not be enough. Hyun-gu scoffed and shot back, do you think I am that easy to bully? If you want to do something, deal with those useless eyes of yours first. The mocking words sent Demon into a furious rage as he roared in anger. He tightened his grip on the hilt of the massive blade. I will deal with that insolent mouth of yours first. But Hyun-gu remained calm and said, sorry, but I am done here. I have no interest in playing with you any longer. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, a white light flared up around him. A small explosion echoed, and in the blink of an eye Hyun-gu vanished. Demon glared at the empty space before him and roared in fury, bastard, where did you run off to? His roar echoed throughout the space, but Hyun-gu had long since gone, leaving him behind with his unquenched rage. Seeing Hyun-gu return, Avi sitting opposite him asked in confusion, did you run away from there? And came back here? Hyun-gu sat down on the sofa and shook his head. Run away, that was a strategic retreat. He rubbed his head and explained, I have already obtained the monolith and tested the abilities of one from the 4 heavenly tiers. There is no need to linger. Leaning back in his chair, he continued, your strength has recovered so I can teleport directly to the marked location on floor 9. Avi smiled awkwardly and scratched her head. I just made use of my available ability, but I need about 5 hours to prepare. Hyun-gu laughed. 5 hours, even better. I have a few things to ask. Avi looked up. What is it? He said bluntly, tell me about great achievements. Avi was startled. Great achievements, he nodded. I already heard Noah mention them briefly. But the ones I have encountered recently all seemed arrogant, because they possess them, so I need to understand more clearly. Avi pondered and replied, explaining it in detail would be quite lengthy. He suddenly recalled it is easier to imagine compared to ordinary achievements. The difference is quite clear. Hyun-gu asked curiously, how so? Avi said calmly, achievements are obtained through training and recognized by the holy deity, like the Jade Emperor or the Azure Dragon, who are acknowledged by the divine spirits. As for the great sage and other conquerors, they do not receive that recognition. They write their own legends. Hyun-gu interrupted, so achievements are power gained through arduous training. Avi nodded, yes, but great achievements are different. They are not attained simply by trying. Because they require no recognition at all, he grew even more curious. Then how does one possess them? Avi explained further, few can obtain a great achievement on their own because they cannot go through a special chain of events like you. Hyun-gu asked in confusion. She answered, a great achievement is the innate power of a special individual. Their very existence is already a perfect miracle. In another dark and eerie corner of space, Emma leaned back in his chair, eyes calculating, smiling as he asked, is it so suspicious that I granted you great achievement? Scarlet, with a darkened expression, replied, I feel more confused than suspicious. Someone like you who holds all the achievements bestowed by the tower suddenly sharing great achievements with us is truly hard to understand. Thomas interjected in a low, hoarse voice, I must admit you are very cunning. She was stunned and asked again, what do you mean? Emma smiled faintly. The ambition within you burns so fiercely, yet you are still clear-headed enough to notice the anomaly. It is precisely that caution that made me choose you among the 4 heavenly tier emperors. Scarlet asked suspiciously, what are you talking about? Not letting her finish, Tamma cut in with a self-satisfied tone, your acting is not convincing. You already know what I want and it shows plainly on your face. Scarlet shouted angrily, you truly only see us as nourishment to cultivate that human. Tamma replied calmly, I do not deny it. Hearing that, she spoke softly with clear suspicion. Do you truly believe that human can survive against all 4 of us? Part Demon burst into loud laughter, the sound echoing through the gloomy space. Ha ha ha, of course not. With his current strength he is completely incapable of that. She still could not help but wonder, if that is the case then why? Part Demon spoke slowly, his voice full of implication, but you understand as well. Suppose, just suppose, if he truly accomplishes that impossible feat and manages to reach where I stand, then what? As he spoke, his eyes flashed with greed as if he had found a grand prize. He would surely become a splendid feast, would he not? Seeing that expression, she said in fear, you are truly insane. The heart demon merely laughed loudly in response. So what if I am insane? As long as it enhances the flavor of the meal and soothes my hunger, that is enough. Turning to the conversation, Hyun-gu fell into deep thought. He turned to Avi and said, hey, honestly I still do not understand what you are talking about. Stretching and letting out a long yawn, he said casually, forget it. Whether they are ordinary achievements or grand ones, just treat them as strong or even stronger individuals. Avi did not expect that even after such a thorough explanation he still did not understand. She muttered, then what difference did it make before and after I explained? Noticing her confusion, Hyun-gu handed the stone to Avi, his voice indifferent, forget it, you take it. Avi looked at the stone in her hand, still astonished by his calm attitude. She exclaimed, this is monolith stone. Hyun-gu said calmly, help me give it to Noah. If he can come here then you should be able to find him as well. Avi replied gently, all right, I will deliver it to him personally, then paused to ask, by the way, what did you want to ask me? Can you no longer recreate the protective barrier that prevented other conquerors from entering as before? Avi was slightly stunned before answering, right now that is quite difficult for me. Even if I can do it, the barrier would only last at most 1 hour. What a pity. Are you asking that to guard against the conqueror you just met? He replied, besides him there are 3 others like him. If they appear while I am absent it will be very dangerous. I need to find a way to protect the 9th floor when I am not here. Hearing that, Avi smiled brightly, if that is what you wish. Gift bestowed by the creator upon the great sage may prove effective. Hyun-gu stood up, hands in his pockets, and asked again, that gift, is it what Noah once mentioned? Avi nodded in confirmation, that is right. He asked me to pass on a message to the great sage that he has found a method to completely restore the great sage achievement. From inside the office came a shout filled with astonishment and excitement. I can truly regain my achievement. Wukong sprang up from his chair, eyes wide open, rushing close to Hyun-gu and startling him into stammering a reply. Hyun-gu turned to discuss with the 2 of them, then in 1 week we will go meet Noah. Thinking of that he could not help but speak with tension, while Than Long remained calm and skeptical of Noah's ability. Hyun-gu said calmly, to live is to trust one another. I have no reason to deceive you. Wukong excitedly grabbed his collar with shining eye. After Hyun-gu confirmation, Than Long felt somewhat reassured. Then Hyun-gu suddenly remembered something to ask. Do you know anyone named Demon? Upon hearing that name, both of them immediately changed expression. Their eyes filled with vigilance and shock. For a moment no one spoke. Wukong spoke first. Why do you suddenly mention him? Hyun-gu honestly replied that he had encountered him by chance while working for Noah. Under the warm yellow light, the conversation continued. Than Long said they knew a woman who understood Demon well, making Hyun-gu ask in surprise, a woman. Than Long continued, that is right, she is currently with your disciple, a woman with long white horns and platinum hair, staying with Mission. Elsewhere, tall buildings stood silently beneath the morning sun, forming the familiar scene of a large city. In an office among those thousands of buildings, 2 girls sat facing each other with arms crossed, tension filling the air. Mission held the remote and turned on the TV, while coldly commenting. He continued in a bored tone, are you truly planning to build this place for Master to live in? Before them was a bustling urban area with full amenities. Mission glanced at another area and remarked, a cinema is acceptable, but what about the casino and the arena? Flames of anger ignited in her eyes as she glared at the other party and demanded, do you think Master would accept living in a place like this? Your sense of aesthetics is truly questionable. Ignoring the attack, Hanarin smiled proudly and calmly replied that Mission aesthetic sense was the one worth questioning. Recalling the residence designed by Mission, Hanarin mockingly said that style was no different from prehistoric times, completely opposite to the tranquil mountain setting she had chosen. Hanarin did not stop there, she sneered in ridicule. In this era you still build a bamboo forest beside a waterfall, truly outdated. With utter contempt, Hanarin showed clear disgust and said she could not believe Mission wanted Master to stay in such a place. Hearing that, Mission angrily slammed her hand onto the table, causing it to crack. With a cold smile, she said perhaps this conversation could not continue. Her hateful gaze fixed on Hanarin, Mission clenched her fist and coldly threatened. Hanarin opened her command book, still maintaining her mocking tone, as she replied that it was rare for them to share the same thought like this. Raising the book, a dark aura radiated from Hanarin's body. She smiled coldly and prepared to retaliate. Both of them sprang from their chairs, eyes filled with hostility, ready to charge at each other. As the conflict was about to erupt, a guard hurried in with a panicked report. Seeing the scene before him, he was frightened but still tried to complete his duty. Mission glared at the guard and coldly ordered that if there was nothing urgent, he should withdraw immediately. The guard trembled as he bowed and reported, please forgive me, but Lord Hyan-gu is urgently looking for you. Upon hearing Master's name, the two girls instantly forgot their conflict and turned to the messenger, Mission asked in astonishment. However, right after that, Mission's sharp gaze swept toward Hanarin as she smiled in confirmation. One Hyan-gu was looking for was Mission, leaving Hanarin wide-eyed in shock and momentarily speechless. Mission walked past Hanarin, adjusted her hair, and apologized for having to leave first. Before leaving, she turned back with a faint smile and said that Master urgently needed to see her. That made Hanarin tremble with anger at not being summoned. A few seconds later, Hanarin burst out with an indignant curse. At the private residence, after hearing Master question, Mission exclaimed in surprise. Standing respectfully before Hyan-gu, she confirmed that he wanted to ask about Demon through the Mad God Monster Force. Hyan-gu replied calmly that he only wished to clarify a few matters. Mission said softly in disappointment that he had not come for her but for something else. Not understanding her thoughts, Hyan-gu asked whether he had called her while she was busy. Mission hurriedly shook her head in denial. Though slightly saddened, she still followed Master's request and said she would make contact immediately. Mission closed her eyes. Forming a deep spiritual connection, she communicated with the Mad God Monster Force for quite a long time. Hyan-gu waited silently, completely trusting the answer that was about to come. Still within the connection, Mission gently said that the Mad God Monster Force wished to invite Master into her dimension. Slightly wary, Hyan-gu asked again, she suddenly invites me in. Mission opened her eyes and confirmed, she wants to speak directly with you after hearing Demon mentioned. Hyan-gu agreed and asked how to get there. Mission said somewhat awkwardly that he only needed to place his hand on her shoulder. Hyan-gu immediately stood up, placed his hand on Mission's shoulder and asked again for confirmation. She responded shyly. Immediately after, a spatial gate opened, Mission vanished, leaving Hyan-gu suspended with slight surprise. The surrounding scenery gradually shifted to cold tones, a gray sky completely replacing the previous brightness. Hyan-gu spoke softly. Standing before the desolate scene, he wondered whether this was the dimension of the Mad God Monster Force. From behind came a familiar voice, Hyan-gu, it has been a long time. He turned to look at the one who had spoken, stepped forward calmly and replied. Before him stood the girl with sharp horns and distinctive hair, the arrogant expression of the Mad God Monster Force. She frowned slightly and said that before sharing information, she had something she wanted to ask him. Her expression clearly showed displeasure when mentioning this person. The Mad God Monster Force slowly asked why he knew Demon. Recalling her previous cheerful attitude, Hyan-gu thought to himself that her current expression was completely different. After hearing him summarize everything, the Mad God Monster Force appeared astonished and contemplative before softly saying, so he has already achieved the great achievement. Hyan-gu did not care about her feelings. He went straight to the point when he came here. Now answer me, what exactly is your relationship with him? She gave a half-smile filled with implication. My relationship with him, it must be said to be one of a kind in this world. The answer made him pause in surprise. Her gaze was sharp and cold as a blade. She replied that he was the foolish younger brother who stole her achievement to climb the tower. So the tall, orange-haired demon he had always wondered about was actually related by blood to the girl before him. Gu was so shocked that his mouth fell open, still unable to believe it, so he asked again, "Is it true, but the two of you do not resemble each other at all?" She helplessly confirmed it was the truth. To reinforce her words, she mentioned his unique trait. "He has 2 horns on his forehead, right? They were originally mine, only the color changed because his energy corrupted them." The more she spoke, the angrier she became. Her face darkened. She growled that the reason she climbed the tower and stayed by mission until now was to capture him and teach him a lesson he would never forget. Sharing the same blood yet having a relationship even more tense than sworn enemies, Gu awkwardly remarked that it was truly a sisterly bond that sent chills down the spine. Suddenly she turned sharply toward him, therefore Gu, he immediately paid attention, yes. She frankly proposed, "Can you release me, like you once did with the great sage and azure dragon?" The sudden request made him respond before thinking, "What do you mean?" She did not bother with long explanations. As if hatred clouded her reason, she firmly declared that if you fear my betrayal, then I dare wager my soul, as long as you take me outside. She frowned with determination, asserting that she would personally deal with that foolish younger brother and end his existence in your place. Another week quietly passed aboard Noah's ship. Inside the cabin, Gu and Wukong were standing when the ship suddenly trembled lightly. A streak of blue light flashed. In the blink of an eye, Noah, the owner of the ship, appeared safely and smiled. "Ah, you have finally arrived." Hot-tempered as fire, Wukong rushed forward to grab Noah's collar, glaring as he shouted in his face that greetings were enough. Not giving Noah a chance to breathe, he shook him hard and rapidly asked whether he would truly help me retrieve my achievement. Shaken until dizzy, Noah coughed and pleaded for him to calm down because how could he explain while being grabbed like this? Wukong quickly let go, his voice tinged with awkward guilt as he said, "I went a bit too far." Behind him, Gu cut in to remind him, "I already told you to stay calm." Once everyone steadied themselves, Noah spoke calmly, "I understand your reaction back then, but first allow me to clarify a few things." He took out a small box, hinting that "I will hand this to you first." Gu curiously asked what it was. Inside was a gem radiating shifting purple light. Noah explained it was the blue flower of Kanpa made from monolith stone. Gu exclaimed in admiration. Holding the box in his hand, he carefully examined the gem and asked if eating it would grant a great achievement. Noah replied that before using it there were a few things to note, and he would explain separately because the demon heart must also be considered. After speaking, Noah brought out a large dark blue gem that left both Wukong and Gu staring with mouths agape. Gu lifted the gem, hesitantly asking whether this was the key to recovering the great sage complete achievement. The gem immediately displayed a brief description filled with numerous unidentified question marks. Rank and customization none, skill space travel, equipment developed by Noah, the creator of the tower, coordinates preset, activation upon collection. A series of characters and complex parameters instantly appeared crowded together. Gu frowned in discomfort and muttered, "What kind of description is this? So complicated." Noah could only answer that it was an inherent limitation. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he further explained about a void dimension where the designer stored all the achievements he had seized. The displayed coordinates were precisely the location of his secret collection room. After hearing this, Gu stared at the dark blue gem and remarked that if it was the vault of stolen achievements, then it was as if we had just struck a huge haul. He asked Noah how he found that place. The man smiled gently and said it was also thanks to you, leaving Gu confused because he did not recall helping with anything and asked again if it was true. Noah reminded him of the time when the administrator was missing, and you asked me to find the system room. That memory gradually resurfaced. That day Gu had thought it quicker to ask him directly and frankly inquired whether there was a way into the system room. Noah replied that he could locate its position. He impatiently asked how long it would take. The man said he was not sure, but it would not be too long. At that point Gu nodded as he recalled the past. Noah recounted that after that day, he searched through every floor of the tower to track information about the system room he needed. Unexpectedly, the place stood there as if waiting to be discovered, and then I happened to find it. In the vast space floated a sphere assembled from hundreds of fragments like a full moon, emitting a strange, indescribable energy. He reflected and recounted that he discovered a very small crack on the surface of the sphere. When he moved closer, he pressed his eye to that fissure to look inside. The sight before him made even his usually calm eyes widen in astonishment. For a moment he was speechless. Inside the sphere were countless different achievements, colliding and spinning chaotically like a raging storm. Hearing that, Wukong hesitated and asked, "So that means?" Looked straight at Noah, half disbelieving and half suppressing emotion, asking whether my achievement was also there. Noah confirmed it was because the designer treated that place as a trophy vault. Hyun-gu clicked his tongue and remarked that man truly had more than enough ability, collecting a mountain of achievements like that. Then he turned and honestly asked why he returned empty-handed. Since he had reached there, he could at least take one thing. Noah smiled faintly and said it was beyond his capability. Shaking his head, he explained that my range of power was insufficient to choose and take a single achievement among that sea of them. Hyun-gu was surprised, so even if the great sage went it would be the same. Noah reassured him there was no need to worry because each achievement had a tendency to return to its original owner. With the countless powers constantly colliding, Wukong imagined his own achievement. Noah said that as long as the great sage stepped into the collection room, his uniquely radiant achievement would naturally return. Hyun-gu muttered in frustration that it sounded as if they were carrier pigeons. As soon as he finished speaking, he excitedly suggested that perhaps we should gather them all, but this time Wukong was unusually calm and immediately rejected it. He seriously explained that if too many achievements were mixed at once the body would not withstand it and would self-destruct. However, there might be an exception for Hyun-gu, so he added unless you have undergone individual training for each achievement. Hearing that, he scratched his cheek awkwardly and said, "Oh, is that so?" Holding the dark blue gem on the table, Wukong said therefore He smiled with confidence, eyes fixed on the gem as he continued that he had thought of a wonderful method. Hyun-gu crossed his hands behind his head and skeptically asked what method. The Monkey King curled his lips and replied simply that. In Sun Wukong's mind appeared the images of his fellow disciples from years past. He concluded that I will fulfill the duty of a junior brother to my senior brothers. That night beneath the tower sinking into silence, a secret meeting took place. Muzin still wore the hat that concealed his vision, his steady voice asking, "What do you mean?" The memory of the battle with Hyun-gu as told by Demon flashed by. He continued that the human on the 12th floor not only dodged your attack, also knew of our existence. Demon propped his chin in irritation and replied that was right. When I intended to fight seriously, he used a strange teleportation skill to withdraw. He added that it was truly suspicious. Scarlet and Mo Shin only exchanged worried glances. It seemed both had guessed who that person was. Scarlet activated her ability and asked whether he looked like this. As soon as she finished speaking, a clear portrait of Hyun-gu appeared in her hand. Seeing that face, Demon immediately flew into a rage and shouted that was him. He asked how you knew so clearly. Scarlet honestly recounted that besides you I have spoken to others, and recently even met the designer to exchange words. Her expression was stern as she said she had asked him what his true purpose was. Demon was stunned, and Scarlet briefly explained it for him to understand. After hearing it, Demon slammed the table hard enough to crack the stone surface and cursed angrily. Grinding his teeth, he realized Hyun-gu was connected to him more than he had imagined and irritably asked whether the one I met was the person favored by the designer. Without another word, he stood up and left, only throwing back that I am leaving. Muzin did not stop him but asked where to. Demon shouted where else. He roared that he would go deal with it, not giving that human any further chance. Turning back to those still seated, he growled that you intend to sit there even knowing you are merely seen as materials for him. You have no self-respect left. Oshin scratched his chin, lowered his head and hesitated about that. The one who had been silent all this time finally spoke. I find it very suspicious. He who had long remained quiet seemed to harbor more calculations than expected. Muzin softly called out to him. He analyzed that the designer might be cunning, but not foolish enough to invest too much into something hopeless. Thinking of Hyun-gu always standing boldly, he said perhaps that person had seen some potential in the human that we have yet to notice. Demon angrily asked whether you mean I could lose to him. He did not look at him and only said I merely wish to remind you that acting alone would be extremely dangerous. Mo Shin widened his eyes as he understood his intention and exclaimed could it be? White immediately continued that is right, I think so. His eyes turned utterly cold and he concluded that only one method existed to resolve it. Within the isolated dimension of chaotic demonic force, Hyun-gu was still speaking with her, and she remarked that the collection chamber sounded rather interesting. Under Hyun-gu's expectant gaze, she replied that she had no interest at all, as her achievements did not seem to lie there. Sitting cross-legged on a chair amid the ruins, she smiled smugly and calmly stated that she was satisfied with what she already possessed. Hyun-gu responded indifferently, which irritated her slightly, and she commented that he still did not appear convinced. He scratched his head and frankly admitted that he did not completely believe her words, because she was not yet as strong as she claimed. Recalling the battle with Demon and those treacherous attacks, he assessed that despite his crude exterior, Demon was truly formidable. Maintaining a faint smile, she admitted that in his eyes, her current self appeared far weaker than her younger brother. In an instant, the smile vanished, replaced by a calculating and profound gaze. She asserted that power was not the deciding factor in defeating him. She explained that everything had been predetermined from the moment they were born. Hearing that, Hyun-gu frowned in objection, while she mockingly replied that such matters were beyond human logic. Enraged, Hyun-gu tried to pull her out of that dimension, but it was impossible because she would turn into stone if forced to leave. He shouted in frustration, unable to understand why they had to remain trapped in this bleak and dilapidated place. Ignoring his mood, she smiled and said that if he discovered her energy, he would leave at once. Taking a deep breath, she calmly stated that she was merely waiting patiently. Imagining Demon, she revealed a subtle smile and told Hyun-gu to stay silent and watch when that moment arrived. Hyun-gu crossed his arms in boredom and simply sighed without replying. In the end, it was their own grievance, so he reluctantly let her do as she pleased. At another mansion, entirely opposite to that gloomy space, sunlight poured in and the air felt fresh. Inside, Hyun-gu's two female disciples were arguing. Mission had her cheek reddened by Hanarin's slap and tried to demand distance when their master appeared. Hanarin was also pressured by Mission, yet she stubbornly retorted that the other should be the one to step away. Standing between them to mediate was none other than Hyun-gu. He gritted his teeth in anger because the two could not restrain themselves. Two girls kept arguing, preventing him from finishing a sentence, until they both called out master at the same time. Folding his arms, he made them stop and bow their heads in apology for failing to live in harmony as instructed. Letting out a soft sigh, Hyun-gu said that even blood sisters sometimes clash, so they should let this matter go. Setting aside the dispute, he praised Hanarin for arriving quickly, making her delighted as she replied that she would always appear immediately when summoned. He cast Mission a meaningful glance and said that since she had been called urgently, she could not afford any delay. Remembering her own earlier words, Mission inwardly fumed that Hanarin dared to repeat her exact statement. Not wishing to waste time, Hyun-gu thanked Hanarin and asked her to carry out an important task. He stepped closer, placed a hand on her shoulder and spoke seriously, causing Hanarin to respond in surprise. Looking straight at his disciple, he requested that she stop the fourfold heaven. With absolute trust, he smiled and awaited her answer, while Hanarin stood frozen in shock. He lowered his head and briefly said that everything had already been decided. He turned to discuss matters with his companion. He confirmed that everything was ready. All eyes were directed toward him. White had once carefully instructed that the fourfold heaven acted for only a single purpose. To completely eradicate the potential the designer had seen, they had to eliminate Hyun-gu. White looked at his companions and expressed satisfaction with praise. He spoke gently, saying that everyone understood the common intent. After bowing once more, he declared that they would depart for the 9th floor. At that moment, aboard a ship floating in the vast universe, Noah, the owner of the ship, sat calmly in his chair with arms crossed. Slowly opening his eyes, he said in a deep voice that Hyun-gu had arrived sooner than expected. Noah asked whether everything had been fully prepared. Before him, Hyun-gu stood confidently with both hands in his pockets. He replied calmly that Noah's assumption was not wrong. He stated that he had entrusted the Earth's protective device to his disciple during his absence. The young girl had entered the pathway with Avi long ago to begin the task. Therefore, the matter should now be completed. Looking at the object in his hand, he added that Dai-than would soon return from the collection chamber. He then sat down and affirmed that everything was finished, prompting Noah to smile in satisfaction. Holding the purple orb called Achievement, Hyun-gu said that all that remained was to activate it. When confused by its enormous size, Noah hurriedly explained that he only needed to transmit his will into it and did not need to swallow it. He also repeated the warnings, causing Hyun-gu to appear weary from hearing too much. Clenching his hand, he poured his will into the orb and resolved not to retreat despite the danger. Extremely excited, he said that not having to swallow it would make it even easier to accomplish. Brilliant golden light suddenly enveloped his entire body. Before leaving, Hyun-gu told Noah to protect everything, and he nodded in agreement. Light gradually closed in and vanished. Hyun-gu sat motionless, as if his soul had left his body. He collapsed onto the table, causing Noah to observe him thoughtfully. Resting his chin on his hand as he looked at the man before him, he silently prayed that Hyun-gu would return safely. In another space, surrounded by luxurious white walls, Hyun-gu slowly regained consciousness. He looked around and wondered what was happening. He questioned whether this was the space inside Brahma's achievement. He remarked that Noah had warned of many frightening things, yet reality seemed different. This place appeared beautiful and exquisitely crafted. Behind him, a colossal statue emerged. At last he noticed it and was astonished to realize. He stared intently at the massive statue with its majestic architecture. With disdain, he mocked that the place was built magnificently, yet its owner was excessively rude. Losing patience, he called out loudly for Brahma, demanding the host come out to greet his guest. The gigantic statue seemed startled by Hyun-gu's shout. Finally it reacted, revealing a sinister smile and praising him for detecting the concealed energy. He bowed politely and said he was very pleased to meet Hyun-gu. Hearing that, he could not help but be astonished. Sharp golden crowns slowly came into view. The other introduced himself as Brahma and said he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Hyun-gu looked up at Brahma with the floating heads above and asked whether he had truly been waiting for him all along, and the answer was yes. Brahma emphasized that he had been longing deeply to meet him. As soon as he finished speaking, Brahma suddenly glared at him fiercely because he was too cruel. He had already erased one of his personalities. The scene shifted back to Noah's ship. He sat silently watching Hyun-gu's body and let out a cold snort. After that, he quietly prayed, hoping everything would continue smoothly. Suddenly, a voice from behind asked whether Gordon had left yet, startling Noah as he replied that he had. Noah looked up and answered, "Manager, have you arrived?" He glanced at Hanarin and guessed that she might be Hyun-gu's disciple. After exchanging greetings, Noah wondered what they were doing here when he heard they were installing a device to block the enemy. Hanarin replied that they had finished. The entrance to the 9th floor was now completely sealed. Noah asked in surprise why they were in such a hurry. Avi lowered her head to look at Hyun-gu worriedly and hesitated as she spoke about it. They had just discovered a massive source of energy near the path. Upon hearing that, Noah turned pale and cried out that such immense energy meant. Avi immediately confirmed it was true. The fourfold heaven was rushing toward them at extreme speed. Noah turned to look at Hyun-gu lying on the bed uneasily. This had happened sooner than expected. Avi also said they had come to inform Gordon, but it seemed they were too late. Noah nodded and said he had just begun, so he would not return anytime soon. Noah asked how long the steel gate could hold. Avi replied that the energy was stronger than predicted, so it could not withstand it for long. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed with oppressive force. About 3 figures stood before the steel gate leading to the 9th floor. Avi sensed it and was startled. She clutched her head in pain and cried out in panic that the gate was under attack, making Noah flustered as he asked what was happening. Fourfold heaven had reached the 9th floor and begun smashing the gate. Avi still held her head and shouted that it would only buy a little time because the force of the attack was too great, while Noah pondered how to stop them. Suddenly, Wukong somewhere laughed through the device and asked why everyone was so flustered. His voice came from the black orb beside them. He reassured them that there was nothing to worry about, leaving Avi stunned at the sound. Noah asked in both joy and astonishment whether he had returned. Avi looked at the communication device on the table and realized it was the one Mr. Ha had left behind, and Noah happily confirmed it had been given to the great sage. Wukong sat on a rock cheerfully, saying that seeing everyone happy to hear his voice felt refreshing. Noah exclaimed that before going to the collection room he had said he would meet a few people, so he had given him an extra communication device and asked whether he had heard the whole story. Wukong scratched his head awkwardly and said he had heard most of it and came up with an idea. Everyone leaned closer to the device as he suggested opening the steel gate, leaving them wide-eyed in shock. The idea was immediately met with fierce opposition because they had spent so much effort creating the gate, and if it were opened, the fourfold heaven would flood into the 9th floor. Faced with criticism, Wukong calmly said they only needed to change the coordinates of its destination to his location and pass the message to that worm. He added that even without that man he was not afraid. Avi immediately asked what he meant, and he laughed confidently because beside him were also his senior brothers, eager to display their strength after many years of waiting. All of them had gathered here. Wukong excitedly reassured them to open the gate according to his signal. Back in the achievement space where Hyun-gu had just arrived, he mentioned the matter of a personality and what Noah had told him. He had said that the Brahma defeated by him had taken up 1/3 of the total personalities within the same body. Hyun-gu angrily asked whether that man had stolen his personality, and he still intended to take revenge. Brahma fell silent at those words. He tried to suppress his laughter, but then he burst out laughing like someone out of control. Hyun-gu angrily asked why he was laughing. Brahma wiped his eyes apologizing and said he was only joking because he was too serious. Brahma calmly said revenge. Did he think they would do that? That man was merely a thief as he had said, and they only wanted. Paused before continuing that they wanted to thank him for eliminating that thief, leaving Hyun-gu stunned. Brahma lowered his voice and said they should have done it themselves, but were sealed and imprisoned so they could only watch helplessly. Now freed, they wished to thank the one who had helped them. Hyun-gu let out a breath and said so that was it. He had worried for nothing. Brahma continued that they also had a gift to present. Hyun-gu frowned and asked what gift. He said he had likely come here because of the great achievement of Kampa, and Hyun-gu suddenly understood and stammered that could it be. He asked excitedly whether they intended to grant that achievement to him, and Brahma gave a strange smile and said of course. But they could not directly give that achievement to him. Hearing this, Hyun-gu stood frozen in shock. He looked at Brahma sitting before him with a meaningful smile. Unable to restrain himself, Hyun-gu gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, preparing to fight. Brahma laughed louder and told him to calm down. He explained that it was not that they did not want to, but that it could not be given in the usual way, causing him to ask why. Seeing the other party being evasive, Hyun-gu grew irritated while Brahma curled his lips and said that they had already given it to him before. He looked down to see a golden light floating in his hand. Hyun-gu muttered what this was, and Brahma said that the moment he stepped in and was acknowledged, he had received that achievement. Hyun-gu asked whether it was acceptable to grant something so great. Brahma replied that they were cultivating a new achievement meant solely for themselves. Brahma looked down and said, merely absorbing. It was not enough to use it immediately, because they did not have much time to explain. He gently said the temple was about to collapse because the achievement given to him was the pillar of this space. Seeing the surroundings shatter, Hyun-gu asked in horror whether they would disappear, and Brahma replied that his true body was not here and would simply return to where it belonged. Brahma calmly said they would meet again sooner or later, leaving him surprised. He truly became a vessel capable of fully containing that achievement. Hyun-gu frowned and asked what he truly meant. Brahma narrowed his eyes with a smile and said he would tell the rest next time. Hyun-gu angrily asked when they would meet again. But Brahma did not answer and disappeared decisively, leaving behind a farewell that angered Hyun-gu. He shouted that he had not finished speaking. The scene shifted to the front of the steel gate on the 9th floor. Demon frowned and panted before speaking irritably. He looked at the sturdy door and complained that it was truly tough. He crossed his arms and casually remarked that the humans were not bad to resist this much. As he spoke, he rotated his wrist to loosen his joints and told the others to step aside so he could handle it. Demon was displeased at having the credit taken and protested, while he coldly said they could not let pride get in the way because they had no time left. Suddenly the steel gate swung open. The blinding light from within left those outside stunned. Demon gaped and exclaimed why it had opened on its own. He too was shocked and blurted out what was happening. It was impossible. His gaze, filled with suspicion, turned toward the door. He blurted out in question, could it be that they opened on their own? A familiar voice rang out, you have finally shown yourselves, causing the whole group to pause for a moment. Why are you so slow? At that provocation he lifted his head and asked in surprise, who are you? Exclaimed is that the monkey from Mount Huaguo. Sun Wukong floated arrogantly in the air and smiled. It has been a long time, little cat. Wukong glanced at the ox-headed and horse-faced figures standing beside him and mocked. Did you even bring your lackeys along? What an honor to meet you. Wukong reminded him, little cat, I think you should greet that one first, leaving him stunned as he blurted out, what? It had been a long time since he met an old acquaintance. Having unpleasant past matters stirred up made him widen his eyes in shock. Wukong calmly continued, that is why he appears so excited. As soon as the words fell, Qinglong immediately revealed himself. Qinglong greeted cheerfully, we finally meet again, the one who once betrayed his ideals. Qinglong reproached him, you abandoned your duty of guarding and left the tower to flatter the designer for so long. So how is the throne you traded even your divinity to obtain now? Being scorned, he clenched his teeth and growled, Qinglong, so you are here as well. He roared in madness, what exactly is going on? Do not tell me you have fallen into a trap. That man laughed arrogantly, you think just the two of you dare to face the fourth heaven? Wukong gave a soft snort and replied, I am not so sure either. That answer made him even more furious. Demon shouted impatiently, why waste words with them, just charge in. As soon as he finished speaking, Demon dashed forward, intending to teach that arrogant mouth a lesson. It was as fast as lightning, yet Wukong still sat calmly above. Oh, such a big tone. Seeing the opponent recklessly rush over, Wukong said disdainfully, these weaklings are no different from that little cat earlier, all of them confident in the power granted when serving as lackeys, but how can a fake compare to the real thing? Before he could even reach Wukong, Demon was frozen in place by a blinding beam of light. Demon shouted in panic, what is this, what have you done to me? Wukong called out, hey. Even mocked him, telling Demon to repeat what he had just said. Wukong arrogantly rested the Ruyi Jingu bang on his shoulder and asked again, whose mouth were you going to tear apart? Then shouted loudly, victorious fighting Buddha son Wukong. Seeing that radiant light, he widened his eyes in terror. He hurriedly warned his teammates, retreat quickly, he is extremely dangerous, yet Demon still laughed arrogantly and asked, what do you mean by that? How could I lose to a filthy monkey like him? Why frowned and shouted, stop being stubborn, the achievement of victorious fighting Buddha is enough to rival the Buddha divine nature. It was already too late. Wukong rushed forward with a crafty smile, do not disappoint me. In the blink of an eye, Wukong appeared right beside Demon like a plague spirit, making him panic, do not even think of leaving. Immediately after that, Wukong swung the Ruyi Jingu bang, striking straight into the opponent's stomach. Demon bent over in pain, coughing violently without end. Wukong tightened his grip on the staff and said coldly, I truly want to personally smash that filthy mouth of yours, but someone else wishes to punish you even more. So I will leave this part to that person. Saying so, Wukong stuffed a golden sphere of light into Demon mouth. Before he could react, he had already swallowed that glowing object, not yet understanding what happened when Wukong said, farewell. At that moment, a brilliant golden beam appeared in the sky. Wukong softly said, be on your way. The scene shifted to a place where the sky was overcast with gray clouds. An ancient city appeared silent without a single soul. In midair, a streak of light flashed. Someone's figure crashed down onto the ground with a resounding noise. That person was Demon. After coughing violently, he angrily cursed that detestable monkey. He stood up and waved his arms wildly while shouting in despair, where exactly is this place? Behind Demon, a pair of smooth, bare white feet suddenly appeared. A gentle voice spoke, son Wukong was not wrong. It has been a long time, little brother. Those words made Demon tremble in fear. He gritted his teeth and spun around, glaring at the person behind him. That voice cannot be. The other party slowly approached and feigned sorrow. How heartbreaking. I did not expect my little brother to look at me with such eyes after so long apart. It truly breaks my heart. That person was her. The woman who wielded chaotic power smiled meaningfully. I am so hurt that I want to take those eyes away, causing everyone to look at Wukong in silence. They were speechless as Demon was taken away. Wai frowned angrily and asked, what did you do to him? He clenched his fists, where did you send Demon? Wukong rested the staff on his shoulder and sneered, what is it? Do you want to follow him that you question me? Wukong calmly continued, do not ruin someone's family reunion. Do not meddle in matters unrelated to you, making him grind his teeth in fury, damned monkey. Have you grown so arrogant after reclaiming your achievement? He said while displaying his power, muscles bulging as light flared up as if preparing to transform. He turned to the remaining two teammates and confidently declared, you still do not know. For us who possess great achievements, after hearing this, Wukong merely responded indifferently. At this moment, White transformed into a gigantic black and white tiger and continued speaking. The heavenly realm to me is nothing more than a mere footstool. King Long was not too surprised upon seeing that transformation. His current appearance was vastly different from before. Wukong laughed and replied, in the past you were just a giant stuffed cat, now you look far more luxurious. Wukong asked disdainfully, is this the great achievement you are proud of? White bared his fangs and answered, that is right. It is the power of one of the 4 great heavenly kings who govern the order of the world. He emphasized proudly, this is the great achievement of Virus Axa. He continued introducing, those who follow me also possess extremely powerful achievements. All of them have attained godhood. He arrogantly went on, compared to us you are merely lowly monsters, flaunting a single mediocre achievement. Now you still arrogantly think that just 2 people can block our path. His enormous body made the teammates at his feet appear extremely small. Wai said smugly, since you understand the situation then quickly tell me where Hyun Gu is. Wukong crossed his arms in an X shape before his chest and calmly replied, you are mistaken. White lowered his face close to Wukong, his eyes filled with confusion. He blurted out in bewilderment what Wukong explained, you are wrong about almost everything, only one thing is correct. Wukong scratched his cheek and slowly said, it is true that even after reclaiming my achievement, facing all of you with only 2 people is indeed a bit difficult. At this point Wukong paused briefly then continued, therefore, The sky suddenly darkened as black clouds gathered and thunder roared. Wukong calmly said, I have invited a few brothers to lend a hand. As soon as the words ended, the shadows merged into a solid mass and gradually revealed themselves. He looked up and exclaimed in horror, impossible. His teammates were also stunned when they sensed that energy. All of them cried out in unison, the 7 great sages. Faces of those people gradually became clear, smoke drifting from a cigar as a majestic voice rang out. It has been a long time, Western Cat. I heard you betrayed and became the designer lackey. That was Bull Demon King, great sage equaling heaven. Yu Rong Wang, great sage driving the gods. Rui Demon King, great sage of the plains. The Demon King also known as Fuck Hai Dai Than. Ai Hao Vuong bearing the title Thong Fong Dai Than. Unexpectedly, when he returned, he stood on the opposing side against us. The one who had just taken a drag of his cigar and spoken was Su De Vuong Dai Sun Dai Than. He laughed excitedly. This was enough to serve as a warm-up. He spoke in confusion, asking why all of you had gathered here. No one replied. He could only turn his gaze toward Ngo Kong. Ngo Kong clasped his hands before his chest and calmly declared, all right, now it is 8 against 3. Seeing White break into a sweat, Ngo Kong quickly explained that he did not like fighting in large numbers, but since they were too outstanding it could not be helped. Ngo Kong curled his lips disdainfully. With such impressive achievements, fighting 8 people should not be a problem. As soon as he finished speaking, Ngo Kong immediately shouted for his brothers to prepare. The remaining group eagerly advanced toward their target. Watching the crowd close in, Quit froze, then roaring sounds erupted and made the situation tense. Shifting to Demon, the sky was gloomy, thick black clouds covered the ancient towers. A blinding explosion rang out. Demon let out a painful groan. Demon staggered and dropped his weapon to the ground. He panted heavily, sweat beading on his skin, wondering what was happening when his power should have been superior. Seeing the girl before him completely unharmed, Demon was bewildered, unable to understand why he had no effect at all. Demon said tiredly, as if the power within him was resisting. Hearing that, Kuai Luk Lone then replied coldly that it was not resisting her but that he was too foolish, leaving Demon stunned. She calmly explained that this was inevitable. Demon responded in surprise, asking what she meant. He repeated inevitable, then said before she answered he wanted to ask one thing. Kuai Luk Lone then seriously asked whether he intended to beg for her forgiveness. Forgiveness, yes. She frowned and continued. He had not only stolen her achievement while she was in deep slumber. He had also destroyed the peak of Thien Sun, a place like her homeland. At that point she glared angrily, asking whether he had ever regretted those actions. Demon merely ground his teeth and cursed under his breath, filled with rage. He sprang up and shouted loudly, telling her not to toy with him. Demon bluntly admitted that yes, he had done all of that, and so what? He showed no remorse and growled that any demon would do the same. Kuai Luk Lone then fell silent, only staring at him with deep eyes. Her gaze flickered with sadness, as if calculating something. Suddenly she covered her face and burst into mad laughter. Then she spoke words of thanks that left Demon shocked and confused. She lowered her hand and slowly said she had once felt guilty because they had shared a time like sisters. After his words, she no longer had the slightest hesitation, her smile gradually turning cold. Suddenly cracks appeared in the achievement within Demon. Then they shattered and fell away, leaving him stunned and uncomprehending. He panicked and clutched his head, screaming at the sudden change. Kuai Luk Lone then said he understood nothing about the true nature of achievements, making Demon even more bewildered. She smiled meaningfully and asked how he could still not understand. The achievement would eventually return to its true owner. A brilliant beam of light shot straight into the sky. She said proudly that whatever he had stolen would return to her. He looked at Demon trembling on the ground and called him a foolish younger brother. She asked how it felt to create a complete creature by his own hands, her expression turning terrifying. Shifting to a dark and silent space, Hyun-gu had just awakened and did not understand where he was. He floated in the void, looking around but finding no exit. He recalled fainting after receiving the orb from Brahma, then waking up here. Pitch-black space left him confused, unable to grasp what had happened. A majestic voice resounded, saying he had finally awakened. Hearing his name, Hyun-gu flinched. He lowered his head to observe, surprised that the other party had appeared so suddenly. He angrily shouted, asking who it was. He exclaimed in astonishment, wondering what this thing was. A gigantic eye appeared, it could even speak. He demanded a clearer explanation, asking who it was to speak in such a manner. The eye opened wide and stared intently. Looked at him with a mocking voice, saying it had not expected him to be so slow to understand. Hyun-gu was astonished and asked why it was provoking him. The eye said whether he thought his power came from talent. It laughed in ridicule, causing Hyun-gu to react in anger. The eye gazed into the distance and explained that this was a virtual space. The image of his body lying still appeared. It said his body was stabilizing new power. It laughed and said it had brought his soul here to talk. It apologized for startling him, but said it was time to reveal something. A red smile appeared, the voice saying it had been observing him. A long-haired figure stood before a screen, Hyun-gu memories unfolding like a film. The voice echoed that it had been watching for a very long time. Hyun-gu shouted in shock, asking if it had been that long. He hugged himself and anxiously asked what it had seen. The eye reassured him that it was not like that. He asked for the reason. The eye said he was not ready enough to know. Hyun-gu's body began to fade. The voice said it was time to part. He stared in panic at his vanishing body. The eye told him that if he wanted to know the answer, he should remember this. It said the top of the tower was not the end point, his body gradually disintegrating. He asked again in confusion, the voice continuing to echo. Everything disappeared, leaving only darkness and a mysterious message. A beam of light appeared amid the dense smoke. Luke then asked what Demon was doing. He trembled as he replied. She stood before him and demanded that he speak of how he felt at this moment. Demon stepped back in fear and shouted, asking what she had done. He calmly said that after stealing power, he should have trained to master it sooner. The image of Demon resurfaced. The chaos aberrant force continued its taunts, saying this ending was the result of your own laziness. When the power that was never truly yours was stripped away, the achievements you had held for so long left you in the same manner. During that, Demon ground his teeth in fury, while the chaos aberrant force mocked him, truly a pitiful fool. It was that blood-red gaze. It was Demon in his childhood. He secretly remembered how desperately he had once yearned for it. Standing before a hill piled high with the bones of the fallen, Demon muttered to himself in confusion. Born from the same horn as me, yet she conquered the entire demon race and ruled them with absolute power. Demon seemed to awaken, only to realize that his former longing had long since turned into hatred. Hyun-gu sensed the thoughts of the chaos aberrant force through that icy gaze from above. Her expression darkened. Those crimson eyes suddenly appeared before Demon, making him feel as though he was being looked at with the utmost contempt in the world. Demon trembled and begged her not to look at him. The chaos aberrant force coldly replied, asking what he had just said. Suddenly, Demon slammed his hand against the ground and sprang to his feet, shouting for her not to look at him like that and instantly taking a battle stance. A surge of power descended, colliding violently with the nearby building. Demon seemed to transform, his strength erupting as he shouted that he no longer needed that trivial achievement because he had now attained divine glory. Chaos aberrant force merely stood in silent astonishment, watching him. Demon displayed a proud smile and said, "Open your eyes and look carefully." Demon evolved, his hair turned silver white. He rose into the air radiating a mystical glow and declared that he had surpassed you, Vaisravana. The chaos aberrant force curled her lips, Vaisravana achievement. You chose a power beyond your control, Demon arrogantly responded, "Speak while you still can. Because I am no longer bound by the Yaksha achievement, you cannot suppress me." He was completely intoxicated by his newly gained power. Crushing the opponent was enough. Faced with such arrogance, the chaos aberrant force only sneered and ordered him to kneel. His entire body lost control and obeyed, leaving him stunned as he cried out in confusion, "What is happening?" Demon roared in agony. His body slammed heavily onto the ground, creating a tremendous shock. Chaos aberrant force calmly looked down and mocked him. "That is right. Being pressed to the ground is the posture that suits you." Demon could not move. He was horrified and wondered why this was still happening. Facing his countless doubts, the chaos aberrant force revealed a truth. "Little brother, I am sorry, but in truth you are not my younger brother." Demon was shaken when he heard this. He lifted his head and refuted her. "What are you saying?" Memories of childhood flooded back. She slowly explained that the past was not as you believe. It was merely a lie that I planted within your mind. The image of a tiny demon resting within her palm appeared. She calmly stated that she had used her power to create him. Therefore, the reason you cannot resist me has nothing to do with the Yaksha achievement. It is because I am the one who created you. Demon frowned and fell into deep thought. He broke out in sweat, realizing how cruel he had been to fabricate a family merely for amusement. Chaos aberrant force smiled and asked, "Well?" Her expression did not change. Her voice remained indifferent. "Is that not something every demon has done at least once?" Demon shouted in fury, "Damn it." A terrifying power surged behind the chaos aberrant force. She softly called out, "My little brother." She emphasized that it was time to settle the family grudge. Demon could only grind his teeth against the ground. Chaos Aberrant Force curiously asked about the great achievement you always took pride in. Her bare feet moved leisurely forward. Her cold voice echoed, "I wonder how many of my steps you can endure." He invoked 10-step annihilation, causing the surrounding earth and stones to shatter. At this moment, Hyun-gu awakened from within his subconscious. He abruptly sat up and looked around, realizing he was on Noah's ship. Noah's voice rang out saying, "You are awake," startling Hyun-gu. He approached enthusiastically and remarked that you had successfully absorbed that great achievement. Hyun-gu scratched his head and confirmed, "That is right," but Noah asked if something was wrong. He recalled the pitch-black space in that eye and awkwardly said about that, "I will tell you later." Hyun-gu anxiously asked how long he had been out of his body and whether the situation outside was stable. Noah said he would answer one by one. First, you were unconscious for about a day and woke up faster than expected. During that time, a few minor incidents occurred. Hyun-gu curiously asked what he truly meant. Noah honestly replied that the fourfold heaven had launched a sudden attack, shocking Hyun-gu. He worriedly asked where they were now. Noah reassured him to stay calm because most of the matter had been handled. Most of the situation had been resolved, leaving Hyun-gu astonished. Noah pointed toward the images reflected upon the mirror. Observing it yourself will help you understand more clearly. Hyun-gu stepped closer and stared intently. He frowned in shock and asked what was happening. Hyun-gu pointed at the scene before him and asked again, "Is that one of the fourfold heaven?" At present he was being besieged by the five void group. After being continuously pressured, he begged them to stop and complained that he had been attacked all day. The battle remained fierce, but the outcome was already clear. One of the seven great sages sneered with amusement. Ngo Kong teased that they should break him to their heart's content. The other eagerly agreed. Only Su Da Vuong and Dai Sun Dai Than leisurely smoked cigars and advised everyone to stay calm. He said they should prolong the fun for entertainment, causing their opponent to curse in anger. Suddenly he looked up at Than Long, who was watching, and cursed him for his indifference. Than Long circled in the sky, coldly observing White being overwhelmed. When called out, Than Long disdainfully replied that a traitor like you had no right to say that. He lifted his head to seek help but received only scolding words. He could only roar helplessly. Ngo Kong's familiar voice rang out asking if he had finished speaking, making him break into sweat. Ngo Kong tightened his grip on the Rui staff and declared that he would end the battle here. He reminded his comrades to stay back. While Dai Hao Vuong was excited, and Ngu Enhung Vuong felt regret for not having fought enough. Ignoring the chatter below, Wukong hovered in the air spinning the Rui Jingu Bang, the force from the staff swirling into a massive vortex in midair. He shouted loudly enough as he spun it and commanded it to grow larger. Before that overwhelming power, the one facing him trembled and staggered back, looking no different from a frightened little cat. One end of the staff suddenly expanded to a colossal size and slowly descended. At that moment he looked pitifully small, only able to cry out in despair that no. Wukong roared the name of his move and brought the staff crashing down, the thunderous impact echoing everywhere. In the end he was crushed beneath it, completely helpless. The violent shockwave spread far and even he on Noah's ship felt the gust of wind through the glass. When the dust settled, he stood stunned and murmured in astonishment. Looking at the scene before him, he let out a sigh and asked whether it was finally over, and Noah replied that it seemed so. Pointed and asked whether the fourfold heaven now had only that weak one left, and Noah nodded confirming the others had already been eliminated. He added that they had only left behind a few items, which made he suddenly recall something and quickly tell him to wait. He questioned how Noah had once said they were formidable. Noah awkwardly explained that sheer numbers could sometimes overwhelm, and their opponents had been the seven great sages. He lowered his voice saying the battle between Demon and L.O. letter 1EA1 and TH letter 1EA7N was still undecided. Hearing that, he eagerly asked whether it was true. He proposed going over to assist when suddenly, a bare foot stepped out from a spatial rift, and a cold voice rang out saying he was quite loud. Who was helping whom? Everyone froze and he recognized the familiar voice. L.O. letter 1EA1 and TH letter 1EA7N appeared with imposing presence, holding an achievement, staring straight at him, and asking whether he did not recognize her. He touched his chin hesitantly and replied that it was not that. He noticed she had changed, as if horns had grown, and said she looked different from before. He touched her head with delight and said this was her complete form, so it was natural. He found it unfamiliar. Then she lightly touched his cheek and said from now on he should not call her L.O. letter 1EA1 and TH letter 1EA7N anymore. She leaned close and whispered that he should call her Dazoa. With a ladylike demeanor unlike her usual self, she asked whether he understood. He coldly brushed her hand away and even showed a hint of goosebumps. She scoffed, saying he was overreacting. She seriously handed him the achievement taken from Demon and said this was a gift in return for helping her. It would certainly be useful. After speaking, she turned and left, saying she needed time to adapt to the new achievement. The spatial gate closed, and he stood watching silently. He wondered why his heart felt so empty. Everything had been resolved without his contribution, leaving him with a sense of being out of place. A few days later at his office, as agreed, Kim Si-hyun arrived because he had said there was something to discuss. He looked around the room. The messy scene and group of strangers made him ask in surprise what was going on. Wukong excitedly pointed at the TV broadcasting a concert and called his brothers to look. Tentacle was about to take the stage, even surpassing the seven fairies. Hearing mention of beauties, the group immediately fixed their eyes on the screen in excitement. Only one person leisurely savored each sip of fine wine. Jai-san raised his glass, praising the rich, sweet flavor as truly worthy of its reputation. He looked at the row of bottles and asked what this famous brand was called, and Than Long replied that it was Chamisun. Jai-san clicked his tongue, saying the elegant name suited the taste, while Kim Si-hyun at the door could only mutter as he looked for Hyun-gu. He was about to step in when he wondered where Hyun-gu was. Suddenly 2 girls approached, and he recognized one as his disciple. Kim Si-hyun stepped forward and asked whether he had called them here. The sharp, cold gaze of the 2 girls made him uneasy as he asked what was wrong. Both of them maintained stern expressions full of pressure. That made Kim Si-hyun wonder whether some incident had occurred. Mission spoke, saying Master was over there and told him to follow, and he replied, all right. Watching them, he told himself he might as well see what was happening. Inside Hyun-gu's room, Kim Si-hyun exclaimed in shock what was going on. For the pile of items from the previous battle, he asked whether he wanted to give him the highest level achievement. He generously handed over the sword, saying from now on it belonged to him and was surely better than the old one. Kim Si-hyun confirmed again whether he truly did not need it anymore, and he mentioned the words of an expert he knew. He recalled Noah once saying that their great achievement had vanished along with its owner. Therefore now only individual achievements remain. He had no intention of cultivating them and did not have enough time either. He decided to give them back to everyone. He also said they were his only support when he was absent, making Si-hyun tear up with emotion. He continued and called Mission. She responded solemnly, "Yes, Master," and he handed her a pair of gloves suited for fist combat. He asked whether she liked them, and she looked at the gift without answering immediately. She thought this was a gift personally chosen by Master, so her heart was filled with happiness. Her face flushed with emotion, and she told herself she could accomplish anything. Suddenly she remembered LO letter 1EA1 and TH letter 1EA7N's instruction about a special ultimate move. Thinking that, she softly called Master, and he turned to look. She gently said thank you very much. Then she even tried to pose innocently like a kitten to enhance the effect. That action left he standing stiff, as if struck by lightning. Both Si-hyun and Hanarin beside him also widened their eyes in shock. Mission still believed her method was entirely reasonable. A few hours earlier in her castle, LO letter 1EA1 and TH letter 1EA7N smugly instructed her to remember her words well. She raised a finger, analyzing that men were often soft-hearted toward weak things needing protection, and Mission listened attentively. Mission intended to refute but was cut off as LO letter 1EA1 and TH letter 1EA7N said she knew she was very strong already. Therefore she only needed to pretend to be weak, making Mission ask in surprise how to pretend. LO letter 1EA1 and TH letter 1EA7N slowly suggested imitating the most beloved model. If not a puppy, then perhaps a little cat. During that, Mission gaped in protest. She argued that how could a human behave like a pet? But LO letter 1EA1 and TH letter 1EA7N placed a hand on her shoulder, advising her to think carefully. She analyzed that by playing the role of a pet, just once she could become a lifelong companion. Hearing that, Mission sank into a fantasy, imagining a future where she was bound in marriage with Hyun-gu, becoming his lifelong companion, while the voice of the chaotic demonic force constantly echoed encouragement that this exchange was truly wonderful. No. After saying so, the chaotic demonic force even raised a thumb in confirmation, clearly showing absolute approval. Returning to reality, Mission's eyes became lifeless. She thought to herself that she had tried following that woman's words, but it seemed to bring no effect. It seemed everything was useless, that detestable, formidable demon. Gu looked at her in horror, sweat streaming down continuously as he could not utter a word. After calming himself, he coldly turned away and said that Mariang should just use that item. His attitude completely shattered her because her master even deliberately avoided her gaze. His voice rang out again, calling for Hanarin. Hearing her name, she cheerfully responded with full courtesy. Seeing Mission embarrassed, Hanarin could not help feeling pleased, inwardly thinking her rival was pretending to be weak to stir her master's protective instincts. She thought this approach was not bad, but overly obvious expressions would make their already ambiguous relationship awkward, and the item she received was an extremely beautiful orange fan. However, she did not care about it. Hanarin's eyes lit up because what mattered was to remain completely natural. She recalled the time spent researching love manuals, reading all the dating materials in the library, and memorizing the affectionate nicknames of couples. Because of that, she found the words every man loved, and seeing her silence, Gu awkwardly asked whether she liked the gift. Hanarin smiled, narrowing her eyes as she replied that she liked it very much. She reaffirmed it again, making Gu let out a light sigh of relief. Corners of Hanarin's lips slowly parted. With a soft tone and playful eyes, she gently offered a sweet word of thanks. Hearing that, Gu was completely stunned. Hanarin felt immensely satisfied, while Mission beside her could only grit her teeth in anger. Gu closed his eyes in contemplation, causing Hanarin to mistakenly believe his heart was trembling intensely. After a while, he scratched his head and indifferently said that perhaps everyone was not feeling well today, leaving Hanarin deeply shocked. Immediately afterward, he slipped away with the excuse of discussing something with Avi and told them to rest, reminding them to bring the fan. He stepped into the spatial gate, leaving the two girls standing there in bewilderment. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Kim Si-hyun awkwardly said she would keep this matter secret. Before long, Gu met Avi. She raised her head to greet him. Seeing his complexion was not good, she asked whether he had encountered something, but he simply denied it. He went straight to the point, asking about the progress of the investigation he had assigned. Avi recalled the search process but gained no data, saying that the tower system also provided no useful information. She added that existence seemed to be in a place completely separate from the tower. Gu sighed, remarking that even Senza was powerless, astonishing Avi. He speculated that eye was an existence entirely different from himself. Knowing no further information could be gathered, he decided to set it aside for now. He confirmed that there was still no additional data about the upper floor, and Avi agreed. Gu complained that even a trivial being reacted fiercely, yet the designer was excessively patient. He could not understand the other party's thoughts, while Avi timidly spoke up. She revealed that from the achievement of the fourfold heaven, she had discovered some new information. According to her analysis, they could determine the target the designer was aiming at. Gu was astonished and reproached her for only speaking now. Avi stammered that she feared he would not like this truth, making him irritably repeat her words. He impatiently demanded she explain clearly, and Avi tremblingly revealed that the designer wanted to devour him. As those words ended, Gu was stunned and could not believe it. He stammered as he asked again in shock. The scene shifted to Gu's office. Lee Seo-jung curiously asked about the rumor that the nine-tailed fox was about to move to Hanam. Seeing Hanarin and Mission dejected, she panicked and asked what had happened. Hanarin gritted her teeth and snorted coldly. He turned to blame Mission for the foolish act that had caused trouble. Mission fiercely retorted, criticizing Hanarin's fake sweet tone. Refusing to yield, the two lunged at each other, forcing Lee Seo-jung to hurriedly intervene. Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out asking what was going on. Lee Seo-jung turned around, recognized the nine-tailed fox and asked her to help stop them. Suddenly, she cried out in horror. Hearing the scream, the two stopped and looked toward the nine-tailed fox. He asked what they were doing. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox was linking arms with Thien Ma and smiling smugly. She declared that today was their first date, leaving everyone stunned. Thien Ma calmly confirmed it, leaving Hanarin and Mission bewildered. The nine-tailed fox gently told Thien Ma to return to his room first, promising to meet him again right after finishing the conversation. Thien Ma blushed and told her to come back quickly, while she teased him in a coquettish tone. Lee Seo-jung stood beside them with goosebumps at the sight before her. She remembered that the nine-tailed fox had once been infatuated with Thien Ma, but was not reciprocated. Seeing such intimacy, she could not help but wonder when they had become a couple. Lee Seo-jung sternly questioned what was happening. While she was asking how, Hanarin and Mission immediately ran over. Lee Seo-jung had not even finished her sentence. The two had already pushed her aside. Hanarin and Mission grabbed the nine-tailed fox's hands and urgently pleaded. earnestly begged her to teach them how to conquer a man's heart immediately. Pushed aside, Lee Seo-jong shed tears because she felt abandoned. The scene shifted to Noah's ship. Noah looked at the drawings on the table and concluded that the time had come. He believed it was time to use this array. Deciding to discuss it with Hyun-gu, he had just spoken when he noticed someone arriving. It was Hyun-gu himself, making Noah happily welcome him. He was about to call him when Hyun-gu already extended his hand. With anger on his face, he grabbed Noah's collar. Noah asked the reason in surprise, but Hyun-gu merely ordered him to search. Noah asked again in confusion, and Hyun-gu roared that he must find a path to the designer, even if a new method had to be created. He seemed to lose control, his eyes wide with fury as he resolved to punish that madman immediately. Seeing the man before him as if he had lost control, Noah could not help but sigh. He had not expected Hyun-gu to be so impulsive. Could it be that he had discovered clues related to the designer? His voice trembled as he advised, "Calm down first. Anger will not solve anything." Hearing that Hyun-gu expression softened slightly. Realizing he had overreacted, he immediately let go. "Indeed, I went a little too far." Hyun-gu rubbed his forehead and lowered his voice to apologize for venting his anger on him. Noah then asked, "What exactly happened?" What on earth happened? Hyun-gu stared at his arm and remained silent for a long while. When he heard he recount everything, Noah stood frozen in disbelief. Cold sweat broke out on his brow as he worried. So the reason that designer stubbornly tried to break through the 9th floor was because he was targeting you, Hyun-gu replied gravely. "That is right." His face turned icy as he clarified, "To be more precise, he wants to devour all the achievements I have painstakingly accumulated until now." Thinking it through carefully, everything made sense. No wonder he tried to drag out the battle to exhaust every kind of achievement, even though he himself is more than capable of destroying the entire Earth. At this point, Hyun-gu grew even more enraged. "That man is fattening me like livestock." He imagined himself locked inside a pen. All the hardships he endured were merely to become food for a stranger. He clenched his fists. "How could I not be furious?" Noah also nodded in agreement. Hyun-gu ran a hand through his hair and snorted coldly. "Besides, when I learned of that scheme, I thought of something else. It weighed heavily on my heart." Noah asked attentively what it was. Hyun-gu pressed his lips together and answered softly. "Could it be that every calamity on earth happened because of me?" Blamed himself. "If I did not exist, then the conquerors would never have appeared, and no innocent person would have fallen." Noah was about to refute him, but Hyun-gu continued, "I know that thought is useless, but I cannot stop questioning myself." He expressed his determination to find him directly and end everything, then earnestly asked Noah for help. Noah was stunned for a moment and did not reply. He sighed. "Reaching the highest floor is not easy because every path has already been sealed. To move quickly while disabling the defense mechanisms, I need a stronger incantation." Noah placed his hand on the blueprint and said, "Fortunately, that thing is right before you." Hyun-gu asked in surprise, "Is it true?" He pointed to the complex array on the drawing and explained that although it is difficult to set up and time-consuming, it is the most powerful incantation. Hyun-gu frowned and reproached him for not saying it earlier. Noah calmly replied that if he had said it before, you would have rushed off to find him immediately. Noah even made a gesture to illustrate the tragic ending, forcing Hyun-gu to admit he could hardly deny it. Looking at the drawing, Noah said that using it now is still not appropriate because cannot yet fully harness the great achievement of Brahma. Hyun-gu asked in surprise how he knew. Noah replied that he could clearly sense the change in power. He set a condition before constructing the array: you must completely master that achievement. Noah asked whether you could do it. Hyun-gu smiled confidently and said, "That is my specialty." He turned around and suggested opening a virtual space for training and calling everyone on Earth to assist. Noah asked what for. Hyun-gu loosened up his limbs and laughed. "Since there is free manpower, why not use it?" He even showed eagerness to test his strength right away. The scene shifted to the dark room of the designer. He still sat on his chair with an eager look, as if waiting for a grand feast to be served. Thinking of the 7 great sages made him irritated with a trace of regret, because while raising his prey, he had allowed many others to interfere. He tapped his fingers on the table, unwilling to let anyone ruin the long-awaited moment. Pondered and suddenly remembered that the creator was likely on that side as well. That person was Noah, and he was certain Noah would use that incantation to bypass the usual route and come here. He laughed sinisterly and decided he had to play a little game with them. Returning to Hyun-gu base, the 9-tailed fox stood before Hanarin and Mission with a serious expression. "You two want to learn how to attract men, right?" The 2 girls' eyes sparkled as they nodded repeatedly. The nine-tailed fox looked at them with pride when she saw their expectant gazes. She stroked her chin, thinking in a way unlike her usual self. She thought to herself that it was all because they were infatuated with one man, and the master truly had overwhelming charm, so she might as well benefit from it. Thinking so, she nodded in agreement, making the two girls beam with joy. Taking advantage of the moment, she boasted that this was extremely easy, and the two girls believed her completely. She crossed her arms and pondered where she should begin teaching. But after thinking for a long time, she still could not come up with anything. She forced a smile, yet could not utter a single word. Her face turned pale and sweat formed when she realized she had no idea how to teach. She recalled her glorious past over 1800 years, having captivated countless admirers to ascend as a supreme seductive fox spirit. With her innate magic, enchanting others had always been as easy as breathing. Yet it was precisely that natural ability that left her clueless about how to convey it. She worried that since she was born with that talent, how could she teach it? Moreover, it did not even work on someone stronger. She even told herself that her success with one person was merely because they were compatible. Looking at the two girls waiting expectantly, she felt even more pressure. If she told the truth, she would surely be in trouble. She might even be dealt with by those two girls. She lamented inwardly what to do now that no one was backing her up. Mission asked why she was silent for so long. Hannarin told her not to disturb because she was contemplating something profound. Hearing that made her want to cry even more for fear of being exposed. As she racked her brain, she suddenly heard someone complaining. The seven great sages passed by talking about an interesting book, giving her an idea. They mentioned the book that Wukong had introduced. The cover showed two seductive girls and was praised as a secret manual of conquest, making her secretly delighted. She turned back and seriously asked the two whether they were ready. Hannarin looked puzzled and asked ready for what. She repeated the question, yet the two girls still did not understand what she intended to do. He held up the book and explained it meant being ready to make the one you secretly love fall for you. The scene shifted to the virtual space created by Noah with a blue sky and floating rock. Hyun-gu appeared with an imposing demeanor, hands in his pockets as he thanked everyone for gathering. He casually swept his gaze across the area. Everyone present at this place. Then he noticed a few faces were missing and asked, "Where are Tun and Go Kong and Than Long?" The other person replied vaguely, about that. They said they were busy because Pentacle has a live broadcast today." Hearing that, Hyun-gu was left speechless. Being obsessed with trans sang should have its limits. Ai-san, who was lying stretched out on a rock, spoke up. "Hyun-gu, why did you call us here?" He guessed, "Is it related to the plan to take down the designer?" Hyun-gu nodded in confirmation. "That is not wrong." He continued energetically, more specifically, "I need everyone to assist with something so that we can defeat him." Jai-san still listened calmly. He enthusiastically clenched both fists, then laughed lightly. "Actually, it is nothing too serious." He glanced at each of them. "I only need all of you. Fight me right now." Hearing that challenging tone, Jai-san Di-sung raised his brow and asked, "Are you planning to fight all of us alone?" Still lying leisurely on the rock, he chuckled. "How interesting. Is this the method you came up with to train yourself?" Hyun-gu replied frankly, "That is right." He recalled his meeting with Brahma and added, "I have just obtained a great achievement, but unlocking it is not easy, so I still do not know how to use it. Therefore, I need the help of those who possess abundant energy like you." Jai-san sprang up and sat straight, seemingly understanding his intention. He asked worriedly, "But is that really fine once you truly open that gift?" Hyun-gu maintained his confidence and waited for him to continue. Yi-sung warned seriously, "It is very possible your limbs will not withstand that pressure." He glanced at the bald, monkey-faced brother beside him and said, "I can still hold back, but my fellow brothers will find it hard to restrain their strength." However, Hyun-gu was never one to retreat easily. He bared his teeth in a grin, "The more so the better." He recalled Brahma once saying that when someone is truly qualified to serve as a vessel for a great achievement yet still cannot control it, there is only one reason: that the body is still not strong enough to bear it. As he pondered, he clenched his fist in the darkness. If he wanted to assimilate that achievement, then the solution was not complicated. He resolved to continuously temper himself until he became strong enough. Hyun-gu declared excitedly to everyone, "Then let us begin." He swept his gaze around and selected the first target. His eyes stopped on Thien Ma, the cold figure who had not spoken a word until now. He thought to himself that if he wanted to verify his progress, then he should invite his first master to step forward. Hyun-gu calmly analyzed his opponent and continued, "You just reclaimed your achievement from the archive room, so your full power must have been restored as well." Perhaps now you can finally unleash your full strength in battle. Hearing that, Thenma merely lowered his head and sighed. You truly are confident to the point of arrogance. Even so, Thenma slowly drew the sword at his waist to face him. Very well, I also wish to test the sharpness of this blade. He pointed the tip of his sword at Hyun-gu, a rare smile appearing on his lips. At this moment, you are indeed an opponent worthy of my seriousness. Facing a master, Hyun-gu remained composed, hands in his pockets as he asked, the patterns on your sword look completely different. They seem much larger than before. Thenma replied, when I used it, it suddenly transformed into this form. Hyun-gu showed interest, so its shape adjusts itself to its owner. It seems your mastery has already reached perfection. The group of the 7 great saints immediately stepped aside. I will stand out here and watch the battle instead. Hyun-gu entered the mad plum stance and softly said, then he must give it his all to surpass even his own master. Thenma replied calmly, that will not be easy. Hyun-gu stomped hard to accelerate, charging straight toward Thenma. On the other side, his opponent also rushed forward at once to counter. Their gazes met with determination, ready to unleash their moves. The moment of collision created a terrifying explosion, shockwaves spreading throughout the space. Elsewhere, the designer raised his hand and touched a strange formation resembling the 8 trigram. He curled his lips, revealing sharp cold teeth, and let out a soft laugh. It has been a long time since I used this. It might cause a slight headache. Tilting his head slightly as if speaking to someone, he said, I hope you understand, I am not free to receive uninvited guests right now. Behind the designer, a shadow flickered. He asked, what have you come here for today? The one who appeared was Hemet, hands clasped behind his back as he slowly stepped out of the darkness. Hemet stood behind and asked, Tower Master, what are you planning to do? The designer kept his back turned as he replied, what do you mean? Hemet said irritably, do not pretend you do not know. Hemet closed his eyes and reminded him, the deadline for the achievement you promised me has long passed. The designer waved his hand, so you have come to collect a debt. He leisurely continued, then I will offer a few explanations. When Hemet cut him off. Do you think we would accept a delay just because of a few random achievements? He firmly demanded, tell me where the promised professional achievement is now. The designer smiled meaningfully, it is finished, it is just that I do not know how to explain it. He spoke evasively, it used to be here but now it is gone. Meanwhile Hemet quietly moved closer behind him. His hands silently gathered power. Seizing the opening, Hemet suddenly launched his power toward the designer. A dazzling beam of light burst from his hand. The light shot forward rapidly, nearly reaching where he was sitting. The designer remained calm, merely raising his hand lightly. An explosion resounded in midair. He softly uttered farewell. A trace of residual force still lingered in his hand. Turning his face, he asked, what are you trying to do? I am about to receive a guest, so I cannot let this place be affected. Hemet coldly declared, 2 months. He turned to leave but did not forget to warn, considering the value of that achievement, I will wait another 2 months. After taking a few steps, he stopped, if next time you still maintain that attitude. With a sharp gaze, he emphasized, the wrath descending from above will not be easily appeased. The designer replied, I will remember your words. Only then did Hemet depart. I shall take my leave. The designer remained calm before the arranged circles. Today the atmosphere is quite different from usual. The uninvited guest has also left. I should also finish the preparations to welcome the next guest. The scene shifted to the villa, where Hyun-gu office was located. On the TV appeared the image of a beautiful and adorable girl, amid enthusiastic cheers. Wukong held 2 glowing sticks close to the screen and excitedly praised, why is Hina's skin so smooth? This program should be broadcast across all floors. Qinglong lay beside him and merely snorted softly. And he responded coldly, is that so? Seeing his indifferent attitude, Wukong curiously turned to look. He frowned, lightly scratching his furry face. Wukong continued staring at the screen and exclaimed, Hina truly is the center of Pentacle, even more outstanding than Siwa and Bios. Qinglong only snorted again as before. He replied curtly, probably. Feeling ignored, Wukong angrily snapped both glowing sticks in half. Unable to restrain himself, Wukong sprang to his feet. He growled in front of Qinglong. Qinglong frowned and asked, what are you going crazy for? Wukong widened his eyes. I should be asking you that. Why are you so down as if something major happened? Could it be something serious? The program still played on the TV. Wukong asked, are you upset about something? Qinglong softly replied, I am just thinking. Wukong asked curiously, thinking about what? Qinglong remained silent for a long time. After a while he said, I am thinking about the remaining time before Hyun-gu gradually defeats all of them. Qinglong asked back, did you not already guess why Hyun-gu gathered us? Wukong hummed in response. Qinglong looked up anxiously, but we all understand clearly. Your fellow disciple, even Thien Ma right now, would find it difficult to contend with Haiyan Gu. Qinglong analyzed, if he wants to force him to give his all, then there must be an equally matched opponent. Wukong added, at the very least someone on par with him. Saying that, Wukong slumped down, but what he needs goes far beyond merely fighting at full strength. Wukong admitted, this is all we can do. He explained, that great achievement, if not something one is born with, then no one can attain it on their own. Qinglong nodded in agreement. Wukong's gaze darkened. What the one seeking that achievement truly needs, perhaps, is not an equal, but someone possessing overwhelming power, enough to push him to the brink of life and death. After saying that, Wukong glanced at Qinglong. If there is no one, then we must act ourselves. He smiled meaningfully, but you understand as well, do you not? A figure with light barefoot steps approached, like a monster. Wukong remarked, that one is even stronger than the two of us combined. He has already gone to Haiyan Gu, demonic power disrupting the mind, has also appeared within the virtual space he created. Wukong evaluated highly. If that person makes a move, then we only need to stand and watch. Still staring at the TV, he advised Qinglong, instead of sitting there gloomily watching, Pentacle is far more interesting. Qinglong also agreed, you are right, stop making such a long face. Outside came the shout of Jiu Wei Hu, this will not do. The sound grew louder and more urgent, drawing the attention of both Wukong and Qinglong. Wukong broke into a sweat, that is Jiu Wei Hu's voice. Why is she raising her voice so much today? In the yard under the blazing sun, Jiu Wei Hu crossed her arms, her face darkened as she asked, what exactly is going on? On the ground, Hannarin and Mission crouched down, looking utterly exhausted. Jiu Wei Hu frowned and scolded, why are you not focusing? You were the ones who wanted to learn my ultimate technique. Seeing the two dejected, she grew even more irritated. What is this supposed to be? Are you not ashamed? Mission muttered, it is not like that. She glanced at Hannarin, then said, it is just that I feel awkward seeing you speak to the master like that. At least you should address him properly. Jiu Wei Hu sighed in pretense. Very well, if you wish to remain merely by his side forever, then continue as you are. After hearing those words, the two girls lowered their heads in thought, their faces clearly showing worry and confusion. Having said that, Ku Vai Ho turned to leave, thinking there was nothing left for her here, but Hannarin and Mission hurriedly grabbed her leg, earnestly insisting that it was all a misunderstanding. They continued to plead, hoping she would stay, willing to fulfill any request, making Ku Vai Ho smile faintly with calculation, wondering why she was acting this way. She thought to herself that she had originally intended to make them do something embarrassing, so they would withdraw on their own. Her gaze drifted downward to Hannarin and Mission kneeling sincerely before her, two people once powerful and commanding now bowing their heads in supplication. The sight made Ku Vai Ho feel an unexpected delight, the smile on her face growing brighter. She said that since the two of them were so sincere, they would continue the lesson. Hannarin and Mission quickly expressed their thanks, then said they would begin with forms of address first. Ku Vai Ho gestured smugly, asking them to use a gentle tone and pour all their feelings into calling out 1, 2. Hannarin and Mission flushed red, shyly glancing at each other before softly saying master. Ngok Kong and Than Long secretly peeked from inside the house, unable to hide their astonishment at the scene. The two men could only stand there in shock, speechless and utterly bewildered by the strange situation. Turning to the battle between Haiyan Gu and Thien Ma, the clash remained extremely fierce, each strike unleashing powerful shockwaves. Observing the situation, someone calmly remarked that Thien Ma was indeed formidable. The one-eyed young man agreed, saying he had already surpassed human limits, and if he grew any stronger, even they would struggle to bring him down. Ai-san spoke up, but that was merely a story for the future. At that moment, Haiyan Gu counterattacked with all his might, his fist clenched tight as he unleashed tremendous power. A thunderous explosion resounded. Jai-san concluded that the opponent had reached his limit. He was absolutely no match. Before Haiyan Gu's overwhelming strength, the battle quickly came to an end, Thien Ma collapsing at his feet. Haiyan Gu maintained his cold demeanor, his crimson eyes blazing with authority. Thien Ma lowered his head and panted, the shock far greater than he had imagined. He admitted that from the very start of the match, he had sensed he was at a disadvantage. His trembling hand tightened around his sword. Thien Ma continued to reflect, not expecting the gap between them to be so vast. Images from moments ago replayed in his mind. Every intricate technique he used had been seen through. Haiyan Gu had effortlessly neutralized every attack as if it were a simple matter. Even the techniques he unleashed with all his strength were lightly blocked by Haiyan Gu. Thien Ma realized this battle was unlike an ordinary confrontation. The more he thought, the more he understood, his gaze growing resolute. His face turned pale, a reminder echoing in his heart. Do not waste your strength in vain. Focus on the essence of each technique. Your true nature is not those meaningless, flashy sword strikes, but a sword filled with willpower, powerful enough to tear the sky apart. Where had the heaven-shattering sword gone? After a moment of contemplation, Ma revealed a rare smile, never expecting to learn from his own disciple, truly shameful for a master. He slowly sheathed his sword, struggling to stand yet still acknowledging the truth before him. Ma clasped his hands respectfully. Standing before Hyun-gu, he solemnly expressed his gratitude, leaving Hyun-gu staring in confusion. Ma gently said that thanks to your guidance his martial arts had moved closer to the pinnacle. Hyun-gu remained bewildered and asked about his guidance. What are you talking about? Ignoring Hyun-gu's astonishment, Ma turned and left, saying he needed to continue cultivating after gaining this enlightenment. Before departing, he looked back with a meaningful smile, saying that the next time they fought again it would not be as easy as today. After speaking, he quickly left the virtual space. Hyun-gu stood there blankly calling out, Ma. He scratched his ear, muttering in confusion. He sighed, thinking those words were difficult to express, while still astonished by his opponent's strength. He recalled the battle, especially the final attack. It was a technique he had nearly failed to evade, escaping danger by the narrowest margin. Hyun-gu looked around, telling himself that was still not enough. He needed a stronger opponent to challenge himself. His gaze lifted toward the group of the 7 great saints watching, wondering whether they were stronger than Ma. Jai-san held a cigarette and calmly said that a sparring match would reveal it immediately. Suddenly a cold voice rang out, "No." The girl spoke with disdain, saying they were no different from each other, drawing every gaze toward her. She continued because she was already here. Hyun-gu heard it and raised his head, recognizing the familiar voice. Before he could finish speaking, the sound of strong bare footsteps echoed. Each step carried a terrifying pressure. Even Hyun-gu had to raise his hand to shield himself from that force. He shouted irritably that she was late and still putting on such a display. The one who had appeared was Dazoa. She placed her hands on her hips and smiled, apologizing for arriving late and saying she needed time to adapt to her restored power. Hyun-gu ignored the explanation and immediately asked what she meant earlier. Luke Lone then calmly replied that it was exactly what he had heard. She confidently patted her chest and declared that he needed an opponent strong enough to make him tremble, not them. She firmly asserted that she surpassed all of them combined. Hyun-gu pointed at her and sneered, saying he had once heard she was a notorious demon in the past. He turned to the 7 great saints and asked whether they could allow her to speak like that. But he was shocked to find they had disappeared, Jai-san's voice echoing from afar calling out to him. They had left at some point, wishing him good luck. Staring at the empty space, Hyun-gu widened his eyes in astonishment. He angrily reproached them for having any pride left. Jai-san calmly replied that they understood their own limits. He continued, saying Hyun-gu could do as he pleased, Lady Dazoa making her even more smug. Hyun-gu cleared his throat to regain composure, saying that in any case he was not yet certain of their ability. He remained confident, saying that fighting an opponent who could force him to use his full strength was something to look forward to. Luke Lone then burst into laughter. He teased that merely using his full strength would not be enough, causing Hyun-gu to listen in surprise. He asked what she meant. Luke Lone then stepped forward lightly and calmly replied. To her, even him at his current state, was nothing more than a novice. Insulted, Hyun-gu roared in anger. She remained indifferent and said he would have to stake his life to be worthy of facing her. Luke Lone then hand rested on Hyun-gu's neck, threatening gently. Otherwise, she could make him disappear at any moment. With just a light touch from her, Hyun-gu was sent flying far away. He gritted his teeth and reassured himself that perhaps he had let his guard down, yet he was still shocked that he could not perceive her movement. Looking at her smug expression, he could not help but angrily think that if they had truly fought just now, perhaps he would not have been able to retreat unscathed. Just thinking of that, Hyun-gu's face immediately revealed unease, a few beads of sweat trickling down his temple. He paused, grinding his toe hard against the ground before sneering, I once heard that at your peak you commanded all the demons, but I thought it was merely exaggerated talk. The other party curled his lips in a cold smile. Your reputation is not undeserved, it seems. Ha, this is nothing, I have only just begun. He kept a stern expression. We already fought with all our strength once before. All that cumbersome warm-up is just a waste of time. Hearing that, Hyun-gu could not help but feel uneasy. As soon as the words fell, a surge of golden light erupted. The dazzling radiance shot straight toward him, leaving Hyun-gu frozen, his throat tightening so he could not utter a word. With overwhelming momentum, she spoke coldly, then let us get straight to the point. Hyun-gu thought anxiously, she can even unleash that move. He clearly remembered every step of the mad god of monstrous strength. In the past, although this move was formidable, its first step had never been this heavy. His body swayed, teeth clenched tight. Now she has only shifted a single step, yet the pressure feels like 10 combined. Seeing him stagger, she asked, "What is wrong, Hyun-gu?" She covered her mouth and laughed. "This is only the beginning, and you are already trembling." Before he could counterattack, Hyun-gu could only growl, "Shut up." Spreading his arms wide to keep his balance, he said, "I admit you are far stronger than before, but I have not been standing still all this time. Do you dare repeat the move I once broke?" Several phantom arms appeared behind Hyun-gu as he replied confidently, "You are underestimating me." He smirked. "It has been a long time since I saw this scene again." She showed interest. "That is true. Seeing this brings back some old memories, but they were not pleasant ones." Facing the surging force she created, Hyun-gu gathered all his strength and charged forward. He understood clearly that the 10 steps of absolute annihilation accumulated mana with each step before multiplying it immensely. Though incomparably powerful, it revealed a flaw. Compared to the immense power being gathered, the caster himself was relatively fragile. Acting at once, he was certain that as long as he locked her limbs before she could take another step. Hyun-gu thrust his hand straight toward his opponent. That current of power would no longer be able to continue accumulating. She lowered her head and laughed sinisterly. "That deduction is not wrong." She raised her hand. "However, your conclusion is still not entirely correct." As her words ended, a violent force engulfed them both, their hands nearly touching. Hyun-gu was suddenly pinned in midair, and he cried out in shock, "What?" Her voice rang out intermittently, "Because I am no longer the ordinary mad god of monstrous strength. I am now a yaksha." He struggled within the pressure, while she laughed. "Do not tell me you still think my strength has not changed at all." She explained calmly, "Remember this well, Hyun-gu, the thing that allowed me to command 100 ghosts. Is this overwhelming power." A gigantic hand swung down while he was as small as a grain of sand. She shouted, "Body-destroying strike." A thunderous explosion resounded as light swallowed everything. Jae-san stood outside holding his pipe and observing, muttering, "It has been so long since I saw this move, and it still gives people goosebumps." The 7 great saints asked, "Does this scene remind you of the past?" Jae-san raised his brows. "Remind me. When we were young, we recklessly confronted her once." He exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "Ah, that matter." The memory returned of the brothers sprawled on the ground. Jae-san shook his head. "Remember it properly. No one considered that a duel. Back then 7 people surrounded one, and were still completely overwhelmed." Jae-san rubbed an old wound and sighed, "Good heavens, every time it rains this place still aches." The other man laughed and replied back, "Then every one of us was beaten miserably. I believe he will hold on. Even if this battle is too much." Jae-san shook his head. "He truly is an anomaly. Such an anomaly that I even worry she might be in danger if he unleashes that great achievement. If things continue like this." Jae-san narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Then he will have no chance at all." Under the fierce pressure, Hyun-gu dropped to his knees, his jaws clenched tight. His fist trembled. "Why is that strike so terrifying? My body feels completely frozen." He forced himself to stand. "I cannot lose focus now. The way she uses the skill is still the same. I must end this battle at all costs." He managed to stand before she could complete all 10 steps. She crossed her arms mockingly. "Even from that far away I can hear your scheming. You want to finish it before I complete 10 steps. As she spoke, she lifted her foot and moved forward, "But first endure the next step." She continued to provoke, "Do you think you can do it?" Hyun-gu told himself to stay calm. He could endure until the 3rd step, even the 4th. He believed that as long as he pushed all his mana to its limit and concentrated it at a single point, it would be enough to turn the tide. But while he was still calculating, her foot had already come down. Pressure this time was even more violent, leaving him almost unable to move. Then he panicked. "What is happening to my mana?" Wait, more importantly. The pressure that had enveloped the area suddenly vanished. She explained, "The 10 steps of absolute annihilation is not merely 10 steps as you think." Hyun-gu was stunned. "What?" She smiled. "Its origin is the supreme essence I have honed over a long time. That power surpasses all other ultimate techniques, yet at the same time places an enormous burden on the user, even for a yaksha like me." She continued, "Walking, therefore, I optimized it by dividing that essence into many parts." Stopping with her hands on her hips, she said, "The result is the 10 steps of absolute annihilation you know." She added calmly, "If I use the body of the mad god of monstrous strength to cast it, compared to the supreme essence it is merely a simplified version." Hyun-gu asked, "What do you mean?" I mean that with my power restored, returning to my identity as a yaksha. She raised 2 fingers. 2 steps are enough. 1 finger represents the initiation, the other is to close the battle. She tilted her face toward the sky. The second step is also the final step. It must descend at the precise moment. Hyun-gu lifted his head to follow her gaze. His pupils suddenly widened. Her voice echoed slowly because that step can tear apart the very sky. A gigantic foot hovered directly above his head. She burst into laughter. Its name is Yaksha God-slaying strike. As her words ended, brilliant golden light poured down from the sky. It descended straight from above onto the spot where Hyun-gu stood. Even the 7 great saints had to retreat to the side before that might. Smoke and dust billowed upward as Jai-san exclaimed, "Good heavens, this scene defies all description." Watching the power crash down like a raging flood, is this the might of a god? Below, Hyun-gu raised both hands with great difficulty to block. Exhausted, he blurted, "Damn it, what the hell is this?" His body felt as if pierced by countless streams of force, severely wounded. Even knowing that in this illusory space life and death were like the previous clash with the heavenly demon, yet he knew that was true. Yet the sensation of being burned until his body completely dissolved before death was anything but pleasant. Hyun-gu's eyes slowly closed, as if he could no longer resist. Damn it, he was about to lose consciousness. It felt like he was sinking into a coma. In his haze, Hyun-gu heard a voice from exquisite lips. "I thought you would succeed. Who would have expected you to choose such a reckless path? Truly extraordinary." Hyun-gu jolted awake in a space of pure white, crying out in alarm, "What is going on?" Pointed forward and demanded, "What exactly happened? Wait, why am I here?" Brahma replied, "Why indeed?" He brought up memories from the distant past. "Why not make it clear before?" This time Brahma appeared in a completely different form, reduced to only a head yet moving freely. He had once said that we would meet again soon. Staring at Brahma before him, Hyun-gu was still stunned. "You are." Gradually calmed down and mocked. "You came to find me, yet you are rather leisurely about it." Struggling to his feet, Hyun-gu said harshly, "If you are so relaxed, then why not wait until I am truly dead before coming?" Brahma only chuckled lightly. "Haha, blaming me is useless." He rested a hand on his hip and explained, "At present I am merely a fragment of divine consciousness implanted in your mind when I bestowed my great achievement upon you." Hyun-gu asked in shock, "Divine consciousness, that is correct." Brahma placed a hand on his chest and spoke sincerely, "This is but a small token of my intent. I hope it can aid you once you fully comprehend this great achievement." Brahma smiled in satisfaction, "And the result is me as you see, which is why my form differs greatly from my true body." Hyun-gu turned away doubtfully. "Is that so?" He pointed at him impatiently. "Quickly tell me everything you know. I do not have much time left." "Well, about that." Brahma scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "I am afraid it will no longer be of any use now." Hyun-gu asked agitatedly, "What do you mean by that?" Brahma explained, "Because you have already done what I intended to guide you to do." Hyun-gu was taken aback. What have I done?" Brahma raised a finger and said, "You already know what the great achievement is, do you not? The great achievement is the innate power of a god. For that reason, no one can seize it by their own effort. If someone stubbornly insists on possessing it, then there are 2 possible paths." Brahma elaborated, "One is to patiently wait until the great achievement seeks you out, or to experience death and be reborn." Upon hearing the word death, Hyun-gu's eyes widened in shock. "What?" Brahma clarified further, "You must exhaust your mental power, your mana, and even your very life. When everything is worn down to the utmost limit and reaches nothingness, what remains within your body will be the great achievement. At that moment, it will release energy to protect its host. That power will envelop body and mind, reconstructing everything." Brahma explained fervently, "It will recreate the vessel that contains it, turning it into an existence capable of controlling the great achievement." Brahma pointed at Hyun-gu, "And you have just become such an existence." He recalled the earlier battle. Thanks to the yaksha, your body and spirit had reached a perfect state of nothingness. Hyun-gu asked doubtfully, "Does that mean?" Brahma replied calmly, "Yes. You have awakened the great achievement." Upon hearing this, Hyun-gu smiled with confidence. Outside, within the illusory space, the mad demon coughed violently without end. A mouthful of blood spilled onto her hand. "Damn it, it seems I pushed myself too far." Sweat dotted her forehead. Her strength had recovered, yet the backlash of the 3rd level of absolute annihilation kick was truly alarming. She clenched her fist. Even a yaksha finds it difficult to fully control the supreme essence, therefore it is only used when life is at stake. She recalled the battle just now. Though overwhelmed, Hyun-gu's will to counterattack had blazed fiercely. The mad demon closed her eyes in self-reproach. Her desire for victory had caused her to lose her composure. First, she had not intended to unleash so much power. Seeing Hyun-gu lying motionless, she curled her lips. In this illusory space he will not die. She stepped closer. At that time Hyun-gu's eyes were hollow and lifeless. She speculated that perhaps he was now gathering his mana again. Suddenly Hyun-gu's arm twitched slightly. His gaze gradually returned. A massive surge of power spread outward, suppressing even the mad demon's force, causing her to cry out in shock. What? Mana of absolute annihilation kick was shaken, and immediately a violent explosion erupted. The shockwave forced the mad demon to raise her hand to block. The group above saw the surging power below and were utterly astonished. Jai-san exclaimed that power can actually overwhelm the Yaksha's supreme essence. Could it be? As Hyun-gu reached the realm of the gods, at that moment his powerful arm awakened. Hyun-gu rose as if he had never fallen, his bearing even more confident than before. He spoke, "It seems I have just been reborn. Only thus could I achieve my goal," causing the mad demon's steps to falter. Hyun-gu shouted, "Yaksha, I must thank you." She frowned yet still smiled slyly. "I did not expect my supreme essence accumulated over 1,000 years to be broken so easily, truly useless. It seems you were not reborn through the power of this illusory space." Looking at his hazy body, she speculated, "This is the power of the great achievement." She tried to remain calm. "It seems in just an instant you touched the realm of the gods. No, perhaps you have already become a god." Hyun-gu felt the power coursing through his body. "I am not certain either, but it does sound reasonable." He lifted his head high, "But do not tell me. You have already begun to fear," accompanied by a scornful smile. In response, she also curved her lips in a faint smile. She stared at Hyun-gu and said coldly, "How ridiculous. Am I supposed to fear this kind of power? If so, how could I deserve the title of king of 100 ghosts?" As she spoke, she poured all her strength forth, her hair streaming upward. Hyun-gu did not waver at all. "Yes, that is more like it." His arm extended, muscles surging, covered in a golden source of power. "Having just returned from the brink of death, I am still somewhat weary." Hyun-gu declared, "I will use the principle of Tula abolishing fist." Both his hands rested before his abdomen as energy condensed, gathering all of Brahma's power. Behind him a majestic image emerged. "Very well, unleash your ultimate move to end this battle." Blood still lingered at the corner of the mad demon's lips as she mocked, "Your mana seems unstable. Your condition is not very good." Hyun-gu replied, "Is my proposal not bad?" while she too concentrated power into her palm. She clenched her fist, her fighting spirit blazing. "That does sound interesting." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately unleashed Divine Annihilation Strike. Hyun-gu roared as well, world-shattering strike. The two forces collided and created a heaven-shaking explosion. Within the protagonist's consciousness, Brahma smiled in satisfaction. "Haha, I did not expect him to use the great achievement so boldly, truly extraordinary." Brahma's body gradually faded away, "Thus I have repaid my debt. As for the future ahead, I wish you every success." Outside, Jai-san stepped back in alarm and shouted a warning. "Everyone quickly use mana to defend." The mad demon and Hyun-gu poured out their full strength and unleashed their decisive clash. Jai-san's voice rang out in fragments, "Because we are about to bear the consequences." That collision had just created a terrifying shockwave that spread everywhere. The simulated scene within the virtual space gradually became clear on the crystal sphere placed aboard Noah's warship. Even he, engrossed in his experiment, had to pause and lift his head to observe. Noah seemed to realize something, the corner of his lips curling slightly. Could this energy source be? He burst into hearty laughter. "Haha, Hyun-gu, he truly has accomplished something remarkable." On the other side, Hyun-gu was gasping for breath without stopping. He braced his hands on his knees, bending forward to look at the result before him. Hyun-gu cried out excitedly, "It is done." The berserk mind force monster lay sprawled motionless on the ground. He shouted in delight, that finishing strike just now completely drained me. That brute is ridiculously strong, truly not something to take lightly." As soon as he finished speaking, Hyun-gu immediately collapsed onto the ground and fell into unconsciousness. On Noah's ship, when Hyun-gu opened his eyes and woke up, he looked bewildered. He glanced around and wondered if he had fainted once again. Sitting up abruptly, he muttered, "Why is it that lately I collapse like this after every battle?" Suddenly a familiar voice rang out, "You are awake, well done." Hyun-gu turned and saw Noah sitting beside him with his arms crossed, then asked, "How long was I unconscious?" Noah calmly replied, "Rest assured, you only dozed off for a short while." She stepped out of the virtual space. "I was startled, thinking something serious had happened to you. I was even planning to wait for you to wake up and scold you for being too reckless. But this time the result was so perfect that I have nothing to criticize." Hearing that, Hyun-gu smiled in relief. Then I can rest easy. Noah said sternly, I have 2 matters to inform you of. Hyun-gu hesitated and guessed news could it be. Noah pointed to the corner of the room where a formation glowed. That is right, the teleportation array is complete. You can now ascend to the highest floor at any time. Hyun-gu exclaimed joyfully, perfect timing. Noah's voice lowered, but there is an unexpected complication. Hyun-gu paused, a complication. Noah rested his chin on his hand and explained, after completing the array, I looked at the upper floor and realized that he seemed to sense my energy and had strengthened the defenses. Therefore, the number of people who can pass through this array is strictly limited. Even if I continuously supply mana all day, I fear at most only 5 people can be sent across. Hyun-gu listened silently to every word. Noah continued gently, if he keeps reinforcing the defenses, I fear this array will become useless in the future. Hyun-gu frowned slightly, is that so? Noah sighed, thinking perhaps another solution must be found, but Hyun-gu waved his hand, forget it, who knows when that would be finished. At first I intended to go up alone, but now that I can bring 4 more people, it is far better than the original plan, so do not worry. Noah could only sigh, I knew you would say that. Think carefully about whom to choose. There is not much time left, but you can still spend a day preparing. Hyun-gu reassured him as he walked away, do not worry, I already have a few names in mind, I will call them over immediately. Suddenly remembering something, he turned back and asked, what about the other matter? You said there were 2 things. Noah smiled, that news is not from me, it is a message from your disciple. I received word from them, they asked me to give you these coordinates when you appear. Noah snapped his fingers, and beneath Hyun-gu's feet a radiant formation suddenly appeared, leaving him puzzled about what was happening. Noah said excitedly that they had prepared a surprise for you. The teleportation array activated, space swayed and startled him. What in the world is this? Hyun-gu only had time to cry out once before vanishing from Noah's sight. The passage brought him before a vast castle. Looking up, Hyun-gu was stunned as he realized something. Is this not the residence in Ha-na? Placed a hand on his chest in relief. I thought I had been thrown somewhere strange. Suddenly a voice called out, Master. Hearing it, Hyun-gu immediately turned around. This voice sounds so familiar. Behind him, Hanarin and Mission in maid outfits spoke gently. You have worked hard. Master has done very well. You must be tired. The scene before his eyes left Hyun-gu's head in a whirl. What is going on? The 2 girls knelt respectfully. From now on we will strive even harder. We will wholeheartedly help you relax as much as possible. Feeling that something was wrong, Hyun-gu hurriedly sought a way to retreat. I still have something to attend to. I will go first. After saying that he slipped away in the blink of an eye. Hanarin and Mission exchanged glances. Their expressions suddenly changed and their voices lowered. Their tone turned icy. The 9-tailed fox said she would come here, right? I will take her down. Hanarin replied, no, I will be the one to strike first. Hyun-gu ran straight back to his room and carefully locked the door. He chuckled softly, my goodness, this time they really looked quite adorable. All right, now it is time to assemble the team. Noah could not help but worry as he looked at the group Hyun-gu brought over. Is this truly all right? At the very least you should say goodbye to the others. He waved his hand, it is fine, they cannot follow me anyway, why trouble them further? Hyun-gu cast his gaze toward Thien Ma. Ngo Kong Bak Quid Da Han, Than Long, he said confidently. With this lineup it would be hard to encounter danger. Group stepped into the formation. Bak Quid Da Han smiled. I do not know about the others, but as long as I am here, everything you say is correct. Than Long said excitedly. It is finally time to let that designer taste defeat. Ngo Kong turned to ask Thien Ma, are you alright to go? Would it not be better to let one of my senior brothers replace you? Thien Ma replied calmly. After the previous battle, my swordsmanship has improved greatly. This trip will not be a problem. Hyun-gu pointed at Thien Ma and grinned as he said to Noah, see how confident he is. Noah nodded briefly, yes. Hyun-gu reassured him, even if someone takes advantage of my absence, the 7 great saints on earth will handle it. There is no need to worry. Just stay here with everyone and wait for us to deal with that designer and return. When we come back, we must have a proper rest. Thinking of the group leisurely drinking coffee and chatting, while the disciples chased after the fox spirit. Hyun-gu could not help but smile. Every battle until now has been for this peaceful moment. Noah nodded lightly, is that so? Then I have only one thing to say, return safely. He activated the teleportation array. Brilliant light flared up and the surrounding space trembled. Hyun-gu called out loudly, remember to protect this place carefully. The dazzling beam of light surged and then faded. Only Noah remained in the room. He let out a soft sigh. Suddenly Avi's voice rang out, has Gordon already left? Noah turned and said, you have finally arrived, but you are one step too late. Avi replied, that is right, I did not expect him to depart so hastily. Noah said in a low voice, we have done all we can, now we can only rely on him. Avi said worriedly, if only I could be by his side to assist when needed. Noah's ship fell into silence, the only thing left to do was wait. At this moment Tamma was sitting before a large table. One half of the table was filled with food, while on his side there was only an empty plate. Sensing the disturbance outside, he curled his lips. The creator's spell is indeed formidable. I did not expect all four of them to break through the reinforced defenses and arrive here. He smiled meaningfully, but even so everything is still within my calculation. Gu's group had entered the lair of the designer. He looked up and reminded everyone, once we pass this area we can confront that man. Stay vigilant, we do not yet know what tricks he will use. But just as he turned his head back, he suddenly saw a strange object hurtling straight toward him. The entire group stared wide-eyed in shock. What the hell is going on? Gu wondered to himself, what exactly is that pitch-black thing? In the blink of an eye, the black mass immediately changed. It turned into a small vortex, sweeping away the four heavenly demons, Ngo Kong, Bak Kwida Han and Than Long, leaving behind only empty space. Ngo Kong cursed under his breath, what the hell is this? Than Long immediately speculated. Could this be the trap that man prepared in advance? Gu stared at the empty space in front of him and shouted, where did everyone go? Right behind him a soft chuckle suddenly rang out, a deep voice echoed, at last we finally meet. Gu startled and turned around. Before him stood a tall figure with dark purple skin and a terrifying distorted face. He immediately asked, who are you? He smiled meaningfully, his eyes gleaming with calculation, and slowly said, thank you for coming all this way. Thanks to you, today will surely become a very interesting day. Gu observed that demeanor and tone, then raised his voice. One look at that disgusting face is enough to understand. You are the one behind everything, right? He burst into laughter. Since you have recognized me, there is no need for introductions. I am very pleased to meet you, Gu. You may find it strange, but I have been waiting for this day for a very long time. Gu stepped closer and slowly replied, what a coincidence, I have wanted to meet you for a long time as well. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately rushed forward to attack. With a sneer he said, my hands have been itching for a while, I just want to give you a beating. Tamma was not surprised at all. He calmly said, oh, such a hot temper, but I already anticipated it. The surrounding space suddenly changed. Gu immediately realized it was an illusion. Tamma raised a hand to scratch his cheek and said gently, forgive the lack of proper hospitality, but I need to help you calm down. Before we begin our conversation, the lights in the room suddenly turned on. Gu realized he was standing inside a vast room. Tamma was already seated at the table, his voice polite, please pardon this rudeness, Gu. It may sound strange, but would you like to have a meal with me? He looked down at the table full of food in confusion and bluntly replied, who has the mood to eat in this situation? Stop beating around the bush, talking like this only makes me want to end it quickly. Tamma still calmly responded, your companions all disappeared upon arriving here. Are you not curious what they are going through? Gu suddenly paused. Tamma continued, just sit down, I will explain everything to you. You must have many things you want to know. Would it not be better to have all your questions answered? Sit down, I guarantee it will not harm you. Gu reluctantly sat down and muttered a curse. Is that better? Tamma nodded in satisfaction. Good. He impatiently asked, now speak, what did you do to my friend? He chuckled softly. Actually, it is nothing serious, do not worry. I only temporarily kept them elsewhere. Of course, I also arranged a few games so they would not feel bored, placing strong enough opponents there to challenge them. As for the others, they are serving me. His voice carried a hint of delight. Your companions are strong enough to defeat the fourth heavenly tier, so I believe their lives are not in danger. I am merely buying time so they do not interfere with our conversation. Oh right, speaking of which, among them there is one human who came along, correct? What's his name again? Thien. Gu cut in. You are talking about Thien Ma, right? Tamma nodded, yes, that is him. Perhaps by now he can no longer hold on. Gu cried out in shock. What? Tamma looked excited. I even wanted to praise him for daring to come here as a mere human, so I let him face the strongest one. Indeed, he had already prepared an outstanding swordsman to await Thien Ma. At this moment, Thien Ma was standing in the middle of a vast peach blossom garden, looking around as he said, I truly do not understand what is happening anymore. After being surrounded by those bones, I immediately lost consciousness, and then appeared in this place full of flowers. Perhaps this is the trap of the one who designed it. Everyone has been separated. He thought to himself, so Gu has to fight alone, but with his current strength, he will not be easily defeated. He took a deep breath to steady himself. No matter what, he had to find a way out and quickly reunite with him. While searching for a path, a man suddenly appeared behind him, preparing to draw his sword. A deep voice rang out, "Are you Thien Ma?" Thien Ma instantly drew his sword as fast as lightning, turned and slashed down fiercely. An explosion resounded, sword energy spread out and shook the ground. Each petals scattered everywhere. He could not see his opponent, and a sense of unease rose in his heart. What has he disappeared? Suddenly a voice sounded from behind. "Ha, what a beautiful sight. Your reflex just now was nearly perfect, truly worthy of the title Thien Ma." Frowned and asked, "Who are you?" He smiled. "Me. Just a wanderer with his sword, merely a roaming swordsman, but in the past people called me by another name. Sword Immortal Kim Kang Gul." Inside the vast room, Tam Ma also began introducing Thien Ma opponent. Sword Immortal Kim Kang Gul is the strongest swordsman. He has never tasted defeat. His strength is equal to the 4th heavenly tier. No matter how hard Thien Ma tries, it will be difficult to escape his blade. Hyun Gu immediately retorted, "Do not underestimate him like that. He may look like that, but he was once my master. He is not someone easily defeated. He even made me suffer quite a bit before." Hearing that, Tam Ma calmly said, "Believe it if you wish. You have any other questions?" Hyun Gu snorted, "Even if I ask about your true identity, you would not tell the truth." He looked down at the table and asked, "There is one thing that has puzzled me from the beginning. The table is filled with many dishes, but in front of you there is only an empty plate." Emma lightly tapped the table and replied, "I think you already know the answer, but I will still say it. Very simple, I have no need for that food. What I truly desire is you, Hyun Gu." He licked his lips meaningfully. Hyun Gu's eyes turned red as he growled, "I knew you would say something that disgusting, you pervert." Tam Ma excitedly sprang to his feet, unable to hide his emotions. He shouted, "Hearing that only makes me more thrilled. I can no longer restrain myself. I am eager to end this long-winded conversation immediately. The sacred thunder star inner power is seeping deep into your body. The power of Than Long is also enveloping your heart. The flow of mana and the ferocity of Sun Wukong are surging like blazing fire through every vein in your body. In addition, the sweet sacred power from Brahma envelops and harmonizes all those streams of energy. They should have been unable to coexist, yet I can clearly sense the rich scent of them all merging into one within this body. That flavor excites my palate more than any appetizer I have ever tasted." Hearing that, Hyun Gu felt nauseated. He curled his lips into a mocking smile. What utter nonsense. "You that starving?" He slammed his hand down on the table, shoving all the food toward him and shouting, "Then finish all of this, you bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, Hyun Gu sprang forward and threw a punch aimed at the heart demon. "Knowing how much you crave it, I prepared a whole mountain of things for you." He revealed a twisted, grotesque smile and replied, "That is truly the finest thing I have ever heard." Long ago, in a prosperous and bustling capital, filled with wealthy citizens, everywhere people whispered a shocking tale about a certain swordsman. They said his swordsmanship was peerless, his strikes so swift that no one could see or defend against them. The rumor spread to the king, stirring his curiosity. Thus the king gave an order, "Summon him to the royal palace for an audience." King could not hide his curiosity. "I have heard much about you. They say your swordsmanship is like that of an immortal. Can you perform it for me to witness?" The swordsman bowed and replied, "I possess only modest sword skill, but if your majesty wishes, I shall obey," he said before drawing his sword and performing. That day the warrior displayed the very essence of his sword path. Everyone was stunned in amazement. Their mouths hung open before swordplay, so elegant it seemed to blend with the air, infused with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. They felt as though they were witnessing an immortal dancing with a sword before their eye. That sword technique was named Celestial Sword Heavenly Dance. At this moment in the Peach Garden, the heavenly demon was struck by that move and dropped to one knee. His face twisted, he cursed inwardly. He had never seen such an unpredictable technique. The opponent seemed to be dancing. Had that man reached the pinnacle of martial arts with that sword dance? Even so, he tightened his grip on the sword hilt to steady himself, but he could still see through it. As he spoke, the heavenly demon swung his sword in counterattack. Sword energy erupted fiercely like a roaring fire dragon, forcing Sword Immortal Kim Kang Gul to dodge aside. He laughed loudly, "Ho ho, you are truly as wild as a beast." But in the blink of an eye, the heavenly demon had already closed in, right before him, shouting, "At last I have caught up to you." Powerful slash came crashing down. Kim Kang Gul immediately turned his blade to block. His heart trembled. "Even being pressured by my sword energy, he can still keep up. Truly a rare monster." Without stopping, the heavenly demon quietly circulated his energy and poured his inner power into the blade. Instantly, countless sparks burst forth along the sword. Kim Kang-gul realized that he had activated the upper edge of the blade to increase its power. He immediately slashed down hard to suppress him. Knocking the opponent blade aside, the heavenly demon unleashed 8 flame fire spirit toss and blasted him away. Kim Kang-gul retreated backward. He exclaimed, "I have never seen a swordsman swing a blade as crudely as you. There is not the slightest sense of aesthetic. You should feel ashamed," he said before counterattacking. A streak of sword light so fast it was hard to follow. Before he could realize it, another cut brushed past his shoulder. Kim Kang-gul spoke in a low voice. "To be merely ordinary yet fight me evenly like this, that is truly impressive. But if your understanding stops there, you will not go far." The heavenly demon stroked his chin and frowned, "And you talk far too much. Your sword dance buzzes like a swarm of hungry mosquitoes." Kim Kang-gul calmly replied, "You know how terrible your body is right now. Even after being struck only a few times, you already stand at the edge of life and death." The heavenly demon gave a faint laugh. "I must admit those moves were not easy to handle. I ended up like this because I kept chasing your afterimages." Hearing that, he cried out, "What did you say?" The heavenly demon replied calmly, "Your sword dance that can slice apart time is truly difficult to deal with. A mosquito is still only a mosquito." Sword immortal Kim Kang-gul, who attained the realm of a celestial immortal through the sword path, held only one desire: to hone his swordsmanship to the utmost. Even after becoming immortal, he refused to stop training, cutting iron as if it were mud. Living entirely for the sword, he could not bear to have his swordsmanship belittled. Upon hearing the heavenly demon compare it to mosquitoes, he grew furious, his eyes reddening. "I held back to savor this battle after so long, yet you dare insult the true essence I painstakingly comprehended. I will not forgive this. It seems you are tired of living." Kim Kang-gul rotated his sword and unleashed heavenly dance true essence 1,000 transformation. He shouted loudly, "I will grant you the ending you desire." Countless sword images spun into existence behind him. He declared, "My heavenly sword energy will not cease as it surges in from all directions. This is the supreme realm of all transformations of sword energy. Let us see how long your stubbornness can endure. I will show no more mercy," he said before charging straight in to attack. The heavenly demon pondered. He said he held back. How arrogant. He roared, "Do you think you are the only one who has not gone all out?" Then circulated his energy. A strange formation appeared behind him and overwhelming pressure spread through space. Kim Kang-gul suddenly halted. Shock filled his heart. What is this thunderous pressure? Has he been concealing his true strength all along? Seeing the opponent distracted, the heavenly demon spoke calmly, "My martial arts have not reached the peak, but every principle I grasp stands at the highest level. After witnessing your sword dance, with its myriad transformations, I reflected upon myself and realized I had once been too arrogant. Therefore I chose humility, not using a similar technique to defeat you, but now I will return to my original style." Domination. Upon hearing that, and sensing the sword formation being torn open, Kim Kang-gul said with a trembling voice, "You have broken through my sword energy." The heavenly demon replied slowly, while I remained standing there, waiting steadfastly. "Let my eyes gradually grow accustomed to your sword dance." Not a single one of his movements escaped my sight. "Even if you unleash 1,000 or 10,000 strands of sword chi, it is not worth my concern. Because my sword path has already reached the absolute peak." The heavenly demon continuously raised his blade, circulating his inner force to amplify its might, the edge flashing like a streak of lightning, the formation behind him expanding wider and wider as he unleashed heavenly demon divine art swift demon. Kim Kang-gul's limbs went weak as he screamed in terror, unable to evade that strike. But why had it come to this? The heavenly demon roared, vowing to cut down everything. After speaking, he poured all his strength into releasing a destructive ultimate technique. Thunder Saint Art Heavenly Sovereign Supreme Swift Strike. At that moment in the Grand Hall, Hyen-gu had already taught Tama a crushing lesson, leaving him sprawled miserably across the floor. Hyen-gu stood before him and said slowly that before coming here, I had thought a great deal about how to act, but now all of it has become meaningless. If I had known you were this weak, I would have come earlier without any hesitation. You see it as well, do you not? The heart demon sitting on the ground replied with a faint smile. That is right, you have clearly improved this time. Choosing you was indeed a wise decision. Hyen-gu, even after reducing me to this state, why are you still wary of me? Hyen-gu asked in astonishment, what are you talking about? Nonsense are you spouting? Why would I fear someone I have already defeated so thoroughly? Suddenly the heart demon raised his voice. Did he not lose far too easily? Could he be plotting something? Or is all of this merely a similar illusion? From the very beginning, did I ever truly have a chance of victory? If I fail here, then what will become of Earth? That is what you are thinking, is it not? Hyun-gu blurted out in shock. How do you know? Heart Demon stood up and said slowly, Hyun-gu, even a single drop of fear, as long as it exists, emits a rich fragrance. And that is precisely what I love most. After saying that, he stepped closer, circulating his energy as he faced him. Hyun-gu was utterly stunned, unable to believe his eyes. What is happening? Heart Demon's entire body continuously emitted sinister energy. Suddenly a dull explosion echoed out. Hyun-gu immediately retreated, gritting his teeth as he cursed, damn it. He wondered to himself what that had been, extreme footwork or teleportation. No, neither of those. It felt as though space itself had mysteriously folded. Clearly this was a spatial compression technique. It was the space of Xiana Chima. Does he know that secret art? After a moment of shock, Hyun-gu quickly calmed himself. No, now is not the time for doubt. Before he makes another move, I must end this battle at once. Thomas read his thoughts and spoke up. Hey Hyun-gu. Earlier during the meal, I already answered your question. Now it is your turn to listen to my question. Hyun-gu looked at the Heart Demon's body in shock. What is going on? Has his body already returned to normal? Seeing his expression, the Heart Demon laughed gleefully and asked, have you ever doubted the absurd logic of this tower? Hyun-gu asked again, absurd logic. What exactly do you mean? The Heart Demon replied calmly. Try thinking about it. I mixed the achievements of transcendent beings outside the tower to force them into becoming climbers. Even though they were compelled to climb the tower, yet the outcome they received was entirely fair. Because when they reach the top of the tower and become conquerors, in the end they obtain the achievements and rewards they desire. That means I gain nothing if all of them reach the top. Therefore my question is, what benefit do I obtain by forcing them to climb the tower, if in the end I become empty-handed? Hyun-gu was stunned. Before he could reply, he saw the Heart Demon's foot move, and he gave his own answer. The answer is this. Countless versions of the Heart Demon suddenly appeared throughout the space. So many that Hyun-gu cried out in alarm. What is this? Not only can you use spatial compression, but you also possess cloning ability like Sun Wukong. Heart Demon's smile was filled with smugness. Hyun-gu speculated inwardly. Has he also fused the achievements of others into his body like that coordinator? No, it is completely different. She could only imitate part of their power, yet the technique he is displaying might be even stronger than the original owner. The Heart Demon pointed at Hyun-gu and said, it seems you still do not understand what is happening. Heart Demon's clones immediately rushed forward to restrain him. He continued loudly, do you think this is all I have gained from the tower? Do you believe I created the tower and made enemies of countless transcendent beings merely to steal a few skills? Hyun-gu struggled and then raised his head to look upward. Another group of clones was gathering energy, preparing to unleash an attack. Carefully, Hyun-gu. Hearing that, he only had time to spit out a curse. You are truly insane. Surge of palm force erupted. A thunderous explosion resounded as swirling dust swept away the clones restraining Hyun-gu. The Heart Demon revealed a satisfied smile. But from within the thick smoke came a voice cursing, you are truly a sick man, startling him in shock. Hyun-gu roared, you keep hovering everywhere to distract me. How am I supposed to think? Heart Demon lightly stroked his chin and exclaimed, marvelous. The user of Brahma's rebirth technique has truly mastered it. Even the designer would find it hard to reach such a level. You are truly extraordinary. Hyun-gu replied coldly, it is all nonsense. It seems you do not know what my greatest specialty is. Do you want me to demonstrate it? He circulated his energy, and a radiant Buddha Dharma body appeared, emitting dazzling light. Hyun-gu unleashed his move. Buddha Abolition Strike shot straight toward the Heart Demon. The terrifying pressure caused the entire space to tremble. He exclaimed in astonishment, I did not expect Brahma's divinity to be wielded so powerfully. Yet the more it is like this, the more captivating you become. Unfortunately, I prefer a purer flavor. For example, like this, a brilliant lotus appeared in the Heart Demon's hand, radiating pure spiritual energy. Behind him, a Buddha Dharma body immediately manifested, with a lotus rune engraved at its center. Hyun-gu cried out in panic, what is this? He unleashed a technique, forming a ferocious assault like a raging storm crashing down. Two streams of force collided head-on. A thunderous explosion erupted, the shockwave sweeping away everything around them. Hyun-gu was blasted backward, letting out a pained cry. That move seemed to conceal something within it. He blurted out, what on earth is this? But after only a few breaths, Hyun-gu recognized that familiar sensation and spoke in astonishment. I truly do not know what to say anymore. Is this not going too far? How can you even execute Thien Ma ultimate supreme technique? Behind Tam Ma the lightning sovereign sacred slash indeed appeared. He laughed arrogantly, everything ends here, Hyun-gu. With that said, he swung his sword down with all his strength. He only had time to spit out a furious curse. The overwhelming force left Hyun-gu unable to withstand. In a secret room, a girl sat watching the battle between Tam Ma and Hyun-gu. Seeing him being overwhelmed, she recalled their promise to meet again at the summit not long ago. Yet now he had fallen into such a miserable disadvantage. It truly put her in a difficult position. She stood up and let out a soft sigh, might as well lend him a hand. At the same time, in the garden on the island, the clash between Thien Ma and sword immortal Kim Kang-gun had already been decided. Thien Ma spoke in a low voice, "You should understand by now. This match already has its outcome, so show me the way out quickly." The old man smiled and replied, "There is no need to be so impatient, because the door you seek has long been open." Thien Ma suddenly sensed something behind his back. He turned and saw a door, asking in surprise, "Is this the exit? Was it concealed by illusion?" Kang-gun warned in a deep voice, "I will say this first, that door is a trap. Behind it, other conquerors are already waiting for exhausted prey to step in after battle. Even if you reunite with your companions, the chance of leaving intact is very slim." Seeing that he was not joking, Thien Ma calmly replied, "That does not matter." Kim Kang-gun was stunned. Is there truly someone who takes life and death so lightly? Thien Ma walked toward the door, his voice filled with confidence. "I do not care what lies beyond. I already said it, my sword can pierce through anything with a single strike." As soon as he finished speaking, he circulated his inner power, his aura gathering on the blade as he strode forward. Before leaving, he even left behind a parting remark. Kim Kang-gun froze for a moment, then burst into loud laughter. "To meet someone like this in the final battle of my life, that is enough to be satisfied." After speaking, the sword immortal figure dissolved into the void, countless peach petals drifting down and covering the space. Thien Ma stood before the door, observing it carefully. If what Kim Kang-gun said is true, then what lies beyond this door is no different from hell. He thought to himself that this time, he would have to wager his very life. If only he had known he would face such a situation. He would have looked at her one more time. The image of the adorable little fox flashed through his mind, drawing a soft sigh from him. He immediately steadied himself and reached out to push the door. No, now is not the time to let such thoughts shake his blade. At this moment, he could only focus on how to defeat the enemy before him. The door swung open. Tun and Go Kong's mischievous face appeared along with a teasing voice. "You finally made it. I was even debating whether to go over and help since the energy over there felt quite intense." Thien Ma was slightly taken aback. "What? That sword immortal not say?" He looked down at the floor and saw the monster lying motionless. It seems it chose the wrong opponent. Tun and Go Kong laughed heartily. "So you cleared the obstacle over there already. But compared to us, you still need more training." Bak Kui-dahan rested her chin on her hand and said leisurely, "Stop teasing him. Only Hyun-gu has surpassed the limits of humanity. As for that kid, what he managed is already quite impressive." Thien Ma stepped in and asked curiously, "What is going on? Did you pass through my room long ago and come here already? You still do not know where Hyun-gu is?" Tun and Go Kong nodded. "Since this is the highest floor, he should be somewhere around here. Even after using energy perception, we cannot determine it," Bak Kui-dahan speculated. "Perhaps the issue is not that simple." During that, Tun and Go Kong asked, "What is it? Did you notice something?" She pointed upward. "I am not sure, but there seems to be something up there." Tun and Go Kong grew impatient. "What about up there?" Bak Kui-dahan said, "I feel as if something is hovering above, like the faint vibration of fly wings." Tun and Go Kong looked puzzled. "Wait, if Hyun-gu is that close, then why have we not sensed him until now?" Suddenly a voice rang out, "No, Dronzer is right. Gordon is being isolated alone above." The whole group turned in shock. "How did you get here?" At this moment, Hyun-gu was being forced down by Tam Ma until he collapsed to the floor, breathing heavily in exhaustion. Look down and ask, "What is wrong, Hyun-gu? Do not tell me your persistent effort is only this much." Tam Ma slowly approached. He roared in fury. "Damn it, I have to recover quickly." He mocked. "Stop resisting, Hyun-gu. Your body has already begun to give out." As he finished speaking, he stomped his foot. A radiant golden formation appeared beneath him. The pressure spreading out made Hyun-gu gasp for breath. He realized in horror that he could even copy Dronzer technique. The mounting pressure nearly crushed him. "Who exactly are you? How can you manipulate the achievements of everyone I know like this? Could this be related to the tower?" Tam Ma sneered. "You are close to the answer. Most of your guesses are still wrong, because what I possess is not limited to what your acquaintances have." Hearing that, Hyun-gu was stunned. "What do you mean?" He slowly explained, "How should I describe the connection between me and this tower? Ah, that is right. You can consider us symbiotic. We need each other and both benefit. As long as I provide the system with what it demands and maintain the structure here, It grants me a corresponding reward, something only climbers can obtain. Can you guess what that is? Hyungu murmured. Something only gamers can acquire, could it be? Tamma cut him off. That is correct, exactly what you are thinking. The source of energy that appears whenever a strong individual overcomes a trial and grows further. Because of that, every flavor and experience in life becomes nourishment for me. Everything was condensed and stored within the very essence of their soul. That was the ultimate result. Now you understand what that implies, Hyungu. Before you now stands not merely a single being, but the entirety of those transcendent existences who once appeared within this tower throughout countless ages. Hyungu blurted out, this truly surpasses imagination. He never expected that one day his mind would produce only such a single word. He glared at him. It is already near the end. Why are you still showing off? Come now, Hyungu. It is time for you to become the main course at my banquet. Tamma gathered his power, and waves of black aura surged violently at once. He swiftly coiled tightly around Hyungu. He cursed inwardly. His mana was completely depleted, so he could not recover, and he could hardly match him in raw strength. Despair closed in. Perhaps he should simply give up. He relaxed his body and sank into the silent void. Darkness engulfed everything before a voice rang out reproachfully telling him to stand up. Hyungu snapped his eyes open, letting out a soft gasp of surprise. Are you the eye from before? Before him appeared a gigantic eyeball. It spoke in a strange voice asking, are you not pleased to see me again? Your condition seems far from good. You have been tormented quite a bit. Hyungu smiled faintly and said, I remember you once said you would always watch over me. Then you must have seen it as well. That designer is absurdly powerful. He held his forehead with a grimace. The eye replied calmly, it seems this time he has truly given you a headache. You have been deceived by him. Hyungu was startled. What do you mean? Deceived, the eye asked in return. During the battle, did you not feel your spirit more unsettled than usual? He recalled that sensation and realized there had indeed been something unusual. At that time, he kept thinking what would happen to Earth if he lost this battle, then admitted his thoughts had strayed from his usual state. He had also wondered why that man set up the formation so easily. Was there some scheme behind it, or was everything merely an illusion? From the very beginning, did I ever have a chance to win? The eye concluded that he had secretly stirred your mind. Hyungu recalled that he once said he enjoyed such thoughts, and each time he read them he grew stronger. Do not see the abnormality within that. The eye emphasized that this was precisely the nature of his power. He possesses a unique dark ability. The more his opponent fears him, the stronger he becomes. Hyungu could only exclaim in shock. The eye continued, he always exploits the fear buried deep within others, especially those on the verge of enlightenment, pushing them down into the abyss. He is the embodiment of fear, using that method to devour countless souls to satisfy himself. His true name is Tamma. Hyungu murmured, the more one fears him, the stronger he becomes. Then is he so powerful because I felt wary? He pointed in protest. I was not that terrified. Though admitting he had felt some unease, the eye still said gently that worry and doubt, however slight, are natural emotion. Even a single trace like that, Tamma, can amplify into overwhelming fear. That is why he invited you to sit and talk. Then deliberately endured your blows to kindle fear within you as fuel for him. You fell completely into that trap without realizing it. Hyungu angrily cursed him as deceitful. The eye reassured him not to be pessimistic because there was still a way out. The ability to feed on fear sounds terrifying, but viewed from another angle it may not be unsolvable. If you overcome all that fear, suddenly before Hyungu appeared a red sphere emitting black aura that made him startled. The eye explained that this was what it had gathered from the stolen achievement, including all their negative emotions and fears. I've refined the deepest despair to aid you. Hyungu asked curiously, did you take them from their achievements? Who exactly are you to be able to do this? The eye reminded him that he had no time for such questions. He is outside enjoying devouring your achievements and life force. You have only about 10 minutes left. The only thing to consider is that the sole way to defeat Tamma is to step into this place. Hyungu asked what will happen if I enter. The eye replied there are two possibilities. One is that you overcome every fear and attain a transcendent state of mind that renders his power ineffective. The other is that they crush your spirit and you dissipate. The decision lies with you. Hyungu did not hesitate. Since there is risk either way, then I will try. He said, I will enter. The eye was slightly surprised and asked, have you decided so quickly? Do you not need more time to think? Hyungu replied, if this is the only way, then I have no other choice. I do not wish to lose my life. To survive, I am willing to wager everything. His resolve made the one behind the eye laugh. Your fighting spirit is truly admirable. Hyungu joked half seriously, half nervously. Do not tell me I must pay 10 years. The eye reassured him that in reality it would be but a moment. But the passage of time within, where you face countless agonies, even I cannot measure. He waved his hand. That is enough to understand. Let us begin. Hyungu reached out to touch the red sphere and stepped inside. Black aura immediately enveloped him. Before his eyes remained only dense darkness. Where Tun and Go Kong and the others had gathered, he looked up and asked whether the space above was sealed by a spell that distorted space to prevent approach. Unless that magic is dispelled, one cannot enter, correct? Avi nodded cheerfully in confirmation. Tun and Go Kong wondered how you managed to get up there when the teleportation gate could only be used once. Avi scratched his head and admitted he had not expected things to turn out that way. After everyone left, the protective system of the top floor suddenly developed a crack. I dared to try passing through that gap using my administrative authority and succeeded. Tun and Go Kong understood and asked, so that is how you arrived. Avi nodded and said, from then, until everyone came up here, I used an invisibility item to hide and observe. Thanks to that I discovered an extremely powerful formation above, so strong that I could not see through what lay inside. He set up such a formation surely to imprison Guardian. I fear he has already fallen into the trap. Than long pondered that he could break the defense by force, yet did not expect him to prepare something so complex. Avi replied there is a way to dispel it, but the distorted space is vast as heaven and earth. It is unclear whether Guardian can endure until then. Bak Kui Dahan proposed that they only needed to narrow that distance. Avi asked in surprise, what do you mean? No sooner had he finished speaking than everyone felt a colossal pressure descend upon them. 100 Ghosts Night Parade erupted with an aura that made Avi shiver, worry quietly rising in her heart. The amount of mana she possessed was truly overwhelming. Could a yaksha really reach such a terrifying level? Suddenly 100 Ghosts Night Parade raised her voice and ordered, you are Avi, correct? From now on devote all your strength to breaking this magic array for me. Avi stammered in confusion. What are you saying? 100 Ghosts Night Parade declared confidently, I will use my supreme essence to shorten the distance as if walking on level ground, and deal with that buzzing fly that keeps causing trouble. Above, the heart demon was leisurely savoring the fruits of his labor. He marveled, I did not expect the result to exceed expectations so greatly. What the tower processed is not even a fraction of this. I have only absorbed a little, and the flavor is already so rich, indeed because those achievements have deeply rooted themselves in his body. My heavens, it is truly difficult to restrain myself. The heart demon raised his hand to wipe the moisture from the corner of his mouth. At first I intended to separate each of his achievements and savor them slowly. Now it seems swallowing them all at once might not be a bad idea either. As he approached Hyungu, he suddenly halted and let out a surprised sound. Hyungu stirred slightly on the ground and said, well, hello, I thought I would not make it through. The pleasure you felt when looking at me with that smug expression, is that what you call the joy of harvesting results? He sat up and rubbed his head, asking curiously, but what is with that expression of yours? It looks rather strange. What is wrong? Are you frightened already? Hyungu's eyes flashed, his face full of challenge. The heart demon stood frozen, utterly unable to comprehend what had just happened. He had not expected that at the brink of danger, Hyungu would still break free from his restraint. His mood shifted completely. Hyungu stared at him and smiled faintly. I was only joking. Why are you silent? Do not tell me you are truly trembling. The heart demon's hand trembled slightly. Know my name? Hyungu replied, half serious and half teasing. I have a rather special friend. My friend has sharp eyes. With just a glance he recognized you, and even said you have some reputation. The heart demon gave a cold smile. Interesting. There is actually someone in this tower who knows me. I will look into that carefully. What can you do with that little information? Hyungu. Do not think that knowing my name means you can defeat me. This is a power called fear. After speaking he waved his hand, his inner force surging violently. Hyungu observed carefully and said, now I see clearly. The strands of fear hidden deep within his mana flow. It reminded me of the orb with an eye that once showed me a similar scene. That place was chaotic, flickering and suffocating, the true meaning of primal chaos. When trapped within that darkness, I felt as if my mind was about to shatter. Yet between that scene and what the heart demon is displaying, there is still a fundamental difference. The source of power is far weaker. Hyungu circulated his energy, focused his mind, and unleashed a powerful palm strike. He shouted, this little trick of yours is not even as frightening as words used to scare children. The heart demon was stunned. What is happening? Hyungu roared, you have been enjoying yourself for a long time, have you not? You built this tower, seized the achievements of others, and leisurely enjoyed them. He sprang forward to attack, his sharp words continuing without pause. It is time for you to return everything. A punch like thunder struck straight toward the heart demon. He was bewildered. Why was he unable to evade that blow? He fell hard, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as Hyun-gu continued to press forward. A series of kicks sent him staggering. Blood stained the floor red. The heart demon gritted his teeth in fury. You dare! Hyun-gu rotated his wrist. What a pity. I originally intended to end this with a single move. You're tougher than you look, the heart demon replied. You grow arrogant after taking only one strike. Have you forgotten? I possess more than just mana. I also hold the achievements of other transcendent beings. After speaking, he circulated his energy and counterattacked. Hyun-gu remained calm. How could I forget? I almost perished because of it. But in your current state, if you insist on using them, your body will not withstand it. The heart demon faltered, blood dripping from his mouth. An immense pressure bore down on him, forcing him to kneel. Hyun-gu said, "See, I told you already." He thought in panic, what is happening? Could it be that my body cannot endure these achievements? Impossible, I should become stronger as his fear increases. Suddenly he cried out, wait, what is going on? Is my power leaking out? Why is this happening? Seeing him struggle, Hyun-gu said, my friend did not guess wrong. As long as I do not fear you, your ability loses its effect. It seems it is exactly as he said. So this is your true nature. The heart demon stared at his hands in horror. Impossible. My authority was meant to dominate all chaos. Even divine existences or enlightened beings once bowed before me. Yet a mere mortal has accomplished this. Could it be that he has reached the threshold of transcendence? Hyun-gu stepped forward gently. Judging by your expression, you understand the situation now. Good. Then I need not say more. Everything will end here. Hyun-gu knelt on one knee, his hand pressed against the ground. But he suddenly sensed something unusual from within. That is right, the previous injuries have not fully recovered yet. Hyun-gu let out a low groan and spat out a mouthful of blood. Noticing that his opponent was seriously injured, the heart demon thought to himself that this was a rare opportunity. If only I could finish him at this very moment, but my current strength is insufficient to do so. Therefore, I must first find a way to escape this tower. The heart demon poured all his strength into fleeing at his fastest speed. Seeing the opponent escape, he shouted loudly, stay there. If that man escapes this time, who knows what disaster he will cause elsewhere. Yet his body refused to obey the command of his will. As he ran, the heart demon thought bitterly, how humiliating. All the effort invested in the tower was ruined by a mere human. Hyun-gu, I will never forgive what you did to me. I will repay this debt many times over. While he was thinking, a massive force suddenly struck from behind. The heart demon cried out in terror, what is happening? He took the blow head on and suffered severe injury. Even so, he forced his eyes to search for the source of the attack. Hyun-gu, impossible, where would he find the strength? Moreover, this energy felt strangely familiar. Before he could understand, the voice of the night parade of 100 ghosts echoed. I have caught you, despicable thing. He looked at the heart demon coldly and said, I sensed two presences here, but had not identified the mastermind. When one burst of energy tried to flee after being cornered, I immediately recognized its owner. Hyun-gu, I know, would rather fall than flee in such disgrace. Suddenly, she felt a trace of blood at the corner of her lips. Calculated inwardly that breaking the formation had consumed too much power, she could only maintain this state briefly. But that was enough for Hyun-gu to deal with that nuisance, was it not? The heart demon lay stretched on the ground, thinking in panic, could she truly be a demon god? Even after breaking his demonic formation, she still unleashed such a terrifying strike. Struggled up and stammered, it cannot be. The effort of so many years climbing here cannot vanish into nothing. At that moment, Hyun-gu patted his shoulder from behind as if greeting him. Stop repeating those worn-out laments and making the scene more tedious. Please be a little polite, we have already wasted too much time. He dragged him aside and shouted, a weakling like you taking up far too much screen time, understand. After saying that he delivered a heavy blow, the heart demon could only brace himself. Blood spilled from his nose and mouth. He cursed inwardly how damned it was. I am completely powerless. Hyun-gu unleashed strike after strike and shouted, shut up. Disappear, even though his strength had diminished considerably. The heart demon was never a match. So before long he became a punching bag for him to vent his anger. In only a short while he lay motionless. Even Hyun-gu was panting from exhaustion. He stopped and breathed heavily. Fighting with this body is truly not easy. However, seeing your miserable state is satisfying enough. The heart demon tried to lift his head and coughed violently. Very well, I admit today you have won, Hyun-gu. Next time will you still be so fortunate? He glared next time. The heart demon struggled to sit up and whispered, fear will always exist. The world of all beings is no different from an endless swamp. Today I lose here, but one day I will return stronger. He roared, I will come back with greater power because fear is everywhere. Not think you can always win, lowly human. Hyun-gu waved his hand, then let out a cold laugh. What you said is partly correct. The rest is completely wrong. The heart demon was astonished. Why? Hyun-gu slipped his hands into his pockets and approached just as you said. Fear is like a clinging swamp. He recalled the moment within the blazing red sphere. The fear from that eye had kept him from daring to open his own. Terror flooded his mind. He wondered whether he could do it. Doubt and anxiety surrounded him, as if they had been there since birth. Times he denied himself. The endless thoughts clung tightly to his soul. But that is not the true swamp. When a person is determined to rise, even slowly, they can still move forward. And once they overcome it, they will see their own way out. Beyond that exit lies a place only the truly strong can reach. Each person has different hardships, but I am certain of one thing. That seemingly endless swamp is in truth merely a stepping stone that lifts us higher. Hyun-gu looked at him and asked, do you think you are immortal? Do you wish to return and fight me again? Very well, I will wait for that day. Each time you rise, I will crush you down to climb even higher, understand? He clenched his fist and stomped heavily on the ground. Shockwave spread and unease surged within the heart demon. What is happening? The tremor rose from the depths of his heart. Am I feeling fear? Hyun-gu shouted, then stop wasting my strength and disappear. Today this tower will completely collapse. A heaven-shaking punch descended. Energy surged like thunder. Heart demon groaned as his mind fell into chaos. How ridiculous! I am the embodiment of fear, yet I feel fear. Why does this sensation? Constant hunger within me has vanished. I do not know whether this is good or bad. The thunderous explosion swept away a vast expanse of space. Inside a luxurious high-rise building, Hemet was in the management office reporting the situation. The issue has been handled properly. Next is the upcoming meeting with the tower master. The manager raised his hand to signal a stop. Wait a moment. The surprise, Hemet asked in astonishment, what is the matter? Is there a problem, sir? Manager A spoke softly. You could call this a complication. Tama's mana has completely vanished. I am not certain, but it seems that he has been utterly defeated. Upon hearing this, Hamd was shocked. What Tama? Could that happen? Could it be that a battle between the tower masters has already erupted? The manager replied thoughtfully, I am not sure, but perhaps not. We need to investigate carefully. If that place has changed ownership, then the other tower masters must be informed. Regarding the truth about that tower, Hemet lowered his head and replied, I understand. Please allow me to personally handle this urgent matter. That was tower number 51, once ruled by Tam Ma. This moment inside tower number 51, Hyun-gu's punch shattered the surrounding scene into ruin. He stood amid the wreckage, letting out a sigh as he wondered. Has he truly succeeded? Thinking that, he reminded himself, better to stay silent. Speaking too soon brings misfortune. Just then the system displayed a notification. You have defeated the Tower Master Tam Ma, initiating transfer of Tower Master authority. Congratulations, you have become the new master of this tower. After reading it, Hyun-gu exclaimed in delight, it is finally over. Suddenly, a violent tremor sounded behind him. Hyun-gu turned around in alarm. What is happening? Tun and Go Kong said excitedly, I came to help you, Hyun-gu, but it seems everything is already finished. He let out a breath of relief. You startled me. I thought it was someone else. So it was you all. He saw Than Long, Thin Ma, Bak Quy De Han, Tun and Go Kong, and even Avi together. He asked in surprise, Avi, why are you with them? Avi replied with a pale face, it is a long story. But fortunately you are still safe, Guardian. Hyun-gu wondered what had happened to her, but only nodded in response. Bak Quy De Han stepped forward and said cheerfully, fighting alone must have been exhausting. Sorry we arrived late. Took us quite a while to deal with the trouble that designer laid out. Have you completely defeated him? Hyun-gu noticed the blood at the corner of the yaksha's mouth and wondered. That blood could not have been caused by anyone else. Could it be a side effect of the supreme essence like last time? So that means you helped me hold Tam Ma back earlier. He looked at his companions before him and smiled softly. So that is how it was. They had always silently stood by his side in their own way. Seeing him stare intently, Bak Quy De Han asked, why do you keep looking at us like that? I am asking about your condition. Hyun-gu replied with a smile, thanks to everyone everything is fine. Then let us hurry back. Let us return home. After Tam Ma was defeated, everything quickly returned to normal. He assigned Noah and Avi to clean up the tower, because the security system was not yet fully restored after Tam Ma's death. He believed they would handle it better since they understood the tower system well. It was certainly not because he was lazy. After that, everyone returned home together. Gu was not sure how they knew this place. But as soon as he reached the gate, he saw his two disciples waiting. Seeing their sorrowful faces, he called out, but they remained silent. He was about to ask, but had not yet spoken. The two girls rushed forward and threw their arms around him, causing all three to fall onto the grass. Perhaps Noah and Avi had told them what had happened. He had never seen them like this, so he was extremely surprised. Gu asked gently, "What is wrong with you two?" The two girls burst into tears. "Why did Master go to such a dangerous place without telling us? We were worried sick." He simply lay still, feeling that he had hurt them. At that moment he showed sincere remorse. Gu stroked their heads and laughed loudly. "Master has returned. So the two of you should stop crying." Hearing that, the two girls stopped crying and smiled brightly. "Yes, welcome back, Master." They tightly held their master's hands. Gu thought to himself, making amends is not so difficult after all. Of course, he did not mention being lectured for hours by his companions at home afterward. After a few days of rest and recovery, the group held a party. It was a joyful celebration. Demon King kept cheering, "Eat up." Gu laughed and remarked, "The 7 great saints are truly interesting." They were the ones who suggested holding the party even though he had nearly lost his life defeating Tam Ma. But he was deeply grateful that they had protected Earth while he was away. Suddenly he heard Bok Kui De Han say, "Perhaps they simply want to enjoy this moment because this is the last night." Gu turned and smiled. "You came as well, Yaksha. They will leave tomorrow." Yaksha pulled out a chair and sat down as he replied, "Yes, they have reclaimed their achievements and repaid their debt to you. Therefore they have no reason to stay any longer." He asked curiously, "What about you then?" Yaksha replied thoughtfully, "Tun and Go Kong and Than Long said they want to learn more about the tower, but I think they prefer the modern world. Thien Ma and Ku Vai Ho have settled here, so there is no need for them to leave." Gu lowered his head and thought, "Even so I still feel guilty for not being able to keep my promise to him." After leaving the tower, Gu spoke with Thien Ma. At that time he seemed somewhat disappointed. "You still did not find the Sword Saint's achievement even at the highest floor." He nodded in confirmation. "How did you learn about that person?" Thien Ma lifted his teacup and replied thoughtfully, "He is a legend among martial artists. I hope to find him." Gu asked again, "A legend?" Speaking of the Sword Saint, Thien Ma said excitedly, "He was proficient in every kind of weapon and could control them absolutely. I believe that if he exists, he must be at the highest floor of the tower. But it is fine, I only wish to understand the cultivation method to reach that realm through the memory of the achievement." Thien Ma took a sip of tea and continued, "If he does not exist, then everything becomes meaningless. You need not worry." Calling the conversation, Gu looked toward Thien Ma and Ku Vai Ho laughing happily over there. He thought to himself, he already said it was fine. At present he seems very happy. He said to Yaksha, "That is why it is understandable for the others to stay." "What about you?" Yaksha replied, "I am not sure either. To be honest, there are still things here that I wish to taste, that is all I can say." Gu was stunned and asked again, "There is something you wish to taste?" Meanwhile, Noah and Avi were still diligently working inside the tower. Avi looked toward the radiant passage and asked Creator, "Do you know why that thing exists in this tower?" Noah answered honestly that he had no idea about it. Avi let out a soft sigh, "Even you do not know." "Then what exactly is this passage?" Two of them stared at the passage for a long time without finding an answer. Avi asked whether it might be a trap created by the designer. Noah gently replied that if that were true, then he would have activated it before his death. However, this source of energy was completely different from anything he had felt in the tower. It felt like a gate leading to another world. Avi murmured, "Another world, could it be?" Noah nodded, yes, it was very similar to what Gu had once mentioned. Perhaps it was related to the place called the above. Of course, this was only speculation. After observing for a while, Avi suggested they discuss this with the Guardian. Noah agreed, and said they would set it aside for now. Gu would arrive tomorrow, so they needed to clear the trial floor first. In any case, they were still at the party, they should let him rest a little longer. The party of Gu and his friends was still lively and full of energy. He turned to Dazoa and asked whether she wanted to try this dish. He said she was always so greedy. Bok Kui De Han burst into loud laughter, saying how foolish. Today was a suitable occasion to raise a toast. There was no need to argue, saying that she placed a jar of wine on the table. Gu asked in surprise what wine it was. Dazoa nodded and said yes, it was called Child of Heaven, an extremely rare wine of which only a few bottles existed in the world. Those fortunate enough to taste it said that all other wines combined could not compare to a single sip of Child of Heaven. Yes, its flavor was that extraordinary. As she spoke, she poured a glass for Hyun-gu and asked whether he wanted to try it. He happily replied that something so rare must of course be tasted. Hyun-gu took a sip. The taste was truly distinct. It completely surpassed ordinary wine. Let me savor it a bit more. Indeed, the flavor was exceptionally unique. It carried none of the harshness of alcohol, only leaving behind a gentle fruity fragrance. Each drop flowed down his throat with an astonishing smoothness. Wonderful, he set the glass down and exclaimed that he had never tasted such delicious wine. Suddenly Hyun-gu felt his face grow hot and his head spin. He called out to Dazoa. He asked why she had turned into two people, no three. Bak Kui-dahan laughed and said she had forgotten to tell him. People said a sip of Child of Heaven surpassed all other wines not only for its flavor, but because it easily intoxicated the drinker. Hyun-gu froze and stammered what. He asked what she meant. She turned to his two female disciples and said she had to use this precious wine to help them, so the rest they could handle themselves. Hyun-gu turned back hazily, his voice slurred as he called the two of them. He asked why they were here. As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed onto the table. Dazoa sitting beside him laughed and said, "Look, he was drunk." Mission asked worriedly whether Master would be all right. Dazoa replied not to worry. He was only drunk and would wake up later. At that time he would lay bare all the feelings in his heart, just as they wished. Afterward he would not remember anything. Therefore they should take him to rest and not fight over him. Hanarin and Mission answered in unison, yes. After saying that, the two quickly supported Hyun-gu into the bedroom. Dazoa let out a soft sigh. That should be enough. She hoped tonight would become a memorable memory for them. Hyun-gu lay on the bed and slowly opened his eyes, wondering where he was. The two female disciples cried out joyfully that Master was awake and asked how he felt. He softly called out to the two of them. No one had ever witnessed Hyun-gu when he was drunk. He was completely different from others. He smiled and embraced the two girls cheerfully, saying who was this? Were they not his adorable disciples? At that moment he was utterly straightforward, saying whatever came to mind. Hanarin and Mission blushed happily. Master when drunk was truly different from usual. Hyun-gu released them and gently pinched their cheeks with a smile, saying, let him look at them more closely. Just as he thought, the closer he looked the more lovely and adorable they were. One of them held his hand and asked whether Master truly found them adorable. Hyun-gu answered loudly that of course it was so. The girl continued pressing him. She asked why he always avoided the feelings they had for him. Whether their feelings made him feel pressured. After hearing that, Hyun-gu pondered for a moment before answering. He admitted he did feel somewhat burdened. Not because of them, rather because his circumstances were too tense and he had no time to think about romance. When he was trapped in the guiding tower, he had thought all troubles would disappear once he escaped. After leaving that place, he had to face the inner demon, then continuously battle all kinds of bizarre creatures. He once thought that as long as he defeated them, everything would end. Yet unexpectedly, a strange eye appeared saying that there were beings above even more terrifying than the inner demon, making him think his future would be filled with such trial. He felt truly sorry for dragging the two of them onto such a difficult path. Hanarin and Mission fell silent and softly called Master. Hyun-gu continued that he once thought that way, but now he had changed. He gently stroked their heads and said that life would eventually return to dust. Why live so cautiously? Did they not think so? Hanarin and Mission were extremely surprised by those words. Hyun-gu pulled them down to lie beside him and seriously said that therefore he thought he would release everything he had suppressed for so long. He asked what they thought. Hanarin and Mission looked at each other, then gently touched Hyun-gu's cheek and answered in unison, yes. They also wished for the same master. The next morning when sunlight slipped through the window, clothes lay scattered across the floor. Hyun-gu opened his eyes, feeling as though everything was unreal. He softly wondered what had happened. What is going on here? He looked at the two girls lying beside him in shock. How did I end up sleeping in the same place as them? Hyun-gu tried to recall what had happened last night. The wine D-1E-1-Zoa gave him seemed to be called Child of Heaven, its taste truly exquisite, his mind blank with no memory of anything, yet he felt neither fatigue nor dizziness. But that only made it more troubling, because he could clearly sense that he had fallen into an extremely awkward situation. After a moment of confusion, he reassured himself, calm down Hyun-gu, there is still a meeting at the top floor of the tower today. Therefore, he decided to seize this chance to quickly escape the current predicament. His top priority was to get out. Hyun-gu hurriedly put on his clothes, intending to deal with everything later, but his flustered movements kept him from straightening himself properly. Two female disciples lying on the bed stirred slightly, noticing that he was awake and opening their eyes. They sat up, looked at Hyun-gu, and spoke. Master, you are awake. Their words made Hyun-gu jump. Quickly pretended nothing had happened, turning back with an awkward smile. Ha ha, did you two sleep well? Good morning. Hanarin replied that he seemed a little unusual. Why are you in such a hurry so early in the morning? Hyun-gu forced a smile and explained that he had an important meeting today concerning the future of the tower, so he had to leave at once. As for what just happened, we will talk later. Do you two think? Hanarin and Mission answered comfortably that Master need not worry. They were willing to wait at any time. Hyun-gu was somewhat surprised by that reaction. Is that so? All right then, thank you both for understanding me. He quickly turned to leave, smiling as he said he would return soon, but suddenly paused. Do those two always look at me with those eyes, as if they want to swallow him at any moment? Impossible, I must be imagining things. Hyun-gu kept reassuring himself, then quickly left, heading to the tower and ascending to the top floor. Sight before him left him utterly astonished. Is this really the new top floor? Looking at the large chandelier on the ceiling, he remarked that it sparkled more brilliantly than he had imagined. Avi stood behind and corrected him. It should be called luxurious. Hyun-gu nodded in agreement. He praised the two for their hard work, then joked that the interior looked as if it had been copied straight out of a game, causing Avi to show displeasure. Hyun-gu returned to the main issue, asking what information they had gathered about the matter he had requested. Noah replied that they had obtained some news about the higher-ups. However, there was currently a far more urgent problem, which made Hyun-gu ask in surprise. Noah pointed at the table and suggested the three of them sit down before discussing. Two of them presented the situation in turn. After a while, Hyun-gu suddenly exclaimed, "What, this tower could collapse? What do you mean by that?" Avi lowered her head in silence. Noah pondered for a moment before explaining. You should calm down, that is only the worst-case scenario. To be precise, what would collapse is not the tower but the ecosystem within it, making Hyun-gu anxiously ask further. Noah explained that each floor of the tower had its own matrix to maintain its ecosystem. These matrices were constructed from hundreds, even thousands of complex formulas, and required an enormous amount of mana to operate. Avi continued, before building the tower, they had wondered where the author would obtain such a vast amount of mana to sustain the matrices. So when they cooperated, they asked him, but the only answer they received was, "I will reveal it when the tower is completed." He said only that and nothing more, and they never had another chance to know because as soon as the tower was finished, they were betrayed. Noah believed that was why they had always assumed the mana supply was hidden on this top floor. Despite searching everywhere, Hyun-gu understood that they still had not found that source of mana. Noah sighed and confirmed, clearly mana was always transmitted from some source, but they could not determine its location. That meant there was a mysterious force behind the scenes controlling this mana supply. If one day that person were to suddenly cut off the energy, then every living being in the tower would fall into chaos that they could not stop, making Hyun-gu start in shock. He realized the severity of the issue and asserted that they must find the location of the mana source. Avi seriously said there was something else to report, but at that moment, a voice sounded from outside the door. No, you do not need to worry about that, startling the three of them as they wondered who could appear so suddenly. Newcomer spoke in a courteous manner. It is precisely because of this matter that I had to personally come here to meet you. Hyun-gu stood up and observed the stranger, inwardly thinking where he had appeared from without the slightest trace of mana. He began to suspect whether this person was an enemy. Stepping closer, he asked for his identity. The guest bowed and replied that it was truly discourteous to meet the new tower master so late. At last I have the chance to meet you after handling countless pending affairs. I have come today to collect the debt that this tower bears. Hyun-gu asked in astonishment, a debt? The other man calmly replied that yes, this tower not only owes a debt but owes an enormous one. Hyun-gu found the situation utterly absurd. What the hell was going on? The honored guest had not even arrived yet, and the creditor had already shown up uninvited. The other party kept talking without pause. You must be very surprised, but it is the truth. The deadline is near, so it is best to settle the entire debt at once. Hyun-gu flew into a rage, roaring in fury. This damned bastard again. You keep babbling about things I know nothing about, and you even dare to order me around. Fine, if that is how it is, then do not blame me. A surge of inner power erupted, shooting straight toward the opponent. The debt collector swung his fist to block it. What stupid debt are you talking about? Fine, if you want it so badly, then I will pay you right now with this. Thunderous boom rang out, and a corner of the tower was pierced through. He screamed in outrage. Why did you strike so heavily, Guardian? Her face twisted in distress. Oh my God, my dream interior. Realizing he had gone too far, Hyungu hurriedly apologized. I am sorry, I did not mean it. I thought nothing would be damaged. Would have thought that man would dodge even faster than I expected. It seems he is not ordinary either. Before the words even faded, a blade was already pressed against his throat. The debt collector was not even slightly disheveled, not a crease on his clothes. He sighed in exasperation. The tower master has changed, yet the way of welcoming guests remains the same. I did nothing to you. Why react so violently? Hyungu retorted irritably. What kind of guest barges in without permission? That behavior is called theft. He reached out and grasped the blade, saying coldly, if you are truly a guest, then you should introduce yourself first. If you keep bringing up that nonsense about debts, I will treat you as an intruder and deal with you accordingly. As he spoke, he channeled his inner power into the sword, causing the debt collector's arm to gradually go numb. He secretly assessed this source of power is truly formidable. No wonder he could defeat even the heart demon. As expected, not just anyone is qualified to be tower master. He looked at the blade crushed in Hyungu's grip and smiled. New tower master, you do not need to be so tense. I originally came to tell you the truth about this tower. Hyungu frowned and asked, what truth? He brushed his coat lightly and replied calmly, that is right, for example the matter you just mentioned. For example, where the mana sustaining this tower comes from, the three of you. Avi and Noah were startled. He even knew the tower's core secret. Hyungu lowered his voice, who exactly are you? He replied indifferently, at last we can speak properly now. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hemet, a representative from the management center. The unit that signed the mana supply contract for this tower. Hyungu was stunned. What, the management center? Do not tell me it is that organization of the stacked eye. It seems that place is connected to that red eye. Watched Hemet bow his head and pondered. It seemed he knew nothing about me, so I might as well hear what he intends to say. Hyungu spoke. The introduction is enough. Get straight to the point. Tell me the truth about the tower and everything related to it right now. Four of them, Hyungu, Noah, Avi and Hemet, sat down at the table together. Hemet slowly explained, in fact everything is not as complicated as you think. He raised two fingers. Tower master, you only need to grasp two things. First, to keep the tower operating, an enormous amount of mana is required. Previous tower master signed a supply contract to borrow that source of mana to maintain operation. He placed a hand on his chest, and the lender is us, the management center. Hemet asked, you understand, new tower master, that explanation should be clear enough. Hyungu held his head in a daze. You mean, if mana is considered money, then you are the bank I am borrowing from, and you came here to collect the enormous debt left behind by the heart demon, right? Hemet folded his hands and replied, there are a few terms in your words I do not quite understand, but the main point is entirely correct. Hyungu gritted his teeth and cursed the heart demon inwardly. That man always acted as if he had everything. Turns out he was nothing but a debtor buried in liabilities. Truly ironic. Hyungu asked, what if I refuse to repay on his behalf? Hemet replied, then you must accept the consequences of your decision. The consequence is that this tower will collapse due to mana depletion. Hyungu sighed. With such a risk there is no way to simply ignore it. Thought flashed through Hyungu's mind, perhaps I should just deal with this stacked eye bastard. In his imagination he slammed Hemet to the ground and burst out laughing, but immediately startled himself at how excessive the thought was. Before he could finish thinking, Hemet reminded him, using force against me will not change your situation. Hyungu flinched at having his thoughts exposed. Some time later at the management center, after hearing the report, the manager asked, the 51st Tower Master has changed, and he said he defeated the heart demon. Hemet kept his head lowered as he replied, yes, I have verified this information, sir. The manager leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms with a sigh. He appeared and vanished too abruptly. Do you not think so? Hemet was surprised. What do you mean, sir? You mean it was his first time coming here? That is right. That day I met him and was quite surprised as well. He did not belong to any of our towers, yet established one of his own and came to sign a contract, a case never seen in the center's history. That uniqueness made me think he would not do anything meaningless. Hemet simply listened silently. The manager asked, why do you look like that? Is something wrong? Hemet recounted Hyungu's resistance to the idea of using achievements to repay the debt. What else they discussed I do not know, but when returning to the time at Tower 51, after finishing the explanation, Hemet immediately left and said goodbye. After Hemet left, Hyungu anxiously asked Noah. Noah nodded. I heard it clearly as well. Perhaps the superior he mentioned is the very target we are searching for. Hyungu ruffled his hair in frustration. Just how tangled has everything become? Avi, who had been examining the contract, suddenly stood up. The main issue is not that. Hyun-gu held his head and groaned, "What now? Do not give me more of a headache." Avi held out the contract. "Once you hear this you will be stunned. The debt recorded here is truly unbelievable. We are completely incapable of handling this amount. The deadline is also approaching. If Hemet is right, then we are about to face bankruptcy." Suddenly burdened with a debt that fell from the sky and nagged in his ear, Hyun-gu was so furious that he ground his teeth, the veins in his hand bulging. He slammed his fist onto the table and shouted, "Stop saying those useless words." Noah and Avi were stunned. Noah held the fallen piece of wood with tears in his eyes. "I made this table myself." Hyun-gu clenched his fists and said, "I struggled so hard to reach the highest floor, only to receive a mountain of debt in return. I will absolutely not let that happen." Hyun-gu turned to Noah and Avi. "Continue what you were saying." The two of them hesitated. Where were we? He reminded them, "Did you not say you had found a clue about the superior? Tell me quickly what it is." Noah and Avi were startled in alarm. Noah lowered his head and exhaled. "I intended to explain in detail, but the situation does not allow it." He drew a magic circle on his hand. "What we discovered is this." A gate of light gradually appeared in the grand hall of the tower. Hyun-gu was astonished. "What is this, a gate?" Noah analyzed. "It looks similar, but we cannot be certain. I have never seen it before, not even when I was the one who created this tower. However, based on the stream of energy emanating from this gate, it is very likely that it leads to a place completely beyond the tower's domain, akin to the realm of the Supreme Being." The corners of Hyun-gu's lips curved slightly, letting out a soft chuckle. "Aha. It is rare to receive such good news. Let us go in at once." With that, Hyun-gu stepped straight through the gate without hesitation, ignoring Avi and Noah's panicked shouts behind him. "What did you just say?" Avi hurried to stop him. "Wait, we said we do not know where it leads. Even if you reach the realm of the higher beings, what do you intend to do?" Hyun-gu frowned and replied, "What else would I do? I will turn that place upside down and force them to erase the debt or grant more time. You have a better way." Noah stammered, No, we do not, but..." Hyun-gu responded, inwardly thinking, "I wonder if that eye can still help me as before. Since I cannot contact it, I cannot just sit here with my arms crossed and keep waiting." As he stepped through the gate, Hyun-gu said, "Whatever lies on the other side, I will not be in danger. Do not worry. Because right now, nothing is more terrifying than what I am enduring." The scene shifted elsewhere, the flickering flames of torches illuminating the entire space. A group of armored men trembled as they knelt on the ground, their voices weak. "Please spare our lives, Tower Master. We have committed a grave mistake." Standing on the elevated platform was the fifth Tower Master of Magic Free. Siegfried sneered, "Shameless wretches, you are merely parasites living off my tower. Yet you dare to plot rebellion and stain the upper floor with your filthy feet. Do you think I would easily forgive such actions?" One of them lowered his head, grinding his teeth in resentment. Unable to endure Siegfried's arrogant tone, he lifted his head and shouted, "Did we have any other choice? The lower floors are no different from hell. To escape that place, we had no choice but to seize your position." The smile on Siegfried's lips gradually faded as he muttered, "You dare to resent me." Insulted, Siegfried raised his sword high. "There is no point in speaking further with you. All of you will be executed right here." The sword slashed down, and the armored young man hastily raised his hand to block it. Just as the situation hung by a thread, a voice suddenly rang out, "Good heavens. What is going on here?" After stepping through the gate, Hyun-gu had appeared at Siegfried's 50th tower and stopped the blade. Siegfried was astonished, trying to pull his sword from Hyun-gu's grasp but failing. "You speak as if you are standing above everyone here. Are you the leader?" Siegfried ignored the question, thinking only, "He stopped my sword with his bare hand." Siegfried shouted, "Who are you? Where did you come from?" Hyun-gu calmly looked around. "It seems you are the one in charge here. Looking at this chaotic scene, I know you will not answer properly just because I ask politely. Then let us take some time to get acquainted." Siegfried gritted his teeth. "Bastard, what nonsense are you spouting?" Without another word, Hyun-gu swung his fist. The punch struck Siegfried directly. Sending him flying, Hyun-gu said coldly, "We will talk after I teach you a lesson." Siegfried was knocked away. He braced himself against the ground to steady his balance. He was stunned. It was only a normal punch, yet I was pushed back like this. Realizing the situation no longer concerned them, the armored group helped one another up and fled. "I do not know what is happening, but we must leave at once." While Siegfried was still bewildered, Hyun-gu had already grabbed his face. "I do not care about anything else, just answer me one thing." With a cold expression, Hyun-gu asked, "Do you know anything about the management center?" Siegfried stammered, "You are asking me about the management center. I did not expect you to ask that." You are not an ordinary citizen of the tower. Who exactly are you? Before he could finish speaking, Siegfried took another punch that left him dizzy. His body was flung nearly 3 meters away. Yangu scoffed. Just by your tone, I know you are connected to them. Then answer me quickly. I ask you and you question me instead. Siegfried lay on the ground, clutching his face, trembling. You dare to insult my noble body like this? He struggled to his feet, reclaiming his sword. How arrogant. I do not need to hear any explanation from you. Yangu looked at him with interest. Oh, what is this? You look rather formidable. Siegfried swung his sword, drawing a powerful arc. He loudly declared, you will be executed immediately. I declare that you will be completely annihilated. Before he could finish, Yangu's voice sounded from behind him, executed. You intend to execute me. With that, Yangu threw another punch. The powerful fist shot forward as he coldly said, do not even think about it. Yangu's fist carried a surge of violent lightning, forcing Siegfried deep into the ground. Siegfried lost consciousness on the spot, his breathing ragged. Yangu crouched beside him and mocked, oh, you are not completely out yet, quite resilient. Good, I was looking to relieve some stress, so let us continue. Yangu let out a cold laugh. If you wish to change your attitude while taking the beating, tell me. Until you behave obediently, I will continue a few more times. Hearing that, Siegfried trembled, his lips quivering. Wait, but once Yangu's fist was already in motion, it was hard to stop. He delivered another blow, sending dirt and stones flying everywhere. The scene shifted to the management center, where a conversation was taking place. A manager said, oh, is that so? The other replied, yes, I have warned him. But from observation, he is no less unpredictable than the heart demon. He may encounter quite a bit of trouble when collecting achievements. The manager lowered his head and smiled. It seems we have encountered a difficult client. Let us wait and see for now. If he goes beyond our control, we will take this opportunity to cancel the contract. The manager's face revealed clear calculation. As long as we gather the tower masters, everything will be in our hands. After all, that was the original purpose of creating that passage. It turned out the gate in Yangu's tower had been created by the management center itself, to stir his curiosity. After understanding clearly, Yangu said, so that gate is the connection between Tower 50 and 51, and also the pathway running through all 51 towers controlled by the management center. Looking at Siegfried kneeling in tatters, Yangu asked, you are the 50th tower master, right? And the place where I stay is Tower 51. He trembled and replied, yes. Yangu wondered, does that passage only connect our 2 towers? Why is that when there are many other towers? Siegfried explained according to his understanding. Traveling between towers is not easy. Unless the towers belong to the same faction, there is an unspoken rule, people from one tower are not allowed to step into another. As for why the passage was established to my tower, I do not know either. Only the management center has the authority to decide. I had forgotten its existence, so I never used it. Siegfried lowered his head in humiliation. I did not expect a new tower master to emerge from that passage and defeat me like this. Yangu frowned, are you insulting me? He clicked his tongue, are you dissatisfied? Do you want me to apologize? Even as he spoke, Yangu's fist remained ready. Siegfried hurriedly replied, no, I just cannot believe what is happening. Who would have thought the heart demon would be eliminated? Yangu scowled, is what I say that hard to believe? Is he that strong? Siegfried stammered, of course, you also know how terrifying his strength was. Very few tower masters could match him. For someone like that to be defeated leaves me utterly astonished. Yangu sighed, dealing with him was indeed not easy. Suddenly Yangu realized something, his eyes widening. Wait. He sat down opposite Siegfried. How do you know about that? Did you not say traveling between towers is rare? Siegfried replied, I heard it during a meeting among the tower masters. Yangu had never heard of this. What is a meeting among the tower masters? Siegfried looked surprised. Hemet never told you. It was the annual gathering of tower masters organized by the management center, said to be a meeting, yet the atmosphere was in truth as lavish as a grand banquet. Even so, it was a place where valuable information was collected. Yangu listened with delight. At last you have revealed something worthwhile to me. How could he set foot at that event? Siegfried lowered his voice and replied that no preparation was needed. When the right time came, someone would seek him out and escort him. If he truly wished to attend, he only needed to maintain a good relationship with the management center and preserve the reputation of his tower. Hearing that, Yangu paled, sensing something was wrong. Maintain a good relationship. He not once intended to approach Hemet, yet thinking back, that plan had long since fallen apart. Not to mention the relationship between the 2 sides had already fractured because of the enormous debt his tower was struggling to bear. Hyun-gu clenched his fists, silently cursing that four-eyed man. Could it be that he had deliberately concealed this information? In his mind appeared the image of Hemet curling his lips in disdain, mocking that someone drowning in debt like him had no qualification to attend the meeting. Flew into a rage, believing the other party saw him as a has-been and treated him coldly because of it. Hyun-gu blurted out a curse and grabbed Siegfried by the collar, startling him, asking what trouble he intended to cause now. He shouted that he had any achievements and to lend him some for the time being. Siegfried was stunned, stammering as he asked what he had just said. "Wait, what nonsense are you spouting?" Hyun-gu growled that he was not stealing from him, he would repay both principal and interest later. He shook him repeatedly, demanding to borrow some achievements, telling him to hand them over quickly. Siegfried flustered and begged him to let go first. The floating eye watching from afar clicked its tongue softly. Every time it looked at him it saw him craning his neck to cause trouble. It spoke up to remind him to calm down. Hyun-gu. Feeling that familiar aura, Hyun-gu turned around in delight. "So it was you?" the eye asked curiously why he looked so frustrated. "Did you miss me that much?" While Hyun-gu was on the 50th floor, on the 9th floor Lee Seo-jong was gazing at a street photo on her phone, lost in thought. She looked up and asked whether after seeing this she wanted to go out and have fun with the other climbers. The nine-tailed fox Kumiho swished her tail happily, saying that was right, everyone had worked hard guarding the 9th floor for so long. Therefore she wanted to take this chance to travel and relax. Lee Seo-jong hesitated, saying that made sense, but what about the heavenly demon? She meant the movie cap owner might be fine, but the other players would likely find it difficult to accompany them. Her appearances were different from ordinary people. Going outside would surely attract noisy attention. She could transform, so it was fine, but the others. Kumiho laughed and told her not to worry. The yaksha had refused because he was not interested. As for Sun Wukong and Azure Dragon, a voice suddenly rang out, saying, "Hey, can the nine-tailed fox also take human form?" What was going on? Had someone arrived? Kumiho smiled brightly, saying everyone had come at just the right time. These were Sun Wukong and Azure Dragon. Seo-jong widened her eyes in shock, asking if it was true. Those were truly Sun Wukong and Azure Dragon. She was stunned and could hardly believe it. Was it really so? Were they really those two? These two handsome young men. Thanks to Kumiho's skill in disguise, Wukong and Azure Dragon had transformed into tall, bright young men like real humans, and Wukong smugly boasted that her eye for men was quite sharp. Lee Seo-jong was still bewildered, as she asked Kumiho what they had gone through. Kumiho replied that she had only taught them how to take on human form, asking how she found it. If they went out now, there should no longer be any trouble. She looked at Seo-jong with anticipation. "Seo-jong, are you all right?" Lee Seo-jong was completely captivated by the outstanding looks of Azure Dragon and Wukong in human form. Her face flushed red and she blinked repeatedly. They were far too handsome. She softly asked Kumiho whether she had said she wanted to go to Mexico. Kumiho scratched her head to confirm and admitted they lacked money, so they intended to borrow from her. Seo-jong generously told them not to worry, she would cover all the expenses. Kumiho asked again in surprise if it was true. Yes, but Seo-jong eagerly interjected that she also wanted to go with everyone. The nine-tailed fox was momentarily stunned, then smiled, saying hearing that made her very happy. But why had she suddenly changed her mind and wanted to go? Azure Dragon and Wukong standing beside them still did not understand what was happening. Back on the 50th floor, the floating eye asked Hyun-gu whether he had longed for it that much. Hyun-gu sighed, saying it was not only longing, if he could not meet it he might go mad. He irritably complained about where it had been hiding all this time. The eye apologized and said it could not spend every day just observing him, that would be dull. Teased that it always appeared right when he was in trouble. Was that not wonderful? Hyun-gu snorted, finding nothing wonderful about it. He asked seriously how it intended to save him this time. He was about to go bankrupt. The eye calmly replied that it of course knew. Since both were pressed for time, it went straight to the point and told him to attend the gathering of Tower Masters. Hyun-gu widened his eyes, asking what it meant. He hurriedly interrupted, telling it to wait. It seemed to have reversed the order of things. He did not know the details, but were not only reputable and qualified Tower Masters allowed to attend. He was still drowning in debt. Where would he find the qualification to participate? The eye said indifferently that he need not worry about that. Did he think it had come empty-handed? A red-pink gem slowly floated before Hyun-gu. Hyun-gu was stunned in astonishment. Were these all achievements? The eye laughed because he recognized it immediately. How could he fail to recognize it when it radiated such immense energy? The eye lamented that it had spent great effort to gather enough for him, nearly exhausting itself. It compared it to the feeling of parents laboring to raise a child, leaving Hyun-gu at a loss for words. The eye reassured him that with this gem, even the management center would find it difficult to touch his tower. Hyun-gu held the gem and let out a breath of relief. He recalled the eye words about extracting fear from achievements, that they were the results gathered from mystical creatures, containing every negative emotion and insecurity they had experienced. And now it was handing him such a heap of achievements, in such a large quantity. Hyun-gu looked at it and asked who it truly was. The eye fell silent for a moment, then half closed, saying that matter should wait. It had just finished gathering the achievements and was very tired. This was not the time to speak. Hyun-gu clicked his tongue, asking how long he would have to wait. The eye instructed him to attend the meeting and find a man named Uriel whom it had already arranged. That man would guide him to the next step. Hyun-gu crossed his arms suspiciously, saying it sounded dubious, but since it had given him this he would temporarily trust it. The floating eye replied reassuringly that was good. Until next time, Hyun-gu. Hyun-gu blinked in confusion, looked around to confirm he was still on the 50th floor, then wondered whether he was fully awake. Looking down at the gem still in his hand, he saw it remained there and breathed a sigh of relief. He grimaced as his whole body ached, then suddenly heard a faint groan in front of him. Only then did he realize he was still gripping Siegfried's collar, making his face turn pale as he wheezed that he could not breathe. Hyun-gu quickly released his hand and casually apologized for forgetting him. Siegfried collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. He shouted angrily how he could forget him like that, calling him an absent-minded tower master. Hyun-gu waved his hand, saying he had already apologized and would quietly leave without causing further disturbance. Siegfried was stunned, asking if he would just leave after causing such chaos. Was that really so? Hyun-gu turned his back and waved, saying his business was done, farewell. Siegfried stood frozen, watching him disappear beyond the teleportation gate, as if turned to stone. He muttered that he did not understand what had happened to that man. The scene shifted back to Hyun-gu 51st Tower. Avi and Noah stared intently at the achievement gem and marveled, wondering what this miraculous gem was and where that terrifying energy came from. Avi accepted the achievement gem and asked Hyun-gu where he had found it. Hyun-gu could not reveal the matter of the floating eye, and only said he would explain to both of them later. More importantly, how do the two of you feel about it? Can we use this to settle the debt? Avi happily cradled the sparkling gem and said that with it, almost the entire amount in the contract would be repaid. She praised him. I do not know what you did, but you did exceptionally well. Hearing that, Hyun-gu leaned back in his chair in relief. Is that so? Then we can finally breathe easy. Only then did Hyun-gu sigh with regret. He should not have become a tower master and bound himself like this. He wondered whether anyone understood what he was doing to maintain peace, and whether they knew how hard he had worked. Perhaps Hyun-gu could not imagine that at this very moment, at Mexico International Airport, Seozong Group and the Nine-Tailed Fox had just landed in high spirits. He set foot in Mexico City and paid no attention to Hyun-gu at all. Nine-Tailed Fox excitedly praised Lee Seozong. I did not expect us to arrive so quickly. Lee Seozong modestly replied that they had simply used the organization private jet. Seozong frowned and asked why everyone was here. It turned out that Kim Si-hyun Group, Han Seo-kun, and Sucker and NHA were also present. Kim Si-hyun smiled and said they had flown in on GUI private plane as well. They had already planned this trip in advance, and when they heard the Nine-Tailed Fox suggest going together, they immediately agreed. The Nine-Tailed Fox happily said the more people there were, the more enjoyable the trip would be. Seozong secretly sighed. Why are there so many people? She had originally thought she would have a chance to enjoy a romantic atmosphere. Now the trip had turned into a group tour, and only she felt somewhat lonely. However, as she watched everyone chatting lively, she smiled and accepted it. He spoke up to announce that everyone should head to the hotel first. Let us fully enjoy this trip. Everyone raised their hands in unison, in agreement. Not long after, they arrived at their destination. The whole group gathered cheerfully by the rooftop hotel pool. Anya and Kumiho splashed water at each other playfully, while Thenma and Kim Si-hyun sat at the edge watching. Thenma cleared her throat softly and said she was truly beautiful. Kim Si-hyun also smiled and admired the cute new outfit. In the warm water area by the pool, Thanlong and Han Seo-kun relaxed and soaked comfortably. Seozong sat at a distance on the pool edge, quietly observing everyone. She took a sip of fruit juice and thought that although it was not the original plan, the atmosphere was still pleasant. And Gokong slid over and asked why she was not joining everyone in the water. He asked if she disliked water, making Seozong answer awkwardly. She smiled shyly and said she had never been good at swimming since childhood, so she did not dare go in. Ngo Kong nodded in understanding. Li Xiaozhang asked where Ngo Kong intended to go, and he replied that he wanted to look around the hotel because there were many interesting things nearby. Seeing that she was free, he suggested she come along since she did not plan to swim anyway. Xiaozhang happily agreed. The unexpected opportunity made her quickly stand up, saying she would change clothes right away. But in her haste, she slipped. Her body fell backward toward the pool. Fortunately, a hand caught her waist in time. Ngo Kong reminded her to be more careful. He gently helped her steady herself and reminded her that she had just said she did not like water, making her blush at their close distance. Xiaozhang's heart pounded rapidly as she looked at Ngo Kong up close. He covered her mouth and exclaimed that the view was too wonderful, causing Ngo Kong to stare in confusion. He asked which view she was referring to, making Li Xiaozhang awkwardly explain. She hurriedly pointed behind him to hide her embarrassment. She said she was talking about the statue in the distance. It was a 10-meter-tall statue of Hyun-gu standing prominently in the city. Ngo Kong looked at it and sighed, unsure whether it could be called beautiful, but he had to admit it was very striking. Not only that gigantic statue, but throughout the city there were countless statues of Hyun-gu visible everywhere. Right in the city center, there was even a massive amusement park. On both sides of the waterfall appeared an unusual forest of bamboo. Hearing that the city had been renovated by his disciples, Ngo Kong had expected something, but he had not imagined the result would be so extravagant. The two disciples' mission and Hanarin truly astonished people, and perhaps Hyun-gu constantly suffered headaches because of their creation. Li Xiaozhang forced a smile and said that perhaps he did not mind it too much. Ngo Kong turned and asked if she was Li Xiaozhang, making her stammer in confirmation. He stepped closer, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. He realized they had maintained the same posture all this time, and asked whether she could not stand up, making her suddenly aware. He apologized for making his arm go numb. A few days later at the towers, Avi said that the orb he brought back had surprised them, but the existence of countless dimensions was even more astonishing. In addition, there were as many as 50 other towers, and all were under the management of a mysterious company, Noah confirmed. Hyun-gu thought he had somewhat guessed it, but this company seemed to have greater influence than they had imagined. He sighed because they concealed information too thoroughly. Even the 50th Tower Master knew very little about them. Noah crossed his arms regretfully and said that if they knew the company coordinates, they could try to construct a teleportation array. Hyun-gu asked whether they could trace it from the path the one carrying the eye had used, but Noah shook his head because no trace could be found. It seemed to be a special skill possessed solely by him. Therefore, Hyun-gu should give up hope. He clicked his tongue and said there was only one way left. He decided to attend the meeting of the Tower Masters that the Eye had mentioned. Because that man cooperated with the Eye, he hoped to gather more information from him. He might even find a way to protect the tower without relying on the current measures. Avi and Noah agreed, believing it was the best choice. Hyun-gu slowly rose from his chair and said the urgent matter had been properly arranged. He suggested that everyone take a short rest. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded from behind, sending a chill down his spine. He trembled as he turned around, and the two of them spoke in unison, reminding him to eat on time. They happily called him master. It was Mariong and Hanarin who had come to the tower. Hyun-gu asked in panic how they had managed to get here, while Noah innocently said that he had allowed them in. While preparing to take over the highest floor, he had granted access to his teammates. Noah smiled and said they could now freely come and go from this place, making Hyun-gu nearly cough up blood in anger. The two disciples immediately grabbed his hand. He coaxed and urged Master to go with them quickly. Hyun-gu was almost in tears and said he had not finished speaking yet. Hyun-gu anguished shout echoed throughout the tower. Avi and Noah had only just glanced at the scene before them when they sensed something was off. That guy looked as if someone had just dragged him away. Thinking it over carefully, it probably was not that extreme. Another high-rise building. The table was covered with dishes arranged in an incredibly enticing display. At the center sat Hyun-gu, still bewildered, with his two female disciples sitting timidly close on either side. Sweat beaded on Hyun-gu from embarrassment. It was only a meal, so why was it prepared with such excessive fuss? Miri blushed and replied that there was nothing complicated at all, Master. You have been fighting non-stop, and then there was last night. You must be exhausted, so we prepared this so you can recover quickly. It sounded reasonable, yet staring at the feast before him, Hyun-gu still hesitated. I am grateful for your thoughtfulness, but There were eel, oysters, even abalone. Everything was there. Even wild berry wine. Why were all the dishes meant to boost such sensitive matter? The author suddenly appeared to express deep gratitude and gently reminded that this content was intended only for audiences aged 12 and above. Hyun-gu secretly plotted his escape. He scratched his head, removed his scarf, and stammered that he was not very hungry right now and would eat later. Before he could finish, Hanarin poured wine into his glass and cut him off. Master cannot skip a meal. You still have many important matters to handle. Her eyes sparkled mischievously. If Master truly does not wish to eat, we will clear the table at once and continue discussing the unfinished matter from yesterday. I am so curious how it will end. Will there be an engagement right away or a wedding ceremony, Master? Caught between the two sides, Hyun-gu felt suffocated and then went limp. Admitting he was not ready for that, Hanarin laughed and said it was fine, while Mission placed food into his bowl, saying they could wait as long as needed. Even so, every dish on the table was prepared with all our devotion for you, so we do not want it to go to waste like the other night. The two took turns pressuring him, until Hyun-gu could only hear the question of whether he would eat for their sake. His face was blank as if his soul had left him. He could only endure the relentless enthusiasm of his two disciples urging him to eat. He told himself that from now on he would probably be exhausted for a long time, and that night the three at the dining table led Hyun-gu through a stormy night. The next morning, on the rooftop, after a night of exerting himself to the fullest with his disciples, Hyun-gu had dark circles under his eyes like a panda. The 51st Tower Master seems to have worked hard to gather achievements. Hyun-gu snapped that it had nothing to do with those lenders. Hemet kept his eyes closed and calmly remarked that such words were a bit excessive. They merely ensured debts were repaid on time. Hyun-gu took the achievement gem from his pocket, told him to stop talking nonsense, and threw it to him to handle. He hurled the gem straight toward Hemet. Powerful energy radiating from the gem forced Hemet to open his eyes in surprise. He was stunned by the enormous amount of achievement contained within. He could not understand how he had managed to obtain so much. Hyun-gu crossed his arms and urged why he was still standing there. Had he not finished checking yet, or was that still not enough? Hemet pressed his lips together and admitted the amount was enough to clear the debt, so the contract between them would continue. He tucked the gem into his robe, thanked the 51st Tower Master for fulfilling his obligation, and thought to himself that there were many things he wanted to ask but refrained. According to company regulations, they were not allowed to question the origin of the achievements. Ames announced that the contract would be smoothly extended, and Hyun-gu would retain authority over the tower. He merely curled his lips and replied perfunctorily that he knew. Hemet was displeased by that expression, yet still tried to remain calm as he continued. I wish to introduce to you the privilege of the 51st Tower Master. A radiant golden portal appeared behind Hemet. Hyun-gu gritted his teeth and asked what that was. Hemet respectfully placed his hand on his chest and bowed to the 51st Tower Master. We sincerely invite you to attend the meeting of the Tower Master. When Hemet was about to explain further, Hyun-gu waved his hand and said he already knew the gist, so there was no need for a long explanation. Hemet asked in surprise how you knew about that. Hyun-gu calmly replied that he had used the passage they created. He said that through that route, he had met the 50th Tower Master and learned quite a lot from him, though the questioning had been somewhat forceful. Pointing at Hemet, he said it was precisely because of that he knew they had always treated him like a debtor and demanded an explanation. Hemet fell silent in contemplation. His meeting with the 50th Tower Master would surely give that faction a headache. After a while, Hemet spoke up with an apology. He bowed his head sincerely, admitting fault for underestimating the other party and handling everything too hastily, hoping to be forgiven. Seeing that attitude, Hyun-gu softened somewhat. He cleared his throat and said to let it pass, as there were many other exhausting matters. He stood up and asked if stepping through the portal would lead straight to the conference. Avi looked worried while Hemet confirmed it was a one-way path and that he could use the main entrance to return. Hyun-gu slipped on his familiar sandals, stepped before the portal and pondered. He had once heard that traveling between towers was extremely difficult. Yet this man made such a complicated matter seem strangely simple. He wondered whether that man was the one who had constructed the passage within his tower. Seeing Hyun-gu about to step in, Hemet hurriedly took his leave, saying he had to report to his superiors and wishing the meeting would bring benefits. After speaking, he vanished as swiftly as lightning without looking back. Hyun-gu did not concern himself, thinking there were more important matters, so he decided to enter. Stepping through the portal, he was transported to a vast grand hall. The magnificent space was dominated by white tones, accented by blue silk curtains, golden carved patterns, and glittering chandeliers overhead. The dining area was filled with exquisite dishes that looked enticing at a glance. Hyun-gu was overwhelmed by the opulence of the place, called the Tower Master's Conference Hall. Everyone was dressed in luxurious attire while he wore sportswear and sandals, drawing many gazes toward himself. Turned out everyone here were Tower Masters like Tam Ma. He felt their eyes fixed on him without blinking, even scrutinizing him in a rather uncomfortable way. As he was being evaluated from head to toe, someone from behind gently spoke up. A pink-haired girl in a maid uniform asked if he was the 51st Tower Master. Hyun-gu turned and asked who she was. She smiled and introduced herself as the receptionist responsible for assisting with protocol at this conference. Having received notice from Hemet that this was your first time attending, I came to assist. Hyun-gu was pleased as he was looking for guidance. He asked if she knew where the Tower Master named Dibran was because he wanted to speak with him. The receptionist looked surprised upon hearing it. She repeated the name he had just mentioned, and the scene shifted to the management headquarters. The manager held the achievement gem in his hand and marveled at the unexpected turn. Hemet asked whether you thought so as well. The manager nodded because few could accumulate that many achievements in such a short time. Hemet suggested tracing its origin if there were still doubts. The manager pondered for a moment. Then he set the gem down and said it was unnecessary. The issue did not lie with the achievements themselves, so there was no need to waste effort. He asked whether the 51st Tower Master had joined the meeting yet. Hemet replied that he was likely attracting much attention. The manager observed that the new faction would probably approach him soon, because from their perspective, the 51st Tower Master was very intriguing. Spirits, angels, and even demons. The current circle of Tower Masters had been formed from those forces. It was formed from the fragile balance among the three forces mentioned above. Since the 51st Tower Lord was a newly renowned figure after subduing Tam Ma and had not aligned with any faction, it was only natural that every force was eager to recruit him. However, the Spirit faction held a completely opposite stance, prompting the manager to ask in surprise, "Oh, why is that?" Hemet explained that according to my report, he seems to have already developed a conflict with the 50th Tower Lord. This person now stands within the ranks of the Spirit faction. Though the 50th Tower Lord is only a low-ranking member, the Spirit faction must still preserve its dignity. Therefore, I speculate that compared to the other factions, they may approach the 51st Tower Lord in a negative manner. The manager let out an intrigued chuckle. "Oh, negative, what do you mean?" Hemet replied, "I believe they will try to undermine his prestige, making him unable to exert influence even if he joins another faction. He may even resort to open violence without hesitation." Returning to the reception area and Hyun-gu, the receptionist rested her chin in thought for a long while. D-ban. Hyun-gu asked, "What is it? Do you not recognize the Tower Lords by name?" The receptionist awkwardly replied, "Of course I do. That is something I am required to memorize, but I have never heard this name before." Hyun-gu nodded. "I see. Perhaps that name does not belong to a Tower Lord at all." He slipped his hands into his pockets and turned away. "Fine then, I will find him myself." The receptionist called out anxiously, "You intend to search on your own, but how will you do it?" Hyun-gu pressed his lips together and took a deep breath. He stood in the middle of the banquet hall and raised his voice to draw every gaze. "To all those present here, it is a pleasure to meet you. Ever since I arrived, the Tower Lords have been staring at me as if I were some strange creature in a zoo. Is anyone here Beplin or acquainted with him? If so, step forward." Everyone looked at Hyun-gu hesitantly. The receptionist nearly fainted and hurriedly tried to stop him. "You cannot do that." Hyun-gu continued regardless, "Hurry up so I can settle this and leave this damned place." The once lively atmosphere suddenly sank into silence at the unusual scene, yet no one stepped forward. Hyun-gu muttered, "Why is no one answering?" A sigh echoed through the hall. "You two are truly interesting." Hyun-gu turned and asked, "Who are you?" The one who spoke was the 4th Tower Lord of the Spirit faction, Yip-Jit. Hyun-gu did not care and asked directly, "Are you D-Plan?" Yip-Jit folded his arms and replied, "I do not know who D-Plan is, but let me ask you, human, are you the 51st Tower Lord who defeated Tam Ma?" Hyun-gu calmly replied, "What if I am?" He pointed at Siegfried behind him and angrily said, "Then you must be the one who left him in such a miserable state and tarnished the reputation of my faction, correct?" Hyun-gu let out a faint laugh. "What are you talking about?" He even waved cheerfully at Siegfried. "Oh, my friendly neighbor, wonderful to see you here, hello." Siegfried flinched and cursed inwardly. "Stop pretending to be close." Hyun-gu asked Yip-jit, so what exactly do you want? You are not D-plan either. The giant stepped closer. Rather than what I want, there is something I wish to tell you. Hyun-gu looked up calmly. Something to tell me? Yes, not much, but... He suddenly hardened his tone in threat. Enough, you arrogant one. Do not act proud just because you defeated Tam Ma. If the spirit faction desires it, crushing a newcomer like you is no difficult task. So do not make others uncomfortable unless you wish to suffer severe consequences. Hyun-gu burst into laughter at those meaningless words. Ha, what am I supposed to take from this conversation? Or are you merely a thug picking fights because you believe your faction is supreme? He gritted his teeth in anger. How dare you speak like that? Seeing the tension rise, the receptionist hurriedly stepped in to mediate. Please, both of you stop. According to the regulations, Tower Lords are not permitted to fight in the conference hall. Please remain calm. Before she could finish, Yip-jit cut her off. How troublesome. He turned and shouted at her, Receptionist, how dare you interrupt me? She trembled and replied, why yes. Without another word, he immediately struck her. Sight made her collapse before Hyun-gu. The receptionist clutched her chest in pain. He coldly said, you two insolent fools truly do not know your place. Is there anything you wish to say before it is too late? The receptionist wept in fear, choking out, if I have done anything to displease you, please forgive me, Tower Lord. Please spare me. Hyun-gu witnessed this and silently lowered his head. At least you have become an example for others, he said before turning to Hyun-gu. See that, Tower Lord 51, if you do not know how to assess yourself, this will be your end. Before he could finish, he realized Hyun-gu had vanished. Where did that man go? At that instant, Hyun-gu suddenly appeared behind him. He gently placed his hand on Ipsit's cheek. A single strike sent him flying into the air before he stuck to the wall like a lizard. Hyun-gu said angrily, I truly do not understand. Why do you Tower Lords all enjoy courting trouble like this? The crimson figure was the fire spirit King Ipsit, the sovereign of supreme crimson flame revered everywhere. Compared to other Tower Lords, he stood at the pinnacle. He was one of the most powerful beings among the mighty. Thus the other Tower Lords could not help but be stunned at the sight of Ipsit being suppressed. No one could have imagined that someone like him would be subdued so easily. Moreover, the one who struck him was a human whose name was not yet widely known. Hyun-gu placed his hands on his hips and dusted them off, then softly called to the pink-haired guide. Hey guide, lend me a moment. The girl, not understanding, widened her eyes and asked, yes. What do you mean? Before she could receive an answer, a cloud lifted her up. He said to the cloud, Van Dao, carry her a little farther away. Guide was swept away, only managing a startled cry. Hyun-gu looked directly at the Fire Spirit King and calmly said, this place is about to turn chaotic. From my experience, someone like him is about to erupt. Indeed it was so. Ipsit was enraged, flames blazing within his eye. His teeth ground together as fury choked his words, you. At last he forced out a short sentence filled with hatred, bastard. As if accustomed to such situations, Hyun-gu teased, his temper truly is as hot as fire. Ipsit's entire body burst into roaring flames. He loudly declared, I will destroy you, number 51. On some spatial screen, the image of Hyun-gu confronting the Fire Spirit King was being broadcast. A mysterious eye watched intently and softly remarked, so the incident occurred less than 10 minutes after Hyun-gu attended the meeting. D-Ban, the black-cloaked figure who remained unseen, respectfully replied, yes my lord, that is the nameless Tower Lord called D-Ban. The eye continued, I wondered why you hurried to contact me when you were supposed to be presiding over the meeting. But it seems you had no other choice. Uriel softly said, my lord, I am truly ashamed, yet under the current circumstances, I may no longer be able to approach him secretly as you commanded. The eye laughed aloud and reassured, I thought as much. Since matters have reached this point, regret is useless, let him act freely. It is fine, perhaps soon you will have something to do. Uriel remained kneeling on one knee and said, I have no objections, but is it truly safe to leave him like that? His opponent is Ipsit. The eye replied, speaking of which, you still do not know what kind of person Hyun-gu is. Return there and observe carefully, D-Ban. Before he could grasp his master intent, more information was transmitted to him. Watch how terrifying the hound I carefully selected truly is. Over here, Hyun-gu was warming up his body, preparing to face the Fire Spirit King Yip-jit. One side burned with fiery temper, the other remained strangely calm. Ipsit issued a warning to those around, whether you belong to the spirit faction or any other faction, step aside. The moment he finished speaking, he shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, aiming straight at him. Flames surged high as if to burn everything to ashes, Ipsit declared grandly. From this moment on, this place will become the execution ground reserved solely for that man. He unleashed Fire King form, Extreme Heat Art, Fire King Destruction. Hyun-gu could not keep standing by. He leapt forward irritably and spoke up. Hey, why do you always try to execute me every time we meet? Hyun-gu's astonishing speed made the Fire Spirit King falter, momentarily unsure how to respond. He clenched his fist, emphasizing each word. Do you truly want to fall at the hands of someone who only wishes to live in peace? Words had barely left his mouth when a heavy punch slammed straight into Ipsit's abdomen. If he had organs, they would have been thrown into chaos. Fortunately, he did not, so only a choked sound escaped him. His body was sent flying into the distance. Ipsit stared in shock. What the hell is this? He could not keep up with the opponent's movements at all. How could this be possible? Before he could comprehend it, Hyun-gu had vanished from sight, startling Ipsit. Where did he go? As he frantically searched, Hyun-gu's voice rang out behind him. Well, your back is quite broad. As he spoke, he drew back his leg to deliver a kick. A sly look appeared on his face, and he added another remark that sent a chill down the opponent's spine. Loud impact echoed. Ipsit was kicked so hard he was left speechless, only broken sounds escaping him. Not stopping there, he delivered another blow to vent his anger. Under those two heavy strikes, the Fire Spirit King was no different from an insect crushed to the ground. The fifth Tower Master of Magic Free trembled at the sight. The scene was too unbelievable. He recalled the last time he had been miserably taught a lesson by Hyun-gu. Back then Hyun-gu had already been very strong, but not to this extent. Could it be that he had not used his full strength that day? His slipper stepped straight onto Ipsit's chest. He looked down coldly as if a fish stranded on land about to breathe its last, then mocked. You were so aggressive just now, why are you silent now? The Fire Spirit King was furious yet powerless, pinned to the ground, both humiliated and enraged. His eyes burned red, his mind in turmoil, unable to understand how things had turned out this way. The strongest of the spirit faction, like him, was being overwhelmed in front of all the other factions. He gritted his teeth and growled, do not be too pleased with yourself. Ipsit suddenly grabbed Hyun-gu's foot that was pressing down on him. Being restrained, Hyun-gu was slightly surprised and asked, oh, you can still stand up. Ipsit roared, I am Fire King Ipsit. His entire body flared crimson once more as he unleashed ultimate extreme heat art, blazing inferno hell. Hyun-gu had been observing leisurely, but upon seeing this move, his expression grew serious. Flames surged like an abyss of hell rising, engulfing the entire surrounding space. Ipsit laughed defiantly. How about that? The heat forced Hyun-gu to grit his teeth to withstand it. Ipsit said with satisfaction that he had sacrificed spiritual power to create this ultimate core. The flames would not extinguish unless he personally withdrew them. Even if one flew high or tried to hide, enduring that heat would be nearly impossible. Within the sea of fire, the image of the Fire Spirit King's face loomed like an illusion. Hyun-gu clenched his fist tightly, preparing to launch another strike. He waited only for the opponent to approach before making his move, even provoking him about whether the flames were truly immortal. A violent collision rang out as his punch struck directly into the Fire Spirit King's body. Hyun-gu said coldly, then quickly deal with this man, if he still wants to keep his life. Ipsit's massive body was once again smashed onto the floor, the poor floor suffering another heavy impact. Those who witnessed the scene stood with mouths agape, unable to utter a word, all of them frozen. He pretended to wipe sweat from his brow and sighed, as if he had just gone through an exhausting battle. Looking at the red-skinned man lying motionless on the ground, Hyun-gu shook his head and remarked, so much noise, yet one hit was enough to silence you. After that, he stepped toward the bewildered crowd and spoke. All right, I will ask one more time. Whoever is Uriel or knows Uriel, raise your hand. Although Hyun-gu smiled and raised his hand as an example, everyone was too frightened to move. Daiplan stood shrinking in a corner, sweat pouring down, muttering prayers in panic. Master, this is no hound, this is clearly a monster. In Daiplan's eyes at this moment, that monster was smiling brightly. The manager stared intently at the virtual screen before him, where he was conversing with Hemet. He exclaimed in admiration, so this is what the 51st Tower Master has done. On the screen was the scene of Ipsit being knocked down for the second time. Hemet replied, yes, when I arrived everything had already become chaotic like this. The manager sneered, he truly does not know how to restrain himself. Hemet closed his eyes and said, this matter has caused quite a bit of trouble. Not to mention the meeting between the Tower Masters was cancelled because of this incident. We also need to consider the complaints from Ipsit's spirit faction. They demand either action against the 51st Tower Master or a public apology. The manager stared at the image of Kim Jin Hyuk on the device and said sternly, it seems their pride has been wounded this time. But this was clearly a conflict from both sides. We cannot force one side to bear all responsibility. After all, the one who started everything was Ipsit. The manager stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems someone is about to fall into a trap. He narrowed his eyes and said to Hemet, "Do it that way, we will organize another meeting." Hemet confirmed a meeting between the tower masters. He calmly replied, "That is right, we will resolve this chaos and open a forum for everyone to discuss." Hemet looked worried. "Even so, I think the 51st Tower Master will not easily accept an apology." The manager said calmly, "Of course, inform the spirit entity Strophen of that." Continued in a calculating tone, "If they are willing to pay a reasonable amount of achievement points, we will send a request to one of the Tower Masters belonging to the company, namely the Sun God." Hemet hesitated. "The Sun God, are you planning to deal with the 51st Tower Master?" He laughed lightly. "Of course not. He is a valuable client of ours. However, we also need to restrain him a little." He let out a low chuckle. "Even if he might face danger, if that happens then we will simply have to accept it. Truly troublesome to handle this matter." In the magnificent castle, while everyone had fallen asleep, a few rooms still glimmered with light through the windows. Avi crossed his arms and looked at Hyun-gu, questioning, "So you did not meet Dai Plan and even caused trouble before returning like this?" Hyun-gu propped his legs on the table and replied indifferently, "More or less." He recounted, "Afterward I politely asked them, but no one knew who Dai Plan was." In truth, he had shouted fiercely, and those people had trembled as they answered that they did not know. Hyun-gu's account was clearly far from reality. Suddenly he remembered something, sprang up and said, "That damn eye, could it have given me the wrong name?" Avi replied timidly, "Probably not. No, aside, they are people the company has never known, so they must hide their identities. What if you caused trouble and made it impossible for them to approach you?" If the eye were here, it would surely angrily scold him. Hearing that, Hyun-gu felt uneasy. Maybe that is true. He scratched his head awkwardly. "Damn it, who would have known? I did not intend to cause trouble. Besides, everything is already over. What more do you expect me to do? If they truly need me, they will contact me on their own." Noah continued cautiously to avoid angering Hyun-gu. That was what he said, but Noah suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Brother Lang turned and asked, "Hey, what is going on? What is happening?" Noah focused his senses again and discovered that something had just infiltrated the tower defense system. Hyun-gu, standing beside him, asked, "What is it, those narrow-eyed guys again?" Noah frowned slightly and replied with concern, "No, this one is far more frightening." As soon as he finished speaking, a strange voice echoed through the vast room, "Your defensive technique is not bad. I am truly quite surprised. Even after determining the coordinates, it was still very difficult for me to transmit my consciousness here." A man in a black cloak appeared right at the main entrance. Hyun-gu shot up from his seat and shouted, "Wait, is this some roadside diner? Why do black-clad people keep showing up one after another? Who are you?" The mysterious man removed his hood and replied, "There is no need to be tense. I am the one you have been desperately searching for." Hyun-gu froze and asked again, "What? Are you Uriel?" Uriel nodded in confirmation. "That is right, Hyun-gu. I hold the truth about the management company you are entangled with, and I also carry a proposal from my master." When night fell, Mexico Casino became lively and dazzling. Fan Long lifted his glass of red wine, glanced around, and remarked, "I came here because I heard it is a famous tourist destination, but this casino is so noisy there is not a moment of peace." Leo Rong smiled, trying to stir Than Long interest. "After all, this is a place for relaxation and entertainment. As long as you do not spend too much money, it is quite interesting. Than Long, do you want to try?" Than Long firmly refused. "Forget it. Perhaps I am simply used to cultivating life in the mountains, so I am not very familiar with the worldly pleasures of humans." Than Long sighed as he watched his companion quickly blend into the lively atmosphere. "He once lived like me, yet these games seem to suit him better." The person he was referring to was Tun Ngo Kong. Ngo Kong pushed the entire stack of colorful chips forward and loudly challenged the others at the table. "I bet everything." Seeing that, the other players hesitated. Ngo Kong shouted irritably, "Are you all falling asleep? I said I am betting it all. If you are afraid, then move aside." Than Long commented softly, "This place truly suits him." Li Xiaojang could only smile awkwardly and replied, "Yes." The memory returned to when they first entered the casino. Li Xiaojang had been pointing at the cards while instructing Ngo Kong. She sighed regretfully, "I only taught him for a short while. I did not expect him to learn so quickly." Than Long stood aside and analyzed, "At this rate, all the money here will flow into his pocket." Li Xiaojang crossed her arms in agreement, "Yes, the casino will certainly intervene." As soon as she finished speaking, a tall, bald man in a black suit placed his hand on Ngo Kong's shoulder, with several others dressed similarly behind him. He said, "Sir, please come with us." Ngo Kong asked unhappily, "Where to? Can you not see I am playing?" The security guard replied sternly that someone had reported him for cheating and they needed to check. Ngo Kong turned back irritably. "Cheating? What nonsense, I rely solely on my luck and my own ability." The security guard ignored him and signaled his subordinates to step forward and restrain him, while he forced a smile. "Yes, yes, we understand. We only want to verify a little. Please cooperate so it does not affect our business." Ngo Kong cursed angrily, "You pests. You dare interrupt when I am about to win and even treat me like a fraud." Dio Rong widened her eyes sensing the danger, while Than Long calmly sipped his wine. "We are about to face serious trouble. They have touched his pride. I cannot stop it." Not long after, Ngo Kong had turned the situation around and knocked the man to the floor. He grabbed the other party collar in excitement, then hurled him onto his own gaming table and shouted, "You are finished." Security guards had never encountered such a formidable opponent. They stood frozen and stammered, "What? He knows how to fight. Damn it, everyone rush in and deal with him." Ngo Kong cast them a cold glance and threw out several blows that sent the guards sprawling. He roared in fury, "Get lost." Seeing his companion like a war god, Xia Ozian was stunned, while Than Long merely sighed, "I expected this." Dio Rong turned to blame Than Long. "What do you mean by that? You should have stopped him." Fortunately, Than Long and Thien Ma managed to restrain Tun and Ngo Kong in time afterward. In the room, Diplin began explaining the current situation. When the tower was erected in each dimension, magic originally existed as a part of nature. It flowed through space like water, invisible and evenly distributed like a natural law. Yet one day, because someone interfered, that flow began to distort. He used a mysterious method to absorb magical power from each dimension and control the energy that was meant to circulate freely, turning it into a reward reserved only for those who enter their tower and exchange it through achievements. After perfecting an unopposable system, an omnipotent force emerged, that is the current management company. While Uriel was speaking, he suddenly realized that Hyen Gu had dozed off and was even drooling. Angered, he shouted, "What is with that attitude?" Hyen Gu jolted awake. "Oh no, I fell asleep, sorry." He stretched and yawned, then said, "So in short, the management company is just a bunch of swindlers. Why make it so long-winded? Background explanation is enough. Get to the point. What is the proposal you mentioned?" Uriel replied seriously, "Very well, I will speak plainly. My master wishes for you, Hyen Gu, become the pioneer in the plan to eliminate the management company." Hyen Gu widened his eyes and confirmed, "What, eliminate the management company?" Uriel nodded heavily. "Yes, I know this is not an easy decision, but for the future of this dimension, please lend your strength." Hyen Gu waved his hand casually. "Fine, I agree." Uriel opened his eyes wide in shock and asked again. He replied impatiently, "Do you not understand human language? I have already accepted." Uriel still could not believe it and asked tremblingly, "Really?" Hyen Gu cracked his neck. "Yes, in any case." He smirked. "I intended to do it anyway, might as well earn some extra achievements." Uriel was speechless but still admitted, "That is true, but..." Hyen Gu cut him off. "Good, then finish the rest. You must already have a concrete plan." Uriel replied awkwardly, "About that." As you can see, under the silent night, a solitary airplane took off into the sky. Seo Jian trembled as she looked at her teammates laughing and chatting. "This has left me stunned on so many levels. This is my first trip after many years. I did not expect that besides souvenirs and experiences, I would also receive the hospital bills for the injured casino staff, along with repair costs and compensation for business losses." Iozian clenched the sheet of paper tightly. "Why in the world? Why do I have to deal with the consequences caused by Ngo Kong?" Ngo Kong awkwardly poked his two fingers together and muttered, "But actually, I do not have enough money." Seo Jian slammed the paper onto the table in anger. "Then why did you cause that trouble? I truly have no words." She rubbed her forehead and sighed. "Fine, money is not the issue. This amount is nothing to me. What truly irritates me is..." The announcer voice from the small screen on the plane rang out, followed by the latest news. Video recording the fury of a man at a casino in Mexico City is spreading widely. Accompanying this man is Lee Seo-jian, the leader of Arang, one of the representatives of Korea. Incident has sparked a fierce wave of controversy. A witness reported that Lee Seo-jian walked side by side with that man as soon as they entered the casino area and even made various speculations. She even guided him on how to play as if they were a genuine couple. Not only that, the man was called a handsome heartthrob by the crowd because according to reports, he possessed an exceptionally captivating appearance. Some claimed that Lee Seo-jeon was financially supporting him and secretly dating. The two young men on the same flight pointed at the screen and burst into laughter. Such a secret romance. The announcer voice was still echoing from the screen when suddenly a gust of wind swept past, and right after that a ball flew straight at it, shattering the screen. The poor TV managed to emit a few final sounds. On Guy Airing's side there was still no official announcement. Lee Seo-jeong took the hit thrown from behind, flames of anger rising in her cold, sharp eyes. She looked at them expressionlessly and asked, "Is it that amusing?" Two trembled and replied, "We are sorry." She tried to suppress her trembling and thought about the matter. Just a second later she collapsed and burst into tears. "It is all over. I only wanted to enjoy a little romance and now everything is ruined." Shin covered her mouth and softly called, Celsian. Dean Ma immediately covered her eyes from behind. "This scene is scary, do not look." Sao Zhang lamented, who would still want to date a girl rumored on the news to be keeping a man now. "I just want to disappear." Seeing her like that, Ngo Kong awkwardly ran over and sat down to comfort her. "Calm down, Lee Seo-jeon. If you are worried, no one will date you then." "Date me?" Lee Seo-jeong instantly stopped crying and looked up at Ngo Kong. "What? Really?" Ngo Kong seized the chance and quickly nodded. "Well, I am free anyway. If you need me, just call." He reached out and gently wiped the tears lingering at the corner of her eyes. "So do not cry anymore." In Seo-jeong's heart a flower seemed to bloom, a sweet feeling spreading through her. She truly thought so. Elsewhere, he began to analyze the plan they had just proposed, meaning that to carry out that intention, he had to recover the achievements of the spaces that the eye had long lost and open the path for him. Dean Plan replied briefly, "That is correct." He pursed his lips. Wait, how could he be careless enough to lose something so important? Uriel immediately refuted. It was not carelessness but lost during the upheaval. From what I heard at that time, he was fleeing the pursuit of the management company and was severely injured. Therefore, after that incident, his body was trapped in a dimension that even he himself could not determine. A place where even sending and receiving signals from his own spirit body became extremely difficult for a long time. As for that battle, according to rumors, he impatiently cut in. "No need to continue. I am not interested. Where is that thing in the end? Have you still not found it?" Uriel was struck at a sore point, so his expression turned unpleasant as he tried to explain. Searching for a dimension while avoiding the eyes of the management company is not simple. It requires superb skill and exceptional meticulousness. He interrupted again. "That excuse is enough. First I have to help you find it right." Uriel shook his head. "No, for now you do not need to do anything. As I said, tracing a dimension is already extremely difficult and what my master originally desired." Uriel's hand gradually became faint as he quietly cursed under his breath. "Perhaps it is time for me to leave," he said regretfully. "So soon?" Uriel replied. "You know as well, sneaking into another tower is not easy. To avoid detection by the management company, I had to erect countless layers of barriers. Therefore we will continue at the next tower master meeting." He asked in surprise. "There is another meeting? Are they planning to hold one more?" Uriel took the chance to remind him, perhaps because the previous meeting was thrown into chaos by you. They will not convene again merely for the sake of pride. It is not exactly advice, but I think you should be cautious, because this time it will not be only me appearing. In the middle of a green meadow stood a hollow ancient tree. That was the shared space of the spirit faction called the Spirit Tree. Inside that trunk was the grand conference hall of the Spirit King. Fire Spirit King Ipsit slammed the table and shouted, "Are you planning to resolve this by sitting and talking? What kind of ridiculous handling is that? Do you know how he made me suffer? We are on the same side, yet instead of demanding justice you speak of reconciliation." The Water Spirit King Ors and the Wind Spirit King Sinfis turned away as if they did not hear. Ipsit continued angrily, "Even if restricted by the management company, this is still too unreasonable, right, Naiad?" Naiad, the leader of the spirit faction, rested her chin on her hand and pondered. Being called, Naiad rubbed her temple and sighed. "Calmly considerate Ipsit, are you not the one who understands best?" Power he displayed at that time was at a level that even we struggled to withstand. Ipsit hesitated. "That is true, but," Naiad calmly analyzed, "if all of us acted together the outcome might differ, but heavy losses would be hard to avoid. If another faction seized the opportunity to invade our territory, could you bear the consequences?" Hearing that, Ipsit fell silent. Naiad continued, "Therefore if we receive an apology and end it here, that will be the best outcome." Sinfis hesitated. "I think so too, but will he apologize?" "He is not the type to listen to reason. If he does not apologize, then what?" Naiad answered decisively, then we will no longer need to endure. Although I do not wish to lose a member beneficial to the Strophen faction, perhaps we must accept the management company's second proposal. The three were astonished. Ors asked again, you mean? Naiad nodded, that is right, I will. Entrust it to one of the most powerful forces of the management company. It will be the sun god handling Hyun-gu. A few days later at the highest floor of tower number 51. Crossed his arms and sat laughing. Come on, relax your face a little. Inviting someone while wearing that expression makes me not even dare attend the banquet. He was speaking to Hemet, standing before the spatial gate. Continued teasing, what is it, was cleaning up the mess I caused so exhausting. Hemet suppressed his anger and only said briefly, it is time, let us go. Stood up still joking, truly petty, fine I am going now goodbye. Hemet angrily did not respond. He suddenly asked, are you not coming along this time? Hemet frowned. Thanks to someone I have extra work so I cannot handle other matters in time. This time there will be no trouble. This meeting was originally reserved for the tower masters. He asked blankly, what? Why is it for me? Hemet did not answer and hurried away. I am very busy. He looked at the spot where that man had stood and felt irritated. He silently guessed they must have calculated something. Looking at the magical gate Hemet created, he told himself to step through, and he would understand. The moment he appeared, he saw a group of people already standing ahead. As if they had been waiting long, he muttered, what is going on? Am I that famous? Why are you all gathered to welcome me? Ignoring the cold stares, he pointed at them and asked, Ipsit is here too. Is this the spirit faction you mentioned, that tiny bunch? Ipsit angrily retorted. Naiad stepped forward and politely introduced herself. It is an honor to meet the 51st Tower Master. I am Naiad, leader of the spirit faction. Today I have come to present a proposal. He frowned. What proposal? Naiad lowered her voice. 51st Tower Master Hyun-gu. Kneel and apologize to us. Immediately, seeing her arrogant demeanor, he felt displeased. Apologize and kneel. What are you saying? That makes no sense. Why should I do that? Naiad calmly explained. You used violence against one of our high-ranking members to the point he nearly lost his life. We naturally understand that our side must bear part of the responsibility in this matter. Although Ipsit was the one who provoked first, the extent of the damage you inflicted on him has exceeded the limits of ordinary self-defense. Even so, since we are not entirely innocent ourselves and do not wish to waste too much effort on such a trivial matter, as long as you offer a single apology, everything will end here, unless you wish to confront the entire spirit faction. Corner of his lips twitched slightly, and a mocking snort escaped. Looking at the killing intent on the faces before him, Hyun-gu feigned pity and replied that they were overdoing it and even dared to openly threaten him. Fine then, let them try. His expression shifted in the blink of an eye, and his hand began to move. Sparks flickered from his palm. He curled his lips and said recklessness suited him best. If they liked, they could charge in. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind telling him to stop. Hyun-gu turned his head and saw a white-haired figure leaning against a pillar, recognizing it as Dibran. Uriel noticed him looking and reminded him not to stare so intently. If other tower masters discovered she was using telepathy, it would be troublesome. And she scolded, what are you doing, Hyun-gu? Have you forgotten the promise you made to me before? Leaving him at a loss for words. He recalled the scene in the meeting room when Uriel sternly pointed at him and told him to listen carefully. You are not allowed to cause any more trouble for now. Those words made Hyun-gu jolt in confusion. Uriel stepped across the table, pointed straight at him, and emphasized that the previous battle had not led to a disastrous outcome, so it had passed smoothly, but the future was uncertain. If one day you kill another tower master, it will be no different from handing the management company an excuse to intervene. At that time, they would immediately restrict the mana supply to your tower. Uriel covered her face helplessly and advised that if he did not want to lose the tower before the plan was complete, he should restrain his temper. Can you do that? She asked, and Hyun-gu laughed it off, saying he thought it was something serious. He was not someone who picked fights. Even confidently pointed at himself, and declared he would become a gentle and exemplary citizen to reassure everyone. Uriel immediately scolded through telepathy that you just said that and still dare to call yourself gentle. Hyun-gu scratched his head, brushed it aside, and said since he was a good person he would endure them this time. Naiad, not having achieved her goal, shouted, where are you going? Number 51, before leaving you must ask. Hyun-gu flared up, veins bulging as he warned them not to push too far. These people were truly difficult to deal with. Bluntly exposed their scheme, saying they had been pressing him non-stop and were trying to provoke him. Or did they want him to strike first so they would have an excuse to deal with him? He was not that foolish. Having been struck at the core, Naiad grew furious while Hyun-gu waved his hand and turned away mockingly, saying if they hated him they could act themselves, he would fight to the end. But he was not sure they had the courage to do so. Naiad flushed red with anger and ordered a retreat. Psit, still resentful, asked if they were simply going to yield to him, and what about their pride? Naiad could only sigh and say there was no other way. A direct confrontation would bring no benefit. Psit proposed another plan, and Naiad nodded that she would contact Hemet upon returning, saying he could have as many achievements as he wanted as long as he dealt with Hyun-gu. Her face twisted with anger. As long as that arrogant human was crushed, it would be enough. Uriel once again transmitted her voice to Hyun-gu. It seemed things were temporarily settled this time. But you still have to be cautious, as there is no telling what those spirits are plotting. While Hyun-gu nibbled on a pastry and asked what these factions were about. They like gathering clubs. Uriel explained that she had intended to meet and speak directly, but with so many eyes and ears around she had to use telepathy. As she began to explain, Hyun-gu could only sigh, thinking he was about to hear another long lecture. Sleepy, he yawned. While on the second floor, a black-cloaked figure asked the person beside him if that was the monster of Tower 51, and received confirmation. A bearded face half hidden beneath the hood cleared his throat softly, saying an interesting character had appeared. In another place, at the management company, the manager observed the spirit faction, and Hyun-gu through a large screen and laughed, just as expected. Everything had indeed unfolded in this direction. When the spirit faction left, the second meeting of the Tower Masters quickly concluded in peace. However, immediately afterward the consequences emerged in the form of piles of gold appearing. Elsewhere, the one seated high amidst mountains of gold asked Hemet about the commission from the spirit faction to handle the creature named Hyun-gu. Hemet respectfully confirmed that was correct, Sun God. Jia, the only tower master belonging to the management company, frowned and mocked that they had been driven to the point of seeking aid, truly weak, which was why they formed factions. Hemet remained silent and listened. Jia continued that work was work, he would accept the commission, but how was he to reach Tower 51? He asked whether Hemet would take him there. Hemet quickly replied that he was only delivering the message. As for travel, he should handle it himself. Presented the teleportation stone prepared by the spirit faction, and Jia took the green ore. Jia examined it with interest and asked if this was a mana vessel of the world tree, and Hemet confirmed seriously. Jia mused that he had heard the world tree could infiltrate any security system and connect teleportation gates if supplied with enough mana. He had not expected they could even transform it into this form. Those people might be despicable, but they were capable. Hemet anxiously asked when the mission would be completed so he could report the progress. Jia leisurely continued to admire the orb and said to tell them not to worry. The matter of travel was already resolved. It would not take much time. Meanwhile at Hyun-gu home, he crossed his arms and muttered that he had heard about the three factions in the conference, but Dibrin's conclusion was no different from the others. Recalling the warning not to cause trouble until he found that owner achievements, he could only sigh, thinking that was how things stood. Collapsing onto the sofa, Hyun-gu said to forget it. However they handled things was irritating, but he could do nothing. He might as well take the chance to rest. Suddenly a pair of snow-white legs stepped out, accompanied by a gentle sweet fragrance spreading through the air. Lying there, he sniffed lightly in curiosity, wondering where the pleasant scent came from. The voice of Bok Kui-dahan rang out, asking if he liked the gift she had prepared. Hyun-gu jolted and called her name. He sat up and asked if the fragrance came from her, and she held up a blue lotus emitting scent, saying it was an illusion perfume. With just one breath, the mind and body would relax, all fatigue would vanish. It was a rare treasure. Hyun-gu tried moving his hand and was astonished to realize he felt lighter. It was indeed thanks to that. He asked why she had appeared now, as he had not seen her for days because she had been training. She set the lotus down and said it was time to receive what she deserved from his disciple. Hearing that, he asked in surprise what she meant by his disciple. He moved closer and affirmed that was right. Bok Kui-dahan placed her hand on his shoulder, startling him, then softly said it was him, Hyun-gu. Her eyes were full of implication as she licked her lips lightly, saying she wanted to experience him today. Being pressed close, Hyun-gu blushed and shouted for her not to speak nonsense, while she calmly replied that there was nothing wrong. He still owed her greatly after everything that had happened. On the day he and his disciples caused that chaos, those two girls thought she had helped out of goodwill. She laughed and said there was no such thing as helping for free in this world. She had expended effort because she wanted what was before her. Hyun-gu, both confused and defensive, said he did not understand what she was implying. He grasped her hand to keep some distance and told her to step back first, no matter how much pressure she tried to apply. I am still stronger than you. Hyungu's arm trembled violently. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from Bok Kwi-da's hand grip. Staring at his shaking hand, Hyungu cursed in panic. What the hell is happening? Bok Kwi-da's hand merely smiled and replied, it is useless. This hallucinogenic perfume has been infused with my mana for many days. As long as you inhale its scent, no one can easily retain their strength. Feeling his whole body go limp like a fish on a cutting board, Hyungu hurriedly asked, wait, why are you doing this? Bok Kwi-da's hand giggled, do not worry, once I disperse the scent your power will return. Hyungu roared angrily, do you think I care about that? He gently touched Hyungu's throat and reassured him that he did not need to be tense. Then she lifted his chin and leaned close to whisper that today, she only intended to have a small taste. As her lips drew closer, Hyungu cried out for her to stop, but she ignored him and arrogantly said that if the flavor exceeded expectations, the consequences would be unpredictable. Suddenly, a red light flashed before Hyungu's eyes. A red notification panel appeared, blocking Bok Kwi-da's hand kiss and causing her to freeze. Hyungu also stammered in shock, what is this? Red words appeared on the panel, an emergency situation has occurred. He was stunned by the urgent warning. The notice stated that the rooftop was summoning, 5 seconds remaining, 4, 3. Bok Kwi-da's hand fumed at being interrupted and shouted irritably, right at this moment. I do not even have much illusion perfume left. Seeing the countdown reach 2 seconds, Hyungu breathed in relief, perfect timing. When only 1 second remained, he cheerfully said, let us go. The system immediately teleported him to a castle. As soon as he appeared, Hyungu sat down comfortably and said that was close. He asked Avi about the emergency. Suddenly, the cold voice of the sun god rang out, so you have arrived. Hyungu froze at the sight before him. The sun god was gripping Avi's neck with one hand and mockingly calling her a lowly creature while she struggled. Avi managed to gasp out, Guardian. The sun god tightened his grip and taunted that if you had arrived a little later, I would have ended her. He spoke cruelly with an arrogant tone. In a flash, Hyungu charged forward, pulled Avi into his arms, and freed her from the sun god grasp. Seeing everyone unconscious and covered in wounds, Hyungu realized they were severely injured but still alive. The sun god sneered at him and called him inferior. He admitted that Hyungu had some ability. Before he could finish, Hyungu rushed forward and shouted, shut up. Hyungu angrily said that lately he had met too many like him, and immediately threw a punch. The punch struck his face and sent the sun god flying, shattering a wall. Without stopping, Hyungu pursued and shouted that he did not even care who he was. He only wanted to teach him a lesson and delivered another powerful blow. The sun god was slammed into the ground, causing it to explode as dust and debris filled the air. Only then did Hyungu gradually regain his composure and land. Looking at his opponent, he muttered that striking him felt strange. He wondered what that thing resembling a protective layer was. Seeing that the opponent remained calm after the blow, Hyungu curiously guessed it was some kind of defensive armor. The sun god mocked that Hyungu was truly violent and said he now understood why the spirit faction had paid a high price to hire him. Hyungu asked in surprise, the spirit faction hired you. The sun god cut him off and disdainfully said his time was precious. After speaking, his body erupted with mana, astonishing Hyungu. Hyungu thought to himself that this amount of mana was terrifying. That power was no different from Tam Ma. He realized in horror the true identity of his opponent. Perhaps he was one of the tower lords under the authority of the management company. Hyungu immediately contacted Uriel through telepathy and received confirmation about the existence of such being. In other words, the management company was willing to suffer losses in order to command them. They were the strongest warriors among the powerful. Uriel warned Hyungu to be extremely cautious when facing them. Each one possessed enough strength to oppose an entire faction. Facing the surging mana of the sun god, Hyungu began to grow excited for the battle. He quickly formed a strategy in his mind. That was to defeat the opponent before he could make a move. The sun god laughed mockingly, claiming Hyungu was merely exerting himself in a trivial fight. He declared that true power was the ability to command warriors, then manipulated a sword-wielding skeleton to attack. However, Hyungu quickly noticed something unusual. He tilted aside and avoided the skeleton's slash. Hyungu exclaimed in shock, a skeleton. He wondered where this bizarre creature had come from. The sun god explained that they were fallen warriors he had revived with mana, and countless skeletons began to rise from the ground. The skeletons stood before him, praised as undefeated heroes of past ages. They were his solar army, surrounding Hyungu from all sides. Hyun-gu looked around in alarm, unable to believe it. He realized that each skeleton possessed strength equal to that of conquerors. Seeing the formation complete, the sun god snapped his fingers to signal the mission start. Hyun-gu felt both amused and helpless, lamenting that he had just escaped one danger only to fall into another. Looking at the mana-filled skeleton army, he sighed that it was truly jumping from the frying pan into the fire. Meanwhile, near the residential area, around Hyun-gu Lake, a pair of mysterious eyes silently observed everyone playing. It was the Wind Piece King Sinphys, who was irritably monitoring the situation. Sinphys sighed, complaining about the troublesome mission assigned to him. He recalled hearing that he had to go to the 51st tower. Sinphys slammed the table in anger, while the water spirit King Nayat explained that he only needed to collect achievements. Sinphys asked whether the purpose was to nourish the world tree, and Nayat confirmed. Nayat explained that the world tree required nourishment. That nourishment was achievements to bear more fruit. The higher the quality of achievements, the more superior the fruit produced. If achievements were lacking, both the quantity and quality of the fruit would decline. Nayat reminded him that they had paid a great price for this mission. Although they could compensate by reducing the share given to the Tower Lords, no one wanted to lose the precious fruits of the world tree. After hearing that, Sinphys hesitated and spoke about this. Not giving Sinphys time to think, Nayad immediately continued. Therefore, before the 51st tower returns to the company control, I want you to go there and gather as many achievement holders as possible, then use them as nourishment for the world tree. Nayad smiled meaningfully at Sinphys. You are most proficient in wind magic. Infiltrating and capturing them will not be difficult. I entrust this mission to you, Sinphys. Back in the present, Sinphys looked down at the crowded street and thought, she already said it like that. I have no choice but to come here, yet the ones in this place are far too weak. Using mana to capture them would only be a waste. Doubt arose in Sinphys' mind. I clearly sensed an enormous source of mana, so I followed this direction. Could I have been mistaken? Frustrated, Sinphys took out the teleportation stone and muttered, I will just capture a few at random and be done with it. Even if they are ordinary, they should still have some value. Suddenly the stone trembled violently. A voice filled with killing intent echoed, so it is you. Sinphys clearly felt a tremendous power emerging behind her. That gaze stared with resentment. Are you the one who ruined my feast? Sinphys turned around in panic, wondering what is happening. Is something approaching? The moment she turned back, a hand had already reached out. It was 100 Ghost Knight Parade, who seized Sinphys' throat and dashed off at terrifying speed. People looked up at the sky and saw a streak of light flash past, curiously asking one another, what is that, a shooting star? 100 Ghost Knight Parade brought Sinphys to a desolate hill. He swung his arm and threw her to the ground, sending dust billowing everywhere. Thrown violently, Sinphys cried out in pain. Not stopping there, 100 Ghost Knight Parade unleashed consecutive blows at where Sinphys lay, then ground his teeth and said, you should prepare yourself. You dared to trespass on my territory, and even ruined my amusement. I will not let it go easily. Realizing the opponent was 100 Ghost Knight Parade with his overwhelming mana, Sinphys was terrified. He struggled to rise and said with difficulty, wait, I do not know who you are, but perhaps there has been a misunderstanding between us. But 100 Ghost Knight Parade paid no attention. He stomped down hard, causing Sinphys to cry out in pain. Returning to Hyun-gu's side, he was continuously throwing powerful punches. Both of his hands swept through waves of skeletons rushing toward him. His left and right legs also kept striking, crushing the solar army. He grabbed the skull of a skeleton, then used it to smash into other skeletons, shattering them as bone fragments scattered in all directions. Watching the skeleton army surge forward, he muttered, these rotten bones again. Why do they never end? At that moment the voice of the sun god resounded. I told you already, lowly creature. The sun god sat leisurely on his throne observing the battle. Beside him, a skeleton diligently fanned him. He arrogantly declared, this is the strongest army created to protect the sun. Even if destroyed into pieces, they will never stop. He pointed at himself and proclaimed proudly, as long as I, the incarnation of the sun, still exist, then you cannot survive, just as the sun cannot be overthrown. After hearing that, he laughed, oh, is that so? In other words, these things move because of your mana, then there is nothing to fear. He stomped for momentum and leaped upward, leaving the skeletons below. He said excitedly, in that case I do not need to waste effort on them. This action startled the sun god. He rushed forward with a challenging smile. I only need to defeat you. However, the sun god sneered, you dare reach for the sun, how foolish. He called out, Uraus. Immediately a gigantic serpent rose from the ground, opened its mouth and lunged at him, but he reacted in time. He raised his hand and blocked the serpent bite. Looking deep into the golden monster throat, he could not help but mock. What is this snake supposed to be? The sun god replied calmly, that is Uraus, the serpent blessed by the sun. If the skeleton army is the shield that protects me, then Uraus is the spear that carries out judgment in my stead. As soon as he finished speaking, Uraus swelled and released a violent surge of mana. The force shot straight toward he, causing space to tremble. His body was blasted backward. He crashed to the ground, creating a great shockwave, dust covering the surroundings. Seeing this, the sun god showed surprise. I did not expect to use Uraus. This commission is more troublesome than I thought. In any case, you can only resist up to this point. He remained motionless amid the ruins. The sun god turned away and ordered, take his body away. Such a warrior will be a useful subordinate, and remember to strip off his shell. Immediately after that command, the skeleton army rushed toward he. Before the bony hands could touch him, he let out a soft sigh. How troublesome. It seems I cannot continue holding back. He threw a punch, releasing an immense surge of mana that swept away the entire skeleton army. Seeing the pillar of mana erupt behind, the sun god was stunned. He exclaimed in horror, what is happening? His voice sounded calm. In truth, I have been restraining myself. Uriel always reminds me not to take lives. Therefore, I showed mercy to you. But recently I have met too many weaklings, so my standard for mercy has lowered. Now that I think about it, perhaps I do not need to do that with you. It has been a long time since I fought with full strength. This time I will use all my power. After speaking, he poured all his mana into his fist. The punch exploded, wiping out the entire solar army in an instant. The sun god stared at the devastation in shock and stammered, impossible, my army was destroyed with a single blow. At that moment his throat was gripped tightly by he, leaving him unable to breathe. He flew over with a cold smile. Now let us witness the fall of the sun. Seeing he fist rushing toward him, the sun god panicked and thought, I must block it. Scale-like shield quickly formed in front to protect him. But he punch did not falter. Both of his hands unleashed consecutive strikes that left the opponent dazed. Even the scale shield shattered under that terrifying power. Looking at the scales falling to the ground, he smiled faintly. So the defense has been broken. Then it ends here, and the decisive punch continued to descend with overwhelming force. Supreme Ruler's strike slammed straight into the sun god's chin, leaving him dazed. The tremendous force sent him flying across the open ground. His heavy body rolled across the earth before crashing violently to the cold stone wall, the pain spreading through his entire body. The sun god was truly panicked, muttering non-stop, how can this be so absurd? Noticing his opponent distracted, Hyun-gu spoke to remind him, where are you looking, causing the sun god to jolt back to his senses. The moment the sun god lifted his head, Hyun-gu had already charged forward like an eagle. His figure blotted out the sun behind as he closed in on the target. The excitement on his face did not fade as he calmly said, do not worry, I will not take your life of course, I will make you regret that you still exist. Those words sent a chill down the sun god's spine, as if his sky and sunlight were collapsing. In that critical instant, he suddenly remembered something and shouted, stop him at once, Uraus, deal with him. The serpent Uraus obeyed, and immediately burst up from the ground. It opened its jaws wide and lunged, intending to swallow Hyun-gu whole. Hyun-gu had decided to unleash his full power. His gaze icy and his fists surging with mana, he shouted, get out of my way, you stupid snake. With a single punch, Hyun-gu sent the serpent Uraus that blocked his path flying away. At this moment, Hyun-gu's entire body erupted with overwhelming mana. Nothing could stop him. He roared with imposing force. Do not block my path. He clenched his fist and charged straight toward the sun god. No one could save him anymore. The sun god stood frozen and cried out in horror, defeated Uraus with just one blow. Watching the massive surge of mana rushing toward him, the sun god trembled in extreme fear. Who exactly is he? Who is this terrifying being in truth? But the sun god had no chance left to find the answer. Hyun-gu surged forward with unstoppable momentum, his mana radiating brilliantly across the space, leaving only the sun god's desperate scream echoing. At that time, at the office of the management company, Hemet turned to the manager to report that the sun god had officially begun the mission. The manager was slightly taken aback, then exclaimed, oh, that picky and difficult fellow finally agreed to work early for once. The manager looked at Hemet and asked, in your opinion, how long will he need to finish this time? Hemet pondered for a moment before replying, if he works seriously then one day is enough, but I guess it will take about a week. You know him well, instead of dealing with the target immediately. He prefers to slowly wear down both the body and mind of his opponent, torturing them bit by bit. Such a twisted temperament. The manager sneered, "A week is fine. After all, we are trying to reclaim the tower we have invested so much effort into. We can wait that long." Dot noticed the change in the manager's gaze, his face full of interest as he thought to himself, "I wonder how the sun god is toying with that arrogant Hyungu right now." At the same time, on Hyungu's side, Hyungu's cold and steady voice rang out, "So you accepted a commission from the spirit faction and came here to deal with me. That is what you mean, right?" The sun god was kneeling flat on the ground, both hands raised like a punished child, trembling as he replied, "Yes, that is correct, Hyungu." Hyungu sat on a chair made of dry bones, while another skeleton stood beside him fanning him. He looked satisfied and said arrogantly, "That is more like it. You should have spoken respectfully like this from the beginning. If you had behaved earlier, after the battle, I would not have had to scatter your joints like that. Nor would I have needed to add a few more tricks to leave you reeling. You made me waste my effort for nothing." The sun god could only stammer an apology, bowing his head outwardly while inwardly aggrieved. "Clearly you were enjoying it just now." Suddenly Hyungu's expression darkened as he stepped closer, his icy voice rising, "Why do I feel that you are not being sincere?" The sun god flinched and answered, "Pardon, what do you mean?" Hyungu's gaze swept over him as he asked, "You are a tower master under the management company, right? Yet you claim the company has nothing to do with this matter. Does that sound reasonable?" Hearing that, the sun god broke out in a cold sweat, fumbling as he explained, "If the company intervenes, then I would have to share the profits as brokerage fees." Forced a laugh and continued, "So I deliberately hid it from them to enjoy everything myself, who would miss such an opportunity." In his mind he trembled in fear. No matter what, he could not let it be revealed that he had already failed. If they found out about the information leak as well, then his tower would hardly remain at peace. He avoided Hyungu's probing gaze, secretly praying that the other party would not investigate further. Hyungu pondered and then sighed, "Fine, even if that is true, I cannot change anything, consider it overlooked." Suddenly Hyungu stood up and said, "Lead the way, I will deal with the nearest place first." The sun god looked up in astonishment and asked, "Lead the way, where are you going?" Hyungu cracked his fingers, "Where else would I go?" He smiled brightly but his eyes were icy, "I must set straight the ones who started this war." Inside the world tree at that time, King Ipsit laughed and said, "While the sun god is busy dealing with Hyungu, you plan to gather all the nutrients from Tower 51 to nourish the tree. The more I think about it, the deeper this plan seems. I must look at Nayet differently now." Nayet burst into loud laughter at the praise. "That is nothing." Earth Spirit King Richard asked, "So now we just have to wait?" Nayet nodded, "That is right. Sinfis is taking longer than I expected. He must have harvested a great deal of nutrients." Suddenly, a gate of light appeared before them, causing all three to gasp in shock. Nayet laughed, "I just mentioned him, and he appeared immediately." "Welcome back, Sinfis, you have worked hard." But what answered Nayet was a pair of familiar black and white striped sandals. Next, the battered body of the sun god flew straight toward the table. The three stared wide-eyed without time to react. When they regained their senses, the sun god had already crashed hard and shattered the table. Nayet screamed, "What the hell is happening?" Nayet was horrified is that the sun god. He had been thrown around miserably, his head planted into the ground, his lower body sticking up, eyes unfocused. Nayet stepped closer and asked, "Why did you appear here in this state?" Hyungu slowly stepped out, crushing a nutrient fruit underfoot and letting out a howl like a call from the dark. That sound made Nayet shudder. Hyungu bared a fierce smile, "I am here, prepare yourself." The three immediately huddled together. Ipsit and Reed exchanged glances silently. Then they leaped forward at the same time. Two charged at Hyungu intending to join forces. He merely curled his lips, what a warm welcome. In the blink of an eye his right hand swung out. His left hand followed, and both opponents were sent flying. He laughed and said, "So enthusiastic." Ipsit and Reed tumbled down nearby. Nayet seemed petrified, her mind in turmoil. Even the sun god had been defeated so quickly. Unbelievable. Hyungu's icy voice rang out, "I have warned you before not to push me." Hyungu stepped in front of Nayet, gripping her shoulder tightly, his voice filled with anger. "Why did you not listen?" Nayet cried out in pain. His eyes flashed fiercely, then he snapped, "If you have something to say, then speak quickly, do not play tricks. Speak honestly, otherwise even if the management company is displeased, today you will hardly leave alive." With her shoulder gripped tightly, Nayet clenched her teeth to endure, her mind spinning. At present only she retained her full strength. If she borrowed power from the world tree, she could summon a few other tower masters, but she looked at Ipsit, Green, and even the sun god lying motionless, her heart full of hesitation. Would that be enough to deal with him? Looking at Hyun-gu standing towering before her, Nayat panicked and wondered how such an unreasonable existence could exist. Gritting her teeth, Nayat suddenly said, "I am sorry." Hyun-gu raised his brow in surprise. She bowed her head and admitted that she had forced you to sign an unfair contract and pushed your tower into trouble. "I formally apologize. I hope you will calm your anger." Hyun-gu released his hand and sneered, "I thought you would cling to your pride and keep fighting. Seeing you admit your fault like this is interesting. You must be quite afraid." Mocked like that, Nayat could only grit her teeth and endure. Hyun-gu crossed his arms and looked at the green hair before him, then said, "Fine, since you are sincere I will accept your apology. I am quite easygoing." Nayat let out a breath of relief. "Thank you for your leniency, Tower Master of 51, then please leave." But she suddenly felt uneasy as Hyun-gu moved closer and growled, "Is an apology alone really enough?" Nayat was bewildered and had no time to understand when Hyun-gu's fist shot forward along with the words, "Accepting your apology and making you pay are two different matters." That fist struck straight into Nayat's face, causing her face to twist out of shape. Blood flowed from her nose. Hyun-gu cracked his knuckles and laughed coldly, "Good, now I will smash this place to pieces." Shifting to the side of the night parade of 100 ghosts. From above, the night parade of 100 ghosts looked at Sinfi struggling on the ground and said, "After taking the 10-step annihilation and still resisting, I thought you were better than this. Turns out this is all you amount to, truly disappointing." The night parade of 100 ghosts propped his hand and spoke indifferently. "At this rate, how am I supposed to relieve myself? Do you not have any other tricks?" Sinfi's, his whole body in tatters, looked up in shock. "Impossible. I am a high-ranking member of a faction, yet I ended up suffering such a disastrous defeat. Why is it that such a terrifying existence is merely an ordinary person in this tower?" Sinfi's gritted her teeth, her clenched fists trembling. She knew she could not face that man alone. If she wanted to fight, she would at least have to summon all the Spirit King. Looking at the teleportation stone in her hand, Sinfi's understood that to do so she had to shatter it, open a spatial gate, and drag him to their shared domain. If she revealed this miserable state before them just because of a mere commoner, the reputation of a high-ranking member like her would be ruined. Thinking about how Nayat and Ipsit always looked down on her, Sinfi's grew even more fearful. If she returned empty-handed, what would she do now? Bak Dahan looked at Sinfi's, his gaze sharp and cold. He let out a faint snort when he saw her eyes darting about. Grabbing Sinfi's by the wrist, Bak Dahan smiled and said, "So what you are holding is your final trump card." Seeing the extreme panic on Sinfi's face, he tightened his grip and said eagerly, "If I destroy this, your only chance of escape will vanish, is that right?" Sinfi's cried out in alarm, "Please stop." Bak Dahan bared his sharp teeth in a faint smile. "How interesting, very well. Little brat, this time I will spare you." Sinfi's was stunned and asked blankly, "What, really?" Bak Dahan replied calmly, "I already said it, do whatever you want." He smiled confidently because no matter how you try, you cannot affect me. So act freely, I want to see what you can do. I am curious to witness how the desperate struggle of a weakling looks. Her pride struck, Sinfi's gripped the stone tightly and growled, "How dare a commoner in the tower like you look down on a tower lord like me?" And then, Sinfi's closed her eyes and shouted loudly, "Let us see whether you can still keep that arrogance when all the Spirit Kings attack." "Just wait and see." Bak Dahan calmly watched as the surroundings gradually changed. Crossed his arms and said, "So your trump card is merely instant teleportation. How boring." When Sinfi's returned to the domain, she let out a soft laugh. "Now you no longer have the chance to mock me." Sinfi's hurriedly turned back and called out loudly, "Everyone, I have brought back the most precious nourishment for the world tree. Come help me quickly." But when she turned around, before her eyes was only a dazzling beam of light. The light flashed within the trunk of the world tree. Sinfi stood frozen, unable to understand what was happening. In just an instant, the trunk of the world tree collapsed, causing her to cry out in panic, "What is going on?" Sinfi's hurriedly leaped aside to avoid the rubble. Bak Dahan still wore a cold expression, while Sinfi's face turned pale as she stammered, "The tree, the tree. The world tree has been cut down. What exactly happened?" Suddenly Hyun-gu's voice rang out him. "What is this, Yaksha? Why are you here?" Bak Dahan was startled. "That voice is." Within the rubble, a figure gradually emerged. Upon recognizing that person, Bak Dahan happily called out, "Hyun-gu." As for Sinfi's, she was utterly horrified. What is he doing here? Ignoring the trembling Sinfi's, Hyun-gu looked at Bak Dahan and asked, "Why are you following me? What trick are you planning this time?" She shrugged and replied, "I no longer have illusion perfume, so I cannot do anything, do not worry." Bok Kui-dahan pushed Sinfis forward and said, I merely happened to catch a thief hiding in our floor. She appeared right after you vanished, so I suspected a connection. Hyengu suddenly understood. Ah, so that is how it is. It seems she belongs to the same group as those others. You just said she sneaked into our tower, did you not? After thinking for a moment, Hyengu smiled faintly. Then he stepped closer to Sinfi, his voice icy. So that means besides hiring people to assassinate me, you also plan to steal my thing. Sinfi's was so frightened she nearly fainted. She quickly knelt down and begged, I never intended to do that. It was only because of unavoidable circumstances that Hyengu did not bother to listen further. He gently stroked her cheek, then used terrifying strength to fling her away, saying indifferently, fine, I will let it pass this time. In any case, I have already destroyed enough. Sinfi's was sent flying far away. The body slid a long distance across the ground. Hyengu's voice rang out again, later remember to dig them up. Sinfi's felt puzzled upon hearing that. Hyengu continued, they kept making noise that I am not as strong as the world tree, so temporarily buried them underground. Before Sinfi's were the 4 heads of her companions, a sight that horrified her. She screamed shrilly, there. Sinfi's crawled toward them and asked tremblingly, are you all right? How did you become so miserable? Ipsit flushed red and shouted, shut up Sinfi's, while the sun god wept bitterly. Hyengu said coldly, reflect on yourselves, I am leaving first. Bok Kui-dahan smiled. Hyengu tightly gripped the teleportation stone and said cheerfully, if there is another chance. Let us meet again with smiles, neighbor. Bok Kui-dahan asked, where did you get this teleportation stone? Hyengu replied, I casually took it earlier, it is just a one-time item. Sinfi's exclaimed in panic, what kind of monsters are they? Suddenly beside her ear came the furious sound of teeth grinding. She turned around and cried out in shock, Nayet. She saw Nayet glaring angrily, her voice icy. I will definitely destroy you, Hyengu. Sinfi's looked at her, no longer afraid but only confused by the 4 heads protruding from the ground. She let out a disappointed sigh. We will talk about that later, Nayet. Your current condition is truly somewhat. A few days later at the highest floor, Hyengu, Noah, Uriel and Avi sat around a round conference table. Uriel asked coldly, you defeated the spirit kings and even broke the world tree. Uriel angrily slammed the table and stared at Hyengu. Did I not tell you not to cause any trouble? Hyengu laughed comfortably and waved his hand, saying, do not be so angry, I kept my promise, I did not finish anyone off. Hearing Hyengu laughter, Uriel ground his teeth in anger. That man tongue is truly irritating. Uriel shouted loudly, merely not killing them is not enough. If you had acted thoroughly back, then perhaps trouble would not arise in the future. That day you not only intruded into their domain, but also destroyed what they were meant to protect as tower lords. Along with all their pride, Uriel continued angrily, that is why Nayet requested to organize a separate meeting with the other leaders. Your opinion, what will be the topic of that meeting? Avi swallowed nervously, while Hyengu asked blankly. At this moment, inside the temporary meeting room set up by the spirit faction, Nayet glared and coldly declared, this meeting revolves around only one issue. Esteemed leaders, please help me eliminate the 51st Tower Lord. Hyengu, a mocking voice sounded, I had expected this, but I did not think it would be the topic of the first meeting after such a long time. Lucifer, the leader of the angel faction, sneered, it seems the spirit faction has been driven into a corner. You think so, my old friend? The demon faction leader Dai crossed his arms and replied, I am not so sure. His red eye flashed, the important thing is that I told you to address me properly, Lucifer. I do not like being called that way by a traitor. Lucifer shrugged and laughed, oh come now, you have not changed at all, always dwelling on matters from billions of years ago. And Lucifer turned to Nayat, very well, if it is only about eliminating a factionless tower lord, I can support you. Lucifer's eyes gleamed brightly as he said excitedly, as long as the benefits are attractive enough, surely you have prepared thoroughly, Nayat. Nayat gently closed her eyes, and calmly replied that of course it was so. If you agree to this proposal, then the spirit faction promises. All the fruits we gather will be divided evenly among you. Throughout the next century, at the headquarters of the management company, the manager asked in astonishment, not only did the sun god fail, but they even organized a meeting of the leaders, truly something beyond expectation. He revealed a meaningful smile, appearing extremely interested. It seems this game is gradually slipping out of control. The manager turned his gaze to Hemet to inquire about the sun god's situation. Hemet respectfully reported that although the mission failed, he had never revealed any information. Therefore he hoped for leniency, then locked himself inside the tower and declared he would no longer have anything to do with the 51st Tower Master. The manager frowned in dissatisfaction, considering it utterly unreasonable. He rubbed his aching temple, sighed softly, then continued, "Fine, in your opinion, where will that meeting lead? Perhaps it is preparation for the factions to form an alliance for retaliation, whether the other two factions will nod in agreement." Hemet narrowed his eyes and replied that one of the two would surely consent, especially if the spirits offer the world tree as compensation. The manager was surprised. Did Hyungu not destroy that tree already? Hemet immediately explained that the roots still remain, as long as there were enough nutrients it could recover. Although the process would take quite some time, the achievements created by the world tree in both quality and quantity would not cause anyone to regard it as another loss. The manager tapped his fingers on the table and calmly said, "I understand. That is also good. Sometimes letting them resolve obstacles themselves is not necessarily a bad thing." He lowered his voice and ordered, "For now we will simply observe and see how events unfold." On the other side, Uriel slammed the table in anger and anxiously asked how you intend to handle this now. In this situation, you may have to face an alliance of at least two factions. By then the management company will certainly take notice of the disturbances occurring in the lower dimensional realm. The more Dai Plan spoke, the more he trembled, panicking that it would make the search for the dimension he painstakingly hunted even more difficult. At this point he burst with emotion, rushing over to look at Hyungu and lament, "When will I ever sleep peacefully, you wretch?" Hyungu could only break into a sweat and softly say, "Your reason sounds rather pitiful." Then Hyungu leaned back in his chair and let out a long, lazy yawn. "In short, I only need to draw attention so the management company is distracted while you hunt the achievements of that eye. Correct." Dai Plan froze for a moment before nodding. "That is true, but could it be that you already have a plan?" Hyungu revealed a sly smile. "Of course I do." He looked at the light streaming in from the gate with complete confidence. "Drawing attention is my specialty." Returning to the spirit faction meeting, Lucifer smiled brightly and said, "I know you do not have enough achievements to pay me in one go. But I did not expect you to choose installment payments over 100 years. It seems the pride of the spirits has been badly wounded this time." Mocked like that, Naiad trembled with anger yet could not refute. She could only lower her voice and tell him to get to the point, making Lucifer laugh. "What is left to discuss? You need my help to gain achievements. I accept joining your plan." Hearing that, Nayat let out a breath of relief, then turned to Dai with an implied question, "What about you?" Dai crossed his arms and coldly replied that his faction would not participate. Nayat cried out in shock, "What?" She sprang up in panic and asked why was the compensation still not enough. Dai curled his lips and said, "No, it is simply that I rather like that 51st Tower Master." Nayat's face twisted as she exclaimed in astonishment, "Like him?" Dai calmly said not to worry. "I will not oppose you because of that, just keeping watch over the followers is busy enough. As for retaliation, you can handle it yourselves." Nayad ground her teeth in frustration, thinking that she had known he always disliked struggles for power. But she did not expect him to refuse such an attractive offer. "Never mind, as long as the angel faction joins it will be enough to bring down Hyungu," while Lucifer continued mocking Dai for pretending to be noble. Nayat laughed arrogantly, convinced victory was in her grasp. "Just wait, Hyungu. Before long both you and your tower will be reduced to ruin." Suddenly a sharp voice rang out, "Wow, you seem very happy, my foolish girl." Hyungu's eerie face appeared along with a dark voice joining the fun. Nayat turned pale in fright and screamed. She staggered back repeatedly and asked in panic, "Hyungu, how did you appear here?" Nayat trembled as she pointed. "This is a place that can only be reached through a private teleportation array. Aside from our faction who could enter, how exactly did you do it?" Hyungu shrugged and smiled. "Ah, that a neighbor helped me. Politely asked him to pass along a message that I missed you. He kindly opened the way for me. As for using a bit of force to make Siegfried lie still, there is no need for me to mention it." Nayat did not know the truth behind it and only thought Siegfried had betrayed her. Hyungu laughed and said that at this point it was no longer important. He cracked his knuckles, his aura rising as he advanced toward Nayat step by step. "What matters is your little discussion. Go on, tell me about it, I am very curious." Lucifer immediately stepped in front of Nayat and said with a grin, "Wow, this one is more troublesome than I thought. You must be Hyungu." Hyungu asked in surprise, "And who are you?" Lucifer cheerfully introduced himself. "I am Lucifer, one of the 4 great archangels." His gentle smile suddenly turned cold. "And I am also the leader of the angel faction, the one who just agreed to eliminate you." Hyungu remained calm. "Oh, is that so?" Lucifer continued. "If you are curious about the meeting, then do not bully that spirit. Why not ask your friend?" Hyungu frowned. "My friend?" Lucifer pointed toward Dai, who sat silently. He is the leader of the demon faction, the only one who refused the proposal to kill you. He even said he quite likes you. Hyun-gu replied in surprise, I have never met him, but I still thank him. Thanks to you, I now know clearly who stands on which side. Lucifer froze and asked, what do you mean? Know who you mean him. Before he could finish, Hyun-gu cut him off. Of course, the one who may become closer to me in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce slap sent Lucifer crashing into the wall, his face twisted. Hyun-gu smiled, and also the one I will thoroughly teach a lesson. Lucifer clutched his face and wailed in disbelief. Did I lose that easily? This is infuriating. Watching the ridiculous act, Hyun-gu frowned and remarked that this man was truly unusual. What are you playing at? That is enough acting, it is exhausting to watch. Even with his face distorted, Lucifer still wore a calculating smile. A wisp of purple smoke appeared behind Hyun-gu and formed into a hand that gripped his shoulder tightly. Lucifer asked, how did you know? That was only an illusion created by me. Hyun-gu laughed and replied, of course. How could I let you collapse from a single strike? Later I will properly entertain you. Lucifer smiled and replied, very well, I was thinking the same. He tightened his grip on Hyun-gu's shoulder and laughed with delight. It seems we get along quite well. Frivolous attitude angered Hyun-gu. He threw a warning punch and said, stop rambling and get lost. Another blow twisted Lucifer's face again, yet he still laughed and said, you are too sensitive. Lucifer's eyes flashed, his voice suddenly lowered, fine. What I needed to do is done, now I will leave. Next time we will have a proper match. Hyun-gu. After speaking, he vanished. Hyun-gu turned back and said, fine then. But behind him there was no trace of Naya. He muttered in annoyance. She ran away already. These things happen fast indeed. Hyun-gu finally let it go. Fine then. This should be enough to draw the attention of those above. Now then. Hyun-gu stepped closer to Jai, saying, in the end it is just the two of us left. You still do not fully understand everything. Hyun-gu pressed him. What exactly are you planning? I know you are the leader of the demon faction, but why choose to stand on my side? I fell silent for a moment before replying, demons. To be honest, I do not like that name. It is merely a label given to me by other factions. Our true nature is far removed from that title. Hearing this only made Hyun-gu more confused, so he asked, so that means S. I did not let him finish, slowly removing his hood as he said, allow me to introduce myself first. I am the one who guides the people beneath that sky. Jai's face left Hyun-gu utterly stunned. Jai seemed to have expected that reaction and calmly continued. In some places I am called the Savior or the Messiah along with many other titles. My name is Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, in a previous life, he was a renowned prophet. His name stretched across religions, legends, and history. Even if some do not believe, almost everyone knows his name, a sacred and noble existence. Hyun-gu stared at the man before him and exclaimed in shock, you are Jesus Christ. Truly, Jesus Christ smiled in satisfaction and said, it seems there is a similar existence within your tower as well. Do not overthink it, he and I merely share the same legend by coincidence. But our essence is separate, distinct beings. Hyun-gu rubbed his neck and replied calmly, well, I am not that shocked. I have seen many similar cases before. Hyun-gu leaned toward Jisoo and said, in my living room Sun Wukong and Azure Dragon are still obsessing over that idol. Jisoo nodded and said, interesting. But I do not understand what chasing an idol means. Hyun-gu looked again at Jesus Christ and remarked that the version of him in his tower was somewhat different. Jesus Christ smiled and replied, of course. In the outside world, there are always countless different stories. He then continued, the reason I stand on your side is simple. I feel goodwill toward you, moreover I dislike the other factions, I even despise them. Hyun-gu asked curiously, despise them why? Jesus Christ replied, we do not have much time left. Nay has already left, so she certainly will not leave this place in peace. No sooner had he finished than the meeting room began to shake violently. The ceiling collapsed in chunks. Hyun-gu muttered in irritation, damn it. Suddenly Jesus Christ threw a stone to Hyun-gu and said, wait, take this. Hyun-gu asked, what is this? Jesus Christ explained, this is a stone that can bend space, linked to my tower, seek me when needed. That time I will explain in detail what they are doing inside your tower. Jesus Christ's face turned solemn, his eyes glowing red as if filled with fury. Shortly after, Hyun-gu suddenly stepped out from the space gate on the 50th floor. As soon as he escaped, he let out a breath that was close, a little slower, and I would have been crushed. All of a sudden a hand grabbed Hyun-gu's leg. A resentful voice rang out, him Hyun-gu. Bastard. Hyun-gu looked at Siegfried lying flat on the ground and said, oh right. I forgot about this guy. Siegfried crawled on the floor and growled, what the hell did you do? Hyun-gu scratched his head awkwardly, well, After a moment, Siegfried grabbed Hyun-gu by the collar, almost in tears as he called his name. "Are you insane?" Hyun-gu shouted back in surprise. "You scared me." Siegfried panicked. "You barged into the meeting room by threatening me, and even made Nayet think I betrayed her. Do you have any conscience at all?" Siegfried kept talking, spittle flying everywhere. "My tower is finished. If they order punishment, I will die before you. Say something, you lunatic. How are you going to take responsibility?" Hyun-gu grew irritated and struck the back of his neck hard. "Shut up." Hyun-gu clenched his fist and barked. "You curse people like dogs all day. Do you want to become one?" Siegfried held his head in pain and said, "I only misspoke once." Hyun-gu glared. "You still dare argue? So you are saying since you are at risk of being eliminated you want me to take the blame, and you make such a fuss." Siegfried choked out, "What? Is that all? Do you have any plan?" Hyun-gu replied calmly, "Of course I do." And he grinned slyly. "I have a very good idea." The scene shifted to the management company. The manager asked, "So the spirit and angel factions have formed an alliance?" And Hyun-gu appeared right when they were discussing it. Hemet replied, "Yes." The manager said in surprise, "How strange." Pondered, suppose he threatened the 50th floor tower master to get in, but how did he know about the meeting? How could someone belonging to no faction have that information? Hemet reported, "I investigated as well, but found no clues." The manager fell into thought and ordered Hemet set aside other matters and investigate the origin of this at the 51st tower. Hemet looked at the stone and asked, "What is this? Is it not the achievement stone sent by the 51st floor tower master?" The manager nodded yes, the achievement portion has already been extracted. Hemet asked, "Why are you suddenly concerned?" The manager replied, "Something is suspicious. He accomplished something that a person could not do alone. And he knows things he should not possibly know, as if it were only natural. I feel he is supported by an existence similar to me," Hemet said in shock. "On the same level as you." The manager lowered his voice, "Yes, that is what I suspect. One secretly backing Hyun-gu is very likely him." Hemet was confused, but about that, the manager replied, "Nothing is certain yet. That is why it must be investigated. If the speculation is correct, the 51st tower must be erased." At the place being mentioned, the 51st tower, Avi looked agitated, Noah avoided eye contact, and Siegfried held documents in panic. "What exactly is going on?" Hyun-gu. Seeing Hyun-gu smile, Siegfried grew even more confused. "Why did you give this to me?" Hyun-gu said bluntly, "I cannot fully trust you. If the spirit faction forgives you, then you will go right back." "Correct," Siegfried stammered about that. Hyun-gu pointed at Noah and Avi and said, "I had an expert modify it. This is a contract that guarantees our friendship." Before Siegfried lay the contract, in truth a binding, where Hyun-gu held the initiative and Siegfried had to obey. In return he would be protected. If he caused trouble he would be dealt with. Hyun-gu continued, "You only need to use magic power to sign here. A magic circle will activate and turn the contents into a mandatory obligation." Hyun-gu bared his fangs in a smile and patted his shoulder. "So what do you think? This way there is no need to fear betrayal." Siegfried said, "That is true, but the terms are a bit." Hyun-gu coaxed with a smile, "It is simple. If you want my protection, then reveal the spirit faction's weaknesses, act as a guard and assist with a few small tasks." After hearing that, Siegfried's eyes widened as he asked blankly, "What?" Hyun-gu listed things like turning off the lights when I sleep, bringing snacks, sweeping the yard, just chores I am too lazy to do, making Siegfried panic as he hurriedly said, "Wait." Hyun-gu gave a thumbs up. "Sounds simple," Siegfried retorted angrily. "Nonsense. This is not friendship, it is clearly coercion." Siegfried clenched his fist and said, "I am the master of an entire tower. Who do you think I am?" Hyun-gu spoke coldly, "So what, want to try?" His sharp gaze left him speechless. Siegfried trembled, sweat pouring down as he held the contract. "Where do I have to sign now?" Noah helplessly pointed to the opposite side, right at the support section over there. Noah continued signaling to the next page, while Siegfried sniffled through his tears as he signed. Hyun-gu folded his arms and watched with satisfaction. It seemed everything had basically been arranged properly. Hyun-gu stared intently at the stone given by Jesus Christ and silently pondered. Then the only way left is to go meet him directly, right inside the tower of Jesus Christ. On the highest floor, Hyun-gu swept his gaze around and suddenly felt startled. "I know you call yourself Jesus Christ, but arranging things like this really makes people feel confused." Seeing Jesus Christ dressed in white standing at the end of the hall, Hyun-gu shivered slightly. What exactly was with this solemn atmosphere? The attendant Peter clasped his hands and reported, "Sir, the guest has arrived." Jesus Christ calmly replied, "I know, Peter, this conversation will be long. You may step outside for now." Peter immediately bowed respectfully and answered, "Yes, sir." Watching Peter leave, Hyun-gu thought to himself, how strange. Why does this person give me a familiar feeling? Clearly, I have never met him before. Could it just be an illusion? A sudden sound rang out, making Hyun-gu jump. Jesus Christ sat down at the table and gently invited, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Hyun-gu. Thank you for accepting. Come and sit." Hyun-gu pulled out a chair and sat down. "No need for courtesy. I am the one who has something to ask you." As soon as he settled in, Hyun-gu spoke bluntly, "We are both busy, so I will get straight to the point. What exactly are they doing inside my tower?" Jesus Christ calmly replied, "Before answering, I want to ask you, why do you care about that? Why does their pursuit of achievements trouble you?" Hyun-gu fell silent for a moment. Then he sighed and scratched his head. "Honestly, it is nothing profound. I just think they are no different from a bunch of lunatics. I doubt they can make use of that equation. It is probably just some petty tricks. I guess they are pushing innocent people to the brink to squeeze out benefits for themselves. The tower master who once ruled my place before was the same, so I understand that kind of behavior too well. Because of him, we struggled many times." Hyun-gu gritted his teeth and slammed the table. "That is why I am furious. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. If I meet them, I only want to teach them a harsh lesson." Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Hyun-gu said, "Whether I know or not, I will still face them with my fists. Is that answer enough?" Jesus Christ nodded with a smile and said, "Very good. I truly did not misjudge you." Jesus Christ turned serious. "All right, I will tell you. The way they gather achievements for themselves. At the same time, in the common space of the angel faction in heaven, the archangel Gabriel looked at Lucifer and asked, 'So we have joined hands with the spirit faction to overthrow the tower master of the 51st tower,' Gabriel continued, 'then we must quickly assemble our forces.' Lucifer raised his hand to stop him and leisurely said, 'There is no need to waste strength on that for now.' Gabriel asked in surprise, 'Why do we not want to seize the fruit of the world tree?' Lucifer shook his head and explained, 'That is true, but Hyun-gu will not let us take it so easily.' When in an illusory state I could not see clearly, yet I still sensed that attacking without thorough preparation would bring unpredictable consequences. Lucifer smiled calculatingly and said, 'Therefore after the spirit faction, we will wait for Kim Hyun-yu to wear himself down after confronting them and then deliver the decisive blow. Do you not think this plan is perfect?' The archangel Zibriel hesitated and replied, 'Yes, but will the spirit faction truly be so reckless? They have already suffered heavy losses.' Lucifer sneered, 'Rest assured, if they want our assistance they will have to act first.' 2H has been transmitted. Just as Lucifer calculated, on the other side Naiad was so furious that veins bulged on her forehead. She slammed the table and shouted, 'We must strike first.' Naiad looked at her three teammates and analyzed, 'Lucifer will surely avoid losses by staying still and waiting for others to make the first move. So the first thing is to capture the traitor within our faction. Siegfried must be punished.' Greenwood frowned and said, 'This is truly hard to understand. Why target Siegfried? Of course we cannot tolerate a traitor, but right now we should focus our strength on opposing Hyun-gu.' Naiad immediately replied, 'Precisely because we want to confront Hyun-gu, we must deal with Siegfried first. You all know that to oppose Hyun-gu, every member of the spirit faction must go into battle together. To do that we need a gate large enough. With the current state of the world tree, creating such a gate is extremely difficult. Even if we drain all its energy, we can only open a passage for a few people. At most 4 people, and it would require accumulating power over a long period to achieve. Therefore, the most urgent matter is to replenish nutrients to restore the world tree ability to activate the gate, and that nutrient must at minimum reach the level of a tower master.' Hearing that, Ipsit froze and asked, 'You mean you want to use Siegfried as nourishment for the tree?' Naiad coldly nodded, 'Exactly. Does anyone else have a different opinion?' The other 3 remained silent. Seeing that, Naiad continued, 'All right, form a team to capture him. I want this resolved as soon as possible.' With hatred surging, Naiad tightened her voice, 'I want to end Hyun-gu life soon.' Returning to heaven, Lucifer took a sip of coffee and ordered, 'Of course we must also prepare carefully. Convey this to the other tower masters. During this time we will use all tributes from each tower to reinforce heaven.' Gabriel asked in astonishment, 'Do you mean to bring Hyun-gu here?' Lucifer nodded, 'That is right, even if it is him. He would not be able to do anything in this heaven, a place that only strengthens angels.' Lucifer laughed comfortably. 'Forcibly teleporting someone far stronger than a tower master here is not easy, but with your technique you can do it, can you not, Uriel?' Being called by name, Uriel froze in shock. As the archangel Uriel, he could only force a smile and reply, 'Yes, sir.' Inwardly his thoughts were tangled as the situation grew more complicated. Uriel smiled reassuringly, 'Please rest assured. Leave this matter to me, Sir Lucifer. In his heart, plan had cursed Hyungu countless times. How are you going to handle this? On Hyungu's side, he spoke frankly, is that really so? The so-called nutrients and tributes they mention. Jesus Christ nodded, that is correct. Achievement is originally a natural trait. When accumulated from the efforts of others, it is called legendary power. Therefore, for mortals, achievement is something transcendent and hard to reach. But the towers are the history of the current world created by those beings. The energy born there is transformed into achievements. The stronger the history, the more achievements are produced. That is inevitable. Hyungu stammered, what do you mean by history? Jesus Christ slowly replied, it is exactly that. It is the wars where countless people are drawn in and fall because of hatred and jealousy. It is the natural disasters that claim the lives of many innocent people. Even the accidents and injustices recorded over time, the events that create endless tragedies and despair, all of them become achievements. Do you understand now, Hyungu? Hyungu's eyes gradually burned with anger, while Jesus Christ continued evenly. You have realized what they do to exchange for so-called nutrients and tributes. Continuously strip away the lives of the residents living on the floors they govern. Hyungu's voice trembled. They sacrifice their own citizens just to obtain achievement. That even allowed, Jesus Christ chuckled softly and replied, it is not that difficult. Whether it is war or natural disaster, as long as the tower master agrees it is done, because he is the god of the tower he rules. Hyungu covered his face and sighed in disappointment. I had partly guessed it, but those bastards have gone too far. He slammed his hand on the table again, his voice lowered. I did not expect them to dare cross a boundary that has existed for ages. Hyungu trembled with anger. It is a pity I cannot immediately wipe them all out. Jesus nodded and said, I think so too, although your words are somewhat harsh. That is precisely why I hold you in high regard. Hyungu stood stunned and blurted out, what did you just say? Jesus Christ slowly recounted that the first time you stepped into the conference between the tower masters, I was not present, because not every leader was required to attend that meeting. Even so, I heard the entire story from my disciples, and the reason you acted then was to protect the innocent receptionist. I also heard that you defeated that man right in front of everyone, forcing him into a miserable and wretched state. Jesus Christ smiled in satisfaction and said, the moment I learned of it, I was certain that unlike those two ruthless leaders, you carry within you a righteous soul and strength that surpasses them all. Hyungu frowned and replied, I can clearly sense a scheme here. My experience tells me that behind sweet praise there is always some hidden purpose. What do you ultimately want from me? Jesus Christ replied with a gentle smile. It is not quite as you think, rest assured. Jesus Christ's tone suddenly grew calm, but I hope that with your strength and unpredictable growth, you can restore the order that the other tower masters have thrown into chaos in this dimension. Hearing that, Hyungu showed displeasure and said bluntly, in other words, you want me to clean up that bunch myself. Jesus Christ laughed and replied, if my words made you think so, then I apologize, but truly we do not have the power to rise and fight. You would have to spend a great deal of time accumulating achievements to negotiate without sacrificing the residents in the tower. However, this method bends the rules and will come with certain consequences. Hyungu asked curiously, bend the rules, can that truly be done? By what method? Hearing that question, Jesus Christ gave a meaningful smile. After returning to his 51st floor, Hyungu immediately recounted everything to the others. Avi covered her mouth in shock and exclaimed, is that true, Guardian? No matter how much they crave achievements, how could they do something so terrifying? Noah broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe it. Siegfried silently scratched his head, fearful of everyone's criticism. Avi angrily said, how can such shameless beings exist? Noah echoed that even the mana and air given to them is a waste. Suddenly Avi and Noah spoke in unison, wait, could it be? Then both of them looked at Siegfried with contemptuous eyes that made him jump and cry out, why are you looking at me like that? Siegfried hurriedly explained, even if that is the case, I have never massacred anyone, that is too troublesome, I only sometimes cause droughts or floods. Hearing that, Avi and Noah looked at him as if he were filth, causing him to flare up and shout, please stop looking at me like that. Hyungu spoke up, I understand your feelings, but stop. To thoroughly deal with those spirits, we still need him. Hearing that, Siegfried said joyfully, that is right, I am very important, you should treat me well. But Siegfried immediately stiffened when Kim appeared. Hyungu looked at him with blazing eyes and ground his teeth in warning. That is why you must cooperate properly, Siegfried. That is the only reason I have not crushed you right now, understand? Knowing his weak position well, Siegfried lowered his head obediently and replied, I understand, I will remember. Only then did Hyun-gu let out a sigh of relief. Avi looked at Hyun-gu and asked, "So guardian, how did Jesus Christ accumulate achievements without harming the residents in the tower?" "Achievements gained from training efficiency cannot meet the required amount," Hyun-gu replied. "It seems he has a special method of bending the rule. However, I am not sure what to call that method." Hyun-gu recalled how shocked he had been when he heard Jesus Christ's words and asked again, "You lowered your own soul rank." Jesus Christ calmly answered, "That is correct. From my observation, when replacing a calamity with achievements, the negative consequences received will carry a far greater value. Therefore, the despair and pain of the residents in the tower will bring a very high price. And at that time, the collapse of an existence close to a god is something I can justify. Especially the decline of myself or my holy disciples will bring even greater value, and at the same time be gentler," leaving Hyun-gu even more astonished after hearing. Jesus Christ continued, "That is why my soul has been significantly worn down." He pointed to the horns on his head and said, "That is why I bear this form." Hyun-gu sighed, "It would have been better if you had never become a tower master. What brought you to this point?" Jesus Christ replied solemnly, "The reason is simple. Someone must take that position, and I understand that better than anyone." Light behind Jesus Christ spread out, as if it were a symbol of righteousness and compassion. He smiled kindly and asked, "Is there anything else you wish to know?" Hyun-gu returned to the present and said seriously, "But that no longer matters now. I called everyone here for another matter. Have you come up with any plan? How can we ensure those spirits can no longer continue collecting achievements?" Avi asked curiously, "Prevent them from collecting achievements? Why is that?" Hyun-gu replied thoughtfully, "I think the best way right now is to divide the two factions and let them fight among themselves. They cooperate not because they are close, right? Only because each side needs something from the other. So if we make it so they can no longer accumulate achievements to exchange, then that alliance will quickly fall apart. What do you think of this idea?" Noah nodded in agreement. "It sounds reasonable." Hyun-gu leaned back in his chair and said, "I cannot destroy their towers like the world tree, so we need a special technique, and that is why I asked for your support." Avi thought for a moment and replied, "That depends on how the management company's tower operates. At the moment I still have no concrete idea." Siegfried also spoke up, "I have never considered this issue," making Hyun-gu say worriedly, "Is that so? Perhaps this plan is somewhat risky." Suddenly Noah spoke up, "No, I do not think so." Noah looked at Hyun-gu with a serious expression. "There is a possibility we can resolve this quite simply." Hyun-gu asked in surprise, "Really?" Siegfried also looked at Noah with curiosity. Noah nodded and replied, "Although we cannot be certain yet, we need to go to their tower and observe the lower floors where achievements are gathered. Fortunately, the tower master of one of them is here." Hearing himself mentioned, Siegfried jumped and pointed at himself, stammering, "Me." Avi smiled brightly and clapped her hands. "Wonderful, so even trash has its own use." Noah beside her nodded cheerfully, "That is right, we should learn how to recycle them." Hyun-gu said excitedly, "Excellent, I also want to see what the lower floors of another tower look like. What do you think?" Siegfried scratched his head in distress and cried out, "Stop calling me that." "Fine, I will lead the way for you." Suddenly Siegfried slammed the table and asked, "But if all of us go down there, then who will handle the other matters? What if the spirit faction sends assassins? Are we to leave the upper floors unattended?" Hyun-gu scratched his head thoughtfully, "You make a fair point." Hyun-gu pointed at Siegfried and said calmly, "In any case they are just goblins like you. Their world tree has been destroyed by me, so the remaining numbers are insignificant." Siegfried retorted irritably, but then suddenly realized that was not wrong. Hyun-gu laughed comfortably and said, "Then there is no need to worry. On my side I have a few people who are very good at dealing with such beings." A luxurious clothing store. All the female employees were blushing. Lee Seo-jong clapped excitedly and praised, "Oh my, this outfit suits you so well." Wukong wore a glossy black outfit from head to toe, his handsome face and perfect physique making him ask shyly, "Is that so?" Wukong said hesitantly, "I feel these things are a bit flashy." But Lee Seo-jong completely ignored him and excitedly pointed around the store. "Take all the sets hanging over there and bring them here." The sales clerk replied happily, "Yes, miss." Seeing her shop without stopping, Wukong could only sigh and think that as long as she was happy it was fine. Looking at the piles of shopping bags, Wukong could not help but be astonished. This quantity is truly too much. He tiredly thought to himself, perhaps pretending to be a boyfriend has gone too far. My body has grown stiff, I need a bit of exercise. Suddenly a notification panel appeared before Wukong's eyes, causing him to exclaim in surprise, A message from Hyun-gu. Content read, come here and provide support immediately. Show your ability. Remember to bring Qing Long and Yaksha. After reading it, Wukong could not help but feel puzzled. The next day, at the spirit base near the World Tree, Nayat crossed her arms and instructed, be careful. Your mission is to capture Siegfried alive. Therefore I have given you this precious teleportation stone. Can I trust you? Fire Spirit Fury, the Storm Spirit Strophen, and the Spirit Dread. All three answered in unison, please rest assured, Miss Nayat. Fury smiled confidently and said, I do not know what the Spirit Kings think, but against someone like Siegfried, the three of us are more than enough. You only need to focus on eliminating Hyun-gu. Nayat smiled in satisfaction and replied, you truly are reliable, I wish you luck. Fury, Strophen, and Dread stepped into the teleportation gate and said in unison, yes, we will return soon. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from that place. The moment they stepped through the gate, the three of them heard Wukong's teasing voice ring out, ah, they have finally arrived. It is you, the Tower Masters of the Spirit faction. When you witnessed the night parade of 100 ghosts, Qinglong and Wukong standing proudly in formation blocking the way ahead. Fury froze and asked who you really are and where Siegfried is. Wukong immediately cut in excitedly saying that you do not need to know that, just answer us. Among you, whoever is the most detestable, step forward. Group of Spirit Faction Tower Masters fell speechless the moment they saw Wukong, along with the night parade of 100 ghosts in Qinglong. Hong Hun glared and demanded, what did you just say, insolent wretch? Seeing Fury react that way, Wukong grinned broadly in delight and said that our Tower Master told us you are nothing but a worthless bunch. Wukong rolled his eyes disdainfully at Fury and continued that I can give you a thorough beating as long as I do not take your lives. That is why I ask. If it hurts your pride, then I apologize. Fury was so furious that veins bulged on his forehead, irritably declaring that this is utterly unreasonable. He immediately released his demonic power, stepping closer to Wukong and saying, if you are a Tower Master, then why have we never known? Clearly just a commoner within the tower. Facing Wukong's arrogant expression, Fury growled a threat, are you seeking disaster upon yourself? How dare a mere mortal speak so rudely before a Tower Master like me? I truly do not understand where you found such confidence. Before acting so arrogantly, you should measure your own strength. Hearing that, Wukong silently drew out his Ruyi staff and tossed it into the air, leaving Fury stunned. Before Fury could comprehend what was happening, Wukong shouted loudly, grow longer. The staff instantly extended. Wukong leaped up, seized it, and spun it in his hand. He plunged straight down vertically, smashing the staff fiercely toward Fury. In the blink of an eye, Fury was forced deep into the ground. That sight left Strophen and Dread too stunned to speak. Night parade of 100 ghosts laughed and told Qinglong that he seems very fired up, while Wukong turned back to tell Ecin and the Yaksha woman not to interfere. Wukong's eyes blazed as he shouted in exhilaration that it has been a long time since I have exercised this satisfying. At the same time, on a lower floor of the 50th tower, the people here were gaunt and haggard, nothing but skin over bones. Hyun-gu said in shock that this is unbelievable. Is this the lower level of your subordinate's tower? Before the devastated ruins, with corpses scattered everywhere and the living barely clinging to life, he stood frozen at the chaos. Siegfried remained silent, too frightened to utter a word. He gritted his teeth and roared in anger, should I deal with you right now? Siegfried turned pale and trembled as he begged for mercy and argued that this place is actually still fairly stable. They do not die en masse often. Seeing Hyun-gu's bloodshot eyes, Siegfried's voice grew faint as he stammered that they rarely die sporadically or from hunger. After speaking, Siegfried dropped to his knees automatically, clasping his hands to beg for forgiveness. He still angrily shouted that when you return you must resolve this immediately. Understood. Siegfried sobbed that he understood. He turned to ask Noah whether the survey was finished. Noah nodded and said the tower's structure is simpler than expected, so progress is very fast. If other places are similar, then the plan's success is almost certain. He asked in surprise if it is that smooth. Despite Siegfried still kneeling in punishment, he asked Noah what the specific plan is. Noah suggested talking while walking and said there is something to show you. He agreed to walk but still glanced back at the desolate ruins behind. A heavy feeling rose in his heart as he thought that other towers might be even more miserable. His gaze stopped on a skinny child by the roadside. He muttered a curse under his breath in anger. Memories of his lonely childhood suddenly surged back. The image of a frightened boy sitting before the orphanage seemed to come alive again. His whole body trembled with rage, the flames of resentment blazing as he remembered the past. Seeing him standing there trembling in silence, Noah asked if he still intended to stay here. Hyun-gu took a deep breath and replied that it was nothing. He said we should go, his face still tense though he tried to appear calm. Returning to the 51st floor, shattered earth and stone showed that a fierce battle had just taken place. In truth, Sun Wukong was relentlessly swinging his Ruyi staff, forcing Strophen to do nothing but defend. Strophen panted and widened his eyes to dodge, inwardly terrified because merely defending had already exhausted him. He wondered if this was truly the power of a mere commoner, as Sun Wukong's eyes flashed. Sun Wukong spun the staff and thrust forward, sending Strophen flying. Strophen dug his feet into the ground and shouted to Dread how much longer. He could not hold on alone, provide support quickly. From where Rayard was glowing, she answered not to worry. All preparations were complete. From Ray's magic sphere, countless enormous roots burst forth. They twisted like ferocious beasts and charged towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong sneered, tightened his grip on the staff and mocked that so this is all you can summon. Sorry, but I have seen this trick before. Right inside this very tower. I have even seen it so often that I grew bored. He declared that a single move would be enough to sweep everything away. But before he could act, a massive bolt of lightning struck down. Lightning blast blew away the mass of roots under Dread and Strophen's stunned gazes. Azure Dragon's voice rang out arrogantly, how troublesome. You are still too green. Sun Wukong grew annoyed at Azure Dragon's interference and told him not to steal the credit, while Azure Dragon calmly replied, you are already out of breath. Stop being stubborn about claiming merit. Azure Dragon pointed behind them, making Sun Wukong turn around in curiosity. He saw the parade of 100 ghosts sitting bored upon a throne, magic power surging with nowhere to release it. Azure Dragon said the Yaksha was growing impatient. But it would be best to finish this quickly. Under the Yaksha's cold gaze, Azure Dragon reminded that if they did not deal with it soon she would act herself. Sun Wukong replied excitedly, then I will speed up. Sun Wukong shouted for the others to charge at once to end it quickly. Drea Jun stammered in disbelief that his ultimate move had been broken so easily. Gofen flustered and said they could not let this continue, they had to retreat first. Ray gritted her teeth in agreement but still hesitated. Red pointed at Fury lying motionless on the ground and said the one holding the teleportation stone was Fury, but he had already fallen. Dread and Strophen decided they had to bring Fury back and withdraw immediately. Though the opponent was strong, there was still a chance to turn things around. Yet before they could act, a pair of familiar black and white striped sandals appeared, accompanied by a curse about having just gone down a floor and already needing to return. Sun Wukong rested the staff on his shoulder and sighed that he had come back. Azure Dragon was also surprised because that speed was faster than expected. Hyen Gu walked forward calmly and placed a hand on Strophen's shoulder. With his other hand he draped it over Dread's shoulder and smiled as he asked if guests had come to visit. Strophen trembled violently and stammered his name. After the call of Kim Hyen Gu, he tightened his grip on the two men's shoulders and hurled them away, sending them rolling across the ground. The two sprawled on the ground. Hyen Gu said coldly that they had arrived just in time because he needed them. He turned back with a sharp smile and asked if they had a teleportation stone. On the Spirit faction's side, Nightard stood high above and declared that the Tower Masters and elite forces were ready. At last, every preparation for the coming battle had been completed. This scene was truly majestic beyond imagination. If only the Angel faction had appeared here as well, it would have been perfect. If there had been a few mocking laughs to liven things up, no matter how strong Hyen Gu was, he would have struggled to turn the situation around. Nayet suddenly frowned. She let out a sigh and said, I hope so. Because of him, we have already suffered far too many losses. Now we only need to wait for the pursuit team to return, and everything will be settled. At that very moment, a dark shadow suddenly fell, blocking Nayet's vision. Looking closely, they realized the body that had fallen was none other than Fury. Nayet screamed in sheer terror. A Sinfis covered her face and cried out in panic. Rin asked in confusion, what is going on? Was that not the pursuit team? Nayet stepped back in fear. Ipsit broke into a cold sweat. What is happening? Nayet stammered this familiar situation, could it be? A familiar smile with sharp fangs appeared. Hyen Gu's teasing voice startled Nayet. Oh hello, sorry about that. I originally intended to set them down gently. Unfortunately, I slipped up. Hyen Gu landed on the ground with ease. Nayet turned around in shock and asked, who is it, Hyen Gu? Only the cold glint in Hyen Gu's eyes could be seen. Nayet had not even finished her sentence, but Hyen Gu had no interest in listening further. He rushed forward, grabbing Nayet by the throat until she could barely breathe, his furious voice leaving her unable to resist. Hyen Gu glanced around and said, if you do not want to lose face before your subordinates, you had better stay silent and listen to me. I did not come here to fight, I came to propose something. Nayat was restrained so tightly that tears and sweat streamed down her face. She stammered, a proposal, and in this situation you still. Hyungu's gaze was as cold as ice. He suddenly released her and said calmly, actually it is nothing too serious. The brutal scene on the lower floor of Tower 50 resurfaced in his mind. His anger surged, on the verge of erupting. Hyungu tried to suppress it, forcing a strained smile as he said, how about we reconcile? A few hours earlier, at the highest floor of Tower 51, Ngo Kong looked at the three figures tightly bound together and asked Than Long curiously, are they still alive? At that moment, Hyungu held a sphere in his hand and asked Noah, do you mean this will prevent the spirit faction from accumulating achievements? This is an item used by the heart demon to allocate achievements to the conquerors, an achievement absorption sphere. And what if we place it inside their tower? Noah nodded, that is right, but first you must determine the coordinates leading to their tower. Noah turned to Siegfried and asked, according to the information you provided there is a way to do that, correct? Siegfried replied, yes, as long as we have a sample of the world tree. The world tree extends its roots to every floor of the spirit faction to absorb nutrients, so if we gather and analyze its mana then. Hyungu immediately understood, we will be able to determine all the coordinates of the spirit faction. Noah smiled and nodded, exactly. Noah took out the spirit faction's teleportation stone and said, we also have specialized mana collection tools used for ecological research, so the preparations are almost complete. Entering those places is not difficult, the only thing required is patience. Hearing that, Hyungu asked again, what do you mean? Noah narrowed his eyes with a smile and asked meaningfully, Hyungu, have you ever considered forming an alliance with the spirit faction? In the spirit faction, Nayat stared at Hyungu and exclaimed in shock, did you just mention reconciliation? Hyungu rubbed his forehead tiredly and sighed, I am already exhausted. I cannot even sleep in peace because of your affairs. Yet when I came here to propose reconciliation, I witnessed this scene. Defeating all of you would take quite a bit of time. Hyungu stood calmly and said, so end these meaningless actions, you understand clearly. Opposing me will only bring defeat and losses. Nayat rubbed her neck in discomfort. She felt indignant. She had to admit that what he said was true. It was her fury at being humiliated that had driven everything out of control. An all-out war would bring no benefit whatsoever. The achievements gained from the commissions of the Sun God were indeed immense. The price paid for Strophen Angel was equally enormous, leaving the spirit faction with heavy losses. Deep in her heart, Nayat harbored an even greater concern. She wondered whether her faction truly had the strength to win. She was not entirely certain she could defeat Hyungu either. Looking at the fallen spirits below, Nayat hesitated if she withdrew now then. The honor of a leader like her would be affected. The crowd behind began to murmur. Clenching her teeth in decision, Nayat said, fine, I accept your proposal. Is it shouted angrily, what are you saying? But Nayat signaled for silence. Then she continued, but I have one condition. Hyungu asked, a condition? Nayat nodded, yes, first you must complete what was left unfinished in the previous meeting of the Tower Masters. Hyungu asked in confusion, the previous meeting, what do you mean? Nayat stepped forward, pointing at the ground beneath her feet as she said through clenched teeth, that is right. Kneel before me immediately. Hyungu frowned and let out a cold laugh, you truly are stubborn. Why do you insist on this? Do you hold a grudge against my need? Or do you only know how to talk about reconciliation without preparing to fulfill this condition? Hyungu thought for a moment and said, fine. He slowly knelt before Nayat. This is not difficult at all. Nayat was overjoyed. She cheered inwardly. I have succeeded. This war will end and my honor will remain intact. Hyungu's action left Sinfis, Rin, Ipsit, and the spirits behind them stunned. Is he really going to kneel? Nayat looked at Hyungu with triumph, believing she was the true victor. But she had no idea that Hyungu was stalling for time so the sphere could finish absorbing. It had already reached 96%. The number rose to 97%. Nayat's eyes were fixed on him. She stared at Hyungu's knee, believing that once it touched the ground, victory would be hers. Unfortunately, the sphere quickly reached 98%, then 99%, and finally 100%. A notification sound rang out, collection complete. Nayat was stunned and asked blankly, what was that sound just now, Hyungu? The cold gleam and sinister smile returned to Hyungu's face, sending a chill down Nayat's spine. Earlier during their discussion, Hyungu had asked Noah whether he needed to pretend to reconcile until enough mana was collected. Noah confirmed it. Siegfried warned that the defensive systems of public areas were extremely strict. Infiltration would alert the spirit faction and trigger a full counterattack. Hyungu pondered and said, indeed that would be very troublesome. Noah smiled. That is why I suggested you stall for time by pretending to reconcile. Just act until the collection process is complete. Afterward you may do whatever you wish. Hyun-gu followed Noah's plan exactly once everything was finished. He immediately lunged forward, gripping Nayat's chin tightly before she could react, her face twisting in shock and fear. He could no longer remain calm. He immediately rushed forward and unleashed a flurry of blows that left Nayad reeling. She let out a cry of pain. His voice was cold as if echoing from the abyss. You just asked me what that was. Seeing Nayad fall into that state, Ipsit and Sinfi's Hydran had no time to react. As he overwhelmed her, he spoke in a chilling tone. It is nothing remarkable. It is merely a part of my true self erupting. So what do you intend to do now? The Earth Spirit King roared. Kim Hyun-gu, what are you doing? He pressed Nayad harder to the ground and ground his teeth in warning. The only thing you should do right now is stay silent and stand still. Ipsit, Reed and Sinfis barely dared to breathe, afraid to move. He revealed a smile filled with madness. You may move only when I permit it. After a long while with no one daring to stir, he nodded. Good, it seems you have learned to obey. He quietly took a fragment sample of the world tree. If you had behaved from the start it would have been better. I told you I did not come here to wage war. If you had not tried to test me, it would not have come to this. Nayad clenched her teeth in resentment. What is that damned tree? He calmly replied in a voice that sent chills down the spine. Do not misunderstand, it is not because I fear you. You know very well I am not someone who only talks. So remember this clearly. The reason you are still standing here is because I am restraining myself. After delivering his warning, he let out a faint cold laugh. Of course my patience has its limits. He concluded, what I came here to do is finished, so I will leave first. He waved before teleporting away, until we meet again. The scene shifted to the 51st tower. He placed the item on the table here. I have brought back what you requested. Fragment of the world tree, along with the corresponding amount of mana. Is this enough? Noah picked it up to examine it and nodded yes, it is sufficient as a research sample. Noah began a lengthy explanation about feeding it into the mana analyzer and separating each individual stream of energy. He frowned and cut him off. No matter how detailed you are, I will not understand. Spare me. He asked directly, so how much longer until everything is ready? Avi calculated and replied, determining the coordinates will not take long, but the achievement absorption sphere needs further modification. It will probably take about another week. He nodded. That is longer than I expected. I need to increase the storage capacity and add a stealth attribute to avoid detection. In short, there is still much to do. Since we need to craft at least 10 spheres, taking time is understandable. He waved his hand to show he understood. He stood up and said, fine then, I happen to need some free time anyway. Avi asked curiously, do you have something to do? He scratched his head. Lately my students keep dragging me out shopping. Noah and Avi were surprised. What do your students want? He replied awkwardly, probably just some random furniture items. The scene shifted to a furniture store. Mission and Hanarin exclaimed excitedly, this new shopping center is truly wonderful. The items here are so lovely. Hanarin laughed and said, it is fortunate that Master came with us, otherwise we would surely regret it. Master, he could only respond vaguely. He suddenly sensed something unusual. Why is such a spacious place devoid of even a single customer? There was not even a trace of staff in this vast central area. Unless someone had rented the entire place, Hanarin chuckled softly. That is not important, Master. He smoothed the bedsheet and asked, what do you think of this bed? The one you are using seems a bit small. This size should fit better, right? Hanarin imagined all sorts of cheerful scenes. With something this wide, there would be no need to worry about feeling cramped. Hyun-gu turned pale. What nonsense are you talking about? Mission cut in, Master. Take a look at this too. She pointed at the sink and asked for his opinion. It is far more spacious than usual. With something this wide it would be much more comfortable to work, right? She cleared her throat meaningfully. Hyun-gu sighed. Wait, you two only came here to buy furniture. I thought you had no interest in these things. But Mission and Hanarin were already absorbed in admiring the oversized items, their eyes gleaming at the wide bed and expansive sofa. While Hyun-gu still stood there in a daze, the two girls pulled him over. What are you waiting for? You have to come with us. Hurry up, Hyun-gu replied reluctantly. All right, I am coming. I wonder if this is really okay. But then he told himself, perhaps it is not as bad as I thought. Switch to the management company. In the basement deep underground. Inside the achievement storage, Hemet stood beside the manager. The manager looked at the gems and asked Hemet, what have you discovered? Hemet replied, under Mai's orders, I investigated the source of the achievements submitted by the 51st Tower Master. But strangely no trace can be found. The manager continued, so that means, yes, exactly as you think. It is very likely that those achievements did not originate from any tower, but from another existence. However, that is not enough to prove that existence, as only that time has erased every clue. The manager calmly continued to observe the gems. I understand, for now let us treat it as such, Hemet asked anxiously. Sir, are you all right? The manager curled his lips. What could possibly happen to me? Invisible shockwave pressed down heavily on Hemet. Perhaps it was the pressure from the manager's anger. He spoke coldly. At this moment I only want to flatten the 51st tower. It may be related to that man. That alone is enough to irritate me. The manager clenched his fist, but I cannot let emotion override reason. If we mobilize troops based solely on suspicion, the factions will lose trust in our contract. At that time they will unite to oppose me. Creating another major problem now would only make the situation more complicated. Before long I will gather the achievements I need. I cannot repeat past mistakes at such a crucial moment. Hemet knelt down. Sir, the previous mistake was. Are you referring to that farm? The manager's gaze turned icy. Yes, just like then. When all my calculations were shattered, I failed to remain calm and struck out in anger. Almost destroyed the entire source of power generation. All those precious achievements nearly vanished because of that. Every time I recall the time and effort once poured into it, my heart tightens, so this time I will try to be more patient. He turned his back, but of course if the other side crosses the line or if there is clear and solid evidence. The manager's face darkened with bulging veins of anger. At that time the situation will be completely different. 1 week later, at Hyeon-gu Tower number 51, Noah laid out the crafted items before him. It is all finished. A total of 11 achievement stones have been fused into this spatial compass. He picked up the compass and asked how to use it. Noah explained that one only needs to select the coordinates and channel a bit of mana to activate it. Reaching a defense system is normally extremely difficult. However, the data from the 50th tower provided many hints. It showed that the structure of towers built by the management company is far simpler than ours. In other words, we no longer need to worry too much about their security system, he exclaimed, so this is practically a loophole tool. Why are there only 11 stones? Does the Spirit faction not have 15 towers? Avi replied that the towers of the Spirit Kings are not linked like the others. Perhaps that is a privilege reserved for high-level managers. He curled his lips in mockery, while they constantly reap benefits from others' labor, truly selfish. Avi added that even if they reconnect later, those 4 towers would be hard-pressed to increase in number, so we are still safe. He put the items into his bag and stood up. If that is the case, there is no need to hesitate. I will go now. A ring of light suddenly appeared beneath his feet. He raised his hand in surprise. What is this? Instant teleportation. Avi sprang up anxiously. Guardian, what has happened? In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original spot. He appeared inside a vast and elaborately decorated chamber. He looked around. What is with this luxurious room? I thought my disciple had summoned me, but it seems not. Then who? A voice echoed out, it is me. One who summoned him was the Archangel Uriel. Uriel had been seated waiting. It was I who brought you here, Hyeon-gu. He asked in return, if I remember correctly, you belong to the angel faction of the management. Is that right? So this place is the realm they call heaven. Uriel nodded in confirmation. He was puzzled. Spatial teleportation without consent. Normally that is impossible. Unless the one who created the technique is me. Uriel spoke with pride in his ability, while he merely shrugged. I see. Clapped perfunctorily. Did you call me here just to show off your technique? Uriel grew serious. Not exactly, though that is part of it. I have something more important. Lucifer is using this technique to carry out a plan to capture you. He widened his eyes. What? He rested his chin on his hand in boredom. I thought it would be some grand scheme. Turns out it is merely dragging me to their home ground to gang up on me. He is an angel yet thinks no differently from a group of thugs. Uriel crossed his arms and sighed. I cannot deny that. In any case, things have come to this. You must be cautious. The magic here disadvantages all outsiders. Even you under this suppression would find it difficult to handle the entire angel faction. He tried moving his hand. Indeed, his body felt somewhat heavy. I understand. Since you have informed me, I will act more cautiously. He stood up. I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. By the way, you are quite skilled in technique. Are you familiar with handling artifacts? Uriel hesitated. I know a little, but why do you ask? Hyeon-gu's eyes lit up. That is even better. Please help me with something. Scene shifted elsewhere. At the tower of the volcano Spirit Fury, he sat gloomily upon his throne. His subordinate stood in attendance below. Fury let out a heavy sigh. How irritating. Subordinate asked anxiously, Tower Master, why are you troubled? He replied, do you truly not know the recent situation? I accepted the mission thinking it would be easy. Who would have thought I would lose to an ordinary person in the tower without even managing to act? When I returned, I even witnessed Nai Adi Kim Hyun, who leaving the opponent without the strength to retaliate. The army we struggled to gather also fell apart. We failed to capture Siegfried, and the teleportation gate has not been dealt with. In this situation, how can I not sigh? At that moment, Hyun-gu's teasing voice rang out, so that is how it is. Just hearing it is enough to understand how great the pressure is. Yuri, still unaware, continued to complain, I have never fallen into such humiliation. And he suddenly sensed something was wrong. Yuri jolted and shouted, Hyun-gu. Hyun-gu stood there, not an illusion. Yuri stammered, how could you possibly? Stepped forward and struck him, leaving him dizzy before shouting, you are too noisy. Why do you scream every time you see me? The subordinates panicked and drew their swords, Tower Master. He casually put his hands into his pockets and walked closer. He said coldly, what are you looking at? Do you all want to collapse as well? A bolt of lightning flashed, knocking them down, their vision spinning. He observed the tower. This place is quite similar to Siegfried's tower. The path to the lower floor should be in that direction. He descended to the lower levels of the volcano tower. The sky was dyed red, the ground cracked dry, trees left with only bare branches. He clicked his tongue just as expected. This place is chaotic as well. The people were emaciated, their clothes in rags as they dragged themselves across the scorching ground. One person lay face down over a small puddle on the ground to sip each tiny mouthful. He silently watched the scene. He frowned in discomfort. I only came to take a look, yet it already feels stifling. He placed a stone upon the ground. He stamped it deeper into the earth before turning away to leave. Irritation still lingered as he returned to the upper level where Fury was. Fury was still dazed from the earlier blow. He lay motionless. He lightly slapped him awake and called out, hey, wake up. Fury opened his eyes, trembling. Hyun-gu, what do you want? How dare you barge in here? What are you planning next? Without another word, he threw a fierce punch into the air right beside Fury's left shoulder. Force was so terrifying that the wall behind Fury trembled and shattered apart from a single blow. Light streamed in as he muttered that, to be honest, although I dislike what you are doing, I cannot run everywhere to fix every single matter. You can see it yourself. Lately I have been overwhelmed with work. So while I am still spinning like a top, you had better manage your tower properly, because once I have more time I will return to inspect it. Grabbed Fury by the head as a warning. His eyes were icy, and if when I return everything is still like this, then I will not hesitate to make you pay a heavy price. Volcano Spirit Fury turned pale at the threat. I suppose I do not need to explain what that means. Releasing him, he said, that is enough. I still have many places to visit. If I see you neglecting your tower again, then do not blame me for teaching you an unforgettable lesson. Behave yourself. Fury hurriedly called out, wait, then what counts as proper? At least tell me what I should do. Hearing that, he nodded slightly. That makes sense. And first of all, a drop of water slowly fell from above to the ground. The droplet shattered on impact, causing the person lying face down to flinch. That man lifted his head in confusion. Ah, did something just fall? He looked up at the sky, his once lifeless eyes widening in shock, because tears of emotion suddenly streamed out. Gloomy red hue in the sky gradually faded. Rain began to fall and washed away the heavy atmosphere. One by one, people rose to their feet and stretched their hands forward. They caught the precious droplets. The rain had finally arrived. Wearing simple sandals, he continued his journey. Pulled out the compass sewn inside his pocket, pressed the button and lamented, when will I ever finish visiting every place here? Time passed quickly, and the next morning in the heavenly realm, Lucifer was sitting with the two archangels Jibriel and Gabriel. After hearing the report, he asked about Hyun-gu recently. Has he been actively entering the territories of the spirit faction's Tower Masters? Gabriel nodded in confirmation. Yes, I reached that conclusion from all the reports of the Tower Masters overseeing the World Tree. However, the recorded mana levels are very low. It seems there has been no major battle. Since we have not entered directly, we do not know the situation inside, Lucifer pondered. It is indeed quite strange. That brief encounter alone, I knew he is not the type who enjoys sitting down for peaceful talks. Resting his chin on his hand, Lucifer smiled faintly. It seems things are becoming interesting. We need to dig deeper. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind. Oh my. There is no need for you to discuss things so secretly. All three angels were startled, pushing back their chairs and turning around. Hyun-gu was sitting casually on the railing with a delighted expression. After all, I am already here. Lucifer gritted his teeth. Hyun-gu, what are you doing here? He smiled brightly. Greetings to the three of you. I came because there is something I wish to discuss. He stood proudly before the three angels. Lucifer mocked, "You want to talk as well? Perhaps I misjudged you. Who would have thought you are someone so fond of negotiation? You even walked into such a dangerous place on your own." He laughed. "Dangerous to me, this place. I have done nothing worthy of being hunted." Lucifer crossed his arms and replied, "Do you truly not know? I made it clear from our first meeting. We reached an agreement with the spirit faction to eliminate you. With such generous payment, do you think we would let you leave so easily?" Understanding the other side's meaning, he still laughed loudly. "That is true, but those troublemakers cannot afford to pay." Lucifer frowned. "What do you mean?" He snapped his fingers leisurely. "I cannot explain in detail, but they have likely begun to realize that everything is collapsing." The place where Nayat oversaw the world tree, she along with Greed, Sinphys and Ipsit looked up in shock. The world tree had withered almost entirely, only the base remained. Sinphys stammered that perhaps it was because it no longer received enough achievements from the other towers. Nayat gritted her teeth and asked why it had turned out like this. Greed said uneasily that after contacting the other tower masters, it seemed everything was related to Hyun-gu. Nayat nearly collapsed. "Is it him again? What does he have to do with this?" "According to what I have received, Hyun-gu suddenly visited all the tower masters connected to the world tree. After that he went down to the lower floors and did incomprehensible things. Since then achievements have no longer been gathered as before. We sent people to investigate, but for some reason they all turned to stone and could not continue their work." Nayat's face grew pale. She trembled as she raised her hand to her forehead. Her teeth clenched tightly, veins bulging. Lips murmured the name Hyun-gu. Then she shouted in fury beneath the sky. Back in heaven, he scratched his ear lightly and muttered, "Why is my ear itching? Is someone talking about me?" Still smiling, he snapped his fingers and told the three angels that it would be best for you to stop. There is no need to plunge into a pointless war because of them. Lucifer sighed and smiled faintly. If that is true, then it would indeed be better to stop the losses. But without solid evidence, why should I trust your words and let you leave safely? He shrugged. Of course I have a reason. Because that is the only way for you to preserve your own peace as well. The three angels frowned at once. Gabriel and Jibriel stepped back behind Lucifer. He spoke sternly, and that still is not convincing enough. You can see for yourselves whether I speak truth or lie. Lucifer furrowed his brows in anger. After saying what needed to be said, he activated the compass and left, even waving goodbye. Lucifer lowered his head slightly in thought. You heard him clearly, Gabriel. Go and investigate whether his words are true. At the same time, find out how he infiltrated this place without coordinates or bypassing the defense system. Gabriel replied, I will go at once. Lucifer glanced at the empty chair beside him. Uriel's seat was vacant today. He said he had personal matters to handle. Lately it seems he is so busy that he does not even have time to rest his eyes. Lucifer coldly stared at the empty chair, his low voice unable to hide his suspicion. Is that so? Strange, I never assigned him that much work. What could he possibly be busy with? The Archangel Uriel was standing in another space, silently waiting for someone to appear. Behind, a figure slowly approached. Uriel turned around and softly said, You finally came, Peter. Peter replied in a calm voice. It has been a long time, Floating Eye. This is the first time we have met again since you began reporting directly to the king. Uriel cut him off. Enough with the jokes. Why did you call me here? Peter slowly said. I am not completely certain, but I may have found a clue related to the king achievement. Uriel widened his eyes and pressed urgently, Truly. Where did you discover it? We have already searched everywhere. Peter nodded lightly. I once thought the same. After thinking carefully, there is still one place we have not checked. The residence of the hound chosen by the king. Uriel was startled, you mean? Peter affirmed firmly, yes, I suspect the king achievement is very likely to exist inside his tower. 51st tower. Uriel asked in astonishment, You think the king achievement is inside Hyun-gu Tower? Why do you say that? Peter calmly replied, Recently he visited my master tower. I am still concealing my identity, so I had to pretend not to recognize him. But the energy I sensed, though faint, was similar to the energy from the king achievement. Hearing that, Uriel was shaken. Peter continued, and that energy was emanating from Hyun-gu himself. Uriel asked again, could it be because he once came into contact with the king, so that aura remained? You are sensitive to energy. Could it be that you were mistaken? Peter replied, that possibility cannot be ruled out. Since this place does not fall under the company jurisdiction, we cannot investigate deeply yet, find an opportunity to verify it. We cannot allow the situation to worsen further. Uriel rested his chin in thought. Do you truly think so? All right, I understand what you mean. Peter softly replied, Thank you. Also, when you meet Hyun-gu, you should be stricter with him. Be more cautious, because the spirit faction seems to be joining hands with Hemet. Uriel asked in shock, is that true? Peter nodded, I learned it by chance but the details are unclear. I only know they are secretly plotting something far from simple. At a desolate tower, the sword saint appeared with an old sword in his hand. He sat amid the ruins, his gaze directed forward. Suddenly he spoke, it has been a long time. What wind brings you to this place abandoned by the gods? Someone approached from behind him. Sword saint spoke, Hemet. Hemet bowed his head and said, I am merely a messenger. Surely you already know. I bring a new request. The master of the first tower and the tower masters under direct company supervision, Sword Saint. He lowered his voice, you came in person without going through anyone else. It must be urgent, Hemet replied. This is not a mission solely for you but for many other tower masters. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt and asked in surprise, what is it? He turned to Hemet and continued, a mission for everyone, why is it so serious? Hemet said, this is a situation unprecedented in the history of the tower system. Its importance this time far exceeds the usual, because someone wants to pour all his fury onto a single person. And obviously not everyone is capable of carrying it out. The Greed King has long been imprisoned. Sun God showed hesitation upon merely hearing the target. The Sword Saint frowned, the Sun God, Hemet continued, perhaps you have not heard, he has just suffered his first defeat in life. This time the target is the 51st tower, specifically its master Hyun-gu. After hearing it, he was utterly astonished. He gave a cold laugh, today I truly hear many interesting things, Hemet replied while taking an item from his pocket. In any case, this is something you must do. Hemet handed him a green orb. Using the teleportation stone provided by the spirit faction, you can reach the 50th tower. Then find the passage to the 51st tower, the rest depends on you. The Sword Saint asked, why not go directly to the 51st tower? Hemet replied, after the incident with the Sun God, the defensive system has been reinforced. If we used the World Tree power we could approach, but at present that is not feasible. The management company cannot reveal its intervention, so I cannot act directly. In this situation, passing through the passage at the 50th tower is the safest choice, he pondered. He stood up and said, I understand, I need to prepare a little before departure. I also want to meet the one who defeated the Sun God, after saying that he left. Hemet watched him go and spoke thoughtfully. I only said that as a reminder but try to stay safe, Sword Saint, he paused. Hemet added, at least for the sake of others. The Sword Saint thought for a moment and replied, fine, I will keep it in mind. But can I safely pass through the passage at the 50th tower? What if the defenses of the 51st tower have tightened even further? Perhaps they have already sealed that route. Hemet smiled and replied, that will not happen. A crafty glint flashed across his face, because I am the one who created it. Inside the tower, Siegfried was performing hand seal, sweat beading on his forehead. He grumbled irritably, when will this damn tower stabilize again? I have been working non-stop and it is still not finished. Siegfried shouted loudly, do I also have to keep an eye on the lower floors? Who exactly is the master here? He thought to himself, but that was Hyun-gu order. He took a deep breath to steady himself. That man truly exhausts people, but there is no choice. Working all night left him utterly drained. He had to rest for a bit. Suddenly the sound of footsteps echoed. Sword Saint appeared behind Siegfried and said, sorry for the interruption, I want to ask you something. Siegfried was startled. He turned around and asked, what is it? He stepped back and drew his sword in caution. Who are you? How did you get in here? A flash of light burst forth. Siegfried froze as both his legs were wounded and blood splattered. He cried out in pain and collapsed, clutching his legs. Siegfried groaned. The Sword Saint stepped closer and said, I do not care who you are. You only need to answer my question. The Sword Saint raised his sword before him. His cold, sharp gaze fixed on him as he asked, where is the passage? Inside the 51st tower. Hyun-gu together with his assistant and Noah were intently observing an object. He spoke, so the security system of our tower has been upgraded to a whole new level. Is it thanks to this kind of magic? Magical patterns appeared beneath the floor. Noah immediately nodded in confirmation. After the series of intrusions that occurred previously, I realized that strengthening our defenses was absolutely necessary. That is also why I created this. Noah glanced at the glowing gate then continued, actually I once wanted to completely seal that passage, but it is far from simple. The foundation, structure, and energy source protecting that corridor are far too complex. I tried my best yet still could not analyze it. My ability is not sufficient to handle it. This has already surpassed the limits of ordinary technique. As if something else is hidden within, Hyun-gu looked at him and replied, I see. Truly astonishing, I did not expect it to be that special. Suddenly Hyun-gu fell silent when he saw an old swordsman approaching. All three were taken aback. Hyun-gu immediately asked, "What is going on? Who is this old man?" Kim Than spoke up. "Greetings, young man, forgive me for barging in so abruptly, but I have a few things I wish to ask." "Are you Hyun-gu?" He frowned in confusion. Why is he asking that? Kim Than suddenly fell silent, lost in thought. The old man gave a gentle smile then said, "Ah, so that is how it is." After that he stepped closer to Hyun-gu and shouted loudly. Kim Than suddenly unleashed a sword slash toward Hyun-gu, but he blocked it. The old man said in a deep voice, "It seems you are exactly the person I have been searching for." At this moment on the 50th floor of the tower, a heavy atmosphere enveloped everything. Siegfried lay motionless on the ground. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body unable to move. Suddenly the sound of footsteps approached, accompanied by a complaint. "This old man really is something. I told him to wait for me to finish a nap before going together." The man yawned while muttering, silently blaming his companion for being too hasty. It was Milesian, a tower lord from the management company. Seeing Siegfried in critical condition, he let out a faint remark. That strike was quite heavy. Siegfried groaned softly in pain. Milesian lightly nudged the old man's head with his foot and asked, "Are you still alive? I have never liked meaningless cruelty." Even so, he did not seem to care much and continued speaking. In any case, Milesian believed that old man was trustworthy and capable of completing anything. At that moment light from the doorway suddenly flared up and illuminated the surroundings. As he walked, Milesian grumbled, "How troublesome. Do I really have to personally go find him?" He continued, "To be honest, I am not even sure whether I need to go there or not." Right then a strange aura appeared. It spread across the area, forming a barrier before Milesian's astonished eyes. He murmured softly, "Oh, what is this, a barrier?" Milesian raised his hand to test it, feeling its solidity. It seems the one who created it is no ordinary person. He suddenly recalled what Hemet once said, "It seems someone is supporting Hyun-gu. That person must have erected this barrier." Milesian tried using force to pierce through the barrier and muttered, "As expected, but in this world there is nothing I cannot break." However, he suddenly paused for a moment. After that, Milesian gave up the idea and lay down lazily on the ground. "How troublesome, this only gives me more reason to rest." Calmly thought that since the old man had already gone there, he did not need to worry about him failing. Milesian continued, "That old man has always been regarded as a source of inspiration for everyone." Just then, a heavy step struck down, causing the ground to tremble. He added, "Because he is the strongest." At the same time, a powerful attack was unleashed. Noah and Avi were startled by the violent tremor that had just occurred. They cried out in alarm, "What is happening?" Noah hurriedly asked Hyun-gu, "Are you all right?" Hyun-gu replied calmly, "I am fine." After that, he told the two of them to quickly step aside. Hyun-gu's arm was injured. The previous slash tore his clothes apart. He immediately assumed a defensive stance and inwardly assessed that this old man was truly not simple. Avi fearfully hurried to obey, while the white-haired swordsman drew his blade, his sharp gaze fixed straight on his opponent. The old man slowly spoke, "I have also heard that you defeated the sun god, but truly your strength far exceeds my expectation." Standing before Hyun-gu, he nodded in praise. "Being able to easily withstand one of my strikes is indeed rare. It has been a long time since I met someone this interesting." Hyun-gu immediately replied, "Blocking it was not difficult at all. There is nothing worth mentioning, but how did you get in here?" He frowned and continued, "Clearly the entrance was guarded." The silver-haired old man calmly answered, "Rest assured, your guard is still breathing. It is just that because he would not give me the answer I wanted, I injured him rather severely." He added that the injury was not life-threatening. "You need not worry." Hearing that, Hyun-gu still frowned. That is hard to accept." Thought flashed through his mind. It seems Siegfried had been completely overwhelmed by this old man. That sword strike just now was truly extraordinary. In terms of strength, he was at least on par with D-1E1 Zoa, perhaps even beyond that. The image of a brute force maniac like a monstrous god suddenly flashed through his mind. Hyun-gu frowned warily at an opponent possessing such terrifying power and blurted out, "Hey, old man." Facing the one-armed old man with an overwhelmingly oppressive aura, Hyun-gu asked directly, "Do you work for that management company?" He pondered for a moment before replying, "Work, that word does not seem quite appropriate. Even so, I cannot completely deny it." Hearing that, Hyun-gu curled his lips, so my guess was not wrong. He continued, "If that is the case, then I have no need to hold back anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, Hyun-gu dashed forward. His eyes turned sharp. "I will use my full strength." In the blink of an eye, Hyun-gu shot forward at astonishing speed. The white-haired old man briefly revealed a look of surprise. Suddenly, a stream of sword energy slashed across in front of him, causing Hyun-gu to startle. The old man brazenly swung his sword in counterattack, his face cold and filled with killing intent. That attack shot straight into the building opposite, creating violent tremors that shook everything. Hyun-gu could not help but exclaim, then mocked him, "Why do you like destroying public property so much?" As soon as he looked up, the old man saw that Hyun-gu had already agilely swept low and closed in. He clenched his fist and loudly declared, "I will take you down right now." Saying that, he threw a powerful hammer-like punch. The white-haired old man immediately raised his sword to block. The clash of the two forces created a shockwave that seemed to tear space apart. Hyun-gu did not waver in the slightest and continued to press forward. The old man was no less formidable, his fierce gaze locked onto his opponent. The two charged at each other. A close-quarters battle erupted, blow after blow exchanged in rapid succession, neither willing to retreat. Though the old man possessed remarkable strength, Hyun-gu refused to yield. After a fierce struggle, he landed a punch on the old man. That man widened his eyes, inwardly exclaiming that it was truly beyond expectation. His sword tip was already pressed against Hyun-gu's throat, yet he remained calm, leaving him astonished as he realized that his body could withstand his sword energy. Not only that, he also possessed regenerative ability. He saw the wound on Hyun-gu's hand gradually close. At that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted. He immediately adjusted his stance and charged forward once more. Hyun-gu landed with flair, then unleashed another powerful strike. The two of them leapt up simultaneously, as if chasing each other through the air. Their speeds were nearly equal. The old man frowned, thinking that ordinary attacks would not be enough to subdue him. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt and snorted coldly. Then he swung his sword, drawing a sharp and powerful arc. Hyun-gu was momentarily stunned in surprise. Facing that fierce technique, he remained calm and observed. As he leapt aside to dodge, Hyun-gu even laughed loudly. "You are so skinny yet so strong, old man." Saying that, he rushed up to counterattack. "I will also show you how formidable youth can be." Hyun-gu immediately summoned a golden imperial dragon with overwhelming momentum. The technique Imperial Dragon Emerges was unleashed. Golden Dragon roared and exploded, earth and stone scattering everywhere. The old man retreated several steps in panic to avoid the strike. He growled angrily, "Brat." Seeing Hyun-gu's surging momentum, he could not help but admire that he was indeed formidable. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a move that blasted one of Hyun-gu's arms from his body, the violent scene staining the sky red in a gruesome manner. After gaining the upper hand, that man immediately turned around to prepare for the next wave of attack. He told himself that he had to go all out. He absolutely could not be defeated by him. Suddenly, Hyun-gu nimbly shifted his steps repeatedly. Then he abruptly closed in with blazing eyes. Seeing him astonished, Hyun-gu sneered, "What is with that expression, old man?" He coldly continued, "You only made me lose one arm and you already think you have secured victory." Another earth-shaking explosion resounded. Within the thick smoke, Hyun-gu loudly called out, "Hey, old man. Admitted, you are no ordinary opponent either." Looking at the one-armed old man still holding his sword in guard, Hyun-gu added, "And yet you still managed to block that move." He frowned as he sensed his energy. It was exactly like a ferocious beast. Thinking back to just now, he could not help but feel unsettled because no matter how strong one was, losing an arm was not something easily taken lightly. Yet the battle at this moment was no different from a life-and-death duel. He did not expect that he could counterattack so quickly. Recalling Hyun-gu's movements, he became even more impressed. Not only that, every strike he unleashed carried overwhelming destructive power. His movement speed was also so fast that it was hard to keep up, truly a formidable opponent. Kneeling with one knee touching the ground, he realized that such power had far surpassed ordinary limits. At the same time, Hyun-gu's arm glowed and gradually regenerated, leaving him stunned by that recovery ability. Hyun-gu calmly looked at his newly regrown arm. It was brimming with vitality, as if it had never been injured. He could not help but marvel, truly fast. In the blink of an eye, Hyun-gu had already dashed ahead. He shot up into the air, and he drove his fist straight toward his opponent. Facing that momentum, he admitted inwardly that this brat had already surpassed him by a level. He pressed his lips together and thought to himself, perhaps that moment had finally arrived. The old man muttered that on the day his soul was freed, the memory of Hemet's warning came rushing back. "I said that only to prepare for every possible situation." However, he sternly advised, "Try your best to survive, Sword Saint." He clearly felt the heavy pressure emanating from the ancient soul. They were like massive stones weighing on his shoulders, and Hemet's words echoed endlessly, at least for the sake of those who remain. At the same time, it was also a way to atone for every sin he had once committed. Returning to reality, he was forced to face Hyun-gu's attack head-on. The old man let out a soft sigh, suddenly thinking that this opponent clung to him like a shadow. Suddenly a blinding flash of light burst forth, startling Hyun-gu in panic. He continued, "No matter what, I must use this very soul to bear all my sins," the brilliant light forcing Hyun-gu to hurriedly shield his eye. He stepped back in shock, exclaiming in astonishment. Only then did the old man slowly speak. "Ah, I have not answered your question yet. You want to know who I am?" Those words left Hyun-gu momentarily stunned. The silver-haired old man calmly replied that he had once been a warrior who protected Asgard, but later fell, bowing to power and betraying his comrades. He added, "I am the one who carries the legacy of Asgard on my shoulders, a sinner who must fulfill his mission to atone." Now he had grown young again, his silver hair turning black, standing proudly in midair, thousands of swords gathering around him. Only then did he declare his name, "I am Sword Saint Theo." Meanwhile, at the towering spire amid the white clouds, the man clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in anger. Uriel observed Hyun-gu's situation and said irritably, "I have been too careless, truly unexpected." He continued worriedly, "The management company contacted Tiger so quickly." He thought to himself, hopefully Malaysian, who also belongs to the management company, will arrive after Theo. At that moment Malaysian was still lying leisurely with his legs crossed inside the barrier. Uriel saw this and judged, "This man only knows how to hinder others, yet sleeps so peacefully." He rubbed his forehead in frustration, telling himself that this situation was truly not good. Uriel assessed that the situation had been balanced, but since Theo had revealed the power of the Sword Saint, the tide had completely turned. No matter how strong Hyun-gu was, it would be difficult for him to win. Because when constructing the tower across every dimension, the management company had continuously eliminated the gods who stood in their way. He was the one who carried out the extermination of all the gods under the company's orders. Thinking of this, Uriel immediately sprang to his feet, unable to continue standing by. Facing the current situation, he told himself, "I must act at once." At the same time, Kim Hyun-gu was staring blankly at Theo. He thought anxiously, what is that old man doing? How did he suddenly become young like that? Moreover, why have so many weapons appeared around him? Thinking back, Hyun-gu realized the number far exceeded when Guild Master Ares opened the subspace. Could this also be a kind of creation? He looked at his opponent. No, the feeling they gave off was completely different. The pressure they radiated was truly not to be underestimated. Staring intently at the swords before him, Hyun-gu sensed the immense energy contained within them. He glanced at Tiger and quickly assessed the situation. It was not just one, every single weapon concealed terrifying power. Hyun-gu recalled that if he was the Sword Saint, then the heavenly demon had once said he was a legend among warriors. Only now did he understand, this was the person the heavenly demon had mentioned. He could control all kinds of weapons and use them at will, the undefeated one known to everyone by the name Theo. Hyun-gu trembled slightly. That meant the old man could wield countless abilities. Do whatever he pleased. At that moment, Theo proudly observed his expression. Tiger spoke, "Judging by your expression, you must understand the situation. It is nothing strange. The energy from my weapons is far too powerful." The sword continued, "Do not worry, I cannot use all these weapons at once." Theo asserted, "I only need to borrow the power hidden within them. Fight everywhere, protect others, and accumulate more experience." Theo tightened his grip on the sword, the surrounding weapons releasing a fierce aura. Tyler said in a low voice, then focused all the power into a single point. At that instant, the sword silently launched a counterattack toward Hyun-gu. He jerked his head around in shock. Before he could react, a violent explosion erupted. Facing hundreds of raging lightning bolts, Hyun-gu hurriedly retreated to see Tiger more clearly. He cried out in alarm. Hyun-gu exclaimed in shock, "What is happening? This speed is far too fast." Theo showed interest. "Your reaction is quite amusing. Just now you could still keep up with my speed. Now the situation has changed," Theo continued. "The lightning from this friend of mine is many times faster and stronger." The sword in Theo's hand emitted violent bolts of lightning. "Let me see how long you can endure." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword shot straight toward Hyun-gu. Facing that overwhelmingly powerful attack, he cried out in astonishment. The terrifying pressure nearly made Hyun-gu lose his balance. He cursed angrily. Immediately after, Hyun-gu launched a direct kick at Theo's face. In mid-flip, he shouted loudly in surprise. Suddenly Hyun-gu faltered for a brief moment. Tiger's face was completely unharmed yet soft and shapeless, causing Hyun-gu's eyes to widen in shock. What kind of monster was this? Instantly, attacks erupted from Theo's head, shooting straight toward Hyun-gu. He groaned in pain repeatedly. Theo said in a low voice, Loki, the god of deceit, though fond of teasing others, ranks first when it comes to binding enemies. Immediately after, Theo's weapons rushed toward Hyun-gu. With his opponent restrained like this, victory would come after a single decisive blow. After saying that, Theo prepared to unleash the finishing strike. Only needed to use this divine gauntlet. Seeing Hyun-gu struggle, Theo continued, I can only hold it to borrow a portion of Odin's power and cannot fully control it yet. At the same time, Hyun-gu cursed furiously. Theo tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand and declared. Then he pointed the weapon straight at Hyun-gu. You will not be able to withstand it either. Theo's attack created thunderous explosion like the sky collapsing and the earth shaking. Hyun-gu immediately raised his hand to shield himself. Gritted his teeth in fury, a curse flashing through his mind. What the hell is going on? I have absolutely no way to stop him. Suddenly a soft voice sounded beside his ear. Oh, this scene is truly magnificent. She spoke with evident fascination. It seems you are about to reach your limit, Hyun-gu. Hyun-gu jerked around in shock. What? Looking at that vaguely familiar yet strange silhouette, Hyun-gu silently questioned, who exactly are you? In the brief instant he let his guard down, an attack pierced straight through his arm. The searing pain made Hyun-gu clench his teeth as a muffled groan escaped him. He inwardly worried, this time I am done for. Immediately after, another blow sent Hyun-gu flying far away. The impact tore through massive boulders, creating violent tremors. In the blink of an eye, the rocks cracked open and shattered into countless fragments. They-hop still advanced leisurely step by step, with an amused expression. At that moment the sword let out a faint sound, so that is how it is. Seeing Hyun-gu pinned against the cliff wall, They-hop mocked, it seems you have finally reached your limit. Hyun-gu struggled to breathe, his voice trembling. Damn it, I cannot even remember the last time I felt this kind of pain. How is that man so strong? He wondered what those massive achievements he wielded so casually were. Without them, how could that man have forced him to this extent? Hyun-gu admitted this was the most formidable opponent he had faced in a long time. Before he could finish speaking, the female figure cut in. Ah, that is nothing strange. Her hair fluttered wildly in the wind. That management team probably secured him. But in the past, I intended to turn him into my subordinate. Hearing that, Hyun-gu turned to look at her in astonishment. The eye continued, I must admit you surprised me. When I heard his report, I thought you had been utterly defeated with no strength to resist. She laughed mockingly, yet now you are still barely clinging on. Hyun-gu suddenly recognized that sarcastic tone. At first he had doubted, but now he was certain. Looking closely at the figure before him, he affirmed inwardly, you are that wandering eye. Girl smiled leisurely. Long time no see, Hyun-gu. This is the first time you have seen me in this form. You look decent enough. The eye asked as if nothing was wrong, how have you been lately, living well? In this situation such a question was hard to take. Hyun-gu replied helplessly, are you making fun of me? I am clearly not doing well at all. Before he could finish his body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing that the eye laughed, your condition truly is terrible. He glanced at Tiger and said, but do not lose heart because of that. I know you just called him the toughest opponent you have met in a long time. She continued, but now you can defeat him, make proper use of it. Thinking the battle was over, Hyun-gu widened his eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? The eye chuckled, is it not obvious, the thing I gave you long ago? He stated bluntly, it is my eye. At that moment one of Hyun-gu's eyes flared with a faint blue aura. He was stunned. Hyun-gu repeated blankly, what did you just say? He looked in confusion. What is wrong with my eye? The eye calmly replied, let me buy a little time. The explanation is rather long. The space around them suddenly shifted. The two appeared in a place as dark as ink. The eye said, I moved us somewhere else to talk. Hyun-gu looked down at his hand. The wound had vanished. Is this my inner world? Without beating around the bush, the girl asked directly, Hyun-gu, have you ever wondered why you can so easily use other people's achievements like that? Hyun-gu was astonished. What? Cautiously asked, why are you suddenly bringing that up? The eye replied calmly, try to recall all your previous battles. In the battle with Thien Ma, you were able to wield holy lightning. In fighting the Holy Light King, you comprehended amplification magic. There were many other battles as well. In every place, you took the achievements and skills of your opponent and used them skillfully, as if they had always been your own. The eye spoke softly, think carefully. Do you truly believe anyone could do that? Hyun-gu stammered, well. Hurriedly explained that he had read a few novels and comics, so he thought that was why he understood how to apply the skills. Hearing that naive answer, the eye burst into laughter. She threw her head back and laughed loudly. From the very beginning those reasons were already absurd. Ha ha, then moved closer and asked, if others must train bitterly for hundreds of years to achieve that, how could you copy it with just a glance? Just because you read a few entertainment stories. Suddenly she paused for a moment. The eye turned away and said gently, I have no intention of offending the authors out there. Some people are quite sensitive. Hyun-gu asked blankly, who are you talking to? She cleared her throat and returned to the topic. In short, the reason you can so easily use their achievements is the power granted by my eye. During that, Hyun-gu raised his hand to touch his glowing right eye. So this is your eye. She affirmed, that is correct. It grants you the ability to see the history of every achievement you have encountered. At the same time to comprehend the core, hidden deep within each of those achievements. Because of that you can unlock the true essence of any achievement. A mysterious surge of energy rose within Hyun-gu's eye. She asked, now do you understand the true nature of the power you hold, then pointed at her left eye. Turning to reality, the entire area was shrouded in thick dust after the previous strike. Seeing Hyun-gu barely breathing, Tae-hop felt a trace of regret. He stared intently at his opponent. I once thought he would show me something more novel. Tightening his grip on the sword hilt, he had once intended to entrust one of his greatest wishes if he proved capable. He let out a soft sigh, but perhaps this is as far as it goes. Tae-hop mocked himself for expecting too much. Suddenly Hyun-gu's figure vanished before his eyes. He exclaimed in shock, what is this? His mind was in turmoil. He knew that man was still alive after that strike. Thanks to that man's extraordinary regenerative ability. Failing to keep up with that man's movement was also within expectation. That man's physique had always been superior. At the same time, a weapon brimming with power appeared. Tiger pondered, I understand that, but there is still something hard to explain. He spun around abruptly. How could this be possible? How could anyone attain Odin's great achievement? That man wielded that bow with such mastery. Hyun-gu resolutely raised Theo's weapon, pointing it straight at him. He revealed a radiant smile, his momentum surging. Recalling the earlier words, Hyun-gu understood that this eye could see through the true essence of every achievement. Wondered, then does that not mean I can wield all the achievements I have witnessed? Then he questioned why that power had never manifested before. The eye replied, because at that time you lacked the ability to fully harness its power. He continued to explain, the more powerful the achievement, the greater the pressure weighing upon your mind, and the heavier the burden upon your body. Therefore, when I granted you the eye, I set two conditions. First, you may only use the achievements that your body can withstand. Second, you still cannot fully awaken the hidden power within my eyes. Only when your mind has been tempered to a certain realm. You have reached those conditions at a speed others would find hard to believe. The eye continued, you obtained Brahma's great achievement in your clash with Dazoa. You even succeeded in acquiring a sacred body. During the battle against the heart demon, you even identified the abyss that I myself chose. Your mind has also touched a near-perfect state. The eye lightly raised her hand and went on, the only thing you need now is to fight stronger opponents to accumulate more experience. Images of Tyler appeared one after another. You fulfilled all those conditions in a single battle against him. The eye assessed, it is not hard to see that he can wield every great achievement of Asgard, a true monster among monsters. She then withdrew the images and said, thanks to that you have fully unlocked the eye's potential. You understand what that means. The eye smiled in triumph. This moment marks the birth of an unprecedented existence never seen in the history of any dimension. The Overlord has appeared, returning to reality. Hyun-gu boldly raised Tiger Song's weapon, his eyes blazing. He thought to himself that he could feel it clearly. The moment he touched the weapon, the memories and intense emotions hidden deep within the spear tip spread throughout his body. They were the countless battles Odin had once experienced, glorious victories and sacred legends from ancient time. He raised the blade high and pointed it straight at his opponent. The master, startled, hurriedly assumed a defensive stance and let out a low exclamation. Hyun-gu's aura surged as he charged forward to attack. The power of the great achievement erupted, the clash of the two weapons creating a shock that shook heaven and earth. Rocks flew into the air as the ground trembled violently. The master stood stunned. Hyun-gu split a massive boulder in two and shouted loudly, old man, prepare yourself. His eyes burned, Odin's weapon felt light in his hand. Now it is my turn to use these overwhelmingly powerful weapons against you. After finishing her explanation, the eye snapped her fingers and said, very well, I will send you back immediately. She teased further, I have helped you this much, and if you still lose then go back and accept your beating, making Hyun-gu impatiently urge her to send him back. Suddenly the eye reminded him, It would be best if you use the spirit blade to end the battle. You can now use it freely." Hearing that, Hyun-gu stubbornly replied, "I prefer fighting with my bare hands." Asked, "Is that truly necessary?" the eye answered sternly, "That may be the only way." She continued, "So that the poor child can forgive himself." Returning to reality, the master was grinding his teeth as he endured Hyun-gu's assault. He thought in shock, what on earth is happening? He seemed to have become a completely different person. At this moment, Hyun-gu attacked with remarkable ease, completely unlike the earlier state when he was gasping from his injuries. He spoke smugly, "Hey, old man." Immediately after, Hyun-gu leaped high with the spear tip aimed straight. "You have left yourself open." He seized the opportunity to deliver a vicious kick to Thayer's groin, causing him to spit out blood in pain. Hyun-gu continued by kicking his opponent away. The enemy was sent flying dozens of meters. He crashed heavily onto the ground. Thayer coughed up blood and groaned in agony several times. However, his sword was still thrust firmly into the ground, emitting a shrill sound. The master stepped back and maintained his defensive stance. He struggled to steady his breathing and inwardly cried out, "Heaven." Watching Hyun-gu charge at him with terrifying speed, Thayer thought wearily, "This man gives me no chance to recover." At the same time, Thayer gripped his weapon tightly and unleashed the ultimate technique of the winter goddess Scat. Pillars of ice and streams of frigid air instantly covered the entire area. A gigantic block of ice suddenly appeared, blocking Hyun-gu's sight. He irritably activated the technique of the victorious fighting Buddha, then combined it with heaven and earth fate slash, calmly shattering the ice before him. Witnessing this scene, Thayer's eyes widened in shock. He just combined two achievements from two different dimensions. Recognizing the familiar strike, he thought, could that be? At that very moment, powerful bolts of lightning crashed down upon his ice. Hyun-gu's eyes blazed with fighting spirit as he charged forward, leaving Thayer stunned. Thor's technique, before he could react, Hyun-gu had already swung his weapon in a beautiful arc and knocked his opponent away. Tiger let out a faint groan before swiftly drawing his sword and activating the space god's skill. He unleashed countless slashes in the blink of an eye. The ultimate technique, infinite dimensional slash. Though Thayer's blade struck Hyun-gu's body, he turned into a liquid form and remained completely unharmed. Thayer cried out in astonishment. He ground his teeth. Even Loki's ability can be used by him. Tiger could not believe his eyes. Hyun-gu explained that the previous move was based on Thor's skill but did not use his achievement. At that moment, a bolt of lightning flashed, causing Thayer to look up anxiously. Hyun-gu continued, "All that effort is meaningless." He leaped high boldly with Odin's weapon. Golden energy spread across the sky. Hyun-gu charged straight at his opponent, his gaze icy as he softly said that, "I am far stronger than that." Thayer briefly fell into a state of terror. Next, bolts of lightning descended, creating an extremely terrifying explosion. When the smoke gradually cleared, Hyun-gu still stood proudly with his weapon in hand. He spoke loudly, "I am starting to feel tired." That strike just now left a deep crater in the ground. However, Thayer was still not defeated. Hyun-gu then spoke up and asked, "How were you able to dodge that attack?" Looking closely, it seemed you were still injured. Thayer leaned on his sword and panted, a long gash across his chest with blood soaking his clothes. He sighed and said that Tianfi is the fastest god of Asgard, yet I still could not completely avoid that strike even after using his achievement. Tyler thought to himself, "How long has it been since I was pushed into such a corner?" He suddenly realized that is right, this is the first time since that fateful day. Tyler's thoughts gradually drifted back into the past, to that very day. "I have lost everything I once had." That was the moment his arm was severed. The manager shouted loudly, "You claim to be the soul of the sword, do you not? I quite like someone with strength like yours." Meanwhile, Thay still clutched his blood-soaked arm in pain. He continued resentfully, "You are the first in this farm to leave such a wound on my face." And he slowly said, "Therefore I will offer you a proposal." He glared at Thay and asked, "Are you willing to use your sword to serve me?" He added, "Just nod, and I will spare all the civilians of Asiat." Hearing that, Thay Ho immediately asked, "Are you telling the truth?" The manager replied firmly, "Of course, but with two conditions." He raised his hand sternly. "First, you must obey every command of mine absolutely, no matter what it is. Second, to prove your loyalty, you must personally deal with all who dare oppose me." As he spoke, he grabbed Odin by the head. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he continued. For example, this Odin, making Odin let out a painful groan. He emphasized further, "And the rest of them here as well." Around them stood a dense crowd of people. The heavily wounded warrior stood there. The manager stepped closer and shouted, "They will not survive anyway. Striking now will be easier for you." He laughed loudly in delight. "Is my proposal not tempting enough?" Returning to reality, Hyun-gu asked, "Even at this point you still want to keep fighting?" Tae Hoa-jun replied, "That is right, perhaps I cannot defeat you." He gave a bitter smile, "But unfortunately, I no longer have the right to stop." Tiger declared, "Therefore I will fight to the end." Hearing that, Hyun-gu could only sigh in irritation. He continued, "I never liked interfering in other people's affairs, yet I still want to tell you this. Do not need to torment yourself like this. Your friends never blamed you for what happened." Those words made Theo freeze and ask, "Is that true?" They stammered, "What are you talking about?" Hyun-gu calmly explained, "It may be hard for you to believe, but someone quite close to you told me many things. Even without that account, I could still feel the memories and emotions hidden within the achievements when I received them." He slowly said, "It seems they all shared the same feeling. In the past, Tyler once suffered greatly when he was forced to kill his comrade. That obsession haunted him for life." Hyun-gu softened his voice, "They want to say they are sorry for making you bear everything alone." The image of Thae bursting into tears remained deeply etched in Odin's eye. Hyun-gu continued, "They hope you will stop blaming yourself and find a peaceful place to rest." Upon hearing it, Thae stood as if lifeless, unable to believe it. He curled his lips coldly, "Do not joke about memories and emotions." Thae's face darkened, "I have been with those achievements for thousands of years and never felt anything. And you expect me to believe you read their thoughts after receiving them just once today?" Facing Hyun-gu, he growled, "Do you think I am a fool?" Tyler replied firmly, "I am sorry, but I cannot believe such baseless words. Guilt cannot be erased by a few sentences. The burden I carry is too heavy to be shaken by comfort." Then he assumed a combat stance. Hyun-gu's reflection appeared on the blade of Thae's sword. He calmly said, "My friend predicted you would react this way because you are too stubborn." Hyun-gu continued, "She also said you would fight until your last breath." He tightened his grip on his weapon. "Then there is no other choice. I have said everything that needed to be said." Two stared at each other without looking away. "Then let us end everything here once and for all." Memories flooded back to ancient times in Asga, where streams of lava from the volcano glowed brightly in the night. That time Tiger dropped down to sit and complain, "I am truly exhausted." He had just slain a monstrous beast 100 times larger than himself. Thae panted, "That one was truly hard to handle." Looking at his comrade, Thayer worried, "You are also badly injured." Odin smiled calmly, "This is nothing, it was so strong that even you struggled, mine is lighter." While steadying his breath he said, "I have always understood that there will be times when I am injured, or even must face the worst outcome." Odin spoke in a low voice, "Especially when my duty is to protect all of Asgard." Hearing that, Thae became irritated, "You speak as if you are about to die." Odin replied softly, "If one day I am no longer here." He smiled faintly, "I hope I can entrust the rest to you." Looking at Thayer, Odin said, "Because you are the one I trust more than myself." Back in the present, the tip of Tiger's sword erupted with violent power. In his mind echoed the words, "My precious friend." He furiously charged toward Hyun-gu to decide the outcome. Hyun-gu nimbly used Odin's weapon to draw a blazing arc of light to deflect the attack. The energies from both sides collided and exploded, sending out heavy rays of light. Both continuously unleashed techniques, neither willing to step back. A violent explosion resounded, earth and stones scattered. He skillfully avoided the powerful beams like bombardment. Theo and Hyun-gu successively set their feet upon their weapons to maintain balance. Their eyes sparked fiercely. In a blink, countless techniques were deployed. Hyun-gu swiftly dodged the relentless sword strike. They rushed forward with furious eyes. He swung his weapon down fiercely at his opponent. Tiger promptly raised his sword to block. The two blades collided with a piercing sound. Cracks had appeared on Tiger's sword. Seizing the advantage, Hyun-gu continued with another heavy blow, forcing Thae to step back several paces. He exhaled wearily. Tiger leaped backward and landed in a low stance. He tried to steady his chaotic breathing. At the same time, Hyun-gu's distinctive flip-flops approached. Giving his opponent no chance to react, he immediately charged forward with surging momentum. Seeing Hyun-gu rush in, Thae tightened his grip on the hilt. Numerous sword tips simultaneously aimed at Hyun-gu, forming a dense defensive layer around Thae, making him momentarily surprised, and at that very instant, Tiger took the initiative to counterattack. He swung his sword across Hyun-gu's neck, but he had already swiftly avoided it. Theo thought to himself, "Today I am truly exhausted." Instantly, Hyun-gu retaliated, leaping forward to close in on his opponent. He delivered a powerful kick. His flip-flops struck Thae and left him dizzy. Under the violent impact, Thae was blasted more than 10 meters away. He slightly opened his eyes, silently observing the person standing before him. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Hey, do not misunderstand my intention." Paused slightly, the voice continued. I know these words sound solemn and heavy, but I am not asking for anything excessive. He recalled Odin's advice. If you have given it your all and still cannot win, then retreating is fine. Do not push yourself beyond reason. Odin smiled and said, I am always worried about you. That voice echoed by his ear. Truly, at times you are quite clumsy. Returning to reality, his strike created a thunderous explosion. Thayer clenched his hands tightly, blood continuously seeping through his fingers. He struggled to steady his ragged breathing, recalling Odin's words, yet it seemed he always drove himself to the very limit. Thayer silently wondered, was that truly your meaning, Odin? His sword tip continued to thrust forward, while Thayer sank into chaotic thoughts. Could I truly say that I have done my utmost? Facing his unyielding will, he could only tell himself that he still did not know the answer. Suddenly he raised his head, revealing a displeased expression, then spoke, Hey, I never liked saying such words to anyone. Loki, Hindu, Thor, Gadi, Hodder, Balder, Tyr, Uller, Sif, Idun, each name was spoken in turn by him. He raised his sword as he said, but I owe you a great deal, so this will be the only exception in my life. He declared loudly, you are the strongest opponent I have ever faced. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward and unleashed the decisive strike. A violent beam of light shot straight toward Thayer. He roared and advanced, determined to fight until his final breath. Very well. Thayer's hands trembled violently. He forced himself to control his exhausted body. I still have duties to fulfill, he told himself before immediately throwing himself back into battle. Suddenly, the sword in Tiger's hand snapped in two. He widened his eyes in shock. As he turned around, he saw an invisible hand appear. That hand grasped the remaining blade. Immediately afterward, it shone brightly and gradually took shape. A familiar voice rang out, Tiger, my dear and foolish friend. Odin smiled with pride. Thank you. You have worked hard all this time, now rest at ease. Behind Odin stood all of their former comrades. All of them smiled gently toward Thayer. Odin added, come back with us. On the battlefield now, only half of Thayer's broken sword remained. He tried to steady his breathing and muttered a curse. Damn it. It has been a long time since I felt this exhausted. After saying that, he collapsed onto the ground. Meanwhile, at the 50th tower, light from the doorway illuminated the dark space. Suddenly, a violent explosion resounded. A voice echoed, unbelievable. I sensed that surge of energy just now and could not help but doubt. Legion stood up and frowned. Who would have thought the spirit of the sword would be defeated in such a manner? Then he looked toward the doorway. Since it has come to this, there is no other choice. I never intended to act, but I can no longer delay. Milesian's expression turned cold. It seems I must personally finish him at once. This moment, he was sinking into a deep sleep to recover after the intense battle, completely unaware that danger was approaching. Milesian inserted his finger into the spatial vortex. In an instant, a flash of light flickered. Its power surged rapidly, startling Milesian in shock. Looking at his hand crackling with electricity, he asked in astonishment, what is happening? Why has the passage been sealed like this? At present, Milesian cannot step through that door. He stood frozen in disbelief. Impossible. He clearly said that aside from him, no one could block this passage. Suddenly, Milesian realized something. Wait. He lifted his head with a stunned expression. Could it be that man? At the same time, Hemet was observing the situation. His face was filled with gravity. He murmured softly, how unexpected. Seeing Hyun-gu lying motionless to recover his energy, Hemet could not hide his surprise. He truly defeated the sword spirit. Calling that imposing figure from earlier, Hemet was even more astonished. That man even possesses a strange ability that allows him to copy achievements like that. He touched the screen, his voice calculating. It seems you are worthy of being spared by me, Kim Hyun-gu, so that I may complete my plan. Behind Hemet lay countless weapons scattered across the ground. In the spiritual world, a delighted female voice rang out. This time you almost did not make it. Hyun-gu blinked groggily and looked around. She added, am I right, Hyun-gu? For him now was the form of the mystic eye. Hyun-gu asked, how long was I unconscious? She replied cheerfully, not long, in the real world only about a day. With such deep sleep you should be nearly fully recovered. The eye continued, but because you overused too many great achievements that you have not truly mastered, the symptoms this time are still rather mild. Perhaps thanks to the sacred artifact acting as a conduit for power. Otherwise, the mental strain would have been immense, and you would have needed at least a week to awaken. The eye reassured him, do not worry, your mind has almost completely recovered. You will wake up soon. Hyun-gu sat up lightly and said in relief, that is good. Pointed at the eye glowing with a mystical radiance and asked, first I have a few things I want to know. When did you give it to me? He added in confusion, "You said you have observed me for a long time, yet I have never met you before." The eye laughed and replied, "Ah, that." She explained, "Of course I secretly gave it to you, at the time when you were imprisoned in the guidance tower." Back then Hyungu lay stretched out on the ground, exhausted as he searched for a way to escape. He could only yawn weakly in despair. At that time a hand reached toward Hyungu. The eye said, "I quietly visited you then." Hearing that, Hyungu asked in shock, "So I have possessed this eye for so long?" She smiled brightly in confirmation, "Yes, I chose you for many reasons, but most importantly, it is not much different from the reason Noah imprisoned you in that tower." The eye said gently, "Among all the people I have met, you are the one with the greatest potential." Seeing Hyungu's strange expression, she asked, "What is it? Is that too simple?" He replied irritably, "If I become even stronger, will you drain me dry?" The eye nodded in admission. "Indeed, at that time I used too much power. For a long period I could only remain sealed and do nothing." And she smiled softly, "But I believe I made an entirely correct choice, especially after witnessing you as you are now." Facing her, Hyungu said, "It is hard to believe you could so easily grant me such an overwhelming ability that can copy every achievement I see." I was about to continue when the eye suddenly stood up and clapped her hands. "All right, it seems your wives are waiting. They must be very worried. Hurry back." She mischievously snapped her fingers. "Let me help you a little." Hyungu quickly stopped her. "Wait." Those words made him extremely uneasy. "What do you mean by wives?" The eye replied, "When you return you will meet one more person who is also very happy to see you." The eye added, "He is quite useful as well, so treat him well." Hyungu shouted in irritation, "Hey, answer me, do not change the subject like that." Without saying anything more, the eye left only a brief farewell, "See you again." Returning to reality, Hyungu had yet to awaken from his long slumber. He let out a few soft groans, Suddenly realizing his two disciples were pressing heavily on him, Hyungu instinctively let out a sound of acknowledgement. His face flushed red with embarrassment. He stammered and asked what on earth they were doing, while Mission cheerfully replied that he had finally awakened, Master Hyungu. She continued that this was the latest healing method they had just learned. It was only that he woke up earlier than expected, that was all she meant. The two spoke in unison, saying that seeing Master recover so well made them extremely happy. Hyungu awkwardly lowered his gaze and asked what kind of treatment this was supposed to be. In this situation he found it hard to stay calm, especially when his clothes looked rather strange. Suddenly a voice rang out saying it was I who taught them. Hyungu turned to look at the chaotic demon Yaksha. She casually said to consider it a home-healing secret art passed down through generations of the demon race. Then she gave a meaningful smile, explaining that one only needed to channel magic power into the fingertips and press on certain special acupoints to stimulate recovery. Thich added that the effectiveness depended on the quantity and quality of magic power infused, which made Hyungu even more doubtful whether this was a serious therapy. He asked blankly if it was true. The chaotic demon laughed heartily and replied that this was her first time trying it, but it seemed fine since he woke up immediately. Suddenly her expression changed completely, saying that thanks to him she had gained another interesting experience. The chaotic demon looked straight at him and concluded that Hyungu was truly a rare specimen, making his skin crawl. He clutched his chest and let out a soft groan. He suddenly wondered whether this was appropriate for someone of teenage age. Then a dubious thought flashed through his mind. In another mansion, the atmosphere was cold enough to suffocate. A sharp voice echoed inside, questioning what do you mean? The manager angrily demanded whether he had failed to take down Hyungu. And the sword spirit has also dissipated. Hemet lowered his head and replied, yes, sir. He frowned and snorted, truly beyond expectations. I can understand him defeating the sword spirit, but I did not expect it to happen even with Malaysian present. He continued pressing, so could it be that Hyungu handled both of them? Hemet replied no, they did not depart together. He reported that the sword spirit left immediately upon receiving the order, while Malaysian still prepared slowly as usual before setting off. The manager asked, so the sword spirit was defeated before he arrived. Hemet confirmed that was correct. He added that he could have pursued Hyungu, but chose to reduce losses and ordered a temporary withdrawal. After hearing that, the manager nodded slightly and said that was reasonable. Hemet continued that once he finished analyzing Hyungu's strength he would immediately send someone else to deal with him, so he hoped the manager would wait a little longer. The manager turned his back and said briefly, fine, I leave this to you. He raised his face with an amused smile and said he would soon be busy preparing for those achievements. Then he instructed to handle it cleanly so that he would not have to intervene. Understood. Hemet replied, yes, sir. inwardly thinking that this time he would have to rely on a vicious scheme. Hemet lowered his voice and thanked him for granting him this opportunity, supervisor. Returning to Hyun-gu's room, he asked whether after he fainted from fighting the sword spirit, Noah had brought him back here. And even brought this along. Looking at the half-sword on the table, he could only remain silent. He widened his eyes and asked was this not the sword spirit's weapon. Hyun-gu crossed his arms and pondered what he should do with this broken item. Since it was damaged like that, how could it be used? The chaotic demon said she thought so at first as well, but since he brought it back there must be a reason. She added to pick it up first, and she would explain clearly. He immediately picked up the sword and asked like this. Suddenly a blinding light flashed, causing space itself to tremble. Hyun-gu jolted in shock. He muttered that this feeling was very familiar. After that he was swept into a strange illusion, and wondered if this was his inner world. A deep hoarse voice resounded, I thought it would take you much longer to recover. Who would have expected we would meet again so soon? Truly are a monster, Hyun-gu. Those words left him stunned. He turned around and recognized that familiar voice. Hyun-gu asked in shock, are you not the sword spirit? The old man calmly replied, do you feel better now? He continued, I hope you are well because I have something to ask of you. Amid the desolate scene, Hyun-gu stared wide-eyed at the old man before him, unable to believe it. Seeing the old man smile kindly, he grew even more bewildered. Did you not already vanish? The other gently replied that at that time I truly should have disappeared. At this point he recalled his comrades of years past. To be honest, that was originally what I had hoped for. He looked at Hyun-gu's astonished expression and said I had accepted my fate and was ready to rest in peace. He paused, recalling the moment he opened his eyes in shock at the thing floating there, until he touched a drifting eye. It was that eye which pulled my soul back. As he finished speaking, the image of the eye appeared. It surfaced clearly in his mind after hearing that Hyun-gu hurriedly asked, so that I was the one who saved you. He replied calmly, to be precise, she only saved half of me. My body had already turned to ashes. The image of a shattered sword flashed past. He continued that by placing my soul into this sword, she preserved my consciousness. Further recalled that she said she possessed the power to recreate a new body, but advised me to observe the situation first. His own reflection in his eyes reminded him that if the management company discovered I still existed, they would regard me as a traitor, and they might erase both me and my tower. The image of a person crushing the tower with bare hands surfaced. After finishing, he spread his arms and laughed, saying, now I am only a soul so we can speak like this. Strange, is it not? Hyun-gu looked at the scene feeling half helpless and half doubtful, unsure whether he was imagining it or the old man's personality had changed. Pushing aside that thought, Hyun-gu asked why you agreed when you once wanted to die. The old man replied that was natural, but when there is a chance to live. He opened his eyes sharply and looked at him, suddenly remembering something he had once wanted to do but had forgotten. The image of him stabbing someone under the gaze of a third person flashed by. There's one thing I must complete so their souls may rest in peace. His expression darkened, his voice filled with danger. I want to reclaim the debt from the management company. Hearing that Hyun-gu was stunned, revenge. The old man observed him and said, before I explain, let me ask if you have ever heard of. He hesitated, then continued, the farm. Hearing that unfamiliar term, Hyun-gu could not help but be bewildered. What? He pressed on, what is that? Is it different from a tower? The old man slowly explained that it is similar to a tower but its main function is to gather achievement. Added that unlike a normal tower, the farm appears as a gigantic bottomless pit. There exist Asgard and Olympus, the only two dimensions that have been imprisoned. Images of magnificent ancient white structures emerge. After hearing this, Hyun-gu asked like an obedient student, what do you mean imprisoned? The old man explained that the residents of other towers were also forcibly transferred to the farm by the overseer. He asked in return, you know the reason, do you not? Hyun-gu stood with his hands on his hips and answered roughly, that must be it. He spoke according to his guess. That man did it to control and regulate the flow of magic that should have flowed to your dimension. He asked again if that was correct. The old man nodded firmly, that is right. In the past I knew nothing and even thought it was a great calamity. The image of a crowd surrounding three strangers appeared. We were once extremely grateful to him because we believed we had found a new home. At that time, the man silently watched his comrades shake hands with the manager, unaware it was merely a small test for him to perfect the system. In the shadows, the manager smiled with calculation. The next morning, the villagers turned pale in panic as they looked toward the direction where disaster was approaching. The very moment he struck, he annihilated everything. That day, countless wings spread across the sky, covering the heavens. A pitch-black gate opened, Above it, the manager stood in imposing silence. Not long after, he gave a cold wave of his hand. A barrage of fireballs rained down upon the village, sweeping away every resident of the farm. Back in reality, Hyun-gu stood frozen at the story, so horrified he could hardly believe what he had heard, wondering what had truly happened. After a stunned silence, he stammered out a question, and the old man on the rock slowly replied that he did not know either. They had been forced to confront him. After destroying the village, the manager seized the old man's comrade by the head while he lay helpless on the ground, and as you might guess, they never stood a chance of victory. Snapping out of his thoughts, the man added that only yesterday had he discovered the cause. From the floating eye came the image of him holding a sword as he faced it. Trembling with terror and fury, he demanded to know whether that eye was the reason he had attacked them. The old man on the other end angrily questioned the girl through the screen, asking if it was because she had attacked his management company, and she confirmed it. After confirming, the girl lifted her head and explained that through a spy she learned the overseer was preparing to test a new method of collecting achievements. He went on to say that method formed the foundation of the towers, a system meant to replace past injustices with achievement. Pausing briefly, she made it clear that he intended to sacrifice everyone in the farm as material for achievements. Therefore, she attacked the company headquarters to stop him and destroyed part of it, the image of the building exploding flashing through her mind. She added that what she had not foreseen was being subdued by the manager, realizing he was far stronger than she was. After her defeat, she hugged her knees and bowed her head, forced to expend all her strength to escape, and ended up imprisoned in another dimension, stripped of all her power. She thought it was all over, but after she fled, he believed that her ally was hiding within the farm. After wiping out the village, he slowly removed his stained gloves, determined to erase every trace. And the result was the complete eradication of everyone. Once the gloves were off, the manager tossed them to the ground and left without looking back. Returning to the present, the old man spoke emotionlessly, asking Hyun-gu to listen to the entire story. He looked at Hyun-gu and asked whether he understood the reason for his desire for revenge, and Hyun-gu realized he had destroyed everyone just to eliminate a single target. Voicing his speculation, he asked why he would do such a thing, and the old man slowly answered that perhaps it was because he was enraged by the loss of accumulated achievement. He added that he was deeply obsessed with gathering achievements. The explanation left Hyun-gu confused. If he was already so powerful, why would he still need others to collect achievements? He continued by asking whether it would not be easier for him alone, and the old man stroked his beard, admitting he had once wondered the same. He explained with shame that he had given up investigating ever since he began working for them, causing Hyun-gu to fall into thought. A moment later, he opened his sharp eyes, sensing something unusual. Without waiting to be asked, he said this might be a clue to uncovering his weakness or true purpose. He expressed doubt about whether they could investigate further, and the old man rose to his feet, saying he could ask someone. Before revealing who it was, he warned that seeking out that person would be extremely dangerous, leaving Hyun-gu puzzled. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he asked for the identity, while the old man lowered his head and avoided the question. Last, he said his name was Tham Vuong, and the image of a man bound in chains appeared in his mind. He was the master of the final tower under the control of the management company across all dimensions. At the same time, he was also the overseer's only son. That information made Hyun-gu widen his eyes in shock. In a hidden corner unknown to anyone, a man bowed respectfully before an eye. The eye stared intently and asked whether its achievement was in the 51st tower, Divai Land. The man bowed his head and confirmed with certainty. He lifted his head and clarified that it lay within the passage, connecting the 50th and 51st towers. As he spoke, the image of a profound doorway emerged. The girl on the other side of the screen nodded, understanding why they had failed to find it despite searching everywhere. She coldly remarked that even he had not discovered it, causing Divai Land to bow his head in admission. After admitting fault, he asked whether they should retrieve it and prepare the resurrection process, and the girl ordered it done at once. After giving the order, she fell into thought, unable to understand why the lost achievement had appeared there, and suspecting it might be a trap. An idea flashed through her mind. His purpose might be. In a tranquil place of green forests and white clouds, a man lay leisurely stretched upon a rock. Suddenly he spoke, asking why that man had appeared. He pressed the question further, asking whether the other party had something to say to him. A possibility crossed his mind. Perhaps that man had come to send him to his final destination. Hearing this, that man's expression changed in shock. The white-haired man did not answer but instead asked why the other remained silent. Stepping closer, he made it clear that he was the one blocking entry into the passage. The white-haired man gazed with hollow eyes at the one lying on the rock. He recalled the day the sword spirit left the world, bringing the other to tears. He smiled calmly and replied that everything had always been simple. A gust of wind rose, and the man who appeared behind Hemet whispered that doing so would be troublesome. Placing a hand on Hemet's shoulder, he explained carefully and warned him not to place the blame on him. He said the overseer had not acted because he had found a reasonable excuse, the image of Hemet standing behind the manager surfacing. The man continued to assert that he did not care about anyone's plans. Hemet closed his eyes and endured, only requesting not to be dragged into conspiracies involving his tower. When the other fell silent, Hemet asked again and received an affirmative answer. The man laughed in a chilling manner, challenging that even if he lied, Hemet could do nothing. Seeing Hemet offer no reply, he opened his eyes wide in threat, believing matters were not so simple. Hemet remained silent. After a while, Hemet brushed his hand aside and said calmly that it was enough. Closing his eyes coldly, Hemet told the other to continue and vanished into the air. Before fading away, Hemet instructed him to wait until everything was over. In a distant castle, everyone gathered before a board filled with writing to discuss. Noah seriously proposed to Avi that they use this formula, and Avi replied that the idea was good but might cause instability. Two leaned close to discuss, while Hyengu carried his sword and thoughtfully watched them absorbed in research. After a moment, Hyengu spoke up and asked what they were doing. Hearing the familiar voice, Avi greeted him in surprise, and Noah beamed brightly as he called out Hyengu's name. Noah hurried over to ask about his condition, and Hyengu honestly replied that he was much better now, then asked what they were busy with. Not stopping there, Hyengu continued, "Are you planning to reinforce our defensive layer further?" The question left Noah frozen for a few seconds before he hurriedly replied, "No, I have already upgraded the tower security to the highest level long ago." Thinking that was the end of it, Noah added, "When the sword spirit ambushed us, I realized something important. That relying solely on the current system is still not safe enough." As he spoke, Noah looked at the data panel dense with text and explained his calculations. "Therefore, I am developing a new protection mechanism that can prevent any intruder from destroying the tower, even if they have already entered inside." Noah added that the system was still in the drafting stage, so he would explain more when there was progress. Hearing that, Hyengu widened his eyes. "Really, leaving these matters to you two puts me completely at ease." Saying that, Hyengu pulled a sheet of paper from his pocket and seriously asked for help. "I came here to ask the two of you for support. These are the coordinates of another dimension." Without waiting for them to question him, he clarified the request. "Enter the destination into the spatial compass and prepare several items that conceal magic power for me." He added, "I must secretly support someone without letting the management company discover it." Noah nodded. "That is not difficult, but if we have to cross into another dimension to meet that person then?" Unable to hide his curiosity, Noah asked, "Who is the person you intend to help?" Hyengu scratched his cheek and replied, "Someone who can assist me. In fact, the management company has always concealed the existence of his only son." Those words made Noah and Avi stare at each other in bewildered suspicion. After a moment of regaining their senses, they asked in unison, "Who?" Returning to an hour earlier, Hyengu had shouted in shock, "The manager has a son." He pressed on with questions. "Really? Do not tell me that man secretly raised a child." The old man awkwardly replied that he did not know the details either. He recounted that a long time ago he had met that person once and heard with his own ears him call the manager father. When he heard that news, it felt as though his eyes had been opened. Thinking he might pry out some information, he asked a few questions, but that man did not reveal much. That man only said it was not the right time and raised his hand to signal silence. That image remained imprinted in his mind. Breaking free from the memory, he concluded briefly and fell silent. Hyengu grew even more confused. "So what exactly is going on?" After a while, he asked whether meeting that man would bring any benefit. The old man sighed and said they had no other choice and would try to persuade him further when they met. Afraid that he would object, the old man added that if everything fell apart and conflict occurred, then he would decide how to handle it. Suddenly thinking of something, the old man said that given that man's current condition, that scenario was unlikely to happen, which left Hyengu even more perplexed. Instead of explaining, he changed the subject, saying he would provide the coordinates so Hyengu could ask his technically skilled friends for support and then go together. Hearing that, he closed his eyes, sighed, and agreed. Turning to the space filled with rubble, Hyun-gu's voice rang out in complaint that he could not understand any of this. Among the massive boulders a man was tightly bound from head to toe. He decided to personally go and take a look. Hyun-gu carried the old sword over his shoulder. He walked while observing the person lying below. Stepping closer to examine carefully, he said, "Now, I understand why you thought the two sides would not clash." Looking at the man whose limbs were tightly shackled, he blurted out, "They have locked him up this securely after all." He raised the sword and called out, asking whether that man could still speak. The old man reassured him that although his body was bound, his consciousness still existed within his inner world. He suggested trying to converse first and told Hyun-gu to place the sword on that man's body. He hurriedly complied and asked if this was correct. After waiting for a long time without seeing any reaction, he asked with half frustration and half doubt what effect doing this was supposed to have. Suddenly the old sword began to glow, drawing his attention. It seemed to be responding to something. After waiting a while longer without any change, he intended to withdraw the sword because he did not know how long he had to wait. The moment he touched it, a surge of force knocked him backward. He cried out, "What is happening?" Feeling uneasy, he stepped back and clenched his fists to prepare to respond. "I knew it would be like this." Thinking he had to act first, he prepared to unleash a finishing blow. But before he could strike, the space suddenly shifted. The bound man appeared intact and smiled as he asked, "Are you still well, Hyun-gu?" Hearing the familiar voice, Hyun-gu maintained his fighting stance. However, it was already too late because a punch had shot straight toward him. The other man took the blow and still managed to say, "He was very glad to see you." After the strike, he was sent crashing hard into the wall. Hyun-gu stood frozen, unable to comprehend what had just happened. He looked around blankly, wondering where he was. The old man appeared and asked in a trembling voice, "What did you just do, Hyun-gu?" Hyun-gu replied as if innocent, "I thought the two of you were fighting." The old man widened his eyes and said, "Of course not." He looked at the person lying amid the ruins and said angrily that everything had been progressing very well. He reproached that it was that man who had asked to bring Hyun-gu here to talk. He scratched his head awkwardly and asked, "Is that so?" Then he suddenly thought of something dreadful. Could the one he had just blasted away be? He looked over anxiously and said, "Was that Tham Vuon?" The atmosphere fell silent. The old man did not bother to respond. Hyun-gu forced a smile and asked again, "Is it true?" Meanwhile, at the upper level of the tower, Ji lifted his teacup calmly and said that he had never once closed the door leading to this place. Looking at his reflection in the tea, he continued that he always welcomed anyone who needed a place to converse. But now he was extremely dissatisfied because instead of a follower he had to receive a traitor after saying that he stared at Lucifer. Lucifer laughed and told him not to speak so harshly. He leaned back in his chair with arms crossed, reminding him that they had once been brothers, and asking whether there was not even a cup of tea. Ji coldly replied that if he had something to say, then say it and leave. Added that he intended to lock all the doors. Lucifer, still smiling, said, "You are truly cold." Finally, he came to the main point, saying that if Ji heard what he was about to say, Ji would want to keep him. Seeing the curiosity, he revealed that he had come to speak about the second descent of their Lord, causing Ji's expression to change. Ji immediately asked how that could be possible. Lucifer rested his chin on his hand and confirmed it was exactly as you think. Their origin had once been the supreme god of the strongest dimension. Lucifer spoke of their rebirth and smiled meaningfully. Ji was astonished, unable to believe his ears. "Our father has been reborn." Receiving no answer, Ji pressed on. Lucifer explained that it was not resurrection but making use of what he had left behind. He said what he wanted to awaken was the legacy after that man passed away. And that was that man's body. Upon hearing this, Ji's eyes widened in shock. Unable to endure it, Ji slammed the table, sprang to his feet and shouted, "Lucifer." He gritted his teeth and demanded, "How many things have you done and still it is not enough?" Lucifer merely smiled with satisfaction at finally drawing his attention. Unconcerned with Ji's thoughts, he stood up, turned his back and said, "Sorry, but today I only came to provoke you." After speaking, Lucifer left without looking back and waved mockingly. "Remember to close the door carefully." He laughed wickedly, his eyes full of calculation, saying, "Next time I will bring a calamity and use it to sweep away the entire demon faction." Hearing this, Ji turned pale. Before leaving, Lucifer added that if he met Hyun-gu, then pass along a message for me. Hearing that name, Ji froze. Ignoring that reaction, he said the detailed plan was still being prepared. Stepping through the door, he looked at Ji coldly and said, "Sooner or later, I will give him a surprising gift." Meanwhile, at Hyun-gu's place, he scratched his face awkwardly and said, "Well." He apologized for what he had just done. Tham Vuong calmly poured tea for him. In response to the apology, Tham Vuong merely smiled and said it was nothing. After pouring the tea, Tham Vuong handed the cups to the two of them and laughed comfortably. In this inner world I cannot be harmed anyway, so you can rest assured. Hearing that, Hyun-gu felt relieved. That is good then. The old man beside him stared at him as if it were the last time he would see him. Under that scrutinizing gaze, Hyun-gu became visibly awkward, thinking only that the situation was truly uncomfortable. On the outside he tried to remain calm, yet inside his thoughts were tangled, recalling the tower masters he had met before. Until now, each of them had fairly similar personality. Yet now there appeared someone so different. How can he remain so composed? Thinking that, he observed Tham Vuong warmly inviting them to drink tea and softly reminding them to be careful. It is hot. After the reminder, Tham Vuong lifted his own cup as well. Thea has told me the reason you came here. Pausing briefly, he continued, he said you want to know who the overseer truly is. At that mention, Hyun-gu snapped out of his thoughts and replied, that is right, I heard you once called him father. He asked directly, are you his son? Faced with that question, Tham Vuong showed no emotion and merely took a sip of tea. Setting the cup down, he looked into the surface of the tea and answered, there was a time when I regarded him as my father. Watching his reflection, he said softly, but perhaps he never regarded me as his son. After finishing, he lowered the cup and continued, it is only natural. The previous management team that had been erased carried away all the achievements he had accumulated, the image of a collapsing farm briefly flashing by. Emerging from the memory, he looked at the two of them and said, therefore he used them to create me. Hearing that, both of them were stunned and could not believe it. After a while, Hyun-gu asked again, what do you mean? Tham Vuong calmly replied, you must have witnessed it before. Afraid he had not understood, he clarified further, those who reach a divine realm can use their power, create their own living beings with thoughts and consciousness. After explaining, he concluded, I was born in that way. Hearing this, the old man sprang to his feet in protest, but creations like that are usually weaker than their creator. He added, yet he managed to create a tower master of such divine caliber. Tham Vuong took a sip and answered briefly, that is correct. His face darkened because he far surpasses all of us. He is not only the pillar of this dimension but like a massive root embedded deeply within it. Those words drained the color from Thea and Hyun-gu. Seeing their horrified expressions, Tham Vuong said coldly, he is the embodiment of magic. Thea could not help but ask again, what did you just say? The more he thought about it, the more chilled he felt. What does that even mean? Hyun-gu remained silent, his gaze steady. After a moment, Hyun-gu crossed his arms and said, fine, I will temporarily believe you. Thea called out to him in surprise. The old man turned to advise him, this matter cannot be taken lightly. Hyun-gu calmly asked, then why does he gather achievements? He pressed on, if he is the embodiment of magic, then why build towers to collect achievements like this? Not stopping there, he added, if he is that transcendent, would it not be easier to gather them himself? The question caused Tham Vuong to pause. Regaining his composure, he avoided Hyun-gu's gaze and said, how unexpected, I did not think you would believe me so quickly. He asked again, are you not shaken by this? Hyun-gu replied indifferently, not really. He explained, he can control magic across all dimensions and distribute it everywhere. Therefore him being the embodiment of magical essence does not surprise me. Whatever he may be will not change what I intend to do. Thea stood stunned at those words. Not only him, even Tham Vuong briefly doubted his reaction. Hyun-gu raised his hand and manipulated a few small bolts of lightning, saying that it will not stop me from defeating him. Lowering his hand, he changed the subject. Then let me ask something else. That sudden shift surprised Tham Vuong. Seeing no reply, Hyun-gu continued, I need information to help me defeat him and leave this place. Tham Vuong was dragged from one surprise to another. After a moment he smiled, just as I had heard. They mentioned you and said the time is right, he thought while looking at Hyun-gu seriously. Noticing the stare, Hyun-gu asked, is something amusing? He quickly waved his hand, no, I was just thinking of something else. He continued, I can answer two questions at once. He gathers achievements in this manner. Because soon that man will no longer be able to do it himself. Those words startled both of them. Thea thought for a moment and asked, is there an achievement he needs but cannot obtain on his own? Tham Vuong nodded in confirmation. He said his ultimate goal, the thing he wants is only one. It is a name that belongs solely to him. He could not believe it just for that. Receiving no answer, he grew irritated. Why not give himself a new name? Tham Vuong pushed up his glasses and said things are not that simple. He explained, a name is proof of the existence of an entity. He does not want to remain a mere concept, but to become an independent individual. The image of a magic sphere appeared. Achievements and magic are the foundation that form a divine entity. He himself is magic, so he cannot gather pure achievements on his own. No matter how he tries, the achievements become tainted with magic and fail to reach the goal. Thea understood, so he built the tower to collect pure achievements. Tham Vuong confirmed. He asked once he has a name, what does he plan to do? Tham Vuong shook his head. I do not know either. I only grasped the memories and emotions that flowed into my mind when I was created, filled with ambition. That ambition has almost become a long-standing obsession. He concluded, that is all the information I can provide. I do not know whether it will be of any help to you. He nodded, I understand. He slowly stood up. I have one last question. He placed his hands on the table and looked straight at him. What exactly are you plotting? His face turned noticeably colder. Tham Vuong feigned innocence. What do you mean? He spoke bluntly. I do not believe you are sharing this for free. He frowned. Quickly state your purpose. Pressed by the questioning, he sighed. To put it briefly, you are not the only one who harbors obsession toward him. I also want to see the one I once regarded as my father. Defeated in utter humiliation. After saying that, he revealed a satisfied smile. Hearing that, he sprang to his feet in shock. He asked again, what did you say? Tham Vuong closed his eyes and replied, the supervisor created me from the damaged achievements at the farm. He opened his eyes calmly. Perhaps he thought instead of discarding them, he would use them for experimentation. He asked what experiment. Tham Vuong answered, he sought a way to restore the damaged achievements. Many things happened during that process. I do not wish to recall them. The image of myself with wires inserted in a water tank surfaced. The master stood outside watching coldly. That period was not worth remembering. After being released, I gasped for breath. Then he abandoned the experiment. No matter how he tried, he could not restore them, and I could not control my power and repeatedly caused severe consequences. Therefore he bound me in chains and gave up the intention of restoration. I was imprisoned in the tower for many years because he knew my body could become a weapon of destruction. Turning to reality, he shook his head in disdain. The more I hear, the more contemptible he seemed. He said, so you are helping us because he used you and then discarded you. You want me to take revenge on your behalf? Tham Vuong stood up. No, I do not care about that. I only want the world to be a little more peaceful. After saying that, he turned and walked toward the bookshelf behind him. His words left Hyun-gu confused. What do you mean? Tham Vuong did not answer at once but slowly explained that achievements are the experiences their owners accumulate. As soon as he finished speaking, Tham Vuong lightly tapped his own head several times. Since I am formed from countless achievements, my mind holds innumerable memories and emotions. Saying that, he picked up a book. I always record all those memories and feelings. After all, it is the only way for me to pass the time here. That is also the only meaning someone like me can fulfill, Tham Vuong said as he turned to face Hyun-gu with the book in hand. He handed the book to Hyun-gu and said, I wrote it when I was still inexperienced, so the content is rather messy. But take a look. The suggestion startled Hyun-gu now. Even so, Hyun-gu accepted the book and opened it, curious to see what was so important. The moment he saw what was inside, Hyun-gu's eyes widened in horror. Every page was densely covered with desperate pleas for help written over and over. Regaining his composure, Hyun-gu looked at Tham Vuong for confirmation. Seeing his doubtful reaction, Tham Vuong explained that most of the memories in his head were such desperate cries. Images of countless people falling surfaced in Tham Vuong's mind. The overseer must have used his system. Create achievements by extracting energy through the destruction of innumerable lives. Thinking the story had ended, Tham Vuong continued speaking about the thousands of years that had passed. Throughout that time, I had to listen to their wails and endure the pain alongside them. I realized how cruel and unjust that scene was. Every strand of flesh and every cell felt it clearly. Tham Vuong's entire being seemed to sink into endless darkness. Breaking free from his thoughts, he looked at Hyun-gu and expressed, therefore I want to witness those overseers being erased. That is the only way. Those words made Hyun-gu clutch the book tightly and stare in astonishment. Seeing that expression, Tham Vuong placed both hands before his chest and sincerely replied, to prevent anyone with malicious intent from repeating this tragedy and to build a truly peaceful world. At this point, Tham Vuong looked at him seriously. I hope this confession has answered your doubts, leaving Hyun-gu unable to hide his surprise. After their conversation ended, only the scratching sound of a pen remained in the room. Tham Vuong quietly sat there and continued writing. As he wrote, he said, I have done as you asked and provided them with the information. Is that enough? Just as he finished speaking, a familiar figure appeared. Hemet descended from the air and praised him. Well done. After the compliment, Hemet asked, "Did the conversation between the two of you go smoothly?" Tham Vuong smiled and replied while writing that talking with him was truly interesting. Everything that had just happened replayed in his mind like a slow-motion film. When they first met, that man was extremely aggressive. So I was somewhat worried. He possesses the strongest soul I have ever encountered. After saying that, Tham Vuong closed the book and continued, "Now I feel much more at ease if he is truly part of your plan." He turned to Hemet with a satisfied smile. "Then I can rest assured and focus on completing my preparation." Ignoring that expression, Hemet returned to his calm demeanor. "Everything is still proceeding according to plan." Tham Vuong turned and confirmed with a bright smile that the plan was progressing smoothly. Only a few difficult steps remain. "However, I need a little more time." Hearing that, Hemet closed his eyes in understanding. "We do not need to rush, continue at your own pace." After speaking, Hemet opened his eyes, his sharp gaze directed forward. "What we must handle now is similar to Hyun-gu's task." The next day on the 9th floor, inside a bustling shopping mall. As Hyun-gu selected clothes, he pondered. "Thanks to Tham Vuong, I have gathered much useful information, yet I still have not found the overseer's weakness." He stared at the clothes before him, unable to suppress the worry that that man might be hiding something. Even so, that man's expression made him believe those words were sincere. The image of Tham Vuong resurfaced in his mind. Hyun-gu placed his hand on a shelf and strolled leisurely. "From now until that floating eye regains its achievement, I have nothing to do, so I decided to rest for a while." At that moment, two sweet voices rang out, startling Hyun-gu. "Teacher, master." Two swimsuits of completely different styles appeared before him. The two girls held them with sparkling eyes and asked him, "Which one do you prefer?" Looking at them, Hyun-gu wondered in confusion how he had somehow been dragged into choosing swimsuits with them. After some inquiry, Hyun-gu learned that when they heard Seo Yeon was going on a trip, they decided to follow, perhaps plotting something again. Two girls began arguing. "You understand nothing. Teacher prefers something alluring. Nonsense. Master likes a cute style." Watching the scene, Hyun-gu felt both helpless and amused. "It does not really matter, it might even be interesting." Then he suggested, "Just try them on and we will see who suits it better." The two girls immediately agreed and called out from the fitting room, "Teacher, please take a look for us." Hearing that, Hyun-gu laughed. "I still cannot tell whether these two are close or competing." After a while, he let out a sigh of relief. At least they are no longer arguing. What a relief. At that moment, a notification screen appeared. "You have been summoned to the rooftop. 5 seconds remaining." Reading the line, Hyun-gu exclaimed in shock, "Is this real?" A flood of questions arose in his mind. Why do they suddenly want to meet me? At that moment, the two girls stepped out of the fitting room. "Master, I am done. What do you think?" Two girls confidently displayed their beauty. They asked in unison, "Who is prettier, master, teacher?" But the person they addressed had already vanished without a trace. Standing inside his tower, Hyun-gu could not hide his irritation. "What is it this time, summoning me so suddenly? At least give me a reasonable explanation." But when he saw the person before him, Hyun-gu was utterly astonished. "What is going on? This is no stranger." It was Jesus Christ. Realizing he understood, Dai took the initiative to greet him. "It has been a long time, Hyun-gu. I apologize for arriving without notice." To those words, Hyun-gu awkwardly replied, "It is fine." Before Dai could explain the reason, Hyun-gu spoke first. "You still remember our previous agreement. If something happens, either side may bypass the security system to make contact." Pausing briefly, he speculated, "You have come here in person. Could it be that your tower has encountered trouble?" Dai lowered his head and replied meaningfully, "Not only my tower. This new issue may affect the fate of our entire faction." Those words made Hyun-gu cry out in shock. What do you mean?" Before he could ask further, Dai grasped his hand with urgency. "I beg you, Hyun-gu." His voice grew even more emotional. "Please help us." Meanwhile, in heaven, Uriel, draped in a cloak, walked slowly along the corridor. "It is finally complete." He smiled and took out a radiant golden orb. This item should be strong enough to contain the master's achievement. As he pondered, he headed toward his room. "Now I only need to go to Hyun-gu's tower to retrieve the achievement and hand it to Peter to revive him." Holding the orb in one hand and opening the door with the other, Uriel thought their plan had finally come to fruition. But the moment he stepped through the doorway, a familiar voice echoed, "Hey." Lucifer sat there resting his chin on his hand, a formidable army behind him. He asked, "What has you so excited?" Uriel received no answer. Lucifer smiled dangerously. "May I join as well?" Witnessing this scene, Hyun-gu cast a pleading glance toward Noah and Avi behind him, but both were helpless. In the end, Hyun-gu took out a table and chairs and suggested, "Let us sit down first and tell us what happened." Once the four of them were seated, Hyun-gu's astonished voice rang out, "I did not mishear, did I?" After regaining his composure, Hyun-gu looked at Jesus Christ in disbelief. "You mean Lucifer wants to use your father's body to revive your father?" Faced with that surprise, Jesus Christ confirmed seriously, "That is correct." Hearing that affirmation, Hyun-gu continued, "Your father is the omnipotent being everyone speaks of." Jesus Christ gently replied that interpretations differ across dimensions, but essentially yes. After understanding everything, Hyun-gu raised countless questions. Does Lucifer truly possess enough power to revive such a being? More importantly, how could an omnipotent existence be defeated? He still refused to let it go and pressed on. "Do you mean that now you have nothing left at all?" Hearing that Noah could only fall silent, how could he dare speak so brazenly before Jesus Christ? Of course that was not the case. Clear up that doubt, Jesus Christ slowly recounted everything in detail. Before the tower was formed, he had ascended to a higher plane of existence. Paused for a moment before continuing that he remained behind to guide the young souls and pass on his teaching. He left his mortal body in this place. Among the crowd back then, Lucifer bowed his head respectfully. After the tower came into being, we still regarded that shell as our father and devoted ourselves to protecting it, unaware of what was about to happen. Taking advantage of everyone's negligence, he raised his head with cold eyes. A child created by him had his reason clouded by his own desire. The scene shifted to the moment Lucifer knocked everyone down, betrayed his companions, and seized that body. After defeating them all, he embraced that body with a sinister laugh and officially became a rebel. After hearing the story, Hyun-gu spoke up. "So that traitor is Lucifer, right? That is correct." The man paused before continuing. Afterward, he and a few others signed a contract with the management team. They relied on the power of achievements and magic, then altered their forms, recruiting useful individuals from other dimensions. Established the angel faction as you know it today. Hearing this, Hyun-gu choked with anger and almost struck. "Why did you not deal with them? If it were me, I would have beaten him down." The man closed his eyes and replied, "That decision was never easy. We had already suffered tremendous losses." Added, "To be honest, at that time, we did not think he could do anything with that stolen body." In Jesus Christ's mind appeared the image of a body with a radiant heart. To control it, he would need a soul strong enough to manipulate the Father's achievement. Returning to reality, his voice grew heavy. "I believed Lucifer, consumed by ambition, would never reach that realm." At this point he spoke regretfully. "Only now do I realize that was a grave mistake. In this tower, where even sin can become an achievement, nothing is impossible." After hearing that, Hyun-gu concluded. In other words, he wants to place his soul into that body to become an omnipotent being, correct? Receiving no answer, he continued. "Why?" Jesus Christ pondered. "With his nature there is only one answer." The image of Lucifer's sinister smile appeared. "He will use the Father's body to manipulate every dimension. At that time the management team will surely intervene, but Lucifer has likely prepared a way to deal with them." As soon as he finished speaking, Jesus Christ sprang to his feet. "That is why I beg for your help." Almost shouted, "Stop, Lucifer." He lowered his head, setting aside his pride. "We have grown too weak and exhausted. We no longer have the strength to stop him. Now only you are the last hope." Hyun-gu frowned and replied, "I understand, calm down." A magic circle appeared beneath his feet. "In any case, it is time to meet my liaison. Let us see how things stand." Hyun-gu sat still as a force enveloped his entire body. He raised his hand with a faint smile. "Speak of the devil and he appears. He is summoning me." Before fading away, Hyun-gu said to Jesus, "Once I decide, I will inform you. For now, return to the tower first." Seeing him still worried, he reassured him, "Rest assured, I still have an unfinished debt with that man." He gave a thumbs up. "Perhaps once I settle my matter, I will conveniently resolve yours as well." "Well, is that acceptable?" Jesus Christ was stunned by this unexpected move. After a moment he bowed his head in gratitude. "Yes, thank you." Hyun-gu vanished and appeared elsewhere. Steadying his body, he lifted his head. "Just in time, Uriel. I just met Jesus Christ and have something to discuss." Instead of the one he expected, another voice sounded. "So you have already met Jesus Christ." Seeing clearly who it was, he could not help but be startled. It was none other than Lucifer. He ignored his reaction and continued. "You must know about the surprise gift I prepared. How does it feel?" Lucifer sat atop Uriel and looked at him as he asked, his voice brimming with amusement. "Are you satisfied?" Hyun-gu did not answer but asked in return, "What exactly happened here?" Lucifer rose to his feet. "I also want to ask you that. Did you not just call him Devilan?" He launched a vicious strike toward him. "Is that not the name you were searching for at the Tower Master Conference you ruined?" As if recalling something, he grabbed Uriel. So you had been secretly planning with this rat since then. Lucifer looked at him with menace. What are you two plotting? Gu casually rubbed his head. It seems I can no longer ignore this matter. So be it, he clenched his fist. He raised his fist as his aura surged. Perhaps I must clear all of you out here. Lucifer slowly stood up with a mocking laugh. Oh, I am so frightened, but I knew you would react like this. However, if it were me, I would not do that. Saying so, he lifted his head and looked upward. A magic circle gradually appeared, especially when this place is still a holy sanctuary. As soon as he finished speaking, his body felt a strange tremor. He looked at his hand. What is happening? Why has my power suddenly diminished? But moments later he understood. I once heard of a type of spell that strengthens all angels and weakens everyone else. Is it this? Lucifer confirmed. That is correct. We have also set up a spell to confine you here. He continued, meaning no matter how you struggle, you cannot defeat us in this place. Lucifer stepped closer, but do not panic too much. I will still give you a chance. Those words left him puzzled. What chance? Glancing around at the soldiers, Lucifer spoke slowly. Even in a holy sanctuary, I know that if we fight now, we will suffer considerable losses. He went straight to the point, therefore Gu, do not waste time. Uriel felt uneasy and tried to sit up. Lucifer extended his hand before him. I want you to cooperate. He stated directly, since you have met Jesus Christ, you must already know my plan. When I become the master of that body, I will not compromise with anyone. Once I hold that power, there will be no need for agreements. Therefore, this is the last opportunity for you to join hands with me. His face was terrifying. Seeing him silent, he tempted him. If you cooperate, I will spare your tower when conquering other places. Kim only stared at that hand. After a while, he slowly raised his hand. You want me to cooperate, I think. Gu grasped Lucifer's hand with great enthusiasm. This idea sounds rather interesting. Seeing that, Uriel sprang up. Gu, what are you doing? Lucifer laughed in delight, not a moment of hesitation, truly to my liking. I knew we were compatible. When he agreed, he said, excellent. Now we only need to sign a contract to make it official, but his hand tightened further. Lucifer lifted his face coldly. Confirm it. His expression gradually changed, teeth grinding in irritation. Immediately afterward, he suddenly dropped to his knees. Seeing him collapse, he laughed and scolded. You startled me. Why did you suddenly shout right beside my ear like that? Gu looked at him with a mocking smile. Was it not you who wanted to shake hands with me? Gu's face showed clear irritation as he clenched his fist. His hand was gripping Lucifer's collar, the one kneeling on the floor. Lucifer ground his teeth in fury, screaming inwardly that this could not be happening. No matter how powerful he was, in this holy land he could only use at most 1/10 of his original strength. Thinking of that, Lucifer anxiously lifted his head. Seeing Gu's meaningful smile, he wondered if this man had grown stronger than before. Gu raised an eyebrow and teased, what is it, my friend? Why are you staring at me so intently? Or is this still not enough to satisfy you? Perhaps you are right, this is still not impressive enough. After saying that, he grabbed Lucifer by the collar and dragged him along. Gu threw him to the ground and continued, this is more fitting than that handshake earlier. He seized the collar and hauled Lucifer to his feet before the stunned eyes of the soldier. Gu smiled, pulled him closer and declared loudly, if we are friends then we should treat each other warmly. The soldier asked in confusion, is that not Gu's ultimate move? Friendship missile. Gu shouted and slammed Lucifer down hard. The throw made Lucifer cry out in panic. He hit the ground and cracked the floor, pain spreading throughout his body. Uriel watched in a daze. Before he could understand what was happening, a hand suddenly reached from behind. Gu placed a hand on Uriel's shoulder, startling him, then said, do not just stand there watching. You must leave before everything becomes more chaotic. After saying that, he took out a watch. The engraving on the watch cover suddenly shone brilliantly. In an instant the two vanished, leaving only a magic circle on the floor. Lucifer was helped up by the soldiers, looked around in confusion and asked what just happened. He shoved the soldiers aside, strode to the circle and shouted angrily. He dared to run away. Prepare the summoning ritual immediately and bring him back here at once. We must drag him back at all costs, Gabriel spoke up, but the summoning array needs time to recover. We must wait before we can activate it again. At least a week, Lucifer roared in anger. Shut up and find a way to bring him back here now, you useless fools. I brought you here not to hear such nonsense. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared behind him. Lucifer continued, useless fools, when a hand landed on his shoulder and a voice sounded, do you wish to see me that badly? Gu smiled meaningfully as he asked, or do you want to come with me as well? After saying that, he pulled Lucifer along. Two disappeared before the stunned gaze of the soldier. Gabriel panicked and had no time to react, hurriedly shouting Lord Lucifer. At the tower, Noah frowned and asked, Hyengu, what exactly are you doing? He suddenly appeared, threw this person to us and vanished again. The supporter holding Uriel also staggered and sat down. Noah continued, I truly do not understand what is happening. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared behind. Hyengu called out Noah. He turned and replied, Ah, you have returned. Noah was astonished to see Hyengu dragging Lucifer as he rushed forward. He spoke quickly, I will explain later. Open the gate for me. Noah immediately formed a seal and replied, right away. Just step through and it will be done. Hyengu dashed toward the gate ahead and answered, all right. Hyengu leapt through the gate and landed lightly. His eyes suddenly blazed with light. Immediately after, he hurled Lucifer down forcefully. The impact made him scream in pain. Lucifer struggled to his feet, trembling. He gritted his teeth in fury. Hyengu, you dare to do this. A sphere of blue energy formed in his palm. The sphere instantly transformed into a sword. Lucifer sprang up and shouted how humiliating. But when he looked ahead, he suddenly froze and asked, what is this? Hyengu smiled and asked, why have you suddenly fallen silent? Is there a problem? Countless copies of Hyengu appeared in the sky. He crossed his arms and continued. You look as if you have just seen a ghost. Lucifer trembled in terror and exclaimed, what is happening here? The Hyengu figures all smiled and replied, actually I find this rather interesting. Recently I gained a new power but had no chance to test it. And it is quite fortunate that I met you, the leader of an entire faction, who could be more suitable as a test subject than you. But you need not worry, no matter what happens here you will not disappear. Even if you wish to leave, Hyengu smiled meaningfully, his burning gaze fixed on him, causing Lucifer's face to turn pale with fear. The Hyengu figures continued, so prepare yourself to experience this many times. But the one who must endure everything is only you. As he finished speaking, the Hyengu figures all charged downward. Lucifer cried out in panic, wait. Hyengu smiled and replied, I am coming. A violent shock rang out, the surrounding earth and stones shattered and flew upward. Lucifer was repeatedly defeated in many different ways, his body suffering heavy damage each time. The total number of times he was struck down reached 1,012. Meanwhile in heaven, Gabriel asked anxiously, what should we do now? If this continues, our plan will be delayed indefinitely. Even letting someone else enter that body is useless, because all achievements have been set exclusively for Lucifer. We must find a way to rescue him. Gabriel slammed the table in anger and said, do you think I do not know that, but what can we do? If we infiltrate the defense system to rescue him without Uriel's skill, we cannot break through the solid protection. Even if we break it, do you think we can defeat Hyengu? Have you not witnessed it with your own eyes? He can move freely even within the Holy Land. His power is far too terrifying. We could try to forcibly summon him back here, but they will surely prepare countermeasures while we wait to activate the magic array. Uriel was the one who set up that summoning array, yet now he has turned his back and betrayed us. Zibriel stammered, so what are we supposed to do now? Gabriel replied in a low voice that for now the only option was to pray, hoping Lucifer could endure, at least until we find a way to resolve his crisis at the tower. The assistant standing with Noah looked down and asked in astonishment, are you joking? That man is Lucifer. The brutal leader of the Kia, angel faction, Lucifer, was trembling as he sat collapsed on the floor. His face was pale, his mouth constantly muttering pleas for mercy, begging not to be ended. Noah looked over in confusion and asked, what exactly did you do to him? Seeing Lucifer cowering on the ground, the assistant could not hold back and demanded, how did you deal with him? Hyengu curled his lips slightly, revealing cold, sharp teeth. Perhaps you would not want to hear the details. He continued by asking where Uriel was. Noah replied that he was resting on the bed placed in the corner of the room. Fortunately, the injuries were not too serious, so he should regain consciousness soon. Hyengu nodded and said that was good. Setting that aside for now, did you bring what I told you to? He said while glancing behind. He called out to Zoa. Luke Lone then immediately responded that everything had of course been prepared. You are looking for something that can control him, right? Then this item should suit your needs. This is a sealing bead necklace of 108 beads. Hyengu eagerly reached out to take it and asked if it would truly work. Since he was a formidable tower master, even Noah's contract had no effect. Are you sure this bracelet is reliable? Luke Lone then smiled and said how could this sacred relic be compared to those ordinary trinkets, leaving Noah behind utterly stunned. Luke Lone then pointed toward Lucifer, just put it around his neck and you will understand. However, this necklace has a rather troublesome condition, the user must willingly wear it. Lucifer broke into a cold sweat, his eyes filled with anxiety. Hyun-gu and Luke Lone then looked at him with calculating expressions and said that in this situation it would not be difficult. Hyun-gu continued. Now he and I go way back. You will surely be happy to help me with a small favor, right, my dear Lucifer? Facing the bead necklace, he stammered in protest. Hyun-gu tilted his head and asked, what is it? Do you not like it? If so then. Pointed toward the teleportation gate and asked, or should we go back there for another stroll? Then we can have more memorable moments together. Lucifer's face gradually turned deathly pale. He hurriedly said that he would wear the necklace. Hyun-gu held the necklace in his hand, a meaningful smile clearly appearing on his lips. The bead necklace was soon settled around Lucifer's neck. Hyun-woo teased that, look at that, it suits him perfectly. He turned to ask Luke Lone then how it differed from a normal contract, whether it could force him to obey absolutely. She smiled and said it could be understood that way. The only difference is that it turns words into reality as long as they remain within the limits of the sealing beads. Hyun-gu frowned and asked what that meant. If I say this, he said while pointing at Lucifer, making him flinch. Suppose I tell him to turn into a girl, would it become true? As soon as he finished speaking, the beads began to glow. Lucifer stared at the light floating before him and exclaimed in confusion, What is happening? Suddenly a ring of light flashed beneath his feet. Hyun-gu exclaimed in surprise, what is this? Luke Lone then beside him also marveled. He cried out in shock that it was impossible. The light grew brighter and brighter, causing Lucifer to scream loudly. Over by the bed where Uriel was lying, he slowly opened his eyes. Uriel sat up, rubbing his forehead and muttering, did I fall asleep? What happened? He looked around, remembering that Hyun-gu had come to save him. When he saw Hyun-woo and Noah, he called out Hyun-gu's name in surprise. Uriel walked closer, wondering what trouble they had gotten into. Hyun-gu rested his chin on his hand and said, so it really does work. The assistant added that it was truly hard to believe. Uriel asked what they were doing. Hyun-gu turned back and replied that he was awake. How does your body feel? Uriel moved his legs and said thanks to him it was much better. But what troubles me more is what happened to Lucifer. Uriel looked down and saw that Lucifer, eyes brimming with tears, had now become a young girl. He widened his eyes in confusion. In Uriel's mind a fleeting thought arose. Who was this girl and why did she feel strangely familiar? That source of magic power reminded him of something. Uriel cried out in shock that it could not be. Lucifer flushed red and shouted back, what? Where are you looking, you hateful traitor? Uriel stood frozen and pointed as he asked, what the hell is this? Hyun-gu placed a hand on his shoulder and said, let me explain. I just used the sealing bead necklace and well, that is about it. After hearing that, Uriel grew even more doubtful. He thought things like this only existed in comic books. After a while, everyone gathered before a circular magic array. Uriel raised his hand and grasped the orb that was absorbing energy. All the power was gradually drawn completely into it. Hyun-gu stepped forward and asked if it was finished. Uriel looked at the orb and replied that it was successful and had preserved his achievements inside. Now we just need to bring it to Peter to activate. Hyun-gu looked at the orb and said it was still hard to believe they had searched everywhere for this. It turned out to have been right beside us all along. I never expected Peter of the Jesus Christ faction to serve the floating eye like you. He quietly recalled the first time he met him. Perhaps that familiar feeling back then was because of this reason. Hyun-gu asked irritably why you did not say so earlier. If we had known it would have been different. Uriel awkwardly explained that he did not intend to hide it. He had just missed the chance to mention. Hyun-gu nodded and asked, what now? Are we going to Peter? Uriel replied that he had contacted him and that man should be ready. Suddenly he frowned slightly and glanced to the side, still feeling uneasy. Were they going to leave Lucifer in that state forever? Hyun-gu asked, is something wrong? Uriel hurriedly replied that it was nothing. Hyun-gu smiled at Luke Lone then and told her to watch over this place in his absence and handle everything for him. She replied to rest assured. As he walked away, Hyun-woo glanced back and said he might be gone for quite a long time, asking her to inform his students for him. Over where Hana-rin and Mission were sitting absent-mindedly staring at the floor. Hyun-gu continued that they must miss him very much. Tell them to be patient and wait until the whole group rests and they will meet again. Luke Lone then asked in confusion, what do you mean? Hyun-gu waved without turning back and replied, just pass it on and they will understand. Before stepping through the teleportation gate, he turned his head and added, see you later. At the wooden house, Uriel and Hyun-gu appeared before Peter. Peter spoke that I have been waiting for you two for a long time. Hyun-gu and Uriel. Have the two of you obtained that achievement yet? Uriel lifted the sphere that had just landed and said, "Here it is, Peter. It lies neatly within this sphere." Peter replied with satisfaction, "Excellent. The two of you have done remarkably well." Peter turned his back and continued, "Let us go inside. All preparations have been completed. We only need to begin, and everything will set into motion." The image of all three of them suddenly appeared on the large screen. Hemet stood at the front, silently observing them. He spoke, "Welcome Hyungu at last week. This haunting story is about to reach its end as well." The door slowly opened. On the floor the sphere lay within a circular magic array. Peter spoke on the other side. "Whenever you are ready, you can immediately initiate the resurrection process." Hyungu standing behind spoke up, "I have a question. How exactly does this ritual work? Are we going to activate that achievement?" Peter answered at once, "Almost. The only difference is that we will not directly interfere with the achievement itself. We will only amplify its power 1,000-fold, so that it can find its own way back to its true master. This ritual will allow it to pierce through dimensions and return to my lord. We only need to follow its trail." Hyungu continued, "Does it have to be so complicated? Can we not use it to cross space directly?" Peter replied quickly, "If it were that simple it would be good, but a single minor mistake would be enough to trap us in a distorted dimension. Without my lord here to use it, this is already the safest method." Hyungu nodded, "I see. Very well then, let us begin. Let us settle this swiftly." After speaking he stepped forward. Suddenly Peter called out, "Wait, Uriel. I need to discuss something with you." Uriel turned and asked, "What is it?" "You can." Before Uriel could finish, Hyungu had already stepped onto the magic array. Instantly the magic array lit up. At the same time the sphere shone brilliantly. Hyungu looked down at the ground in shock. His body seemed to be pulled and shifted. He exclaimed in confusion, "What is happening?" Hyungu turned to them and asked, "Hey, what is going on? Why has this already been activated?" "I thought we would." Behind him Peter suddenly struck, causing Uriel to collapse. Hyungu continued together, but when he saw the scene before him he immediately frowned, his expression turning grave. Hyungu shouted loudly, "Uriel!" Uriel gripped Peter's hand tightly and asked with difficulty, "Why did you betray us?" Peter answered quickly, "Forgive me, my lord, I had no choice." "The more I thought about it, the more I believed this was the most correct choice." Uriel growled, "What are you talking about?" Hyungu rushed forward and shouted, "You despicable traitor! What do you think you are doing?" Before he could finish speaking, his body was already being shifted. Peter looked at him and coldly said, "Farewell, Hyungu. I will forever remember your sacrifice." Hyungu roared in fury, "Bastard." Then he immediately vanished. Hyungu fell freely into a pure white space. Upon landing, he looked around and wondered where this was. Why everything was so white. What exactly is this place? Suddenly footsteps sounded behind him. The manager approached behind Hyungu and asked, "What are you doing at the management building?" Hyungu. He turned around, his face filled with panic. Hyungu stepped back and exclaimed in shock, "What the hell is this? How could he get so close without him noticing?" An immense power from the manager spread with oppressive force. He thought to himself, "This energy. It is truly unbelievable." More importantly, what did he just say? Hyungu frowned and asked, "What did you just say? Where am I?" "Is this the management building? Then you are the manager." The manager looked at him and said, "Why are you looking at me like that? Do you not know where you are? Was it not you who came here?" Hyungu asked in confusion, "What are you talking about? Is it not you who ordered Peter to set this trap?" The manager replied, "Peter, you mean the Tower Lord aligned with the demon faction? Did he bring you here?" How unbelievable that such a minor Tower Lord could accomplish that. Hyungu thought, "What is going on? He looks no different from me. Then why did Peter bring me here?" The manager looked at him and fell into thought. Frowned and said, "It seems someone is secretly pulling the strings behind all of this." The manager's hand flared with power. He continued, "Normally I despise such matters, but it is not entirely bad. From now on the Tower Lords will no longer need to worry." Suddenly something shot straight toward Hyungu. The manager swung his hand and launched an attack. Hyungu immediately raised his hand to block. He said in a low voice, "Because the thorn in our side has delivered his own life." Hyungu struggled to withstand it, his mind filled with shock. What is this? He merely. With a single wave of his hand and already, the manager instantly appeared behind him. He raised his hand and said, "All your resistance is futile. Everything will end now." After speaking, he brought his strike down. Hyungu cried out in pain and hurriedly raised his hand to defend. The manager's blow severely injured him. Hyungu screamed in agony. The next attack crashed down and knocked him to the ground. Violent impact sent dust billowing everywhere. The manager stood in the air looking down and said, "Just as I expected." Hyungu cried out the name Hozashiro in pain. He continued, "You are still alive after that blow of mine." But before finishing, he immediately dove down. A powerful stomp aimed straight at the target. The manager aimed at his head and said, "The outcome will not change." A loud explosion resounded, dust covering the surrounding. As the smoke gradually cleared, the figures of both became visible. The manager spoke, "Now you have surprised me. I knew you were tough. But I did not expect you to be this resilient." Hyun-gu struggled to block and said with difficulty, "Bastard. When will you give me a chance to counterattack?" The manager replied, "You still have the strength to talk back to me. I must admit that I have greatly underestimated my opponent." At that very moment, his body suddenly erupted with a violent surge of energy. He caught the stunned look clearly displayed on the opponent's face. Lian spoke softly, "It is that I. Could it be that you?" His left hand clenched tightly into a fist, lightning flickering around it. He shot forward, pouring all his strength into the strike. Punch tore through the air, aimed straight at his face. A violent shockwave exploded, lightning flashing across the space. In another area within the dark tunnel, Mac raised his head and looked upward, slowly saying, "It seems the battle above has begun. Prepare yourself, Tham Vuon. It is time to initiate the first step of the plan." An enormous force suddenly slammed straight down onto him. He struggled to withstand it, staring in horror at the surging energy and exclaiming, "What is this?" The manager maintained his attacking stance, his arms still radiating the torrent of power. Seeing him still standing firm, he paled. Could he have blocked it? The manager's pupils contracted, veins bulging with fury. "You dare." He suddenly kicked at his arm and growled, "You have successfully angered me." He gritted his teeth and endured the blow. A heavy crash resounded as he was slammed hard into the ground. He was flung far away, blood spraying out from the impact. He looked at him and gave a defiant smile. "Is that all for a kick?" That kick had nearly destroyed one of his arms. The blood that shot outward came from it. Could a single strike have crippled his arm like this? Before he could recover, the manager had already rushed in, a finger pointing straight as if to seize his gaze. From his fingertip, a blazing red beam of energy shot forth. He swiftly twisted aside to dodge, narrowly avoiding the loss of an eye. He shouted loudly. That force surged forward with a thunderous explosion. Had he not dodged in time, the consequences would have been far more severe. He stared in horror at the mark behind him and shouted, "What are you trying to do?" The manager refused to stop. He raised his arm high, a dark red and black energy spreading with menace. This is no time to be distracted. A cold slash streaked through, the protagonist's body seeming to be split in two, his face not yet showing any change. That power appeared to have divided him into two halves. Before him there was no scene of bloodshed, for what had been cut was not the real body. Two halves slowly melted away like wax. He stood stunned, realizing it was merely a clone. The manager clasped his hands behind his back, contemplating, so that means the real body must be hiding somewhere up there. Before he finished speaking, he looked up and saw him floating above along with multiple sources of power gazing down. Each clone simultaneously unleashed energy toward him. Countless multicolored beams rained down upon the manager. He calmly raised his hand, red light flaring in his palm. How naive. His red beam shot upward, swallowing those brilliant streams of light. Power surged upward on a colossal scale. Upon contact, the clones in the sky vanished one after another. Hyun-gu gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into resisting the force flooding toward him. The manager extended his hand forward and coldly declared, "This ends here. It seems I must become serious now." The moment he exposed an opening, Hyun-gu suddenly launched a surprise attack from behind. But before he could strike, the manager placed a hand on his head and unleashed another blast of energy. His face twisted with ferocity, the hand before him still pointed straight at him. Behind him, the other clones were still being pursued. A tearing sound split the air as a powerful stream of energy shot straight upward. It was followed by a massive explosion, dust billowing everywhere. Amid the thick smoke, the manager stood silently, his gaze sweeping across the surrounding. Previous strike left a long trench in the ground, with no sign of Hyun-gu. He sneered, "And yet you still avoided it. You just used the achievement of the heavenly consort, did you not?" He mocked, "You learned a few tricks from the sword spirit, and already think you are impressive." Although he escaped the fatal blow, Hyun-gu was still injured. He clutched his arm, gritting his teeth in pain. The manager glanced at him, "But that changes nothing. To me, this is all merely entertainment." He clenched his teeth tightly and cursed under his breath. In his fury, he realized that even while using the power from that eye, he still could not predict the manager's next move. Hyun-gu understood that his opponent used no technique at all. He simply poured an enormous amount of magic into his hand and hurled it straight at him, his eyes blazing with terrifying intensity. His regenerative ability was gradually slowing, the wound on his arm was closing, but if this continued, he would soon reach his limit. The manager advanced leisurely. Do not waste your effort seeking another way. I have already gauged your strength. Seeing him clutch his arm, he continued, I guarantee that. His expression darkened, his eyes flashing. From this moment on you will not withstand what I still have in reserve. His eyes reflected the image of him struggling. I could easily erase you, but I have a proposal just for you. Work for me. Hyun-gu, hearing that he was stunned, his mouth parting in disbelief. Hyun-gu asked again, what did you say? The manager replied calmly, as I said, I value your abilities highly. He continued, after today's battle I am even more convinced that you will be useful for my next plan. Hyun-gu curled his lips into a faint smile. I have heard similar words before. So what would I have to do? Noticing that he seemed to waver, he added, it is nothing difficult. He clenched his fist. You only need to tell me everything you know. Veins bulged across his face. He seemed extremely angry about the master of the power hidden within that eye. He frowned, his pupils contracting. I will not only spare you but also leave the 51st tower in peace. Well then, you only need to reveal a few things. This proposal is not bad. Hyun-gu let out a cold laugh. Yes, it does sound tempting. He recalled what he had witnessed. Agreeing would mean sitting by while scum ran rampant, trampling the innocent to seize achievement. He once spoke with Jesus Christ, who said that the one leading the evil faction is praised, while the righteous are gradually treated as fools. The image of Jesus Christ smiling gently flashed past, as if casually chewing corn without a care. He continued speaking, then his expression suddenly darkened, his gaze turning cold. He pointed his thumb downward, contempt clear in his posture, truly laughable. That lowly piece of scum, the manager had thought he was swayed. Upon hearing this he froze and then turned pale with rage. Hyun-gu continued, making the manager even more irritated, his teeth grinding loudly. Hyun-gu shot to his feet, the tremendous impact cracking the ground and unleashing a violent tremor. As he charged forward roaring for his opponent to descend into hell, one of his eyes blazed, lightning flaring behind him as he attacked with everything he had while the manager calmly watched. Power erupted from him like thunder. He roared that this was his answer and threw a punch. In contrast to his momentum, the manager remained composed, looking at the radiant fist and softly saying, is that so? What a pity. An explosion rang out as the full-force punch slammed into the manager's face, light bursting everywhere, yet he stood unmoving and unharmed. Hyun-gu's face turned pale, his pupils shrinking in shock. The manager curled his lips in mockery. What is that expression? That man effortlessly blocked his attack with a single index finger. Fury ignited in Hyun-gu's eyes. Did I not warn you already? Immediately after, the manager flicked him away with that very finger. A blinding flash like lightning streaked out as the manager coldly continued, you will never. Hyun-gu gritted his teeth, clenching his fist, refusing to yield. The manager's hand turned black, and behind him a gigantic arm appeared, mirroring the pointing gesture. Pitch black energy enveloped everything as he snarled, you do not have any chance to resist me. At that moment the manager stood above the clouds, looking down at him like a lofty god. He ordered the giant hand to descend. It is over, Hyun-gu. The index finger shot down as if to crush him, forcing his eyes wide in horror. A tearing sound split the air as the hand destroyed half of his body, leaving him frozen in disbelief. Terrifying speed left him unable to evade. He could only stare in shock as blood scattered everywhere and he let out a cry. In another ruined house, a pained groan echoed, Uriel gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it, while Peter calmly wiped his sword, reassuring him it was only a sedative with extremely strong effect. Without using magic to block it, you would have been injured. Uriel frowned angrily. Stop speaking nonsense and answer me now. Clutching his abdomen, Uriel glared at Peter. Why did you betray us, Peter? Peter remained calm, and you are still asking at this point, how stubborn. Seeing Uriel's confusion, Peter replied, I have no noble reason. The choice was merely the result of careful consideration. After weighing everything, I realized Hyun-gu could not stand against him, and that was not surprising at all. No one could defeat that monster, and in that battle Hyun-gu had fallen, blood flowing in streams while his eyes remained wide open. Peter continued, he is the embodiment of calamity, the manager himself, standing tall with crimson eyes filled with cruelty. He lowered his gaze to Hyun-gu's body lying on the ground, severely ruined. Uriel immediately pressed, what plan? As if realizing something, Uriel was horrified. Do not tell me you cooperated with the overseer. Peter hurriedly denied it. Do not misunderstand. I also want him to pay. Peter went on, I was only shown a plan with the highest probability of success for our mission. And the one who proposed that plan was the one who understood the overseers best. Peter recalled their earlier conversation, Hemmet's cautious demeanor. Hearing that name, Uriel panicked. Hemmet, the overseer's traitor. Uriel turned pale. Why would he? Peter replied. He has his own reasons, but that is not important. Peter remembered Hemmet's words. He knew the entire plan, its execution, the members, and even our fatal weaknesses. Upon hearing that, Peter was deeply alarmed. Fatal weaknesses. Peter stammered, "What are you saying?" Hemmet rested his chin on his hand and calmly replied that the biggest issue was amplifying the traits so it would return to its original owner. The dimension where she was imprisoned was so difficult to locate that no one could pinpoint it. To approach it required amplifying the power hundreds of thousands of times. Peter listened in silence. Do you truly think the Overseer would not notice such a massive surge of energy? Hemmet tilted his head and spread his hands. Unlike spiritual communication, transferring between two physical entities takes at least half an hour or longer. Hemmet glared and affirmed with certainty. None of you will survive before reaching her. The Overseer will eliminate you. Hemmet also said the manager would kill Hyun-gu and Uriel as well. He continued, everyone you know will be wiped out, especially the demon faction. The Overseer will erase your inhabitants, and in his mind appeared the image of him gripping Jesus Christ by the throat. He stood upon countless skulls, and Jesus Christ would become one of them, for he had nearly achieved every required accomplishment. Hearing that, Peter was startled, cold sweat breaking out. Hemmet continued, even if your master returns, it is not certain she can defeat the Overseer. He recalled the previous battle, where the manager coldly looked at the defeated one. She had once suffered a crushing defeat at his hands. Peter awkwardly responded, but Hemmet cut him off. No need to worry, there is still a solution. There is a way to eliminate him without confronting him directly. Peter clenched his fists and nervously asked, truly. Hemmet closed his eyes and said, you only need to follow my instruction. The recollection faded. Peter lowered his head and admitted, I lured Hyun-gu to the manager's building. Holding his sword, Peter looked at Uriel. I only needed to do that. He would handle the rest, making Uriel angrily question him. How could you do that? Peter replied sadly, this is the best choice. Our mission is to save all dimensions. We cannot abandon it for a single life. Turning to the battle, Hyun-gu's blood dyed the ground red. Yet he was still alive, clenching his trembling fist and groaning in pain. He struggled to rise, gasping, blood spilling from his mouth as he cursed under his breath. His face twisted in agony. He thought he had lost too much blood and had to heal himself. Blood flowed like a stream, reflecting his pale face. Though he tried to activate his achievement, he still failed. He wondered if it was all because of the manager, while he stood high above and looked down coldly. Hyun-gu struggled, his wounds too severe for him to stand. The manager spoke, all magic within this area and within your body is under my control. That means you cannot use any power. After saying so, he lifted his foot and stomped down. He asked, well, then pressed down hard, forcing his head into the ground. The impact shattered earth and stone, and he cried out in pain. The manager's face was vicious as he asked how it felt to be helpless again. His pupils narrowed like a beast's. If you wish to change your mind, then say what I want to hear. He trampled him with contempt. At least I will spare your life. Even so, Hyun-gu remained silent, angering him. Ah, I understand. Hyun-gu raised his middle finger in defiance. He coldly said, that is your answer. The manager summoned the giant hand. The hand descended. He said coldly, very well. His eyes turned white. I am truly grateful that you have erased every doubt in my heart. The manager furiously declared, today you and the 51st tower will disappear, but just as he finished speaking, a surge of energy erupted from behind. The overwhelming force that arrived caused him to falter. The manager immediately spun around, a flicker of unease crossing his face as he asked what had happened. He sensed and analyzed that source of power, a strange form of energy, and realized that someone was continuously releasing that immense force. The manager wondered if it was coming from the basement, and as expected, somewhere a person was erupting with energy that made the wall before him tremble as if it were about to collapse. He heightened his vigilance, understanding that the intruder was not alone with that man. Thinking that, the manager instantly dashed off, cursing irritably under his breath. Hyun-gu collapsed into a pool of dark liquid, humiliation and pain engulfing him. He recalled strolling through the streets with Hana-rin and Mission, his heart heavy. He had promised to return soon. Image of the two girls smiling brightly as they held up swimsuits to show him suddenly resurfaced. He had acted so cold then, and now. His consciousness gradually faded, his eyes drooping as if about to close completely. His entire body could not move at all. Elsewhere, a beaded bracelet suddenly cracked. The girl turned pale, her eyes instantly brimming with tears. She screamed in panic, asking what had happened, why that thing had drawn the attention of the chaotic monstrous force. The chaotic monstrous force changed expression, stammering something, while she anxiously called her brother's name. As for the manager, he had reached close to the source of the violent power. Streaks of light flashed across the wall like lightning sweeping through the entire area. He observed intently, then blurted out in shock asking what the hell this was. The wall ahead glowed golden with layered diamond patterns, making the manager wonder if it was a barrier. Before he could think further, a leisurely voice echoed out, "Oh hello. You arrived earlier than I expected." Hearing that familiar voice, the manager halted, wondering if it was him. The name Hemet appeared in his mind, and indeed, the one who had erected the barrier and released that power was Hemet, standing before him with a calm demeanor. Hemet curled his lips and said he had thought that man could last a few more minutes. It seemed there was nothing special after all. When facing a calamity like me, those words made the manager furious as he demanded to know what he was plotting. He reached out to touch the barrier and coldly stated that this fragile shield could never stop him. The manager raised his hand, preparing to strike, aiming straight at the outer barrier wall. Contrary to his assumption, the shield flared with energy, proving it would not be easily penetrated. The blazing golden rays suddenly counterattacked, startling the manager as he realized something was wrong. A thunderous explosion resounded. Light filled the space as if the energy beams were fiercely retaliating. He swiftly dodged but was still pushed back by the aftershock, hurriedly raising his arm to shield his face and exclaiming. The manager's expression grew grave. He realized this barrier was not pure magic, but a fusion of many achievements and other elements. "This be that thing." Hemet replied that it was not merely his father's legacy alone. Hemet leisurely explained that behind the radiant golden layer were countless overlapping colors like a rainbow, combining the power of his entire family. In other words, it carried the power of all the Olympus divine envoys. He bent slightly, resting his hands on his thighs, recounting that long ago when the farms were destroyed, those who resisted met tragic ends. After hearing that, the manager simply responded that was how it was. He imagined the weapons of the defeated scattered everywhere, understanding that they had handed over their legacy when they bowed in submission. The manager looked at Hemet and said that both of them were the inheritors of those achievements. "So you came here for revenge," he stated it bluntly. Hemet laughed meaningfully and replied ambiguously that if so then what. His face darkened, veins bulging, his gaze icy. "Such a thing was only natural for someone like you." Within a space filled with brilliant golden-brown magical squares, mournful cries echoed behind the back of the man in white. The man with deep wrinkles burst into delighted laughter, clearly enjoying the situation. His bloodshot eyes stared at Hemet as he said Hemet must have suffered greatly hiding that false face for so long. Hemet remained calm, slipping his hands into his pockets and softly expressing his thanks. His eyes glinted with anger, yet his voice was full of mockery as he said that was the only lesson he had learned. Golden brown-haired man with a high forehead spread his arms and laughed, asking what Hemet planned to do next, whether he would rely on that pile of achievements while hiding behind the barrier. He frowned and said that although he could not recover the consumed magic power, the only option left was to shatter this shield. Magical lightning intertwined like a storm within the golden space. He believed the explosion from breaking through the barrier would not harm him in the slightest. But that pressure could shake the entire room, so if you wish to preserve the achievements, you had no choice but to follow my demands, he threatened while Hemet still stood proudly. He slammed his hand down on the table, as if to affirm his resolve. The provocative words drove him into a frenzy, his face darkening, his posture tense as if ready to tear his opponent apart for being looked down upon. He suddenly lunged forward, his eyes flashing red like an arrow released from a bow. The collision produced a resounding explosion. He laughed loudly amid the golden energy, declaring he would compress his magic and break the barrier in a single strike. Hemet closed his eyes calmly and asked if that was all he had come up with after all that time. He had already closed in right before him. However, Hemet silently erected his own protective layer, causing his charge to halt as if an arrow had missed its mark. He roared that if so then he would. A damp streak on the stone floor suddenly caused his step to slip off course. He froze, eyes wide in shock. His body stiffened mid-charge, while Hemet remained standing at ease, like a hunter gazing at prey right before him yet unable to touch it. Sweat poured down his forehead as he collapsed onto the cold stone floor and looked up in terror, asking what was happening. Hemet's body gradually rose into the air, a rainbow-colored aura spreading around him. He opened his eyes slightly, looking down with anger and determination. He was stunned to see a figure with head tilted back behind him. It was the Holy King, and he could not understand what he was doing. Hemet calmly replied that there was nothing surprising. He was merely making full use of the power that man had once granted him. After countless centuries of training, that power had been elevated to a new height, making the man grit his teeth as a chill ran down his spine. Hemet said that first he would absorb the achievements within the archive, then fuse them and activate them all at once. As soon as he finished speaking, an explosion rang out, golden light bursting from the Holy King's eyes and mouth. The man raised his hand in panic to shield himself and stepped back, asking if they intended to activate everything at such close range. He angrily suspected they wanted to drag him down with them, but Hemet smiled and said this was the place where his life had been reborn. After defeating you and completing my revenge, even if my body cracks apart piece by piece, I will have no regrets. Hemet spread his arms wide to embrace everything, loudly declaring that at last he could raise his head to face his deceased loved one. The man clenched his fists as the sweeping force distorted his face, his teeth grinding in fury. Before his eyes, everything flared brightly and exploded, the surging aftershocks making him curse. Hemet's body shattered within the light, yet he accepted that ending without a trace of regret. An unusual sense of peace enveloped him, his gaze drifting far away as he thought that at last he could rest. The violent explosion blasted the stones beneath the floor upward in all directions. Hemet lay motionless on the ground, dark red liquid spreading widely around his body. A figure was blasted away by the explosion like a leaf caught in a storm. Inside the room, a violent surge of power erupted, causing the brick walls to crack and then shatter. Returning to reality, he broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes filled with confusion as he looked up at the sky. Curling up in a corner of the ground, he softly said that he could sense energy from another dimension. Could that be the plan that had been mentioned? Has everything truly ended? The question echoed. Peter pondered and then replied softly, perhaps so, I am sorry, Uriel. Uriel raised his head to look at Peter, and asked in surprise what was going on. Peter choked up, his eyes brimming with tears, stammering as he confessed that he had been wrong. Looking straight at him, Peter bravely admitted the truth. Not just one person but all of us have come to an end, along with the fate of every living being and every dimension. Hearing that, Uriel's face flushed red. He was about to react when Peter continued, everything has been completely sealed. The scene was now desolate and harsh, rocks scattered everywhere, smoke and dust blanketing the space. Hemet sang out loudly, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He opened his eyes, his body covered in injuries, pain coursing through him, struggling to ask what that thing was that could still survive. Hemet lifted his head to look at the figure standing tall before him, a blurry silhouette like the god of death, blood flowing from his chest. The manager raised his gloved black hand, observing the stream of dark aura surrounding it, and admitting that the earlier explosion had nearly gone out of control due to the lack of a demonic cannon. He clenched his fist tightly because of that. He was forced to absorb magic power from other dimensions. The manager's cold eyes flashed. The 3 towers may have been destroyed, but that no longer concerns you. Hemet struggled to lift his head, and asked in shock how that could have happened in such a short time. The manager bent one knee and crouched beside the motionless Hemet, cutting him off and saying that he was only sparing him temporarily to ask one thing. The manager's face darkened as he looked at Hemet. Why did you not cooperate with Hein-gu? I needed someone to draw my attention in order to complete the prior preparation. Hein-gu was the most suitable choice because he was both the strongest fighter and possessed my power. Perhaps only he was capable of holding out that long when facing me. He recalled the moment he had intended to step on him, but was blocked by those steadfast hands. His deep eyes stared intently. If you understood so clearly, then why did you not cooperate with him? If you had supported Hein-gu in finding me instead of relying entirely on this plan, you would have had a much higher chance of success. But Hemet still lay trembling without answering. As soon as the manager finished asking whether there was another plan, Hemet roared angrily that did you really have to ask that? Glared at him and declared that destroying you is my duty and the purpose of my life. He recalled the pain of holding his loved one's corpse, the sole survivor of the massacre at Olympus years ago. He remembered bowing his head in submission to the enemy, acknowledging that he existed only to wait for a chance to take revenge. Rage surged, veins bulging in his bloodshot eyes. I will tear you into countless pieces. Lying amid the ruins, he coldly asked whether you understand now, you despicable coward. He let out a pained laugh. The manager silently observed without saying a word. Bracing himself with one hand as he stood up, the manager said thoughtfully that he had understood everything. Then he turned his back and left, waving as if in farewell. I let you live because I thought you were smart, but it turns out you are merely a fool. The manager lightly flicked 2 fingers and coldly said he had lost interest and ordered Hemet to disappear. An invisible force swept over Hemet. He gritted his teeth as he endured the tormenting pain. His clothes were torn to shreds, wounds crisscrossed his body, his form lying motionless in the desolate void. A fool, he froze for a moment. He smiled faintly. Thinking of me that way makes me feel satisfied. Blood splattered out. Hemet let out a relieved breath. My mission is complete. The rest I leave to that person. In the dark galaxy, the silhouette of a young man sat in silence. His mind suddenly heard someone calling his name. Gu jolted and lifted his head, awakening and asking himself where he was and what was happening, his face filled with astonishment. 1 week before that fateful meeting, Gu along with the manager and Hemet had arranged to meet Tham Vuong to discuss and review the plan once more. We must make everything perfect. The objective was to make the manager believe that we were using Gu to eliminate, while the true purpose was to buy time for Gu. Hemet took out a data panel and continued explaining that therefore we integrated a dual function into the matrix given to Peter. First function would absorb her achievements and yours, at the same time transporting Gu to the manager team's building, where he would confront the manager. After a few exchanges, he would collapse shortly afterward, when his heart stops beating and his soul leaves his body. The second function would immediately activate. It would amplify all the collected achievements. These achievements would be merged together and fused directly into Gu's soul, then send him straight to where she is. Hemet said with determination that we must ensure the manager does not detect her achievement by diverting him toward the archive containing countless powerful undefeated achievements. You surely understand the next steps. I do not need to explain further. Tham Vuong nodded in response, expressing gratitude for his thoughtfulness. Hemet continued presenting. The goal is to make the manager believe that we have completely failed. Only then would he lower his guard until Gu returns. Therefore, we cannot let anyone know our true purpose, as well as the details of this plan, except for Gu and her. Even Peter, whom we persuaded, does not know the whole truth. Only we are the sole exception, because after the plan is carried out, we will certainly sacrifice ourselves. Tham Vuong's empty eyes looked straight at Hemet, his calm voice saying that he did not care about fate, but are you truly fine with giving up everything for revenge? Hemet sat silently with his eyes closed, not saying a word. Then a satisfied smile appeared. He admitted that he thought he would be sadder, but his emotions were strangely calm. He did not know since when he had changed like that. He returned to reality amid the ruined scene. Fresh blood soaked through. Hemet's weary eyes gradually dimmed as he looked up at the vast sky. Before the final moment, he only thought that he was too exhausted with this life. Seeing Hemet lying bloodied on the ground, the manager clicked his tongue softly and turned away. He was supposed to be the one to resolve everything for me, not cause more trouble like this. How ridiculous. The manager created a magic matrix, inwardly thinking indifferently that in any case he had failed and Gu had also died. Moreover, she no longer had any secret cards left. I can always gather more achievements and rebuild the manager building at any time. Watching the pile of rubble transform in an instant into the towering company building as if it had never collapsed, the manager silently vowed that this time he would rebuild it properly, relying solely on his own strength. His gaze suddenly turned cold, killing intent evident. He ground his teeth and growled, but first I must clear out the remaining parasites. The scene shifted to Peter and Uriel's hideout. Peter spoke in despair. Everything is over. Such a massive explosion still did not even shake him. That means from the very beginning, we never had any chance of defeating him. Seeing Peter in turmoil, Dai Plan tried to reassure him. Calm down, Peter. Losing him at this moment truly feels like the sky has fallen. But what if there is another way? Before finishing his sentence, Dai Plan suddenly froze and shouted a warning. Run, Peter. Peter closed his eyes tightly and shook his head in despair. It is useless. Even if we flee now, we cannot escape him. We might as well accept fate. Dibla frowned and replied, I am not talking about him. Look behind you. Behind Peter stood Bok Dahan, a gloomy aura surging, a heavy gaze fixed straight on his back. Only then did he jolt in shock, turning around and stammering, You. How did you find this place? Bok Dahan remained silent. She swept her gaze around, from the sword to the wound on Dai Plan's body. I do not need to hear the story to know what happened. All of this is because of you. As soon as she finished speaking, Bok Dahan sprang forward and delivered a direct kick. The kick struck head-on, sending Peter flying far away. His body crashed hard, shattering the wall in front of him. Without stopping, he continued smashing straight into the wall behind. Blood burst out. Peter collapsed immediately. In pain he rasped, I once heard that on the 51st floor there are extraordinary beings who even surpass the tower master. You are one of them, are you not? But at this moment hatred had clouded Bok Kui Dahan's mind, she could hear nothing. Before Peter could finish speaking, his throat was already seized tightly by her hand. She pulled him close and slammed his head into the wall, bricks and stones exploding, her voice hissing, "Only I am allowed to ask questions here." After dealing with Peter, Bok Kui Dahan coldly demanded, "What did you do to my husband?" The scene shifted to the highest floor of Tower 51. Noah exclaimed in shock, "What exactly happened? You told me to open the teleportation gate because you thought that he had encountered misfortune." Seeing Bok Kui Dahan carrying Dai Plan on her back, Noah clutched his head and cried out, "Why did you only bring Dai Plan back? Where is he?" Bok Kui Dahan tossed Dai Plan to the ground without hesitation despite his cry of pain and said bluntly, "I will get straight to the point. A fool named Peter lured him into a trap. According to him, he has died." Noah and Avi were both stunned upon hearing this, crying out in unison, "What are you saying?" Bok Kui Dahan said coldly, "Peter has been dealt with by me. I personally took care of him. He had to pay for daring to use my husband as a sacrifice for his plan. For lying to me as well," Avi stammered. "Lying, then that means," Bok Kui Dahan nodded. "He is certainly still alive, but the situation is far from good." She lowered her head firmly. "I will find him at any cost. No matter the price, I will not stop searching until I bring him back." At this moment he was drifting within a strange cosmic space, looking around at the star-filled sky in utter bewilderment. He was clearly defeated by the manager. "So, is this hell? There is no way I could ascend to heaven." He stood up and looked around, an inexplicable sense of familiarity rising within him. Suddenly a surge of energy appeared. The young girl smiled gently and said, "Do not be afraid, Hyengu. You have not truly died." A mystical violet light spread everywhere, causing Hyengu's eyes to widen in shock. That voice echoed again, "To be precise, you are not completely dead." Hyengu abruptly turned around in confusion. Wait, this feeling is so familiar. Looking at the platinum-haired girl before him, Hyengu asked, "You are that floating eye, are you not?" The platinum-haired girl smiled at him. "What is with that look? You remember me that much?" The floating eye replied smugly, "Of course, I have helped you quite a bit." Before she could finish, Hyengu raised his hand and knocked her on the head, making her yelp. He held her head and complained, "What are you doing?" Hyengu scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry, you are too mysterious. I thought I was dreaming." Then he laughed and waved his hand. "My hand hurts like this, which proves you are not an illusion. I am glad to finally see you." The eye rubbed her head and grumbled, "I knew it already, but your mind truly has problems." Hyengu spoke seriously. "Now tell me what is happening. I know you have always been observing everything." The floating eye fell into thought. She sighed softly. "Very well, I will try to explain as best as I can. Though I do not grasp every detail, I will say this first. 2 weeks have passed since the day you lost to the manager." Hearing that, Hyengu froze and exclaimed in shock, "What? How can that be?" The eye continued. "During those 2 weeks, he constantly searched for your tower. His purpose was to erase it completely. I am sorry to say this, but now it no longer exists. Nothing remains." That information left Hyengu stunned, fear surging within him. He shouted in despair, "Impossible, what are you saying? What about my friends? Beings from other worlds. I brought them here, including Mission and Hanarin. Could it be that none of them survived?" Agitated, Hyengu rushed forward and grabbed the eye's hand tightly, his voice filled with threat. "Do not try to deceive me." The eye hurried to calm him. "Calm down, Hyengu," but he shouted, "How can I stay calm after hearing such terrible news?" He glared and ordered, "Take me back to the tower immediately. I must see it with my own eyes to believe it." The eye looked at his agitation without emotion. Seeing him still charging forward, the eye raised her hand and slapped Hyengu across the face. The blow sent him stumbling backward. He had to brace himself with his hands on the ground to steady himself. He roared in anger, What are you doing?" Before he could finish, the eye had already moved close beside him. The voice carried authority. "It seems I have no choice but to do this. I must make you regain your senses first." After saying that, she swung her leg and kicked straight toward Hyengu's face. Fortunately this time, Hyengu managed to dodge to the side. Otherwise, with such force, his neck might not have remained intact. Hyengu clenched his fists in fury and roared in frustration about that hateful girl. Bloodlust surged through him as Hyengu rushed forward, intending to deliver a direct blow. His fist aimed straight at the strange eye. Yet before the attack, the floating eye maintained its arrogant, disdainful expression. A sharp sound rang out, and as the smoke cleared, Hyengu was stunned to realize his punch had been neatly blocked by the hand of the floating eye. Seeing the scale-like patterns covering its hand and body, Hyengu exclaimed in shock, "Wait, is that not the shield of the sun god?" The eye glanced at him with contempt and sneered, "How disappointing." He twisted Hyengu's arm downward and spoke coldly. Do you think such feeble strength can accomplish anything? Suddenly the eye's other hand swelled inside. Thunder gathered and roared as she mocked him, asking whether he wished to die once more. Hyun-gu was startled again, thinking, is that not the achievement of the Azure Dragon? He stared intently at the eye's fist, which contained countless different sources of power. Trembling inside, he realized he could clearly sense the power of innumerable achievements. As that thought crossed his mind, the eye swung her arm and threw a straight punch at Kim Hyun-gum's face. The merciless strike made his face. Hyun-gu's features twisted from the shock. Streams of energy continued to erupt violently everywhere. After the blow, Hyun-gu lay sprawled on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Clenching both fists in agony, he ground his teeth and cursed. The eye looked at him and remarked in praise that counterattack was quite unexpected. I used countless great achievements to create this barrier. Glancing at her severed arm, Huang-ther said, yet you still managed to tear it apart. You even exploited the opening to strike me. Your battle instincts are indeed sharper than mine, but in your current state it is meaningless, for the gap in power between us is far too great. Seeing the eye's hand restore itself completely, Hyun-gu angrily slammed his fist into the ground. Slowly sitting up, he said, from the moment you easily granted me those great achievements, I was suspicious, and now I understand. The reason I can sense countless achievements from you is because you yourself. Looking at the eye standing arrogantly, Hyun-gu declared with certainty, you are the embodiment of all achievements, just as the manager is the embodiment of magic. Hearing that, the eye laughed. It seems that man can be useful at times. Now I do not need to waste effort explaining. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Hyun-gu said, I still have many questions, but I do not care who or what you are. He slowly rose to his feet, releasing an immense aura, his eyes filled with determination. The only thing I want to do right now is punish the one who dared to touch my tower. Hyun-gu frowned at the unmoving eye. I will say this only once more, send me back to my tower. Hurry immediately. Otherwise I will force you to do it. As Hyun-gu prepared to charge forward, I raised her hand and summoned a surveillance screen. Instantly the image of the 51st floor of the tower appeared. Hyun-gu exclaimed in shock, that is my tower. He demanded urgently, what exactly is happening? Did you not say the manager had destroyed it? The eye smiled and replied, you did not let me finish. I only said he was searching for it, not that he had destroyed it. The eye said cheerfully, the residents of your tower are truly remarkable. They transferred the entire tower and its ecosystem to another dimension. I have never seen such a sophisticated security system. Who designed it? During that, Hyun-gu froze in astonishment. He thought to himself that it was the function of the new security system Noah and Avi had mentioned. The eye continued, they hid the tower within a dimensional network so complex that even the manager would need a long time to find it. In other words, it is still safe for now. After hearing this, Hyun-gu let out a sigh of relief. You should have said that from the beginning. The eye apologized and said, do not relax just yet, we still have countless troubles ahead. Hyun-gu was startled. The eye said worriedly, at this moment there is no one left. Who can defeat the manager? Hyun-gu asked in shock, even you cannot, has your undefeated power failed as well? The eye replied, do you remember what the sword spirit said, I once lost to him? Worse still, he has continuously accumulated experience and strength by conquering countless different dimensions. As for me, I was imprisoned for too long, so my senses have grown dull. In my current state, I will surely suffer an even more crushing defeat than before, and you cannot face him either. So what should we do? Hyun-gu asked anxiously. Are we to remain here forever? The eye stared at Hyun-gu and said, of course not, I have thought of only one way. She pointed at Hyun-gu and let out a cold laugh. Hyun-gu, you must absorb me, you must take in all of my power. Do not leave out even the smallest fragment. Hearing that, Hyun-gu stood frozen with his mouth agape and cried out, what? Memories of the three beings that once haunted him surfaced in his mind, his whole body trembling. He clutched his chest in panic and said, no, I have endured enough. The eye sighed and reassured him, do not worry, it is not as you think, perhaps you have been through too much. The eye softened her tone and said, first let us sit down and talk, you have been unconscious for too long. After that, she waved her hand and created a tea table with exquisite pastry. Cheerfully she said, I have many things I wish to tell you. At the same time, at the new manager building, the deep, steady voice of the manager resounded, I am deeply grateful to all of you for gathering here today. Although the invitation was somewhat sudden, the manager looked toward Gabriel, Naiad and all of the close attendants, the angel faction and the elf faction. Then he lowered his voice and said, leaders of the two factions. Gabriel spoke, how surprising, The management team has always been mysterious. Yet today you took the initiative to contact us. Is it related to the tower that was destroyed 2 weeks ago? Old manager shook his head and replied, your guess is not wrong, but it is not entirely correct. The manager frowned and said the reason is, the 51st tower has not yet been destroyed. This news shocked Gabriel and Naiad. Naiad reacted first. She shouted, what are you saying? It has already vanished from this dimension. The manager replied, please do not misunderstand. It was indeed nearly destroyed. I dare to assert that life inside the tower right now is no different from hell. Just as the old manager said. At present, Hyeongu's 51st floor is being fiercely besieged by hordes of monsters. Avi observed the situation through the screen inside. Unlike before, the monsters show no sign of stopping. Avi said worriedly, I never expected countless calamities to occur at once. Noah was also bewildered. I knew shifting to another dimension would cause side effects, but I did not expect the situation to become this severe. Uriel spoke, I am not surprised at all. The tower system is too sensitive to adapt to sudden fluctuation. Dibla looked at the chaotic scene and consoled them. You do not need to blame yourselves, you did nothing wrong. Sorrowful gaze lowered as he said, it is all my fault if I had not been so foolishly betrayed. You would not have had to face such a dreadful situation. Avila gently replied, do not say that, you have helped us greatly. At present, we no longer receive any assistance from the management team. If not for the emergency magic he established, this world would have collapsed long ago. Fortunately, we still possess a formidable force strong enough to keep the situation under control. The 9th floor is where the Guardians are stationed. Azure Dragon, Sun Wukong, along with Siegfried who once accompanied us, all of them are fighting tirelessly to protect each floor of the tower. At this point, Avi turned to look at the massive door in the center of the room with heavy eyes, affirming that we will surely survive. Until Hyeongu's disciples break open that door. Step out into the world beyond. 2 weeks earlier, before shifting to another dimension, 100 Demons Night Parade led Lucifer, Mission and Hanarin before the massive door. 100 Demons Night Parade declared firmly, I guarantee that Hyeongu is still alive. Pointed at the beads around Lucifer's neck and said, otherwise the beads bound to his soul would have shattered long ago. Several clear cracks had appeared on the beads, yet they remained tightly linked. That proved he had been gravely injured. However, his soul still exists somewhere. Therefore, we will use these beads as a medium to conduct the search ritual. Hanarin nodded and said that for the ritual to succeed, she needed a soul with unyielding will. Mission quickly added that they would channel their power into her. 100 Demons Night Parade looked at Avi, Noah, and Uriel, and instructed that to perform this ritual they must devote their full concentration. Therefore, during the coming period, they would not be able to move, and hoped that the rest would shoulder what remained. 100 Demons Night Parade placed his hand on the door. Door opened at once. He confidently declared that he swore to find Hyeongu. Returning to the present, Dibla gazed at the door with sorrow. 2 weeks had passed since she spoke those words and stepped through it. Could she find the one who had endured that terrifying explosion? Noah answered firmly that they had to trust her. Noah clenched his fist and looked at the massive door. Finding Hyeongu was their only ray of hope now. The management building, the old manager spoke sternly. To put it briefly, I require only one thing. I want to determine the coordinates of that tower and destroy it before it causes further trouble. I hope you can accomplish this for me. Surely you can do it, can you not? Upon being addressed, Gabriel and Naiad both started. The manager smiled meaningfully. I have been far too busy building a new management team. I truly appreciate your support. After hearing that, Naiad immediately sprang to her feet and slammed the table in anger. I have endured enough. Naiad glared at the old manager and cursed to his face. Do you truly want us to do that? Have you forgotten that we handed over countless achievements to you just to destroy that damn tower? You clearly know the tower still exists, yet you demand that we handle it. How dare you say such a thing? But before she could finish, the old manager lightly waved his hand. Ipsit and Sinfis behind Naiad immediately collapsed. Sinfis standing behind Naiad suffered the same fate. Both cried out in pain and fell to the ground. They collapsed amid everyone's shock. Naiad turned back in horror and stammered, what just happened? Gabriel could not help but feel fear as well. The old manager's hand was stained red, droplets falling to the floor as he slowly stepped toward Naiad and coldly said that he should have stated this from the beginning. After this place is rebuilt, I will replace every dimension under my control, starting with the demon faction, those who dared to ignore the summons and all who displease me. Therefore, before that moment arrives, prove your worth. Otherwise, I will eliminate all of you without hesitation. These words filled Naiad and the angel faction with utter terror. returning to the tea table where Hyun-gu was facing the floating eye. Hyun-gu looked at it and asked, "So the moment I died, a secret spell was activated. My soul was separated from my body and brought here. Do you know who created that spell?" Floating Eye took a bite of cake and replied, "Even I have no authority to reveal that. I cannot freely observe everything within your dimension." It looked at Hyun-gu and said, "I do have a few hypotheses of my own, but let us set them aside for now since the time is not right." Hyun-gu crossed his arms in thought and continued, "Then let us return to the unfinished matter. What exactly do you mean? Why must I absorb you in order to defeat the manager?" The floating eye smiled and answered, "Do not overcomplicate it, understand it in the simplest way. Do you remember what I said after the recent battle? No matter how sharp your combat ability is, before overwhelming power it becomes meaningless. In other words, if you possess enough power to suppress the manager magic, you will have a great chance of defeating him." Hyun-gu trembled as he looked at the energy spreading throughout the space. Behind it, a boundless abyss began to form. Floating Eye revealed a mysterious smile and continued, "Then what if you possessed something capable of creating this world? For instance, my achievements." In another dimension, the designer of Heart Demon appeared with a mad smile. "The final door has finally opened. I can no longer wait. I truly look forward to seeing how much my prey has grown." Hyun-gu stared at the immense surge of power in shock and asked, "Your achievement? You are saying that I can seize them?" The floating eye laughed. "Why so surprised? I have done something similar before. Back then, you only needed to separate fear. But this time, you will have to face everything. All 1,275,867 achievements that I painstakingly selected, you will have to absorb them all." During that number, Hyun-gu froze, unable to believe his ears, and asked in horror, "What?" His entire body trembled, his voice shaking. "How many achievements did you just say?" The floating eye laughed in amusement and shrugged, "Not too bad. I have already removed the duplicate and trivial ones." The more Hyun-gu listened, the angrier he became, slamming the table and shouting, "What do you mean easy? Do you think I am a child? Just to master one achievement, I nearly lost my life. How could I possibly control more than 1,000,000 achievements?" The floating eye replied calmly, "That was before, now things are different. You already possess my eye along with the ability to seize achievements. You only need to look at them to receive them." At that moment, Hyun-gu's right eye blazed with light, leaving him utterly astonished. The floating eye pointed at the vortex of achievements behind it and said, "Simply step through there. You will find the core essence of all achievements, condensed into more than 1,000,000 moments. It may sound like a lot, but it will not actually take too long. Think of them as a collection of countless different moments. However, whether you can maintain your true self through those experiences depends entirely on you." Hyun-gu fell silent in contemplation after hearing everything. Floating Eye continued, "Do not worry too much. My achievements also carry their own power. You do not need to use magic to operate them. You know the manager can use magic to do anything, right? My power is similar to that." Hyun-gu asked in astonishment, "You mean his ability to control magic will not be able to affect them?" The floating eye nodded with a smile. "Exactly. So what will you decide now?" Hyun-gu sighed, rubbing his forehead as he said, "I have not even begun and I already know this trial will be extremely difficult, but I have no other choice." Hyun-gu's divine eye flashed, his gaze filled with determination. "Then let us move forward as always. I will give it my all. Even if I fail." Hyun-gu and the floating eye stood before the vortex of achievements. Suddenly the eye turned and reminded him, "I almost forgot, when you step through this gate, you will have to face him before officially beginning." Hyun-gu asked curiously, "Him?" The floating eye nodded and replied, "That is right. His achievement is very special. I had to put in great effort to condense it. Normally I would set this matter aside, but I believe that in the long run it will bring you great benefit. So try to resolve things properly with him. That man has a rather complicated connection with you." After hearing this, Hyun-gu was confused. "Do I really know someone like that?" Hyun-gu's gaze suddenly darkened. "Ah, perhaps I know who you are referring to." With that, he slowly stepped into the teleportation gate. This was not pleasant for Cam, but he had no choice but to accept it. Hyun-gu waved goodbye to the floating eye and promised to meet again. The moment he stepped out of the teleportation gate, Hyun-gu observed the room before him while sensing the aura surrounding him. He could not help but remark, "This place feels strangely familiar. In truth, I can already guess who she was talking about." Looking at the hazy figure behind the black smoke, Hyun-gu spoke, "Architect. What should I call you?" Inner Demon instead. Before him, Inner Demon stood waiting, the corner of his lips curling with interest. "It has been a long time. Are you still well, Hyun-gu?" Hyungu frowned and asked, "Do not tell me you have truly returned." Inner demon shrugged, "Of course not. This form is only temporarily created from my achievements and memories." Clicked his tongue and explained, "It means I will vanish once you leave this place, but that is not important." He revealed a meaningful smile, his gaze provocative. "At least I can see my precious friend one last time." Hyungu showed his displeasure, curling his lip as he replied, "Spare me, you are still as irritating as ever." "Shut up and get ready." As soon as he finished speaking, Hyungu clenched his fist, gathering power into his hand. He said coldly, "Let us settle this once and for all." Inner demon remained with arms crossed and smiling. "Settle what exactly?" Hyungu replied, "Stop pretending to be innocent. You know I came here for your achievement and I have two choices. Either defeat you until you acknowledge me as I once did with Azure Dragon, or hold you back until my eye finishes analyzing that achievement." Inner demon's eyes gleamed with excitement as he laughed. "That sounds interesting." The moment the words ended, both understood each other without further speech. They charged forward simultaneously, pouring all their strength into attacking one another. Outside, the floating eye observed the battle and muttered, "I knew you would choose to strike first and think later." She sighed, "But this time it will not be easy." Before becoming a defeated Tower Lord, he was once the one who appeared right before those extraordinary individuals on the verge of attaining achievements, and forced them to undergo countless brutal trials. He was the embodiment of the dark side, destroying numerous achievements. I looked at her own hand and thought, he has deeply influenced the history of achievements, and because of that I cannot easily seal his power. Fortunately, his innate power contains a fatal weakness. In the past, Hyungu had already exploited that weakness. It overwhelmed him, but the eye spoke in a low voice. "Now everything is different, Hyungu." Hyungu and Inner Demon collided, creating a violent shockwave. Two rushed at each other like moths to a flame, again and again exchanging frenzied blows. Inner Demon threw a punch that made Hyungu stagger. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. What is this? He is clearly weaker than before. Thinking carefully, that actually makes sense. In the past, he possessed every achievement within the tower, but now only the power that belongs solely to him remained. Hyungu still did not understand. He gritted his teeth and swung his arm. If that is the case, then why? The Inner Demon immediately responded from the other side. The two forces collided violently once more in midair. In that brief moment of resistance, Hyungu realized his fist had been blocked. Is he still that strong? I thought his achievements had weakened. The Inner Demon suddenly revealed a cunning smile and reached out his hand. His hand twisted into tentacles that tightly coiled around Hyungu's arm. He laughed. "Your mind is in complete chaos, is it not?" Hyungu's entire body was bound tightly by the tentacles constricting around him, lifted him into the air and slammed him down onto the ground, leaving Hyungu dazed. The Inner Demon withdrew his hand and sneered, "Normally I would not be able to surpass you, if you did not let fear control you." Hyungu staggered to his feet, gritting his teeth as he asked, "What did you do?" The Inner Demon scoffed, "I am still the same, the one who changed is you." Hyungu froze, "What are you saying?" The Inner Demon grabbed his head and pulled him close, then whispered each word, "A familiar scent is emanating from you, Hyungu. It is the scent of fear, I cannot mistake it." Yanked Hyungu's hair and forced him to look up. Hyungu growled, "Fear." Suddenly his inner power erupted, forcing the Inner Demon back and shouting loudly, "Do not underestimate me." The Inner Demon laughed mockingly, "You are still as hot-tempered and impatient as before." Hyungu charged forward again to attack. The Inner Demon slipped aside like lightning and avoided the strike. His mouth continued to taunt, "Are you truly fine? Your appearance reveals everything already." Hyungu furiously unleashed a barrage of punches. He shouted, "I told you to shut up," yet the Inner Demon still blocked with ease. His arm mutated grotesquely like a writhing mass of flesh. He said, "I know everything that happened. You encountered a terrifying opponent, did you not? You even tasted defeat, to the point that you could not properly resist. Is that mysterious being the reason you are so frightened like this?" Hyungu was astonished. How does he know? Clearly he had disappeared long ago. The image of the manager surfaced in his mind. He involuntarily froze. Could it be that he was truly afraid? Inner Demon continued speaking at length, "I think matters are even more complicated. This scent is not that simple. I originally only intended to meet you briefly, but now I have changed my mind. I will drag that thing out of your inner self." His arm transformed into a massive vine that split into many smaller branches. He let out a scornful laugh, "Even if that is the thing you have always tried to hide from me all this time." The moment he finished speaking, he swung his arm, countless small branches from his arm instantly turning into sharp piercing strikes. He surged fiercely toward Kim Hyun. He had to struggle immensely just to dodge in time. He shouted loudly, "I thought you had learned your lesson. What nonsense are you rambling about?" Thomas suddenly appeared behind Hyun-gu, the small branches tightly wrapping around him, leaving him shocked at the terrifying speed. Emma spoke in a low voice, "You heard clearly what I said. I will definitely find the source of that enticing scent, the thing that has made me crave since earlier." After saying that, he continuously tightened his grip around Kim Hyun, forcing him to collapse to the ground without a chance to react. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, "Damn it, I have to break free but I cannot gather my strength." Hamma stared straight at him and said, "Are you thinking that you will never know fear again, right?" He withdrew his arm and unleashed another fierce attack. He leapt back to dodge but was still a step too slow. He was struck and rolled across the ground, pain spreading through his body. Hamma continued the mental assault. "Fear only clings to the weak. Perhaps you think you have become perfect and will never have to taste that feeling again." He struggled to stand. Hamma retracted his arm, gathering power, his crimson eyes filled with killing intent. Suddenly he shouted, "Take a look at yourself, Hyun-gu. You are growing weaker while I grow stronger." As he spoke he threw punch after punch, his arm like a massive tentacle crashing down relentlessly, leaving him only able to brace himself without any chance to counterattack. Thomas roared, "What are you afraid of, the Overseer's infinite authority? Or are you afraid of disappearing again after just being revived? How pitiful, the one who once defeated me now wavers before this little bit of power. If that is the case, then I almost feel sorry for my old opponent." His arm suddenly halted and transformed into a gigantic blade. Tamma curled his lips, then let it end here. Hyun-gu looked at that blade, a trace of caution flashing through him. Tamma continued, "That way you will no longer have to fear anything." As soon as he finished speaking, he brought it down in a heavy slash. The violent strike came crashing down. He gritted his teeth and said, "That is enough. Stop making up your own story like that." He raised his hand to block the blade, a thunderous shockwave erupting. Emma sneered, "I was only going to let you rest, yet. How did you manage to block that attack?" Kim Hyun replied coldly, "Stop mocking me. I will never fall so easily before someone like you." With that he gripped the descending arm tightly, cracking it apart. "Sorry, but I have no intention of stopping. I will grow stronger and return." He launched a counterattack. The powerful punch made the air tremble. He said firmly, "There are still too many things in this world that I want to protect." Tamma calmly uttered, "How interesting." He looked at him and thought his will had returned, yet his own power had not diminished at all, proving he had not completely overcome fear. Tamma stared at his palm and murmured, "So that is it, the fear you buried deep in your heart. The fear of failing to protect your loved ones has become your driving force." Seeing the aura erupting around him and that icy gaze, Tamma said, "So you have finally taken my achievement." He replied, "That is right. Now I have nothing left to say to you. So begone, you have lingered here long enough." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged straight at his opponent. Tamma remained composed without the slightest hesitation. He stood still and laughed. "How fascinating. Who would have thought fear could become your strength? Not bad at all." He received the thunderous punch head on without dodging. He exclaimed in shock, "What is going on? Did you deliberately let me hit you just now?" At another tower at the same time, Go Kong lay sprawled on the floor groaning, "Oh heavens. I am exhausted. When will this ever end?" Avi sat down and asked how the other floors were. He replied they were probably no better. "We just stabilized things and already have to prepare to move on." Siegfried, the 50th Tower Master, sprang up in protest. "This is the first break after days of non-stop fighting, and we already have to continue." He complained that was far too forced. Go Kong raised his head and said, "Stop arguing. We have no other choice, only I can hold this floor." Siegfried pointed at the gate and shouted, "Then at least let that Zoa go along. She is that strong yet stays inside, snapping her fingers all the time for what? I cannot endure this anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, the door suddenly opened. Avi, Siegfried, and Go Kong all cried out in surprise. Zoa along with Hanarin and Mission stepped outside. Zoa smiled and said, "Everyone is here, good. I need your help to revive Hyun-gu." On the other side, he watched his right arm regenerate and exclaimed in shock, "What is this? Did you deliberately take that blow earlier?" Tamma replied, "From the beginning I had no intention of dragging this out. Playing with you was amusing but tiring. Seeing you struggle to regain your spirit, so I helped a little." He was bewildered. "I do not understand at all. Why would you help me?" Tamma laughed, "Who knows? Just consider that I owe you something. Take this as a small repayment for helping me escape that hunger, thing that haunted me for so long. But do not misunderstand, Hyun-gu. That does not mean I have become your ally. I stand with no side. I only wish to leisurely savor the fear in this world. Today I am quite satisfied with your fear. Now that you have overcome it, I am curious to see what path you will take next. I will observe from the other side." After saying that, he vanished, leaving him standing still. He scratched his head and muttered in confusion, "What on earth is he thinking? What exactly just happened?" Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet shook violently, as if it were about to split apart. Hyun-gu cried out in shock, "What is happening? Why is the ground suddenly collapsing like this?" His body fell straight down into the deep abyss below. Before his eyes was a strange object that left him stunned. What exactly is this pile? Could these be fragments of film? Looking closer, Hyun-gu suddenly thought, wait, could this be the countless moments she once mentioned? How am I supposed to handle this mess? Maybe I should try touching one of them. Reached out and touched the image of a swordsman. Instantly, a brilliant golden light burst forth. The celestial eye glowed mysteriously, making him cry out in alarm, "What the hell is this? What on earth is this thing?" A violent tremor struck, his head splitting with pain as if cleaved in two, forcing him to scream. What exactly just happened? The space before his eyes darkened, then shifted into an entirely different scene. Beneath the bright moonlight, the swordsman had just endured a fierce battle, his blade stained with sorrow, droplets falling silently to the ground. Around his feet lay those who had fallen, while ahead a group still held their weapons, ready to charge. The swordsman spoke softly, "You have gathered in quite a number. How pitiful such blind recklessness." The opponents showed no fear before that imposing aura. They shouted loudly, "No need to hesitate, charge and capture him. He is merely the one who caused countless tragedies, shaking the entire martial world. Bring down that demon." Then they all rushed forward at once. The swordsman sighed, "Why can you not see something so obvious?" Drew his sword from its sheath and shouted, "Today is not the day I fall." The blade flashed as it sliced through the wind, its resonance lingering, and when everything settled, more bodies lay motionless upon the ground. Pursuers began to tremble in fear. The swordsman asked in a deep voice, "Do you know why? Because the ones facing the end are you." As soon as he finished speaking, he moved with footwork like the wind. A single sweeping slash, and all were defeated. The scene suddenly vanished. Hyun-gu jolted awake, clutching his head in confusion as he wondered what had just happened. He looked toward the swordsman in the film, wondering whether that was the man's memory. After thinking for a moment, he denied it himself. No, it cannot be that simple. Perhaps that was the most glorious battle of his life, perfectly reenacted, compressing the essence of his entire life into a single moment. He lowered his gaze to his hand, his heart filled with contemplation. That instant, he felt as if he had become one with the swordsman. The sensation was strangely vivid, as though he had understood everything. He had even grasped how to wield the man's achievements. Could it be that every film here carries the same effect? Thinking of that, Hyun-gu smiled faintly. If I watch all of these, perhaps I will comprehend countless precious skills. Just one segment already made my head feel as if it would split apart. I wonder if I can endure until the end. But he had no other choice. He could only continue forward. Hyun-gu took a deep breath and continued experiencing the next films. Meanwhile, beneath the world tree, Water Spirit King Nayat stood silently, her expression pensive. Forest Spirit behind her softly reported that we have restored the bodies of the other Spirit Kings, my lady. Nayat gently expressed her thanks. Greyheart asked curiously, "Could you tell us what happened inside the Master Tower? Why are you the only one who returned alive? How were you resurrected?" "Thanks to the power of the world tree." Nayat frowned slightly, sinking into her memories. At that time inside the tower, the manager sat in his chair and said, "Nayat, I have prepared a special gift for you." Nayat knelt on the floor, listening respectfully. He said that he would use magic to restore the world tree that Hyun-gu once destroyed. Hearing that, Nayat asked again in astonishment, "Really, but why?" He replied calmly that according to the information he had, the Angel faction could locate Tower 51, but they could not break through its defenses. If the world tree exists, all protective layers will lose their effect, so you will find it easier to maneuver. Nayat was still puzzled, that is true, but the manager sneered, "Give it your all and do it well. I have already made such a concession. If you still fail, then you know the consequences." He emphasized that surely you understand what awaits you if you do not complete it. Recalling that, Nayat sighed, "The past no longer matters. We should think about the future of our faction. Everyone must heighten your vigilance and prepare yourself. When we receive the signal from the Angel faction, we will strike at our old enemy." But before she could finish speaking, a voice echoed through the air, "Your enemy. You mean us?" Hearing that voice, the Water Spirit King's face turned pale. He turned around and exclaimed in horror, "Impossible. This energy clearly belongs to you. Are people from Tower 51. The Zoa, Hanarin and Mission appeared, along with Azure Dragon and Sun Wukong stepping out from a spatial gate. The Zoa laughed loudly, "Long time no see, little water ghost. sorry for the sudden visit. We have some business with that tree. The Rayard group was astonished by the appearance of those who possessed such terrifying power. Nayat spoke, how did you find this place? No, more importantly, what do you mean by saying you need the tree? The Zoa replied indifferently that due to some urgent family matter, we need a bit of magic power. Normally we would handle it ourselves, but the tower is currently straining to operate, so the surplus magic power is no longer abundant. Guess what? While desperately searching for the largest source of magic power around here, what did we discover? It was the location of the world tree. Hearing that, Nayat panicked. Do not tell me you intend to seize its magic power. That world tree, go ahead if you wish. The Zoa only gave a strange smile without replying. The Water Spirit King stood stunned for a moment, then immediately shouted loudly. Everyone take your positions, prepare to engage. Use all your strength to eliminate those shameless wretches. At any cost, we must protect the world tree. Nayat's army swiftly obeyed, forming battle formation. The Zoa let out a faint chuckle. I had hoped you would welcome us more warmly since we are neighbors after all, but it seems there is no other choice now. We can only act according to circumstances. When meeting a ghost, wear paper robes. When meeting a Buddha, put on a cassia. Is that not right, my lovely little sister? Hearing that, Hanarin immediately retorted sharply, who is your little sister? Mission also raised her voice in annoyance. We only temporarily consider ourselves allies because you helped us find someone. Do not think you are truly a madam. After saying that, she activated the 5th tier Guardian script, Space Control, Ghost Queen, Ultimate Technique. 10 steps annihilation unfolded. It was the Guardian script technique of the Ghost Queen, the Annihilation Formation. As the formation took shape, it released terrifying pressure that made the Ray arcing panic and cry out. The pressure is too great, my body cannot move. Even the Water Spirit King Nayat was bound, exclaiming in shock, unbelievable, besides Hyengu there is someone else with such frightening power. At this moment Sun Wukong stepped forward holding the Rui Jingu Bang. The Azure Dragon aura lightly touched the tip of the staff, and lightning immediately flashed violently. Sun Wukong burst into hearty laughter. If it is you, I will use my full strength. He shook the staff fiercely and shouted, Grow Rui Jingu Bang. In the blink of an eye, the staff transformed into a colossal pillar. Ground trembled violently. Countless figures unable to stand steady fell flat. Even the volcano spirit Fury could not endure it, crying out in astonishment, what is happening? Rayad also shouted, I want to retreat but my body cannot move. Chaotic scene left the Water Spirit King Nayat unable to believe her eyes. How could this be? The Azure Dragon and Sun Wukong launched a coordinated attack. A powerful swing of the staff aimed straight at the Water Spirit King Nayat. She quickly flew into the air to evade, while her subordinates who failed to dodge were struck down. Sun Wukong smiled with interest, surprising, you managed to dodge that strike. Truly worthy of being a leader. Nayat seemed exhausted, her breathing heavy. Sun Wukong suddenly spoke, it seems you have forgotten something. Our leader is far stronger than you. Nayat startled and turned her head. At that moment Dazoa rushed forward, one hand gripping the Water Spirit King's throat, causing her to cry out in alarm, wait. But it seemed no one in this world had ever escaped Dazoa's grasp. Nayat could not withstand that force and collapsed to the ground. Dazoa slowly walked toward the world tree, muttering to herself. What did Noah instruct again? Just activate this orb near the tree, the rest will handle itself. So simple, I like this method. Water Spirit King cried out in panic, stop, we only just revived it. But Dazoa paid no heed. She activated the orb which emitted a gentle light, absorbing the world tree's spiritual magic. In only a moment the process was complete. Dazoa said with satisfaction that we have gathered enough magic power to proceed with the ritual. Now only the final step remained. At the same time, in another space, the white-haired girl continued observing Hyengu absorbing achievements. After a moment of contemplation, she softly remarked, his capacity to absorb far exceeds my expectations. A user normally must endure immense pain even when absorbing a single achievement. Yet he is absorbing multiple achievements at once. He appears stern on the outside, but perhaps he may actually have a preference for enduring pain. Suddenly she realized that although this method increases speed, it creates another problem. When his soul absorbs all the achievements, it will be completely reborn, but I have not prepared a body strong enough to contain that power. Would have thought he would abandon his own body. The current body can only be maintained temporarily. Once it leaves the territory, it will immediately dissipate, making it useless. Had I known this earlier, I would not have expended so much strength to create it. I should have reserved some. What a headache if only there were a suitable body to use. Resilient and powerful vessel like the master of a tower, without weakness, would be perfect. Elsewhere Lucifer appeared. Angel leader collapsed onto the ground, her entire body trembling nonstop. Cold sweat poured down as she asked in a trembling voice why everyone was looking at her like that. Can anyone hear me? Zoa sat opposite Lucifer, wearing a chilling smile. Listen carefully, little angel. As she spoke, she lifted Lucifer's chin and brought her face close. I know this may be abrupt, but I need your body. Lucifer was completely restrained, helplessly asking why her body was needed. You think I would agree? She intended to resist but was stopped. As soon as she raised her hand, Zoa's gaze flashed coldly, causing her to freeze. Lucifer immediately changed her attitude, reluctantly replying that if so then fine. At least tell me why you need my body. Zoa let out a faint scoff and said, very well, you have the right to know since it is your body. You must have seen in the previous ritual that only my husband's soul survived and is currently imprisoned in a distant space. Fortunately, I possess a holy relic that can track his soul, but the current problem is finding a suitable body to contain it. Most vessels cannot withstand Hyungu's soul. Lucifer turned pale and stammered, then that means. Intend to place Kim Hyung's soul into my body. Zoa added, I am not pleased with this choice either, but aside from a few flaws your body is still quite suitable, so we have no choice but to accept it. After hearing those words, Lucifer's mind was tangled in chaos. What did she truly mean? The Yaksha placed a hand on Lucifer's head and coldly concluded, what I have said is enough for you to understand. Now I will reclaim this body. Yaksha's hand radiated an overwhelming pressure as it tightened with immense force. Lucifer screamed with all her strength, wait, just a moment. Do not care whose body it is, as long as it can contain Hyungu's soul, that is enough, right? Give me a chance, I will find you a far more suitable vessel. Seeing the Yaksha pause, Lucifer hurriedly continued, that body surpasses mine by far, it is the perfect vessel. Few hours later in the upper realm, Gabriel the Archangel sensed a sudden surge of immense power and exclaimed in shock, this magic power could it be? Has that day truly arrived, Lucifer? Lucifer replied with a tense expression, it has been a long time. Angel rushed over in alarm, we thought there was an intruder and hurried here. Who would have expected it to be you? Did you escape from Tower 51 alone, but your body? Lucifer cut him off. Do not mention that again, just thinking about it makes me uncomfortable. After speaking, she strode forward and asked rapidly, forget that, is the vessel still intact? Where is it being kept? The angel asked awkwardly, what do you mean? Lucifer shouted, what else would I be asking about besides that? That sacred body, tell me where it is. The angel immediately led Lucifer to where the sacred body was stored. Lucifer asked sternly, is everything prepared? The angel replied that all barriers had been removed by order. The implantation of achievements and the soul could proceed at any time. He turned to Gabriel and said the long-awaited moment had finally come. The dimensions would soon submit. Gabriel smiled and said after enduring so much humiliation his emotions were overflowing. He takes control of that body, we will immediately purge Tower 51. The angel said excitedly that Hyungu was no longer here, they must pay the price. What do you think, Lucifer? She answered indifferently, yes, let it be so. You two remain here and guard this place until I give the order. I still have a few preparations to complete. The angel cheerfully replied, please feel free. Lucifer walked away heavily, thinking to herself, revenge. If my fate has already been decided, then I might as well seize that body for myself. It holds limitless potential, that power is truly worth it. Perhaps with it I can survive that destructive effect. This is truly a risky gamble, but if it succeeds I can make them all pay. Lucifer gave a faint smile, there was a time when she thought that way. An hour earlier at Tower 51. The Yaksha had warned, do not tell me you intend to betray me. Lucifer was startled and asked, what do you mean? How could I do that? Do not make wild assumptions. The Yaksha toyed with the beads at her neck and smiled. Why are you reacting so strongly? I was only asking. But I must still remind you of one thing. If you wish to try, then try, if you are not afraid of the consequences. Lucifer asked, what do you mean? The Yaksha gently reminded her that he had infused power into that necklace. It now contains both my power and Hyungu's, meaning it obeys my command. Though its authority is not equal to the original master, it is still enough to carry out my will. Example, if I order it to end you the moment it detects your soul has changed. Lucifer turned pale, cold sweat streaming as she stared at the bead. The Yaksha continued, but hearing you insist you will not betray me sets my mind at ease. Remember that well, if one day you change your mind, no matter where you go, it will still be within my control. Thinking of that smile, Lucifer felt a chill run down her spine. He was clearly not joking. Lucifer signaled to begin. The angel asked if she was ready. Let us proceed. She placed one hand on the sacred body, the other holding the compass. Gabriel and the angel saw the compass and cried out in shock. Is that not the compass Hyun-gu once used? Why do you have it? Lucifer sighed and said if you had saved me sooner, I would not have been forced to this step. Now I have no choice, I want to continue existing. Gabriel and the angel realized her intent and shouted traitor, and rushed swiftly toward the sacred body. At the same time in the office of the Tower 51 manager, the manager spoke with the water spirit king Nyat through the screen, asking if the world tree that had just been revived had already been depleted before it could be used. Not only that, but you even let the remnants of Tower 51 slip through, though they delivered themselves to you. Even when the opportunity was right before you, the water spirit king awkwardly replied that it was indeed so. The world tree now stood as nothing but a withered trunk. The manager shouted and asked what else she dared to say to him. Do you intend to revive it yet again? I am truly disappointed in you, Nyat. Water Spirit King pleaded that they needed that power for revenge and begged for another chance. The manager gave a cold laugh and said, fine, I understand. I understand completely. Nyat asked joyfully if that was true, but only for a fleeting moment. The other managers had appeared behind her. His gaze was chillingly cold, his voice sharp as a blade. You are nothing but useless trash. Before she could understand what was happening, his hand had already swung down. A loud crash rang out, smoke and dust billowing everywhere. Nyat collapsed in pain, a dark red stream spilling from the corner of her mouth. The manager silently looked at the withered world tree, both hands clenched tightly in anger. Sitting on the ground, Nyat demanded to know why he treated her this way when they had merely failed and did not deserve such severe punishment. Please, I beg you, give me one more chance. The manager sneered and said, you still dare to raise your voice. You are quite bold. You would have struck at me already, would you not? Nyat hurriedly replied that was not her intention. He sat down and softened his tone. Do not worry, I was only praising your boldness. Very well, to reward that courage I will reveal to you a small secret. Nyat stared in astonishment and asked what secret. The manager looked straight into her eyes and replied coldly, from the very beginning. I never intended to spare any of you. I do not wish to leave behind any future threat. The Water Spirit King cried out in shock, what? The manager calmly stated that he had once planned to use her to clean up the chaos and search for a new dimension to rule. But since the plan had failed, there was no other choice left. He rose to his feet, making Nia's tremble. What the hell are you talking about? A lowly creature like you dares to raise your voice. But before she could finish, the manager delivered a finishing blow in an instant. Red traces splattered outward and fell scattered to the ground. Looking at the red stains on his palm, he calculated silently. The elf and angel factions have 15 towers, while the demon faction has about 16. It seems it will take some time. He brushed the stained glove behind his back and turned to leave. At the same time, in another dimension, Hyun-gu still sat in silence as if in a trance. He circulated his cultivation art, his inner power surging ever more fiercely. He realized that he had comprehended an unexpected truth from the very beginning of this training retreat. In this world, countless different kinds of achievements exist. One of them belonged to a red ant living in the tunnel of a distant dimension. It was the leader of the colony, using its innate strength and leadership to protect its kind from enemies, becoming a queen and continuing to face trials while leading the colony to forage. During that journey, it encountered a young praying mantis. The ant colony was starving. Whether they fled or resisted meant death, leaving them frozen in fear. At that very moment, the ant queen charged straight at the enemy without hesitation. It had no desire to destroy the opponent. It merely tried in despair to shield its kin, though everyone believed it had no chance. Yet the ant queen created a miracle, even if it could not preserve all of its subjects. Perhaps it did not realize it, but that moment was when it attained the achievement of the ant queen. When I learned this, I was deeply astonished, for I had always believed that only mythical beings could attain achievements, yet even the life of a tiny ant was acknowledged. Not only that, in a distant place, a blacksmith also attained an achievement after persistently carving through a mountain with hammer and chisel to open a passage. Likewise, a director of a childcare center was also recognized. Throughout his life, from youth until his final breath, he devoted himself to raising countless orphans. As I experienced those lives, my consciousness drifted aimlessly many times. Yet each time it returned, and after innumerable experiences, I gradually came to understand a truth. Achievement is not related to talent. It is a reward granted to those who persevere. Refusing to give up and reaching toward one's highest limit, that is the hidden power within every challenger. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light erupted violently. The white-haired girl appeared with a satisfied smile. You finally succeeded. Congratulations, Hyun-gu. How does it feel to almost hold that boundless power in your hands? He stood up, looked at his hands, and replied softly, "Ah, it feels wonderful." The white-haired girl scratched her cheek and said in relief, "Then I am at ease. But I have bad news for you," Hyun-gu exclaimed in surprise. "What right now?" "Heavens, I was still celebrating returning intact, and now you say that. What exactly is the bad news?" At the same time, a scene of devastation appeared in the upper realm. This place had just endured a fierce battle. Gabriel clutched his neck, blood still seeping out without end. On the opposite side, the administrator seized an angel by the throat to interrogate him. "What nonsense are you babbling?" The angel groaned in pain, unable to form words. The administrator could not understand why those from Tower 51 had stolen the holy body. "You do not know, then why did they do it?" After thinking it over, he concluded that he did not know. At this point it was already too late. Why would they still waste effort on that? What exactly was their scheme? He frowned, then let it drop. "Forget it. They can do whatever they want. It is nothing more than a feeble struggle before the end." The administrator tightened his grip. The angel's eyes rolled back as he hurriedly begged for mercy. But he coldly ended him on the spot. It was done. He tossed the corpse into a corner like an inanimate object. Thus the angel faction was wiped out. Now only the demons remained. How convenient. In any case, he had wanted to meet them. Thinking of Jesus Christ, the leader of the demons, he came up with a new idea. Meanwhile, at Tower 51, Yaksha announced, "We have created pure magic from the world tree, thanks to the scales improved by Noah and Avi. Now there is a replacement body for Hyun-gu. All preparations are complete, but crossing multiple layers of space is not simple. No one knows what will happen. Are you certain you want to go with me?" Hanarin and Mission answered at once, "Of course. Do you even need to ask?" Mission said firmly, "Ever since you saved me at the training tower, my life has belonged to you." Hanarin's gaze was resolute. "I will follow you to the very end. But remember, I am the lawful wife." The two reacted at the same time. Yaksha laughed it off. "We can discuss that later. For now, let us depart." The compass activated, releasing a strange aura that distorted space. At the same time, in another dimension, Hyun-gu sat down to talk, asking in surprise what is going on. "There is no body capable of containing my soul." "What do you mean?" The white-haired girl saw him agitated and quickly reassured him. "Calm down, it is not that serious. I already prepared a new body when I brought you in here." She pointed to a small infant-like being in the corner of the room. "We just need to wait a few more days, and it will be ready." Hyun-gu looked at that tiny body inside. "So I have to wait here until you finish. It is so empty, I might go mad from boredom." White-haired girl thought for a moment before speaking. "All right, if you want to keep busy, try experiencing another achievement." Hyun-gu was curious. "What are you talking about?" "There is another achievement," she nodded. "Because time was short, I removed the unnecessary parts. Thinking again, perhaps you will need it. It is called the Achievement of the Unrighteous King." She presented a sphere glowing with a mystical light. Hyun-gu examined it and asked, "Who is the unrighteous king?" Immediately he had his answer. The moment he entered the role, he saw delicacies spread before him and countless beauties surrounding that king. He looked at the thin garments on his body and the strange marks on his chest, crying out in alarm, "What is this?" The white-haired girl laughed heartily. He obtained that achievement by making many women feel delighted. Hyun-gu was utterly shocked. "What on earth is this?" He continued, "It is said that in the past he could attend to up to 20 people a day." Hyun-gu turned pale and asked, "Attend to means what?" She laughed and replied, "You will understand if you experience it yourself." He shouted in protest, "Wait, what are you thinking?" The white-haired girl found it extremely amusing. Meanwhile, she took the opportunity to complete the new body. Suddenly a flash of light appeared. She turned back in surprise and asked, "You all?" Inside, Hyun-gu struggled against the women surrounding him. "Stop. Do not come closer. I already have someone. If they see this, I am finished." No sooner had he finished speaking than he saw Yaksha along with Hanarin and Mission appear. Hyun-gu asked in astonishment, "Why are you here?" The three girls stared coldly. Yaksha spoke. "It seems we interrupted someone enjoying himself. You look quite pleased, Hyun-gu." Hyun-gu was speechless, not knowing how to explain, only forcing a bitter smile. "This time I am doomed." The white-haired girl admired what they had brought. "They even brought a real body. Impressive. How did they manage that? Your wives are truly capable, Hyun-gu." Only then did she notice Hyun-gu tied on the ground after being beaten thoroughly by Yaksha. He replied, "Well, in a way that is correct. But now that there is a body you can revive me." She smiled brightly. "Transferring the soul is simple. We can do it immediately. This body can also adjust its form to match the owner's soul. You will get used to it soon." Hyun-gu was surprised. "That sounds useful." She sat down and smiled. "Congratulations on your upcoming rebirth, Hyun-gu. He cast the soul transfer technique. A brilliant golden light appeared. She looked at him sincerely. This time behave yourself. Hyengu smiled and replied, who knows, I will consider it. First I must teach someone a lesson. The light flashed and vanished. At this moment on the 9th floor of Tower 51, base of the pit lay in ruins, two-headed monsters roaming everywhere. A purple-haired young man, exhausted with blood at his lips, could barely stand. The people behind shouted loudly, Hunter Sihyun, you cannot continue. Sihyun braced his sword against the ground, his whole body trembling as he cursed, damn it, will everything end like this? Before him stood a ferocious dragon-headed creature staring intently. His gaze blazed as if sparks were flying. He understood that no reinforcements would come. The hunters who had fought beside him had all fallen. His master and fellow disciples had scattered to other areas to hold the battle line. Perhaps his journey would only reach this far. Opposite him, the monster gathered power, preparing to unleash a decisive strike. It opened its jaws wide, a sphere of fire forming and swelling larger. Sihyun knew he could hardly withstand it. Ben softly said he had done his best to protect everyone yet still had to apologize. Hyengu silently gazed at the devastated scene stretching before his eye. His soaked slippers made splashing sounds as he stepped onto the concrete stairs. He bent down to observe the battlefield, then lightly rolled his neck and uttered, so it begins. As if to celebrate his own rebirth, he thought it was time to pour a little birthday wine. On the rooftop where the monsters kept swooping down and circling, Hyengu softly called out, all right. His familiar slippers stomped hard against the surface, concrete cracking and scattering deployed. The moment he finished speaking, he pushed off and shot into the open air. Monsters instantly shrieked with piercing metallic cries. But Hyengu did not grant them freedom. Each descent of his body carried fists and kicks crashing down and scattering them. His true target was not those lackeys, but the colossal dragon in the distance. Without hesitation, he stepped on the beasts as foothold, moving in a decisive zigzag straight toward it. At that very moment, the dragon roared, energy swirling at its throat, reaching its peak and surging forth to cover the sky. At the same time, Hyengu had already closed in without hesitation, his figure blazing in midair with fist raised high. He poured all his strength into a single resolute strike. In an instant, the massive dragon body split in two, its roar fading into chaos. Sihyun looked up at the settling scene, a steady voice still echoing in his ears, well done, now rest a little. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, the sky shining brightly upon Hyunwoo. From now on, what happens here? Before him it seemed a god had pulled him from the scythe of death. He lifted his head confidently, leave it to me. Sihyun trembled as he spoke with a choked voice tinged with reproach, where have you been all this time? Without waiting for an answer, he burst into tears. Why did you only appear now? He threw himself into Hyengu's arms, pent-up grievance erupting. I thought I would not survive. He was startled by that sight. Come on. Seeing the tear-streaked face made him laugh. Are you crying? Sihyun flustered, of course not. Noticing the teasing gaze had not left, he hurriedly covered up. It is just dust in my eye. Suddenly Sihyun remembered something and panicked. Wait, now is not the time to talk. This entire tower has been seized by the monster. His face turned pale as he continued, if we do not seek help soon. Hyengu cut him off. That matter, do not worry. While I was talking, everything has already been handled. Sihyun froze in confusion. He asked suspiciously, what do you mean, who is handling it? Elsewhere, Han Seo-kun and Seo-eung survived in joy amid despair under Hyengu's resounding voice. Who else? Everything went smoothly because he had already swept away the monsters. Of course it was me. He calmly explained the plan. Upon returning, I immediately split myself across various places. Now the clones should be nearly finished cleaning up. Hearing that, Sihyun finally relaxed and let out a sigh of relief, thank goodness. But Hyengu quickly shattered the calm. We cannot rest yet, there is an even greater trouble. The clones simultaneously transmitted information. To restore the tower, we must return it to its original position and replenish magic as soon as possible. That means we have only one path. Hyengu took a deep breath and emphasized, I must go defeat the manager. But I cannot maintain clones while fighting him. To win, I must give everything. Which means protecting the tower will rely on all of you. Can you do it? As soon as he finished speaking, a voice rang out, you are still as arrogant as before. It seems you underestimate your master too much. Heavenly Demon decisively drew his sword. Do not worry and set out, Hyengu. Wukong also spoke with vigor, leave the tower to us. Cao Wei smiled emotionally, her earlier worry vanished. Just now I wanted to give up, but now it is fine. See who asked on behalf of everyone, do you know why? He declared proudly, because when you returned we saw the light. Those words made Hyengu pause, his gaze flickering. After a moment of silence, he laughed with emotion. You have all grown up, then I entrust this task to you. Killing intent spread everywhere as he focused his mind to end everything once and for all. In another space, the sky changed color. Red dyed the heavens, warm lightning striking the ancient castle. Inside, a figure sat upright before a table, silent within the light streaming through the window. Jesus Christ narrowed his eyes and calmly said, "You have finally come." He did not look directly, yet still sensed the manager's presence. That man showed no surprise, only curling his lips. "You removed all protective systems like this. Were you not deliberately summoning me?" Ease of entry only increased that man's suspicion. "I even thought there was a trap, but it seems not." Jesus shook his head. "I set no scheme. I simply do not wish to hide behind calculation." The manager pulled out a chair and sat down. "Very well, I want to ask something. Are you surprised?" That man slowly asked, "How does it feel to be known by the name Jesus Christ?" The question made him ponder briefly. "What do you mean?" That man continued that he had traveled through countless dimensions. He had encountered beings with the most terrifying power in the universe. Some ruled over vast territories beyond number, and even entities revered as gods, many nearly omnipotent. Jesus Christ merely listened in silence as that man emphasized, "Yet none are renowned everywhere like you." Every movement revealed what that man wished to say. "Therefore I ask you." The manager's eyes gleamed with curiosity. "How do you feel bearing that illustrious name? Tell me what that feeling is like." But the answer left that man stunned. "Sorry, I have no answer for you." That man pressed why. He calmly replied, "A title is only what others call you. What matters is how you live your life." What meaning would my words hold when you are accustomed only to seizing the lives of others? His steady gaze toward the manager, who lowered his head. "Whatever I say will not change that." Each word rang sharp as a blade, "because you will never understand." As he finished speaking, the hall sank into a heavy silence so dense the air seemed frozen. The administrator clenched his hand until it turned pale. A chilling, killing intent swept through the air. It seems Senzata miscalculated this move. That man's eyes burned red with fury as he roared that in the end they were nothing but a bunch of incompetents who accomplished nothing. He sprang to his feet, grinding his teeth as he spat out each heavy word, declaring that the conversation ended here. Then he reached toward Jesus Christ, intending to use his own magic power to erase him, believing it was time for him to disappear. In that moment, he merely closed his eyes with quiet sorrow, his heart heavy with regret, silently asking the Father for forgiveness, thinking he might no longer have the chance to return to him. When the dark hand reached him, he calmly prayed, hoping the Almighty would continue to protect the remaining lives in this world. Amen. Suddenly a sharp cracking sound rang out. The wall exploded just as Hun-gu appeared, timely halting that critical turn of events. Both the administrator and Jesus Christ were stunned. They widened their eyes at the one who had barged in and cheerfully greeted them. "Long time no see, neighbor." Casually pushed that man's face aside as if teasing, then smiled and asked Jesus Christ whether he had been well lately. With his face firmly seized, the administrator's pupils shrank in terror as he stammered Hun-gu's name, unable to believe he was still alive. Before he could finish speaking, a punch like a raging storm crashed down. The force from his arm struck, sending the administrator flying backward, piercing through the wall and shooting far into the void. Amid the unsettled dust, Hyun-gu coldly warned that children should not interrupt when adults are talking. That man had no time to react before hearing him shout a single curt word, "Get lost." Immediately another blow swept across. That body was flung far away along with the chilling promise that he would come find him shortly. Standing on a slab of stone, Hyun-gu looked like a rogue who had just picked a fight, curling his lips as he wondered if he had gone too far when he saw his opponent fly farther than expected. Even so, he did not care. In the chaos, Jesus Christ was bewildered, about to ask when he turned back and teased that had he never seen the dead return before. As if recalling something, Hyun-gu covered a mischievous smile and said this was originally his specialty, for he himself had experienced it, leaving Jesus Christ flustered as he replied that his situation then was somewhat different. With slow yet steady steps, he moved forward and said he merely came to greet before going to deal with that man, and was glad to know he was safe. Corners of his lips lifted high to reveal white teeth. Hyun-gu smugly remarked that this saved him the trouble of searching for his opponent. After speaking, he leisurely waved and turned to leave, telling him to remain here safely and promising to meet again. During that, Jesus Christ struck the table and stood up in agitation, asking if he intended to face the administrator alone. He reached out to stop him, his voice full of concern as he insisted that was not someone who could be fought alone. But before he could finish persuading him, his throat tightened with fear at that reckless decision. At that moment, an immense surge of energy erupted from Hyun-gu's body. Dazzling light flooded the entire hall. Jesus Christ stood frozen, his mind reeling before the boundless power radiating from him, unable to comprehend what was happening. Amid the turmoil of emotions, he faintly saw within Hyun-gu's aura a familiar presence gradually becoming clear. That image carved deep into his memory made him tremble, as if standing before his own father. While Jesus Christ was lost in thought, Hyun-gu's voice cut through everything, saying that all was already clear. He slowly slipped his hands into his pockets, smiling calmly as he affirmed this was necessary and he was the most suitable one to do it. Then he placed his hands on his hips with confidence and declared that he needed no further reason. Jesus Christ silently observed him for a long moment. At last he smiled in understanding and gently said he understood. With sincerity, he bowed his head slightly and wished him a safe return. Hyun-gu let out a playful laugh and replied that was more like it, and he had already seen that prayer answered. He stomped hard on the stone floor, cracks spreading like a web. His figure shot upward and surged out of the fortress, leaving behind an excited promise to meet again. Beneath the crimson sunset blanketing the sky, smoke and dust still billowed at the sight of impact. The cause of that scene was that the manager had just been kicked away and now lay motionless amid the ruin. At that moment, a voice rang out like a jolt, making that man jerk his head up as it asked why he was sprawled out like that. Hyun-gu arched his body into a perfect curve and delivered a straight kick forward. He shouted at his opponent to get up and stop pretending to be clueless. Instantly, the space resounded with a violent collision that made the ground tremble. The surroundings were swiftly engulfed by a thick layer of gray dust. Wearing sturdy sandals, he stepped on the manager and mockingly asked whether this scene reminded him of their first encounter, because he remembered it clearly. The only difference was that their positions had now completely reversed. He even teased that his opponent surely could not guess what was about to happen. At last that man spoke in doubt, saying he had seen he collapse with his own eyes back then. Yet now he had appeared again and could wield countless achievements even though control of the area's magic was in his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes narrowed as if a conjecture had formed. The manager's breathing grew heavy, his voice cold as ice slicing through the air as he said that this matter must be. On the other side of the screen, the incarnations of the achievements silently watched from beginning to end, hearing him conclude that everything was because of her. Her expression remained calm, as though she had long anticipated being discovered. In surging fury, that man ground his teeth and venomously declared that she was merely a faded shadow of the past, yet still dared to block his path. He reiterated that she had never defeated him before, let alone now when he was many times stronger than in the past. He sneered that a mere mortal, who had just obtained that power, was in no position to hinder him. At last the manager completely lost his composure, the familiar dark aura swirling around his body as he threatened to go deal with her immediately. With that said, that man shifted and flicked Hyun-gu backward with one leg. His following words made he pause briefly. He said that if he thought this situation was like their first clash, then he was mistaken, because this time was entirely different. He declared that he would not leave even a fragment of his soul in existence. It was time for Hyun-gu to disappear. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark whirlwind surged forth like a tornado and rushed straight at him. But Hyun-gu showed no fear and calmly stood waiting for the attack to descend. In that fleeting instant, he glanced at the fortress behind him and silently calculated that this time he could not simply evade. At once a powerful force flared in his hand. He smiled faintly and resolved to use all 1178 sword aura achievements. Immediately after, he fused them together, his arm transforming into a colossal sword with every muscle brimming with strength. The distance between them vanished in a blink, each movement heavy as a mountain pressing down. From his eyes burst a brilliant radiance, as if heralding an imminent eruption of power. Supreme Slash came down decisively. The arc of the blade tore through the sky and completely split the oncoming storm of dark aura in two. Seeing his entire assault crushed, the manager gaped in disbelief. The blade swept past the top of his head, leaving that man stunned and unable to comprehend how things had turned out this way. Hyun-gu's move did not stop there. The sword path continued to drive downward toward him, dragging a thunderous explosion behind it. Amid the dust that had yet to settle, his figure gradually became clear. He lifted his head. Hyun-gu revealed an excited smile tinged with slight bewilderment. Looking at the ground carved into a long, deep trench, he felt a trace of guilt and wondered if he had overdone it by damaging someone else's territory. Glancing at the manager's no longer intact arm, he spoke to ask how it felt. That man did not answer. He merely erupted in fury, his eyes packed with killing intent as though he wanted to extinguish he at once. Where his arm had vanished, dark aura swiftly reconstructed its shape, as he roared that Hun Gu was ultimately nothing more than a mortal. In a surge of boundless fury, that man suddenly roared in outrage, "How dare you do this?" Hun Gu's figure shot forward at the same instant, closing in on the opponent like a flash of lightning. You realized that too, did you not? A blinding radiance erupted at once, shining straight onto the manager's twisted face as a suggestion followed. Then how about we? Light energy blazed in Hyun-gu's hand, streaks of brilliance carving a path and illuminating his eager smile. Let us change the venue for a bit. Surroundings abruptly dimmed, chaotic roars echoed through the space as everything spun without pause. No one knew how much time had passed, but the scenery around Hyun-gu and the manager completely transformed as they shifted to another place. In that unfamiliar space, that man swept his gaze around, suspicion and vigilance filling his heart. The manager lifted his head to look about and asked in alarm where this place was. Hyun-gu slowly shrugged and replied that it was nothing special. If he had to say, it was an important milestone within his tower. The corner of his lips curved into a meaningful smile as he stressed with theatrical weight, "This place is called." The lofty height where they stood, a clear introduction rang out, "The Guide Tower." Hyun-gu tilted his head and enunciated each word with calm authority. "This is where everything of mine began." He added a final sentence that darkened the manager's face, "And it will also be where you meet your end." Time rewound to several hours earlier, when they were still on the 51st floor of the tower. A bewildered voice echoed through the vast space. "What are you talking about, Hyun-gu?" Three of them along with RV and Uriel stared at Noah in shock. "You have just revived and already want to settle matters with the manager." He was full of doubt, unable to understand why that place was chosen, and why there was such insistence on fighting at the guide tower. Yet Hyun-gu ignored every attempt to dissuade him. Wherever they fought would destroy the surroundings anyway. He needed a place where no one else was. Even if it was ruined, it would not cause serious consequences. His voice turned resolute and cold. "Nowhere is more suitable than the guide tower. Do you remember what you said when he became its master? You said it had long been imbued with countless spatial alteration spells. And those spells are far more formidable than the inner demon once used to imprison me." Without stopping, Hyun-gu countered. "Did you not also say it was powerful enough to affect everything beneath the supreme heaven?" Noah held his forehead and sighed. "I did say that." Having heard enough, he immediately decided, "Good, then no matter how fierce the battle becomes, he will not worry about anyone being implicated." RV interjected, "But then we will not be able to help you." In her eyes, the manager was nothing less than a terrifying monster. He would have to face him alone. "Are you certain you will be all right?" Hyun-gu paused briefly before smiling wryly. "All this time, even without assistance, he has managed to fight. Just focus on your own tasks." He cannot be entirely sure, but he has prepared a contingency plan. That was precisely why Hyun-gu chose to bring the manager to this tower. Dragged to an unfamiliar place, that man ground his teeth and growled, "Are you planning to eliminate me? Your nerve is truly impressive to dare utter such arrogant words." Seeing him remain silent, that man stomped hard enough to make the floor tremble. "I swear I will make you pay dearly, Hyun-gu. I will crush you into fragments and use them as the foundation of my new tower." Mid-sentence, the manager suddenly faltered as he noticed something unusual. "Remember my words, I will." His venomous threat stuck in his throat as he realized something. His pupils contracted violently, as though focusing on a detail before him. He saw Hyun-gu's hands clenched tightly, trembling faintly from fear or anger. A cunning smile lifted that man's lips. "So that is it." The layer of dark aura around him abruptly dispersed, causing Hyun-gu to halt. He instantly grew wary. Why would he suddenly release all his energy like that? The manager brushed his hair back and sighed theatrically. "Oh my. Letting you see me lose control like that is hardly appealing. I am not usually like this." His expression twisted into something grotesque, as though everything had become meaningless. His voice grew ever more scheming. "Do you see, Hyun-gu?" He curled his lips slightly and asked, "What trick are you planning now? You think pretending to be calm will change anything?" The manager cut in. "Do not misunderstand. I am actually a little surprised. I never thought a mere mortal would dare stand in my way, and even dare sever one of my arms, though I can restore it. I am not someone easily dealt with." That situation was truly hard to believe. And this guide tower is far too special. It gives me the feeling of being lost within a vast universe, a strange kind of solitude. Even my control over external magic seems slightly slow. He suddenly spoke it aloud, sending a chill down Hyun-gu's spine. This place is inscribed with spatial bending spells, is it not? You prepared thoroughly to drag me here. She must have told you quite a lot about me. In a blink, the manager appeared right before him. Let me show you how insignificant your power is. Dark aura surged around his distorted face as he spoke smugly. See how useless you are before me. Caught off guard, Hyun-gu could only raise his arm to block, his entire body trembling from the impact. Full-force punch sent sharp pain through him while he coldly explained, the power of an achievement is proportional to the number of people who attain it. My magic is the opposite. It gives birth to countless worlds surpassing all beings and dimensions. The collision drove Hyun-gu backward, that disparity creating a fundamental gap between achievement and magic. He lifted his head to see a colossal shadow advancing as a thunderous voice resounded. Hyun-gu's pupils shrank to their utmost limit. Before him, a hand formed from countless strands of dark aura reached out along with the manager's contemptuous gaze. That is the difference in strength. Therefore you cannot defeat me. Whether achievement or magic, they are used to forge a universe. Hyun-gu's body tensed at that long speech. You knew that too, which is why you dragged me here. You intend to use the spatial alteration spells around the tower to restrict my manipulation of magic and gain a slight advantage. Aside from that reason, what else would make someone who only knows how to charge in with fists act this way? Hyun-gu remained silent, listening to his monologue. Devising that plan was actually simple. He burst into manic laughter. Because you fear me, you dare not face me directly and must rely on tricks. I have proof. The manager emphasized each word with relish. Your hand has been trembling this whole time. You mortals are truly pitiful, possessing power near the root of the world yet still bound by fear. He snapped his fingers with hidden intent, but do not worry, I will. My darkness will engulf this place and free you from all suffering. I will manipulate the magic around you to sever every signal to your senses. The manager's thin lips curled high. From now on you will hear only my voice. I will make your body dissolve and then let your soul drift away. Dozens of dark arms stretched out as a threatening voice echoed. If I were you, I would not resist. The more you struggle, the more pain you will endure. In contrast to the threat, Hyun-gu remained quiet, his expression unchanged. He calmly closed his eyes, suppressing the turmoil within and searching through his deepest memory. There once was a man called a mad demon who lived half his life in darkness, never knowing when death would descend, gripping his sword in fear every second. Wherever fear guided him, he swung his blade, cutting down enemies by instinct. By the time he realized it, it was too late. In the end, only he survived, for to him fear was no longer a sign of weakness. Hyun-gu's hand tightened further as if grasping everything. It was fear itself that allowed him to see what naked eyes once could not. He began to sense things he had never realized before. Amid the suffocating darkness, Hyun-gu lifted his head, letting the shadows engulf his entire body without the slightest resistance. At the very moment the colossal hands closed in and the blackness seemed to swallow all creation, a new sense awakened. He lowered his center of gravity, muscles tightening, ready for the long-awaited counterattack. In the very next heartbeat, Hyun-gu burst forward, his figure piercing through layer upon layer of black arms at a speed beyond ordinary sight. Massive arms grabbed at empty air, some crashing down by sheer momentum and slamming into the ground with a resounding echo. In an instant, Hyun-gu shattered the thick magical barrier and appeared before the manager. His sudden appearance left that man stunned before he could react. No, impossible. Hyun-gu did not dodge but calmly admitted, you are right, I am afraid. I fear collapsing before defeating you. I fear being unable to protect anyone. Therefore I must grow stronger, simply to face my own fear, nothing more, nothing less. As his words ended, the manager's face twisted beneath a thunderous punch from the one he had once despised. The shockwave spread, cracking and sinking the ground, leaving only Hyun-gu's cold voice echoing. Let us see whose strength prevails. He spoke slowly like a blade carving into pride. Let us see whose power surpasses my fear. At the same time, he raised a fist brimming with terrifying killing intent, or your magic. The tense battle suddenly gave way to the manager's stream of memory. Many years ago, when the sunlight still blazed brightly, the manager had once been a fundamental element forming the world, until one day, his body condensed into a shape nearly human, except for the face. He did not understand why he possessed consciousness and could perceive the world. It was something he had never considered, yet it was not entirely surprising, as though he had long awaited that moment. With his newly awakened body, he realized the sky, drifting clouds, and every tiny creature all felt familiar. He understood that everything originated from himself. At last he grasped the undeniable truth, He was the source of the world, an overwhelming sensation flooding him. Ages passed, yet that truth never changed. Streams of energy shot forth, stirring tempests at his mere thought. Returning to the present, as he struggled to evade Hyun-gu's relentless blows, what was this feeling? His body stiffened, each movement heavy as if burdened by 1,000 stones, muscles taut. Could it be that he? Giving him no time to recover, Hyun-gu leapt high, preparing the next strike. Full-force punch poised to crash down made the manager freeze, as he realized he was afraid. Teeth grinding, he growled word by word, "No, impossible. A lowly human like you will never." The manager erupted like a raging storm, believing none could surpass the origin of the world. Dark magic materialized into form and shot straight toward its target. Even facing countless black hands, Hyun-gu still doubted, and he is still using this move. A faint smile flickered. He had realized long ago that that man's fighting style was far too simple. The way he wielded power reminded him of a child wildly swinging a toy knife, lacking technique. That man had no skill at all, which was understandable. Skill was the result of grueling training by the weak to compensate for their lack of strength. For someone born possessing everything like the manager, it became unnecessary. Yet everything had two sides. In contrast to him, Hyun-gu had a different starting point. From the moment he was born, he had been at the bottom of society. His entire life had been an unending struggle. He had learned countless things, from every trial to reach his current position. Now he poured all 781 speed achievements into himself, determined not to lose. Stomping hard to gain momentum, Hyun-gu shot forward like a rocket. Zigzag flashes of movement allowed him to evade with ease against the sluggish attacks, thanks to his supreme speed technique. His goal was to pierce through the black vortex and reach the manager standing still. He did not allow him to approach so easily. From his gaze, it was clear something was hurtling forward. It turned out all his mana had been concentrated into a single move, forcing him to admit it was harder to dodge. Yet Hyun-gu did not stop, continuing to combine 814 achievements. Accumulating power, the explosive wind technique erupted into a colossal storm. Without hesitation, he swung his arm and unleashed a wind slash fierce as lightning, shattering all law. Every strike targeted that colossal entity. Hyun-gu swiftly resolved the seemingly hopeless situation. Amid the air, fragments of darkness fell while he steadily gathered his inner force. Only then did the manager break into a cold sweat. "Who are you? How can this be?" Panic spread through his body. This cannot be. Hyun-gu paid no heed, focusing on combining 2012 martial art achievements. Power behind him erupted, converging into a colossal punch. Immediately after, its might exploded along with countless rising fist images. The violent collision affected the surrounding wall. The entire tower shook violently, as if on the verge of collapse. The Sihun group below was drawn by the terrifying tremor. Sound waves spread powerfully as if to sweep everything away. It was this shockwave from Hyun-gu's battle. Mission anxiously called out his name. Akui Dahan remained calm and remarked that despite the vast space, the tremor could still be felt here. Just how fierce was the battle within the tower? At the same time, at that obscure battlefield, the two still stood firm, continuing to charge at each other after unleashing all their moves. In their third clash, they faced each other head-on. He clenched his fist and mocked, "You said one finger would be enough. But now you are using both. Have you begun to tire?" The manager struggled against that momentum. Enough talk. Unable to endure it, the energy within him surged violently. "Be silent." That force was enough to push Hyun-gu far back. Not stopping there, smaller arms formed from magic appeared. He immediately realized and counterattacked. They had just emerged from beneath the ground. Astonishment flooded his mind. Could that strike have pierced straight up from beneath the ground? Just as Hyun-gu had once remarked about the manager's simple fighting style, that man used only a single move, yet its destructive power was no less than his. "At last I have caught you." That overwhelming sensation made the manager's once shaken confidence flare up violently. "End this, Hyun-gu." The gigantic hand swept forward with surging force, as if nothing could withstand it. It was unclear whether he had managed to escape in time, but the aftershock of that blow was impossible to measure. Ragged breathing echoed through the space from the one still standing firm. As the dust slowly settled, a new scene appeared, the manager still struggling to breathe heavily. Looking at the ground cracked in all directions, that man painfully forced out a broken question, and then, "What next?" "Aha, see, I knew I would beat you until nothing remained intact. That is the price for a petty being daring to challenge the source of life." Unexpectedly, just as he was rambling on endlessly, a sudden upheaval struck. "From the beginning your fate was destined to." And of course, the one who escaped that move was none other than Hyun-gu, charging forward at astonishing speed. Before the opponent's face filled with horror, he merely smiled as if greeting an old friend. What are you so happy about that you are laughing so loudly? Terrifying energy closed in. Hyun-gu's smile stretched to the corners of his lips as he said, "Let me join the fray." Not giving the manager a chance to speak, he immediately threw a straight punch at that man's slender torso. His body had to endure the immense pressure emanating from Hyun-gu. Although the manager resisted fiercely, Hyun-gu's chain of attacks only stopped when the sound of cracking rang out. Struck by such horrific shockwaves, even the matter forming the world would struggle to avoid dizziness. White teeth ground together in irritation. Unable to continue taking hits, that man stomped down hard, causing the solid ground to split apart. All of this is. His fist clenched, pouring all his fury into a single blow. You are merely a pitiful mortal. Without hesitation, the manager hurled a direct strike toward Hyun-gu. How dare you? Unfortunately, that blow only made him frown, while the taunt continued. Yes, and then what? Finally willing to let your fists do the talking. Thus an exchange of blows many times more ferocious was unleashed by Hyun-gu. The strike hit a weak point, making the manager cry out in pain. Not stopping there, excitement was clear on his face. This is more like it. Not giving the opponent time to regain balance, he immediately seized the most vulnerable opening. Step by step he stomped down. Hyun-gu gathered his strength and flung that man away amid violent shockwaves. The shove sent the manager skidding far, leaving behind a terrifying trail of destruction. But that man was no easy foe, his arm still strong enough to clamp down on the opponent's wrist. Then with a decisive motion, that man forcefully knocked that hand away from himself. Energy erupted as if impossible to restrain, along with a shout, "You despicable thing." Vitality surged as the manager drove another punch into Hyun-gu's face. Fall. Clearly he was not the type to be suppressed. His punch shone brilliantly. Immediately after, a torrent of force burst forth like a world-shaking explosion. With just one simple move, nearly a third of that man's body was swept away, leaving the manager horrified. What is happening? Before he could recover, that man was struck again without time to react. What the hell is this? It was clear everything had not ended. Hyun-gu had already prepared the next move. Shock and panic surged through the manager's mind. How could he be so strong? Before that man could understand what was happening, he was once more dragged into a fierce barrage. The successive blows grew heavier and heavier, hurling that massive body away, each strike forcing the manager to groan in pain. Hyun-gu's smile widened more and more, with no intention of stopping. The next attack was no longer scattered, but fused into a complete offensive formation, charging forward. It was the combat technique Giant Sacred Fist that he had perfected after countless achievements. Resounding shock made the entire training tower tremble violently. Hyun-gu's ultimate skill did not dissipate, but transformed into pressure that bore down on the manager. Unable to withstand the terrifying pressure, that man could only scream and grit his teeth to endure. When a brief silence appeared, he strolled forward in his familiar sandal. In stark contrast to his opponent's battered state, Hyun-gu was merely dusted with a bit of dirt and still brimming with excitement. Let us see what we have here. It seems your second layer shell is already cracking. Watching the transformation before his eyes, he curled his lips and remarked, "So this is your true form." The manager trembled with rage. Kim Hyun-gu, I will. But before he could finish, he was cut off. You should have been content fulfilling your role. Who told you to keep causing trouble and make me waste so much effort? By the way, I want to ask why you crave a name so desperately that you lose control like this. I heard that floating eye say you clearly understand the reason you have no name, because once you have a name and become an independent entity. At that time, the embodiment of achievements said that every world across dimensions would collapse. He widened his eyes in shock. She calmly replied that it was inevitable, because one of the world's foundational forces would disappear. Imagine a high-rise building suddenly losing its load-bearing steel frame. Everyone knows the outcome. Hyun-gu sighed, so he knew everything and still caused trouble just to have a name. He could not help but wonder why, but the embodiment only shook her head. I do not know either. I have asked countless times without an answer. I am curious as well. For so many years he faithfully fulfilled his duties. I do not know what made him change. Full of curiosity, she suggested, if there is a chance, ask him directly. Turning to the present, Hyun-gu repeated the question along with the entrusted message. Come on, tell me. Anger manifested through the spiritual power erupting around him. Why did you go this far? Just for a trivial name. That scornful remark made the manager freeze. Trivial, yes. Memories flowed back to the fragrant forest of the past. Perhaps to you it truly is trivial. In the beginning, when he had just become aware of his existence, the manager had taken notice of the concept of a name. Everything started from a conversation between two mortals. Connie ran over holding a sword with a radiant smile. "David, you are late again." He laughed loudly, apologizing for drinking too much last night. During that, David's anger subsided. "Forget it. We have to get there before sunset," Connie replied brightly. "All right." Those unfamiliar sounds left the manager bewildered. "Connie, David, what are they? I have never heard them before." Afterward, that man understood they were names, the way humans distinguished one another, and at that time it did not mean much to him. Watching the two young people chatting excitedly, that man mused, they just. In the end, that man had to admit the way they called each other sounded truly interesting. From that day on, that man frequented human villages more often. Whenever free after adjusting the magical power between dimensions, that man would listen to them call each other by name. Gradually, the manager realized that names were something extremely strange, formed from only a few letters, yet when spoken they carried different emotional shades. Sometimes filled with ambition, at times brimming with love or hatred in each circumstance. From names carved on monuments to those on wanted lists, that man noticed that names shape and represent their owners. It was truly astonishing. The manager's body flickered within the mortal world, and by this point that man also understood clearly, yet strangely. The villainous fragment condensed from those primal elements suddenly forced the manager to question himself once more. Where exactly were things turning? Why did his heart ache whenever he heard that name? That be emotion, but why did it take on such an incomprehensible form? At that very moment, a child cried out in excitement, "Mom, look, I did it, I created water." The woman burst into radiant laughter, her eyes brimming with pride. "Oh my dear, you are amazing. It seems you truly have talent for magic." Still young, the boy explained clearly and with enthusiasm, "Magic is wonderful. Just by putting it into a spell I can create water, fire, or anything I wish." Those innocent words carved deeply into the mind of the one standing silently nearby, as if a god were present everywhere. Yet the mother merely gently patted her son's head and said, "My son has such a vivid imagination." Even so, he was suddenly stunned when he heard her next explanation. "Magic is not exactly as you think, just like the air we breathe each day is not a deity." That statement made even the origin of the elements, the manager, lower his head in contemplation. In the end, magic was only magic. Back then, the two had merely brushed past each other through a fleeting conversation, entirely without malice. Yet for the first time he realized what the pain in his heart was. It was fury at having his worth belittled, while those trivial beings possessed their own names. In his mind, a growing resentment took root, for he alone did not even have a name. Leaning against the ruins, his icy voice echoed through the empty space, each word heavy as if pressing down upon the listener's chest. "I cannot possess a name. Instinct told me that from the moment I gained consciousness, for to have a name means to become an individual. And a separate part of this world." He forced himself upright after the blows struck his body, his legs trembling as if they could no longer hold him. His breath came in weak gasps, each one labored, yet he still spoke clearly. "I am the magic that runs through every world and every dimension, so if I choose to become part of a world, it means I must abandon all those who need me." He stood straight and lifted his face, the left half of his body gradually sinking into darkness as black aura surged around him. He stared directly at Hyun-gu and spoke in a gloomy voice, "But do you know?" His lifeless eyes gleamed with cruelty and disdain for life. "Why should I concern myself with that?" The memories that once felt warm in his telling suddenly became cheap and worthless. Those pitiful creatures lived without any clear goal or direction. Their lives therefore held no profound meaning. Yet they treated what I painstakingly maintained as something natural, like the air they breathe each day. In that stream of memory there was no trace of the manager at all. He was like a wandering soul adrift. They knew nothing of my hardship, yet calmly enjoyed peace and the freedom to choose their own lives. That thought sank deeper and deeper, until he questioned why he had to sacrifice again and again for those selfish beings. The black aura around him suddenly flared violently. He refused to accept the injustices he had endured. "You are not worthy. I am the one who deserves something better. In this world only I deserve happiness and a name." His shadow spread wide to engulf Hyun-gu, yet he remained standing calmly, hands in his pockets without the slightest fear. In the end he transformed into a colossal shimmering illusion, roaring in rage as space trembled and black aura flooded everything. He clenched his fist and aimed to strike Hyun-gu, muscles bulging. "Stop blocking my path, disappear." He roared the name etched deep in his memory, Hyun-gu, his hand descending to within a meter of his head as the pressure sent debris flying everywhere. Hyun-gu's hair whipped wildly, yet he did not step back, his voice tinged with impatience. "You have been saying incomprehensible things all this time. I cannot grasp what you mean. He curled his lips slightly, raised his head to look up and leisurely rotated his wrist to loosen the joint. Even amid the fury he stood at ease, it does not matter. The manager's fist crashed down with terrifying force, the sound booming like thunder as shattered stones scattered in all directions. Everything fell silent for a brief moment. Smoke drifted past as he held his pose, believing his opponent had been crushed. But a familiar voice rang out slowly with power. I had always wanted to test this achievement once. The unexpected variable made him jolt in shock. Hyun-gu stood firm and blocked the punch with a single finger, his voice sounding almost praising yet filled with mockery. The activation conditions are rather troublesome. Fortunately, you helped me complete them. Smiled provocatively, thank you, as his words ended the ground beneath his feet caved in. The system sounded with a cold tone, the achievement of the Ant Queen. This achievement activates only when extremely special conditions are met. The user must stand alone on the front line to protect the one he cherishes, against an enemy far larger and many times stronger. Once the conditions are fulfilled, the user's power will be amplified 100-fold. Energy enveloped Hyun-gu's entire body, transformed into a blazing beam of light that pierced through the stunned manager before that man could react. The gigantic illusion shattered at once into countless fragments of light scattering in all directions. His foot pressed against the wall for leverage, muscles tense. He reminded the opponent to prepare himself. Now it is my turn. The sense of danger crashing down made that man panic and turn his head, every movement revealing confusion. Hyun-gu leaped, cracking the wall. His arms swung back and clenched tight before he shot forward. The compression within his punch made space tremble. He declared in a low voice, I will not stop. Blow struck straight into that man's face, the force making his entire body reel as a dry impact echoed out. One side of his face twisted, his body flung away along an arc. In that instant of pain, that man screamed shrilly. His fingers closed with fluid precision, in the blink of an eye turning into a cold, sharp blade. He did not hesitate, the chill in his eyes showing his intent to end everything. The blade swept across that man's body, dragging behind it a cry filled with agony. That did not soften his heart. Instead, he unleashed consecutive strikes that forced the opponent into a dead end. Hyun-gu's speed was so fast that only afterimages remained, each slash interweaving like a net tightening around the manager. When he felt it was enough, he halted in a decisive instant. The manager could no longer resist. The outer shell cracked and then shattered, revealing his true body. That man was utterly panicked, unable to believe he had been driven this far. Hyun-gu had long seen through it, yet still feigned surprise before letting out a mocking laugh. A sneer curved on his lips, his gaze locking onto the target. So you were hiding there. Not giving the opponent time to recover, he immediately borrowed the momentum to press closer. From the wall, he shot forward like an arrow aimed straight at the manager. Suspended in midair, that man had no way to dodge and could only tremble and stammer. In despair, that man raised his hands before his chest, forming a feeble barrier, and shouted, "Do not come closer." Black aura surged from his body, transforming into thrashing tentacles. They lunged to block him, but Hyun-gu did not falter and chose a direct confrontation. Light erupted powerfully from him, sweeping away the darkness, crushing each tentacle and spreading toward the manager. That man gritted his teeth, his heart pounding wildly as fear invaded his mind. What is happening? Is my control over magic declining? The more he observed, the more horrified that man became. No, it is not disappearing. My magic is flowing toward him. Streams of magic swirled and poured into Hyun-gu, radiant golden light enveloping and devouring the darkness. He curled his lips in interest. Even he was surprised by this gift. Noah had once said such a possibility could occur. Training Tower was the only place on this level that allowed one to use one's own strength to achieve accomplishments. But I did not expect it to happen right now. The system screen appeared before Hyun-gu, visible only to him, announcing a newly discovered achievement. You have conquered magic, the origin of this world. A series of notifications followed. For the first time across the dimensions, such a righteous feat was created under the tower's rules and recognized as a unique achievement. Felt abundant magic surging through every vein so powerfully that his body trembled, his eyes widening in astonishment. But he quickly regained composure and broke into an excited smile. Listen well, let me give you a taste of your own power. Chilling sensation ran down the manager's spine, causing that man to step back unconsciously. He leisurely lifted his foot, bent down to remove his sandal and held it in his hand, his voice cold as a verdict. From this moment onward, he shot forward. That man tried with all his strength to widen the distance, but the gap was swiftly closed. In Hyungu's hand, golden magic fused with darkness, spiraling into a radiant stream of energy, the light casting upon his face both holy and fierce. You will not withstand the power of this strike. The manager opened his mouth in horror, helplessly watching the surge of power draw ever closer. What is that? That man witnessed something beyond imagination. It is using the achievement taken from her along with the magic stolen from me and merging them together. The illusion in the manager's mind suddenly sharpened as never before, as if it were engulfing an entire vast planet. No, it was more like devouring a whole dimension, then turning into his own counterattack, its weight growing heavier by the second. He shook his head in denial despite his own uncertainty. That was impossible. How could a mere mortal reach such heights? Even attaining a level neither he nor she had ever reached, the manager's thoughts spiraled endlessly, a few short seconds stretching into infinity. In his eyes now, that simple slipper no longer seemed ordinary. It felt as though it carried the weight of the universe. Hyungu's figure merged with the current of magic power, swelling beyond every human limit. He neither dodged nor mocked. He calmly admitted that the opponent before him was truly formidable. The manager's eyes widened, his throat tightening as he awaited the blow. Hyungu's voice rang by his ear cold as a verdict. This time everything truly ends. The slipper in his hand traced a brilliant golden arc, light surging like waves. That force engulfed his body before erupting, hurling him away like a dry leaf in a raging storm. The aftershock spread, shaking the tower walls, cracks widened, fragments scattered, and golden light streamed through the fissures tearing apart the darkness. Sounds of fracturing followed one after another, tiny cracks rapidly forming a web that consumed the entire tower. In the blink of an eye, the tower trembled violently. A colossal pillar of light shot from the base to the summit, then soared into the sky, its roar echoing through space. Those locked in battle abruptly halted, their gazes drawn toward the source of the upheaval. Si-hun stood agape, eyes wide in shock. What just happened? Could it be? Night parade of 100 demons let out a soft, proud laugh. It is obvious that power could only belong to one person, my husband. Mission and Hanarin could not hide their joy upon realizing Hyungu had won. At last he did it. The pillar of light pierced the clouds, forming floating rings, restoring the clear sky. When the tower collapsed, the blue sky opened wide, white clouds drifted lazily, gentle sunlight poured down as though no storm had ever existed. Once soaring tower was now nothing but smoking ruin, gray-black dust swirling in the wind. Hyungu held half of the broken slipper, lifting it to the light before sighing, "What terrible luck." Trace of regret flickered in his eyes. It had endured countless battles with him. Now he would have to buy a new pair. Lost in thought, Hyungu suddenly paused and turned around as if remembering something. He spoke softly into the stillness. Why is that man nowhere to be seen? Could he have vanished without a trace? To be honest, even he had not expected that man to be so strong. It seemed everything had already come to an end. He murmured without noticing that behind him, atop a silent rocky mound, massive stones began to tremble. Though he seemed crushed to pieces, the manager suddenly rose, dark aura surging coldly from his body. Seizing the moment before Hyungu could turn around, he lunged forward with all his strength. Magic power gathered in his palm, forming a black spike aimed straight at his opponent's back. Contrary to his expectations, he merely turned his head slightly, his gaze calm and unfathomable. That composure made the manager falter for an instant. Even so, he immediately steeled his resolve, the spike nearly touching Hyungu's back. The air grew heavy, sound seemed to vanish, time appeared to slow in the tense moment. Just as the spike was about to strike, the dark force suddenly reversed and dissipated. He spoke in a low voice, "I did not expect you to prepare so thoroughly." In a split second, all the dark aura was drawn into a glowing pink sphere in Hyungu's hand. The manager stared at the object and asked quietly, "Did you take it from her?" He replied calmly, "That is right." She was not merely sitting idle in that dimension. Memories suddenly flooded before his eyes. Before entering the tower, he received the sealing sphere and had asked whether it could imprison that man's consciousness within. The embodiment of achievements nodded in confirmation. "I poured nearly all unrefined time into it to create this rule. It only functions when he loses all magic power, so it cannot yet be considered perfect." Hyungu suddenly understood, like a monster capturing sphere. She looked confused at the comparison. If his consciousness were sealed, all magic would return to normal and the imbalance would end. She entrusted him to bring the sphere back once finished, the rest she would handle. Back in the present, the manager halted, realizing he had been one step too late, so she had calculated this as well. Especially when standing before him was someone who could control both achievements and magic. Hyungu scratched his cheek with a faint smile. "So you can compliment your opponent, that is rare." The manager did not answer, his deep eyes burdened with years of weight. After a moment of hesitation, he asked in a trembling yet resolute voice, "How do you feel about having a name?" "Do not know why, but I sense that your answer is also mine." This time Hyunwoo no longer carried a teasing air. He sighed and said he had heard questions about names far too often. A name was never something tangible. If you gained a name by destroying every dimension, then your feelings would eventually mirror mine now. Those words shook the manager. Gu continued slowly, recalling the companions who had walked beside him. A name is merely a collection of characters. It holds no inherent meaning. If no one stands beside you to call out your name, what value would that name truly have? The manager lifted his head to the sky, his heart suddenly feeling light. The burdens of many years dissolved. He remembered that the first time he heard a name was when the two of them called each other. The images of Connie and David appeared, their harmony only deepening his bitterness. As the memories faded, the dark aura around him was completely absorbed by the gem. His body gradually dissolved under the sunlight. So that is what a name is, if only I had understood sooner. Silent space was left, with only the wind carrying traces of regret. A moment later the dark aura was fully sealed. A life came to an end. Gu looked at the glowing gem in his hand, for the first time seriously pondering that question. The hurried footsteps behind him cut through his thoughts. Sihun and Hanarin led the way, running as they called out, "Gu, are you all right?" The night parade of 100 demons appeared with everyone else, their faces radiant with joy. "I knew you could do it, Gu. Thank goodness you are safe." Froze as he looked at the group of friends before him. The corner of his lips curved slightly. The answer was already clear. Two of them rushed forward with tearful eyes. They threw their arms around Gu. He closed his eyes, feeling the warmth amid laughter laced with emotion. After that day, the situation within the tower quickly stabilized thanks to Noah, Ivy, and Uriel. Tower 51 returned to its original position, the system was restored, and the imbalance was resolved. The losses on the floors were still severe, but everything gradually came under control, thanks to the nearly limitless clones Gu deployed everywhere. After several whirlwind weeks without a single moment of rest, Gu once again set foot in that familiar space. The long table lay silent in the endless night, surrounded by countless stars woven into a brilliant galaxy, and at the head of the table the incarnation of achievements was already waiting. She reached out to take the sealing gem from him, smiling in praise. "He did well, Gu. Everything has finally come to an end." Even so, he was not completely at ease. "I gave it to you because you said you would handle the rest, but what exactly do you intend to do?" "You truly have a plan," she answered firmly and explained clearly. "Of course I do. I will erect a barrier formed from hundreds of thousands of layered achievements, envelop it and lock it within the dimension that once imprisoned me. Rest assured, in his current state of mere consciousness, he cannot escape." Hearing that, Gu trusted she could handle everything perfectly. "And what about the other dimensions and towers? Have things returned to normal?" She calmly confirmed, "Yes, everything is fine." I do not intend to praise him, but both factions previously had to scour clean the towers that the administrator had destroyed. The remaining towers will be overseen by Jesus Christ, whom he saved, along with his followers. Therefore there will be no problems, and the tainted achievements have also been restored. Speaking of which, how is Kim Nin now? I told him to contact me if he wished to be resurrected, but there has been no news. Gu leaned back in his chair. "Ah, he is quite busy. Recently he accepted an enthusiastic disciple. He is so interested in that student that he has no mind left to think about being revived. He will eventually find his own way to Valhalla." Knowing the reason, she no longer worried. "I see. Hearing that he has found his own path puts me at ease, and the last thing I want to ask is, what do you plan to do?" Conversation suddenly turning toward him surprised him. "Me?" The incarnation gently nodded. "Yes, you. You must have realized that the power you now hold is so vast that a small dimension no longer holds any meaning. If you wish, you could become one who stands above all dimensions. You could even create your own world and design its ecosystem as you please. Yet on the other hand, you could also become a calamity. And if you chose, you have the ability to sweep away dimensions just as the administrator once did, such as your power." She looked straight at Gu with a solemn gaze. "So I want to know how you will use that power." Clasped his hands before his chest, pondering as if asking himself my plan. After only a brief silence, Gu broke into a radiant laugh. "In truth, I decided long ago. Before carrying out those plans." The clear chime of glasses clinking rang out, the purple wine gently rippling beneath the shimmering light. In the midst of the party, Gu raised his glass excitedly. "We have to celebrate first." Those around him immediately joined in, the atmosphere overflowing with joy. Moonlight softly draped over the villa roof, illuminating the lively rhythm of the night. Outside in the yard, the sound of chopsticks tapping and endless laughter filled the air as everyone gathered around the long table, eating and chatting. Coy, his face flushed red from wine, hugged Rovi tightly, repeatedly rubbing cheeks and calling her cute, while Rovi flusteredly tried to escape his embrace. In another corner, Thien Ma leaned over to feed Kumiho, the air between them brimming with sweetness. Lucifer paid no mind to those around him, merely swirling his glass lightly, his gaze distant as though lost in his own thoughts. As the party grew more boisterous, Si-hun suddenly sprang to his feet, the chair tipping sharply, his shout rising above the laughter. "Are you serious? You obtained a personal achievement and still handed it over to that eye of heaven." Hyun-gu continued to raise his golden beer, smiling casually, yes, more or less. He admitted that it was too heavy. The authority to govern or create a new dimension made him feel pressured. Si-hun sighed and dropped back into his seat, unsure whether to blame him or understand. Hyun-gu turned with a mischievous smile. "Think about it. With that kind of power and my personality, I might even find myself dangerous." Si-hun could only nod. "That is true." Hyun-gu's voice slowed, filled with seriousness. "The stronger one is, the greater the responsibility, and I do not like binding myself that way. Just thinking about it feels burdensome, so I handed it over. The person I trust the most." In another dimension, the incarnation of achievements spun the sealing gem on her fingertip. She sighed softly in admiration. Hyun-gu truly is interesting. Returning to the party, he set his empty beer glass down on the table, "But I still kept the achievements I just obtained." Thought of giving them away made him regretful. Even though he was not a generous man, seeing him so at ease, Si-hun stopped pressing the matter. "It is understandable. So what do you plan to do now? You are not short of money, but I do not think you will simply sit around and enjoy yourself." "You have a plan yet?" Hyun-gu answered frankly. "Yes, I want to open a military academy. You could even call it a reform school." The idea left Si-hun stunned. "Why would you think of that?" Hyun-gu laughed. "You remember those idiots in Zio Aries? And that stubborn bunch of spirits and angels as well. With just a bit of discipline from me, they would fall right into line. So I think I would suit being a teacher, and it would be fun too." Si-hun recalled their past and could only force a smile. "Do you truly think that was normal teaching? Teaching someone a lesson is also education. I wish you success," Hyun-gu said brightly. "I want to help those cast aside by society return to the right path. I have already chosen a suitable location to build that school. But it will not begin for a few months." For now the sound of footsteps approached from behind, and the gentle voice of Bak Kui-dahan rang out. "Hyun-gu, what are you two talking about?" Two turned to look and froze. Before their eyes, the hem of a dress fluttered lightly in the night breeze. Bare skin stood out beneath the soft moonlight. "Were you looking for us?" Three figures approached with distinct beauty. Anarin lightly brushed her hair, elegant. Mission smiled with a pure yet graceful charm. Bak Kui-dahan exuded a mature allure. Hyun-gu was momentarily stunned by the sight. Then he calmly stood up, telling Si-hun that he intended to rest for a while. By their side, time seemed to slow during those peaceful months, all storms temporarily set aside. 3 years later, the sky was high and clear without a single cloud, light stretching everywhere. In the heavenly realm, outside the celestial palace, white clouds coiled around magnificent pavilions. Inside, the ruler was the current Jade Emperor. He sat upon the high throne with arms folded in silence. 50 years have passed. I hope you have reflected upon your conduct during your cultivation in the heavenly prison. Erlang Shen stood below the steps with a careless demeanor, one hand on his hip, his posture arrogant as if challenging the majesty of the great hall. He frowned irritably. "HMPH, I have no reason to do that. I cannot believe that just for damaging a single pavilion, I was imprisoned for 100 years. The Jade Emperor angrily struck the throne. That was no ordinary pavilion but the main palace of the heavenly realm, where generations of Jade Emperors reside. That action erased thousands of years of history. How dare you treat it as nothing?" Erlang Shen pouted. "I thought it looked old. What is so serious? You already rebuilt it, father." The Jade Emperor shot to his feet. "I understand now. Imprisoning you will not change this nature. Therefore I have prepared something." A formation lit up beneath Erlang Shen's feet. He widened his eyes. "Is that a cross-dimensional teleportation array?" Jade Emperor smiled. "You must have heard of the hero who stopped the magical catastrophe 3 years ago. His name is Kim Hyun-gu." Erlang Shen shuddered slightly. "Father, you mean the master of the tower at the center of the continent?" "That is right. I heard he opened a military academy for troublemakers like you." Erlang Shen was stunned then furious. "A military academy? You intend to let a human discipline me? How absurd." He coldly cut him off, not bothering with that man's resistance. You will understand whether it is unreasonable once you experience it yourself. Farewell, the child who gives me a headache. As soon as he finished speaking, the Jade Emperor lightly flicked his finger. The formation beneath Erlang Shen blazed violently. Purple light devoured the space. The force of teleportation shook the great hall and nearly suffocated him. Space warped in an instant. The rain faded away, replaced by an ancient wooden chamber with a faint scent of incense. The patterns of the formation imprinted on the floor still glowed, spinning before gradually dimming. Erlang Shen swept his gaze around warily. Where exactly is this place? Before the question even finished, a teasing voice broke the silence. Oh, you have finally arrived. On the long couch in the middle of the room, Haiyan Gu reclined on his side with his chin propped up, at ease as if he had long been waiting. So you are Erlang Shen, the one that old Jade Emperor said he would send here. He turned in shock. Who are you? After a brief stun, a thought flashed through his mind. Wait, I remember now. You are Tower Lord Kim Haiyan Gu, are you not? Haiyan Gu smiled and waved in a friendly manner. Yes, that is me, pleased to meet you. After confirming, Erlang Shen snorted coldly in disdain. That old man is truly unpredictable. I did not expect him to actually do it. How could he let a mere human interfere in the affairs of the heavens? Once I return, I will settle accounts. Listen here, mortal. He jerked his chin toward Haiyan Gu, his tone arrogant like a command. Immediately open a gate and send me back to the heavens if you do not wish for trouble. The air seemed to freeze at those haughty words, but Haiyan Gu merely frowned and replied calmly, calm down a little, I am working here. This is where you will learn to reflect on your own mistakes. That is the Jade Emperor's request, so until you know remorse, do not expect me to let you return. Erlang Shen growled, is that so? Haiyan Gu shrugged, that is right. He sprang up like an arrow, stomping hard and cracking the wooden floor, splinters flying everywhere. Without another word, he rushed forward with a clenched fist. I must resort to force. Magic surged in his hand, a smug smile spreading. I will conveniently seize this tower as well, leaving that old man no way out. But before the words finished, they choked off. A hand blocked him. Haiyan Gu, who had just been seated, seemed to vanish and reappear right before him. One hand pressed Erlang Shen's head down. He widened his eyes and tried to speak, yet no words came out. Everything happened too fast. Only the pounding of a heart echoed in the wood-scented air. His entire body was slammed to the floor, the impact reverberating through the enclosed room. The head that had been held high was now pinned down. When the hand released, he coughed violently. Haiyan Gu said calmly, you were insolent the moment we met and even struck first. That works for me. The corner of his lips curved with hidden meaning. He lifted his foot and stepped onto his opponent's chest. Erlang Shen's breath suddenly stalled. Haiyan Gu bent down and pressed more force through his foot. If it were not like this, I would not bother teaching you. We have plenty of time, let us begin here. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a holographic screen lit up beside him. 3 girls in swimsuits appeared with sweet reproachful voices. Dear, why have you not arrived yet? Hanarin pouted. Do not tell me you forgot our promise to go to the beach today. Haiyan Gu froze, his composure gone as he scratched his head awkwardly. Today, the 2 girls puffed their cheeks in displeasure. Did you truly forget? 3 turned and posed under the sunlight. Their curves stood out without concealment. We prepared like this all for you. If you do not come, it will be such a waste. We will wait, come quickly. While Erlang Shen still lay on the floor confused, Haiyan Gu hurriedly nodded. All right, once I finish here, I will head over immediately. The screen went dark. Haiyan Gu slowly looked down. Did you hear clearly? I do not have much time, so today's lesson starts now. A chill ran down Erlang Shen's spine. What are you planning to do? Haiyan Gu rotated his wrist with cracking sounds, his voice gentle like soothing a child. Do not be afraid. It may be slightly uncomfortable, but I do not do things halfway. He leaned closer and revealed a bright smile that nonetheless chilled the one before him. Are you ready? This place was prepared especially for the impulsive ones like you. Welcome to the training tower. Elsewhere at the headquarters of the United States International Hunter Association. Inside the chairman's office, Liam's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? He lost his composure and pressed urgently. What did you just say? What are they planning to do? The subordinate cleared his throat. Allow me to explain from the beginning. Perhaps you have heard, recently a criminal organization calling itself the Wolf Pack has emerged. They are a terrorist group operating under extremist beliefs that only those with special abilities deserve to rule the world. Every member is S-rank. Within just 1 week, they attacked nearly 100 civilian facilities. They are now globally wanted. They enjoy flaunting their actions and often leave clues about their next target at the scene. But after yesterday's incident, They did not leave a location. Instead, they left the name of the strongest person in the world, Hunter Kim Hyun-gu. During that, Liam's face darkened, so I did not mishear. He let out a weary sigh. Why would they target Hyun-gu? The more he thought about it, the more unreasonable it seemed. Are they trying to invite disaster upon themselves? The subordinate faltered, I am sorry. Liam sneered, do they not know their own limits? I truly cannot understand. He muttered, have they been isolated for so long that they do not know who he is? Do they think they have countless lives? The subordinate looked bewildered, sir. I have never heard of anything like this either. Liam leaned back in his chair, his expression tired, troublesome indeed. They cannot possibly be a threat to him. What worries me is how he will react if provoked. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. It may not come to that. If they act today, perhaps he will let it slide. The subordinate was surprised. Is today something special? Liam scratched his head trying to recall. I am not certain. I only heard it in passing. A moment later he exclaimed, ah, I remember. They are holding someone's first birthday celebration. The sky outside was clear and cool. Perfect for an outdoor party. Hyun-gu walked unsteadily, his eyes half closed. He stopped and sighed. Why did he drink so much last night? A familiar voice rang out. I know you were happy for your best friend, but I told you not to overdo it. Mission smiled brightly, my love. She turned serious. From now on you must stay away from alcohol for a while, understood? Hanarin stood beside her and nodded in agreement. The night parade of 100 demons shook her head with a sigh. You will not escape this time, even I cannot save you. He giggled teasingly. You should obediently stay home and reflect. He was surrounded and could only groan. Why are they teaming up more and more fiercely? He glanced around for his two comrades, wondering how Wukong and Qinglong were. They had been completely drunk last night as well. But before him stood Wukong being scorched by his girlfriend's glare. As for Qinglong, he was obediently admitting his fault. He sighed in sympathy for married men. Marriage was truly not easy. He curiously searched for the main character of the party. Surely that man was fine, his tolerance was high. He muttered, hoping that man was not being scolded for smelling of alcohol at his daughter's first birthday party. However, he was completely unaware that his every action was being closely monitored. The wolf pack group gathered before the screen, intently observing their target. Tom chuckled, he looks truly foolish. He mocked that this is the hero who saved the world. Rumors really do make people believe blindly. Radon stared at Hun-gu's image and remarked that he had nothing remarkable about him. Another pondered that the story from 3 years ago was merely fabricated, then nodded as if it were obvious. And eagerly added that if magic had run rampant everywhere, how could he possibly have quelled it all alone? Clearly this was only a rumor spread by Hun-gu's two wives, Miri Ong and Hanarin. Both held great influence in the hunter community and led the mighty ruler Zil and Dark Zil guilds under his command. I do not understand why top hunters would lower themselves like that, but that no longer matters. What matters is that this is a golden opportunity if we take down the one who calls himself the strongest before the public. During that I grew excited. We will seize that title. Get ready, the party is about to begin. As soon as he reveals an opening, we will teleport in and ambush him. Suddenly he froze upon seeing a familiar back on the screen. Is that not President of the International Hunter Association? On the other side, Hun-gu was puzzled why an organization called the Wolf Pack was targeting him. Liam sighed and said he did not think he would be in danger. Mission immediately called that absurd. Hanarin curled her lips in disdain while Bok Kui Dahan burst into laughter as if it were amusing. Even so, Liam reminded them not to underestimate the threat and hoped they would not ruin this important day. Hun-gu nodded in agreement. He thanked him for the warning, while on the other side Kanai fumed that the association had reacted too quickly and decided to act sooner. But at that moment Hun-gu's voice rang beside his ear. You are the terrorist organization, are you not? He suddenly appeared behind him, causing Kanai to turn pale. You are targeting me, correct? He jerked around in shock. What is going on? The others cried out Hun-gu's name in unison. He immediately demanded how he had found this place. He asked blankly what they meant. I merely followed my instinct and sensed the killing intent you directed at me. He said he had realized it long ago, leaving the wolf pack pale because this place was protected by countless S-rank barriers. Moreover, the base was hidden deep within the mountains more than half a mile from the party. They could not believe he sensed them from that distance, yet what was more terrifying? And I glanced at the screen and panicked because Hun-gu was still at the party. He gaped at the unbelievable sight. Hun-gu calmly said he did not intend to take their lives because he did not wish to stain himself further. They might be angry that he ruined this special day, but do not misunderstand, he would not show mercy. Soon as the words fell, lightning power erupted, leaving the entire group rooted in place. The ceiling began to crack with sharp sounds, as if about to shatter. Spiritual energy surged forth and illuminated the entire sky. The immense energy was visible from a great distance. Back at the party, Hungu casually finished speaking, leaving Liam stunned. He explained that he had sent a clone to deal with the wolf pack. They were hiding in a distant building, so I let the clone handle it. He pointed toward the column of smoke and said they were still alive. The rest is for you to handle. The president asked in astonishment if he had already subdued them. He said he would take over the rest because this was an international matter. He excused himself to leave and told everyone to continue enjoying the celebration. Suddenly, a voice rang out apologizing for keeping the guests waiting. Siegfried smiled and announced that the main character was ready. Now please give a warm round of applause. Let me introduce the main character of today's party. Siegfried continued hosting as the main character's family stepped out. Thanks to the union between a warrior and a demon. After 2 wonderful years that love bore sweet fruit, Iran's little ears twitched softly. Her cheeks flushed shyly as she was introduced as their daughter. The little girl politely raised her hand to greet all the guests. Everyone was stunned by the sight. An applause erupted along with praise that she was truly adorable. Stood behind them and muttered that life was always full of surprises, and that was indeed true. Who would have thought those who once wanted to destroy this floor would become its residents and hold their daughter's first birthday? He paused for a few seconds, then smiled in satisfaction. His eyes glowed warmly as he looked at the happy family of 3. He chuckled softly, wondering when Iran had grown so much, and thankfully the girl did not take after her father. Seeing him like that, Hanarin smiled as well. She lifted her head to gaze at the sky, her eyes distant as if lost in a dream. For those who do not know, he has 3 wives. All 3 are deeply devoted to him and often compete for his attention. In the end, he had to devise a special arrangement to maintain harmony. He suggested that on weekdays he would stay with all 3, and on weekends he would go on individual dates with each of them, rotating every week. This weekend they planned to visit Mexico City, a famous tourist destination. Their meeting point was its iconic landmark called Kim Hun-gu Tower. He took a sip of wine and frowned in confusion. He muttered, "Is this really one of the most expensive bottles?" He asked Hanarin skeptically if she was certain. She lifted the glass to smell it and said it could cost up to 200 million won, yet the carefully cultivated grape aroma was still not enough to satisfy her. He would not accept any wine that did not suit his taste. At that point, Hanarin flared up and asked if she should burn down the vineyards of the producing country, causing him to quickly wave his hands to stop her. He suddenly recalled how Hanarin used to be and realized she had changed a great deal. Once prickly and wary of outsiders, she was now more at ease and dressed more naturally. Noticing him staring at her, Hanarin asked what was wrong. He awkwardly said he was just thinking her style had been different lately. Not that she had not been beautiful before, but there had been a sense of restraint, as if she had once tried to hide herself from the world. Hearing that, she lowered her head and admitted she still carried some lingering shadows despite leaving the tower. Hanarin was about to continue when he interrupted, as if suddenly remembering something. "So your teammates turned their backs just to raise their own scores. If it were me, I would be heartbroken too." His voice suddenly lowered with sympathy for Hanarin, but he did not think it would haunt her so deeply. She replied softly, "To outsiders it is indeed betrayal." Hanarin gazed into the distance with faint sorrow in her eyes, but from the perspective of the one involved, she believed that. The bitter words slipped out, it was all merely an excuse. What they truly pursued was the satisfaction of their most primal desire, things suppressed for so long just to survive. Hearing that, Hyun-gu could not help but be startled. "What do you mean?" In his heart, he began to reconsider the entire story. Although he had changed the guide tower according to his will, in the past it had been a lawless place. The vile ones ran rampant, taking pleasure in oppressing the weak. Instead of focusing on climbing the tower, he had been busy dealing with that group during the time he was trapped there. Thinking of this, he squatted down in frustration, unaware that Hanarin had nearly gone through those terrible things as well. Hyun-gu scratched his head awkwardly. "I am sorry, I should not have brought up the past." Hanarin replied gently, "It is fine, though it still hurts whenever I remember." But that day she also realized something even more precious. To be honest, at that time Hyun-gu had looked truly heroic. The feeling was like a shooting star, flashing right before her eyes. He shone so brightly that Hanarin did not dare look at him directly. Turning to the present, she smiled to dispel the atmosphere, "So do not worry, I am very happy." Hearing that, Hyun-gu finally breathed a sigh of relief. "If you say so, then I am at ease." Suddenly, sharp whistling sounds cut through the air one after another. Right after that, brilliant fireworks lit up the entire night sky. He asked in surprise. Fireworks. Hanarin laughed and asked back, "Do you like them? I prepared this long ago." Hyun-gu was taken aback by her thoughtfulness. "How did you?" Hanarin let out a soft sigh. "Did you forget? I had already anticipated this. This was one of the last things on your wish list when you were still in the tower." She repeated word for word what he had once said. "You wanted to drink the most expensive wine while watching the grandest fireworks in a tall tower without having to worry about the cost." After hearing it, he finally remembered that it had only been a casual remark, not a true wish. But in any case, he had to admit the fireworks were beautiful. Then he suddenly grew thoughtful. He had done so much for him, and he had never properly thanked her. "Thank you, Hanarin, for staying by my side." Hyun-gu's sincere words filled her with joy. "I truly mean it." The corners of Hanarin's lips curved up in satisfaction. But right after that she sprang up. "Oh my, how can that be? You know how much effort I put into making that come true. One thank you is not enough." She draped her arm over his shoulder. "If you truly cherish it, then it is your turn to fulfill my wish." Hyun-gu teased with a smile. "I do not know what it is, but it surely will not be simple." She softened her voice to reassure him. "Do not worry, there are only two things. The first is to marry the hero of my dreams, and the second is to have a child like you and live happily together for a long time." Hanarin stepped closer with alluring eyes. "Will you help me?" Hyun-gu blushed from the wine and emotion. "I will find a way." His hand unconsciously traced along the curve of her body. "It may take time, but he always keeps his word." A few days later on the weekend, at Hyun-gu's private house near the lake, the gentle sound of running water echoed in the bathroom, blending with the soft humming of Bak Kui-dahan. Her alluring figure appeared faintly within the steam. Outside, Hyun-gu was still fast asleep. He slept so deeply that he did not realize he was drooling. After a while she walked to the bedside. Drying her hair she asked, "Have you slept enough? How long do you plan to lie there?" Suddenly she called out loudly, "Wake up, my love." Hyun-gu jerked awake. "What is it?" he asked in a drowsy state. "What happened?" He looked surprised. "You finished bathing already. Usually you are very energetic in the morning. Do you have other plans today?" She tossed her hair confidently. "I do like that, but do you remember your promise yesterday?" She winked meaningfully. "Today we will go on a special trip, just the two of us." Then urged him not to delay because the destination was quite far. Hyun-gu asked in surprise why not teleport. She only smiled mysteriously. "We will leave the tower but need to stop by one place first. Follow me. We are going to my hometown Theensun. It was the land of Bak Kui-dahan for thousands of years, where powerful monsters all submitted to her. All lived within this peculiar city. However, there was still one being who lived freely without submitting. That was her longtime friend, at the same time the only craftsman in Theensun. His name was Wego, puffing on his pipe as he asked, "That is him. The man you chose. I am curious to see what kind of person he is, and whether he can stay by your side." Even an old man like me, who rarely concerns himself with worldly affairs, can see that he is absolutely no ordinary person. At that moment, Hyun-gu immediately turned to Bak Kui-dahan and quietly asked if that was the friend she once wanted him to meet. She answered without hesitation, "That is right. His name is Wego." Bak Kui-dahan continued the introduction. "He is renowned everywhere for his rare talent in crafting treasures. Most of the sacred artifacts I once carried were personally created by him." Suddenly she deliberately raised her voice to tease him, saying that to her he was merely someone lodging on her land. White Go could only cough softly in helplessness, thinking of all the sacred artifacts I made for you, and yet I have not seen a single coin of rent. After saying that, the old man slipped his hand into his coat pocket. In any case, this item had so many things stuffed inside at her request that finishing it was quite close to the deadline. But in the end, I still delivered it on time. I even used a fragment of your soul to complete it. The gem in Bak Kui-dahan's hand shone so brilliantly it seemed ready to illuminate the entire cave of White Go. The old man proudly introduced it as the soul gem. Hyun-gu widened his eyes in confusion. "What is this thing?" Bak Kui-dahan observed it for a while and praised it. Such clarity and radiance prove the craftsmanship is exceptionally superb. She did not hold back her praise. "Well done, Wego," and he only smiled modestly. "You flatter me. I never thought there would come a day when you would need this." Wego suddenly spoke with layered meaning. "I only want to confirm once more. You understand its significance, do you not?" Bak Kui-dahan replied at once. "Of course I understand." Meanwhile, Hyun-gu was still bewildered. "Is that blue stone really so important?" Bak Kui-dahan only smiled mysteriously. "I already told you, today is a special journey." She lifted the stone toward him, saying it had been prepared for this journey. Inside it contained her entire life. The blinding light forced Hyun-gu to narrow his eyes. Only then did Bok Kui-dahan reveal more. It is a record preserving all of my experiences. The story turned back several years earlier at the Thien Sun mountain range. The forest came violent sounds, sharp and grating to the ears. Then a burst of light erupted amid the treacherous wilderness. The people there stood frozen in shock, crying out in disbelief. Crimson Demon King, the ruler who had dominated this land for 100 years. Now he was gravely wounded, his body torn open by a massive gaping hole, a truly miserable sight. Everyone cried out in terror, never expecting that he would fall to a young demoness like her. Because of that, Bok Kui-dahan boldly declared, "From this day forward no one shall oppose me, I am the new ruler of Thien Sun. If anyone is dissatisfied, then step forward and challenge me. If you lack the strength, then do not waste words. I will make each and every one of you submit." Seeing that scene, Hyun-gu could not help but ask curiously, "Was that you?" Though it was hard to believe he had to admit the truth. "Was that you when you were very young?" Bok Kui-dahan nodded. "That is right. That was the day I became the strongest demon of Thien Sun, and was honored as the leader of the wild hunt from thousands of years ago. I always thought I had not changed much, but looking back I realize how young I was back then." As she spoke, she teased herself that there was once a time she had been innocent and gentle, leaving Hyun-gu speechless. He did not know how to believe that word gentle, but indeed she had been very adorable then. Immediately after that, she took his hand and pulled him into the next memory. "Hyun-gu, I have selected and compressed the most important parts, yet they still span thousands of years." He urged him to watch quickly if he wanted to finish before the weekend ended. Hyun-gu, still full of questions, "Why did you suddenly want me to witness all of this?" Bok Kui-dahan did not hurry to explain. She only said softly that she would tell him later. "For now, stay silent and follow me. There is still so much I want you to see with your own eye." After a while, Hyun-gu truly had his horizons broadened as the fierce memories of Bok Kui-dahan's childhood unfolded one after another. From the moment she first became acquainted with Wai-go, until she became a demon king and was revered by the monsters. Before long, night had completely fallen. The two returned home. Bok Kui-dahan sighed and complained, "Perhaps I truly am getting old. I did not expect to be this tired." Her next sentence made Hyun-gu turn pale, just from walking for a few days. She turned to ask how he felt after seeing her entire past. Hyun-gu scratched his head and laughed. "I found it quite interesting. I even got to see you when you were young." Even so, he was still puzzled. "Perhaps you are not as happy as I am. Why did you want to do this?" Bok Kui-dahan sighed softly. "In truth, I have wanted to do this for a long time." She gently admitted that she felt a little jealous when Hanarin and Mission had been by his side for such a long time. Hyun-gu looked bewildered and asked again, "I do not understand what you mean." She continued to explain, "You met them first and went through so many things together. You even shared your memories of the time in the tutorial tower with them." Then she pouted and said she had always felt she lacked that special bond, so in her heart she felt a bit envious. "I want to understand more about your past, but a true relationship must have exchange from both sides. So I decided to open my heart first, to let you see all of my memories. Tonight I hope you will respond, tell me everything about yourself. It would be even better if you make up for the time we missed yesterday morning." Hearing that, Hyun-gu burst into laughter. Truly an intriguing proposal. He lay back on the bed and spoke with hidden meaning that, although telling everything would take quite some time, he was willing. Hyun-gu gently touched Bok Kui-dahan, his voice low and warm. "The night is still very long." In another corner, Wai-go's furnace still billowed with smoke. He took a drag of his pipe and thoughtfully mentioned the soul gem. It was like the gift monsters give each other on their wedding day. A burning proposal, symbolizing the acceptance of each other's past and a shared step toward the future. Thinking that, he chuckled in delight. "Life truly is full of surprises. I never thought that troublemaker would come seeking the soul gem." Wai-go secretly guessed that she had likely completely fallen for that young man. 3 years earlier, amid the flourishing modern human world, there still existed dark corners where dungeons and monsters appeared along with the trial tower, creating waves that shook global markets. The real estate industry was also affected. In the past, strong capital and a clear plan were enough to obtain development permits. Now the constant threat of dungeons looming over construction sites made the backing of renowned hunters a mandatory condition for approval. Therefore, partnering with them became the top priority of major conglomerates. Zilun was no exception. This was the corporation that had led China's industry for more than 2 decades. Zhang Li beamed with delight. "Truly it is an honor to meet you. I never expected a top S-rank hunter of Korea would wish to marry my daughter Yen Li." Du Hong gave a slight bow in response. "You overpraise me." Beneath the cordial facade was a calculating gaze. He was also among the top 200 strongest hunters in the world. If an alliance were formed, they would surely gain the upper hand in the Eastern regional competition. Although there had been unsavory rumors about his promiscuity and excessive possessiveness. But he thought it was nothing to worry about. Aside from the beauty inherited from her mother, the girl had no other value. At last there was a chance to make use of her. Suddenly Du-hon inquired about Yen, cutting off his thoughts. How has she been lately? Chung-Li hurriedly nodded. She is well, that is why I invited you here. He let out a sigh of relief. How fortunate. Yet his heart still ached when he recalled what happened a year ago. Du-hon gave a faint smile and recounted how his fiancée had flown to see him. But before he could finish, Chung-Li quickly defended, that was not your fault, no one could stop that. Just as no one could foresee the trial tower, summoning her right on the way to meet you. Chung-Li continued rambling on without realizing Mission was about to appear. That girl, no, I mean my daughter is quite capable too. She contacted me less than a year after leaving the tower and asked me to arrange this meeting. In the past, she always opposed an arranged marriage, but after her time in the tower she seemed to have matured. I always say young people must go through hardship to truly grow up. When the elevator doors opened, he immediately smiled brightly. Oh, you are here. In contrast to that enthusiasm was Yen's weary and indifferent expression as she stepped out of the elevator. She walked over leisurely and calmly greeted him. It has been a long time, father. Mission's next words made Chung-Li turn pale. Father's hypocritical face is just as before, so I have no desire to ask how you have been. But I think I should still ask for father's opinion, because that is a child's responsibility. After speaking, she pulled down her hood, revealing her delicate face. Mission calmly looked at Han and asked, has father been well lately? Not long before that, by the flickering firelight, a steady voice rang out, I understand. He showed understanding toward her situation. Father is forcing you to marry a worthless man, and now that you have left the tower you do not even know where to go. He saw straight into her heart as if reading a book. That is why you are suffering like this, is it not? Mission lowered her head and replied, yes, master. She choked up as she spoke of her constrained childhood. Since I was young I have never disobeyed father and never once dared to think of such things. To me, he has always been an insurmountable wall. Thanks to master's guidance, I have become much stronger than before, yet I still do not know. She hesitated before asking whether she truly had the ability to face and overcome him. He chuckled softly. You still have a long way to go, my disciple. You do not truly understand yourself yet. However, do not worry when you leave the tower and stand before your father. Beneath the dancing firelight, his eyes shone with resolve. Everything will become clear. You will realize how much you have grown, and now your strength aside from mine. His next words left her stunned. No one will easily subdue you. Returning to the present, after gaining enlightenment, Mission boldly faced Chung-Li directly. Hearing her rebuttal, he roared in anger. What did you just say? Dare to refuse marriage with Hunter Du-Quan. Chung-Li lost his composure and shouted, yet she calmly replied, Father speaks as if I willingly agreed from the beginning. I gain nothing from this marriage, so I refuse. Is there anything wrong with that? Chung-Li slammed the table in fury, insolent. You dare speak to me like that? I had even intended to show mercy since we have not met for so long. It seems I must teach you a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, spiritual energy burst from him, making the air grow heavy. Even Chung-Li was startled by that pressure. The strange feeling had appeared since she stepped inside. Was this still the daughter who once obeyed him without question? Suddenly Zhu-Wan sprang to his feet and applauded. The young lady's aura is truly admirable. Before Chung-Li could recover, Hunter Du-Quan enthusiastically praised her. I never expected that innocent girl from back then to have such a side. I truly like that appearance. Moreover, I do not blame her either, for the one who conquers the top of the tower will be granted special abilities. Many people leave the tower believing themselves invincible, only to end in crushing defeat. I hope the young lady does not fall into that way of thinking. I prefer gentle women rather than stubborn ones. If you resist while I am in a good mood, I will not be pleased. Facing those unpleasant words, Mission kept her gaze cold. Chung-Li stepped back in fear, realizing that his rank was not for display now that the atmosphere had changed. That is the price of acting strong. Do you think you can oppose an S-rank hunter? While he was still confident, he thought he was worrying too much. This would soon be over. At that very moment, she launched a direct strike at Zhu-Wan. He was blasted backward, causing the surrounding furniture to shatter. Chung-Li turned pale at the sight. What just happened? Trembled and stammered, impossible. She defeated an S-rank hunter with a single blow. Mission stepped closer and coldly asked, is that all you can do, father? Her voice lowered with authority. Or should I call you a man who was once my father? Trung Lai hurriedly begged. Wait, let us calmly talk this through. Frantically explained, I may have gone too far, but everything was for you. Because of me, you grew up in luxury. But those words only made her more bitter. Fine clothes and houses could never make up for the absence of true affection. Trung Lai gritted his teeth and continued, therefore. He pointed straight at her and shouted, show me respect. Mission remained silent and did not respond. Then she calmly said, you are mistaken. You no longer exist. I am no longer the child who trembled before father as in the past. As she spoke, she channeled demonic power, startling Trung Lai. Now I have reached the summit and pursue a higher goal. Do not force me. She firmly declared, from now on my name is Mission. The blink of an eye, the sky outside had fallen into darkness. She placed her hand on the window glass and mused, this scenery is truly beautiful, enough to offer to Master. This will be a suitable place to begin. When Master leaves the tower, I will welcome him with open arms. Right in this towering building that nearly touches the clouds. The scene shifted. Mission awoke with a start. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw a familiar figure sitting beside her. He asked with concern, you are awake. We came here for a picnic. Are you planning to sleep the whole time? Seeing her smile, he curiously asked, why are you smiling to yourself like that? Did you just have a beautiful dream? She did not answer, only smiled with happiness brimming in her eyes. Then she softly said, of course not, my love. She turned and embraced him. No dream is happier than being by your side. Mission softly asked, do you think that is true? He smiled lightly. You are already saying sweet words right after waking up. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. In the end he admitted, you are right.